Every day you run 10 laps on the street with your bare arms, and the people in the town say you are a pervert. The women cover their eyes shyly and mock that you only have 8-pack abs, advising their daughters at home to stay away from you. But you are very helpless about this. Just because you have a perverted golden finger, exercising half an hour bare-chested in the open space every day can increase 0.1 gene of strength. So in order to become stronger, you can only run bare-chested every day. After more than 10 years of hard work, your strength finally passed the Jin family's assessment, and at this moment, you, Zhang Sui, finally arrived at the Jin mansion with a group of people. At this moment, looking at the two big characters of Jin mansion, Zhang Sui suddenly remembered that the place he was currently in seemed to be Wuji County, and the time seemed to be the first year of Xingping. This body doesn't even know who the current emperor is, but since it is the first year of Xingping, the current emperor is the famous Han Xian Emperor Lu Xie in history. Upon thinking of the Jin mansion again, Zhang Sui felt a little excitement in his heart. Isn't this the home of the goddess Shinmi mentioned in Xiaoji's The Goddess of the Luo River? However, Zhang Sui quickly calmed down, as he is now just a lowly servant. What difference would it make even if he saw the beauty of Jinmi? To him now, Jinmi is like the goddess and the goddess of the Luo River, only to be admired from afar. The only thing I have to do now is to find a way to survive with the Jin family. After a while, Zhang Sui was arranged to a dwelling, which was called a dwelling, but actually more like a woodshed. In the room were various firewood, and there were 4 other refugees sharing a room with Zhang Sui. Zhang Suizheng discussed their respective hay beds with them, and the guide Fangego came to the door and asked Zhang Sui to follow him. In the end, he took Zhang Sui to another woodshed. This is where I live. You will live with me from now on. Zhang Suichong Fangye dog smiled. Indeed, the lower class people are very simple. As long as they have the ability to help them, they will quickly give back. Zhang Suidao, if you want to learn to read and write, do calculations or anything else in the future, feel free to look for me. Zhang Sui was caught off guard by this, and Fangegu hurriedly approached and whispered, "Can you write that kind of thing?" Zhang Sui was speechless. Fangye dog then grinned and said, "As subordinates like us, our heads are hanging at our waists, ready to be killed at any time, and we have no property. So naturally we have no women. The maids in the mansion are not something we dare to covet." Zhang Sui looked at Fangegu with a somewhat sad expression, nodded and said, "Okay." He can understand to some extent that the so-called wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. In fact, it implies another layer of meaning. Ordinary people in this chaotic world probably do not even have descendants. Therefore, in ancient times, once it reached the end of a dynasty, those rebellious armies that captured a city would often allow their soldiers to burn, kill, and plunder. This was done to vent the grievances of the lower-ranking soldiers and to make use of the wealth and women of the common people, easing the carnal desires of those lower-ranking soldiers. By ruling over these rebellious lower-ranking soldiers in this way, the leaders did not need to reward them extravagantly. Ultimately, this is a form of contradiction and the transfer of money, all transferred to the common people. Zhang Suidao, I can still paint this kind of painting. Fang's dog's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sui is a talented scholar. Fang's dog quickly took out 2 pieces of dry cakes from a corner and handed them to Zhang Sui with a flattering smile, saying, "Please take some time to draw a few paintings." At this moment, a voice outside said, "Have you checked the house? Everyone come out. The lady is here with the young master." Fangye dog busily said to Zhang Sui, "Let's gather outside first before we talk." Soon, 2 rows of refugees stood in the yard, a middle-aged man in a strong short coat, scanning everyone with a cold and stern face. "The madam and the second young master are coming soon. The madam and the second young master pity you all, so they are taking you in as subordinates, providing you with clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. The madam and the second young master are our gods. Do not disrespect the madam. Lower your head when you meet her. In times of danger, you must protect the madam and the miss first. Only when they are well can we be well. Do you understand?" The crowd of refugees responded sparsely. Just then, from outside the archway on the east side of the courtyard, voices could be heard getting closer and closer, and soon 3 figures were seen walking in from the other end of the archway. Walking at the front are a man and a woman. The man looks like a young teenager of 14 or 15, with fair and handsome features, while the woman appears to be in her early 30s, wearing a blue long dress, with a graceful posture, a fair and delicate pretty face, exuding a mature woman's charm. The refugees all looked a little foolish, but they immediately lowered their heads one after another. As common people at the bottom of society, they knew that this kind of woman was not someone they could covet. Zhang Sui also busily lowered his head, and in his heart he secretly cursed, "This woman, even if placed before crossing, is definitely the best of the best." However, Zhang Sui thought of what he had seen and heard along the way from the city gate, and he felt a little desolate in his heart. The end of the Han dynasty was the era when the aristocratic families officially rose to power. And from then on, this land entered a strange situation. The so-called dynastic changes are all about the transfer of power among the aristocratic families. And throughout the dynasties, the wars and chaos were all borne by the common people, while the descendants of the aristocratic families continued to live in luxury. Therefore, in later generations, there are poems that write prosperity, suffering of the people, decline, suffering of the people. Zhang Sui secretly made a decision. For now, he decided to focus on reality and establish himself firmly in the Jin mansion, without worrying about other things for the time being. Behind the man and the woman is an old man wearing a green shirt, holding a pile of clothes in his hands. The middle-aged man, who had a cold and stern look before, was now very respectful and flattering to the three people in front of him, welcoming the three in. To the 2 rows of stragglers, the middle-aged man then continued, "All of you ministers, the Madam and the second prince took pity on you, knowing that you had just joined our Jin family and had nothing. So, clothes are specially sent today, 2 sets for each person, and in the future, we must always remember the kindness of the lady and the second prince." The woman looked soft and didn't say anything, just gestured for the old man and the teenager to come forward. The young man took the clothes from the old man and passed 2 sets of 2 to each of the stragglers. Every straggler who received a shirt gave thanks. After distributing the clothes, the woman, the teenager and the old man left. It wasn't until they disappeared at the other end of the archway that the middle-aged man told everyone to disperse. Zhang Sui returned to his room with the clothes and Fang A Dog. Fang A Dog laughed at Zhang Sui in a low voice. "The lady just now, see, she is truly the best on earth. And, still undead. And I wonder what a asterisk is lucky enough to sleep with her. We, the minions, can't even eat her farts in this lifetime." He also raised an eyebrow at Zhang Sui and said, "Can you draw a woman as good looking as Madam?" Zhang Sui shook his head. Don't say he doesn't have it. His so-called paintings are just 3-legged tricks. He wouldn't dare paint it. What a joke. What identity does what? Painting that woman, in her own right, would have resulted in an absolute beating. A bottom feeder has to have the awareness of a bottom feeder. Fang A Dog laughed and said, "It's good. Don't draw it even if you can. If it's known, you won't be able to eat it. Madam, it's not for the likes of us to covet. Not even for a moment." End of chapter. When Zhang Sui heard Fang A say that, he pretended that he didn't hear it. This Fang A Dog talks a good game. In fact, it's too bad that he can't be bothered to draw his own portrait of Mrs. But how could Zhang Sui do that? When he first came to drive, he didn't dare to be bold enough to go to his death. It was also getting dark. Fang A Dog didn't get Zhang Sui's promise and lay down with some disinterest. He was also really sleeping. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep, making loud snoring noises. Zhang Sui looked outside and saw that it was already numb and dark, so he walked out, took off his outer clothes and prepared to work out at the door. He hadn't utilized the golden finger since crossing over yesterday. His golden handshake is obviously not significantly productive. It's cumulative. Every day he strips down to his shirt and stick to your workout for half an hour in an open space to gain 0.1 pounds of strength and have a chance to trigger a blaster. Therefore, it is all the more important for him to keep exercising every day. Stick to it 365 days a year. Then, grow at least 36.5 pounds of strength a year. In 10 years, that's an increase of at least 365 pounds of strength. In 20 years, one grows 730 pounds of strength, plus his original strength, 150 or so pounds. That means that in 20 years, he'll have nearly 1,000 pounds of strength. And this body, currently, is only 18 years old. 20 years later, and only 38 years old. In 20 years, if uninterrupted, it's at least a force that's a mammoth level of existence, not to mention charging into battle and building a career. At least, as long as one is meticulous. It's not so easy for others to kill themselves. As for exercising, what? Goldfinger is not accounted for either. Zhang Sui could only start jogging at the door. "I've been running for a long time." Only then did a line of captions pop up in the void in front of him. Exercising for half an hour of jogging increases the strength of one arm by 0.1 pounds. Today, you already have 150 plus 0.1 pounds of one arm strength. Increasing the intensity of your workout can increase your bludgeoning rate. There is only one chance per day to increase your strength. Zhang Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's a cue that's much clearer than crossing over yesterday. It's just that, at a glance, the variation from day to day is awfully low. 0.1 pounds, what's the point? However, Zhang Sui forced himself not to think about that. It's better to have a golden touch than none at all. A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. Think of it as exercising your patience. After the workout, Zhang Sui went back to his room to take out his clothes and prepare for a shower. He and Fang A Dog were both stinking. He was starving to death after not eating or drinking yesterday. and he didn't care about the flavor. Now that it has come to life, you can't make yourself stink like that. Zhang then walked near the archway. There, 2 ministries stand guard. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, the 2 ministries drew their swords in unison. Zhang Sui busily said, "I'm new here. I just finished working out and my body is covered in sweat. I just want to take a shower to clear the odor." The 2 ministries still didn't care and told him to back off. Zhang Sui said with a twinkle in his eye, "These ministries of ours, isn't it all for the protection of Madam and the Duke and Miss? What will the lady, the Prince and the Miss think if we stink all over all the time?" The 2 ministers looked at each other. One of the country-faced ministry curves oddly glanced at Zhang Sui. He had come to the Jin family as a minister for many years, and it was the first time he had seen a minister who still cared about these images. However, the other person's statement was not entirely without merit. Pointing to the night curtain to the left beyond the archway, the country-faced ministry said, there is a well that. Wash it right there. No one's there right now. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't wander around. Otherwise, if you go to the wrong place, it'll be clubbed straight to death. Zhang Sui thanked him before walking over. The well is kind of sling-like. The wellhead was stacked with stones. Next to the well, a barrel was placed. A hemp rope was tied to the top of the barrel. Now it's the time of the moon and the stars, and you can still see everything from 3 meters away. I just can't see it too well. As for the 2 ministries at the archway, no one was even visible. Only when they were walking around. Only then can you see the wobbly vapors. Zhang then threw the barrel into the well and pulled up a bucket of well water. He was no stranger to this operation. He comes from a rural background. When I was in junior high school, I studied in the county and rented a nearby rural house outside the school. $50 a semester kind of thing. In those days, bathing was like this all year round. Bringing up a wooden bucket of water, Zhang Sui directly poured it over his head. The next moment, a murmur sounded. Frightened, Zhang Sui almost jumped up. Zhang Sui looked in the direction of the voice. Instead, he saw a small head raised next to a cluster of bushes less than 2 meters away to his left. Surprisingly, it was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The little girl looked like a porcelain doll in a long dress and a bun. It wasn't much different from the little girls that used to appear in short videos before crossing over, and yet completely different from the children in those stragglers. The children among those stragglers were all bone-thin and dirty. Looking at the little girl, Zhang Sui had a severely cut-off feeling. Little girls aren't afraid of life either. She seems to have just woken up. Tilting her head, she looked around blankly. Eventually, her eyes fell on Zhang Sui and she muttered, "Who are you? Why did you splash water on me?" Zhang Sui let out a forehead. Turns out he was awakened by the water he poured over his head. Moreover, it could be clearly ascertained that the little girl was not of low status in this mansion. However, Zhang Sui wasn't too scared. After all, still a child. Without that kind of majesty, Zhang Sui put down the barrel, crouched his body and, smiling at the little girl, she said, "I just joined the ministry here. I'm sorry I accidentally splashed on you when I took a shower earlier." It was only at this point that Zhang Sui saw clearly from close range that the little girl had 2 dried tear tracks on her face. It looks pathetic. Zhang Sui gently wiped the tear tracks on the little girl's face with his dampened hand. The other guy was more than just cute as a porcelain doll. Temperament seems to be excellent as well. So far, there's been no sign of any crying or sniveling. Zhang Sui smiled and said, "What's your name? Why are you hiding here alone?" The little girl stood up, glanced at Zhang Sui and, 2 small hands gently patted the hem of her skirt and said, "You won't be able to help me if I tell you." Zhang Sui was just about to snicker. "How do you know if you don't say it?" But the words were not finished. I saw a figure carrying a lantern in the distance coming this way and said, "Rong Rong? Rong Rong?" Zhang Sui looked over from afar. It was a slim figure. The little girl was busy hiding behind Zhang Sui and whispered, "Help me block it." Zhang Sui. The figure approached with a lantern. It was only at a distance of less than 10 paces that Zhang Sui got a good look at the other party's appearance. It was a teenage girl. The young girl's face was quite a bit dainty, with a hint of youthfulness, but, invisibly, with a raw coldness. Looking at Zhang Sui's naked upper body from afar, the young girl did not lose her temper. Instead, he changed directions and continued walking while saying, "Rong Rong? Rong Rong?" Soon, she walked to the archway and said something to the 2 minions. Seeing this, the little girl grabbed the hem of Zhang Sui's coat and circled around, always one Zhang Sui away from the young girl. Zhang Sui looked down at the little girl and didn't make a sound. The young girl searched for a moment, before turning back. When her back was far away, Zhang Sui obviously heard her huffing and puffing. "Where did she die? You hurry up and come out, and your sister won't scold you." Zhang Sui looked suspiciously at the little girl who had hidden behind her again. Only then did the little girl let go of her grip on the hem of Zhang Sui's coat and squatted beside the ancient well, her hands clasping her knees, and, buried head. End of chapter. Zhang Sui watched the young girl leave before he squatted on the ground and said to the little girl, "Is that your sister? You might want to tell me about any difficult things you're having trouble with." The little girl then tilted her head and pouted her lips. "You are a ministry, how can you help?" Zhang Sui looked at the little girl with quite a bit of amusement. It was the first time I'd been underestimated by a small child. However, Zhang Sui was not angry. This body of his own today is indeed just a ministry. The little girl looked to be the existence of the extraordinary status of the Jin family. In her subconscious, ministries such as her own are bottom feeders who know nothing. Only, today, one is going to break this subconscious notion of hers. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Sui pointed to the moon overhead and said, "You know why there's only the sun during the day, and only the moon at night?" The little girl said in a bad mood, "It's the law of the land that you should rest at sunset and work at sunrise. Where's the why?" Zhang Sui laughed. "That sunset, where did it fall? And the sunrise, where did it come out from?" The little girl furrowed her tiny brows and asked rhetorically, "And why do you say that?" Zhang Sui raised his left hand into a fist and said, "This world of ours is actually a round ball, and today, we're here, and the day, here it is." The orb had been revolving around the sun, and when it turned here, the light was blocked, so it became dark. When you can't see the sun anymore, you think it's setting. Day, in fact, has always been here. When the orb revolves around the data here, the day appears again. This is the sunrise. The time period, from sunset to sunrise, is fixed at about 12 hours. That's where our 12 hours of the day come from. The little girl then looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise and said, "Where did you learn that?" Those big, soulful eyes were full of curiosity. Seeing that the little girl was captivated, Zhang Sui laughed, "What I know is much more than that." "Yo," pointing to the ancient well behind him, Zhang Sui said, "Do you know where the water in this ancient well comes from?" The little girl shook her head. Zhang Sui raised his right fist and said, "As I said earlier, our world is an orb. We're standing right on the surface of the orb. At our feet, the orb is so thick, and the water of the ancient wells is inside the earth beneath our feet. Inside this land, there is a section of space that contains a large amount of water called groundwater." The little girl's eyes widened. It was the first time she knew this. The little girl's eyes shone brightly as she said, "Why do you know so much?" Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you care? Anyway, you need to know what you want to know. I know basically everything. So, now, can you tell me what you're having trouble with?" The little girl sighed with the face of a little old woman and said, "There's no such thing. It was the second sister who yelled at me again today. She's old and uninteresting, always forcing me to read. I'm a girl. I'll get married when I grow up, and I'll just teach my children. Why do I need to study?" Zhang Sui reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, smiling, "I think your second sister is right. The only reason I know so much is because I read a lot. Read 1,000 books and walk 1,000 miles. If you read, you don't have to go out of your way. You'll be able to know what others see. Without studying, you stay at home and have no contact with other people. How would you know what it's like out there? Let's say, for example, that our world is an orb. How would you know if I didn't tell you?" The little girl cocked her head. Only after a long time did her eyes shine brightly and she said, "It feels like, what you said is somewhat reasonable. What is your name? I'll find you to play sometime later. Today, I have to go back first." Zhang Sui said, "My name is Zhang Sui." Pointing in the direction of the archway, Zhang Sui said, "I live in there." The little girl stood up and said, "My name is Jin Rong. You can just call me Rong Rong." After saying that, he jogged away in the direction the young girl had left. Zhang Sui watched Jin Rong leave and shook his head before continuing to take a shower. Only after taking a shower did Zhang Sui return to his house to sleep. "I'm still a little hungry, but it's a lot better than just crossing over last night." Zhang Sui had a long dream this night. In the dream, he went back to the 21st century Earth, bought all kinds of food, and ate all kinds of food. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui was woken up by Fong a dog. Zhang Sui went out of the room. The entire compound was filled with people gathered, about 100, all men, and none of them are very old, ranging from teens to 30s. All the people were arranged in 4 rows. In front of these people were 2 big, tall, strong men. One heck of a big middle-aged man at dusk yesterday. The middle-aged man's name was Jin Hao, the captain of all the ministries, from the Wuji County City Defense Army. Wuji County is located in Zhongshan County, a county in Jizhou. 3 years ago, the Jizhou pastor was called Han Fu. At that time, Han Fu had a general named Koji Yi who occupied Wuji County. As per Jilis rebellion, Han Fu led his army to attack the city. Right here in Wuji County, a grueling siege broke out. In the end, Koji managed to fend off Han Fu's attack on the city. However, the people of the city were also killed and wounded. Captain Jin Hao was seriously injured in the battle. Good thing he was lucky he didn't die. but the city guard no longer wanted him. He has nowhere to go. It also happens that the Jin family is recruiting ministries. So, he entered the Jin family. For being slightly versed in martial arts, and being fierce enough, and knowing something about maneuvering, he was then promoted by the lady to be the captain of all the Jin family's ministries. The long-faced big man next to the middle-aged man was Jiao Su. Jiao Su was from Changshan County, which is next door to Zhongshan County. Martial arts. As a result, he was recruited and hired as a lieutenant by Mrs. Jinhao and Jiao Su declared their identities and origins to themselves, before they scanned everyone and Jinhao said, "From the time you enter my Jin family, you are my Jin family's ministry. Born as a member of my Jin family, you will die as a ghost of my Jin family. As a ministry, you have one mission, that is, to develop exquisite martial arts skills to protect the safety of our Yin family. The world is not at peace today. Zhuo County, across the canal from us, is now in the hands of Gongsun. To the north, the Umaro and Xianbei invade again from time to time. We could be attacked at any time in Wuji County. In order to have the strength to protect the Yin family, we must train every day. Make sure it's strong enough. Get it?" The crowd responded sparsely. Jinhao said, "Now, then, all of us start, from the very basics of Zamazen." After a day of practicing martial arts, everyone was exhausted, especially the stragglers who had just joined and went straight back to the house to lie down straight away. Zhang Sui rested for a while, and it was already dark. Zhang Sui stripped off his shirt and trained according to the martial arts taught during the day. It's getting late. He has to follow the exercise for half an hour more. It's only then that you can accomplish today's task of adding 0.1 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui practiced for less than a quarter of an hour before he saw a figure stop in front of him. It's Vice Captain Jiao Su. Jiao Su was curious. "What's your name?" Zhang Sui continued his training while saying, "Zhang Sui." Jiao Su sized up Zhang Sui with satisfaction. Though skinny, but definitely worked hard enough and had a good enough attitude. Jiao Su said, "Not bad. More suffering in normal times. Less bloodshed when you encounter the enemy." Zhang Sui thought of Jiao Su's previous introduction and asked curiously, "Lieutenant, you're from Changshan County?" Jiao Su said, "Yes. What's the problem?" Zhang Sui asked, "Then has the vice captain ever heard of this man Zhao Yun?" Jiao Su was dumbfounded. "I didn't think that you even knew about him." Zhao Zilong, who in our Changshan County doesn't know? This is the hero of our Changshan County. He was chivalrous and loves to fight. 3 years ago, he led a group of good men from our Changshan County to defect to Gongsun. However, it is rumored that he has recently returned to Changshan County with everyone else. End of chapter. Zhang Sui was a little excited to hear Jiao Su say that. He somewhat wanted to go to Changshan County to see Zhao Yun, not so much to make his acquaintance, but simply to see what Zhao Yun looked like. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and various Three Kingdoms games, Zhao Yun is a handsome young general. Zhao Yun's looks and age became a mystery. He wanted to witness it, but Zhang Sui quickly vetoed the idea. The current self, not to mention going to find Zhao Yun, is not even able to leave this Xin mansion. You know, it's currently the first year of Xingping. At this time, it was the time when Yuan Shao and Gongsun were fighting. There's war everywhere. There are arrests everywhere. Once you go out yourself, I'm afraid that if you don't see Zhao Yun, the person will be gone first. For the time being, it's still regular and meticulous in the Xin mansion. It's better to be able to stay meticulous, because, according to the trajectory of history, eventually Yuan Shao, who was the fourth and third king, would unify Hebei, and Jinmi of the Jin family would be spotted by Yuan Shao and hired to be the main wife of Yuan Shi, Yuan Shao's second son. The Jin family will prosper from this. When Yuan Shao died and Cao Cao took control of Hebei, Jinmi married Cao Pai. Jinmi and Cao Pai had another son, Cao Rui. Cao Rui became the new emperor of Wei. During these decades, the status of the Jin family has been high because of Jinmi. One can stay safe in the Jin family until one dies. Jiao Su nodded when he saw how seriously Zhang Sui was working out. This kid, he can do it. So diligent and hardworking. Let's see how long he lasts. If he was able to hold on, he would teach him the Zhao family gun himself. The so-called Zhao family gun refers to a generation of gunmasters, Tong Yuan, who traveled to Changshan County in his later years. It was found that the people of Standing Rock County were tougher. Therefore, when he left Changshan County, Tong Yuan left behind a set of spear techniques named Zhao family gun. Let the people of Changshan County refine. Jiao Su didn't talk to Zhang Sui any further. Patting him on the shoulder, Jiao Su told him to keep up the good work while he went back to the house to sleep. Zhang Sui followed the daytime workout for half an hour. This time, his increased strength remained at 0.1 pounds, and no blasters appeared. Currently, his one-arm strength has come to 152 pounds. After the workout, Zhang Suikai went over to the ancient well to take a shower. The two ministries guarding the archway, Zhang Sui had sort of met them. This time, After instructing Zhang Sui not to wander off, they let him pass. Zhang Sui rushed to the ancient well and rinsed it for a while. A small figure was seen tiptoeing over. Zhang Sui saw the small figure coming in the moonlight and stopped in confusion. It didn't take him long to see who the visitor was. It's Yen Rong, that little girl from yesterday. Jin Rong came to him and laughed. I'm here again. You're really here at this time. Zhang Sui laughed. And what is your business today? Jin Rong asked. Do you know how to draw? Zhang Sui nodded. Sloppy. Yen Rong exulted. Then wait here for me. After saying that, he trotted away. After Zhang Sui finished taking a shower and sat next to the ancient well for a while, he saw that Jin Rong was back again. This time, she was holding a scroll. Handing the scroll to Zhang Sui, Jin Rong said with a serious look on her face, Can you draw this on the fan? Zhang Sui suspiciously took the scroll and opened it. It was a portrait of a man in his 30s. Zhang Sui was puzzled. What is this? Jin Rong's small face dimmed as she said, This is my father. He 5 years ago. I died shortly after I was born. I want to paint my father's portrait on the fan. In that case, I can take it everywhere. Even when I sleep at night, I can take it with me. Zhang Sui glanced at the portrait and then looked at Jin Rong. It's kinda sad that the little girl lost her father at such a young age. Zhang Sui said, Alright, I'll draw it down for you when I'm free during the day. Jin Rong said with stars in her eyes, If you can draw it down, you'll be my great benefactor. When I grow up, I can marry you. Zhang Sui reached out and pinched her fleshy little face, snickering, Okay, I'll wait then. It's just a little girl's word. Jin Rong sat beside Zhang Sui again and said with a smile, I asked Hong Yu today. She said that a ministry like yours has nothing to offer, but it didn't occur to me that she would look away, too. Zhang Sui laughed a few times. Normal. In this era of the late Han dynasty, the status of oneself, the lowest of the low. Normally, it is true that there is nothing but a body of strength. Jin Rong didn't dwell on it, but pointed to the sky and said, See, there are stars there. Do you know why that star winks? Zhang Sui said with a serious face. I know. That's the refraction of light. Jin Rong said. What is the refraction of light? Zhang then spoke to her about light. The little girl was obviously only 6 or 7 years old, with a childish face, but she listened with great attention. It took Zhang Sui a while to talk about the refraction of light. Touching his somewhat grumbling stomach, Zhang Sui said, It's getting late. I have to go back to bed. If we don't go back, we'll be too hungry to sleep later. When you're asleep, you're not hungry. Jin Rong pondered for a moment and said, You wait. After that, she trotted off. When she came back again, she was surprised to have 2 duck legs in her hand. Zhang Sui. He felt his mouth water. Seeing him in this state, Jin Rong shoved 2 duck legs into his hands, which made him hug his knees and, quietly, he watched him eat. Zhang Sui was not polite either. He was really hungry. Don't be too happy to have 2 duck legs to eat at this juncture. Jin Rong watched as he ate his way through the meal. Laughing, he narrowed his eyes into a crescent moon and said, It's so delicious. I hate eating this. Zhang Sui looked at Jin Rong and just smiled, not saying anything. After all, it's a little girl. It makes no sense to talk about something so negative, and she can't understand it. Jin Rong watched Zhang Sui finish eating, then she got up and patted her clothes with her small hands and said, I'm going back, or else mother and second sister will be checking out my room later. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some more food. Zhang Sui let out a laugh as he watched Jin Rong's tiny back disappear into the night. Sheesh, or your own precious people. I just hope it doesn't lead to trouble. With this status of his own nowadays, if people found out that he had this kind of dealings with her, they would be afraid of misunderstanding. The next day, the ministry training continued with the zigzag. During the intermission, Fang Yedog was already raising money to buy ink, paper and ink stones. The people heard Fang Yege say that Zhang Sui was a scholar and could draw women. Deng got a little excited. Even the captain, Jin Hao, and the vice-captain, Zhao Su. After training at dusk, Captain Jin Hao called out to Zhang Sui, Are you really a scholar? Zhang Sui smiled non-committally. He won't verbally admit it. After all, he only recognized clerical script. He really had enough to write about. He has studied simplified Chinese since he was a child. And, before crossing over, he hadn't written in years because of the popularity of computers. Sometimes, even some of the simplified Chinese characters used in everyday life, he forgot how to write them. But there's no problem recognizing and reading it. The key issue is that as long as one does not verbally admit it, even if one encounters problems in the future, one has a reason to prevaricate. Captain Jin Hao saw this and greeted Zhang Sui to follow him. The two came to a separate room. This room is also in the same compound as everyone else's, though, no firewood was put in this room. And, there's a plank bed in there. Jin Hao pulled out a bunch of bamboo slips from under the bed and gestured for Zhang Sui to look at them. Zhang Sui squatted down suspiciously and picked up a piece of bamboo slip and scanned it. There was something odd about his face. Only a few words were written on this piece of bamboo slips. Black hair mingled in a mass. Ho Chi and blood surging upwards. Zhang Sui looked up at Captain Jinhao. Where did he find it? It's hard to believe that at the end of the Han Dynasty, there was already such writing. End of chapter. Captain Jinhao's heart hung in his throat when he saw Zhang Sui looking at himself with an odd expression. Nervously, he said, "What? Don't you recognize it? If this is really unrecognizable, he's going to bury Zhang Sui." After whetting his appetite today, he turned out to be a fake scholar. Zhang Sui said, "It's true that I recognize it. I'm just curious that there would be this kind of writing." Captain Jinhao was instantly relieved and grinned out. "It's good to recognize. It's good to recognize." Pointing to the remaining bamboo slips, Captain Jinhao said, "Then hurry up and organize them and read them to me." After saying that, as if he was afraid that Zhang Sui wouldn't read it properly, he directly took out 20 copper coins and, handing it to Zhang Sui, he said, "This, you take it. No loss." Zhang Sui was not polite either. After receiving the copper money, Zhang Sui then organized the pile of bamboo slips. It's really Liu Bei one. However, you can tell that the level of the person who wrote this Liu Bei text is really bad. The entire Liu Bei text is about 500 words. It is written about a poor drifter who enters a famous family as an underling. After that, a young lady from a famous family falls in love with him. The two of them rendezvous day and night, doing all the things men and women do. But when it comes to men and women, apart from the most vulgar words such as mixed brunettes, there would be no other description. The process, all the screaming of that famous lady. Zhang Sui finished organizing inside. His previously curious mind completely flattened out. When Captain Jinhao saw him looking like this, he asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" "This article, but I paid 100 coins for it." Zhang Sui looked at Captain Jinhao and said, "Captain, with all due respect, what the hell is this writing? Crude." Zhang Sui was tempted to say that even elementary school students could write better than this. Captain Jinhao heard Zhang Sui say this and immediately became interested. "Then can you write? If you could write an article." Captain Jinhao gritted his teeth and took out a roll of silk from a wooden box in the room. Shoving it into Zhang Sui's arms, he said, "How about 1 zhang of silk?" Zhang Sui immediately clapped his hands and said, "Good, it's the year of Xingping. According to the history books and the memory of this body, the copper money used now is 5 baht. The 5 baht, however, is no longer the 5 baht that existed before the Yellow Turban Revolt, because of the lack of copper production. Starting with Dong Zhuo, the imperial court then issued a large number of altered 5 baht coins. This change in quality is most clearly reflected in the reduction in quality. For this reason, too, the purchasing power of copper money is getting worse. By now, in the first year of the Xingping era, the means of exchange that the people had previously circulated had become all types of cloth, like burlap, like satin. These cloths became hard circulated. There's a zhang of silk that can buy several chickens and ducks, buy baskets of dry biscuits. At least, for a short time, there's no need to starve. Zhang Sui smiled and said to Captain Jinhao, "However, we have to wait until we have ink, paper and ink stones. Today Fangadog is raising, and the captain is waiting." Captain Jinhao rolled his eyes. "What a joke. When Fangadog raises these, then they won't be mine. Occupy that thing by force, and then these people will say I'm using my power for personal gain." Captain Jinhao crawled under the bed again and searched for a wooden box that, stacked inside were thick stacks of paper, along with brushes and inkstones. However, these papers are not those white papers of the latter days. It wasn't even as good as the cheapest kind of draft paper that Zhang Sui had used when he was a kid. To be precise, it's the kind of straw paper that is burned in the countryside on New Year's holidays. Yellow, and it's pretty rough. You can even see the raw material on top of the paper. Moreover, there are words written on these yellow papers. There aren't many of those words. These papers are also messy. It felt like someone was very annoyed when they wrote a few words and, feeling out of place, the paper is crumpled into a ball and thrown away, to be picked up and spread out as if it were flat. The brushes are also a bit miserable. That brush is losing most of its bristles. Also, there was dried ink on the brush. As for the ink stone, it was a small piece. Captain Jinhao sat cross-legged in front of Zhang Sui, fondly playing with the ink stone. With a look of incomparable nostalgia, he said, "Before, when the Grand Duke was alive, I stayed close to protect him. The Grand Duke is sick and ill-tempered. When writing, sometimes when he coughed violently, he would get angry and throw them away. I'll just quietly pick it up and hide it while the Grand Duke is gone. After the death of the Grand Duke, I was transferred to come and manage the ministry." Zhang Sui nodded. "No wonder. At the end of the Han Dynasty, the only thing that's fair between the children of the family and the common people is that is, it rarely ends well and basically dies of disease. Also, the children of the world's families will die of disease very early. For example, Chan Dang." Zhou Yu, Lu Su, Gui Jia, Xiu Jitsai, Chao Chong, and so on, because, in this day and age, medicine is so backward. Zhang Sui gets straight to his feet, and he didn't write with a quill pen. This body is an illiterate person who can't read a word. Zhang Sui himself could write, but only in simplified characters. But the thing is, he never learned the brush as a child. Starting with learning to write, it was pencils, followed by ballpoint pens and water pens. Never touched a brush in my life. As a result, he can't write with a brush. Zhang Sui went outside and folded a branch so that Captain Jinhao could grind the inkstone. Instead, he wrote on a branch. When he was in high school, he read a lot of Liu Bei literature. On the subject of Liu Bei 1, his favorite Liu Bei one written by a woman. In his senior year of high school, his classmate, a very well-written girl, was usually very shy, but the writing of Liu Bei's text, that line has flowing water, all kinds of delicate. It made him collect these Liu Bei texts as a collector's edition for a while. She wrote 10 Liu Bei texts for Zhang Sui, everything from the cartwheel to Liu Bei when in youth pain literature. He's always saved it. It wasn't until after college, when he joined the workforce, that he accidentally lost it during a move, and for that, he regretted it for a long time. His writing, naturally, was no match for that girl's, but it's also so much better than this Liu Bei text on the bamboo slips. Zhang Sui fantasized in his mind about the lady he had met before and spilled out 1,000 words. After writing, Zhang Sui blew the ink dry. His face burned a little. Chow, it's so obscene. One is simply an obscene beggar. However, when he raised his head and saw the shocked look on Captain Jinhao's face, that shame dissipated again. Captain Jinhao sked. Zhang Sui, okay, you, simply. It's amazing how much has been written in a short time. It was when the family head was alive. He wasn't as powerful as you. The head of the family is a former magistrate. Zhang Sui scratched his face and let out a laugh. Small token. This Captain Jinhao complimented him so much that he was embarrassed. How dare he compare himself with the magistrate? The county magistrate's family is governing the country. One is writing lewd and unnutritious Liu Bei texts. It's not even on the same level. Captain Jinhao looked at Zhang Sui again and suddenly felt that this Sui, was simply extraordinary. Definitely great talent. When you get a chance, recommend it to the housekeeper. If this Sui was able to establish himself in the Jin family, he, as a recommender, would also be able to do better. However, before that, there were still things for Zhang Sui to do. Captain Jinhao said with an expectant and ingratiating expression. So what, Zhang Sui, can you read it now and hear it again? End of chapter. Zhang Sui saw Captain Jinhao looking like this and laughed with a divine smile. Sure enough, men have been horny since the beginning of time. He realized he had found a way to get rich. Wild enough though, but, at least, not starving to death. Zhang Sui picked up the just-written text of Liu Bei and read it directly. In the first year of Xingping, the drifter Jinhao was recruited into the Zhao family. Miss Zhao's pretty face contained spring. Closing her eyes in Jinhao's straight gaze, the body trembles slightly. With Jinhao removing the belly band from Miss Zhao's body, Miss Zhao almost cried out and, trembling, brother, have mercy on me. From then on, the two were happily married. Day after day, Zhang Sui read the entire 1,000-character essay and shook his head. It didn't feel like much when I wrote it just now. Rereading it, I realized that a lot of details were not taken care of. Adding a few more details would definitely fill out this Liu Bei text, though it's more than one grade worse than Liu Bei one, who is on the female table. But, at least it's in the eye of the beholder. He read it to himself and felt his heart swell. The captain, Jinhao, was even red in the face and trembling with excitement. His right hand was deep under the hem of his shirt. Zhang Sui's face stiffened. Tao, magnificent enough. Listening to Liu Bei one, directly in Five Fingers Girl Seen Love. Captain Jinhao met Zhang Sui's odd expression, which calmed him down. With a somewhat sardonic look on his face, he stopped the movements of his hands and coughed dryly a few times. We are all lowly people without women's families. It's understandable, isn't it? Despite saying that, Captain Jinhao stood up and squeezed out a smile. It's really well written. Definitely the best article I've ever heard. Pointing outside, Captain Jinhao said, I'll take you to a brothel sometime? He also pointed to his feet and said, in that case, how about you stay here with me from now on? In that case, easy for you to write articles. Zhang Sui, that's just it. It's nice to live here. Other than that, it's spacious and there's no firewood. It's also safer to keep your own belongings here. Zhang Sui stood up and said, okay. Captain Jinhao was satisfied with Zhang Sui's attitude. Not as squirmy as the scribes he'd seen could be. Only then did Captain Jinhao busily put the text written by Zhang Sui carefully in his sleeve. Zhang Sui went back to Fang Adog's room to carry out his things. Fang Adog has fallen asleep. Zhang Sui didn't wake him up either. Zhang Sui directly hit the floor in Captain Jinhao's room. Only afterward did he go to the well and take a cool shower. It was already dark. After taking a shower, Zhang Sui then found a place to sit down. Yesterday, that little girl Jinrong had said that she would let him wait for him here today and that she would bring food over. After waiting not long, I saw a small figure holding something in front of me. Tiptoe over. When he got closer, it was really Jinrong. Jinrong handed a handkerchief to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui took it and opened it. Inside, surprisingly, were a dozen pieces of chopped duck. Jinrong said, "There are no more duck legs today. I'm afraid mother will be suspicious. I don't eat duck legs on weekdays. There must be something fishy about taking 2 yesterday and then again today. I just took more chopped duck." Zhang Sui gave Jinrong a thumbs up and said, "Smart, at a young age. To be able to think of this aspect is absolutely brilliant." Jinrong hemmed and hawed, sat on the edge of Zhang Sui, took out a wooden box from his sleeve, and opened it. Inside was a futon, a brush, and an ink stone. Jinrong said, "Then the portrait of my father is yours." Zhang Sui nodded and said, "I'll do my best. Don't blame me if the drawing isn't particularly similar." Jinrong tilted her head and looked at Zhang Sui, smiling so much that a small dimple appeared on the left side of her cheek. "Very cute," said, "You're helping me, so how could I possibly blame you?" After a pause, Jinrong said with a look of regret, "Unfortunately, you are a ministry, with a humble status. It's also shabby looking. Otherwise, I'll find a way to find my mother and have you become a gentleman for me." Zhang Sui gave a forehead. I felt that the duck in my mouth did not taste good. He hadn't looked at himself yet. There was no time to shine down the water during the day, and invisible at night. There's no brass mirrors around or anything like that. However, he was able to see that he was thin. This body was so thin it was down to bone and skin. Being so thin, it's a wonder it doesn't come off. And naturally, it doesn't look any better. Zhang Sui continued to eat the duck meat while saying, "There's nothing I can do. There's nothing to eat. I'm starving." Jinrong said, "I wonder if you'll grow some meat and look better when I grow up. From now on, every night, at this time, I'll bring you food. You eat more. I'm going to feed you fat, so that when I grow up and you marry me, it wouldn't be too offensive to my mother and sister." Zhang Sui laughed twice. What a thought for a little girl. She really took it seriously that she was going to marry her. Zhang Sui didn't dwell on the issue, but asked, "You're a young lady, right? Is it the first lady?" Jinrong said, "Father married mother and 2 concubines. In all, 3 brothers and 4 sisters were born. Everyone else calls me Miss Five, but dad and big brother are dead. The 2 concubines are also dead. Big sister married too. At the moment, it's just mother, me, my 2 brothers and 3 sisters at home." Zhang Sui nodded. Instead, it compounds the history of Jinmi's family. But there is something different. According to historical records, Jinmi's family, Jinmi's generation, is also 3 brothers and 5 daughters. But Zhang Sui remembered that Jinmi was the youngest one. Moreover, there is no detailed account of whether Jinmi's father had a concubine. And in this world, Jinmi became the second. However, that's not a certainty that this world is different from history. Because, ancient history books have very little to say about women. Jinmi's family's sisterly relationship. Naturally, it is even more unlikely to remember so clearly. There is a high probability of getting it wrong among them. Jinrong watched Zhang Sui finish eating and asked him a few more questions. For example, why did her dad and big brother get sick and die? When will she die? After she dies, will she get to meet her dad and big brother or something? Instead of comforting her, Zhang Sui explained the nature of life to Jinrong. The little girl's little face was bleak, but instead of making a scene, he listened intently. After listening to Zhang Sui, she then patted the dirt on her butt and went back. Zhang Sui also returned to Captain Jinhao's room to sleep. The next day, Fanye Dog was surprised that Zhang Sui had moved away. When he learned that Zhang Sui had moved to Captain Jinhao's place, Fanye Dog's heart was a little sour. He had originally thought that Zhang Sui would share a room with him, so that after Zhang Sui had finished writing that kind of essay, being able to read to him every day. Well now, Zhang Sui is gone, but he didn't dare say anything. After all, Zhang Sui went to the captain, Jinhao. Today Fanye Dog left the Jin mansion early and didn't participate in the training anymore. With the money he had raised, he went to buy ink, paper and ink stones. Surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Sui wrote another 1,000 words of Liu Bei's text. This time, the main character of Liu Bei's text is Fanye Dog. It is written about Fanye Dog who goes out to do something at night, meets a female ghost on the road, and haunts the female ghost. Zhang Sui finished writing and read it out. A group of ministries surrounded Zhang Sui, each breathing heavily, their eyes wider than bull's eyes. They opened their eyes. All along, they knew that ghosts were things that terrorized people. First time I've heard of it, and scented female ghosts, and something like haunting a female ghost. End of chapter. Zhang Sui finished reading the female ghost Liu Bei text he had written. looking at the surrounding ministries, each with a reddened expression. He was secretly pleased in his heart. Before crossing over, his writing was sparse. He never thought that one day, someone would read what he wrote, and it's so popular. Thinking about what the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, sent yesterday, Zhang Sui said to Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, "Captain, can I skip martial arts practice early today? I want to paint a picture urgently." The crowd came back to their senses. Captain Jin Hao was quite surprised. "You can still draw?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Not very skillful. I can only say that I can draw." Vice Captain Zhao Su nodded and said, "Then you go." However, just this once, he still had quite a bit of faith in Zhang Sui. If anyone else, Zhao Su might suspect that the other party was trying to be lazy, because, ever since Zhang Sui came to Jin Mansion for the past few days, he had to practice additional martial arts after practicing every day, and, each time, it's an extra half hour of practice, extra practice until you're drenched in sweat. Now, he has shown his talent again. Naturally, there is no need for doubt. Zhang Sui thanked Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su before returning to his room. Take out Jin Rong's scroll, bushel, brush and inkstone out. Zhang Sui still didn't use a brush, went outside, broke a branch, and ground the ink in an inkstone. Only then did Zhang Sui follow the drawings on the scroll. The portrait on the scroll, to be honest, doesn't really look like much. That face, weird as hell. Zhang Sui could only go by Jin Rong's appearance, and the clothes pictured on the scroll, and then combined with the face of the person in the portrait. A person is drawn. Of course, he's not very good at drawing. His drawing skills were probably not even introductory in the eyes of pre-traveling painters. However, this world of the end of the Han Dynasty doesn't have the same painters that existed before the crossing. Naturally, no one made too many professional demands on the paintings he drew. At this level, it's just enough. Zhang Sui finished painting in only 2 hours, blowing the ink dry and looking at the bushel of men in their 30s with handsome faces. Zhang Sui smiled rather smugly, putting the various things away. Zhang Sui then returned to the other ministries and practiced martial arts together. At dusk, he joined the group for their second meal of the day. Someone else go to bed. Instead, he stripped down to his shirt and practiced for an additional half hour in the open space of the compound. Today was the fourth of his extra practices. The first 3 editions were all only 1 pound of force. After sparring today, I was surprised that I accidentally triggered the strike chance. Today he got 0.7 pounds of strength straight out of the extra practice. His one-arm strength, from 150 pounds when he crossed over, went straight up to 151 pounds. Zhang Sui puffed out his brachial muscles. There was no feeling of increased strength. Zhang Sui isn't discouraged though. After all, it only added 1 pound of strength. It was already completely dark. Zhang Sui reflected the moonlight and went to the ancient well to finish his shower. Only then did he go back to his room and take out his scroll, brush, inkstone and bushel fan, and went to the ancient well to wait. After waiting for nearly half an hour, he was about to fall asleep before he saw the fifth young Miss Jin Rong come out. Today she still carries a handful of chopped duck. Zhang Sui handed her the wooden box containing the scroll, brush, inkstone and bushel fan. Only then did he take the duck in his handkerchief and begin to eat it. Fifth Miss Jin Rong opened the small wooden box and picked up the bushel fan. Looking at the handsome young man on top of the bushel, Jin Rong's large eyes were filled with delight. Though the face doesn't look much like the portrait on the scroll, yet, it was more to her liking. Fifth Miss Jin Rong looked at the portrait on the bushel with an infatuated face and said, "You've seen my father?" Zhang Sui shook his head as he ate the duck meat. "Nope, how could I have seen it? This is what I came up with based on your likeness, and the portrait on the scroll." The portrait on the scroll is a little too abstract. Only then did Jin Rong's eyes move away from the portrait on the futon. Bewildered, he looked at Zhang Sui and said, "What is the abstraction?" Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and explained, "Abstraction means that there are no characteristics, and you can't see the concrete." Jin Rong still didn't get it this time. She didn't dwell on it, though. She stood up and smiled at Zhang Sui. "I won't accompany you today. I'll go back to bed." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Sui's response, he directly hugged the small wooden box and flew away. Darting all the way back to her room, Jin Rong hung the scroll back on the wall and then lay down on her bed. Reflecting the light of the dim oil lamp, he looked at the portrait on the bushel in fascination, and muttered ceaselessly under his breath, "Father, father, this is daddy." Jin Rong looked at the bushel for a long time, and only then did she hold the bushel in her arms, with a contented little face. Closing her eyes, Jin Rong fell into a deep sleep. After a long time, a gentle female voice sounded outside. "Sister?" No response was heard before the door to the room was slowly pushed open. A young girl walked in. It was the young girl who had been looking around with a lantern earlier. This young girl is no other than the second young lady of the Jin Mansion, Junmi. Behind Junmi, There was also a beautiful young woman in her 30s with a convex front and curved back. It's Mrs. Chang. The two men walked in and went straight to the bed. Looking at Jinrong sleeping peacefully, Jinmi used her slender white jade finger to lift the latter's green silk from her forehead. Laughing, he said, slept pretty early today. Madam took the bushel fan from Jinrong's hand and was about to put it on the table. Just as she turned, her form froze. Only the bottom of the futon seemed to have a painting on it. A portrait of a man dressed in the same clothes as his husband during his lifetime. The lady's heart missed a beat and she was busy turning the bushel. A flash of disappointment crossed her face. It is indeed a portrait painting of the husband dressed in the same way as he was during his lifetime. But the looks are not similar. The man in this portrait is a little more handsome than the husband. Her husband had never been in good health during his lifetime, and as a result, his appearance was somewhat aged. The portrait is more like a masculine portrait of his own youngest daughter. And the pen and ink are new. The lady looked at the sleeping Jinrong with some curiosity. Who painted her? The bushel fan was the same one she always used. There was no such portrait before. Junmi, seeing the lady so deeply in love, suspiciously took the bushel and said, "Mother, what's wrong?" Seeing the portrait on the bushel, Junmi said oddly, "Who is this painting of? Dressed in the clothes of my father's life, yet looking like my little sister." Only then did Junmi come back to her senses. Leaning over, he gave Jinrong a peck on her small cheek. The lady said softly, "I think she got someone to draw your father's portrait. It's just that the person who drew the picture obviously never met your father. So he speculated on what your father looked like based on Rong's looks. The style of painting, however, does seem a bit different. For mother's sake, I haven't even seen it before." Jinmi wondered, when did my little sister know this kind of person? Would that person have ulterior motives? The lady mused for a moment and said, "Tomorrow when she wakes up, ask nicely for my mother. I hope it's not something else. Otherwise, my mother will not spare him." End of chapter. Madame and Jinmi stayed in Jinrong's room for a while longer before leaving. Madame returned to her room, stripping off a long dress, and exposing her snow-white shoulders. Madame lay alone under the quilt, and, looking up at the drapery overhead, it was a while before she let out a long sigh. "It's been years since my husband and eldest son died. The second son again lacks fire. Nowadays, the entire Jin family relied on herself, a woman, to support them." Thinking of the portrait on her youngest daughter's bushel, the lady frowned slightly. "I hope it's not something else. If he was bullying his widow and orphan, then he was bound to pay a heavy price." When she thought of the portrait on the bushel, the lady felt a little empty in her heart. Though in this year, survivors are often remarried as well. But as the present-day mistress of the Jin family, her own two sons, all four daughters are not yet adults. If you remarry, the Jin family will be finished. In this chaotic world, how many people will be implicated if the Yin family is finished? The consequences for your own son and daughter are unimaginable. She would just have to hold back, fingers deep in the comforter. The lady's pretty face flushed and a suppressed and slight gasp escaped from her red lips. The lady buried her head inside the comforter and said with a hint of trembling in her voice, "Husband, I really want to die with you." Besides, Jinrong slept until dawn. Getting herself dressed, Jinrong came out of her room with a futon in her hand. Just as he walked down the hallway of the compound, he saw that the lady was talking to a teenager about something. The young man is no one else but Jin Yen, the second son of Jin Fu. Seeing Jinrong coming over, the madam turned her head and waved at Jinrong. Jinrong busily trotted over and tilted her head to reveal a sweet smile as she said, "Mother, second brother." The lady took the bushel from Jinrong, turned her face, and turned the portrait upward. And, to Jinrong, he said, Wrong. This portrait, who painted it for you?" Jinrong. As Zheng Sui's appearance surfaced in her mind, Jinrong's pair of eyes rolled down. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, "It's an exceptionally powerful gentleman, but he told me that I couldn't reveal his identity, or else he wouldn't see me in the future." Madam bent down and said softly, Wrong. You're still young, only 6 years old, can't tell the bad guys from the good guys. You tell my mother that I will go and meet him. If he is a good man, my mother will thank him with a great deal of money. If he's a bad man, mother will drive him away." Jinrong's head shook like a rattle as she said, "I can't say." The lady furrowed her brows. After all, she didn't continue to ask. This youngest daughter of his own, though very small, has an unusually stubborn temper, kind of like her dead daddy. It didn't seem wise to start with her. Thinking of this, the madam squeezed out a smile and said, "That's fine, for mother won't force you. If you have something, you must tell my mother. Go get some breakfast." Jinrong hummed. Before she bounced off with the bushel, madam looked at Jinrong's tiny back as she left and let out a dark sigh. To Jin Yen, she said, "Yenner, repeat what I just said to you." Yen scratched her face and snapped, "Mother, I didn't memorize it." How about, you repeat A? Before Yin Yan could finish her words, she blushed and lowered her head. Only the lady's beautiful eyes were filled with anger that was ready to explode at any moment. The lady looked at Yin Yan in such a state, but after all, she did not speak again, and turned around and left. In a tired voice, she said, concentrate when I teach you for my mother. You're always so absent-minded. How will you take over this huge Jin family in the future? We are orphans and widows, and countless pairs of eyes are staring, hating the fact that all of us in the Jin family are mediocre. If you're incompetent, the Jin family will be eaten to the bone. The misery of those ministries in our family who came here from the last recruitment. Doesn't that teach you a lesson? Once our Jin family is overrun, my mother and your sisters will surely be spoiled. Even corpses. You and your brother will just have to be what those ministries came into my Jin family. Yen Yen responded in a low voice. Yen Yen followed his wife's footsteps. The group came to the hall of the Jin family. After eating, Jinrong sighed with a bushel fan cheerfully ran to the private school. Private school, a compound dedicated to the Jin mansion. In this compound, the small children of the Jin family's immediate bloodline all studied. The teacher in charge of teaching was a famous local scholar who was hired with heavy money. In these troubled times, there are stragglers everywhere. There are bullies. There are killers. Too dangerous for small children. So, a famous family like the Jin family, whose children study, all no longer go to famous people for schooling as they used to. Instead, they hired famous scholars into their homes at great expense to teach reading. Even, the family members of the celebrities are given to the residents. The vast majority of famous people are not having a good time in these chaotic times, or in the year of the disaster. There were countless starvation, disease and killings. Therefore, these famous men, in order to feed and clothe themselves, and for the safety of their families, they were also happy to go to a prestigious residence like the Jin family and teach each other's offspring by ear. Madam watched Jinrong leave. Only then did he greet a maid and said, send someone to keep an eye on Miss Rong in these days. Don't alert the snakes, and see where she goes and which people she meets with in these days. The maid answered. Jinrong studied all day at the private school, even though she's a girl. But in the Jin family, all the girls have to study too. It's not about being able to get out in the future. In this day and age, women don't have that power. The girls of the Jin family have to study, just like the women of other big families have to study. There are only two purposes. First, reading enables them to be sensible and to have the dignified and virtuous temperament of a lady of the house. In the future, I will be able to marry a man who is a good match for me. Secondly, after marrying in the future, they will teach their children. How can you educate good children when you can't even recognize basic words? After coming out of the private school, Jinrong went to dinner, citing her hunger in the evening as the reason for, asked to walk away with a big bowl of soup cake. Returning to his room, he bathed and changed his clothes with the help of his maid. After all this, it was already dark. Jinrong watched the maids leave before Jinrong quietly left the room with a large bowl of soup cakes, rushed to the ancient well near the ministry. There, Zhang Sui is taking a shower. Jinrong walked over and said, these days, I might not be able to come every day. Zhang Sui stopped showering and wondered, what's wrong? Jinrong placed a large bowl of soup cakes on the floor before saying, early this morning, my mother then asked me who painted the picture of my father on the bushel. Look at her serious face. She must suspect you're a bad person and think you're trying to take advantage of me. Maybe she'll even set up someone to follow me. I'll hide for a few days without looking for you. I'll come back to you after this time when mother doesn't suspect you. Zhang Sui looked at Zhang Jinrong with a somewhat odd expression. Taking advantage of this little girl? He's not a pervert. What can he think of a 6-year-old? However, it's normal that people would have this defense as a mother. It's just that, since he suspects it, he's afraid he hasn't already sent someone to follow it. Zhang Sui looked around. Rather, I didn't see anyone. Zhang Sui shook his head. He himself hadn't done anything excessive to Jinrong in the first place. If madam really wants to come to the door, we'll explain then. Himself is quite popular with the ministry these days. There was no need to worry about the lady directly letting people secretly get themselves killed. Nodding at Jinrong, Zhang Sui smiled. Good. End of chapter. Jinrong was relieved to see Zhang Sui nod his head. She was really worried that Zhang Sui would say no. This time, Jinrong didn't stay with Zhang Sui for long. Urging Zhang Sui to finish his soup cake, Jinrong took the soup bowl and left. In the darkness of the night, a figure stood in the shadows of the courtyard wall, silently watching the scene. It was not until Jinrong left that the figure left as well, and several corridors. Only then did she stop at the door of a room and knocked on the door. Ma'am, I'm Xiaohong. I've already seen who the fifth young miss went to see. A warm female voice rang out. Come in and speak. The figure pushed the door of the room open and entered, closing it again. It was only by the bed in the room that the lady was sitting on her knees in front of a desk and table, writing something with a brush on a bamboo slip. Seeing the figure enter, The lady then stopped writing and, frowning her diaphanous brows, she asked, "Who did the fifth young lady meet with? What did they all do?" The figure made a bow and, only then did he say, "The fifth young lady took a bowl of soup cakes to that ancient well outside the ministry residence. Met with a man named Zhang Sui, who just joined Arjun family's ministry not long ago. Didn't do anything special. Miss just let this Zhang Sui finish the soup cake, and tell that Zhang Sui that she can't see him again for a few days. Say she has aroused your suspicions." "Ma'am," the lady laughed in anger, "this little daughter of his, only 6 years old, is quite thoughtful." Both knew they were suspicious. Just, ultimately, a 6-year-old, poorly thought out. Since he was suspicious, how could he put off solving the problem until later? However, the lady's hanging heart gave a small sigh of relief. The man was at the mansion and identified. Hasn't done anything outrageous to his little girl yet. Count on him to have a sense of proportion. Otherwise, today is the day he dies. After a short pause, the lady said, "From now on, keep this Zhang Sui under surveillance day and night. Look at what he's doing every day. Report to me every day at this time." The figure said. "Here." The figure retreated. A flicker of curiosity flashed across the lady's pretty face as she watched the figure exit the room and close the door. The results of this tracking today were a bit unexpected. The ministry that just joined your own Yen family? How can anyone paint? Moreover, the technique of this painting, although the level is not high, has moved the brain. She was also a little curious to see what kind of being the man was. Only, she didn't dwell on it after all. Wait a few days to follow up on that. Not just anyone is entitled to a personal audience of their own. Madam lowered her head, and continued to murmur under her breath. Then with a brush, he wrote a series of numbers on a bamboo slip. On the other hand, Zhang Sui returned to his room. "I was about to lie down when I saw Captain Jinhao climb up and say, 'Hey, Zhang Sui, you said during the day that you could draw.'" Zhang Sui was about to lie down. Seeing Captain Jinhao ask this, Zhang Sui said, "Yes it will. What's wrong?" Jinhao scratched his face and said with some embarrassment, "So what? I'm not as talented as you are and can read so well. I can't even listen to you read that text if you're not there one day." Zhang Sui smiled knowingly at Jinhao and said, "The captain wants me to draw you a picture, right? Draw a portrait of a woman that looks good. You can't read and write. You can still look at a painting." Captain Jinhao let out an embarrassed laugh when he saw that his little mind had been pierced. "Still hard. It's like this. I have my eye on one of the maids in the mansion, called Xiaodai. If I may, I'll ask her to come over tomorrow. You help her paint. Better yet, be able to paint her better. I could have paid." After saying that, Jinhao got up from the bed, crawled under the bed, opened the wooden box, and, taking out another roll of silk, he gritted his teeth, still determined, and handed it to Zhang Sui. "Here, it's 3 feet long. That's a year's salary for me. You boy. It would take at least 3 years to get that salary if you were only a minister. Now, it's worth it to get so much for just one painting, isn't it?" Zhang Sui hemmed and hawed. "That makes sense. And, it's chaos. Where else can you go to make so much money after leaving the Jin family? To be honest, this captain still speaks politely. Otherwise, if he doesn't pay a cent and forces himself, won't he help him paint? After all, it's under someone else's hand. People easily give you small shoes to fill." Thinking of this, Zhang Sui took the cloth and put it at the head of his own bed. And again, when he wrote Liu Bei's text earlier, the 10 feet of silk given by Captain Jinhao was handed to Captain Jinhao and said, "Captain, you are too kind. You're my captain. We have a lot to help each other with. How dare I ask you for so much? That's all there is to it. Tomorrow you have that little butterfly come over and I'll help her paint. Only, don't blame you, Captain, if the drawing isn't too good." Captain Jinhao grinned broadly and patted Zhang Sui's shoulder. "Well said. Honestly, I thought you were smooth from the first time I saw you." The two chatted for a while longer before they each went to sleep. Zhang Sui touched the satin on his bed before he went to sleep, the corners of his mouth grinning slightly upwards. "It's a great way to make money. With this silk, oneself for the next few years. Save a little, don't have to starve." Early the next morning, Zhang Sui and the others were pulled up to continue practicing martial arts, still zigzagging. In the morning, after the first meal of the day, the people found their own places to rest for a while. Captain Jinhao, on the other hand, put a 17 or 18-year-old, pockmarked and, some needy woman called over, but did not enter the courtyard where the ministry was located. This woman, called Xiaodai, didn't dare to come in. Captain Jinhao could only let her sit down on her knees on the grass outside the archway. After that, Captain Jinhao took matters into his own hands and constructed a case with stones and boards that. He also fetched Zhang Sui a pen, ink, paper and inkstone and asked Zhang Sui to draw a picture for Xiaodai. Zhang Sui folded a small branch and approached Captain Jinhao, directing the other man to sharpen the branch into the shape of a pencil. He then dabbed at the ink and began to draw. Xiao Dai sat on her knees on the grass, watching Zhang Sui draw while staring at herself from time to time. His face swelled red, and the minions, gathered inside the archway, looked out over the scene of the. One was so envious that his mouth was watering. It was not just envy that Captain Jinhao was able to call on his maid Xiao Dai to paint, even more so, he envied Zhang Sui for even having this ability to draw people out. The figure of the lady's arrangement stood in the distance, looking out over the place, and for a few moments, only then did she leave and find the lady, telling her what Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao and the others were doing. The lady said, "Have Little Butterfly ask for a portrait and send it to me at night." The figure answered. Zhang Sui was drawing seriously when he saw another maid walking over, attached his ear and whispered something in Dai's ear. Xiao Dai glanced at the maid with some surprise. Still, she nodded quickly. End of chapter. Neither Zhang Sui nor Captain Jinhao felt anything different. Zhang Sui continued to draw. Captain Jinhao, on the other hand, stood on the side, admiring the painting drawn by Zhang Sui and appreciating the little butterfly. It had been nearly 2 hours before Zhang Sui had completely finished painting Little Butterfly. He nodded in satisfaction. There's an 8-point resemblance. This would have been even better with paint and a bit of smearing, but now it's clearly not. While carefully blowing on the ink, Zhang Sui said to Xiao Dai and Captain Jinhao, "The drawing is done." Captain Jinhao sked. "That's really good. It's the first time I've ever seen someone who can draw a picture that looks so much like each other." Xiao Dai also stood up and walked over. Looking at the portrait of herself on the paper, a blush crept up on Xiao Dai's face. Growing up, she had never imagined that a maid like herself would have someone specializing in painting. Still, she quickly came back to her senses and, to Captain Jinhao and Zhang Sui, he said, "I want this portrait to be preserved, and I wonder if I can." Captain Jinhao hurriedly looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang continued to blow ink while laughing. "There's nothing wrong with it. Give me 1.5 hours this time, and I'll copy this portrait." Little Butterfly smiled sweetly. "That thanks." Pointing behind her, Xiao Dai said, "I've been coming over for a long time. In that case, I'll go ahead and get busy, and when you're done, meet me there with your portraits." Captain Jinhao nodded. Yes. Only then did Little Butterfly leave in style. Captain Jinhao watched with fondness as Xiao Dai left. Zhang Sui snickered. "Captain likes this Little Butterfly girl?" Captain Jinhao didn't squirm and nodded. "Can't say I like it. Let's just say it's a one-sided adoration. Ministries like ours are all brown men who can't read big words, and with his head hanging at his waist at all times, he is sure to lose his life at any moment. That's why I can't even think about starting a family." Look inside the archway behind you. The ministry, which had been watching earlier, had long since left. These ministries had to practice martial arts and maintain their strength, but they didn't dare to be as laid back as he and Zhang Sui. Captain Jinhao looked bleak and said, "Let's just say that they. Do you know why one and all heard those words you wrote and monkeyed around with them? But no one ever moved to find a housemaid? Except for feeling unworthy of these maids in the mansion. The other, too, is afraid of losing his life at any moment. Nowadays, in these troubled times, once a woman is married, pregnant with a child, and her man dies, that's the sky falling." Zhang Sui's original snickering expression was silent at this point. Indeed, it's the end of the Han dynasty now. According to historical records, during the reign of Emperor Huan of the Eastern Han dynasty, this land had a population of 56 million people, and after all this time at the end of the Han, by the time the final 3 points were returned to the Jin, there were just under 8 million left. Cao Cao also wrote in his poem, "White bones are exposed in the wild, and no chickens crow for thousands of miles." The entire period of the late Han dynasty, except for the various large-scale wars that resulted in a large number of dead people, for Cao Cao's he condoned several massacres by the generals under his command. Ordinary people, wanting to live in this chaotic world, can see how difficult it is. For that matter, 2,000 years later, there are still countless keyboard warriors who gush, if the crossing of the, they are willing to assist Cao Cao in unifying the country. But it never occurred to me that by crossing over, most people would have to be Cao Cao's two-legged sheep. Zhang Sui patted Captain Jinhao's shoulder and said, "How can I put it? Life is all about happiness. If there is something to fold, you must fold it. Don't wait until there is nothing to fold." Captain Jinhao instantly perked up, pointing at the portrait. This write on it. Write it next to the portrait." Captain Jinhao exclaimed. "Zhang Sui, you are truly a talent. Not only can you write articles and paint." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. The feeling of sadness that had just been created was instantly washed away. Zhang Sui didn't squirm and directly wrote these words in the empty space next to the portrait. After writing, Zhang Sui took out a blank sheet of paper to copy the portrait. In less than half an hour, the copying was done. Captain Jinhao took the portrait and went inside to hide it. This portrait of Little Butterfly was something he could treasure for the rest of his life. When you're lonely and isolated later, You can take it out and admire it. Only after hiding the portrait. Captain Jinhao left the ministry's compound with Zhang Sui. Go to the front compound and look for Butterfly. Although Zhang Sui had already been in the Jin mansion for several days. However, it was the first time Zhang Sui had left the ministry compound. For the past few days, he had been practicing martial arts in the ministry compound. It was only after this departure that he realized that the Jin mansion wasn't just luxurious to look at on the outside, but inside. It's even more imposing. Hallways everywhere, grass and trees everywhere fully clothed, watery looking, youthful, a maid like a dainty dew. Zhang Sui couldn't help but think of the women in the group of stragglers who had just crossed over earlier. Both the old women and the young girls were all dirty and withered. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. If a woman from 2000 years from now had traveled over like herself, to be able to become a maid of the Jin family is probably the limit. These maids are busy with their own things. Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao came over before some eyes looked over. None of it, however, has any emotional overtones in it. Captain Jinhao and Zhang Sui quickly found Xiao Dai and gave her the finished portrait. Only then did Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao leave. The two of them hadn't left for much longer before the surrounding maids converged and gathered around Xiao Dai. Looking at the portrait in Xiao Dai's hand, the maids chirped. Xiao Dai, your portrait? Surprisingly, someone drew your portrait. Beautifully drawn. Who painted it? Draw me one too. Dai couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Looking at the portrait, Xiao Dai said with a proud and shy face. The captain asked that ministry called Zhang Sui to draw it just now. That Zhang Sui, who looks so skinny and weak, didn't expect to have such a skill. The maids marveled more and more. I didn't expect such a wizard to emerge from that group of big old men. Just as the maids were warbling, a figure walked over. I don't know who mentioned second missus here. The maids' faces suddenly changed. Dizzy heads hung low and dispersed, each returning to his post to get busy. Xiao Dai also blushed a little. She didn't leave, though. She had admirers in mind. The portrait in her hand was the one that Madame had asked for. Second Miss Jinmi came over. Xiao Dai was busy with a graceful salute. Second Miss Jinmi's cool and pretty face did not see any angry expression. Her eyes swept over the paper in Dai's hand. Reaching out, he took the paper from Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly busily said, "This is what Madame wanted and asked me to send it over." Jinmi ignored Xiao Dai and just carefully scanned the portrait. Even though she is a woman, however, as the second young miss of the Jin family, she had worked hard at her studies since she was a child. When my father was alive, he teased her, saying that she was a woman, and that no talent was a virtue. So what was the point of studying? All disliked by her. She had always thought that the more a woman had to study instead, especially if she was born into a prestigious family like the Jin family. The reason is also simple. A great lady like her will only marry into a big family in the future. And if you want to live in a big family, if you don't read, you don't have the talent to recognize right from wrong. What's the point of having an empty frame that's been raised well, like that bamboo? The mouth is sharp and the skin is thick and the belly is empty. Whenever there's an emergency and you need to make up your mind, if you don't read, all you can do is cry, waiting for the others to relieve them. And in an emergency, human nature is selfish, all thinking of self-preservation. Who cares about you? A woman? It's very likely that they'll be treated as a liability and abandoned. So you can imagine what will happen to them. So, reading is also a way to make a living for the future. And so it is. After father and elder brother passed away, this Shin family could only rely on her mother to support them. For the first period of time, my mother was in tears every day. It was well that she had read a great deal, pressed down her grief, and struck out with urgent. Got through that with mom. Even my mother used to say that she was too much better than second brother. But it's a pity that she's a woman. Otherwise, the Yen family has a bright future with her. It's just that, even after studying hard and reading so much, Junmi also had not seen the style of the drawing on this paper. Also, what's the writing next to the painting? Surprisingly, she couldn't recognize a few words. Also, writing has been done vertically, right to left, since the beginning of time. And the words on this portrait are written horizontally. Also, this character, it's neither a small seal nor an official script. Not even any kind of writing she'd ever seen. Yet, it's kind of like a scribe, much less scribble. Junmi instantly thought of the painting on her little sister Jinrong's futon, both a style. This little butterfly said, "Mother wants it? So that means mother has investigated who the other party is?" Handing the portrait back to Xiao Dai, Junmi said, "You go. I'll ask my mother again at night to find out who this mysterious person who hooked up with my little sister is." End of chapter. Besides, Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao returned to the ministry compound. Zhang Sui joined the ministry's ranks and practiced martial arts along with everyone else, still zigzagging, practicing until dusk. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su announced the dismissal for dinner. The ministry has 2 meals a day. Big morning breakfast. It was thin rice. At dusk was dinner, which was thin rice with greens. When everyone gathered to eat, someone looked at Captain Jinhao and said, "Captain, where's the painting Zhang Sui drew for you? Don't you want to take a look?" The crowd chimed in. Captain Jinhao's face also raised a smile. Beautiful things are always meant to be shared. Running back to his room, he took out Xiao Dai's portrait, but Captain Jinhao didn't hand it out, but unfolded it and displayed in front of a crowd. Sharing is sharing, but not letting anyone else touch is the bottom line. Captain Jinhao disliked this group of people too much. Their dirty hands touched the portrait and he didn't even feel like it was clean anymore. When the people saw the portrait, each of them had a scarlet gaze. "Great painting, but it's marvelous. Captain, why don't you lend it to me for a night? I'll give you 20 coins. Captain Jinhao snorted, busy collecting the portrait and running back to his room to hide it. "Are you kidding me? This portrait was lent out for one night, and he would not know what the group wanted to do? The only person who can do anything about this portrait is himself." Captain Jinhao returned to his position and continued eating while saying, "Don't fantasize about me, baby. Train well. Save your money. Save enough. I'll grant you leave. You'll go to a whorehouse, cuddle up to a woman. Doesn't it smell better than this one of mine?" There was a hush from the crowd. A trip to a brothel, even the most common prostitute, costs them a small half-year's salary at a time. And it doesn't cost anything to take a portrait and appreciate it, and it's always available. Some people looked at Zhang Sui and queried, "Zhang Sui, how much does it cost to paint a painting like this?" Before Zhang Sui could say anything, Captain Jinhao said, "I asked him to paint this one picture. 3 fathoms of silk were used." The crowd was dumbfounded. 3 fathoms of silk. It would take them years of not eating or drinking. Zhang Sui's eyes rolled as he looked at the crowd's bitter faces one by one. Not everyone is as generous as the captain, and gives as good as they get. These people, in turn, have given themselves a money-making idea. It's hard to make money writing Liu Bei when most people don't know how to read. If it's a portrait, it all works. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed. "Captain, that is to designate someone to draw. If you don't designate who to draw, paint as I please, and I'll make sure to paint a beautiful woman. It's cheaper that way. A fathom of silk it is." The crowd remained somewhat hesitant. Captain Jinhao smiled and said to Vice Captain Zhao Su, "Old Zhao, you don't want it?" Vice Captain Zhao Su grimaced bitterly and glanced at Zhang Sui. "1 zhang of silk. It's all enough for me to go to a whorehouse and find a good-looking woman for a session." The crowd nodded. Zhang Sui pretended not to see it. He also understood that the pricing was too high, but you can't lower the price now. Compared to Captain Jinhao's painting, it has dropped once. That if you drop a second time immediately, in everyone's mind, then you can still drop it yourself. Got to make them beg for it. Thinking like this, Zhang Sui burst out laughing. His own crap drawing skills, before crossing over, were just enough to fool the clueless little girls. In front of a professional painter, it's a joke. I didn't realize that it would be so effective at the end of this Han dynasty. After eating, the crowd each washed their own dinner bowls. Some people go straight to sleep. Some people go to the ancient well to carry water for bathing. Zhang Sui, meanwhile, went back into the house to rest for a while and cool off from the heat. Then he was ready to continue practicing for an additional half hour. Just then, a head poked in from the doorway of the room. It was certainly Fang A Dog. Captain Jinhao was also in the room. Seeing Fang A Dog probing his head, Captain Jinhao asked suspiciously with a sullen face, "Something wrong?" Fang A Dog smiled sarcastically and pointed at Zhang Sui. "Zhang Sui, can you come out?" Zhang Sui had some joy in his heart. "Here we go. The ultimate pricer of your own paintings is this Fang A Dog." Zhang Sui stood up and walked out. Fang A Dog took Zhang Sui to his own room, opened a wooden box and took out a roll of silk. Smiling curtly, he stuffed it into Zhang Sui's hand and said, "I only have 5 feet of silk here. It's all I have. There are a couple dozen coins left. I'm going to save them for when I go out and buy some dry biscuits to eat. How about you just do me a favor? Count me as owing you a favor." Zhang Sui looked at Fang A Dog in such a state and was slightly embarrassed. Fang A Dog added, "I'm the first brother you've ever known, right? When you just came in. And I'll give you 3 extra dry biscuits." When Zhang Sui heard Fang A Dog say this, he sighed and said, "All right, who let us know each other so well? So 5 feet is 5 feet. Fang A Dog smiled with his eyebrows and put his arm around Zhang Sui's shoulder. "Good brother. Feel free to say anything in the future." Zhang Sui asked, "What kind of a woman do you want me to draw?" Fang A Dog raised an eyebrow and said, "It's similar to the one of Captain Jinhao. And, nudity. You know, we have that fetish." Zhang Sui understood and said, "Then wait. That said, leave." Zhang Sui went back to his room and put the satin in his wooden box. Asked the captain, "Jinhao, for a piece of paper, an ink stone." Captain Jinhao saw Zhang Sui lying on the ground and drew straight up. Curious, how much satin is this? And you helped paint it? Zhang Sui lamented. They're all brothers, they really can't afford it, so what can they do? Captain Jinhao looked at Zhang Sui, patted his shoulder, and exclaimed, well said. We are all Jin family ministries and will face the enemy together in the future. Sometimes it helps unity to do proper favors to your brothers. Zhang Sui nodded deeply, because he didn't need any reference. Zhang Sui casually drew a picture of a woman out of thin air. Unlike Xiao Chui, who was tightly dressed, this woman was wearing a long dress, but that, bare shoulders and 2 long legs. Captain Jinhao had a nosebleed directly, and his breathing was a bit rapid. Holy, Zhang Sui, you're so talented. Saying so, he took out in a panic the 10 feet of silk that Zhang Sui had returned to him, and said excitedly, this, you give it to me, Zhang Sui. I'll recognize you as my brother for the rest of my life. Zhang Sui looked at Captain Jinhao's monkeyish appearance and secretly cursed. This bit of talent. If he had seen movies from small island nations in Europe and America before he crossed over, wouldn't he have died of excitement on the spot? Despite this sputtering, Zhang Sui still said, good. Captain Jinhao busily took the initiative to put the 10 feet of silk into Zhang Sui's wooden box. Zhang Sui quickly finished this portrait and gave it to Captain Jinhao. Captain Jinhao busily lay down on the bed, facing the wall with his back to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui, without bothering about Captain Jinhao anymore, Zhang Sui drew another portrait of a woman. It was a little different from the one drawn for Captain Jinhao, but it was still bare shoulders and 2 long legs. This kind of spontaneous painting, he draws a picture and solves it in a quarter of an hour. Giving the painting to Fang A Dog, Zhang Sui then went for extra practice. Fang A Dog was so excited that he made ghostly noises in the room. The other ministries in the compound heard the commotion and walked suspiciously toward Fang Dog's room. Within moments, an audible intake of breath sounded. This is what Zhang Sui drew for you. Just 5 feet of silk? It's not 5 feet of silk. It's what people put up with for the sake of my brotherhood with him. Gee, that's pretty. I'm going too. Zhang Sui practiced extra hard while listening to the clamor of the group. It didn't take long for several people to come out clutching silks and surround Zhang Sui. One smiled with the other. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at the silks in the hands of the crowd and was happy in his heart. Get rich! Get rich! A few random drawings of beautiful women can earn so much silk. Sure enough, knowledge is money. Nonetheless, Zhang Sui still had a difficult look on his face. The crowd thought that Zhang Sui was unwilling and pleaded more and more. Zhang Sui, I will remember your kindness. Count on helping me once and you'll be brothers from now on. Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui met the crowd with such a look and sighed. Alright, you will place the silks in the open space to the left of the captain's room. I'll add a few moments. After extra practice, I'll paint you guys. The crowd jumped up and down. They have put the silks over. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su looked at this scene and nodded their heads continuously. This Su, the character can be, though talented, however, is not averse to these ministries. Zhang Sui finished his extra training. Today's extra practice triggered the blaster, and he got 0.5 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui didn't bother to pay much attention. 0.5 pounds of force, won't feel a thing. Chang then went to the ancient well to take a shower. The ministry guarding the archway was much more respectful this time when they saw Zhang Sui. After Zhang Sui took a shower, the 5th young Miss Jinrong hadn't even arrived. Zhang Sui didn't continue to wait. Before, Jinrong had said that she wouldn't come in the next few days. Zhang Sui went back into the house and drew a picture under the dim oil lamp. And when the water in his hair had dried, that's when he went to bed. On the other side, Madam and 2nd Miss Jinmi went to 5th Miss Jinrong's room. Seeing that the 5th young lady, Jinrong, had already climbed onto the bed, Madam went over and sat on the edge of the bed, and, rubbing her little face, he signaled her to sleep. Only after that did the lady leave with the 2nd young Miss Jinmi. Jinrong lay in bed, but she couldn't sleep. She looked out the window with her 2 extra large eyes. That Zhang Sui, who hadn't sent food over by himself today, wondered if he would starve. His thin body floated in her mind, and Jinrong sighed long and hard at her small age. Gotta get him to eat more often. Otherwise, he couldn't even be his husband when he grew up and he was so skinny. But there's nothing you can do about it now. Gotta hold back. Otherwise, if you go over to him and your mother finds out, you won't be able to eat. I'm sure my mother won't do anything to herself. However, Zhang Sui could not say the same. As Madam and 2nd Miss Jinmi exited Jinrong's room, Madam, while walking towards her own room, on one side, he said, Mirror, you also go to bed early. During the day, you have to help with the accounts and read, so you need to sleep well at night. Junmi, however, did not leave, but stopped and asked, Mother, did you find the man who helped my little sister draw on the futon? The lady hummed, and took a sheet of paper out of her sleeve and, handing it to Junmi, he said, It's the person who drew this picture. inside our newly recruited ministry, the one called Zhang Sui, for mother has not yet gone to see what he is like, but since it's inside our Jin family, and, moreover, it's not hidden, neither did she seek out Romer to do anything excessive, just eating something Romer sent over every night. For the time being, just look. Jinmi results in the paper and opens it, and sure enough, it's the same picture she saw today. Jinmi pointed to the portrait on the paper and the text in the empty space and said, "This style of painting, my daughter has never seen before. These words, strange, nor is it written as any daughter would know it. Could it be a spy sent by the Hoosiers?" The lady guffawed. "If he's a spy master, isn't he shooting himself in the foot by displaying his differences so blatantly? Honestly, for my mother's sake, I'm also curious as to what he's writing these and what he's learned. However, the last few days have been too much for my mother to spare. It's time for the monthly settlement." Jinmi nodded her head in deep thought before bidding farewell and leaving. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui got up and followed the crowd to continue his horse stance. After breakfast, he asked Captain Jinhao for a few hours leave to draw for all the ministries. By dusk, Zhang Sui had drawn 24 pictures of beautiful women. All the ministries got these beautiful pictures, and each of them ghosted with excitement. They had never seen such beautiful women on these beautiful pictures. Also, the women in these beautiful pictures are so Thai. One had bare shoulders and 2 slender thighs. One of the guard minions who stood at the archway entrance bought one as well. Holding the beautiful figure in both hands, he kept kissing it carefully. From afar, second Miss Shinmi watched this scene, a trace of curiosity flashing across her cool face. What's all the excitement about? These ministries? Also, what does that guard ministry, pro paper mean? Second Miss Shinmi recruited a maid, pointing to the guardsmen who were kissing the paper. He said, "Go and bring what he is holding in his hand and say I want it." The maid answered and went over quickly. When the guards ministers saw the maid coming, they hid the paper quickly in their sleeves and stood straight. The maid walked up to him and shook her little hand and said, "Second Miss said she wanted to see what you have here." The guard ministry's face instantly swelled red, and it was a little too vain to look at the maid. The maid narrowed her eyes and said, "You're going to disobey Second Miss's orders?" The guard ministry clenched its teeth, but still handed over the beauty map from its sleeve. People have to bow down under the roof. The consequences of offending Second Miss are unimaginable. In this Shin family residence, the first person is Madam. The second person is the second lady. The second young lady's status was even higher than the second prince's. The maid took the beauty chart and walked directly towards the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi took the beauty picture and opened it. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her pretty face swelled red. Only on the paper, a young woman with 1,000 beautiful women, forked legs, sat on the ground. The long dress she was wearing faded below her shoulders. Underneath the long skirt, 2 long, slender, white legs were exposed. Second Miss Shinmi's voice was trembling as she said, "Denizen, the one who drew this picture. Just a denizen, just about to tear the beauty chart to shreds." Junmi, however, held back. She took several deep breaths to suppress the anger within her, before she looked at the maid and, in an icy voice, he said, "Tomorrow morning, get the person who drew this picture to come over and meet me at the moon reflecting pavilion." After saying that, as soon as he threw the beauty chart at the maid, he turned around and left. This kind of denizen should never be allowed to get close to his little sister. The maid watched suspiciously as second Miss Shinmi left, her hands scrambling to grab at the beauty chart that was flung at her. In the next moment, when the beauty chart was grasped in her hand, the maid's face also instantly turned red. So it is. The painting is so tawdry. There's no feminine reserve. But the maid, red-faced, covered her eyes with the 5 fingers of her left hand, and her eyes looked through her fingers at the picture of the beauty. But I have to say, the beauty on this paper is quite good looking. I wonder who drew it. So competent? It's just that it's not being used in the right way. End of chapter. The maid carefully folded the picture of the beauty and, sending it back to the guard minister, he said, "Inform the man who drew this picture for you to come and wait here tomorrow morning. I will take him to the pavilion of the reflecting moon, to see the second miss. Also, tell him that the second lady is angry and to speak properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you get kicked out." The maid finished and turned to leave. Normally, she wouldn't have warned. However, she still thought that the one drawing the picture was a talented person. It's a shame to be driven away like that. The guard ministry, when they heard the maid say this, changed their faces suddenly, and ran into the archway, and, finding Zhang Sui, he said, "Zhang Sui, second miss wants to see you in the morning and seems to be very angry." The ministries were instantly quiet. Everyone looked at Zhang Sui with some sympathy. Captain Jinhao hurriedly said, "What's the situation?" Zhang Sui has been practicing martial arts in the compound. Why does the second young lady want to see him? And angry? The guard ministry blushed a little red. scratched his greasy hair, and, somewhat guiltily glancing at Zhang Sui, he snapped, just now. I didn't notice second miss looking at me from a distance. Just took the painting that Zhang Sui gave me and kissed it a few times, and second miss took away my painting and looked at it for a while, and then it was like that. The crowd looked a bit ugly. A burly man kicked the guard's minion in the stomach, knocking him over, and he scolded angrily, pitiful goods, Zhang Sui worked so hard to paint for you, and you're just going to screw him over like this? What do you do at night? Who cares? Who told you to be shameless in public? If Zhang Sui gets kicked out of this, I'll get you killed. The crowd was silent, afraid to speak. In fact, just now, everyone was a little excited to get the beauty chart. They were all in a frenzy. Press didn't expect second miss to show up. Let's just say that the guard ministry had the bad luck to get caught. The Jin family is a prestigious family in Wuji County, so naturally they are not used to seeing these beauty pictures. The guard ministry was kicked to the ground and did not dare to resist. The strong man still has to kick. Zhang Sui hurriedly stopped it. Forget it, things have happened. I don't think he did it on purpose. The guard ministry looked at Zhang Sui, his eyes a little sour. Seeing this, Captain Jinhao also said, Zhang Sui is right, stop there. First, let Zhang Sui go and take a look tomorrow. Zhang Sui is so talented. If something really happens tomorrow, we'll just go together and plead with the lady. Zhang Sui chimed in. Right. The crowd could only nod their heads. Captain Jinhao emphasized some more, so that everyone would learn a lesson and not get carried away in the future. Don't tell outsiders about Zhang Sui's stuff, etc. Zhang Sui wasn't too nervous. He vaguely guessed the reason why the second young lady had called him over. This beauty picture leaks arms and legs. However, he also had words to respond. Moreover, he believed that such a man as himself, who could read and write, and who could do arithmetic, anyone who can still paint is a talent in any way. Talent is hard to come by in this chaotic world of the late Han dynasty. He didn't quite believe that the Jin family would throw themselves out over this. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui did not participate in the training, but under the worried gaze of the crowd, come straight to the archway and wait. The maid did come around the hour. Seeing Zhang Sui, the maid couldn't help but take a look around. It's real thin, but it doesn't look that bad, and quite talented. Can draw a woman so beautifully. She looked at the painting yesterday and was a little envious. If only I could look as beautiful as I did in the portrait. The two of them walked through the corridors and courtyards one after the other, and came to a garden on the east side of the Jin family. Here fake mountains and water. Fresh everywhere. In the center of fresh, in a pavilion, a teenage girl, sitting on a stone bench, was, lean on the back of the bench. In front of her, on the other hand, lay a case. There were ink and paper on the desk table. At the moment, she was staring sideways at a fresh. Zhang Sui and the maid came over, and she didn't react. Zhang Sui looked at the young girl from afar. He's seen it. The first time she saw Jinrong, the young girl carried a lantern around to look for Jinrong. Seeing his naked upper body, the young girl didn't yell and just continued to look for Jinrong. However, because it was dark in his time, though the moonlight is bright, Zhang Sui still hadn't gotten a good look at her. Just a vague impression. Being able to tell it's pretty, with a hint of youth and an air of raw coolness. Now, in the sunlight, one can clearly see the maiden with her painted eyebrows, red lips and white teeth. The skin is fair as jade. Some meat on his pretty face. Even though she was only in her teens, she was already able to see the aura of a royal lady. Slender body. And yet, it's not skinny. On the contrary, a great deal of flesh can be seen. Her red lips weren't exactly a pout. On the contrary, it's a little bigger than a normal woman. Light makeup was applied to her face. From afar, it looked rather like a fairy descending to earth. Before Zhang Sui crossed over, he had always had no feelings for teenage girls. This young girl, however, gave him a feeling of being fluttering and left behind. In this chaotic world, there is such a beautiful woman. Zhang Sui still had some small shock in his heart. A figure immediately appeared in Zhang Sui's mind. The lady who came to the ministry compound before. This young girl has a 5-point imagination with the lady, especially the eyes and the agate nose. The difference is that Mrs. is fleshly and voluptuous, and it comes with a young woman's scent that seems to be overflowing. The young girl in front of her, on the other hand, was fleshy, but not voluptuous, although there is a sense of imperial sister, but more with a cool air. It was only then that the maid whispered while walking ahead, "This is second Miss Shinmi. Get your attitude right. Yesterday she looked at your drawings and they were too tight for you, so she got mad." Zhang Sui glanced at the maid with some surprise. This maid, helping herself. The two definitely met for the first time. Zhang Sui hurriedly whispered his thanks. "Thank you. By the way, what's your name?" The maid whispered. "Hong Yu." The two came outside the stone pavilion. Hong Yu Ying said, "Second Miss. That person has been brought. Zhang Sui hurriedly followed and saluted. Zhang Sui greets second miss. It turned out to be Jinmi. At the end of the Han dynasty, the north has Jin, the south has Tu Chao and Jin. No wonder he's already so good at this age. According to history, Cao Cao led an army that broke through Yecheng. At the first opportunity, a man was sent to guard the hall of the Yecheng government office to prevent Jinmi from being taken away. Cao Cao's second son, Cao Pai, also heard of Jinmi's beauty, and for the first time disobeyed Cao Cao Bai, forced his way into the great general's residence. After meeting Jinmi, he directly promised to marry her. Cao Cao came, and regardless of Cao Cao's ironclad face, Cao Pai is adamant that he only wants Jinmi to be his wife. His younger brother, Cao Ji, who made the seven-step poem, thought of Jinmi all his life. Knowing that Jinmi is her sister-in-law, she still keeps throwing winks. Cao Ji and Cao Pai's relationship ended up being so frosty, and apart from the dispute over the son of the throne, Yan Mi is also a factor. Jinmi was finally given to death by Cao Pai and had chaff stuffed in her mouth. When Cao Shi found out the news, he cried so much that he could not bring himself to cry at a brotherly banquet with Cao Pai. On the way back, he created the later world-famous Luo Shenfu. One of them, Luo Shun, is an allegory for Jinmi. When Jinmi heard Hongyu and Zhang Sui say this, she turned her head and, not a single emotion could be seen on the cool face, only a pair of beautiful eyes sizing up Zhang Sui up and down. End of chapter. Zhang Sui was stared at by Jinmi. It's a good thing he was one of those people with thick skin before he crossed over. Therefore, he didn't have a seizure. Jinmi stared at Zhang Sui for a while before her eyes moved away and, the voice couldn't hear any emotion as it said, "Yesterday, the picture you drew and the words you wrote for the guard ministry still ring a bell?" Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Yes, yes, what's the problem?" Jinmi said, "Those words, what are they? I consider myself literate, but for those words, and yet most of them don't recognize it." Zhang Sui was secretly relieved. So that's what this is about. Zhang Sui scratched his face. He got a little embarrassed. As someone who grew up with simplified Chinese characters, he could recognize traditional characters but couldn't write them. With his eyes rolling, Zhang Sui said without blushing, "So what? I can recognize the vast majority of the numbers, but a lot of words, I think, are too cumbersome. So, I created it myself and made some of the words a little simpler. It adds to the fun if it's like this, especially in case some bad guy tries to do something with my writing. They don't recognize my writing and can't read it." Jinmi was a bit surprised. She hadn't realized that's how she got those words. Jinmi added, "Then what did those words of yours say?" Zhang Sui said, "Those words are saying that if there is something to fold, you must fold it. Don't wait until there is nothing to fold. It's a cautionary tale I thought to myself as a child. Tell me, on weekdays, not to slack off. When it's time to make an effort, I don't. So when I want to make an effort, there may not be a chance. When you come across someone you like, something you like, you should grab it with all your might. This is the time to not grab it in your hands and miss it. It's likely that someday when I try to get my hands on it, those people, those things, will be gone." Hongyu stood on the side, looking at Zhang Sui with some surprise. Good point, a bit of a denizen, but, no less talented. Otherwise, it would be impossible to paint such beautiful people. It's impossible to say something that makes so much sense. Jinmi's heart was also a bit shocked. The anger and disgust towards Zhang Sui that was suppressed in his heart dissipated a lot at this moment. Jinmi asked, "Where are you from? Is your ancestry from a big family?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "I am from Yanmen County. My ancestors have been farmers for generations. This body's memories are just that." Moreover, when he entered the Jin mansion before, he still had the road guide on him. The so-called road guide is a proof of identity, with name, origin, place of residence, etc. written on it. You can't lie about these. However, some things can be lied about. In this world of the late Han dynasty, if you are not a son of a big family, you don't have the chance to study at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui continued, "However, once when Ding Yuan, the pastor of the state of Bingzhou, was an official in Bingzhou, passed on some knowledge. He thought I was naturally intelligent, so he passed on some books to me privately. It's a pity that he was later killed by the state traitors Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu when he rushed to Jingzhou in order to attend to the king. Ding Yuan had been the pastor of Bingzhou in Bingzhou, and he also recognized the chief minister Lu Bu as his righteous son. Later, during the chaos of the 10 constant ministers, Ding Yuan was invited by the great general He Jin to go south to Jingzhou to serve the king. Only, unfortunately, it didn't work out. That fool He Jin, the great general, was pitted by his own sister and played to death by Yuan Shao. Principal Ding was killed by Dong Zhuo in conjunction with Lu Bu. Moreover, all of Ding Yuan's close associates were beheaded. It can be a dead giveaway, moving such a famous person to be a backer. In the late Han dynasty, a time when it was all about origin, Definitely beneficial. When Jinmi heard Zhang Sui say this, the ill feelings and dislike towards Zhang Sui in her heart dissipated quite a bit more. Ding Yuan, the shepherd of Parallel Prefecture. She'd heard of him before. This is a hero against the traitor Dong Zhuo. Unfortunately, it ended up getting him killed. It did not occur to me that this denizen called Zhang Sui had such a layer of identity. Jinmi nudged towards the desk table, unable to hear the tone of voice. Then you immediately make a painting of A. Just draw me and write some more words. If this Zhang Sui is the one who can really paint that painting and the portrait on the futon yesterday, and right, that does count as a talent. The Jin family is currently short of talent. His own second brother was mediocre. The entire burden rests on mother. One can help a little, but not much. And because it's a daughter's body, it's not convenient to go out. If this man was real, then it would be good to stay in the Jin family and cultivate him. Certainly not near my little sister. Thinking of the beauty in that painting yesterday with her bare shoulders and long legs, Jinmi's pretty face directly went cold. Never let him get close to his little sister. My little sister is too young now to tell the difference between good and bad. Thinking about this man seducing my little sister, and in the future, when my little sister grows up and has some kind of untold secret with him, that was definitely a disgrace to the Jin family. Zhang Sui originally felt that this Jinmi was quite easy to get along with. The sudden chill that arose made him mutter a little. This Jinmi, in the game he played before he crossed over to the Three Kingdoms category, one of the female characters he must include in his harem. In the game, this Jinmi is always long-legged, imperial, sexy and mild-mannered. How come reality feels a little different? However, Zhang Sui didn't dwell on it. It was obvious that the other party was testing himself. Seizing the opportunity to show a line in front of her would help raise the status in the Jin family. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui broke a branch and walked to the stone pavilion and, kneeling on the supportive heel in front of the desk, he studied the ink, surveyed Jinmi, and began to draw. I already thought Jinmi was beautiful before. Now, upon closer inspection, one realizes that this woman deserves to be the one who can make the brothers Chao Pai and Chao Ji mad. There was hardly a blemish to be found on the pretty face, especially those somewhat wide, sexy red lips. The more he looked, the more Zhang Sui became a bit apathetic. It's a good thing the reality of today's chaos keeps him sane. She is the second young lady of the Jin family, not something that a ministry of her own can think freely about nowadays. Only, Zhang Sui looked at her slender figure as she leaned on the bench and, Zhang Sui secretly swallowed his saliva. What a shame. The odds are that it will end up being Yuan Xiao's second son, Yuan Shi. What a chicken envy. Zhang Sui finished painting for 2 hours this time. For the first time, he realized that the painting he had drawn was not at all as beautiful as Jinmi herself. Zhang Sui looked at Jinmi's appearance in the picture and a bold idea suddenly popped up. This if you paint the hem of her long dress in black silk. Sheesh. I don't know how powerful it is. Jinmi frowned her eyebrows as she looked at Zhang Sui and giggled. What's wrong with this man? But it does also look like a disciple of Ding Yuan, the pastor of the province of Bingzhou, a small ministry, facing himself, the second person of the Jin family, without any sense of oppression. Still laughing. Seeing the impatience showing on Jinmi's face, the maid Han Yu busily coughed dryly and reminded Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui came back to his senses. His face was also a little embarrassed. Retracting his eyes from the freshly minted portrait, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and, directly next to the portrait in the blank space to write some words, flora and fiber in the right place. Short and slender to fit the degree. Shoulders as if cut into. Waist as about vegetarian. The neck and neckline are beautiful. And the white quality is exposed. The color of the skin is not added to the color of the skin. The lead is not defended. These are lines from the Lo Shen Fu. Zhang Sui had studied for more than 10 years. And after graduation, he basically returned it to the teachers of various subjects. In particular, he only remembers 3 articles from his language textbooks. A copy of Wang Bo's preface to the Tingwang Pavilion. A Zhuge Liang's former exit table. Another one is Chao Ji's Luo Shen Fu. Jinmi watched as Zhang Sui put aside his brush without using it and wrote with a twig dipped in ink. And that, it was still written horizontally, and the handwriting was exactly the same as on yesterday's portrait, which was a relief. It's him, no doubt. Didn't get a replacement. It's really quite talented when you look at it like this. Jinmi looked down at the writing on the paper, which she still mostly did not recognize. Jinmi said, "These words, what do they say?" Zhang Sui blew the ink dry, looked at Jinmi, and smiled. "It's praising your appearance. Second miss." After that, Zhang Sui even read it. End of chapter. As Jinmi listened to Zhang Sui read, a flash of unnaturalness flashed across her originally cool and pretty face. She understood the meaning of those words. These are words that complement your good figure, good looks, and good temperament. Although Jinmi knows she looks good and has had a number of people come to propose marriage, but it was the first time she had ever heard someone praise her with so many compliments. Look at the painting again. It feels a bit poorly done though, but it does look pretty good. It's just a little worse than yourself. It was a different style of painting than she had ever seen before, rather novel, so it would seem that the man, except for being shabby looking, a little lewd, and a little denizen of the, not bad. Jinmi turned toward Zhang Sui and said, "That's enough, go back." Zhang Sui let out an oh so subtle sound before turning to leave. It was only until Zhang Sui disappeared into the distance that Jinmi got up and picked up the painting drawn by Zhang Sui and examined it. The corners of Jinmi's mouth rose slightly. The man, good insight. The characteristics on yourself basically match. And then look at the words he wrote. It really wasn't quite as good as it could have been. But, in conjunction with the words he had just read out, it does manage to be right on the money. It does look a bit like a word with simplified strokes. Jinmi was a little curious. What's in his head? Why did you come up with the idea of simplified characters? Hongyu was a little shocked to see Jinmi scrutinizing the drawings with a smile on her face. She's the same age as Miss Tu. At the age of 6, she was sold by her parents to the Jin family. Over the years, she had accompanied the second young lady. The second young lady was sunny and cheerful until the head of the family died after a long illness. But after the death of the head of the family, the second young lady became silent all of a sudden, even high-flying it. I forgot what year it was the last time I saw second Miss Smile. I didn't expect to be able to see second Miss Smile again today, though the smile was a little faded. Hongyu looked in the direction Zhang Sui had disappeared. Unfortunately, the man is too lowborn and not as good-looking as he could be. However, it's not bad with a maid like yourself. No one condescends to anyone. Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound. Captain Zhen Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su and the other ministries had gathered around. They were truly afraid that Zhang Sui would be driven away. Zhang Sui was able to write that kind of text and write it in such a colorful manner. And to draw those kinds of beauty pictures. If this was kicked out of the Jin family, they would cry to death. Talents like Zhang Sui are too hard to find in this chaotic world. Even if they did, people wouldn't want to hang out with them in the ministry. Well, second Miss didn't do anything to you, did she? Zhang Sui, you can't leave. We all treat you as a brother. If you leave, we brothers will be sore. Zhang Sui looked odd. Pain in the ass. Are you guys treating me like a brother? You guys can't find the second person who writes Liu-Bei's text and draws pictures of beauties for you, can you? Of course, Zhang Sui wouldn't really reveal this. He himself used this to make good relations with the crowd. Zhang Sui laughed. It should be fine. I feel like I have good talent. The second young lady won't be able to kick me out. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Jin Hao kicked at Zhang Sui's ass and scolded with a laugh. Shameless. The crowd laughed out loud as well. It's okay if it's not gone. Captain Jin Hao scanned everyone and said, the next time Zhang Sui helps out with what he does, don't flail around. We need to keep a talent like Zhang Sui, but don't get him into trouble. The crowd chimed in. The crowd continued to start practicing martial arts. On the following big morning, Zhang Sui finished his meal and sat down to chat with the crowd. This time, he didn't even bother to write. Anyway, after writing the text, these ministries can't recognize it, and he has to read it. He simply spoke directly. About what? Speaking of his earliest pre-crossing initiation. Catching a corpse beautifully. As the ministries listened to Zhang Sui, their eyes were wide open, and they didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Only occasionally did they let out a gasp in unison. How could they have imagined that the moralistic Fonzies, to be able to do such a thing to a corpse? Much less did I think that corpses could still turn into so-called zombies, like living people. Even the ministry of the guards outside the archway were attracted and crowded in. These ministries, listening to Zhang Sui's colorful speech. Some people simply brought tea and dried cakes. Let Zhang Sui eat and drink. Zhang Sui drank cold water and ate dry cakes while talking about the plot, and his eyebrows flew up. He felt good about living like this. I should have known it would cross over. I should have known that the rom-coms I had seen in yesteryear could be so effective in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Then he must see more. It's a shame that it just wasn't known earlier. So, before crossing over, he had 200 Gs of content stored on his computer's D-disk. And, many of them are still European and American. Modern. Just as Zhang Sui was speaking spitefully, a figure walked over. It was clearly the maid, Hongyu. Last night, second Miss Shinmi found Madame and spoke to her about Zhang Sui's problem. The lady was also amazed. A man who can make second Miss Shinmi so picky to say that talent China is good. It must have been outstanding. That's why Madame asked her to come over and call Zhang Sui over today. Her ladyship wants to see for herself. If he is really talented, naturally he cannot be allowed to remain in the ministry. The ministry is a bunch of rough and tumble men. The vast majority of people, they can't read a word. You can be a martial artist who protects people and property. Oftentimes, ministries have to be sacrificed to protect the Jin family's property. If Zhang Sui had talent, then naturally he could not be allowed to be sacrificed. Hongyu, However, did not expect that someone in the ministry compound would be speaking about that aspect of things. She didn't go in. Her pretty face swelled red. The voice that spoke about that aspect of things, she heard it out. It was that Zhang Sui without a doubt. Han Yu spat as she listened to Zhang Sui's emotional speech. Men, especially men with a bit of talent, surely none of them are good, colorful, denge. It wasn't like she couldn't take it, though, since the beginning of time, what man hasn't been horny? And, he can draw and talk, and I don't know what woman could marry him. Men like this, in bed, while entwined, talking about things like this, I wonder what it's like. Unconsciously fantasizing in his mind that Zhang Sui was pressing himself and moving to tell these things, Han Yu felt her ears burning, gently giving herself a slap. Han Yu bit her lower red lip and secretly cursed. Han Yu, Han Yu, shame on you, you're a woman, how can you think of those nasty things? Taking a deep breath to suppress her inner restlessness, Red Jade stepped into the archway and coughed dryly. Inside the archway, in the ministry compound, a group of people gathered around Zhang Sui. At the sound of a dry cough, the crowd looked over. When they saw that it was Hong Yu, everyone's face suddenly changed, and they all climbed up, somewhat afraid to look at Hong Yu. Hong Yu, they know it, it's second Miss Shinmi's personal maid, and a popular man around the lady. Captain Jinhao was somewhat at a loss for words as he forced a smile. Miss Hong Yu, you have something? Hong Yu glanced at all of them and cut, her gaze finally landing on Zhang Sui. Beckoning, he said, come here, the lady wants to see you. End of chapter. Captain Jinhao and the others looked at Zhang Sui with worry. What the hell? Yesterday Miss Tu saw him. Madam is here again today? Zhang Sui smiled reassuringly at the crowd and said, I'm talented, so don't worry. There must be something wrong with the lady calling me there. Han Yu gave Zhang Sui an odd look. Sure enough, cheeky enough, who boasts of talent? Of course, he does have talent. And, the heart is big. When the crowd heard Zhang Sui say this, the tense looks on their faces loosened a bit. Indeed, Zhang Sui is a talent. In these troubled times, talent is hard to come by. Zhang Sui followed Hong Yu out of the ministry compound. Only then did Zhang Sui lick his face and smile. Sister, what did madam call me for? Anyway, it's always okay to call out sister in duty when you see someone. Before crossing over, Zhang Sui worked in a company and was in contact with the A party. Party A, but where there is a woman, he is called sister. Auntie A is so sweet-talking when she sees a young man like Zhang Sui. One eyebrow was raised. Even more, he was contacted individually in follow-up to introduce him to clients. Sure enough, when Han Yu heard Zhang Sui's address, red-faced, she spat, I'm not your sister. I might not even be as old as you. Zhang Sui said, that wouldn't hurt. Sister, with this outstanding aura of, at first glance, she looks like the mature and stable sister type. Han Yu stopped in her tracks, looked Zhang Sui up and down, and snapped, oily mouth. Don't be like that when you see the lady later. Second miss is there too. Madam and the second miss, but Arjun family is now in charge. They are both dignified and virtuous. Can't stand the sight of having a greasy mouth. Besides, you're just a minstrel, talking to madam and the second young lady, and being circumspect. No trespassing, understand? Zhang Sui busily said. Sister's lesson is correct. Only then did Hong Yu continue to lead the way while saying, this time, madam called you over, and you don't need to be nervous. You were in contact with Miss Five before, yes or no? Zhang Sui had already known that he couldn't hide it from others. At this moment, Honest said, yes, once I was taking a shower by an ancient well and Miss Five was asleep in a nearby bush, so I talked to her. Miss Five was kind enough to bring me some food several times. Fifth Miss is a very smart person despite her young age. Red Jade sighed in relief. So that's how it is. Then don't worry about it. Hong Yu said, that's good. This time, madam called you over. Firstly to inquire about your relationship with the fifth miss. Secondly, I see you as a talent and want to train you. Sanlai, the second lady saw you yesterday and recommended you. Zhang Sui busily said, I see. Thank you, sister, for reminding me. Sister's great kindness. Nothing to show for it. Hong Yu let out a light laugh and said, I don't care about your lack of gratitude. If you really appreciate it, paint me a portrait one of these days, too. Of course, be demure. Hong Yu glanced at Zhang Sui and said in a nonchalant manner, don't be like the ones you drew for those ministries, leaking shoulders and legs. We are all good women. What are you drawing? Hookers? Zhang Sui busily said, sister has misjudged me. I'm a serious person. It's only natural that my portrait of you, sister, should be demure. It's natural to be shy when painting portraits of those brothers of mine. Those brothers of mine. They're all big old men. How do they know all that etiquette? They want portraits. Nothing more than that fantasy. As you know well, sister, Those of us who are ministers have our heads hanging from our waists and lose our lives at any time. How can one dare to get married in such a life? Especially in today's chaotic world. After getting married, wouldn't that be a disservice to a good woman? But we're normal people too. At this age, the needs of men and women, they have to be addressed? Does my sister think it is better to go to a prostitute? Or is it better to use a portrait like this? Prostitutes receive so many clients every day. They have many diseases on them, and they are easily contagious. It's not like you need to pay for daily fantasies if you paint a portrait. Also, it's not contagious. Hongyu was surprisingly somewhat speechless after hearing Zhang Sui say this, but she really thought Zhang Sui had a point. To help the ministry with its needs, the house actually pays once or twice a year. Let them go to the whores. Otherwise, if the repression is too hard, maybe the maids in the mansion will suffer. That's a good purpose for the portrait, Hongyu said. That being said, in the future you will also draw less, especially these portraits. Don't pass them on. You're such a talented person that people will think you're some sort of a traitor if you spread the word. How are you going to get a wife and children later? Zhang Sui laughed at himself and said, a person like me is a lower-class minister. How can I have a chance to marry and have children? Hongyu stopped her footsteps and poked Zhang Sui's forehead with her slender jade-like finger. Grow some breath. If you're so talented, how could Madam and Second Miss let you get buried? Behave yourself. What is the difficulty in getting a wife and children? Zhang Sui's heart was delighted when he heard Hongyu say that. It looked like the lady was genuinely interested in promoting herself. If one could really get rid of the identity of the ministry and gain a foothold in the Jin mansion, then the future would not be bad. The Jin family is going to be on the rise in these troubled times. That is, of course, if history hasn't changed too much. As for the novels I read before crossing over to the end of the Han Dynasty, where you go in and defect to Cao Cao or Liu Bei or whatever, even for those who set up their own monarchs, Zhang Sui pressed on with no extravagant hopes. He knew exactly what he could do, but if he had that ability, why would he have been just a social animal before he crossed over? The two of them passed through 7 winding corridors and came to a rather majestic building outside It stopped at a door that said study. At the door, there were a few maids standing. The door to the room was open. The lady can be seen sitting on her knees in front of a desk and table. The desk table was filled with tall bamboo slips. Zhang Sui stood outside the door and looked at Madam. Ripples rippled through him. In this late Han Dynasty, women did become literate, especially those who are the women of those big families. Basically they can read and write. Yet, very few women are able to hold up the home. This Madam, looking so lovely, can also support this huge Jin family? Really is not easy. It's just a shame. Madam is so good looking and her body is even more voluptuous. Obviously needy, but not fattening. Simply the best of women. This would feel so good in my arms. I can't imagine how wonderful it would feel. It's just a shame that the lady has to end up growing old alone like this. On the side of the Madam, the second young Miss Shinmi was standing, holding an ancient paper book in her hands. Mother and daughter went about their business that way, without speaking, without showing any flare of. Yet it looks like a polarizing landscape. Hongyu walked in and bowed towards the lady. Only then did the lady raise her head and meet Zhang Sui outside at eye level. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head. Almost forgot the rules. Hongyu's voice then came out and said, Zhang Sui, come in. End of chapter. Zhang Sui heard Hongyu's call before he quickly stepped inside. Just as he stepped into the room, he smelled a nice scent. It has a sandalwood scent, and the scent of a woman's body. Zhang Sui shrugged his nose somewhat heartily. He stayed with the minions and all he could do was smell sweat every day, practicing martial arts every day. Some people who don't like cleanliness don't take a bath for days. The smell that emanated from that body drove him crazy so many times. Come 5 paces in front of the desk. Zhang Sui saluted successively towards Madam and Second Miss Shinmi. Greetings, Madam. Greetings, Second Miss. The lady sized up Zhang Sui. Too thin. It seems honest. The lady smiled gently. You need not be nervous. Lift your head and speak. Zhang Sui looked up busily. Honestly, as a 21st century social animal, he was poor though, but he really wasn't in the habit of bowing and groveling when he talked to people. At the present moment, looking levelly at Mrs. and at this distance so close to Zhang Sui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. From a distance, the lady has been superb. Up close, one realizes that the lady is far from superb. Obviously had children and looked to be in his 30s. However, some of the fleshy faces show no signs of age at all. Especially the red lips, stained with rouge, looked bright and appetizing. That chest, it's substantial. The white skin has a Q-tip feel to it, like they could pinch water. Zhang Sui's mind was filled with the saying that women are made of water at this moment. The second young Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly when she saw that Zhang Sui's gaze at her mother was somewhat different. This denizen, what is he doing? The lady met Zhang Sui's gaze, but did not suspect anything else, but smiled and asked, why? Something wrong with my face? Zhang Sui came back to his senses and busily said, no, I was just thinking, it's not easy for a woman as beautiful and tender as Madam to hold up the large Jin family. In my mind, the lady is truly a woman of honor. Second Miss Shinmi, this denizen, it's a smooth talker. You definitely don't think that way. Do you really think I can't guess what you're thinking? How many men have met their mothers and are you that way? When Madam heard Zhang Sui say this, a trace of shyness crossed her pretty face. It's the first time I've heard someone praise her like that. A woman of honor? Just yourself? His own hands are unarmed. However, Zhang Sui's words had poked at the soft spot in her heart. Since her husband's death, she has been supporting the large Yin family all by herself. I don't know how much pain I suffered during that time. Good thing the second son and daughter are grown now. All can help in some way. It's just all flawed. The second daughter, Junmi, has excellent abilities and a good mind, but, unfortunately, is a woman, destined to be married off in the future. The second son, Jin Yen, is indeed a man, capable of inheriting the family business, but of mediocre ability. Qualifications are dull, but, no matter what, the days are looking up. Shaking her head, the lady dismissed the sadness in her mind and said to Zhang Sui, let me ask you a few questions. Answer honestly and I won't give you a hard time. Zhang Sui said with a serious face. Madam, feel free to ask. The lady nodded and said, you know the fifth miss? How do you know her? Zhang Sui slightly glanced at Han Yu who was on the side. Sure enough, it's all about these issues. Then there was even less to fear. Zhang Sui honestly said, I was recruited as a ministry of the. When I first came in, I was taking a shower by the ancient well one day and came across Miss Five sitting under a bush asleep. Later, we chatted for a while, and Miss Five, being a very kind person, thought I was too skinny, so bring me something to eat every night at a set time. Speaking of this, Zhang Sui smiled. In fact, she also guessed that Madam would send someone to follow her, look for my presence. That's why she's been afraid to come here for the past few days, for fear of implicating me. Mentioning her fifth daughter, Jin Rong, the Madam also laughed out softly and said, Ronger is like this, only, after all, too young to understand the dangers of the world. Not that I doubt you, it's just that in my large Jin family, now that the male master hasn't grown up, it's natural to take some precautions. Zhang Sui nodded his head deeply. Your ladyship is worthy of being a woman of honor and thoughtful. No amount of defense is too much until the second son takes over the family business. The lady said rather appreciatively. It's good that you understand. Han Yu brought pen, ink, paper and inkstone at this time. Madam said, I heard that you are quite good at painting and can read and write. Try painting one for me. Mention a few words by the way. Zhang Sui hummed. The other two maids carried the case to Zhang Sui. Hong Yi placed the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on top of the desk. Zhang Sui went outside and folded a strip of paper, and sat down on his knees on the heel of the support. While tracing the lady's features in detail with his sight, he drew carefully, examining the lady in such a bright and open manner. Zhang Sui's heart was actually a bit excited and hard to resist. Look at the painted eyebrows. Look at that jolly nose. Look at those tantalizing red lips. Look at that snow-white, long neck. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. No wonder Cao Cao likes other people's wives. Just like the lady. If he were Cao Cao, he would definitely want to be included in the harem. Missed it and absolutely cried my eyes out. Even compared to the second young lady Jinmi, Madam is still winning. Not only the appearance is not inferior to the second Miss Jinmi, just this ripe-to-be watery man-wife vibe. Not many truly mature men can resist this temptation. Second Miss Jinmi stood to the side, watching Zhang Sui scrutinize her mother while a smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes stayed narrowed. This denizen is really not a decent person. Just, he, too, wants to hit on mother? Look how stiff he is down there. Cut him straight. The lady allowed Zhang Sui to scrutinize and draw while she continued to attend to the business on the desk. It took 2 hours for him to finish painting. Blow the ink dry. Look at the portrait. And then look at Mrs. Zhang Sui had some regrets in his heart. Madam and second Miss Jinmi are both the kind of people whose appearance is too perfect. He could only draw an eighth of a likeness. The real thing looks so much better than the portrait. And that outwardly human wifey vibe can't be drawn in any way. This would be nice to have a cell phone. After blowing the ink dry, Zhang Sui, after a little thought, wrote a few lines of small characters. The session laughed at the spring peaches. The clouds are piled up in an emerald bun, the lips are blooming with cherries, and the durian teeth are fragrant. This is Chao Shuichin's dream of the Red Chamber, which describes the police fantasy immortal nun. Zhang Sui finished writing, and only then did he say to his wife, Ma'am, I've finished drawing. Han Yu hurried forward and took the portrait from the desk table in front of Zhang Sui. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with overflowing color. It's a nice portrait of the lady. Place the portrait on the desk in front of the lady. Second Miss Shinmi came over to her. Looking at the portrait, Second Miss Shinmi secretly cut a sigh. Paint your mother younger and better looking than your own set of paintings. Those who don't know, looking at the two paintings, don't even know who is the mother and who is the daughter. This poor drawing skills. End of chapter. The lady looked at the portrait with a bit of surprise on her pretty face. Surely there is some talent there. It was the most likable portrait of herself she had ever seen. However, it's just that the brushwork is so crude and focuses on the shape rather than the meaning. It was something she hadn't even been exposed to before when she was studying. When she was a student, her husband taught drawing and painting, and it was all about meaning. The lady looked curiously at Zhang Sui and said, "Did you really learn it from the former parallel prefecture chancellor Ding Yuan?" The matter of Zhang Sui being Ding Yuan's disciple was something that Second Miss Shinmi had told her. Zhang Sui lied without blushing. "Yes, ma'am, that's the way Mr. taught me to draw when he was alive. But Mr. didn't teach me much. He happened to come across the great general recruiting him to the capital to serve the king, and he led the army away in haste. Before he left, he gave me some portraits and books." Zhang Sui said with a sad face. "Unfortunately, this time, Mr. went to Jingzhou to serve the king, and never came back. He was killed by the traitors Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu. All the relatives, too, were decimated. I also suffered from being implicated and hunted at that time. I had to burn books and portraits to escape, though not willingly, but books are dead and people are alive. Mr. and his loved ones, his writings are gone though, but I, as his protege, will always carry on his legacy." Although Madame had already learned from Second Miss Shinmi that Zhang Sui was Ding Yuan's disciple. However, at this moment, hearing Zhang Sui say this, she still couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. She had also heard of Ding Yuan, the pastor of Parallel Prefecture. In the past, she married into the Jin family, and on the day of her marriage, Ding Yuan even came. However, at that time, Ding Yuan's official position was not that of a pastor of the state of Bingzhou, but that of an assassin of Bingzhou. And the Jin family was even more prosperous at that time than it is now, with its gated courtyard filled with cars and horses. Although her husband was still young at that time, and his official position was not high, just a Shanxi order, but the Ding Yuan also gave face to the husband and called him brother and sister. "It did not occur to me that now, both the husband and the Ding era are deceased," the lady lamented. "In that case, you are also considered to be after the deceased." After mourning for a while, her ladyship pointed to the two lines on the portrait and said, "These. It's what Mir said, the simplified characters you created yourself? How do you pronounce it?" Zhang Sui said. The session smiled at the spring peaches, and the clouds piled up the green buns, the lips bloomed with cherry balls, and the pomegranate teeth contained fragrance. There was a slight blush on the lady's pretty face. "Is this a compliment to your good looks?" Yesterday she had read Zhang Sui's portrait of his second daughter and the mention of the word. Comparing the two paintings and the mention of the word, it is known that this Sui, it should indeed be a protege of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Bingzhou. An average person could never paint in this style, nor can I write such beautiful praise. The lady said, "Quite talented. What are you proficient in besides these?" Zhang Sui pondered for a moment. He'd like to say that he's also well versed in odd kinky techniques. For example, make crossbows. For example, make easy compound bows. For example, make dirt carts. Among them were crossbows and improvised compound bows that he had learned from the short videos he used to watch before crossing over. As a social animal, before crossing over, he had only two main hobbies for watching short videos: beautiful women and history. Beauty, as the name suggests, looks at all kinds of long legs and ample breasts. Lying on the bed, he could enjoy the ancient feeling of having 3 palaces and 6 houses. Not too good. History, on the other hand, is all sorts of historical allusions and historical tidbits. These historical allusions and historical gadgets were not only concerned with the late Han dynasty, but in fact with other dynasties as well. For example, Suja 2 brothers between the favorite brother crazy. For example, precision instruments such as gears, which many people assume actually existed during the Warring States period. During the Qin dynasty, there were even institutionalized precision bronze crossbows. Through these historical allusions and historical inventions, it was only slowly that Zhang Suikai got rid of the words unrecognized talent and cynicism. He came to realize that in the long history of mediocre social animals like him, in fact, the pressure is nothing at all, and in the end, they all turn into shovelfuls of dirt without a sound. However, the words came out. He swallowed back. For one thing, kinky techniques were not popular in ancient times. On the contrary, it will be looked down upon. In the ancient times, the strange and obscene skills have been regarded as playthings that kill the will. Ma Jun, an artisan wizard at the end of the Han dynasty, invented so many things and was a minor official all his life. Secondly, although the Jin family is a big and famous family. However, according to history, the current Jin family has actually fallen. And it's only since the second youngest daughter, Junmi, married Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, that she'll slowly rebound again. Wuji County is again within Jizhou. The current owner of Jizhou is Yuan Shao. Really making these weapons will not end well. Inventing these weapons out, there is a big chance that Yuan Shao's people will find out. In accordance with the ancient disregard for craftsmen, the probability is, one will be taken away by Yuan Shao's men, and then locked up every day like a cow or a horse. Then we're asked to make these weapons. As for the fantasies of many people, Yuan Shao will pay attention to this, and will even be promoted to military division and so on. It's a pipe dream. It's just not possible. Ancient artisans, you can't go against the grain. You can't become an army master or anything like that. Not to mention that artisans are looked down upon. In ancient times, to become a military advisor, you not only had to be skillful in strategy, but you also had to be a man of birth. Although he is under the banner of the disciple of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Bingzhou, there is no real evidence. Moreover, Ding Yuan, in front of Yuan Shao, who is the fourth and the third male, is not enough to look at. Not to mention, he doesn't have that either. If that's the case, why don't you stay at Yan's? For another, the historical Yuan Shao was eventually going to be destroyed by Cao Cao. Well, the ones that are still available and can be used in the Jin family. Zheng Sui looked up at the lady and said, "Arithmetic, general arithmetic, it's not difficult for me." Madam and second Miss Shinmi looked at each other. The second young lady, Junmi, drew a right-angled triangle in the air and said to Zheng Sui, "This figure that, you should have seen it? Now, our Jin family has purchased a piece of good land, and someone has measured these two sides, 30 and 40 paces, respectively. How many paces, then, do you think, are on this sloping side?" Zhang Sui burst out laughing. "Isn't this the Pythagorean theorem from middle school?" The second young Miss, Junmi, was very slightly angry when she saw Zhang Sui laughing. This denizen, I don't know what he's laughing at. It's just infuriating to watch. It's like a look of determination. Instead of getting angry, the lady asked, "That's an easy question?" Zhang Sui met the second young Miss Junmi's suppressed and huffy line of sight. That's when he curved his smile and said, 50 paces. Second Miss Junmi. The lady was a little surprised and asked a few more questions. There is oral addition and subtraction. There are other trapezoidal and square shapes with area and perimeter calculations. Seeing Zhang Sui's eloquence, Madame exhaled a long breath. It's more than enough in the Jin family. Also, he's a man. It's much easier for a man to go out and do things than a woman. Her ladyship said, Zhang Sui, in this way, I appoint you to be my Jin family's accompanying master record. First, I'll give you half a year, and you'll follow me or second miss to understand the affairs of my Jin family. After half a year, you'll help my Jin family do more. Your reward, and I'm definitely not missing it. This half a year with the Lord's mark. Every month, I'll give you half a silk how? Zhang Sui's heart lifted. It's not too good. Half a silk satin a month. The salary of Captain Jin Hao is also far from this much. And, one's reward will be long. This madam, it's clear that she wants to cultivate herself. It would be a brain fart to say no to that. In these troubled times at the end of the Han Dynasty, to go elsewhere, at least for the time being, it seems that, Zhang Sui couldn't imagine that with his status, he could find a better place than staying in the Jin family. Zhang Sui hurriedly saluted. Madam, I am willing to serve as a dog and horse. End of chapter. Seeing that Zhang Sui was so sensible, Madam nodded her head with considerable satisfaction and said to Hong Yu, you arrange for Zhang Sui's room, and for the time being, if, Zhang Sui busily said, it's okay to still be with those ministries. The lady was a bit skeptical. Are you sure? You are now acting as the accompanying master record. It's totally possible to live a little better. Zhang Sui laughed. Just the original will do. I know that the lady and the second miss have a mind to train me. Madam and second miss are women after all. It's not convenient for them to go out and show their faces. Besides, the world is in chaos right now. I'm a man, so I don't have that many scruples. With the ministry, I can still practice martial arts with them. Go out and do things and have the means to protect yourself. Madam looked at Zhang Sui and nodded her head uncontrollably. It's really okay. This one Sui, other than being thinner, there's absolutely nothing to pick on. He knew he was going to train him, and didn't wriggle out of it like the rest of them usually do. Instead, they take on responsibilities with honor and are willing to change for those responsibilities. If he doesn't change his mind, he can totally make him an auxiliary to his second son in the future. The lady laughed. Since you put it that way, I won't force it. I'm looking out for you, and as you said, I want to train you. As long as you don't change your mind, as long as you keep trying, later on, our Jin family definitely has a place for you. The second prince is young and needs someone to assist him as well. Jiang Sui said. Thank you, ma'am. The lady looked to Hong Yu and said, you take him to the ministry compound and arrange a separate room for him. Take 2 more bedding and 10 more silks over there. He also looked at Jiang Sui and said, you should rest for a day today, and starting tomorrow, rush to my door every day before dawn, and I will familiarize you with the affairs of my Jin family. Jiang Sui responded. Madam sighed as she watched Jiang Sui and Hong Yu leave. To the second young Miss Jinmi beside her, she said, the heavens have had mercy on my Jin family and have finally sent down talents to help us. I hope he stays that way. When the time comes, let him assist your second brother and support this Jin family of ours. Mir, you're not small anymore. You always have to get married. It's a pity that you're not a man, or else the Jin family would have you. I don't have to worry so much for my mother. Second Miss Jinmi pondered for a moment and seemed to gather enough courage to say, Mother, there's something I don't know if I should say. The lady said, you and I, mother and daughter, what is there not to tell? Jinmi took a deep breath before she said, this Sui, indeed, looks quite good. However, I observed the way he looked at you just now. Mother, like it was a bit of that dash. The lady laughed dumbly. Mir, Jinmi was busy saying, Mother, you say. The lady said, for my mother, in fact, there is still some poise. Jinmi rightfully said, that's for sure. Mother, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The lady laughed. That's it. The love of beauty is universal. Men, in the end, are good that way. Unless, of course, he's not a man. You'll understand when you marry later. My Mir looks like jade. Your husband will hate to stick to you every day. It's only dangerous if he doesn't care about you. And your husband, in the end, is just the man with whom you have contracted a marriage. If he can move on you, then other men, too. But there is one big difference between other men and your husband. That is, your husband can enjoy you fair and square. Other men, on the other hand, must learn to restrain themselves. There's nothing nasty about a man who covets your beauty. It is only those who covet your beauty, and who have non-consenting thoughts, who should be guarded, or even banished. As women, we must also be faithful to our husbands and abide by the virtues of womanhood. Jinmi let out an "oh." Besides, Jiang Sui followed Hong Yu away. It was only until she was far away from the madam's room that Hong Yu turned back with a smile and said, all right, quite good at talking. Look at the way madam looked at you just now. She's pleased with you. You must do well. In the future, this Shin family, you might just be the first of us underlings. I'll have to be promoted more in the future. Jiang Sui laughed. It has to be, as long as you ask, as long as it's not murder and arson. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Hong Yu bit her red lip for a while when she heard Jiang Sui say this. Only then did she say, you probably don't even need to get that far. You probably resent me. Jiang Sui was puzzled. Why do you say that? I wouldn't dare say anything to anyone else. But, I still have confidence in myself. I, Jiang Sui, am not the type to look down on people. You helped me and you're so good looking. How could I look down on you? I was afraid you'd look down on me. Look at you. You're good looking and soft spoken. And I don't mind skinny ones like me. This kind of person. It's just fairy level. Okay? Hong Yu's face was covered with a reddish haze at Jiang Sui's compliment. Without good humor, he plucked out a glance at him and said, oily mouth. I can remember what you said today. If you ever get tired of me, I'll. After all, Hong Yu did not come out on anything, but only lamented. When it really comes to that time, I can't do anything to you. Jiang Sui. This maid, she's kinda that. What more assurance does she want? Hong Yu's expression dimmed when she saw that Jiang Sui had stopped speaking. Taking Jiang Sui back to the ministry and arranging a separate room for him, Hong Yu went to fetch 10 more pairs of silks and 2 beds of bedding. The entire ministry compound exploded. Everyone surrounded Jiang Sui, and one by one, they became excited and agitated. Jiang Sui laughed. I got promoted. Her ladyship thinks I'm quite talented and wants to train me, so she's made me the accompanying main record, and she's going to arrange for me to stay somewhere else. But who am I? Jiang Sui? You and I are brothers. Brothers, naturally, live together. And, I'm going to practice martial arts with you guys. The crowd looked a bit touched when they heard Jiang Sui say this. Fanny Dog grabbed Jiang Sui's hand and giggled joyfully. Jiang Sui, I knew from the beginning that you were extraordinary. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. It's just that right now. Can you please finish the previous catching up on the beauty of the corpse? The crowd burst into laughter as everyone looked at Jiang Sui one by one with bated breath. Jiang Sui waved his hand and said, cool water and dry cakes come up. I'll continue. The crowd acted immediately. Someone brought in the case table. Someone came with cool water. Someone set out dry biscuits. Jiang Sui was sitting on his knees in front of the desk table, eating dry biscuits and drinking cold water while While continuing to talk about the back of catching the corpse beautiful, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su looked at Zhang Sui's scene and smiled at each other. Vice Captain Zhao Su also finally made up his mind. Zhang Sui's character is okay. And also hardworking. Tonight, teach him old Mr. Tong Yuan's Zhao family gun. End of chapter. After Zhang Sui finished his lecture on catching corpses and beautiful talks, the Captain Jinhao and the Vice Captain continued to pull everyone to practice martial arts. This time, there was no more zigzagging. The Captain, Jinhao, began to teach the group basic punching and kicking skills. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su saw that Zhang Sui had now become the accompanying main record, still practicing martial arts in general with the rest of the group, even sweating profusely from practicing and being quite content. At dusk, after practicing martial arts and eating, Vice Captain Zhao Su pulled Zhang Sui aside and said, "Zhang Sui, I have a set of marksmanship to teach you. Learn it or not." Zhang Sui froze. Marksmanship? Vice Captain Zhao Su laughed. Feeling tired? Don't want to learn? Indeed, also tired. After all, starting tomorrow, you're going to be busy following the lady every day. It's not easy to come back. You always want to rest. Only then did Zhang Sui come back to his senses, and busily pulled back Zhao Su, the vice captain who was about to turn around and leave, and said, "Tired? It's tired. But as a member of the Jin family, or in these troubled times, what could be better than practicing martial arts? Practicing martial arts protects the most important people around you," Vice Captain Zhao Su said. Really? Zhang Sui was busy pulling Zhao Su to his room, shoving the 5 ponies of silk into his hand. He said, "If you have any good martial arts, teach them all to me. This is a little bit of a small reward. Later I have return." Vice Captain Zhao Su shoved the silk back at Zhang Sui and cut out. "I need you for these? If I was really thinking of you for all this, I wouldn't be looking for you." Zhang Sui laughed. All right. It's me who's full of copper flavor. If you need any help in the future, Lieutenant, just mention it and I'll do my best to help." Zhao Su nodded and said, "All right then, after dark, go over to the ancient well and I'll teach you. This spear technique I'm teaching you is called the Zhao family gun. It was the master of spearmanship, old Mr. Tong Yuan, who passed through our Changshan County and felt that we were a tough folk, so he specially taught us. According to old Mr. Tong Yuan, this Zhao family gun, the best learned, just the Zhao Yun I mentioned to you before." Zhang Sui's eyes lit up slightly. Tong Yuan? This is the ultimate master of the late Han dynasty. However, there is no record of this person in the history books. After all, the history books are basically about the great families of the world. Tong Yuan, on the other hand, is said to be just a martial arts celebrity who did not go out in his life. Before, he had thought there was no such person. I didn't realize that in this world, there really is. Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Good." Vice Captain Zhao Su was about to leave. Walking to the door of his room, he stilled, scratched his head, and snapped, "Satin. I won't take it, but can you give me one other thing?" Zhang Sui looked at Vice Captain Zhao Su's reddened face and knew what he wanted. This old boy. Before Captain Jinhao asked him if he wanted to find himself drawing a picture of a beauty, he didn't want to give silk. He thought it was expensive, so he didn't paint it. This time, but still couldn't help but speak up. Zhang Sui agreed with his mouth full and said, "For the beauty map, I'll give it to you before tomorrow." Vice Captain Zhao Su let out a laugh and walked out while saying, "All right then, I'll go." Seeing this, Zhang Sui didn't dawdle and hurriedly finished the bowl of thin rice and green vegetables and returned to his room. Painted straight up. People. Vice Captain Zhao Su taught himself Tong Yuan's Zhao family gun, and he didn't want to be paid for 5 piastres of silk. Just a picture of a beautiful woman. Can you still give him a hard time? Zhang Sui drew a quick picture of a beauty, as opposed to other people's beauty pictures, which just miss shoulders and thighs. For this beauty drawing for Vice Captain Zhao Su, Zhang Sui directly drew a naked ancient beauty. When handing the painting over to Vice Captain Zhao Su, Vice Captain Zhao Su's eyes were strained as he looked at the beauty picture. Busy pushing Zhang Sui out of the room, Vice Captain Zhao Su agreed to teach Zhang Sui the Zhao family gun after dark. He then closes the door to the room. Zhang Sui shrugged his shoulders. This old boy, such a monkey. Zhang Sui didn't go to rest either. Taking off his shirt, he began practicing his martial arts in the compound. For once, he didn't practice zigzagging. Instead, they practiced the basic punching and kicking techniques taught by Captain Jinhao today. The rest of the ministry basically went back to their rooms to rest or even sleep. In these late Han times, nightfall is the time to rest. Because, after nightfall, there are no lights, like in this Chu compound. With hundreds of people, only Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su have oil lamps, the kind that gives off a dim flame and burnt black soot when you light it. Of course, nowadays Zhang Sui has it. Oil lamps, not cheap either. This is especially true of oil. Other ministries that don't spare a thought. Other entertainment even less. Therefore, Everyone goes to bed at night. There is another reason for this, and that is that the dinner was also a thin meal, which is extremely easy to digest. If you don't go to bed early, you tend to be too hungry to sleep at night. Zhang Sui was practicing seriously here when Captain Jinhao heard the commotion and walked out. Watching Zhang Sui strip down to his shirt and still practicing with a sweaty face, Captain Jinhao kept nodding his head. This Sui, so talented and so hardworking, it would be strange if he didn't succeed. Walking towards Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao corrected his posture and practiced after him for a while. It wasn't until Zhang Sui remembered pretty much all the basic punching and kicking moves that he went back to rest. Zhang Sui practiced for half an hour, sweating profusely before stopping. Worked out today and triggered the blitz chance, adding 0.3 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui sat on the ground for a while before Vice Captain Zhao Su walked out with a long spear. Zhang Sui hurriedly followed. The two men stepped outside the archway of the ministry compound and stopped next to the ancient well. Zhao Su then began to explain the Zhao family gun moves to Zhang Sui. The Zhao family gun has a total of 16 moves, and Vice Captain Zhao Su just spoke about a move today. Zhang Sui practiced one move for another half hour under the guidance of Vice Captain Zhao Su. After that, Vice Captain Zhao Su is going to bed. Zhang Sui then prepares to take a shower. Watching Vice Captain Zhao Su leave, Zhang Sui pulled a barrel of water from the ancient well. Just as he was about to teach down from the top, a voice rang out, "You eat first?" Zhang Sui stopped watering and looked in the direction of the voice. It was the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, who held a handkerchief in her hand, which was spread out and, there are 2 duck legs in there, and Zhang Sui were looking at each other. Jin Rong smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons and said, "Mother and second sister have both seen you, and have given you a carry-on master's note, so I took 2 duck legs for you. This time it's a bright take. You're so good that mother and second sister don't even hate you. I was worried about you before, afraid that mother and second sister would know of your existence and kick you out." Zhang Sui took the handkerchief and sat on the ground, eating up the duck leg while saying, "Average." Jin Rong laughed. "No worries now. You eat more and grow more meat. In the future, I'll marry you and mother won't say anything more." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. "Kids are kids. It's too easy to think." Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and said in a low voice, "Fifth miss, in the future, don't say anything about you marrying me. Otherwise, if Madam and Second Miss hear about it, they'll really kick me out." Jinrong cocked her head and said suspiciously, "Mother and second sister have already accepted you and won't kick you out. Moreover, if you are so talented and can be my husband, then my Jin family will have one more talent. Besides, you're the son-in-law of the Yen family. Aren't you more loyal? Tying the knot, don't you know?" Zhang Sui, "This little girl is smart, but, after all, she's a little kid." Zhang Sui was just about to explain, but he saw lights approaching this way in the distance. Jinrong was busy shrinking and whispered, "I should be in bed by this time. I have to go back and no one can find out I'm still out there." When he finished, he made a motion to silence himself, then catapulted away towards the darkness. Zhang Sui let out a laugh. After all, he was a child, and was afraid of Madam and the second miss. Zhang Sui turned his head to look at the lights that were getting closer. There was actually a bright moon and was able to see not too far away. Surprisingly, it was red jade. Zhang Sui was busy wrapping the duck leg in a handkerchief and drying the grease stains on his mouth. Rushing over, Hanyu smiled sarcastically and said, "Sister, you came over so late are?" Hanyu obviously did not expect Zhang Sui to be topless. Raising the light and seeing Zhang Sui's upper body, Hanyu hurriedly covered her eyes and said, You get dressed first." Zhang Sui said with some difficulty, "I was just practicing extra hard and didn't come out with my clothes on. Moreover, now all sweaty dash." Hanyu then let out an oh so subtle cry. While letting go of the hand covering her eyes and turning her head to look away, Hanyu moved closer, pulling out a wrapped-up handkerchief from her sleeve and handing it to Zhang Sui. Hanyu said, "Here, take it. Here are a few pieces of duck meat. Second miss didn't finish it today. I ate some of it. There's a bit left over. Just bring it to you. You're so skinny. You need to eat more to grow meat." End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at the duck meat in the handkerchief handed over by Hanyu with a slightly odd expression. This maid called Hanyu. Could it be that she has a crush on herself? Otherwise, bringing yourself duck for dinner in the middle of the night? Though this body is still too skinny, and the origins don't work. But, at least it's talented. Among these male subordinates of the Jin family, there was still a future. It seemed to be worthy of red jade in that comparison. Zhang Sui took the duck meat in the handkerchief and sat down directly on the ground, and began to eat it while saying, "Thank you. Really, it's actually good." Madam and the second young lady, both of them are figures that can only be seen from afar. In his present position, it is only fitting that he should marry a maid. Not to mention, Hanyu is pretty okay looking. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't reject his good intentions, Hanyu felt a little flutter in her heart. the head facing away turned slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Zhang Sui. Looking at Zhang Sui sitting on the ground, his naked upper body glowing in the moonlight, Hong Yu's pretty face became redder and redder. However, she did not leave. She slowly retreated a few steps toward the back, backing up to Zhang Sui's side and sitting down with her back to him. Hong Yu then said, "Why are you training so late?" Seeing that the other ministries went to bed at nightfall, Zhang Sui said, "It's not the same. I want to practice more and try to improve myself as soon as possible. This way, there will be strength to protect the Jin family in the future." Hong Yu guffawed and said, "You are quite aware of your responsibilities. Madam did not love you for nothing." After a pause, Hong Yu added, "In the future, so what? I'll bring you some food at night. I am the second young lady's personal maid, and though the second young lady has grown up and it is no longer necessary to accompany me at all times, but I still have to serve the second young lady at night, especially at meals. What the second young lady finishes eating is what I eat. On weekdays, I can't eat at all, so I give it to the other maids. You're so skinny, you need to eat more. In the future, I'll take those reserved for the other maids and send them to you. A man has to have meat to be strong and to shock people." Zhang Sui turned around and looked at Hong Yu beside him. Hong Yu anxiously said, "You, what are you turning around for? A man and a woman are not related. You turn around, or I'm leaving." Zhang Sui could only turn back again and smiled. "I just wanted to say that this is too much trouble for you, sister." Hong Yu watched Zhang Sui turn back again, unable to see his upper body from the corner of her eye. That was a relief, and a small loss of heart. Greeting Zhang Sui's question and answer, Hong Yu's pretty face was still burning with fire as she said, Then just remember how good I've been to you and owe me a favor. Don't worry, I won't make it too difficult for you when I want you to return favors in the future." Zhang Sui heard Hong Yu say that. It's tempting to snark in the form of a joke. "How about I give you my body?" But the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. "I've just met you." Even if he knew that Hong Yu had a crush on him, he couldn't say so. Red Jade is not one of those women from before she crossed over. At heart, she's still conservative in her thinking. "Take your time." Thinking of this, Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Then, that's fine. I'll be polite." Only then did Hong Yu laugh. "I want you to be polite. And it's not just for you. You'll be more capable of protecting our Jin family when you're well fed, fleshed out, and strong. We're all from the Jin family. In this chaotic world, the Jin family is there so that we can live. Otherwise, we'll just be miserable like those stragglers out there." Zhang Sui nodded thoughtfully. Only then did Hong Yu stand up and say, Then you continue. I'll go back." After saying that, she quickly glanced at Zhang Sui behind her, looking at his naked upper body. Without waiting for any reaction from Zhang Sui, Hong Yu held up the light and darted away. After darting until she was far away, until Zhang Sui could not be seen behind her, Hong Yu stopped in her tracks, her other hand gently pressed against the side of her face. The side of his face was red and burning. As Zhang Sui's naked upper body surfaced in her mind, Hong Yu bit her red lip. Men and women are just different, though thinner. However, his chest was solid at first glance. "I wonder what it would be like to bury your head in it if it grew flesh. I can't help but think of myself lying naked in bed." Zhang Sui's appearance of seriously tracing with pen, ink, and paper. Hong Yu's face burned once again. It was a while before she came back to her senses and scolded with a laugh. Hong Yu, you tai hoof. Springtime is over. People don't have any feelings for you yet, and you're rushing up to the door. Bitchy or not?" Zhang Sui watched Hong Yu disappear and finished eating the duck meat in her handkerchief before he took out the handkerchief of the fifth young lady. Finished the duck legs that are still inside. After eating, Zhang Sui burped contentedly. He had the urge to cry. Numb nuts. After traveling over for so long, I finally ate a full meal. Or duck. Touching his round and bulging stomach, Zhang Sui patted it, making a thumping sound. Only then did Zhang Sui hum a little song. Eat and be full. I want to eat and be full every day. When the body grows flesh, it completes additional training every day again to grow strength. Zhang Sui was quite expectant. Yourself when the time comes. Will he also become a big fat man with strength like Dianwei and Su Chu? TSK. When the time comes, God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. However, I hope that when you grow your body and strength, you don't lose your brain. Otherwise, if you really grow up to be like Dianwei and Su Chu, you'll have the force, but your IQ will be too low. It's not wonderful either. Anyhow, one is an undergraduate graduate after 2,000 years. People who have been reading for more than a decade. Brains must not be lost. Zhang Sui finished taking a shower and went back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, Zhang Sui got up and rushed to Madam's residence. Madam is up. When Zhang Sui arrived, she was arranging for a group of subordinates to be busy with the mansion. Only after that did she take Zhang Sui to the study. The first thing she taught Zhang Sui to do was to organize the Jin family's intelligence for the day so as to judge the situation. In Madame's words, the Jin family is a famous family, but also has its own caravan, sells and buys some supplies, and if you want to sell or buy supplies, then you have to know in advance the routes that the caravans will take, and the dangers that may be encountered. Therefore, intelligence has become the first priority of the Jin family every day. The lady pushed 4 documents to Zhang Sui and said, "This is the information our officers investigated from the outside yesterday. Take a look at it and then tell me what you think." Zhang Sui let out an ososelo sound and took the paperwork and read it. The content of the 4 instruments is a bit of insight. The first sighting came from across the river, outside the county seat of Fishers County. This paperwork says that the gates of the city of Yuyan County have been closed and no one is allowed to enter or leave. The second document was a rumor that the gates of Yanmen Pass had been opened. Yanmen Pass General Yan Ro let the Xianbei in. The third instrument is from the county seat of Dai County, where the stragglers say that he fled from Yanmen Pass to Dai County for refuge. On the way, his siblings met Xianbei and Han generals together. The Xianbei and Han generals raped and killed his mother, wife and daughter in public. The fourth instrument, on the other hand, is from the present county seat of Wuji County. Several large families are hoarding large quantities of grain, causing the sale of grain at the Wuji County Fair to be greatly reduced. Now there are not only stragglers in Wuji County who can't eat, but also some ordinary people. There is also no food left to go hungry. End of chapter. Zhang Sui finished reading the 4 documents and handed them back to Mrs. The lady raised her pink chin and said, "What do you say after reading this information?" Zhang Sui pondered for a moment before he said, "Being from Yanmen County, based on my past experience, and with all this intelligence, I think the situation today, roughly, is like this. First, the battlefield will not start in our Zhongshan County. Second, Yanmen County General Yan Ro opened the city gates to welcome the Xianbei into the city, and in conjunction with the Xianbei, their goal should be Jizhou. The aim should be Gongsunzan. Third, because this battle will not open in our Zhongshan County, there is no need to hoard food, and, with the opening of the Thistle, more stragglers will enter the city. Once there are more stragglers, it's a great challenge for policing. Our Shin family, as a prestigious family in Wuji County, instead of taking advantage of the opportunity to stock up on grain, we have to open up our grain silos, relief for the displaced. In the meantime, send the ministry to increase patrols. For one thing, let the stragglers see that it's not easy to break through our Jin family's defenses. Secondly, to enlist some of the people's hearts by opening the granaries and providing relief to the displaced people, anyone who is afraid to die. But where there is a mouthful of food to eat, the stragglers will not risk rebellion. We relieve some of the stragglers. This part of the stragglers will then not allow other stragglers to raid our Jin family. Compared to us, they are more willing to raid other worldly families that are hoarding grain. The lady sized up Zhang Sui. This accompanying master record is really something. Surprisingly, he recognized the words on all 4 instruments. And there is some advice to be given. Just, Lady Fox said, "Why are you sure that the battlefield will not unfold in our Zhongshan County?" Zhang Sui scratched his head. That's naturally what the history books say. According to historical records, this time Yanmen County General Yan Ro opened the city gate to welcome the Xianbei into the city. The most fundamental purpose is to avenge the death of Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou. As a member of the Han family, Lu Yu, the Yuzhou pastor, was still very prestigious in the area of Yuzhou. Or perhaps, although the great Han is going to die, the aftermath is still there. At least, there was a certain reputation among the generals and hucksters on the frontier. Yuan Shao also took advantage of this and utilized his status as the 4th of 3 dukes to befriend a number of Hu people. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui lied without blushing. I grew up in Yanmen County. I've often heard that although the Hu people are often rebellious, they are still afraid of my great Han, and the minister of Yuzhou was killed by Gongsunzan only last year. Therefore, I guess that the generals of the Yuzhou Mushi must not be willing to do so, but if they fight alone, they can't beat Gongsunzan, who is now dominating Yuzhou. For this reason, the best way is to open the city gates and welcome the Hu people, including the Xianbei, into the city to fight against Gongsunzan together. So, on their way to escape, the people will meet the Xianbei along with our Han generals. As for the fact that the Han generals will rape and kill the people, how can I put it? Madam is not in Yanmen County. Probably not too sure about the virtues of these frontier generals. These frontier generals have been killing good men and women for a long time, especially now that the world is in chaos and the court can't control them. Even when there was a shortage of food before, those frontier generals that directly captive the people in the neighborhood help build fortifications on weekdays. When there is not enough food, they are slaughtered and used as human jerky. They also gave these people the name of 2-legged sheep. The The lady blushed a little. She'd heard about it, but she had been skeptical. Now that she heard Zhang Sui say this, she realized that there were some situations that were more serious than she had imagined. Madame told Zhang Sui to wait a bit while she had someone go and call the second young Miss Shinmi over. As second Miss Shinmi grew up, many of her insights were different. It didn't take long for second Miss Shinmi to arrive. After reading the 4 documents, the second young lady, Junmi, listened again to the views of Zhang Sui. Mrs. Somewhat differently, he looked at Zhang Sui. This denizen has this kind of insight. Second Miss Shinmi said. My daughter also agrees with him. Madame sighed in relief and looked at Zhang Sui. In that case, Zhang Sui, you'll be in charge of opening the warehouse to provide food this time. How about it? Let me also see if you have the ability. If you do, in the future, I'll feel comfortable handing over more things for you to do. It was only then that second Miss Shinmi hurriedly said, Mother, it is not possible. This denizen, he's just been promoted to the position of attaché general, and you're letting him do such a thing? If he doesn't do it right, how much trouble will this bring to our family? The lady asked rhetorically. And who to let go? You, or your second brother? You know what your second brother is like. Nowadays there is a surge of stragglers, and if you go out as a daughter, I don't feel at ease. Second Miss Shinmi clenched her silver teeth. Eventually, she dropped her head. For the time being, there really wasn't anyone else in the mansion better suited to do this. When the lady saw second Miss Shinmi in this state, she then looked at Zhang Sui with a smile and said, Go ahead and do as you please. Let me put it to you this way, Zhang Sui, as long as you show talent, I won't let you down. Zhang Sui said. Good. The lady rose, and, from the rack of weapons in her room, plucked a saber that, handing it to Zhang Sui, he said, Take this saber. With this saber, you can dominate the ministry and those underlings in the warehouse. Zhang Sui gave another thank you. The lady added, You go ahead and do this, and when you're done with this busy time I will continue to familiarize you with the rest of the Jin family's affairs. Zhang Sui thanked him and left with his sword. The second young Miss, Junmi, watched Zhang Sui leave and knit her brows. Mother, he just came in and you let him do such an important thing. I'm afraid he'll get carried away later. The lady sighed. If he's really good at this, it doesn't matter if he gets carried away a bit. The current situation of our Jin family is that there is no one who can hold up this responsibility at all. After a pause, the lady added, Also, the letter that Jizhou Mu gave to my mother before. Have you forgotten? He wants to take Nyang as his concubine. He was hypocritical to the core in his letter, saying that our Jin family has no man to hold up the facade in these troubled times, and he and your father were confidants in life. He's willing to help look after our Jin family for your father's sake. The lady looked a little sad and said, Do you know what this means? Second Miss Shinmi's showy fists were clenched, and she droned in a low voice. Shameless person. He's trying to rob our Jin family the same way he robbed Han Fu, the former Jizhou minister. Yuan Shao is the most shameless person under the sky. He wants to take Mama, not just covet her beauty. And you want to swallow our Jin family openly and honestly. The second young Miss, Junmi, said with tears in her beautiful eyes. Unfortunately, second brother has mediocre abilities, but where the daughter is a man, where can she allow him to be so arrogant? The lady shook her head and said, You just aren't a man. Earlier, my mother thought that if your second brother was able to branch out, then this Shin family is in charge of your second brother. Your second brother is stumped, so for my mother, I will first pretend to agree to the demands of the Jizhou minister. After you get married, for my mother to go to the Jizhou pastor's house and cut herself that night. In this way, in the way of the world, he was too embarrassed to make a direct move against your brother and 3 sisters. By the time he tries to make his move, your 3 sisters will have been married off. Your second and younger brothers are so mediocre that they can't keep the family business. So stay alive and, it's good to hand over the Yin family. As long as our Jin family retains offspring, there will always be a chance to reclaim the family business again. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Madam in a daze. End of chapter. Seeing that the second young Miss Shinmi was a bit dazed, the Madam smiled, stretched out her hand, and touched her head, and, softly, he said, There is no need to think too much. Since your father's illness and death, there has been only one goal in living for my mother. That is, to raise you up and find you good families. After that, for my mother will be able to meet your father in the 9 springs. Junmi wanted to say something else. However, the lady had already waved her hand and looked down at the paperwork and said, Go and get busy. Junmi glanced at Madam, before she retreated with some reddened eyes. At this moment, her resistance to Zhang Sui was instead not so great. One could only do a small favor to the Jin family. The second brother is not up to the task. If Zhang Sui is really capable of assisting second brother in supporting the Jin family. Thinking of this, Junmi with a heavy heart went to the family's private school to listen to Mr. Teaching question. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, left the lady's study and rushed straight to the ministry compound. When the ministers saw that Zhang Sui was actually holding his sword in his hand, each of their faces suddenly changed and they gathered around. In this day and age, wearing a sword is not for everyone. As a matter of fact, as Shin family ministries, none of them were qualified to wear swords. Actually, it's not just ineligible. The value of the saber was something that even their ministry could not afford to pay. Zhang Sui looked at the crowd of minions, each with green eyes, looking at the sword in his hand, laughing out loud. For a long time in this land, swords were not weapons of war. Rather, it's a status symbol. An ornate sword represents the unusual status of its owner. Therefore, at the end of the Qin dynasty, even if Han Xin was so poor that he could not even eat, he never left his sword. Before Zhang Sui crossed over, many TV dramas mistakenly thought that those with swords were martial arts experts. So, there's this crappy anime called Qinshi where Zhang Liang and Han Xin both carry swords, and it's a worldly weapon. But in fact, Zhang Liang and Han Xin were very poor in martial arts. The reason why the two men kept their swords close to them was because, by carrying their swords, they were telling the world that I may be poor for the time being, but I have a sword, I'm a nobleman, and you won't do well if you offend me. You help me, and in the future, when I am famous in the world, I will return the favor. So, when the washerwoman fed and provided for Han Xin for a long time, the first thing that Han Xin did after he became rich, was to send money to the laundry lady, and proudly told her that, you have a high return on your investment. Han Xin, a downtrodden aristocrat by birth, thought that by relieving him, the laundry dame was trying to return the favor. When the laundry lady told Hansen, she just pitted him, a man with hands and feet but starving. When Han Xin is full of disbelief, I have fallen nobleman. How can you be at the mercy of a lowly person like a washerwoman? Captain Jinhao fondled Zhang Sui's saber lovingly and asked, this saber that? I saw it in the study when the family head was alive. Zhang Sui laughed, it's what madam gave me from her study. She said that when you see this saber, you are all at my disposal. Now I will command you to do a great thing, being able to keep the Jin family. The ministries looked at each other. Captain Jinhao said, it's true. Vice Captain Zhao Su cupped his fists toward Zhang Sui and said, at your service. When everyone saw that Zhao Su had said so, they all clasped their fists and saluted. Zhang Sui told everyone to continue practicing martial arts and wait for his order. Instead, he greeted his vice captain, Zhao Su, who left the ministry and roamed around the entire Jin family residence. The reason why I brought my vice captain, Zhao Su, it was Zhang Sui who didn't have the guts to walk alone on the streets of this Wuji county. The reason is also simple. There are stragglers all around. When he crossed over, he also saw stragglers attacking passers-by and then being caught by the magistrates, killed on the spot. However, in case he wasn't caught by the magistrate, his own little life would be in danger. Having a gun master like Vice Captain Zhao Su was equivalent to having a bodyguard. Understanding the layout of the Yen family, Zhang Sui again had Vice Captain Zhao Su lead him around the entire Wuji county. He doesn't know anything about Wuji county, having just crossed over. He was a straggler who had been starving for days, though within the county of Wuji, yet, only lying under the eaves at the gate of the city. Haven't been anywhere else. After that, he was directly selected to enter the Jin family and was kept in the ministry compound. In other words, this was the first time he had wandered around Wuji County since crossing over. The whole of Wuji County, except for 5 places, is very telling. Everywhere else, it was run down. Even several of the brothels, which were loose, and it looks a bit like a building that's going to collapse. After being introduced by Vice Captain Zhao Su, Zhang Sui realized that Wuji County had suffered from the Yellow Turban Rebellion before. It was ransacked and vandalized in all directions. That's why it's created such a situation. Only a few of the great families of the world, such as the Jin family, because of the large number of ministries guarding them, it was only spared. Later the court ordered each county to remove the yellow turbans themselves. Only then did the magistrate of Wuji County organize the big families out of their ministries to drive out the yellow turbans. Zhang Sui strolled until the afternoon, walking inside the entire limitless county. Returning to the ministry compound, Zhang Sui asked Captain Jin how to borrow a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. The layout of the Jin family residence was drawn out in a simple manner. When Zhang Sui went to college before crossing over, he majored in automation. An engineering drawing course is offered as a freshman. After that, he himself even followed short online videos to learn sketching and other painting courses. Therefore, drawing the layout of the Jin family residence, simple, was not difficult for him. After drawing the sketch and labeling the location of the warehouse, there are also several nearby locations where someone might have broken through. It was only after that Zhang Sui drew an overhead map of the entire Wuji County. This one is even easier. Houses are not painted. Regions are replaced with names. Overlook of Wuji County for Zhang Sui. The most important thing is the various streets. There are also high traffic areas. The main purpose of drawing this is to confirm the exact location of the open barn for food relief afterward, and to publicize it. The notion of doing good deeds without leaving a name simply did not exist for Zhang Sui. Moreover, this time, the good deed was to protect the Jin family from disaster. Naturally, nonetheless, it should be publicized, and publicized greatly. After drawing an overhead view of Wuji County, Zhang Sui calculated the location from the warehouse of the Jin family residence to the location suitable for opening the warehouse to provide food, and made a good route with the least amount of people and the least amount of conflicts encountered, which led to the copying of 3 more copies of the drawings. This is a total of 4 drawings, 1 for Madam, so that she understands what she's doing. Thus, you will not doubt your operation. 1 copy to Captain Jin Hao, 1 copy to Vice Captain Zhao Su. Zhang Sui prepared to open warehouses in 2 of the most crowded places in Wuji County to provide food. Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su are to each take a detachment of troops to hold down the fort and maintain order, prevent stragglers or others from taking advantage of the chaos. The 4th, however, was for the housekeeper. Have the butler take the structural plan of the Jin family and set up the ministry and the underlings. Prevent anyone from sneaking into the Yin family during this time, especially the granary. Having done this, Zhang Sui then drew another picture. Simple compound bow. It was something he learned from watching short videos before he crossed over. When he watches short videos, he concentrates on 2 main categories, beauty and history. Beautiful women look at long legs and big boobs and enjoy the imperial treatment. History looks at history trivia and history inventions. The easy compound bow in this one is made by one of the bloggers on the short video. This blogger restored many weapons in history, for example, Zhuge Liang's wooden oxen and horses, Zhuge Liang's crossbow, and guide car. Many historical inventions, which have been lost. This blogger consults various texts to recover, though very few people watched. However, Zhang Sui is definitely considered an iron fan. Of course, this simple compound bow, Zhang Sui only used it for himself. Wouldn't dare take it out and spread it around. Otherwise, it was spread out and known by Yuan Shao. The consequences would be unimaginable. After drawing the simple diagram, Zhang Sui then listed the various materials, wooden sticks, elastic ropes, and arrows. The ingredients are still very simple. Having enumerated this material, it was well into dusk. Zhang Sui finished dinner with his ministers. Only then did he hand over 2 pairs of layout maps of Wuji County to Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, so that they could familiarize themselves with the food delivery paths, as well as the locations of the open warehouses for food relief. After this, Zhang Sui rested for a while, stripped off his shirt and he began to directly drill the first move of the Zhao family gun that Vice Captain Zhao Su had taught him. Practiced for half an hour. Surprisingly, I triggered the blaster again today. Added 0.6 pounds of force. Zhang Sui was in a somewhat pleasant mood. With this kind of growth, it would be scary enough to gain even 100 pounds of strength in a year itself. After the drill, Zhang Sui then put on his shirt and rushed to wait by the ancient well outside the archway. End of chapter. Zhang Sui didn't have to wait long before he saw that Hong Yu had actually come first. Hong Yu saw that Zhang Sui was actually dressed and waiting for her, so she was busy hurrying over at a fast pace, handing a handkerchief with something wrapped in it to Zhang Sui. Hong Yu said, "You drew my portrait today?" Zhang Sui reached out to receive it while saying, "I'm a bit busy today." "Not yet. I'll help you when I'm done with this time." The 2 men's hands touched. Hong Yu was just about to say, "How long will it take then?" But before the words came out, she bowed her head. She was too busy turning around and walking away. She felt her cheeks burn instantly. This would always feel like a slight to him if he saw it. Zhang Sui watched Hong Yu leave quickly and opened his mouth. He was going to say, "Why don't we talk for a while? After all, take someone's food." Besides, he wasn't a cutie pie. Understood that Red Jade had a crush on him. Isn't there an old saying, day by day, you're born? Day? Of course, definitely not now. But a rare day with a short time together. How do you deepen a relationship without talking and getting to know each other? But in the end, he didn't speak. This is the Jin family residence. Yelling and screaming will surely cause unnecessary trouble. At the end of this Han dynasty, which belongs to ancient times, large families are generally quite reticent to talk about love between their underlings. Otherwise, the whole mansion would be a mess. Zhang Sui sat down. I'll see you tomorrow and talk to Red Jade about chatting. Zhang Sui sat down and opened his handkerchief. Wrapped inside was a porcelain bowl filled with rice and some green vegetables. Zhang Sui snapped 2 branches from a nearby shrub, broke off the branches, and, as chopsticks, eat it straight up. Since crossing over, this was the first time Zhang Sui had eaten rice. As a pre-traveling southerner, used to eating rice, and eating it again after such a long time, Zhang Sui was almost moved to tears. Zhang Sui finished the rice in 3 tries, bringing up a wooden bucket of water from the ancient well. Zhang Sui washed the porcelain bowl. Then he saw the fifth young Miss Shinrong tiptoeing over. This time, she served a big bowl of rice straight away. On top of the rice, there were not only greens, but also a few pieces of meat of unknown variety. In the rice, there was some soup. Zhang Sui was not polite and served it over and ate it straight away. Shinrong squatted beside him and said with a depressed expression, "I was scolded by Mr. today." Zhang Sui asked suspiciously, "How so?" Shinrong pointed to the porcelain bowl in Zhang Sui's hand and said, "I'm eating at noon today, and when I'm done, I want to drink water." Just poured water into the dishes and got ready to drink. I just realized that the chopsticks were actually broken. I picked up the chopsticks and they were good again. I'll just ask mother and second sister. They don't know. When I went to private school, I asked the gentleman, and he scolded me for playing with things, just not answering my questions. Also, I heard that Mr.'s new concubine is pregnant. I'll just ask you, sir, why the concubine is pregnant. He just said I was nasty. You know, my family has a private school, and I'm not the only one in the private school, and the children of our distant relatives in the Jin family. We debated why the concubine was pregnant. Then the guy said that if you kiss on the mouth, you'll get pregnant. But my mother and second sister kiss me all the time, so why can't I get pregnant? I went to Mr. Theory, and Mr. Theory scolded me again. Shinrong looked at Zhang Sui with an expectant expression. "You're so smart, you must know, right?" Zhang Sui met Shinrong's eager eyes and cried a little. This little girl, she's a 100,000 reasons why. In all the days I've known her, she always asks all kinds of questions every time. Thankfully, he was able to explain all the questions she asked. Zhang Sui said as he ate, "The problem with the chopsticks, that's called the refraction of light. It's like what I told you before about why the stars blink." Shinrong's eyes widened with a look of surprise. How can it be the same? Zhang Sui spent a long time explaining the principle of refraction of light to Shinrong. After Zhang Sui finished his speech, the meal was already finished. As for the pregnancy, this problem, how can I say it? Just ask the lady. Anyway, you definitely can't get pregnant from kissing. When Shinrong heard Zhang Sui say this, her eyes lit up slightly. In the next moment, she flew up and hugged Zhang Sui's side face and kissed him heavily twice. Laughing, he said, "I was worried sick about me before. Even though I don't think you can get pregnant from kissing, there's always the fear in case I've misunderstood. In case I do get pregnant, my mother and second sister will beat me to death if I get pregnant at such a young age." Zhang Sui touched his cheek and laughed a little. After all, they are just little kids, and although they are smart, there are some things that they are not confident about. Zhang Sui said, "You don't have to worry about that now. When you grow up to be like the lady and the second lady, you'll likely get pregnant, and it's not by kissing, either." Shinrong swept her head down and said, "Okay, I understand then." Receiving the finished porcelain bowl from Zhang Sui, Shinrong said, "It's getting late, I'm going to bed." As expected, "You're still the smartest. I want to eat more and grow up to be like mother and second sister. Then you can marry me. By then, you're so smart, you'll be able to help my Jin family." Zhang Sui looked at Shinrong's tiny back as she left and sympathized quite a bit. Precocious, this little girl, at such a young age. You know that you should let yourself marry her for the sake of the Jin family. She didn't even know what it meant to actually marry. Zhang Sui sat for a while longer before taking a shower. After taking a shower, Zhang returned to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, he practiced basic punching and kicking with the rest of the ministry. Big morning after dinner, Zhang Sui pulled Vice Captain Zhao Su to look for that elastic rope within Wuji County, and really found it. It was found at a store that specializes in making cords for stringing armor pieces on armor. In Sengoku, armor was not something to be taken lightly. That's going to kill your head. But today is a time of chaos. After the Yellow Turbans, the Imperial Court allowed each county to make its own armor and weapons and organize volunteer soldiers, crusade against thieves and bandits. As a result, the privilege of making armor fell to the various families. Various lineage families also build armor. The process of building a complete piece of armor can be extremely complex. As a result, all kinds of armor-related stores have come into being. It's just that nothing comes cheap in these armors. Let's say that Zhang Sui purchased 10 ropes made of cowhide, each only as thick as a chopstick. It cost Zhang Sui 5 pairs of silk. When Zhang Sui purchased it, he also had meat pains. Just 10 of these ropes are so expensive. He couldn't imagine the cost of a suit of armor. After enduring the pain of purchasing the rope, Zhang Sui returned to his residence and found wooden sticks that. He also asked Captain Jin how to borrow a sharp dagger and sharpened the wooden stick into the shape needed for the drawings. It was not until the evening that Zhang Sui made his first simple compound bow at the end of the Han Dynasty. Taking his sword to the government storehouse and asking for 20 feathered arrows, Zhang Sui returned to his room and stood at one side of the room. Pulling the improvised compound bow towards the wooden beam at the other end, he shot an arrow. 10 paces to position. Zhang Sui connects with a single shot there. The arrowhead of the feathered arrow, along with an inch or so of the wooden body, was completely inside the wooden beam. No matter how Zhang Sui tried to pull it out, he couldn't. In the end, Zhang Sui could only break the wooden arrow body. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at the broken feathered arrow and nodded in satisfaction. This easy compound bow, it's possible. With this attack power, at close range, even armor might be able to pierce through. Not to mention, people wearing armor are extremely rare. Anyway, as far as the city of Wuji County is concerned, including those magistrates, just didn't see one in armor. His current self is still too skinny, and he's only just started practicing martial arts. Bright and light singles are totally inadequate, but with this simple compound bow in his hand, his confidence increased greatly. Zhang Sui hid the improvised compound bow, and only then did he strip off his shirt and go outside and practice the first move of the Zhao family gun for an additional half hour. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger the blaster today and only gained 0.1 pounds of strength. Zhang Sui is not discouraged either. He no longer expected a day or two to make a difference. A year or two is about right. Until then, don't expect the force of growth either. Extra practice before Zhang Sui puts on his shirt, because he had just practiced extra hard and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Zhang Sui took his dagger and cut straight down the middle of the blouse and tie a strip of cloth around the waist and stomach, exposing part of the chest. Feeling the occasional night breeze blowing across the scratchy shirt and on his chest, satisfied, Zhang Sui exited the door and went to the ancient well outside the archway entrance. This time it was 5th Miss Shenrong who arrived early. Today it was still a bowl of rice, some green vegetables, and a few chunks of meat from some unknown animal. Shenrong sat beside Zhang Sui and suspiciously reached out her hand, grabbed Zhang Sui's chest and touched it. With an odd look on his face, he said, "You don't have any clothes to wear? Why are they tattered like this?" Zhang Sui let out a laugh while eating, while saying, "I cut myself with a dagger," pointing to the sleeve of his blouse. Zhang Sui said, "It's too late for today, or else, I'm going to cross off these 2 sleeves as well." Shenrong's small head was filled with disbelief as she said, "Why are you cheapening your own clothes?" Zhang Sui said with a serious face, "This is not called being cheap. This is called transformation. It's so hot right now and you're dressed so tightly. Aren't you hot? I feel like I'm going to get little bags all over me." Cut off 2 of the sleeves and slit the chest. It's called a short-sleeved shirt and it's cool. Shenrong looked down at her long skirt as much as she did at Zhang Sui's clothes, climbed up and, reaching out to touch Zhang Sui's chest again, he said with a surprised look, "It's still really cool." Shenrong watched Zhang Sui finish eating before she left with her rice bowl and went back to sleep. Shenrong had been gone for a quarter of an hour or so before Hong Yu came over with a bowl of rice and carrying a light. Seeing that Zhang Sui was wearing clothes, only his chest was scratched open. Hong Yu's pretty face flushed a little. She wanted to say, "Why are you dressed like that?" But the words came out of her mouth and she swallowed them back. After all, Zhang Sui didn't bare his chest or wear no top like last time. Watching Zhang Sui take a big bite of his meal, from the corner of her eye, Hong Yu glanced from time to time at Zhang Sui's chest coming inside his scratched open clothes. Before, Zhang Sui was naked and she was too embarrassed to look. But now, Zhang Sui was wearing clothes. It seemed, and there was nothing wrong with looking at it. Thinking of this, while looking at the shrubs not far away, Hong Yu, at the same time, she was also looking at Zhang Sui's chest from time to time unintentionally. For the first time, she saw a man's chest. It's really different from a woman's. Her own was soft, tall, and very white. Zhang Sui's, on the other hand, looked like a plank of wood and, moreover, felt somewhat ancient and yellow. For some reason, she had the urge to reach out and touch it. She wanted to feel if it was hard. Zhang Sui noticed Hong Yu's gaze and lifted the scratched clothes suspiciously. Looking inside, she said, "What's there?" Hong Yu's pretty face reddened as if it was going to burn. The hand that was pinching the handkerchief twisted hard on his arm, and said sharply, "You denizen, I'm a woman beside you and, how can you lift your shirt?" Zhang Sui hurriedly put down his clothes and smiled sarcastically. "That's it, having crossed over not long ago, thoughts are often still habitually pre-crossing. In this late Han dynasty, although women are far less conservative than in the Ming and Qing dynasties, traditionally, men and women are not allowed to show large swaths of skin." However, while eating her meal, and watching Hong Yu blush and hang her head low, with a look of being at the mercy of the king and shyness, Zhang Sui's heart was still a bit restless. This Hong Yu should be interested in herself, otherwise, she's so shy. She's still not leaving? And, every night, he brings himself dinner to eat. As the saying goes, if you have something to fold, you must fold it. Don't wait until you have nothing to fold it. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times, his old face reddening as he said, "Sister." Although Hong Yu's face was so dry, she still raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui looked over and said, "Do you smell a nice fragrance?" Hong Yu blankly sniffed around and shook her head. "No. What scent?" Only then did Zhang Sui bring his head a little closer towards her. With a dazed look on his face, he said, "It's the scent of my sister's body." Hong Yu busily pushed Zhang Sui's head away with both hands. As soon as he snatched the little bit of rice still left in his hand from the bowl, he carried the light and walked away quickly. After walking a long way, seeing that Zhang Sui surprisingly didn't chase after her or call out to her, Hong Yu spat. Elm brain. Despite saying this, Hong Yu still had a smile on her face. He was still able to attract him on his own. Then you don't have to worry too much about him not liking you. Waiting for him to make some contribution and get a firm footing in the Jin family. Then let him ask the lady to have herself over. Hong Yu was in a good mood today, humming a little song the whole way. Zhang Sui watched Hong Yu leave before he stripped off his shirt and started to take a shower. Slept beautifully today. Immediately after dawn, Zhang Sui took the 2 drawings and went directly to Madam. These 2 drawings, one was the layout of the entire Wuji County, and the other was the drawings of the Jin family. One copy for Madam, so that she would understand what he, Zhang Sui, was going to do. One for Madam to pass on to the housekeeper. Have the butler follow the drawings to set up the subordinates and ministries for the defense of Yan's house. When Zhang Sui rushed to the study, Madam had also finished washing up. However, it was still possible to see that the lady was still somewhat awake. As she yawned, those puffy breasts rose high. Plus that sleepy look, Zhang Sui secretly swallowed his saliva. If I could get up early in the morning and have a body like that in my arms, it feels like the life of a god is just like that. When Madame saw Zhang Sui, she stopped yawning and her slender jade fingers gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Laughing, he said, "I heard you were busy around yesterday. What were you busy with?" Zhang Sui hurriedly went forward and handed the 2 drawings to Madame. "This is what I did in the day yesterday. Starting today, I'm going to mobilize the mansion's ministry and underlings, and I'll need the housekeeper's cooperation." The lady looked at the drawings for a while, her beautiful eyes glittering slightly. This man, what he thinks and does, is really different from others. Simple and productive. After reading it, the lady said, "All right, I'll have someone get the housekeeper later and get him to work with you on this." Just then, around the corner, a figure walked quickly and said, "If you open the barn to feed the food, I'm going too." End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked in the direction of the voice, but it was the second young lady, Junmi. When Madame saw it was Junmi, she shook her head and said firmly, "No, you're a girl. How do I get out? The world is in chaos today. Both the Jizhou minister and the Yuzhou minister are in a great battle. Now, there are Xinbei and other Hu people coming from Yanmen County. Too dangerous." Second Miss Xinmi insisted, "Mother, it's just a matter of my daughter dressing up. My daughter wants to learn along. In the future, it may be time to use my daughter." Madam still refuses. Second Miss Xinmi said, "Then you let second brother go? Anyway, several of our siblings must send one of us." After glancing at Zhang Sui, the second youngest Miss Xinmi quickly stepped forward, walked towards Madam, and attached her ear. "Mother, if the Lord is weak and the subject is strong, he will also be bullied. As the history books tell us." The lady frowned her eyebrows and asked someone to call the second male son. Yan, over. The second son, Jin Yan, heard that he was going to open a barn to provide food, and waved his hand. "Mother, my son has never done anything like this before, and I'm afraid I'm going to mess it up. Besides, the son is weak. You know that. For something like opening a barn to provide food, someone with force must go. With the chaos outside the mansion nowadays, how will my son fend off an assassination if he runs into one?" Zhang Sui, is this second Prince Yan such a wimp? The history books don't have much record of this Xinyan, but only say that he was promoted to filial piety, and also had a wife, and offspring. However, when Jinmi was a teenager, Jinyan fell ill and died. Jinmi has great respect for Jinyan. After Jinyan's death, Jinmi cried her heart out. Since then, treat your sister-in-law and nephew as if they were your closest relatives. Madam is very strict with her children because she supports the Jin family alone. Jinmi often intervenes and tells the lady to treat her sister-in-law and nephew well. A daughter-in-law is not a daughter after all. Thinking of the end of Yan Yan in history, Zhang Sui secretly made up his mind. Find an opportunity to find a way to have a medical worker examine Yan Yan's body and see if they can save his life. Nowadays, he is living in the Jin family by himself. If the Jin family is good, one naturally follows suit. And Jin Yan, as the oldest heir of the Jin family today, he lives, even if his abilities are mediocre. The Jin family also has a dependency. If he fell ill and died, the heir to the Jin family would become the youngest third duke. In ancient times, or the end of the Han dynasty, this kind of chaos, the death of Jin Yan, that misses, so big and beautiful, bringing the young third son is the meat and potatoes of other people's eyes. History. The Jin family ultimately relied on their second youngest daughter, Junmi, to marry Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, to avoid a disaster. It was then continued when Yuan Shi was killed and the second youngest lady, Junmi, married Chao Pai. Zhang Sui hissed at the thought. When you think about it that way, it seems like it would be nice not to be reminded. And let's not even talk about whether or not your reminder had any effect. It's just a real reminder. And the lady really listens. And Jin Yan really lives and doesn't die. Then the historical ending of the Jin family could change. Perhaps. Instead, it led to the decline or even the demise of the Jin family. Zhang Sui shivered at the thought of the Jin family being destroyed. Then one loses one's reliance. As far as his current self was concerned, he really didn't know what the situation would be like if he lost the Jin family. Hinges really will die. After all, this is the end of the Han dynasty. Moreover, it happened to be the first year of Xingping, a time of great wars between the four greats. This period at the end of the Han had the highest number of deaths and injuries. All the lords, except Liu Bei, began to slaughter the city and eat the people as dried human flesh. And the Wuji County where he is now is in Zhongshan County. Jizhou, Liu Bei should be in Pingyuan County now, and will rush to Shuzhou afterward. It's 1,000 miles from Zhongshan County to Shuzhou. It's still the era of the late Han dynasty. They're arresting brigands everywhere. There are mountain bandits everywhere. And in a year of drought, you can't see green all the way. Absolutely not. The only safest place to be right now is cowering in the Jin family. Zhang Sui immediately made up his mind to leave Jin Yan alone for the time being, letting him live or die. The lady looked at the second prince, Jin Yan, and her face sank directly. Her own son was indeed weak and sickly this time, and it wasn't like she didn't know that. However, as the future heir of the Jin family, it was surprising that he didn't even have the courage to do so. The lady was about to chide. However, I saw the second youngest Miss Shinmi say, "Mother, it's just me going, so it's a good deal. Don't worry, I won't screw it up." Looking towards Zhang Sui, Jinmi's eyes twinkled as she suddenly walked over and said, "Don't worry, Mother, I dress up as his follower, and wherever he goes, my daughter goes. There's no way his daughter can get hurt if he's there, right?" Zhang Sui turned his head, rather depressed. "What are you thinking? I'm not taking a tow. Taking a woman like you, and a second young lady at that. How can I let go of my business? In case of danger, won't I have to risk my life to protect you? If I don't protect you and something goes wrong, the Jin family is really finished." Zhang Sui is about to refuse, but she saw the lady exhale and said to Zhang Sui, "Zhang Sui, what do you say?" Zhang Sui was busy trying to speak. However, he saw Jinmi turn her head and narrow her eyes at him. In those beautiful eyes, there was a coldness that flickered. "Zhang Sui, Nima, dare I say no? I'm still hanging out at your house. Moreover, this second young miss, according to the historical trajectory then, she would also be the future pillar of the Jin family." Zhang Sui met Jinmi's gaze and squeezed out a smile at the lady. "Dang, of course, the second young miss is smart and clever, and would never mess up." Only then did Jinmi withdraw her gaze. Seeing Zhang Sui say so, the lady smiled and said, "Alright then, I'll trouble you. Zhang Sui, just come straight to me if you have any difficulties. Go about your business." After saying that, the lady beckoned her maid to go and call the housekeeper over. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, sighed and headed for the ministry compound. Second Miss Shinmi called out to him, "Later, wait for me at the entrance of the mansion." After saying that, he left at a fast pace. Zhang Sui looked at Jinmi's delicate figure as she left and shook his head. "So good looking. History also says it's very gentle and mild. Why do you feel like you're just a little bit of a badass?" Thinking that something might happen to her if she followed him, Zhang Sui hesitated a little and went back to his room. A second pair of improvised compound bows was made from leftover materials. Let this chick take it for defense. It was only after that Zhang Sui greeted all the ministries over and let Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su go to the Jin family granary to fetch corn according to the drawing given yesterday. Move it to each designated place to make kanji, and then distribute it to the stragglers in the city to eat. When Zhang Sui arrived at the entrance of the mansion with his 3 ministries, the housekeeper also began to arrange some of his minions and subordinates to start patrolling around the Yin family residence, especially around the granary. Standing in front of the mansion, Zhang Sui was indeed able to see quite a few people walking around the Jin family residence on the streets, each with a green gaze, like a demon seeing the meat of a monk. However, when they saw some of the ministry and underlings coming out of the mansion, taking out their weapons and patrolling the neighborhood, most of these men retreated. There were also a very few who stood in the far alleyway staring from afar. Zhang Sui didn't have to wait long before he saw a man dressed in rough linen, wearing a sweat-stained scarf and the dark-faced boy approached, though it looked drastically different, like a thinly built male underling. However, with those somewhat soulful big eyes, Zhang Sui still recognized them at once. "If it's not Miss Shinmi, Who else? The second young lady, Junmi, saw Zhang Sui looking at herself with a blank look. The heart is a little self-satisfied. I'm still pretty good at makeup disguises. Look at the nerd. He didn't recognize it. The next moment, she was tugged by Zhang Sui's sleeve and, shoving a pair of odd shapes and a pouch of arrows into her arms. Zhang Sui was still bending his bow and arrow toward the figure standing in the distant alleyway outside. Make a motion to shoot. A few silhouettes suddenly changed their faces abruptly and pulled out their legs to run. Only then did Zhang Sui look at the second young lady, Junmi, and said, that's how it's used. Understand? If someone looks bad and tries to get close to you, and I don't have the means to deal with it, you shoot yourself like this. End of chapter. The second young miss, Junmi, was a bit embarrassed when she heard Zhang Sui say this. Turns out he recognized it. It was a good thing I had black makeup on my face so I couldn't see the change in my face. Junmi looked down at the items in her arms again, a little confused. They're bows and arrows? It wasn't that she hadn't played with a bow and arrow. It's a woman, though. However, it is also a study of the 6 arts. Just how is this bow and arrow different from all the ones used? Oddly shaped. If she hadn't watched Zhang Sui gesticulate just now, she really wouldn't have thought of it. Zhang Sui ignored second Miss Shinmi's doubts and greeted the 2 ministries and Jinmi to follow. This time, Zhang Sui arranged 2 open barn food relief points in Wuji County. One is at the south gate of the city, with Captain Jinhao leading his men in charge. The other is at the east gate of the city, with Vice Captain Zhao Su leading the ministry. There is more foot traffic at these 2 locations. It's easy to publicize the fact that Jin's family has opened a barn to provide food. And now, Zhang Sui was going to visit the south of the city. The closer they got to the south of the city, the more people of all shapes and sizes could be seen on the streets. And, like, 2 worlds that don't fit together. Some of them were big-bellied, richly and sumptuously dressed, with bird cages in their hands, and, the aviary also contained a variety of birds in a pleasant manner. Some were ragged, unclothed, and skinny. These people, not just men, but women as well. Zhang Sui looked at this scene and his complexion dimmed. Before he crossed over, he'd often seen keyboard warriors on the internet who thought they were learned and boasted that, said what ancient women how reserved, need to abide by the morals of women, to get married to what 8 carries sedan chair and so on. They don't realize that only women from large families can meet these conditions, and the vast majority of women are ordinary people. They can't even meet the basic needs of food, clothing and shelter. So where are they to be so particular? Zhang Sui shook his head as he watched this one woman wander off. For the first time, he realized why the ancients cried out, if you can achieve, you can help the world. As he got closer and closer to the southern gate of the city, Zhang Sui saw more and more stragglers. These stragglers, lying under the eaves and on the ground. Some of the women were outright undressed, pinned down and staring blankly. Some of the women and children were already motionless and reeked of foul odors. From time to time, passers-by and magistrates passed by, but no one all took a look. Zhang Sui said, what are these magistrates doing? Even if we don't consider putting these stragglers in the ground, we still have to consider the plague, don't we? Jinmi followed behind and said, the magistrates all listened to the county magistrate. Our magistrate here was still bought with money during the time of Emperor Ling, because he will collect money and also pay taxes to the Jizhou government, so that his official position was never removed. Where does he have the leisure to care about that? He still has to eat and drink with the various families in our county in order to get more money. The day before yesterday, he approached mother and asked her to give 500 piastres of silk so he could get through to the top of the raise my second brother as a filial parent. Only after becoming a filial piety scholar will my second brother have a chance to serve. As for these dead people, a plague is what he can't wait for. Each of the great families and clans will have to defend themselves. When that happens, he will be able to receive a lot of money capital from various worldly families. Just at the beginning of last year, we actually had a plague in Wuji County that killed a few hundred people. Our family then donated 100 pieces of silk and hired a healer. The means by which those healers disposed of the plague was extremely simple. The bodies and persons infected with the plague. Throw it all in the lime pond. How much does all this cost? All the money donated was swallowed by the magistrate. Zhang Sui. This kind of magistrate, what do you need him for? Can't you hire a healer yourself? Jinmi sighed. Even if this magistrate is ousted, the next magistrate will be the same. It's not like we haven't done it before. As for ourselves, if we dare to do so, the Jizhou government will trip you up. Unless there is someone in the official government of Jizhou, how would the ordinary families of the world dare to confront it? Speaking here, Jinmi's pretty face was bleak as she said, Arshan family, this is the situation. When father was alive, he was a Shanxi magistrate, and when the magistrates came to my house, they all went through the side door. After father left, the magistrate always came to my house through the front door, and to have something bright and clean, with the excuse that it's all needed by the Jizhou government. Now that Jizhou and Yuzhou have been at war year after year, how do you think all that grain and grass came to be? These stragglers, but those who have some use for them, have been pulled to fill the army. Those that don't have any use for it are just sitting around eating and dying. So who cares? We, the great families of the world, have become the targets of extortion by the Jizhou government. If my second brother is able to branch out, my Jin family will only have to endure. But with my second brother like this, I see no hope at all. Again, I'm in this capacity. Right now, my hope is only in my third brother. I hope I can hold out until my third brother becomes a man before I marry him off. Zhang Sui glanced at second Miss Shinmi. It's also true that it's not easy. In this chaotic world, everyone is a leak. The group rushed to the south gate of the city. A long line had formed at the south gate of the city. Captain Jinhao commanded dozens of ministries, constantly reorganizing the stragglers. Prevent accidents. There were several other ministries that were making porridge in a large pot. Zhang Sui walked over and greeted Captain Jinhao over. Captain, why is there no sound? Shout it out. Let everyone shout it up so that people will know that this is my Jin family doing a good deed. Now that the gates of Yanmen County are open and the Hu people are united with our Han army, everyone is in danger, and all the great families are stocking up on food. The more the people go hungry, sooner or later something is going to happen. We need to let these people know that our Jin family is different from the various other great families. It's fine for them to impact other great lineages, not to attack our Jin family, because we, the Jin family, are supporting them. Captain Jinhao scratched his head with a fawning smile. I don't know how to shout. The second young lady, Junmi, is about to introduce herself. Zhang Sui shook his head and said, find someone to fetch the gong, and get two loud voices to read after me. Captain Jinhao was busy acting. Before long, two big men came over. Zhang Sui looked at them and said, I'm only going to yell 5 times, and if I can't learn it 5 times, don't expect me to tell you any more stories. The two big men's faces suddenly changed, and they were busy smiling. You say. Only then did Zhang Sui scan everyone and shouted at the top of his lungs, fathers and folks, we're the Jin family. Zhang Sui stopped and looked at the two big men. The two big men hissed after them. Zhang Sui watched them finish shouting before continuing. Now that the world is in a great drought, we, madam, prince and miss, know that it's not easy for all of us, so we've poured out all of our family's money to open a barn to provide food. We hope everyone will abide by the rules and not scramble. We, the Jin family, will do our best to make sure everyone has a bite to eat. We're all in the same boat. Y'all, it's only really good. The second young Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui Zhanko, her complexion a little odd. This denizen, a lecher no less, does have some skills. Someone bring the gong. Zhang Sui took the gong and banged it while yelling towards the crowd. After teaching them a few times, the two big men learned. Zhang Sui looked at the two big men banging on the gong and hissing. Just take the two ministries and the second lady to the east gate of the city. Suddenly, on the street, dozens of big men are coming this way, ferociously. It even broke up the ranks of the stragglers. Spread out, get the outta here. The captain is here, get out of here if you don't want to die. Zhang Sui looked at the visitor and busily asked the second young Miss Shinmi beside him, what's the situation here? How does the Jin family deal with it on a regular basis? Second Miss Shinmi glanced at Zhang Sui and said, reason first, and if that doesn't work, shoot. His name was Pan Feng, a general of Han Fu, the former governor of Jizhou. He was not very smart, and his martial arts were mediocre. He was lowered here after the death of Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou. Zhang Sui hissed and looked toward the strutting man surrounded by dozens of big men. You can't do it, so you shoot? It seemed that he had still underestimated the Jin family. And, Pan Feng, under Hanford's hand? Isn't this the peerless general from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I didn't realize that. In reality, it was just a little Karami. No wonder there is no record of this man in any of the history books. Zhang Sui looked at the second youngest lady, Junmi, and said suspiciously, sure, it can be shot? End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi coldly looked out of the corner of her eye at Zhang Sui and said, District County Lieutenant, or an underused one with no eyes to kill. Jizhou also contacted my Jin family. Even though my Jin family has fallen, there is no need to be afraid. Zhang Sui, he secretly shouted, cow pies. Sure enough, the end of the Han dynasty was a key point in the rise of the Shihua gatekeepers. The fallen Jin family can decide the life and death of a county lieutenant at will. In that case, it seems that Pan Feng really does have no brain, facing the Jin family and still daring to make trouble. Receiving confirmation from second Miss Shinmi, Zhang Sui led Captain Jinhao and the others to welcome them. The big man at the head was serving an old woman out with one hand. In the next moment, he received a kick in the abdomen from Zhang Sui and was directly kicked to the ground. The other dudes surged up at once. The minions saw this and gathered around. Dozens against dozens. Both sides held weapons. Pan Feng pushed aside the big man who was in his way and walked up. Locking eyes with Zhang Sui, he said, "You don't know who I am?" Zhang Sui said, "County Captain Pan Feng." Pan Feng coldly said, "Knowing that, you still dare to open a barn here to provide food? I didn't know that you have to say hello 5 days in advance to open a barn for food here? To reduce it by 1 day, then donate 50 more silks. For the sake of you being the Jin family, remove the stuff today and donate 10 pieces of silk as a warning." Zhang Sui laughed in anger. Now that everyone is about to starve to death at this time. And in advance? And still 5 days? 50 more silk donations for each day of reduction? You people, do you want these folks to die? Let alone 5 days. They can't wait a day. Also, but if the county office grows a little bit and puts in some effort, we don't even have to do this in the Jin family. You don't do it at the county courthouse. We'll do it, and you're giving me this lecture? Looking around at the surrounding ministries, Zhang Sui clapped his hands and said, "All of you, folks, now our Jin family wants to open a barn to provide food, but the county lieutenant wants to stop it. What do you say? Do I, the Jin family, wait for 5 days and then come back to open the barn to provide food? Or do we continue now? And, what a way to reduce it by 1 day and donate 50 more silks. 50 pieces of silk, all for everyone to have a meal today." Looking toward Pan Feng, Zhang Sui looked indifferent and said, "You guys can be greedy just a little bit on weekdays, so bear with it. At this hour, you guys still come? You really don't have the slightest regard for the lives of your folks." When the surrounding stragglers heard Zhang Sui say this, they all became excited. When they strayed into Wuji County, no one ever cared about them. They can only steal and rob every day. Those who can't steal or rob are left to starve to death. Now, finally, the Jin family had come to open a barn for them and someone was trying to stop it like this. If there was no one to support them, they really didn't dare to resist. Now that someone from the Jin family had taken the lead, what were they afraid of? Quite a few people gathered towards this side. "Get out! None of you officials are any good. We want to eat, and whoever stops that is our enemy." Pan Feng looked at these increasingly boisterous stragglers with a cold aura in his eyes. "A bunch of lowly animals that are worse than pigs and dogs. How dare you go against your own county lieutenant? It seems that if we don't make an example of them today, these people have forgotten the horrors of the government." Pan Feng drew his ring-headed sword at his waist, a slash towards a large, ragged woman beside him. The woman's head was directly chopped off and rolled to the ground. Blood sprayed Pan Feng's face. Seeing this, the dozens of big men brought by Pan Feng, one by one, they were about to lunge towards the stragglers surrounding them. The surrounding stragglers were instantly frightened and screamed, fleeing frantically. Dozens of big men suddenly swooped over and slashed one by one. These big men, they were all soldiers from Wuji County. They can't deal with the Hoosiers. They can't deal with the frontier generals. Couldn't they still cut down these skinny, bony, starving stragglers? Zhang Sui's mouth trembled a little as he looked at the ferocious appearance of each of these big men. These people, they really know how to pick up a soft target. Looking at Pan Feng coldly scanning the surrounding stragglers, Zhang Sui, without saying a word, lift the simple compound bow and bend it. Pan Feng noticed Zhang Sui's movements and shouted in a violent rage, about to slash at Zhang Sui. "How dare you!" Captain Jinhao immediately struck out against the attack. However, behind Zhang Sui, a feathered arrow suddenly shot out, directly missing Pan Feng's abdomen. Surprisingly, it was the second Miss Jinmi who shot it. Pan Feng wasn't wearing armor today. Jinmi stood behind Zhang Sui, just 10 paces away from Pan Feng. As this arrow went down, half of the feathered arrows did not enter Pan Feng's abdomen. Captain Jinhao saw that Pan Feng had been directly put down and the group was leaderless, so he immediately rushed up. Other ministries have also stepped up. In an instant, the two sides battled to a standstill. These people that Pan Feng had brought with him obviously hadn't expected that the Jin clan's people would actually make a move. On weekdays, they threatened something like this. The people from the various families and clans wouldn't see eye to eye with them and gave them money directly. After all, what are these stragglers? It's too costly to start a conflict with the county office over these stragglers. At this moment, watching the Jin family's ministry striking out and Pan Feng being knocked down, these Dehans immediately wimped out and crouch on the ground with your head in your hands. There was a complete loss of the vigor with which he had cut down the stragglers just now. These people, although they were soldiers of Wuji County, were even more the people of Wuji County. They know very well that if they really fight with these big families, they would get into endless trouble for killing a single ministry of the great families of the world, and they were cut down, at best, by a silk or two. Soon, Captain Jinhao led his ministry and captured these big men, and the county lieutenant, Pan Feng, had fallen into a pool of blood, unconscious. Zhang Sui asked Captain Jin how to continue opening the barn to provide food while looking at second Miss Shinmi. The second young lady, Junmi, said faintly, hang his body at the city gates. Now that the situation is, we're going to forcefully take possession. He has offended our Jin family. How can we sit back and wait for him to die? Move the slain stragglers together and say they are the ministry we have just chosen. And then send word to the steward. Take these corpses and these captured soldiers to the county courthouse and demand a statement. As a famous family of Wuji County, no reasoning should take up 3 points of momentum. Otherwise, they really think that my Jin family can be taken by anyone. Zheng Sui looked deeply at second Miss Shinmi. Awesome. Worthy of being the daughter of a great family. An ordinary person, not to mention a woman, or even a man would be scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. She's as calm as can be. Zhang Sui immediately recruited his ministry and did what second Miss Shinmi said. Someone carried the slain stragglers together. Someone hang Pan Feng at the city gate. Looking at Pan Feng hanging at the city gate, Zhang Sui shushed him. Who would have thought that Pan Feng, the matchless general in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, would be such a loser? Being put down by a soft woman like second Miss Shinmi. End of chapter. The surrounding passers-by looked at Pan Feng hanging at the city gate with somewhat strange expressions. In the crowd, some people scattered. Zhang Sui scanned the crowd and noticed it as well, but didn't give chase. His eyes flicked over to the second young lady beside him. Junmi, this chick, not too old, is quite calm and capable. Zhang Sui did not immediately go to the east of the city to inspect the situation at Vice Captain Zhao Su's place. He waited a few moments, and then saw the butler with a gang of men-at-arms. The underlings carrying the plank arrived in a hurry. Zhang Sui busily greeted him. The butler looked at the bodies of the 10 or so stragglers killed on the ground and immediately ordered the subordinates to carry these bodies to the county office. As for the dozens of big men brought by Pan Feng, their hands were tied and pulled away together. Only Pan Feng hanging at the city gate. No one cares. His abdomen was almost penetrated by a feathered arrow. At this time, although unconscious, but blood stained his clothes. It dripped from the soles of his feet and dripped onto the ground. Obviously, it's not going to survive. Zhang Sui didn't bother with him. It's all his fault. Zhang Sui took the second young Miss Shinmi, and the two ministries followed the housekeeper and went straight to the county office. When they arrived at the county courthouse, those magistrates at the county courthouse were stunned and flew inside. Hey, the magistrate is surprisingly absent. One of the yamen looked at the steward somewhat sardonically and said, the county magistrate, at the appointment of the head of the Wang family, went to the Wang family for a banquet and hasn't returned yet. The steward had his subordinates place the bodies of a dozen stragglers right at the entrance to the county courthouse. Dozens of soldiers brought by Pan Feng knelt on one side, leaving a dozen or so underlings to watch over them while the butler left with the others. Zhang Sui also took the second young Miss Shinmi and 2 of his minions to the east gate of the city. When they arrived at the east gate of the city, the county captain Pan Feng led his men to carry the Jin family hard. It turned out that the news of being killed by Jin's family had already gotten around. Vice Captain Zhao Su had already organized the stragglers to line up and make kanji. Zhang Sui had a gong brought in and had 2 of his ministries strike it to publicize the Jin family. In the distance, several clusters of people were looking on. There are soldiers. There were also burly men in full ordinary clothing. The second young lady, Junmi, whispered, the soldiers there. It's Wang Hao, the second county captain of our Wuji County. We have 2 county captains in Wuji County. This Wang Hao is a member of the Wang clan. Pan Feng, that county lieutenant, was appointed by the Jizhou government. Wang Hao, the prefectural captain, was recommended by each of the great families of our Wuji County. 8 years ago, Wang Hao, the county lieutenant position, was recommended by our father. However, then the Yellow Turbans broke out, and that county lieutenant died in battle while expelling the Yellow Turbans. Compared to that rash Pan Feng, Wang Hao, the county lieutenant, has eyes. Pan Feng was killed. He doesn't dare to act rashly. Now he can only wait and see. We don't need to pay attention. At the earliest tonight, at the slowest tomorrow, the magistrate will definitely go to our Jin family to look for mother, negotiate a result, and these people will back off. The others, they're all from various families. Obviously, this opening of the barn for food has displeased them, because they're all tuning in. When we do that, we're out of touch. Compared to our Jin family today, where not a single person is out in the Jizhou government, they all have people that, naturally, I thought I could hold us. Pan Feng's death has made them a bit wary. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly and said, these people, they are also afraid of death. Although our Jin family is gradually declining, the honor of our ancestors is not comparable to theirs. If we are really pushed to the edge, the big deal is that the fish is dead. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi's cold look and scared twice. Seems like a pretty sweet-looking little girl with a murderous streak. Unfortunately, it's just a woman after all. At the end of the Han Dynasty, a woman could not walk on stage even if she was brilliant. Unlike the pre-travel Three Kingdoms games, What with LV Lingqi and Huang Yueying, and the ability to be an official, it can still go to war. However, this second young lady, Jun Mi, is truly outstanding. Unfortunately, she married Yuan Shi, the second son of Yuan Shao, and Chao Pai, the second son of Chao Chao. Both of these men were so honored that she had absolutely no way to show off her talents. His eyes fell on the simple composite bow in Jinmi's arms, and Zhang Sui laughed in a low voice. Not bad, second miss. The arrow that shot Pan Feng just now. Only then did the second young Miss Jinmi look at Zhang Sui a little more, and her heart was also a little surprised. The arrow that shot Pan Feng just now was powerful. She also played with a bow and arrow. At that distance, other bows and arrows would never be able to shoot with that power. I wonder where the man got this bow and arrow. Zhang Sui and second Miss Jinmi waited for a while at the city's east gate. Finally, the rare bit is simmering. The stragglers were instantly in disarray. Someone so far as to pounce directly on the cauldron of simmering thin rice. Someone flipped the woman and girl directly in front of him in line out of the way and inserted himself into the seat. There was a lot of crying. Zhang Sui's face turned green as he watched this scene. It's all about the bottom feeders. These people, but they don't spare anyone else in the slightest. Zhang Sui was about to organize his ministry to go up and rebuke him. However, she saw the second young Miss Jinmi bending her bow and arrow, shooting 4 stragglers one after another. Only then did the stragglers, who had become a pot of chaos, stop and look at second Miss Jinmi in horror. The second captain, Zhao Su, retraced the death of a straggling hulk who rushed to the cauldron with a single shot. When the other ministries saw that Vice Captain Zhao Su and the others had struck out, they immediately drew their weapons and charged towards the disruptive stragglers. At once, some of the stragglers, who were originally fierce and vicious, directly wilted, and lowered their heads like quails. The atmosphere is too big to make a sound. Only then did Vice Captain Zhao Su order his men to continue distributing the boiled porridge. Zhang Sui looked at the scene and shook his head. Some of the stragglers are really apt proof of the saying that the pitiful must be hated. He also realized more and more that in this chaotic world, it was impossible to send out kindness indiscriminately. Today, however, there are not so many menacing ministries sitting around. This good deed of opening the barn to provide food is not only not a good thing, but may also bring disaster to the Jin family. Zhang Sui and the second Miss Jinmi watched the eastern part of the city Chu handing out rarefied rice for a while, before turning back to the south of the city. The south side of the city has also begun to give out rarefied rice. Pan Feng, hanging at the city gate, was too dead to die. There was no more blood coming out of his body. Maybe it's because Pan Feng's corpse is a deterrent. The stragglers in the south of the city are behaving in a very disciplined manner. No one dares to make a mess. Zhang Sui and the second young lady, Jun Mi, had been watching the city's southern quartet finish handing out rarefied rice. Only then did he follow this group of ministries back to the Jin family. Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound through the back door. The underlings of the mansion brought dinner to the ministry. While eating with his minions, Zhang Sui told them the story of Liu Bei. This time the talk was about the monk of the straw lamp. There were also monks at the end of the Han dynasty. Zhang Sui remembers very clearly that Tao Qian is the one who believes in Buddhism. At this time, however, it was just there, and not yet very widespread, but the ministry of the congregation knew. There is one temple in Wuji County, which is not very big. According to the words of the ministers, every year, before the 3 dynasties, the lady would take a walk to the temple, pray for the sick and dying head of the family and the eldest son. The 3rd dynasty is the spring festival in the later world. All the ministries listened to Zhang Sui's speech on the monk of the grass lantern with fervor. Just then, he saw a person walk through the archway door, and it was clearly Hong Yu. Hong Yu's pretty face flushed red. She heard Zhang Sui's voice from a long way outside the archway and the excited ghostly cries of the minions were also heard. She spat hard toward the ground. This guy, Zhang Sui, is really the most denizen of all. Despite this, she had to walk in and, without any good humor, he gouged out Zhang Sui and said, "Come out, Madam told me to take you to the hall. The magistrate is here." I'll let you explain the murder of County Captain Pan Feng today. End of chapter. All the ministries were quiet and smiled sarcastically when they heard Zhang Sui say this. 9 times out of 10, the maid had heard the story from earlier again. On weekdays, when men say this amongst themselves, they are not burdened, but rather, they are still unusually excited by it. It will even discuss its details. For example, in the previous Catching a Corpse Beauty, the Fonzie and the zombie were stalking each other. According to Zhang Sui, zombies are dead people. Since it's a dead person, how does the Fonzie stalk it? But, in front of a woman, they are a little embarrassed. Zhang Sui hurriedly finished the bowl of rice in one gulp and asked Fong a dog to help him wash the bowl. Instead, he flew to keep up with Red Jade. The two exited the ministry compound one after the other. Hong Yu walked in front. Her ears were red, mumbling, "You seem to know a lot about bed matters?" Tell me, did you take a wife? Or have you been to a brothel? Zhang Sui busily said. Heaven and earth are kind. I absolutely did not. Not to mention going to brothels. There aren't many people in my hometown of Yanmen. Those border generals have been in complete disarray since the Yellow Turban Rebellion. They keep us civilians captive. When there is no war, the men went to work on the fortifications. Women are played by them. Once there's not enough food, we'll be stewed in one pot. Those of us who live our lives in fear and trembling, hiding in all directions. Who's in the mood for bedtime? Brothels? That's even more so only in places like Wuji County. 10,000 what-ifs. There are. And those whores ain't gonna live. It was spoiled long ago by those border generals. According to the memories of this body, from the time of the spiritual emperor, the people in the area of Yanmen Pass would not be treated as human beings. Those border generals have long since lost their humanity. Good women, but all the good-looking ones, were dragged off to the army. Count them. Even dozens of people spoiled, come out alive. The bodies are thrown directly into the wild to be eaten by wild animals. As for the men, from time to time they were harvested by the border generals and taken to the court to claim credit. The court never validates these. Later, when the drought was so severe that food was stretched to the limit, the court directly ordered the border generals to draft their own provisions. The civilians around Yanmen then have even less to live for. Many are directly captive as two-legged sheep. Miserable to the core. Zhang Sui's body fled to Wuji County, following the townspeople in hiding. It was only by a fluke that I picked up a life. According to his memory, when Zhang Sui's body escaped from Yanmen Pass, within 10 miles of Yanmen Pass, don't even talk about people. You can't even see ahead of. Zhang Sui let out a long sigh. In this great land, from time immemorial, regardless of the change of dynasties, the commoners are not even treated as human beings by the ruling class. The people of the ruling class are referred to as the people of the lineage. Seeing Zhang Sui in such a despondent state, Han Yu bit her red lips and slowed down her steps. Walking side by side with Zhang Sui, he softly said, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. The past is the past. Now in the Jin family, if you do well, and marry and have children in the future, it won't be a problem. Besides, you're so talented. People will be happy even if you want more women. Zhang Sui was originally in a somewhat sad mood. At this moment, hearing Han Yu say this, and looking at her pretty face with a gentle look, the contents of the monk of the grass lantern just told could not help but come to mind. Zhang Sui gulped. This delicate face, though far inferior to that of Madame and the second young lady, but it's also very collagenous, Q-tip, and has a great bite-sized appetite. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Sui still gently touched Han Yu's small hand. In a low, tentative voice, he asked, so what do you think, sister? Han Yu felt Zhang Sui's hand pass over her hand, and the morning sun instantly climbed up her jade neck. Subconsciously, she wanted to slap Zhang Sui. Denizen, for the first time in her life, she was touched by a man, but just as her hand rose, she let it drop again, her head lowered, her heart pounding. Zhang Sui, this person, was not a positively tight person in the first place. Who's the one who's painting those shoulder and thigh portraits? Who's the one who talks about bedtime in a colorful way? But even so, there is no denying that Zhang Sui is a talented man. This is if you give him a slap in the face and he gets cold feet and goes and hooks up with one of the other maids in the mansion. There's a good chance that the missus will agree. Really, one would have to cry oneself to death. It's not easy to find a reliable man in today's world. As for worldly gentlemen, she did not dare to hope. With her status, if she really met those sons of the world, she wouldn't even be able to be a concubine. By following Zhang Sui, at least, there would be an identity. Thinking of this, Han Yu's small hands tugged at her sleeves, gathering her courage, her voice trembling a little. I'm not that jealous. After saying that, his small feet quickly moved forward and pulled a distance from Zhang Sui. Her hands covered her chest. Feeling the violent beating in her chest, Han Yu's mouth shivered slightly underneath her fiery pretty face. This denizen. You've said it all yourself. If he's still an elf, he can go to hell. Zhang Sui followed Han Yu, looking at the slim body underneath Han Yu's long skirt. The corner of Zhang Sui's mouth slightly grinned upwards, although he had already confirmed that Han Yu was interested in him before. But now, after Han Yu said it, the stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Before crossing over, I wasn't married myself. Nowadays, nonetheless, there are women who like them, or are so gentle and considerate and good-looking. Zhang Sui quickly stepped forward and touched Han Yu's small hand once again. Sister, you're so nice. He didn't dare to be too indiscreet. After all, it wasn't dark yet, or in a big family like the Jin family. This is a show of love that could have dire consequences if they were caught. After all, this is not the era of the late Han dynasty, not 2,000 years later. Han Yu still kept her head down. Feeling Zhang Sui's hand touching her own, Hong Yu's face flushed red and she didn't dare to make a comment. Accelerating his pace a few more steps forward, he pulled away from Zhang Sui once again. Zhang Sui stepped forward and touched again. Hong Yu's pretty face was about to drip blood. This denizen. It's getting more and more licentious. Hong Yu turned her head, and under her reddened pretty face, a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Finally, the two came near the hall. Hong Yu pointed down to the hall entrance from afar and said in no uncertain terms, "Go there yourself." Right there. She, in turn, left at a brisk pace, rather like running away in a panic. If she followed Zhang Sui over there again, she was really afraid that Zhang Sui would be dishonest and make a move. In case Madam and Second Miss saw it, she couldn't even dare to imagine the consequences. After walking a long way and watching Zhang Sui already reach the entrance of the hall, Hong Yu then stopped her footsteps, covering her burning pretty face and ears with both hands. She secretly spat. Denizen. Cursing, Hong Yu removed her hands and still had a delicate smile on her face. At least it's not Elmwood. Otherwise, it's a crying shame. End of chapter. Zhang Sui rushed all the way to the hall. There was only one middle-aged scribe wearing a luxurious brocade robe with a big belly in the hall at this time. At the doorway, on the other hand, stood a couple of maids and two male underlings. These people, too, now recognized Zhang Sui. After all, Zhang Sui even made the steward this time, and together they organized the opening of the barn to provide food. When they saw Zhang Sui, they saluted and greeted him. Lord Record. Zhang Sui smiled and nodded in response. Sheesh. It's so comforting to live like this. He had the feeling of a young leader before he crossed over. The middle-aged scribe was originally in the hall casually watching the lines carved on the walls on both sides. At the sound of movement, he looked back suspiciously. Although Zhang Sui was meeting the middle-aged scribe for the first time, he guessed the identity of the other party. This magistrate of Wuji County. Zhang Sui stood in the doorway, not knowing whether he should go in or not. After all, this is ancient times. There are too many ancient rules. It's not as casual as it was before you crossed over. Facing an official like the magistrate, although the Jin family is not afraid, it's also enough to crush him a big head of a main mark. The middle-aged scribe was indeed the county magistrate of this Wuji County. Zhang Shen, as Zhang Sui had guessed. He had heard truly just now that the maids and underlings at the door just now had called each other master marks that, and very polite. Now he is here waiting for the lady. Instead, the other side came. It means that the other party, this master record status, is not big, but it is also the lady's personal person. It's always good to strike up a good relationship. Magistrate Zhang Shen patted his bulging belly and, smiling, he greeted me and took the initiative to salute. I am the county magistrate Zhang Shen. I wonder how the main record is addressed. What is your name? Seeing that the magistrate Zhang Shen had even taken the initiative to open his mouth, Zhang Sui could only go in and return the salute. My name is Zhang Sui. No epithets yet. Magistrate Zhang Shen said. That would be Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is so young, but he's actually a big shot by Madam's side. It's really admirable. Zhang Sui said with a leathery smile. Mama, you're the one who's a man of honor. County magistrate. You make me envious. Magistrate Zhang Shen shook Zhang Sui's hand and said with a look of excitement. So do I. Zhang Sui. This magistrate, Zhang Shen, smiled fawningly. Moreover, a county magistrate was still so polite to a Jin family's main record such as himself. Definitely a smiley face. Is this a way to start with yourself and inquire about news related to the Jin family in the future? Zhang Sui gave a dark laugh. That depends on who has the best tactics. He used himself as a tool. He may not be a tool. Zhang Sui also shook it back and smiled. Then we are truly brothers. Brothers of the magistrate. Get together often in the future. Magistrate Zhang Shen was happy in his heart. After all, you're young, and a few blowouts and you're out of your mind. There are plenty of places to use it in the future. Magistrate Zhang Shen nodded, the flab on his chin wobbling as he said, of course, that's a must. Just then, two figures came outside. It was certainly Madam and Second Miss Shinmi. Instead of a long dress, as usual, Madam wore a jacket today, with a sash around her waist. Originally a tall figure. At this moment it appeared that the figure was even more like a curve, especially the belt cinched at the waist, which set off a high bulge in the upper half of the body. Zhang Sui couldn't help but ring out a saying he had read before crossing the border. A woman who lowers her head and doesn't see her toes is already a great color. And Mrs. probably can't see her toes. And, there's more than that advantage. Her fair and pretty face, without applying any powder, already gave off a feeling of being like a heavenly fairy. The narrow eyes, at that moment, contained a smirk, as if they were trying to suck people in. Zhang Sui originally giggled at County Magistrate Zhang Shen. At the moment, however, there was no mood for that hypocrisy at all. He felt an urge in his body to rub his lady into his arms and ravage her. This unintentional matriarchal quality. It's something that a young girl who is green can't fake in any way. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Pieces of. It was a pity that he had traveled across, just like this in a body with no identity whatsoever. If he could cross over into Yuan Shao or Chow Chow or something like that, and not get his wife into his hands. That never stops. Next to Madam. The second young lady was half a head shorter than Madam. The second young lady was just wearing an ankle-length dress today, puffed out at the waist end. No visible figure at all. Moreover, the face was veiled and unreadable. However, a pair of beautiful eyes flooded with a cold aura, giving people an air of being uninviting. Mother and daughter walk together and don't look like mother and daughter at all. It's like an elder sister and a younger sister. All are stunning though. However, if given the choice, his first choice would definitely be Mrs. As for the broken shoes thing that many people used to say before the crossover, such a lady, even if she were a broken shoe, he would gladly accept and more. Magistrate Jiangshan was also busy collecting his laughter at this time. Respectfully, he rushed at Madam and Second Miss Shinmi and said, Madam, Second Miss. Both women gave the magistrate a nod. The lady smiled and said, Take your seat. A few maids came up with tea and pastries. Her ladyship was seated at the top of the hall. The magistrate is on the right below. Zhang Sui sat on his knees on the left side of the support heel. The maid served tea and pastries and retreated. The lady looked at Magistrate Jiangshan and asked knowingly, I wonder if Magistrate Jiang is here too. Magistrate Jiangshan smiled with him and said, It's like this. Today the county lieutenant Pan Feng had a clash with the Jin family's troops, and was shot and killed, and his body is hanging at the city gate. That's a county captain appointed by the Jizhou government. I really don't know how to account for this. This news has probably already reached the Jizhou government. I just came here specifically to talk to your ladyship about what to do about this. The lady picked up her teacup and took a small sip, before she sneered, how to deal with it. Is Magistrate Jiang bullying my Jin family's orphans and widows? The dozen or so lives in front of the county courthouse. Those are the ministries that my Jin family has its eye on today. We were going to bring them into the mansion. Now that there is an imminent war across the river in Yuyang, our county is full of bullies and stragglers. My Jin family is under threat at any time. A servant found a thief crawling into our mansion yesterday. We were short of men, and it was not easy to recruit ministries. But Pan Feng, the county captain, killed our men. Pan Feng was just one of Han Fu's generals in the past. Nowadays it is not valued by the Jizhou government as a lost dog. Where did he get the guts to bully my Jin family like that? Moreover, once he died, Magistrate Zhang immediately came over to raise hell. Could it be that Pan Feng was instructed by Magistrate Jiang? Magistrate Jiang, you have good tactics, killing our ministry and then letting evil people invade my Jin family. Are you trying to kill us with a borrowed knife? Jiang Shen, the magistrate, wiped a cold sweat from his forehead when he saw that Madam was aggressive. Busy getting up, he said, Ma'am, there is absolutely no such thing. As a magistrate, I am on an equal footing with the prefectural captain. So how can I instruct him? Besides, how dare I make a move against the Jin family? I am not asking for a statement for Captain Pan, I merely wish to give advance notice that the Jizhou officials may be coming. So let the lady be prepared to deal with it. The lady's beautiful eyes glanced at Magistrate Zhang Shen and said, A reminder to respond? Why should my Jin family respond? So many of my Jin family's minions have died, all killed while fighting that bereaved dog Pan Feng. Moreover, these ministries, of which I have witnesses, are the ones that, when we opened the barn for grain, Pan Feng, that bereaved dog, deliberately messed up before starting the conflict. Not only did you kill my Jin family's troops, but you also messed up and prevented our Jin family from opening the barn to provide food. Magistrate Jiang, the Jizhou government and the county office must give a statement within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll stir this up and let the people of the world judge. Magistrate Jiangshan still has to say. The lady said coldly, Send the guests away. The two male subordinates at the doorway immediately came in and stood beside the county magistrate Jiangshan on the left and the right, made a gesture of invitation. Magistrate Jiangshan glanced at his wife and turned a little pale. In the end, he left unhappy. Zhang Sui watched the entire scene. Cowhide. The world's great families really do have cowhide. Completely disrespectful to the magistrate. Like disliking a grandchild. He was beginning to be somewhat able to understand that Sun Tzu had been killed and that Sun Quan had been in a state of hysteria that Liu Bei's Battle of Yiling now. Just one fallen Jin family is already so untouchable. How can this be fun when there's a bunch of families under that rule? End of chapter. Watching County Magistrate Zhang Shen leave and Zhang Sui still standing still, Madam laughed and said, Zhang Sui, what are you doing? Only then did Zhang Sui come back to his senses and smiled somewhat sardonically. No, it's nothing. It's just that I feel that Madam is not only good looking, but her abilities are also extraordinary. No wonder she is able to support the Jin family. When Madam heard Zhang Sui say this, she was not happy, but sighed and said, I don't want to either. However, if I am not this strong, how will my Jin family survive? In a world where people eat people, the Jin family is like a pot of sizzling goodness. Anyone who has a tiger's eye on them. The only way I can keep everyone at bay is to drape thorns all over myself. Zhang Sui sighed as he heard his wife say this. In that case, it's true. Although the Jin family, as a declining lineage, had acted this strong just now. But if you're not strong, you'll be swallowed up without a crumb. This late Han dynasty, show goodness, others won't be grateful for it. It just feels like you finally found a good bully and a good prey. Zhang Sui said. It's quite good, ma'am. Anyway, I idolize the lady. I will definitely learn more from your ladyship in the future to help make my Jin family strong. When the lady heard Zhang Sui say this, she laughed and said, what is the idol? Zhang Sui said, an idol. An idol is someone who is admired and respected. For example, the first emperor is my idol. The lady's pretty face was a bit unnatural as she said, you're exaggerating. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly. The man, the talent is there, but, is a denizen. Now the sycophancy is on display. Madame glanced at the second young lady, Junmi, and glared at her, before she said to Zhang Sui, do you have any idea why I asked you to come over? Zhang Sui shook his head and said, please, ma'am, enlighten me. Madame said, I'm just letting you understand the status of my Jin family in Wuji County. Although we are declining, we are still a great family. Not just anyone can bully us. You, as the main mark of my Jin family, as long as you don't cause any major problems, other things, let go and do them. As long as it favors my Jin family will back you up. Besides, you're not too young to have a family. In that case, you pay attention during the day and see which maid you like. If you fancy it, tell me, and I'll betroth her to you. In short, in a word, as long as you do a good job, my Jin family will not treat you poorly. Zhang Sui busily said. Thank you, ma'am, the lady added. By the way, what is your watchword? Zhang Sui said. It is not yet time to take the epithet. Madame pondered for a moment and looked at the second young Miss Shinmi beside her. Seeing this, Shinmi blurted out, Sui, has two meanings. One is said to be an access road, the meaning of a waterway. One is said to be the meaning of access and no disadvantage. How old are you in your family? Zhang Sui said. Boss, the others, they're all dead. Madame looked at Zhang Sui with some sympathy. Shinmi said, then how about taking Bo Chang for the watchword? Bo, the meaning of boss. Chang, all things go well and pass without harm. The lady looked to Jinmi with a face full of pride. This second daughter of his own, though a woman, is very talented. Unfortunately, not a male, and I don't know who I'll marry in the future. I also wonder if that man will cherish his second daughter, nor do I know her future destiny, had it been as he was, though far superior to the average. However, the eldest son and her husband passed away one after another, and she was left alone in the house, and was lonely at night. Still have to be careful and prudent, to support this huge Jin family. Living that is exceptionally painful, but if the second son is able to support the Yen family, she was all too willing to hand over her other children to him and then go to meet her husband in the 9 Springs herself. I don't know how long it will last like this. If there was a man of comparable stature who wouldn't plot against the Jin family at this time, still willing to support the Yen family, able to cower in his arms at night and enjoy his favor. At the thought, the lady shook her head. How is that possible? How could a man with this real talent be so kind? Just like Yuan Shao. His words are earnest but full of plans to usurp the Jin family. If he really went over there for his own selfishness, then the Jin family would be completely finished. You won't even be able to see your husband after you die. When Zhang Sui saw Jinmi say this, he said, Second Miss is not just a fairy descending to the earth. And such talent, rare in ancient and modern times. I'm really impressed. This watchword is quite good. Thank you, Second Miss. Only then did Second Miss Jinmi glance at Zhang Sui. The little mouths are not stopping. Oily mouth. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be flattered by you. Madame laughed. Alright, Bo Ching, go and rest. For the next few days, you just open the barn and feed the grain. Zhang Sui made a bow and retreated. Madame and Second Miss Shinmi had been watching Zhang Sui leave and disappear into the night. It was only then that the lady looked at the second youngest Miss Shinmi and said, Why do you feel that you are so hostile towards Bo Chang? Don't be like this in the future. This Bo Chang, except for being thinner and having a bad birth, is not bad in all other aspects. Be talented to be talented. There are schemes and there are schemes. Did he not do a good job of organizing the opening of the barn for food today? For my mother to see his drawings was astonishing. Ask yourself, can you think of drawing those in graph paper? The second young lady, Junmi, said, My daughter admits all this, but, he is oily and smooth, or a denizen. He draws those kinds of pictures for the ministry. Mother, haven't you ever seen them? Madame said, dumbly, It's true that it's a bit of that. But, on the other hand, he actually helped our Jin family. Those ministries of the house are basically familyless. But they're normal men too. There's always a need. In the old days, we used to give them money twice a year so they could go to a brothel to vent their frustrations. Every time I come back, someone always catches a dirty disease. Now, this Butching uses his painting skill to paint those ministries with those. It also makes those ministries less lustful. No one is perfect. Don't be too hard on yourself. I'm not the one who praises him. The husband you marry in the future will have his talent. Then your husband's family will definitely prosper for generations. If it weren't for his bad birth, how could our Jin family have possibly enlisted him? Not to mention, the person is also a protege of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Parallel Prefecture. Second Miss Shinmi was going to say more. The lady held up her hand and said, "Let's not talk about that. It's getting late. Go see your fifth sister and then some more paperwork for my mother." Only then did second Miss Shinmi say, "Good." The two mothers and daughters then stood up and walked out, and Zhang Sui, too, returned to the courtyard ministry. This time he didn't just add on, because it is indeed getting late. On weekdays, the fifth young Miss Shinrong and Han Yu both brought food. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait long by the ancient well before Han Yu came first. Putting down a bowl of soup cake and a few green vegetables, Han Yu went straight away this time, telling him to leave the bowl until tomorrow. She came to fetch. Zhang Sui let out a laugh as he looked at Han Yu's fallen appearance. It's a chick after all. Cheeky. Tonight, the two were in a complete showdown, and she was a little embarrassed. One day when she calms down, she'll take it a step further, hold a little hand or something. After all, it's in ancient times, so don't be in too much of a hurry. Otherwise, even if people are interested in them, or they may not be able to stand the morals of the age and simply turn away from themselves. Just as she was eating happily, the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, came up with a smile on her face, taking out a handkerchief with 2 large chicken thighs wrapped in it from his sleeve. He handed it to Zhang Sui and said, "Han Yu also brings you food? She likes you too?" "As expected. My vision is awesome. When we grow up, I'll be the big one and she'll be the little one." Zhang Sui looked at the little girl in front of him, who was only 5 or 6 years old, and was just about to say, "What are you thinking?" But looking at the other party's big, innocent and clear eyes, Zhang Sui swallowed his words back. It's just a 5 or 6-year-old girl. She doesn't understand even if she says too much. When she grows up, she will naturally forget everything. Zhang Sui smiled and said, "Whatever you say." With a cheeky smile, Jinrong squatted beside Zhang Sui, her right hand propped up on her chin. Smiling, he watched Zhang Sui eat. After a long while, she suddenly reached out her hand and pinched the side of Zhang Sui's face. He said proudly, "I feel like I've grown some meat. Zhang Sui, when I look at you, I feel like I'm looking at my rhubarb." Watching it go from such a tiny one to such a big one, Jinrong gestured twice. Zhang Sui looked at fifth Miss Jinrong and was directly speechless. "This little girl, you think you're playing a parenting game?" End of chapter. Jinrong watched Zhang Sui finish his meal before he bounced away. Zhang Sui looked at her happy face and was quite envious. Little girls are little girls. Though intelligent, he is not well versed in the ways of the world. Now it's a chaotic time. The world is in turmoil, but she's able to live her life. This would be great if I could be like this myself. However, Zhang Sui soon suppressed it all. If you were really like the fifth young lady, you would have been a corpse long ago. Zhang Sui strolled around the ancient well for nearly a quarter of an hour, waiting for his food to be digested, and then he stripped off his shirt and started with extra training in basic boxing and kung fu and the first stance of the Zhao family gun. This time, Zhang Sui directly practiced for an extra hour. "I was out all day today and didn't have time to practice my martial arts." Again, he considers himself relatively mediocre, especially when it comes to martial arts. Now at this age and in this chaotic world, it's natural to be a dumb bird and practice more. If you master the martial arts early, you will also be able to defend yourself. He got the tip midway through the hike, and today it triggered the blitz again. Gain strength by 0.4 pounds. Zhang Sui was in a good mood. The conditions for this blast rate trigger don't seem too harsh, but the odds are so much higher than the pre-crossing Fortuna lottery. At this rate, he could gain several times the strength of 36.5 pounds in a year. If you can gain 100 pounds, the more Zhang Sui thinks about it, the more excited he gets. Maybe, you can be a fierce general yourself. Zhang Sui finished his extra training, dried his sweat, and took a shower before going back to sleep. Since crossing over, he had slept well and had surprisingly little insomnia. Sleeping through the night, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su had already pulled the team out to open the barn to provide food. Zhang Sui took 2 ministries and went to the entrance of the mansion and waited for the second young lady, Jin Rong, to come out in disguise. The 4 of them first made a tour of the Jin family residence to confirm that there were no oversights. before going to the two city gates in the south and east of the city to inspect the relief points. After yesterday afternoon's ruckus, no one came to make trouble today, and at the south gate of the city, Pan Feng's body is still hanging on the city wall. Zhang Sui had his men put Pan Feng's body down, rather than being kind-hearted. Rather, corpses hanging for too long are prone to rotting and stinking, and even attracting infectious diseases such as plague. Pan Feng's warning had served its purpose. That's enough. Zhang Sui personally escorted Pan Feng's body to the county office. It is not convenient for Madam and the second young lady to go out and deal with the magistrate, Zhang Shen, who is himself a master recorder. No scruples in that area. Although the county magistrate's official position is not big, it is still being held by the big families of Wuji County. But then again, it's somewhat useful. Zhang Shen, the magistrate, saw Zhang Sui sending Pan Feng's body over and was busy thanking him. Magistrate Zhang Shen held Zhang Sui's hand and said with a miserable look like he was about to cry out, "Master Zhang, remember, go back and put in a good word for me to Madam. Yesterday's incident was really not my intention. I was with Captain Pan Feng and Captain Wang Hao. That's all a leveling relationship. How can I move him?" Zhang Sui sighed. "Isn't that nonsense? I told you yesterday that you and I felt like brothers at first sight, so I persuaded the lady yesterday." Pointing at Pan Feng's corpse, Zhang Sui said, "If I didn't talk Madam, do you think I dare trespass and bring Pan Feng's body here?" Second Miss Shinmi rolled her eyes straight from the side. She discovered a third flaw in the man, lies at his fingertips. Mother doesn't even know you advised her. However, she naturally wouldn't reveal it. She followed Zhang Sui on patrol and was just playing the hand. It's not good for you to really expose yourself. If you really want to say something, it's not too late to go back and fix him. Zhang Shen, the magistrate, smiled so much that his eyes narrowed to a slit when he heard Zhang Sui say this. He said, "I see." I said, "Lord Recorder Zhang, I'm also familiar with you at first sight. If this weren't for the fact that I'm so much older than you, I'd want to worship the Emperor's heaven and earth with you." Zhang Sui laughed out loud. "After all, it's too much of a difference to be convenient. However, magistrate, I still regard you as a brother from the bottom of my heart. In the future you and I will have to interact and communicate more." Magistrate Zhang Shen couldn't wait for him to be able to plant his hands in each of the big families in Wuji County. It's just not easy to place. For one thing, he was only a magistrate, and in Wuji County, he didn't have much power. Secondly, this county magistrate of his own, compared to the various worldly families, that was simply not enough to look at. Anyone who wasn't stupid would choose to defect to the various worldly families rather than themselves. This Zhang Master record initiative to send to the door, that is really just dozed off. Someone send pillow. Of course, if you want to enlist this Shin family's manpower, you have to give some benefits appropriately. Thinking of this, Magistrate Zhang Shen pulled Zhang Sui a little closer and whispered in his ear, "All brothers, help each other out. I'll tell you the latest piece of information, and you keep it to yourself." Zhang Sui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Naturally. Magistrate Zhang Shen said, "The Jizhou government, as you know, is in Yecheng. Just late last night, the Yecheng side is urgently issuing papers for me to prepare to receive the Partial General Koji, and Partial General Koji is going to join Yenmen General Yen Rou at our quarters at the eastern gate of the Wuji County city. Partial General Koji spent a lot of time in Liangzhou, you know?" Zhang Sui hissed darkly. "Koji and Yen Rou are going to rendezvous in Wuji County?" Wuji County is afraid of a wave of devastation. Although Koji was a great general in history, and even defeated the famous White Horse Guards, however, he is well known in Xiliang. His soldiers, all of them are the elite of the Western Liangchangs. The Chang people, to the Han people, are even more cruel, never treating the Han people as human beings. Add to that Yen Rou, the general of Yenmen County, who kept the people in captivity and treated them like two-legged sheep. They even opened the Yenmen Pass to lure the Xianbei and other Hu people to join them. With the two demons together, the people of Wuji County were simply lambs to the slaughter. They rendezvoused in Wuji County, with the aim, I believe, of attacking the fishery county of Thistle, to avenge Lu Yu, the former Yuzhou governor. There was such a battle in history. Moreover, in the end, it was Koji and Yen Rou who were victorious, and Gong Sun Zan who suffered a crushing defeat. Only, the history books do not record that Koji converged outside Wuji County. In any case, this is an important piece of news, and it is important to hasten to alert the lady. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed at County Magistrate Zhang Shen. Understood. I understand. I accept this favor. Magistrate Zhang Shen's flabby chin busily nodded and said, "It must be." Zhang Sui chatted with the Magistrate Zhang Shen for a while longer, this time about Koji's past. County Magistrate Zhang Shen was quite a bit surprised Zhang Sui, he, the magistrate, didn't even know so much about Partial General Koji. It can be seen that to be able to do the main record in the Jin family, not ordinary people. Zhang Sui said goodbye to the magistrate. Zhang Shun immediately took the second Miss Shinmi in 2 ministries to go back in a hurry. Second Miss Shinmi curiously said, "What's the hurry to go back? Won't we go on to see the 2 open food points?" Zhang Sui glanced at the second young Miss, Junmi, and said with a serious face, "Something big is going to happen soon. If we don't make preparations, the Jin family and other great families may suffer." Although historically the Jin family did not suffer. However, history does not record this segment in detail, in case the butterfly effect is triggered by your presence, causing some things to change their original trajectory, thus causing the Yin family to suffer. He would cry. Now that he's managed to hold on to such a big leg, with the Zhen family gone, even if he doesn't die, it has to be exiled as well. In today's chaotic world, where can you run away to? End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui didn't explain, but said, "There are many people outside. Let's talk about it when we see the lady." The group quickly walked back to the Jin family. Entering the mansion, second Miss Shinmi took the lead and went straight to find Madam. Her ladyship was leading the second son, Yen Yen, in the warehouse to supervise the subordinates in counting the list of various materials in the warehouse. Hearing Zhang Sui say that he had something urgent to report, the lady then took the second son, Jin Yen, and rushed to the study. After dismissing the others and allowing Zhang Sui to sit down and take a sip of tea, the lady then smiled and said, "Bo Qing, what's the panic?" Zhang Sui said with a serious face, "Just now, I went to patrol the south of the city and, seeing the body of the Captain Pan Feng still hanging on the city wall, he unhooked it, took it to the county office, and met the magistrate. I'd been eyeballing the magistrate, and he's supposed to be trying to take advantage of me, be a pawn he planted in the Jin family, to pull me in. He told me an urgent tip. Last night, he received urgent intelligence from the official side of Jizhou. The partial general, Koji, will be here soon, to rendezvous with Yenmen General Yen Ro at our quarters at the east gate of the Wuji County town." The lady's pretty face got serious this time. Only after a while did she look at second Miss Shinmi and said, "This is a big deal. Prepare the supplies for the reception to treat General Koji E, and we mustn't fall short of our Jin family's reputation." Zhang Sui, "No, ma'am. You'll just prepare the receiving supplies?" Madam and second Miss Shinmi both looked blankly at Zhang Sui. Madam said, "Partial General Koji E is the most capable general to help the Jizhou minister, and he's going to come here and, what can we do but prepare the supplies for the pickup? Although our Jin family is a great family, that is for ordinary people, against a great general like Koji E, we have no power to fight back, except, Zhang Sui is a bit helpless. Woman, it's a woman after all. Put them in charge of the backyard and they can do a good job." And they couldn't think beyond the backyard. It is no wonder that, although this land has produced countless famous generals, female generals, it's also just so much of a district. To be precise, only women's Hao of the Shang dynasty and Qin Liangyu of the Ming dynasty. The other female generals are folkloric fabrications. Zhang Sui took a deep breath and said to his wife, "Madam, that's not the problem." The lady frowned her eyebrows and said, "What do you mean?" Zhang Sui looked at Madam, second Miss Shinmi, and second Prince Xin Yan with a sullen face and said, "Madam, second Miss, and second Prince, none of you have ever met Koji E, nor have you learned in detail about this person's identity and background, have you?" The lady nodded and said, "When my late husband was alive, he was only a Shanxi order. There is no qualification to meet a great general like Koji E. After my late husband's illness and death, I and several of my children never left Wuji County. I just heard that General Koji E and the Jizhou minister have defeated the white horse boxers of the Yuzhou minister Gongsunzan." Second Duke Xingyan suddenly said, "I thought he was a hero of his generation." Zhang Sui looked at second Duke Xingyan and wanted to laugh a little. Heroes? If being able to kill people is called being a hero, there were indeed many heroes at the end of the Han dynasty. By this standard, Dong Zhuo can even be considered a hero. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, "Then does the second prince know that this Koji E, the generals under their hands are all elite Changs from Western Liang? They have never treated us Han Chinese as human beings. They all use our Han men as slaves and our women as tools to vent their frustrations. What about using it up and giving it to stew as food? To roast for meat?" Second Duke Xingyan's face turned pale, his lips shivering. "Impossible? General Koji E has always been a general of our Han. How could he treat our Han people like this?" Madam and second Miss Shinmi also blushed a bit. Zhang Sui ignored the three's ugly faces and said, "Madam, second Miss and second Prince, after all, you guys have never been out of this Wuji County and are under the protection of the Jin family, so you don't understand the tragedy outside today. I come from Yenmen County, not to mention Koji E, the general of Yenmen County. It has also long since become customary to treat us Han Chinese as two-legged sheep. The women are all used as ventilators. and the men help repair the fortifications in their spare time. When there's no use for them anymore, or if there's not enough food, they're slaughtered and eaten. Just among the stragglers we have in the city today. I even met a man from Yenmen yesterday, on the way from Yenmen to escape here. All his wives and daughters were raped and abused by the Han soldiers at the border. Of course, normal generals, they wouldn't dare to slaughter in Wuji County, no matter what. Our Wuji County is part of Jizhou, but Koji-e and Yenro, they are not ordinary generals. Koji-e is the right-hand man of the Jizhou minister, and, as far as I know, there's more to it than that. His battles have been so dazzling that he has threatened the safety of the Jizhou minister. Jizhou Mu, in the absence of absolute strength, will never do anything to him. Koji-e stays in Wuji County with the Chang elite, and if we don't prepare for it, this could be a disaster for our Jin family. Also, he will rendezvous with Yenmen General Yenro in the eastern part of the city, so we must take precautions as well. Naturally, they won't attack the city, but some of Yenro's generals suddenly broke into the city, and even entered our Jin family residence. How do we respond? These generals came in, and even if they did something to the women and the family property of the Yen family, eventually the Jizhou government will not do anything harsh. Yenro, as a general of the allied forces, is dealing with Gongsun-zan of Yuzhou, which, as far as the Jizhou minister is concerned, it's a big positive thing. How could he kill these people for a Jin family that doesn't have anyone out of the Jizhou government? Zhang Sui swept another glance at Madame and Second Miss Shinmi and said, especially with so many women in our Jin family, Madame and Second Miss are even more stunning. If we don't take precautions in advance, the consequences are unimaginable. The lady bowed her head, her mouth shivering slightly. She hadn't really thought about the situation. All these years, though the world has been in great disorder, the greatest confusion, in the county of Wuji, presumably the Yellow Turbans are in revolt. However, his late husband was still alive. He is the one who handles all the matters of the Jin family. He arranged for the Jin family ministry to join forces with the ministries of various other great families to fight against the Yellow Turbans. Wuji County, as a part of Jizhou, was originally under the jurisdiction of Han Fu, the pastor of Jizhou. Later, Yuan Shao served as the pastor of Jizhou, and did not go through the war. Instead, it was a peaceful evolution. Han Fu voluntarily ceded the Jizhou pastor to Yuan Shao. Over the years, Jizhou and Yuzhou have been at war, and all on the Yuzhou side as well. It had not occurred to me that there would be such a sudden change in the day, that the generals of his own side, it would become a presence that would jeopardize his own worldly family. Madame took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her inner panic, and looked at Zhang Sui. Qing, I am a bit confused now. Do you have any good ideas? Zhang Sui swept a glance at Second Duke Xingyan and Second Miss Shinmi. The two were confused about such things. Too, it looks like it would be a dream to hope for them. After a little contemplation, Zhang Sui said, is our Jin family extremely prestigious and the kind of person who has force and can say things even with other worldly families? The lady asked, do the ministry's Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su count? Zhang Sui shook his head. Yesterday, against County Captain Pan Feng, Captain Jin Hao didn't even dare to make a direct move. Pan Feng didn't give him face either. The lady was silent for a moment, and then added, if it is a powerful man of considerable reputation in the neighborhood. I wonder if it will work. Zhang Sui's eyes lit up as he said, if it's a prestigious powerhouse in the vicinity that can invite the Jin family to, that was naturally useful. As Koji-e and Yenro and the others entered Wuji County, Madam and Second Miss, you take the good-looking women of the mansion and hide for a while, and it will not be a big problem for the second prince and this magnate to deal with them. At that time, do all the courtesies and excuse yourselves, madam, to visit your mother's family, and they will have no choice but to leave. Anyways, we're also a lineage under their rule. Only then did the lady say, it's right next door to us. In Jinding County, Changshan County, I know of a very famous and powerful man. This man's name is Zhao Yun. His cousin's name is Zi Long. He is highly skilled in martial arts, and he is loved by all the great families of the world. Before Dongzhuo was scourge on the dynasty, I heard that Zhao Yun recruited his men to defect to Gongsun-zan. Even our Wuji County has people with high martial arts skills who have defected. Zhao Yun is magnificent. If it's him, do you think it's okay? End of chapter. Zhang Sui's eyes lit up when he heard his wife say that. I heard Zhao Yun's name again. Previously, Vice Captain Zhao Su had also spoken of Zhao Yun, adding that both men's marksmanship was inherited from Tong Yuan, two of the best in the Zhao family gun. Zhang Sui said, I've heard the Vice Captain say it as well, and it feels fine. Lady sighed in relief, took a jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Zhang Sui. Smiling, she said, I am the daughter of the Zhang family, a famous family in Changshan County, and my father is called Zhang Xian. You take this jade pendant to my father and ask him to step in and take you to Zhao Yun. Second Miss Shinmi said. Mother, he never went to see grandfather. I'm afraid grandfather won't even see him. Lady Fox said. Let Vice Captain Zhao Su go over dash. Second Miss Shinmi said. Vice Captain Zhao Su is still opening warehouses to provide food. If he goes, who is scheduled to replace him? And, it feels like chaos within Wuji County today. Vice Captain Zhao Su is strong, and with him around, it feels safer at home. Madam fell silent. It's not easy to send people when you put it that way. The second young lady, Jun Mi, is about to introduce herself. Just then, Zhang Sui suddenly said, just send any person that old Mr. Zhang knows to go with me. The figure of red jade came to mind. Zhang Sui said, I heard that Miss Han Yu is the second young Mrs. Personal Maid. It's only right that old Mr. Zhang knows her as well. It would be fine to send her along. The lady then laughed and said, that's what I forgot. That girl Han Yu, my father knows her too. Second Miss Shinmi still wants to say. Madam glared at her and said, what are you excited about? You're an unmarried daughter. Walking around, what's the matter with you? Second Miss Shinmi was a bit depressed, but she didn't retort. To go out of this mansion on weekdays is to be a favor to your mother. Now to leave Zhongshan County and travel so far to Changshan County next door. That's even less likely. Seeing this, the lady, while signaling Zhang Sui to come up and receive the jade pendant, while asking the maid outside the door to go and call Hong Yu over. It didn't take long for Hong Yu to arrive. Her ladyship told her to accompany Zhang Sui to Changshan County to see Zhang Xian. Hong Yu responded obediently. Zhang Sui then retreated. After a busy day, Zhang Sui finished his extra practice in the evening and took a shower. When he saw the fifth young Miss Shenrong rushing over, today it turned out to be half a braised bear paw. Zhang Sui looked at the fragrant bear paw and was so moved that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Before the crossing, you couldn't eat a bear's paw. That's expressly forbidden by the state. I didn't expect to be able to eat it after crossing over. Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he took a big bite. Worth it. Shenrong sat beside Zhang Sui. Her right hand propped up on her chin as she tilted her head and looked at Zhang Sui with a smile on her face. After a while, when Zhang Sui finished eating, she took out a few pieces of bamboo slips from her sleeves. Instead, it was a couple of arithmetic questions. And, still it's a chicken and rabbit title. Zhang Sui looked a little odd. Who would have imagined that a child in the late Han Dynasty would have to learn this arithmetic problem? He thought of a novel he had read before crossing over. The chicken and rabbit in the same cage question was even difficult for the civil and military officials. Then the male lead embarrassingly pretended in front of the civil and military officials and was shocked into submission. At this moment, meeting Jinrong's expectant gaze, Zhang Sui casually made a binary equation. Jinrong's large eyes were filled with surprise and a look of entitlement as she said, I knew it. You must know. Just, what are these graphics? Jinrong pointed to the various x's and y's in the equation. Zhang Sui grinned, not realizing how often she asks herself these questions. Will a Mr. Woman from 2000 years from now be produced in the future? Zhang Sui explained to Jinrong one by one. The little girl, though she was just under 6 years old and small, listened attentively. At the far corner of the corridor, Han Yu carried a lamp in her left hand and a bowl of corn rice in her right. Watching from afar as Zhang Sui and 5th Miss Shenrong explained things, 5th Miss Shenrong had her cheeks in both hands, listening attentively, even hugging Zhang Sui's head, and, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Red Jade let out a low laugh. This man, surprisingly, was able to coax the 5th Miss to be so obedient. Mr. Jin's private school, but he's been tossed around by Miss 5th, even invited Mrs. over for a plea more than once, because Miss 5 asked too many strange and weird questions. A lot of them made Mr. couldn't answer. It had not occurred to me that when facing Zhang Sui, he was so well behaved. Ruby backed away a bit. She didn't want the 5th young miss to find out that she was also sneaking food to Zhang Sui. At the very least, one could not let anyone know until Zhang Sui had indicated to the lady that he wanted himself. Not even for the 5th young lady. Only when the 5th young Miss Shenrong and Zhang Sui parted ways and left did Hong Yu walk up. Passing the corn rice to Zhang Sui, he took from his side the porcelain bowl that he had not taken away yesterday. Only then did Hong Yu pretend to be stern. You're still talking and laughing with 5th Miss? Zhang Sui let out a laugh as well, and while he ate, he said, she's a little girl. Still, 5th Miss, you're the one I love. Hong Yu snorted lightly, her ears flushing a little. The man, more and more licentious. Yesterday it was touching its own hand. Today one becomes his sweetheart. Hong Yu was tempted to say, I'm not your sweetheart, but when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back as she watched Zhang Sui feast. Women can be pampered, but you can't be pampered all the time. She had seen it before when the family head was alive, and the family head took concubines. At first, that concubine was all sorts of pampered into a frenzy in front of the head of the family. But it didn't take long for the head of the family to get tired of it, and even went around when he saw the concubine. Once, he even thought of giving his concubine to a big official, which made the concubine cry for a long time in fear. Been depressed ever since. At this moment, looking at Zhang Sui, Hong Yu's shell teeth bit her red lips and hesitated for a long time. Only then did his voice quiver a little. Me too. Zhang Sui had not expected Hong Yu to respond to this question at all. Looking at Hong Yu with a blushing look, Zhang Sui's heart felt like it was being scratched. Can't wait to pounce. In the end, he held back. This is the Jin family residence. There were too many intimate gestures between the underlings, and if they were caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the lady has promised herself that she can have a maid for marriage. Bear with me, wait until you're busy with your latest business and help the Jin family get through this crisis in Koji. Then bring it up again. When the time comes, marry Hong Yu into the family and do whatever you want. Isn't it better than sneaking around now? Thinking of this, Zhang Sui came to Hong Yu's ear and whispered, Madam has promised that let me pick a maid in the mansion for marriage. I've already decided. It's you. From now on, you are my wife. Hong Yu looked at Zhang Sui in dismay. Madam has made a promise so soon? However, looking at Zhang Sui's head right next to her ear, Hong Yu was busy lowering her head again and her whole face burned and her voice trembled as she said, Well, I do as you say. Zhang Sui was just thinking about holding back, but at this moment, looking at Hong Yu's pretty face almost dripping with blood, Zhang Sui quickly swept a glance around. Seeing that there was no one nearby, Zhang Sui busily pecked Hong Yu on the side of her face, before crouching farther away. Keep eating. Hong Yu's heart stopped beating. This denizen, how dare you bully yourself? Her hands were shaking. Feeling Zhang Sui crouching in the distance, Hong Yu's heart was in turmoil for a while before she lightly spat towards the ground. A thief has the heart but not the guts. Kiss and hide. End of chapter. After Zhang Sui finished eating, he was going to talk to Hong Yu for a while. Hong Yu, however, didn't give him a chance and left with her rice bowl. Looking at Hong Yu's rather deserted figure, Zhang Sui watched her leave with some fondness. I didn't realize that I didn't get married before crossing the border, but I was going to get married soon after crossing the border. Hong Yu is pretty and has a likable disposition, and doesn't pretend to be anything more than she is. Thinking about the future, Zhang Sui had a glimmer of hope. Zhang Sui stayed by the ancient well for a while, waiting to digest it before going back to sleep. He was awakened early the next morning. Hong Yu was waiting for him outside. Zhang Sui hurriedly got up, called 4 stout old minions, and went to wait in the lady's study. This time, after all, we are going to meet Madam's father. How can we do without a gift? In this land, it's all about favors since the beginning of time. What's more, Zhao Yun had to be invited over to help, without some favor. Not to mention what Zhao Yun's side thinks, the Jin family itself will lose face. After all, a great family of the world had gone empty-handed to invite someone. When Zhang Sui rushed to the door of the study, Madam had not yet woken up. Still, she got up quickly after the maid informed her. Or maybe it's because it came out a little fast. And when Mrs. came out, wearing only a loose robe, as she walked out of the house and crossed the threshold, and stretched out there was a big yawn. As she stretched, that languid figure, with its rather perfect curves, Zhang Sui deeply appreciated the meaning of the idiom of beautiful colors to eat. Coming out of the house and entering the study, Madame Kaijian handed a bamboo slip to Zhang Sui. Let Zhang Sui take this bamboo slip to the housekeeper and lift some gifts from the warehouse, as well as arranging for a carriage. Zhang Sui and the 4 ministries carried all these gifts to the entrance of the mansion. A whole wagon was piled up. 2 wagons were utilized on this occasion. A wagon specializes in pulling gifts. The other carriage was for Hong Yu to sit in. The people traveling with him this time, in addition to Hong Yu, Zhang Sui, and the 4 old ministries, there were also 20 male subordinates. Along the way, Zhang Sui couldn't even find a chance to be alone with Hong Yu if he wanted to, surrounded by people. The carriage, on the other hand, had a woman, Hong Yu, sitting on it, so Zhang Sui was not in a position to barge in. Hong Yu was sitting in the carriage, watching through the curtains of the carriage window as Zhang Sui looked towards his side from time to time with a hopeless look on his face. Hong Yu laughed out loud. This denizen. I got a kiss before and I guess I want to come back today. But there's no chance of that now. The group expedited all the way to Jingfu County in Changshan County, where Zhang Xian, the lady's father, lived. Sure enough, Elder Zhang Xian recognized Hong Yu. When Elder Zhang Xian saw Hong Yu, he immediately let her and Zhang Sui into the house. Tells of the condition of the lady and several of the gentry. After listening to Hong Yu's speech about the purpose of this visit, Zhang Xian's pale face was filled with sighs and sadness as she said, Tanger is too destined to suffer. Today, the large Xin family depends on her alone as a woman. A couple of kids, the oldest died early, and the second, now grown, can't take things on My granddaughters, they're all smart, but unfortunately, they're all women to be married off. For the first time, Zhang Sui learned that his wife's name was surprisingly called Zhang Tan. After a short pause, Elder Zhang Xian asked his butler to take out some gifts from the warehouse. After filling another wagon, he personally took Zhang Sui, Hong Yu and the others to Jinding County. On the way to Jinding County, Hong Yu had been telling Elder Zhang Xian about Madame and the several dukes and young ladies of the Jin family. This was also the first time Zhang Sui had heard so much. From Hong Yu's mouth, Zhang Sui learned that Madame appeared calm and often smiling on the outside, but in private, very serious people, actually, especially when it came to the second Duke Xinyan and the third Duke Xinyao. When second Duke Xinyan and third Duke Xinyao saw Madame, it was like seeing a ghost. Every time, he trembled with fear. Zhang Sui really couldn't imagine Madame looking that serious. The ladies he had seen were of the plump and dainty kind, with a strong matronly air of woman with a smile on her face. It's when she's not smiling that she gives off a great sense of intimacy. As for the second young lady, Jun Mi, she is cool on the outside, but in private she is a young girl who loves to be pampered, especially in front of Madame and Hong Yu. As for the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, she is a complete 100,000 reasons. Often it messes up Mr. Irony's face. Hong Yu laughed. Your old man doesn't know that the day before yesterday, the fifth young lady even put an intact dress. The lady just had it custom made by a tailor, cut off the sleeves and cut open the chest, and said something about it being cool on a hot day, and it's called a very shirt. Had to force the lady to wear it. That shows her arms and breasts. Where would the lady dare to wear them? And the fifth young lady gave the dress to Mr. Private School, saying she was grateful for his instruction, gave it to his concubine to wear, and made the gentleman so angry that he called the lady directly. Elder Zhang Xian laughed out loud. How did she think of that? This can't be allowed. Yo, when you get back, instruct Tanger to keep her in check. If she still does this when she's older, what will her husband's family think? Zhang Sui steered his horse to the side of the carriage. Hearing Hong Yu say this, his forehead broke out into a cold sweat. A little girl's home. She's so quick with her hands. She'll have to be admonished when she gets back, so she doesn't give herself away. However, Zhang Sui was still quite curious. How would the missus look in a short-sleeved shirt? After all, that body of Madame's is really something. Second miss is good too, but the extent of the boobs, much less than Mrs. That's the extent of it, all the way down to the point where you can't see your toes. His mind fantasized about the light of the lady in her short-sleeved shirt, and Zhang Sui hissed, definitely takes your eyes off of it. The caravan made its way into Jinding County and came to a compound. The entire compound is made of clay yellow bricks stacked nearly 1 meter high and 20 meters long. It's about 12 meters wide. On the east side of the compound is a 2-story wooden house. When Zhang Sui and his group arrived, the wooden door of the compound opened. On the doorway of the first floor, on a few wooden boards, some linen and silk were laid out. Some women were picking out cloth. In the eastern corner of the compound, a man nearly 1 meter 85 or so tall and dressed in a short green power suit, with rolled-up sleeves, a big man in his 30s, was holding an axe and constantly chopping at a piece of wood. Hearing the sound of a carriage, he raised his head and looked towards Zhang Sui and his group. The movement of his hands did not stop. Zhang Sui looked at the big man and was secretly surprised. This big man, he was very muscular. As he swung the axe, his biceps bulged. His fingers, gripping the handle of his axe, were all thick and powerful at first glance. The other people who were busy inside the courtyard seemed to be accustomed to the arrival of Zhang Sui and his group. Neither paid particular attention to this place. Elder Zhang Xian got out of the carriage with the support of 2 male subordinates. Elder Zhang Xian walked towards the big man chopping wood and smiled. Zilong, do you still remember who I am? Zhang Sui looked at the big man and secretly nodded. So, this is Zhao Yun. This was what he had in mind for Zhao Yun. Tall and very muscular. How can you even hold a lance and cross the sands without this stature? Only then did Zhao Yun put down his axe, wiped both hands on his body, and, smiling, he said to old Mr. Zhang Xian, remember, why don't you remember? Old Mr. Zhang Xian of the Wells County. 3 years ago, I recruited righteous men to join Gongsun Zan in crusade against the traitor of the state, Dong Jue, and the old gentleman even greeted a few of his minions to help me. It's just, I'm sorry, I couldn't bring them back. End of chapter. Elder Zhang Xian heard Zhao Yun say this and laughed. Zilong, you don't need to apologize. You are all serving your country and eradicating its traitors. On the sands, where is the great man who does not die in battle? Zhao Yun nodded, not having this question continue, but asked, Old sir, this is? Zhang Xian had her male subordinates move out the supplies from the 2 carriages while saying, it's like this. Zilong, this time I've come because I've come across something big. My daughter married into Wuji County. we have been reliably informed that General Koji Yi will rendezvous with General Yen Ro of Yenmen County at the east gate of the Wuji County city and then attack Ji. This general, Yen Ro, is out to avenge the state pastor, Lord Lu, and therefore, he opened the gates of Yenmen County and welcomed the Xianbei and other Hu people into the city. Along the way, they've burned and looted. The soldiers under General Koji Yi are also Chang elite. The Changs, don't even treat us Han Chinese as human beings. Zhao Yun nodded and said, that's right. In the past, the traitor Dong Zhuo plagued the court. The reason why he recruited righteous men to rush to support Gongsun Zan instead of Yuan Shao, it was because Gongsun Zan had once killed countless Changs, Xianbei, and other Hu people in existence with his white horse boxers. Among the people at the border, Gongsun Zan is that hero. In comparison, although Yuan Shao was after 4 generations and 3 dukes, he contributed nothing to the border. Who knows, in the end, Gongsun Zan, the hero, became brutalized as well. And, not too different from that Hoofer, Gongsun Zan indulged his generals in burning and looting the people. This is far less well done than Lu Yu, the state shepherd. It coincided with the death of his elder brother, and he sought this as an excuse to, taking the righteous men who survived. They left Gongsun Zan and went back to their homes. Gongsun Zan wanted to block it instead. But for one thing, Zhao Yun he joined Gongsun Zan with his own men and was not entirely under Gongsun Zan's jurisdiction. Moreover, the men of this ministry, all of them are valiant and good soldiers of various families and clans, and even some of the heads of the gentry families. Gongsun Zan didn't dare to be too offended. Secondly, the excuse he made was to mourn his brother. An elder brother is like a father. The great Han dynasty rules by filial piety. Although Gongsun Zan was a vassal, he didn't dare to risk universal condemnation and could only release him. It's just a pity that when he was leaving, he met a man named Liu Bei, but he was a party of aspirants. The two also worked together for a while and had a heart-to-heart. However, it is also impossible for him to be in the company of such a wolf-hearted person as Gongsun Zan for the sake of this Liu Bei. Returning to his senses, Zhao Yun watched the male subordinates carry the gifts before he said, so, Elder Zhang Xian smiled with him and said, it's like this, Zilong, can you recruit a few dozen good men and go to my daughter's house and help my daughter sit in the mansion? After General Koji leaves, Zilong, you can come back. My daughter is bereaved of her husband and her eldest son. Zhao Yun drifted off. No wonder it came with so many gifts. Zhao Yun said, that's fine. When will you go over? Zhang Xian busily greeted Zhang Sui and said, naturally, the faster the better. This is my daughter's family's master record. If Zilong has anything to do, just command him. Zhang Sui clasped his fists at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun shouted inside and said, May, invite the several honored guests inside and prepare some refreshments. Koga, go run through the streets and see if Keiko and the others have nothing better to do. Tell them to bring their weapons and warhorses, and we'll take a trip to Wuji County. Elder Zhang Xian was busy thanking him. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, continued chopping wood. A little girl bounced out and greeted Elder Zhang Xian, Zhang Sui, and Hong Yu as they went in. Inside the house, at the ancestral worship place, there was indeed a spirit tablet placed on it, which read, the spirit tablet of elder brother Zhao Lei. The three had not waited long in the hall of the house, when they saw 30 or 40 large men, mounted on war horses, and the handheld weapon came, each and every one of them, growing tall and imposing, though there are skinny ones too, but not the skinny, meatless kind, more like leathery. Zhao Yun greeted Elder Zhang Xian and came out, pointing to the 2 carriages and explaining the reason to all the big men, and it states that both wagons of supplies are given to them as a token of appreciation. The crowd greeted Zhang Xian, only then did Zhao Yun put down his axe and go inside the house. It was not long before he was dressed in a tattered suit of iron armor, clad in a white robe, and holding a lance of, taking a warhorse from the little girl just now. He said to the little girl, you take care of your mother at home, and study a lot. Don't be lazy. The little girl laughed. Don't worry about it, second brother. I'm not the type to be lazy. Zhao Yun nodded, before he said to Elder Zhang Xian, old sir, do we send you back first, or do we follow your daughter's main record straight to Wuji County? Elder Zhang Xian was busy saying, you guys go to Wuji County. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. My daughter is a woman with no support. I'm afraid she can't handle it. He was also busy greeting Hong Yu and Zhang Sui to follow. Zhang Sui left a few male subordinates to escort Elder Zhang Xian back. Instead, he took Hong Yu and a few of his minions to follow Zhao Yun and the others straight to Wuji County. Zhao Yun and the others were fast and didn't rest much. It was a far shorter trip back to Wuji County than it was to come. By the time he arrived at Wuji County, it was already windy. Zhang Shen, the county magistrate, joined forces with Wang Hao, the county lieutenant, and with the city defense forces, directly blocked the entrance to the city. prevent the people from going in and out, because Koji had already led his army and was less than a day's journey from Wuji County. However, today, the Koji army will not enter the city yet, but a letter has come. Tomorrow morning, after the hour, Koji's army will pass through Wuji County, converge at the east gate of the city. For his part, Koji would stay in the city for a few days, waiting for Yenmen guardian Yenro to lead his army to join them. During this period, in order to avoid the people of Wuji County from rushing against the army of Koji, so Wuji County has been strictly regulated. For example, the people are not allowed to enter or leave the gates. For example, the people are not allowed to walk up the main road. For example, you can't see stragglers in the city getting in the way. On top of that, the people of the city had to prepare a welcoming ceremony. We also have to prepare gifts to welcome Koji's army and such. The various great families of Wuji County were able to flaunt their power on weekdays. At this moment, facing the army of Koji, they also did not dare to utter a single breath. When Zhang Sui arrived at the Jin family's residence with Zhao Yun and the others, the Jin family's residence, although seemingly calm, but it was depressing all around. Zhang Sui took out the sword given to him by his wife, and told his subordinates to immediately vacate the room for Zhao Yun and the others, and prepare food and drink for Zhao Yun and the others. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, led Hong Yu straight to the madam's study. Madam knows about the commotion here in Zhang Sui, rushing to the study with the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young miss, Jun Mi. As soon as Zhang Sui and Hong Yu arrived, the lady busily and eagerly asked, "How is it?" Zhang Sui laughed, "No dishonor. They're here. They've come in 4 dozen or so. I have arranged for them to rest. Starting this evening, they will guard the places. Ma'am, you take some of the young ladies, the young maids of the mansion, and hide in the cellar. Commiserate for a few days." Looking toward Second Duke Xinyan, Zhang Sui said, "Second Duke, during this time, you will preside over the affairs of the mansion, and the steward and I will assist you." Second Duke Xinyan's face turned pale, his head shaking like a rattle drum. I can't do it. I've never been faced with a situation like this before, and I'll screw it up." End of chapter. Zhang Suiren came speechless. "Big brother, you're the oldest man in the main Yin family. You're so afraid of getting into trouble. You don't want the Jin family anymore? At this hour, do you want your mother and a few sisters to go out? They look so like jade. I'm afraid they won't be spoiled straight away." Historically, although Koji belonged to Yuan Shao's generals, at this time, Koji and Yuan Shao have the flavor of being equals. It is also for this reason that, after Gongsun Zan's strength was completely crushed, Yuan Shao couldn't even wait to kill Gongsun Zan, so he got Koji killed first. Now that Koji is here, you dare to let him see your mother and a few sisters? The lady's face was blue. But where the deceased husband is still alive, why does he need the son to come forward? Second Miss Shinmi said, "I'll disguise myself as a man." Zhang Sui immediately refused. "This is absolutely not possible. Second Miss, men and women are completely different. The second young lady is fine and her chest is shrugged up. I didn't reveal it last time because it wasn't necessary. Because, under the name of the Jin family, even if someone discovers that you, Second Miss, are a daughter, but who dares to come up and confirm it? Koji can be different. Who dares to stop him if he wants to come up for confirmation?" The second young Miss Shinmi's ears climbed red as she glared at Zhang Sui in annoyance. "Where do you think you're looking?" Her ladyship frowned as she looked at Second Duke Xinyan, anger permeating her pretty face. Zhang Sui hesitated briefly and looked at Second Duke Xinyan, saying, "Second Duke, though it is said that there are differences in the nobility of human life, it is all but once. In that case, I'll always follow you." Second Prince. The second prince did as the steward and I said. But if anything goes wrong, the housekeeper and I take responsibility. That is, if the second prince makes a mistake, I will die before the second prince. How is that? It wasn't that Zhang Sui was so loyal to the Jin family. Rather, today's Jin family was the best place he could think of to land at the moment. The Jin family is in trouble. It's down. He's going somewhere else. Definitely not as comfortable and safe as it is today at Jin's house. Moreover, Zhang Sui was convinced that the historical Jin family had not fallen at this time. As long as nothing too major happens today, the Jin family shouldn't fall either. After all, no matter what, the Jin family is also a great family. His ancestors also produced people of such high rank and power as the Grand Secretary and the Grand Secretary. The historical Koji was arrogant, but he was not reckless and ignorant. A big fight against the Jin family over a couple of women they can't see. The second prince, Jin Yan, heard Zhang Sui say this, and then he looked at Zhang Sui, still hesitating. The lady stood up straight away and angrily said, "If you are such a coward, then it's better for my mother to come. When I die, where will you hide?" Second Duke Xinyan met Madame's stern gaze before he lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "If the if the Lord's mark is as good as his word. Zhang Sui said seriously. Second prince, this is not a big deal. The steward and I preside over all the affairs of the mansion. Even if we run into trouble and have to fight, we have our own ministry. It also invited Zhao Yun and other such great powers. The second prince only needs to show up and say something on the spot, and then it's over. The second prince still looked at Zhang Sui with some concern, but he also understood that at this time, there was no other way. If he does not come forward and his mother does, she will surely suffer with her beauty. Second Duke Xinyan nodded and said, alright then, I'll give it a try. The lady held her forehead with her right hand. This time, son, she clearly brought it with her every day to teach her. Even, she made a point of pushing for him to be a filial parent soon. As a result, it's just something he can't afford. But, well, at least he agreed to do it. Madame forced down the disappointment and anger in her heart, squeezed out a smile on her face, and said to Zhang Sui, Bua Qing, it's a lot of trouble for you in the meantime. Zhang Sui said, this is what I should do. The Yin family is good so I can be good. Madame nodded at Zhang Sui with a face full of relief. After that, she rose and took the second son, Jin Yen, with her, so that Zhang Sui might lead the way, and she personally went to meet Zhao Yun and the others. Madame met Zhao Yun and the two of them chatted for a while about Madame's father, Elder Zhang Xian. Learning from Zhao Yun that Elder Zhang Xian was in good health, the lady was able to put her heart down. The lady offered to hold a banquet to receive Zhao Yun and the others, but Zhao Yun refused. Zhao Yun just asked his wife to recruit all the men in the Jin family residence and the maids who were going to stay in the residence to serve the people. Let the housekeeper take care of arranging the maids. Zhao Yun only cares about the men of the Jin family. The men of the Jin family are all male subordinates, with the exception of the 200 or so ministries. Some of these male subordinates were responsible for the protection of the Jin family's caravan, while others were in charge of collecting rent and other matters. Zhao Yun set them down. A few men, such as Zhang Sui and the butler, were not arranged by Zhao Yun because of their special positions. Madame watched Zhao Yun command the crowd and nodded her head constantly. With such a person helping to watch over the Jin family, there shouldn't be much of a problem in dealing with today's situation. The lady looked towards Zhang Sui and a warm feeling flooded her heart. This main note, quite insightful. This time, if he hadn't suggested it ahead of time and invited Zhao Yun, she honestly wouldn't have been able to rest assured about the Jin family. Seeing that Zhao Yun had arranged for all the male subordinates of the mansion, and that Madame had finished dinner with several young ladies, then he walked to the cellar deep in the mansion surrounded by the second Prince Xinyan, Zhang Sui and the butler. The cellar was large enough to hold dozens of people without any problem at all. It wasn't stuffy in there either. The Jin family has several cellars. One of the cellars stored last year's ice. On weekdays, when the weather is hot, an underling goes to the ice cellar and takes out ice, put it in the room of the lady and the gentleman and the lady. Today this cellar is also filled with ice. Second Miss Shinmi and fifth Miss Shinrong followed the young and beautiful maids down to the cellar. Hong Yu glanced at Zhang Sui, a little worried about his safety, but at this moment, she didn't dare to say much. Madame and Zhang Sui, the housekeeper, and the second Prince Xinyan explained the affairs of the residence. In fact, it was basically said to the housekeeper. The butler kept nodding. It was not until all the young women had entered the cellar that Madame exhaled and, to the housekeeper and Zhang Sui, he said, for the matters of the residence, I will trouble you to assist the second prince more. I won't treat the two of you poorly when this matter is over. The housekeeper and Zhang Sui both said, Ma'am, these are what we should do. The lady then went down towards the cellar. Suddenly, she stumbled on her feet and was about to fall. The crowd of women below the cellar gasped. Zhang Sui was quick-eyed and close enough to reach out and grab the left hand of Mrs. It was only then that the lady was pulled back. The lady's pretty face turned a little white. Her heart pounded. She didn't really think about the rest. Nodding gratefully at Zhang Sui, only then did the lady withdraw her small hand from Zhang Sui's hand and continue down to the cellar. The crowd watched as the lady landed safely, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. The cellar entrance is not closed for the time being. The butler had arranged for 2 male servants to guard the outside of the room where the cellar was located. As soon as there's a change, run in and cover the entrance. Zhang Sui left with his housekeeper and the second prince, Jin Yen. Zhang Sui looked back at the entrance to the cellar. His mind swam a little. For the first time, he realized the meaning of the word soft and boneless. Just now, when he held his lady's small hand, the feeling was extraordinary and evocative. Raising his hand, he put it to the end of his nose and sniffed. Surprisingly, there's a nice scent, kind of like an orchid. Zhang Sui shook his head, his heart infinitely envious. I wonder if the lady will marry again. During the late Han dynasty, it was common for women to remarry. It would be a waste for a stunning woman like Madame to end up alone if she doesn't remarry. If I were to remarry, I wonder which ancestor with a laser in his grave would be blessed with this. On a side note, the hero makes an improvised compound bow, not a compound bow. No need for pulleys. Also, we had pulleys in our country during the Western Zhou dynasty. Also, the elastic cords you need to make an easy compound bow are not used for the bowstring, but for both sides. Easy compound bows. These. Just do a search on short videos. There are a lot of bloggers who do them and there are all kinds. It's not set in stone. End of chapter. Zhang Sui didn't feel too attached to the feeling of his lady's small hands. In fact, the feeling didn't last long. He's not the type of person with a strong sense of fantasy. Leaving the cellar with the steward and the second prince, Yan, Zhang Sui directly took second Duke Xingyan to the ministry compound. Originally, Zhang Sui wanted second Prince Xingyan to go back to his room first. However, the second son, Xingyan, expressed his desire to know more about Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was, after all, only the main organizer, an underling. Knowing that the second son Xingyan was a bit afraid of the premise, he could not insist. He could only allow the second son, Xingyan, to follow. It was in the ministry compound that the group began to eat dinner. Normally, the ministry compound eats dinner at dusk, after training. Now Zhao Yun is arranging the ministry, so there is a delay. What Zhang Sui did not expect was that Zhao Yun was also at the ministry compound at this time. At the moment, he was standing with his vice-captain Zhao Su, eating his meal while chatting idly. Both were from Chongshan County and both studied under Tong Yuan. Moreover, they were the two who had the deepest comprehension of the Zhao family gun taught by Tong Yuan. Now it seems that the difference in force between the two is not too far. The difference is the ability of both men to be generals. Vice-Captain Zhao Su's ability as a general was limited, and he could only lead a ministry of a few dozen men. Zhao Yun's ability as a general is significantly higher. Today he set up the Jin family ministry and all the male subordinates in order. Zhang Sui found a place for the second son, Jin Yan. Although since Zhang Sui came to the Jin family's ministry compound, the second son, Yan, followed his wife here once. However, the second son, Jin Yan, still seemed out of place and unusually formal. Zhang Sui got him a wooden stool he had made himself from his room. Jin Yan, the second eunuch of the church, sat next to the crowd and watched them eat and chat. Instead, he walked towards Zhao Yun and Vice-Captain Zhao Su. Both of them nodded at Zhang Sui. Vice-Captain Zhao Su smiled at Zhao Yun. Zilong, I've taught him the Zhao family gun. He was a hard worker and talented enough to write as well as paint. Zhao Su squeezed his eyebrows at Zhao Yun and said, that painting skill, it's definitely a masterpiece. Remember when we followed old Mr. Tong in his martial arts training, the pictures of ladies hidden in his books? Think of those of us who were amazed, but it's a world away from what he drew. Zhang Sui, this lieutenant, what's he talking about? Saying such things in front of Zhao Yun? Vice-Captain Zhao Su rushed Zhang Sui. Draw one for Zilong as well when you have time. After Zilong lost his wife, he hasn't taken another one, and he's lonely at night, and he's so good looking, he never goes to a brothel. Zhao Yun glanced at Zhao Su, his face somewhat unnatural. Zhao Su snickered. They're all big old men. You've been through this once and you're still so coy? Zhao Yun said to Zhang Sui. Lord Records, don't listen to his nonsense. If you are a great man, you should read the spring and autumn annals. How can you keep thinking about that? Zhang Sui laughed. Brother Zilong can call me by my cousin's name from now on. Second Miss has recently given me the epithet Berchang. Zhao Su was a bit surprised and said, Second Miss's favor towards you is truly unique. On weekdays, the face of the second young lady is one that none of us in the ministry can see. Speaking of second miss, Zhao Su asked Zhao Yun, how is your sister Yuer? Has anyone proposed yet? Talking about his sister Zhao Yun had a doting smile on his face and said, nope, since my return, a number of people who have seen her have asked me to propose marriage. I told her that, and she said she's only 14 and there's no rush. What else to say? She'll be in time when I'm married again. This auntie of mine, she's naughty, bullying my son like a cat or a dog on a regular basis. Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun with some surprise. By this time, he not only had a wife, but was dead. There's also a son, neither of whom are too far behind his sister in age. In Luo Guanzhong's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the then Zhao Yun was still a white-robed young general. Zhao Yun took Guiyang and had not yet married. Zhao Fan, the governor of Guiyang, wanted to give his widowed sister-in-law Fan to Zhao Yun, but he was almost killed by Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun confronted Liu Bei and said, how can a man start a family before he has built his career? That's enough to see that Luo Guanzhong is full of. Luo Guanzhong obviously wants to mold Zhao Yun into a famous general like Hua Ziwei. Hua Zhaodong said the same thing when he first confronted Emperor Wu of Han, precisely because Luo Guanzhong over-exaggerated many people in Shu Han, leading to later generations these instead became a stain on many of Shu Han's most famous generals. In fact, many of the famous generals of Shu Han, who were outstanding enough in their own right, were There is absolutely no need to overstate and paint a picture. Compared to the one-dimensional Zhao Yun in Luo Guanzhong's Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Now isn't this Zhao Yun, who started out as a great general and is bold and righteous, a little more grounded? Vice Captain Zhao Su snickered. Your sister Yuer has been clinging to you, wanting to marry her. I'm afraid it's not going to be equal to your strength. How many people in the whole world can do that? Is this to be an old girl at home? Zhao Yun looked odd. No, you guessed wrong. She doesn't like me like that. She was before I left for the war. She hasn't been like that since I got back. She didn't look at any of those friends around me. She told her mother that she wanted a man of great talent in the future, so that he wouldn't have to go out to war and live and die as often as I do. She's only adding to her troubles by hiding in her home. And she can take down a punch. On weekdays, her man can't bully her. Zhao Su gave a forehead and said, you have to change her opinion. In today's chaotic world, what use is a civilized scholar? Force is what will protect her. Zhao Yun shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't control her. Let her be. Nowadays, I only have this one sister. What else can I do? Big deal. I'll always protect them. Nowadays, in this chaotic world, all the vassals, none of them are good. I used to think about building a career and helping to calm the chaos. Nowadays, I might as well be at home with my son and Rainy to start a family. It's just as well. Mother is old. In the old days, when the elder brother was alive, there was an elder brother to take care of them. Now that my brother is gone, I have to carry the responsibility. Zhao Su sighed. His eyes swept over Zhang Sui who was on the side. Zhao Su snickered. By the way, our lord's record is talented. Maybe Rainy will like it. Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and snapped. Don't joke. Zhao Yun also just laughed and didn't care. After dinner, the crowd gathered to joke around. Zhang Sui saw that the second son, Jin Yan, was all alone, and sympathized with him, pulling him along with the crowd of minions. The ministers all looked a little unnatural when they saw the second prince and Zhao Yun join them. Neither could speak. It wasn't until Fang A Dog urged Zhang Sui, that monk in the grass lantern from before. You're not done talking. Captain Jinhao patted him on the head and glanced at second Duke Xinyan and Zhao Yun. Vice Captain Zhao Su said, Zilong has no problem with it. It's all a bunch of big old men. The second son, Jin Yan, sensed that the atmosphere was not right and said weakly, you guys are playing your own games. Don't mind me. Really, don't mind me at all. I'm a man, too. You don't need to be jealous. It's just that, man. It's all understood. Although he didn't know what the monk in the straw lamp was, seeing the way the group of minions all looked lewd when they said those words, he guessed it. Besides, he wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. He's married. Moreover, the wife is pregnant. His mother even got him this kind of book before she married him. The reason is simple. His father died and there was no one to teach him the male/female bit. His mother had to use those kinds of books and let him teach himself. It was as if such a thing as celebration was innate, and he knew it when he saw it. He used to exchange some of these with the teenagers in his private school, but soon he had a wife of his own, with whom he communed in bed at night. There's no need to read this kind of book. However, after more exchanges, and looking at that face of my wife for a long time, that enthusiasm faded. He now pulls out those books again from time to time. It's just that those books are so poorly written, so shallow and might as well communicate with your wife at night in bed. He had also heard his mother mention the reputation of Zhang Sui's talent. Now, seeing that Zhang Sui would even talk about those things, he was also curious and, how would Zhang Sui tell the story? End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked somewhat sheepishly at second Duke Xinyan and Zhao Yun, seeing second eunuch Xinyan open his mouth like this, and Zhao Yun also looking over curiously. Zhang Sui clenched his teeth. It's all men. Afraid of what? Zhang Sui rolled up his sleeves and said, since you all like hearing me talk about this so much, this way, everyone is working together to get through this crisis. Afterward, I'll show you the moving catching a corpse beautifully, absolutely unheard of and unseen by you. Second Duke Xinyan looked toward Zhang Sui, and his heart was a bit guilty of warmth. This lord's mark is, indeed, loyal enough to the Jin family. At this time, he still didn't forget to call on everyone to come together to protect the Jin family. It was worthy of her mother to find someone so loyal to the Jin family. When the crowd heard Zhang Sui say this, each of their faces showed curiosity. Even Zhao Yun couldn't help but ask, the moving catching corpse beauty, what is this? Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and smiled. That is, make the characters in the pictures move. For example, a lot of people can draw a beautiful woman sitting in a windy position. Zhao Yun nodded. Zhang Sui said proudly, and being able to move the beautiful woman sitting at the end of this picture. It's like coming to life from a painting. I call this animation. Moving pictures. Scanning everyone. Zhang Sui heatedly laughed. Move up to catch the corpse beautiful talk. It's when the founder and the zombie have bedtime sex, and it becomes moving, like it's really happening in front of everyone's eyes. In the crowd, I don't know who burst out with an expletive and said, "Doggone it, no way." The crowd also clamored and said, "Yes, the characters in the painting, how can they move?" Zhang Sui patted his chest and said, "Gentlemen, when did I, Zhang Sui, ever tell a big lie? Told a lie?" The crowd then looked at each other. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su also fell silent. Second Duke Xinyan was originally quite formal. At this moment, seeing that everyone had acquiesced to Zhang Sui's words and actually recognized that Zhang Sui could do it, Second Duke Xinyan couldn't help but say, "How did you do it?" Zhang Sui said with a mysterious look on his face, "When we get through this crisis, everyone will be able to see it." Scanning everyone, Zhang Sui said with a serious face, "Gentlemen, after getting through this crisis, I, Zhang Sui, can't do it, so I'll give each of you a free drawing of a beauty, if I can do it." Zhang Sui took his hand, but in the end, he just smiled and said, "We are all brothers. What else can I make you guys do? Consider it a one-time benefit for everyone." The crowd looked at Zhang Sui with somewhat touched expressions. Zhao Yun also secretly nodded when he saw Zhang Sui say this. This main note, he's quite nice. He had originally thought that Zhang Sui would demand that everyone would let them help with things. Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su both nodded as well. Captain Jinhao reached out and grabbed Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, "Bo Qing, you're a true brother." Zhang Sui hemmed and hawed and clapped his hands. Now let's continue the last unfinished lecture on the monk of the straw lamp. The crowd immediately gathered around and got closer to Zhang Sui. Second Duke Yan was surrounded by the crowd in the center. Looking at the expectant looks on the faces of all the ministries, Jin Yan was also curious about this, the monk of the grass lantern. Just how stunning. Anyway, he'd read this kind of writing before, and it was all dry. Zhang Sui continued to speak colorfully about the time before the crossing. What he had once read of the monk of the straw lamp came. When he thought about it, he was a little embarrassed when he first told the story of catching up on the beauty of the corpse. And today, he is able to tell the contents of it without changing his face. It took Zhang Sui nearly a quarter of an hour to colorfully tell what he remembered of the monk of the grass lantern. He admired his own eloquence. A picture came flooding out of his mind. He had a burning urge to travel back and open the computer's D drive of schoolchildren's profiles that, carefully, revisit them all. Come to think of it, he really hadn't seen it in a long time. However, Zhang Sui was even more grateful for his behavior. It's good to be at the end of the Han dynasty. If he had behaved this way before he crossed over, it would have been enough to send him to the station for tea for years. As the crowd listened to Zhang Sui's speech, their eyes glowed green one by one. They hated to be transformed into the hero in it and bear this sinful relationship for him. The second prince, Yan, was also dumbfounded. It was the first time he'd ever heard someone speak of such things in such detail, in such colorful detail. Second Duke Yan immediately had an idea. When you get back, write down everything Zhang Sui just said. Create a small booklet out of paper. Someday, when you get tired of watching your wife, you'll sneak it out and admire it. What Zhang Sui spoke today, he could be certain that throughout the ages, he would never be able to find a second copy. Zhao Yun also kept smacking his lips. Zhang Sui, the main organizer, is really a denizen. He speaks about them and he listens to them as if they happened before. Hell knows how many good women he's plagued to have such an experience. I'm glad my sister and him don't know each other. In the future, 10,000 times out of 10, you have to continue to deal with him, and you can't let his sister have access to it. Thinking of his lovely sister, if she was spoiled by Zhang Sui, Zhao Yun then felt heartbroken. Zhang Sui swept a glance at the crowd's expression and let out a laugh. Alright, that's all for today. When this crisis is over, I'll let you all see that moving catching the corpse beauty. You only get one chance. Missing it will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Feeling that the food in his stomach was basically digested and the sky was completely dark, Zhang Sui then stripped off his shirt and started practicing up extra. The extra training remained the same, basic boxing and kicking kung fu and the first move of the Zhao family gun. All the ministries went to bed. Second Duke Xinyan did not stay at the ministry compound this time. He darted back to his room. He's got more important things to do right now. Hurry up and record what Zhang Sui is talking about. Zhao Yun, along with Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, watched as Zhang Sui practiced extra hard. The last three joined in. This time Zhang Sui practiced for half an hour extra without triggering the blast rate. Because the fifth young Miss Shenrong and Hong Yu had both gone into hiding in the cellar, Zhang Sui didn't have any additional meals tonight. Zhang Sui dried his sweat and took a shower, after which he went back to sleep. According to the steward, County Magistrate Zhang Shen had already given orders to each of the great families yesterday, before dawn the following day. Each of the great families had to send out their family heads and subordinates. delivering various fine gifts to the south gate of the city to welcome the arrival of the partial general Koji and his army. Early the next morning, in a daze, Zhang Sui was woken up, but it was the steward who sent over to wake him up, and told him to take a few dozen of his male subordinates and the ministry and, protecting the second son, Jin Yan, he rushes to the south gate of the city to prepare for the partial general, Koji and his army. Zhang Sui did not even have time to eat breakfast and rushed to find the second son, Jin Yan. Second Duke Yan Yan was extremely nervous. At this moment, he was in the hall of the mansion, standing with the butler. Zhang Sui's arrival was a huge relief to second Duke Xin Yan. The butler instructs Zhang Sui on what he should pay attention to when he meets Koji and tells Zhang Sui to accompany the second son, Jin Yan, over there. He, on the other hand, sat with Zhao Yun in the Jin mansion. Zhang Sui didn't push back, and taking note of the steward's orders, Zhang Sui brought gifts, 30 male subordinates, the 10 ministries, flanked by the second Prince Xingyan, went straight to the south gate of the city. End of chapter. When they arrived at the south gate of the city, a lot of people had already gathered at the south gate of the city. These people were directed to stand in various areas by the county magistrate Zhang Shen and the captain Wang Hao. Zhang Sui and second Duke Xingyan arrived with their men, and county magistrate Zhang Shen was busy rushing over. Seeing that it was second Duke Xingyan leading the group, magistrate Zhang Shen froze. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Today's situation is no time to dwell on that. County magistrate Zhang Shen came over and explained the matters that the second son, Jin Yan, should pay attention to later. Then he left and stood at the head of the line. Behind the magistrate Zhang Shen and the captain Wang Hao, a group of people talked and laughed. Next, a gray-haired old man walked over with the support of a young man in brocade clothing. The crowd looked over. Second Duke Xingyan was a bit flustered and whispered to Zhang Sui, Lord Record, someone is coming. This person is Lu Hui, the family head of our Wuji County's #1 family, the Lu family. Lu Hui also served as a Zhizhong engagement before, a very big official. I have only recently returned from resignation due to old age and illness. His son, Lu Sun, serves as a gongqiao in Yecheng. The one who assisted him is his grandson, Lu Shuang. This Lu Shuang is a playboy. Many beautiful maids at home have been spoiled by him. No poetry. Always coveted my second sister. It's just that before, mother has always politely declined. Zhang Sui comforted. Second prince, don't be afraid. In public, and we're all around you. If you know how to answer, open your mouth. If you don't, keep quiet. Other than that, I'll do the talking. Only then did second Duke Xingyan glance at Zhang Sui and let out The old man Lu Hui and the young man Lu Shuan walked over. Second Duke Xingyan made a bow towards Lu Hui and said, Greetings, old sir. Lu Hui sized up Xingyan and laughed. Why didn't your mother come? Xingyan said, she hasn't seen her maternal grandfather for some years. Went over to visit a while ago with some gifts. Lu Shuang, who was on the side, said without mockery, you don't go early or late, and you pick this time of the day? Yan Yan lowered her head and stopped answering. Seeing this, Lu Hui continued, your mother is away. As the oldest man in the main family of the Jin clan nowadays, you are also considered the head of the family, and there are some things that you can decide. Yan Yan hummed. Lu Hui was overjoyed to see Jin Yan respond and looked to the delighted Lu Shuang beside her. Lu Shuang nodded his head busily. Only then did Lu Hui say to Jin Yan again, your second sister, too, has reached the age when she should get married. Our Lu family and your Jin family are both within Wuji County. This grandson of mine, who once had the honor of seeing your second sister's appearance, fell in love with her at once. I mentioned this to your mother before. Your mother said it was something that she, as a woman, couldn't quite make up her mind about. I can't make a decision until I've conferred with you. Do you, by any chance, agree? Second Duke Xingyan raised his head and glanced at Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang said to Xingyan, Xingyan, one must be self-aware. You know better than anyone else what you yourself are capable of. Do you think that, if your mother buys you a filial piety, you'll be fine in the future? Daydreaming about what? Nowadays, the world is in chaos, and there are no talented people to hold on to what the great families of the world. Eventually it will all be gone. Your Jin family's ancestors have produced many great officials though, but, in your father's generation, it fell away. By your generation, there is even less hope. If you are like this, one can only imagine that what will become of your children. The Jin family, relying on you won't work. This is the time to take chances. Understand? Looking to Lu Hui beside her. Lu Shuang said proudly, my grandfather was a former governor under the command of the state pastor, and Lord Yuan appreciated my grandfather. My grandfather resigned from his post due to illness, and Mr. Yuan held my grandfather's hand with fondness. My father also serves as a gongqiao in Yecheng. In the future, it will surely be reused by Lord Yuan as well. I'm also brilliantly talented, good-looking, and a great martial artist. Marrying your second sister to me as my wife would be a blessing for your Jin family. After you become my great-uncle, when you go out, I'll be able to take care of you for a while, won't I? Also, General Koji and my grandfather were on good terms. If you know what you're doing, you'll answer for it now. Otherwise, when General Koji arrives later, perhaps, General Koji will visit your Jin family. You have a bunch of good-looking maids in your house besides your second sister, don't you? Your third sister. I hear she's pretty good-looking too. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned white and his body shivered slightly. Zhang Sui looked at Lu Shuang, somewhat speechless. There is also a chain of contempt between the great families of the world. Just because the Jin family hadn't seen any outstanding people in recent generations, they were bullied so much by this Lu family. A dude, bullying in public. This Lu Hui, she's not a good person either. Seeing how this old bastard looks like he's bossing people around, I really want to get him killed. Seeing that second Prince Xinyan could not support himself any longer, Zhang Sui gently touched his wrist. Rushing him, he opened his mouth and said wordlessly, "Just refuse, Koji here, no need to be afraid." Second Duke Xinyan was a bit surprised to see Zhang Sui say this. He didn't know why this Lord's Marker would say that there was no need to fear Koji, but, at this time, there was nothing else he could do. Second Duke Xinyan only knew that his second sister should never marry someone like Lu Shuang. Thinking of this, Second Duke Xinyan raised his head and looked at Lu Hui and Lu Shuang with some trepidation. Shaking his head, he said, "No way. My second sister cannot marry Lu Shuang." Lu Shuang grimaced and raised his palm about to slap towards the second prince, Xinyan. Zhang Sui hurriedly drew his sword and stood between second Prince Xinyan and Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang narrowed his eyes and snapped, "Get lost." Lu Hui looked at the second son, Xinyan, with a mischievous expression and said, "Elder of the Jin family, do you think that my Lu family doesn't deserve your Jin family?" Second Duke Xinyan lowered his head, not daring to respond. The Lu family is strong. There are still people in the Gigi government who are officials. It's not comparable to today's Jin family. He didn't dare to open his mouth for fear of causing trouble for the Jin family. If he got into trouble, his mother would know about it and there would be no shortage of rants. Zhang Sui met Lu Shuang's shadowy gaze and smiled. Second Duke is the future head of my Jin family's clan. Duke Lu was reckless in public and tried to slap the second Duke's face. "Is this the kind of family style your Lu family has?" Lu Shuang said, "I'm not just going to beat him up, and to get you killed Shuang Lu Shuang did not reach Zhang Sui this time before he was scolded by Lu Hui. Lu Shuang pointed his right index finger at Zhang Sui and laughed. Good dog. Good dog. When I marry the Jin family's sister, I'll make sure that the Jin family sends you over as a dog, and see how I'll get you killed then." Lu Hui took one last look at the second son, Xinyan, while turning to leave. While snickering, he said, "The Jin family is truly fallen, fatherless, and without even the slightest bit of vision. It seems that it will end with this generation." End of chapter. Second Duke Xinyan saw Lu Hui and Lu Shuang leave, and only then did he wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Greet Zhang Sui and come over." Zhang Sui came to the side of second Prince Xinyan. Looking at Yan Yan covered in cold sweat, he was quite sympathetic. This second son is weak in nature. Being born in the Jin family is really not a good thing. It's a good thing that historically, he had a good sister, Xinmi. Otherwise, this Jin family would really be in decline. Zhang Sui softly comforted. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Second Prince, trust me, Koji won't do anything to us. On the contrary, Koji is a bane to this Lu family. Sooner or later." Second Duke Xinyan looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui laughed. "Just listen to me. Can I harm you? This Lu Shuang has just said that he wants to get me killed. I wouldn't harm the Jin family for my own little life. When this is over, I will explain the reason for it to your ladyship, and to you, the second son." Only then did second Duke Xinyan nod heavily. Watching Zhang Sui take a few steps back and stand behind him, second Duke Xinyan's heart was suddenly greatly relieved. Just now, when Lu Shuang was about to slap himself, he did not hesitate to draw his sword and block himself. Everyone else, they don't dare move. This main note, it's pretty ballsy, and pretty talented too. Mother had always praised him. If this Sui was his father or brother-in-law, he'd be supporting the Jin family. Then one can put one's mind at rest completely. As soon as this thought came to her, Yan Yan was busy shaking her head. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This is absolutely insane on its own. I can't believe I'm so wishy-washy. What kind of person is he? How is he qualified to marry his own mother or sister? How could one have such an outrageous idea? However, looking at Lu Hui and Lu Shuang's grandchildren who had stopped in front of him, second Duke Xinyan looked gloomy. The Jin family, in its own generation, is indeed going to decline. Although my mother got herself a filial piety. However, the second son, Xinyan, knew very well what he could do. Not to mention, it's still a time of great turmoil in the world. The Jin family is such a big family. The mother and several sisters are again all of great color. If he himself was the future head of the Jin family, he was absolutely unsure of keeping them. Second Duke Yan Yan let out a long sigh. He felt as if something heavy was pressing down on his shoulders, leaving him a little breathless. The group continued to wait. Wait until the sun is high in the sky before real dust rises. I don't know who shouted, "It's coming!" So many people. Everyone perked up, stopped all mingling and looked to the sky. Sure enough, countless black dots appeared in front of the roiling dust rising from the sky. As the distance continued to close, the black dots transformed into a single general. One of the men at the front, dressed in a silver armor. A long head of hair was casually tied back with a red rope in a very Chang style. In his left hand, he still held a long knife. Behind him were thousands of cavalry. These cavalrymen, all of them with 3 war horses per person, were arrogant and cloaked Chang people. Behind these Changs came other assorted infantry. These infantrymen, they're the ones who look like Han soldiers. However, the equipment of these Han soldiers was far inferior to those Chang soldiers. The Chang soldiers, each clad in battle armor, held long-handled weapons. The Han soldiers, on the other hand, were all clothed in cloth, with short-handled weapons or bows and arrows. At a glance, you couldn't see a single armored soldier in 100. County Magistrate Zhang Xin and County Captain Wang Hao were busy reminding everyone to get ready. Everyone backed off to the side of the main road. Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family, stood at the front of all of them, supported by his grandson Lu Shuang. The army came all the way. At a glance, there were at least 5 or 6,000 of them, except for the generals and the 1,000 Changs in front of them who stopped. All the subsequent Han soldiers entered the city. Lu Hui took Lu Shuang with him and quickly greeted him, clasping his fists towards the one at the front. "General Koji, do you remember me? I'm Lu Hui, the ruler of the center under Lord Yuan's command." It turned out that the leader was no other than the partial General Koji Yi. Koji didn't dismount, carrying a long sword and overlooking Lu Hui and Lu Shuang. Koji Yi laughed. "I don't recognize it." The fact that Koji Yi was so unforgiving was clearly out of Lu Hui's expectation. Lu Hui's face bristled under a miserable white. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said, "General Koji is such a great man. It's normal that he doesn't recognize me. Today, though, it's kind of getting acquainted. Having heard that General Koji is visiting my Wuji County, I have brought the people of my Wuji County to greet you, and send some gifts of treats." General Koji must not excuse himself. When he finished speaking, he was busy waving towards the county magistrate Zhang Shen and the county lieutenant Wang Hao. The county magistrate Zhang Shen and the county captain Wang Hao were busy greeting the people from other big families to send up the gifts that had already been prepared. Koji overlooked the crowd and said, "Gifts and such are not necessary," pointing to the 1,000 Chang cavalrymen behind him. Koji Yi said, "Just arrange for shelter, food and drink for these 1,000 brothers of mine and their BMWs within the city." Lu Hui hurriedly said, "There were arrangements made earlier. I have an arrangement." And to Koji Yi, pointing to the second son, Jin Yan, he said, "This Shin family has many beauties and delicacies. General Koji, how about you stay at Koji's house this time?" Second Duke Jin Yan's face was pale. Lu Hui, the old undead, deliberately, just because he didn't want to marry his second sister to his foppish grandson, he victimized himself like this. When Koji Yi heard Lu Hui say this, he faintly said, "Then let's arrange it this way. Lead the way." Lu Hui hurriedly asked his grandson Lu Shuang to lead the way. Second Duke Jin Yan was still standing still. Zhang Sui was busy pulling down and whispered in his ear, "What are you afraid of? Just go." Second Duke Jin Yan stole a glance at Lu Hui. Lu Hui happened to see him. Lu Hui met the timid and resentful Yuan Shen of the second Prince Xin Yan and let out a fierce laugh. The second prince, Xin Yan, did not dare to meet Lu Hui's eyes, and busily lowered his head, surrounded by Zhang Sui and others, taking Koji Yi and the others straight to the Jin family. The people of the Jin family had already set up their preparations. Her ladyship was standing in the cellar doorway, looking up with some concern. Outside, 2 male subordinates suddenly dashed in and said, "Our secret sentries are reporting. The second prince is coming over with General Koji and the others." It was then that the lady busied herself. "Hurry up and close it." The 2 male underlings were busy covering the cellar entrance. At a glance, it doesn't look any different from any other ground. At the entrance of the Jin family's residence, Zhao Yun had also received information from the undercover sentry. Immediately, he led a group of magnates to turn on their horses, put on their armor, carried their weapons, and stood at the entrance of the Jin family residence. It didn't take long to see a group of people pouring in this direction. It was certainly Koji Yi and the others. Koji Yi saw Zhao Yun and the other magnates from afar, and his eyes lit up slightly. These dozens of people, each with a tiger's back and full body armor, were absolutely good. Zhao Yun saw Koji Yi and the others arrive and galloped up to meet them with dozens of magnates. Lu Hui and the others obviously did not expect such a group of people as Zhao Yun at the entrance of the Jin family residence. Lu Hui rebuked. How dare you be bold? How dare you be reckless in front of General Koji? Without saying a word, Zhao Yun spurred his horse forward and picked Lu Hui up with a spear, holding his lance with one hand in his left hand. With Lu Hui hanging from it, Zhao Yun scanned everyone and his eyes finally landed on Koji Yi's face, and he stepped forward with his horse. General Koji, first time I meet you. I am Zhao Yun, a native of Jinding County, Changshan County. I have no intention of making an enemy of General Koji. I have only been stationed here as a member of the Jin family's ministry. This man has made up his mind to sow discord between General Koji and me. Not killing is not enough to quell a long list of people. When he finished, he threw it with force. Instantly, Lu Hui's body was thrown out and smashed heavily on the ground. This action by Zhao Yun was too sudden and too quick. The vast majority of people didn't react. Lu Shuang, Lu Hui's grandson, was even more dramatically shrinking in his gaze. Koji reacted instead, watching Zhao Yun actually raise his lance with one hand. With a man picked on the lance, Koji Yi's eyes erupted with a blazing light as he said, "Strong man, good arm strength." End of chapter. Seeing Koji Yi say that, Zhao Yun clasped his fist at him and said, "General Koji is joking." Only then did Lu Shuang and the Lu family's crowd come back to their senses. Lu Shuang, in particular, directly jumped onto Lu Hui's corpse and cried her heart out. Turning his head, he looked at Koji Yi and Zhao Yun, his eyes filled with resentment. None of them are good people. What did your own grandfather do? Licking his face to please Koji Yi. Only one heavy word was said to this Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun killed his grandfather directly without saying a word. Koji was impassive. He even said strong man to Zhao Yun, the butcher. Sooner or later, one day, he or she would rise to the top and make them pay tenfold. Zhang Sui looked at Lu Shuang's resentful sight and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad for a dude who doesn't read poetry. As the second prince said, showing this kind of look in front of someone like Koji Yi, is this fear of not dying fast enough? Do you really think that people like Koji Yi are kind? As Koji met Lu Shuang's resentful gaze, his eyes shifted away from Zhao Yun and, looking behind him to a few of his personal guards, he pointed at Lu Shuang and said, "Chop it up. He's not going to leave any woes for himself." A few of his personal guards stepped forward and directly chopped Lu Shuang into mush as he screamed. The scene was so bloody that it sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The county magistrate Zhang Shen and the county lieutenant Wang Hao were even more frightened and their legs were weak. This was the family head and grandson of the Lu family, the number one family in Wuji County, just straight up killed like that. This General Koji Yi is really as brutal as the rumors say. No wonder he brought 1,000 Chang elites with him. When the people of the Lu family saw that the family head Lu Hui and grandson Lu Shuang had both been made dead, they all panicked and knelt down, prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter a single breath. Their bodies shivered. As members of the great families of the world, they were used to flaunting their power on weekdays. But when really facing someone like Koji Yi, who has absolute military power and strength, they are no different from the common people. Only then was Koji Yi satisfied. "Bare your fangs in front of me, Koji Yi. Let's see if your bones are hard." County Magistrate Zhang Shun, County Captain Wang Hao, and various other people from various lineage families chimed in. Only then did Koji Yi look at Zhao Yun, the long sword in his hand pointing at Jinfu behind Zhao Yun. "Strong man, since you're the Jin family ministry behind this, I'll be staying here for the next few days." Zhao Yun didn't squirm and directly made a pleased gesture. Koji Yi told the county magistrate Zhang Shun, the county lieutenant Wang Hao, and various other members of the great families to leave. He entered the mansion with a few of his personal guards, surrounded by Zhao Yun, second Duke Xinyan, and other members of the Jin family. Zhang Shen, the magistrate, watched Koji Yi and the others enter and disappear inside the mansion. Wiping a handful of bean-sized beads of sweat from his forehead, he said in a trembling voice to County Captain Wang Hao, "Atrocious to the extreme." County Captain Wang Hao also wiped the cold sweat from his face, looking towards the grandchildren of Lu Hui and Lu Shuang, who were hacked into a pile of rotten meat in a pool of blood on the ground. He snapped, "The Lu family members are also unenlightened. Why don't they do something good? They have to mess with the Jin family and General Aspergillus? This is good." Magistrate Zhang Shen also sighed. "Yes, the Jin family is no longer in decline. The heritage is not comparable to anyone else's. Let's say this Zhao Yun, when he became a member of the Jin family, I don't even know. All I know is this. He should be in Changshan County." County Captain Wang Hao, while recruiting people to come up and dispose of the bodies of Lu Hui and Lu Shuang's grandchildren and clean up the bloodstains, while repeatedly urging the others to be careful and not to follow in the footsteps of the Lu family. On the other hand, Koji Yi entered the hall of the Jin family's residence and sat down on the main seat. Smiling, he looked at the crowd and said, Which one is the Jin family patriarch? Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly cast a pleading look at Zhang Sui beside him. Zhang Sui smiled down at him, signaling him to go forward despite. Only then did the second son, Xinyan, go up and salute Koji, saying, General, my name is Yan Yan, as he beckoned Zhao Yun and the others to sit down. Koji looked around and, to Xinyan, he said, I heard that there are many beautiful women in the Jin family, so go and call a few to come out and have fun to help the fun. Yan Yan was too scared to make a sound. Zhang Sui hurriedly stepped forward and bowed toward Koji. Back to General Koji. Some time ago, we went to visit Zilong just in time to run into Madam's father who was sick with the thought of his daughter. So, her ladyship went to visit yesterday with a group of people. Those beauties, they are all maids of the lady's close, or young maids. The number is extremely small. When he finished speaking, he said to the butler who was standing at a distance, Butler, have the maids of the mansion serve tea and pastries, and amuse General Koji. The housekeeper responded and busily greeted the convergence of maids around him. Koji looked at Zhang Sui curiously, the man who looked a little scrawny. Surprisingly, I'm not afraid of myself. Seeing this, Zhao Yun was busy echoing, General Koji, this is the truth. My brother's new death and my old mother's too much sorrow made me return to Changshan County with my brothers. Before that, I was actually at Gongsun Zan's, because Gongsun Zan crusade against the traitor Dong Zhuo. Now that he has killed envoy Lu of the Yuzhou minister, I will part ways with him. The Jin family heard I was back, so they went to pay me a visit. I'm also here this time because I still have brothers working in the Jin family. I didn't expect to coincidentally run into General Koji here. Zhang Sui picked up. Zilong also admires General Koji. Knowing about General Koji's beheading of the White Horse Guards, he said that General Koji was truly a man of God. Unfortunately, his elder brother passed away. His elder brother is like a father. He must be at home in mourning. Otherwise, Zilong said, he has all the heart in the world to go out with General Koji. Koji had been in a stirring mood when he heard Zhao Yun and Zhang Sui say this. Zhao Yun's group, at first glance, looked extremely good, like the elite Chang people under his command, but it didn't occur to me that Zhao Yun would have just lost his older brother, although he had somewhat recruited Zhao Yun, but it was all like this. He could only put down his thoughts for the time being. To Zhao Yun, he said, Zilong, right? You stay well at home with your old mother. When your old mother gets better, you can come back to me and, together we will slay Gongsun Zan and avenge Ambassador Lu. Zhao Yun hummed. The housekeeper came up with a group of young maids. These maids were left behind on purpose earlier. How could a large Jin family not have young maids? It's just that these young maids are all flat. Koji instantly lost interest. Not as good as those maids in his own mansion. He simply pulled Zhao Yun and directly cut his way through the courtyard. Zhao Yun wasn't polite either. The two fought to a standstill. Koji was getting excited about Zhao Yun. It was not until midday, after having eaten, that Koji went for a lunch break under the arrangement of his housekeeper. A few of his own soldiers guarded the doorway where he slept. There was no one else who broke into the Jin residence. Zhang Sui spoke with second Duke Xinyan and the housekeeper, and the three of them went straight to the cellar. Open the entrance to the cellar and call out Madam and the second young lady. When Madam saw that Zhang Sui, second Prince Xinyan, and the housekeeper were all there, the heart that had been hanging in the air was relieved. The lady smiled and said to the second son, Yener, how is it? Actually, there are many things that, it's not as serious as one might think. You are the future head of the family and must take it on. Second Duke Xinyan glanced at Zhang Sui beside him and said, Mother, I'm scared to death. The Lu family's old man and that Lu Shuang, they even tried to bully me, and it was the Lord's record who helped me block it. Also, the old man of the Lu family by Lu Wushuang, both dead. One was killed by the called Zhao Yun. One was killed by General Koji's own guards. The lady was taken aback. However, she quickly calmed down again. A great family is no match for a strong army. She had heard of Koji's fierceness. Even Gongsun Zan's white horse boxers were routed by him. The Lu family dared to show off in front of Koji, and it was normal for them to be killed. It was just that the fact that Zhao Yun would make a move to kill someone was out of her expectation. Madam took one more look at Zhang Sui, guffawed, and said to the housekeeper and Zhang Sui, Housekeeper, Bo Qing, you guys have done a great job. After this matter is over, my Jin family will definitely not treat you guys poorly. The butler was busy saying, that's what I should do. The lady gave some more instructions to the second son, Jin Yan, before taking the second young miss, Jun Mi, back to the cellar again. Before second Miss Xinmi entered the cellar, she glanced at Zhang Sui. This man, apart from being a bit Thai, is really something, all daring to block the Lu family. Moreover, Zhao Yun, whom he had called in, had definitely gotten a big credit this time. In the future, look at his strengths more often. End of chapter. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss Shinmi enter the cellar before chatting with the housekeeper about what to do afterward. He hadn't noticed in the slightest that, in the cellar, a pair of beautiful eyes were watching him slyly. When the second young Miss Shinmi landed under the cellar, two male subordinates managed the wooden door of the cellar and process it up with hay and dirt. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, followed the second prince, Jin Yan, and the housekeeper away. After that, the housekeeper went to arrange for the maids and male subordinates of the mansion to handle the affairs of the Jin family as usual. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, followed the second prince, Jin Yan, to the lady's study. Her ladyship is unable to attend to affairs now, and all these affairs can only be left to the second son, Jin Yan, although the second son, Yan Yan, is weak in nature. But, on weekdays, the lady had taught him all this by hand. So, even though he can handle it now without his lady to teach him, it's just slower. Zhang Sui moved a table, asked the second son Jin Yan for ink, paper and inkstones, and folded a branch. Straight up drawings come out. Earlier, he promised the ministries that after this crisis was over, just have to show them the magic of animation. Now, practice on your own first. Zhang Sui would have liked to just draw scenes from Catching the Corpse Beauty. But now, after all, it was outside the lady's study, and second Duke Xingyan was still nearby. Though second Duke Xingyan hadn't shown any resistance to these things before, but it's still indecent to draw these things in public. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and directly drew up Mrs. Up. When he had painted Madame earlier, he had carved her completely in his mind. For the lady's looks, he could now draw them with his hand. Of course, it's only 80% like that. It's not because he drew it off the cuff with 80% likeness credit. Rather, he's only like 80% as good as he can be. Give him more time and he won't be able to improve much. And drawing Mrs. And, moreover, a normal portrait of Mrs. The others had nothing to say. It can also be given to the lady to please her. Madame is now the pillar of the Jin family. The first person, not to mention her looks and body issues. It was to curry favor with her, and it would also help one to gain a firm foothold in the Jin family. The key issue was that the lady seemed to be quite appreciative of him painting. Zhang Sui drew 20 pictures of the lady walking around in one afternoon. There are also a couple of drawings of sideways faces turned around in front smiling sweetly. After the drawings were finished, Zhang Sui used a dagger to drill 3 holes on the left side of these 20 drawings. Then he cut off a piece of the hem of the dress he was wearing, and transformed it into 3 strips of cloth, which he drilled into each of the 3 holes, and bind these 20 drawings into a book. After that, he then turned the pages quickly, faster and faster. For the first time, at a relatively slow pace, the 20 drawings kept changing. Could see the stump of the lady in the picture walking stiffly, as the pages turned faster and faster, and the lady in the picture began to take quick steps. The walking posture is also fluid. At the end of the day, it became a case of Mrs. Surplus while walking towards the front, a scene where you turn around and smile sweetly at someone. Zhang Sui licked the corner of his mouth. Not enough, not enough, not nearly enough. There's never been a moment like this one. Zhang Sui regretted that he hadn't professionally and systematically taken up painting before crossing over. So much so, that the animation, today, is far from expressing the character of the lady, though it does bear an 8-point resemblance to the lady. But the voluptuous body of Mrs. The unobtrusive matriarchal air beneath that tower, it's not shown at all in the animation. However, even so, watching the animation made Zhang Sui's heart itch. He found himself moved to tears at the corners of his mouth at some point. Just as Zhang Sui kept flipping through the drawings and was mesmerized, an alarmed cry rang out. Mother, Mother is alive. Mother is actually alive in your paper. Zhang Sui came to his senses. It's the second son, Yan Yan. The second son of Jin Yan was originally reviewing the various documents of the Jin family and was somewhat exhausted. Was thinking of resting. Zhang Sui was seen flipping through a book over and over again. And, the books, they felt rough as hell. Therefore, second Duke Xingyan curiously walked over. But it did not occur to me that this so-called book was a portrait of his own mother. It's still just coming out. These portraits kept changing, surprisingly bringing the mother to life in general. Zhang Sui also came back to his senses after being called out like this by second Duke Xingyan. Giving the drawing to second Duke Xingyan, Zhang Sui laughed and said, Second Duke, this picture I have just drawn especially for your ladyship to express my appreciation of her being a woman, and yet the monstrous admiration that supports this great family business of the Jin family. The second eunuch, Yan Yan, had no doubts. Receiving the picture, he played with it lovingly, following Zhang Sui's example of constantly flipping it back and forth. Watching the mother walk around and smile back at her, second Duke Xingyan was a bit gloomy in his heart. He hadn't seen his mother smile at him since the deaths of his older brother and father. The world said that my mother was a beautiful and pleasant-looking woman. Being her son and still being able to take her word for it. That must be the happiest person on earth. But only he knew that his mother was so friendly to everyone else. The only one who had treated him, his second son, had always been stony-faced, even cold-faced. He could actually understand his mother. His mother wanted him to be able to support the Jin family, but he just didn't have the ability to do so. It took too much disappointment on the part of the mother to do that. This situation, unfortunately, cannot be changed. He couldn't be what his mother had in mind. Despite this thought, second Duke Jinyan still made a decision. He took Zhang Sui to the cellar, and gave the lady the picture Zhang Sui had just drawn, so that she could quickly look through it and did the demonstration. Her ladyship watched the second son, Jinyan, make a demonstration, without much patience, and directly collected the drawings and paintings, back to the cellar. Only then did the second son, Yan, leave. Watching the wooden door of the cellar close, the second young lady, Junmi, met the dim light and, puzzled, he asked the lady, "Mother, what does the second brother mean?" Madam handed the drawing to the second young lady, Junmi, and said in a good-natured manner, "I don't know, he's just making me flip through these drawings quickly." The lady swept around the dozens of young and beautiful maids, and her own daughter-in-law, a sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the presence of outsiders, she would have wanted to berate herself right then and there for this time. There are no words at this juncture just to send yourself some drawings. Although Koji-e is not moving at the moment, what should we do if he finds out? Normally, at this time, one's son should be patient this time and take over your burden properly and handle the affairs of the Jin family seriously. What words can't be saved for after Koji-e is gone? Second Miss Shinmi heard Madam say this and suspiciously quickly flipped through the drawings. The drawings are 20 in all. Each picture, moreover, is somewhat similar. She could tell at a glance that this was the work of that denizen Zhang Sui. With a quick turn of the page, the pictures strangely moved. It becomes the image of your own mother walking on the paper. The stiffness of those movements was surprisingly muted because of the dim lighting and flipping. At a glance, it looked like it turned into his own mother looking back while walking towards the front, seemingly spotting someone she knew. Her mother smiled sweetly at her. End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi quickly understood somewhat what her second brother meant. She flipped through the drawings faster. In the drawings, the mother's looks and movements are painted. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Madam and softly said, "Mother, my daughter thought that the Ergo sent these drawings to call you at this time. In fact, there is another deep meaning." Only then did the lady look suspiciously at Second Miss Shinmi and said, "How so?" Second Miss Shinmi said, "For one thing, second brother coming over at this time of the day. It means the situation out there is not particularly dire, even if Ergo had made an error in judgment. But how did the butler and that denizen also have a lapse in judgment? Even if the butler and that denizen make a mistake, then Zhao Yun, who was invited here, and there will be no mistakes. That Zhao Yun, at first glance, is someone who has been in the battlefield for a long time. He only arrived at Arjun family when he was lining up his troops, and he's very good at it." The lady nodded thoughtfully. That's true. She was disappointed in her second son though. However, the butler had stayed on from her late husband's time and was very old-fashioned in her ways. It's unlikely that there will be a major mistake at this point in time. Not to mention, there's the Lord's Mark and Zhao Yun in the mix. But Madam still furrowed her brows and said, "So, what did your second brother send this painting for? At this time, how can I have the leisure to look at paintings for my mother?" The second young lady, Junmi, handed the drawings to the lady and quickly flipped them over, saying, "These drawings, definitely the work of a denizen." Red Jade stood not far behind her. Hearing second Miss Junmi say this, her red lips under her pretty face skimmed. That denizen, who just came to see Madam with the second prince, didn't even know to take a look at himself. Nowadays, there is still leisure to paint the second prince. I just don't know what the painting is. When we get out, we're definitely going to teach him a lesson. Madam was originally a little impatient before she saw second Miss Shinmi flipping through the pictures, but at this moment, watching the drawings turn over quickly, the lady's expression was stunned. Surprisingly, it was himself, and, as these pictures turned up, surprisingly, it turned into an image of himself walking and turning his head and smiling. The lady returned to her senses and laughed. This Bochung, what a clever mind. Second Miss Shinmi, "Mother, that's not the problem." Madam's pretty face flashed a touch of redness, and she smiled somewhat awkwardly. For my mother's sake, I didn't see that the painting had a different meaning." Second young Miss Shinmi exhaled. "Mother, second brother took this to show you that, and bleak looking, think about it?" The lady furrowed her brows. Second Miss Shinmi sighed quietly in her heart. Mother was polite to everyone, including yourself. However, with the second brother, mother has always pulled a face. It's actually understandable. The second brother was originally the future family head of the Jin family, and had to bear the burden of supporting the entire Jin family. But the second brother was too mediocre and, moreover, of a soft nature. Just like this time when something happened. It's amazing that Ergo still doesn't want to take the blame. Mother was disappointed to the core, so she didn't have a good opinion of her second brother. But then again, Ergo is a human being after all, a mother's son. How could he not be touched by seeing his mother's smiling face in the picture? Seeing that her ladyship was lost to the authorities, the second young lady, Junmi, could only say, "Mother, what the second brother means is, he is your son, after all." Mother, you smile at everyone. The only one who has always been scowling at Ergo. Looking at the pictures, your smiling face, mother, hurt him even more. Madam's pretty face clouded over when she heard second Miss Shinmi say this. And yet, he didn't make a sound. Second Miss Shinmi didn't open her mouth again either. After playing with the picture for a while, second Miss Shinmi handed it over to Hanyu and said, "Put it away." Hanyu took the drawing and hemmed, turning around. When placing the drawings in the wooden box beside the second young lady's bed, Hanyu pretended to turn over the drawings without thinking, following the second young lady's example. Watching the lady move on the paper, Hanyu heart is both amazed and aggrieved. That dunce, who observes her ladyship with such care and attention, to himself but couldn't even look at him more than once. Was she the woman he was attracted to, or was the lady the woman he was attracted to? Despite the jumble of thoughts, she carefully pressed the drawing under a couple of pieces of clothing and then closed the wooden box. When I see him next, if he doesn't draw one of these for himself. Hanyu sighed darkly. That doesn't do him any good either. The lady was silent for a long time before she said, "Your second brother. But wherever there is a point that saves my mother's heart. Why did mother treat him like this? How can he inherit the family business when he's like this?" Second Miss Shinmi said, "Second brother really can't afford to hold out. Big deal. I'll recruit a flunky into the family." The lady looked at the second youngest lady, Junmi, and said, "A flunky? What son of a good family would want to join the family? Besides, you're a woman. Are you staying at home to be a second for your mother? A woman in charge? Is far from what you think. For my mother's heart is exhausted every day. There's just no one to tell it to. Precisely because I know how hard it is. I don't want you to recruit a son-in-law into the family. You, on the other hand, take over for mother's guts and support the entire Jin family." Zhang Sui subconsciously surfaced in second Miss Shinmi's mind. He's lowly, and, other than being horny, it's not bad. However, this thought came together while negative Jinmi was busy shaking her head. No way. No way. What's on your mind? He's not going to be cheap himself. At this moment, hearing Madam say this, second Miss Shinmi said, "Daughter also knows. Daughter is just saying that. The next best thing, just do it. For the sake of our Jin family. My daughter is also willing to give up everything. The daughter is from the Jin family. Without the Yen family, there would be no daughter. If sacrificing my daughter alone can keep my Jin family afloat, that daughter will never regret it." Just then a little head came out from under the armpit of Mrs. And with a few cheeky laughs, turning her head, she smiled and looked at Madam and second Miss Shinmi. "It's fine, mother, second sister. There's me. I already have an awesome man, just waiting for me to grow up and he'll marry me. At that time, the Jin family will be given to him. It's none other than the fifth young lady, Jin Rong." Madam took the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, into her arms. Jokingly, he said, "Our Rong Rong is only this tiny bit old and knows what it means to marry?" And even handed the Jin family over to him. Jin Rong busily nodded her head and said, "Mother, I know. Marrying means getting married. Let him press himself against me at night and make babies." Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face turned red as she pinched her cheeks and said, "Who taught you that?" Her ladyship blushed a little. Fifth Miss Jin Rong said in a matter-of-fact tone, "I heard everything on the day second brother caved in. Later, second brother took advantage of mother and second sister's absence when you weren't there, and dragged sister-in-law to her cave several times." Behind the crowd, a young girl in a brocade dress had a pretty face so red that it was dripping blood. It's no one else. It was Lu, the main wife of Jin Yan, the second son of the Jin family. Lu couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. "I didn't realize that I had been seen by my sister-in-law on several occasions when she and her husband were in the same room." The lady's face looked better then, and, a little weepy, his own second son, who could do nothing else, was still tied in that area. You don't know to look around when you're in the same room with your own wife. This is good. It was seen by the fifth daughter, a quirky little girl. End of chapter. Madam rubbed fifth Miss Jin Rong's little head and laughed. "These things, it's not necessary to worry about our Rong Rong." Jin Rong, however, ignored it and instead brought her mouth to Madam's ear, whispering, "Mother, I know a man. He's great, he knows everything, and when I grow up, and marry him, and have him help us, there's absolutely no problem. When the time comes, you won't have to work so hard." Mother, leave it all to him. The lady snickered. Who is it? Jinrong raised her eyebrows and said, can't tell you. If I tell mother, you'll surely go and fix him and throw him out. After looking at Madam's chest and second Miss Shinmi's chest, Jinrong said, when I grow up to be as big as mother and second sister and you guys, I'll ask him to marry me, and then I'll let him help us. Madam and second Miss Shinmi looked at each other and both wanted to laugh a little. The little girl is smart and clever though, but, ultimately, it's a little girl. Madam could only dote on you. Well, when our Rong grows up, it'll all depend on you. By then, you guys are busy. Enjoy the peace and quiet for your mother. Jinrong said. Then, mother, don't be mean to second brother. The lady sighed. Look at your daughters. They are all so smart, obedient and responsible. Why did you give birth to a second son who has no responsibility and is mediocre? Koji stayed at the Jin family residence for 2 days. On the third day, Yen Ro, the guardian of Yanmen County, had sent an urgent letter. In a few days, he will immediately lead his army to Wuji County to meet up. Koji asked one of his personal guards to bring this message to the 1,000 Chang elite in the city. Koji brought 6,000 men this time. 1,000 of the Chang elite lived in the city of Wuji County. They, and their war horses, were served by the people of the city. The remaining 5,000 were Han soldiers who did not stay in the city, but were stationed at the east gate of Wuji County. As soon as the personal guards took this news out, the entire Wuji County was in chaos. These 1,000 Chang elites, those officers who reside in the mansions of the great families of the, all of them forced people from various families to send their maids to perform. During the performance, these Chang officers directly pulled the maids up and down. These maids were so scared that they burst into tears. However, the people of the various families and clans didn't dare to care. They just told the maids to keep good company. Those Chang elites who lived outside the residences of the great families ran into the streets and, entering various stores, visit houses, and private houses, they pounced on women when they saw them. Throughout Wuji County, cries could be heard everywhere. Some bold men rose up and were stabbed to death by the Chang elite directly in broad daylight. Only the Yen family here seemed quiet. This place is inhabited by Koji, and all those Chang elites don't dare to make trouble here. However, Koji also had his second son, Jin Yen, pick out a dozen or so good-looking, slightly younger maids accompany his own guards for the night. Second Duke Jin Yen was directly stunned. The butler could only look towards Zhang Sui and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, on the other hand, nodded his head, though not willingly. However, compared to the tragic situation outside, these prices paid by the Jin family were already very low. The butler could only go and select a dozen or so maids to come out and prepare them to be sent to his proctor's room at night. After that, Koji and his personal guards started practicing against each other. As he was practicing, a chorus of rebukes suddenly rang out. Where is Koji? Both Koji and the personal guard stopped. Zhang Sui was busy bringing his second son, Jin Yen, to quickly welcome him out. Only at the entrance of the mansion, a man of 1 meter 8 in height, wearing iron armor and, the young man clad in a blue cloak, carrying a long spear, walked in with a gloomy face. The second son, Jin Yen, hurriedly said, This general, I am the temporary family head of the Jin family. Jin Yen, the young man was surrounded by dozens of generals behind him. Hearing the second son, Jin Yen, introduce himself like this, the anger on the young man's face was then cut back and he said, So it's Xin Lang, I am Yuan Shi, the second son of the Jizhou minister, and I was ordered by my father to talk to your mother about the previous letter. He also looked toward Koji, who was carrying a long sword in the courtyard, and said, But I never thought that Koji, you are so bold. Wuji County is land under my rule in Jizhou. The people of Wuji County are the people under my rule. Now you, however, condone the generals under your command to go around raping and being lawless, and don't let your people stop at once. When Koji saw Yuan Tan, he snorted and said, I wonder what the second prince's monkey business is. I have fought for the people of Wuji County against such evil thieves as Gong Sunzan, and now, to collect some interest, what's wrong with letting my elite enjoy themselves? Isn't that what everyone does in the world today? Or did you ask your father to reward each of the generals under my command with a few beautiful women? Yuan Shi flicked second Duke Xinyan to the side while carrying his lance forward. Koji held his long sword in both hands and slung it over his shoulder as he looked at Yuan Shi carelessly. Yuan Shi pointed his lance in his hand straight at Koji and narrowed his eyes. Koji, you're not taking me seriously at all? Koji scoffed. You have me in your sights again? A mouthful of names. What are you? Your father would have to be courteous in front of me. Without me, Koji, he killed Han Fu, captured Jizhou, taken on Gong Sunzan? In the battle at the Boundary Bridge, I killed the White Horse Guards, but your father wants to show off his abilities. As a result, They were killed by the remnants of Gongsun Zan's white horse boxers and ran away. If it weren't for Tian Feng calling me over for reinforcement, your father is gone. And you? Your father wouldn't dare to point his weapon at me in my presence. You son, rather bold. Believe it or not, I'm just going to kill you now, and your father can't do anything about it? Yuan Shi was furious, and the lance in his hand was stabbing towards Koji. This Koji, deceiving people too much. However, Yuan Shi here only struck out with his lance, and Koji quickly unloaded the long sword he was carrying on his shoulder and a knife split Yuan Shi's stabbing lance and was about to slash at Yuan Shi's neck. Zhao Yun, who was on the side, made an urgent move, picking off Koji's long sword that was slashing at Yuan Shi's neck with a single shot. Yuan Shi's eyes contracted dramatically, his face instantly turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Although he had always known that Koji was highly skilled in martial arts, but he had always thought that his father had treated Koji too softly. Even if he couldn't kill Koji, he had the ability to fight him for dozens of rounds. But unexpectedly, he couldn't even deal with a single move. Koji's long sword was picked apart by Zhao Yun's spear and was about to strike again. Behind Yuan Shi, dozens of generals brought by Yuan Shi quickly surrounded and came up. Koji stopped his attack, playfully sizing up the generals, and looked to Yuan Shi. Second Duke. Are you trying to force me to rebel? Now that your father hasn't taken down Gongsun Zan yet, why? Do you want to unload on me? Yuan Shi stared dead at Koji, his eyes filled with blood. He couldn't wait to pounce on him and stab Koji to death. However, he was also aware that at the moment, his father did not dare to turn his back on Koji. It's not the first time that Koji has been this reckless. His father hated Koji to death, but in order to take Hebei and to fight against Gongsun Zan, one must endure. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi took several deep breaths and waved his hand towards the generals surrounding Koji and his personal guards. These generals then withdrew. Koji glanced at Yuan Shi and smiled contemptuously. Let's go. Greet everyone and go to the eastern quarters of the city. End of chapter. Koji left the Jin family with his personal guards. Yuan Shi is still around. Watching Koji leave, Yuan Shi remained motionless. Only one eye looked like it was filled with blood. As a son of the Yuan family with 4 generations and 3 dukes, he was respected wherever he went. No matter who sees him, not to say courteous, at least will come to a second son. This Koji, that's the attitude. When we take Gongsun Zan, we will surely let him die without a trace. Despite saying this, Yuan Shi was clueless at this point. His father had repeatedly urged him not to turn against Koji at this time. Koji is not a loyalist. Once he flipped, Koji's biggest possibility was to defect to Gongsun Zan. A Gongsun Zan is already so difficult to deal with. Add another Koji to the mix, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuan Shi took several deep breaths before he suppressed the anger in his heart and replaced his face with a smile that, to the second son, Jin Yan, he said, Jin Lang, is your mother at home? Can you introduce me? I've been ordered by my father. Come and confer with her about her father's secret letter earlier. Second Duke Xinyan was about to answer the truth. My mother is in. Zhang Sui's face changed slightly, and he busily tugged on Second Duke Xinyan's sleeve. What's on your mind? How dare you tell Yuan Shi the truth? It seems that this Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes is an extraordinary existence to these great families. This second son, Jin Yan, is a representative. Han Fu just died, and the second son Jin Yan doesn't even learn a lesson. Originally, the pastor of Jizhou was Han Fu. Han Fu came from the Han family, a famous family in Yingchuan, and was a disciple of the Yuan family. Yuan Shao was able to take a shot at Han Fu, captured the Jizhou pastorate, and even killed Han Fu. A man like Yuan Shao is still trustworthy? What a pig's brain. This second son, the second son, Jin Yan, was reminded by Zhang Sui, and only then did he busily say, my mother has gone to my grandfather's to save her family. Yuan Shi's face was a bit stunned as he said, how long will it take to come back? Zhang Sui gently shook his finger towards second Prince Xinyan. Only then did second Duke Xinyan say, this, I don't know. Mother usually runs the house, and she's ferocious. She doesn't volunteer it, and I'm afraid to ask. A hint of dislike flashed in Yuan Shi's gaze towards second Prince Xinyan. A big man. The power of his home is in the hands of a woman. Once his father takes his mother, the Jin family will be in the pocket of the Yuan family. Only, since his mother's return is uncertain, Yuan Shi thought of Koji and he could only say to second Duke Xinyan, then, I'll go back first. If your mother comes back, help me turn her over. Let's just say my father teared up and expects an early answer. After saying that, he clasped his fists and left with the generals. Second Duke Xinyan personally escorted Yuan Shi and the others away. Watching Yuan Shi steer his horse and disappear from sight, second Duke Xinyan hurriedly looked at Zhang Sui and said, Lord Records, this is the second Duke. Now that Koji E is running amok, with him holding down the fort, our Jin family can be too much more stable. Zhao Yun also looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui said with a serious look on his face, "This Yuan Shi, although he is the second son of the Jizhou minister, but, do you think, second eunuch, that he's really here to protect our Jin family? Just now, Koji is still around. Once there is a conflict, our Jin family will immediately be finished. Has second prince thought about it? Once the two of them start a conflict in our Jin family, can our Jin family withstand the onslaught of generals? It's evident that Yuan Shi didn't even consider the Jin family. And Koji E, although he's a bit of an asshole, but he's sitting in our Jin family. Our Jin family is at least in the midst of peace." Looking toward Zhao Yun, Zhang Sui said, "This is thanks to Zilong." Zhao Yun was not amused. Zhang Sui said, "Therefore, our current situation with the Jin family is to not get involved in any side. These two sides, they're bound to fight again. We're going to experience another wave of war here. It's true to train more ministries, just in case." Second Duke Xinyan said, "A fight? How about in our Wuji County?" Zhang Sui was silent for a moment and said, "It's hard to say. Anyway, a fight is certain. And, just these 2 years, Gongsun Zan killed Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, and that's a brainiac. It was also the beginning of his decline. This time, Koji E joined forces with Yen Rou, the guardian of Yanmen Pass, to bring in the Hu people, including the Xianbei. Gongsun Zan must not be able to stop it. As soon as Gongsun Zan here is repulsed, war is about to break out between Ji Zhoumu and Koji E. When the time comes, Koji E will die." Zhao Yun said suspiciously, "Koji E is extremely strong, even against the white horse boxers. He's also brave and unbeatable." Only then did Zhang Sui look at Zhao Yun and smiled. "Zilong, bravery can be a general, but, in these troubled times, to survive, a general must be humble, prudent and loyal. Otherwise, he is a thorn in the side of others. Koji E is brave, but he was so rude to Yuan Shi just now. Put in the eyes of any vassal, this kind of person can't live. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. Once the formidable enemy declines, this Koji E's days will be over. There are too many examples of this from time immemorial. Far from it, the Emperor Gaozu of our dynasty. How many of those kings with different surnames who helped him take down the king of Western Shu survived to the end? Once the king of Western Shu died, these kings with different surnames, one by one, they've been eradicated clean." Zhao Yun was instantly silent. A magnate on the side asked, "Now that Koji E has left, when do we leave then?" Zhang Sui laughed and said, "All of you stalwarts should stay for a few days first, just as a rest, just in case, when the Koji army marches, you can leave." Zhao Yun nodded back. Koji E's departure loosened the tense atmosphere of the Yin family. By dusk, through the dark centuries, everyone was relieved when it was determined that Koji E's army and the army led by Yen Men Pass Guard Yen Rou would converge at the camp east of the city, set off, and head straight across the river to Zhuo County. Madam, second Miss Jinmi and the others also came out of the cellar. Her ladyship found out from the housekeeper and the second son, Yen, what had happened in the end. Learning that Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, had rushed over to find himself, the lady's eyebrows knit high. In the end, she said nothing but sigh. Zhang Sui did not follow second Duke Xinyan anymore and returned to the ministry compound. The ministry and the ministry compound, however, did not return. They continued to patrol around as Zhao Yun had arranged. Although Koji's army retreated, the people were worried that they would go and return. Zhang Sui finished his meal alone and rested for a while, before he stripped off his shirt and, a man practicing up extra. After the extra practice, this time it triggered the bludgeoning rate and added 0.3 pounds of strength. The night was dark. It's a bit of a dreary day with no moonlight. There were a lot of stars hanging in the sky, but it was dark all around. Zhang Sui didn't put on his shirt and was going to go sit by the ancient well to dry off his sweat and take a shower. Today Madam and the second Miss and the others came out of the cellar though. However, the Jin mansion is still under martial law. Therefore, he expected that Hong Yu and the fifth Miss Shinron would not come to deliver the food. Naturally, there is no need for a top. Take a shower and go straight back to painting. Previously, I promised Zhao Yun and all the ministries that I would draw beautiful animations for them to see. Honesty is important in these late Han times. Zhang Sui thought about continuing to hang around in the Jin family, so integrity could not be lost. Sitting by the ancient well, Zhang Sui blew on the cool breeze, and saw that he was about to dry up his sweat. Instead, I saw a little light come on. Zhang Sui was delighted. Is it Jade? The fifth young lady comes to herself without a light. At this time, there was only Hong Yu. This chick, Hong Yu, is not ashamed to be her own compatible woman. As soon as he came out, he thought to bring himself food. Thinking that he hadn't been alone for the past few days, Zhang Sui greeted him, to hold her little hand today. However, without walking for long, Zhang Sui froze in his steps. The visitor did have a red jade. Hong Yu also carried a lamp. But then again, there's more than just red jade. At the sight of Hong Yu, the lady also froze in her steps, her beautiful eyes slightly shrinking. How could she not have expected that Zhang Sui would come over naked? Zhang Sui froze, and while turning around in a panic and walking quickly into the darkness, he said, "Madam, listen to my sophistry. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was Miss 5. After all, Madam and Second Miss and Hong Yu all knew that Fifth Miss would bring him something to eat at night." Hong Yu also gulped and looked nervously at her ladyship. The lady bit her red lip, her snow-white neck flushed in the dim light. In the end, she stood still with a calm demeanor. Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound and hurriedly put on his clothes before he rejoined. Said sardonically, "Ma'am, it's so late. If you're looking for me, just have someone call me over directly." Hong Yu glared at Zhang Sui and spat. "Madam called you over in the middle of the night. What would Madam say if people found out? There is a mouth to feed." Zhang Sui hurriedly echoed, Yes, I'm a pig brain." End of chapter. Hong Yu glanced at Madam. Seeing that the lady beside him looked calm and showed no signs of storming out, she was also secretly relieved. She plucked out Zhang Sui with some annoyance. "It's a big night for you to not wear a top." But when she thought of the way he hurriedly ran over just now, the red dress felt a little more comfortable in her heart. This denizen must have thought he came alone to bring him food. These days, at night, only himself and the fifth young lady seek him out, and Miss 5 is not a fan of holding a lamp. Thinking of how eager he was to see himself, Hong Yu secretly hummed, "Also just now rush." Before, when he hid himself in the cellar, and he accompanied the second prince to see Mrs. Not even a second glance at his own. Seeing Zhang Sui in such a state, Madam did not blame him, just whispered, "There's no one in the compound, is there?" Zhang Sui hummed, "No, just in case." Everyone is still continuing to crouch at various points as set up by Zhao Yun. The lady whispered, "Go inside the compound then. I have a few questions for you and we'll be back later." Zhang Sui busily made a gesture of invitation, then led the way in front. Zhang Sui took his wife to his room, then wiped the bed clean with his sleeve. "Let the lady sit on it." Zhang Sui said, "Wait a moment, ma'am, I'll go boil some water." The lady said, "No, I'll ask a few questions and then I'll go. I'm a woman, looking for you in the middle of the night. I'm prone to gossip. I can't stay too long." Zhang Sui stood in front of the lady and obediently said, "Lady, feel free to ask." Madam sized up Zhang Sui and said, "After hearing Yenner and the housekeeper talk about you, I feel that you are quite knowledgeable." Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, "Thanks for the compliment, ma'am. I'm just full of. Just listen, ma'am, don't take it seriously." The lady wondered, "Full of? What is this?" Zhang Sui forehead and said, "That's it. It's just nonsense." The lady nodded. Before continuing, "It's my business if you say what you're saying and want to listen to it or not. No need for you to take responsibility." Zhang Sui let out an oh so subtle sound. The lady pondered for a moment before she said, "What do you think? How is this person Yuan Xiao?" Zhang Sui skimmed his lips and said, "This man is not as good as Cao Cao. If Cao Cao takes a concubine, even the woman's children will be treated well. Yuan Xiao takes concubines. He doesn't care if others live or die. This man Yuan Xiao is a modest gentleman on the outside, but in reality he is dark and vicious on the inside." Han Fu, a former official of Yuan's family, voluntarily ceded the pastor of Jizhou to him, and he wants Han Fu dead. "It will tell you about the person's character." The lady was stunned. She hasn't told anyone other than her second daughter, Jun Mi, that Yuan Xiao is looking for her. It's to take her as a concubine. This man, how did he know? Hong Yu did not have the good sense to say, "What nonsense? What do you mean by concubinage?" That's not what the lady asked. Zhang Sui glanced at Hong Yu and then at Madam. Madam signaled Hong Yu to be quiet before she looked at Zhang Sui and said, "What do you know? Or is it that? Is this what me told you?" Zhang Sui spread his hands and said, "How could Second Miss say this? Second Miss and I aren't really that close. Besides, it's a matter of the Jin family's reputation. I'm just guessing. Yuan Xiao's second son, Yuan Shi, came to the door this time, and said that the secret letter, and not the lady did not see. Predictable. I'm not trying to dictate the affairs of the Jin family. I'm just a master recorder after all. I just don't want the Jin family to go astray. After all, I'm considered a part of the Jin family now. The Jin family stands so that I can live well. I'm not doing any better when the Jin family is in trouble. Your ladyship thinks so highly of me. In these troubled times, I'd be hard-pressed to find a second large family to do this to me. I'm the one who knows what I'm doing. The Jin family is treating me like this, so I naturally know everything." Hearing Zhang Sui say this, the lady nodded in satisfaction and said, "Words are not bad." After a moment's silence, The lady added, I heard Yenny say that you thought that the Jijo and Koji will fight and eventually Koji will die? Zhang Sui nodded and said, although Koji is strong, he is ultimately a general. Yuan Shao has a large number of elite soldiers and generals under his hand, and many strategists. Again, it has gained the support of various worldly families. When the two fight, the result is obvious. Madam said, then do you think it is possible for our Jin family to profit from this? Zhang Sui looked at the lady with some surprise. Madam is ambitious. Not bad for the head of the Jin family. It's amazing to think of profiting from it. Unfortunately, it's a woman. If it's a man, the Jin family will have an unlimited future with someone like Madam to support the family. Throughout history, the women of the Jin family are really not simple. Zhang Sui stammered for a while before saying, profit-making, naturally, is possible. But we don't have a man in the Jin family who can matter right now. There are some things that it is not convenient for the lady and the second miss to do as women. The lady said, then how about I have Yenner stand in front and you assist him? Zhang Sui, aiding the second son. Yen? Zhang Sui only felt a toothache. The second prince is a little too soft-tempered, and panic when things go wrong. To be honest, he really didn't think highly of second Duke Xinyan. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, which point does your ladyship want the second prince to achieve? Madam said, at least, it is able to protect the Jin family, so that outsiders do not dare to covet it easily. Like Jijo, my Jin family, I would die before handing it over to him if possible. Zhang Sui scratched his head. History. The Jin family really relied on Yuan Shao's second son, Yuan Shi, and Cao Cao's son, Cao Pai, to hold them together. Now, wanting to exist independently from Yuan Shao's control, it's really not that difficult. The lady did not continue to force the issue, but rose and smiled. Take your time to think about it for a few days. If you're really willing to do that and have a concrete plan, some other day, I'll confer with those old men of the clan. Let you merge into the Jin family as a member of my Jin family side clan. As you said yourself, we are actually one. The Yen family is better so you can be better. And I'm not boasting. You are talented and, well, extraordinary. But it's hard to get the next one that can value you as much as I do. For the same simple reason you should be able to think of. My Jin family is not supported by a reliable male master. Other families, all of them, and they don't need you to tell them what to do. The lady finished and left with Hongyu. Zhang Sui escorted the lady to the ancient well and watched her back leave before exhaling. He really didn't think that the lady would think so highly of him. Surprisingly, he wants him to come and assist the second prince to stand firm under Yuan Shao's hand. I wonder where Madam gets her confidence. He doesn't even have one himself. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Sui got a headache from thinking about it, so he left it alone and just took a shower. The lady took Hongyu back to her room, letting Hongyu go to rest by herself. Madam sat down on her knees before the desk in the room, and continued to deal with the affairs of the Yen family. These days, she's letting her second son help with it though. However, the second son was too mediocre to handle much of it at all, and she still had to do it herself. Processing late into the night, she yawned, walked over to the bed, stripped down to her long skirt, and, revealing arms and shoulders as white as jade, and the smooth little belly that was slightly bulging, sitting down on the couch, and lifting up her two long, slender, rounded legs, Mrs. lay, pulling the covers over her belly. She looked up at the drapery above her head. In her mind, she couldn't help but to picture the scene of Zhang Sui's naked upper body. It's been months in the Jin family. Zhang Sui's originally thin body had grown a lot of flesh. The lady's mind wandered to that firm chest, and her heart was in a bit of turmoil. How long had it been since she had experienced the firmness of a man? Burying her hands under the covers, the lady flushed up and breathed a little emphatically. For a moment, as if deflated, she looked bleak, closed her eyes and, a long sigh escaped his lips. End of chapter. Besides, after Zhang Sui sent his wife back, he then returned to the ancient well and took a shower. After taking a shower, he returned to his room and drew carefully in front of his desk. What's the picture? It's the Catching a Corpse beauty anime that was previously promised to the multitude of ministries. He chose only one action screen. In the action scene, the Fonzie is Captain Jinhao. Only the dressing becomes a Taoist robe. The female zombie, on the other hand, was Ms. Kurai, a well-known actress from the island action movies he had watched before crossing over, though Kurai-sensei had gone ashore long before he crossed over. The Mr. Kurai was a great inspiration to him. Can't get it out of my head to this day. As for why the Captain Jinhao was chosen to look like a Fengshi, the reason is also very simple: to increase the sense of immersion. Of course, neither Captain Jinhao nor Mr. Kurai actually drew very well. However, none of this is critical. As a fan of bangs and rom-coms for a while, his focus was never on the minutiae. Zhang Sui hummed a little tune as he drew quickly. The more he admired what he had been through, luckily with such a crummy hand, so much so, that he was able to integrate into the Jin family's ministry so quickly. Without the crummy hand, honestly, it's not easy to get on board with the Jin family ministry all of a sudden. After all, as far as men are concerned, the best way to become friends is to be elegant. Back in the day, when he was in college, he and his 3 roommates didn't originally have a good relationship. There's even been a falling out over someone not wanting to clean up after themselves and often playing games in the middle of the night, even fought. However, every time we went to dinner together and watched rom-coms together, the relationship soon got better again. Jiang Sui drew until close to dawn before he had made 40 drawings. Although it looked rough at a glance, Jiang Sui quickly flipped through it and his mouth was grinning behind his ears. Long legs, big white ass, various key parts are in place. Definitely intriguing enough. People are visual creatures. The impact of the animation formed by these 40 drawings on this man of the late Han era. Definitely more shocking than words. Jiang Sui drilled 3 holes in one side of these drawings with a dagger and tied them with a rope. That's what you hide in your sleeve and go out the door. Dawn, going to say hello to Zhao Yun. After all, there was no way to know for sure if Koji and the others would go and return. The Yen family is still under martial law. Demonstrate a responsible attitude even though you yourself are the main memorizer. Zhao Yun is very responsible, holding down the gate all night. When he saw Jiang Sui come out, Zhao Yun greeted him and curiously said, "Why did Lord Records come over so early? There's no movement for a night. The Koji army should have left. Woji County is safe for now. You can sleep a little longer." Jiang Sui laughed. "No harm done. It's good to come out for a walk and pay more attention." Zhao Yun nodded and said, "That's true." Jiang Sui stood beside Zhao Yun and raised an eyebrow. "Before, when you first arrived, do you remember what I promised with everyone in the ministry compound?" Zhao Yun hemmed and said suspiciously, "Remember, you said that when it was safe to get through this crisis that, just anime everyone's catching a corpse beautiful." Jiang Sui lowered his voice and said, "I stayed up all night last night and finished drawing. Zilong, do you want to see it first?" Zhao Yun froze and looked around with a somewhat embarrassed expression and said, "Lord Record, I read the spring and autumn. So this isn't very good, is it?" Jiang Sui looked at Zhao Yun's sheepish look and laughed. "What are you afraid of? Could I even tell? Besides, you've got a son, so what are you embarrassed about? As far as the male-female bit is concerned, and how many people brothels are going bright and early, we'll just look at a few pictures," Jiang Sui said, while pulling out a drawing he had made during the night from his sleeve. It flipped quickly in front of Zhao Yun's eyes. Zhao Yun's eyes were wide open and his breathing was a little short. His heart was pounding. What hasn't he seen in all his life? I just haven't seen a picture of a man and a woman in bed and still moving. It's just that it's a little too short. He's not over it. It's gone. Zhao Yun looked around nervously while seeing that no one was paying attention to his place. It was only then that he gulped while trying to flip the picture. However, he was clearly inexperienced and it took him a while to turn the page. Completely ineffective. Jiang Sui laughed out loud when he saw Zhao Yun looking like this. Zhao Yun was busy covering Jiang Sui's mouth as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only then did Jiang Sui stop laughing and quickly flipped through it. Zhao Yun's eyes were dead set on the drawing, and he looked at it several more times before he looked at Jiang Sui. With admiration on his face, he said, "The Lord's Record is truly multi-talented, and if this is used in the right way, it will definitely be extraordinary." Jiang Sui teased, "This matter is not the right way? Since ancient times, legacy are of utmost importance." Zhao Yun's face was a bit unnatural as he said, "Cunning. Anyway, you should read more books in the future. Get less of that." Jiang Sui gave an subtle nod as he closed the drawing and tucked it into his sleeve. Priggishly, he said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, Zilong. I was originally thinking that I would let Zilong give you a taste, and if you like it, I will draw you a book of such animation, and let the words spring and autumn be written on the cover of the book, so that in future, Zilong, you may carry it with you. Since you don't like it, Zilong, it's a pity that you can't force it on people, isn't it? I'll give it to someone else then. Zilong, you keep busy," said, about to leave. Zhao Yun's face was a bit torn as he watched Jiang Sui really want to leave. After all, he called out to Jiang Sui, walked over quickly, and said in a low voice, "What you said? The cover says spring and autumn on it and gives it to me." Jiang Sui wanted to laugh a little as he watched Zhao Yun's face flush and look around warily. In the end, he didn't laugh out loud and patted Zhao Yun's chest, saying, "For a big man, what are you afraid of? I'll continue the painting for you sometime today to thank you for your help over the past few days." After saying that, he went back to find Captain Jinhao and the others. Zhao Yun was busy saying, "Read it twice more." Jiang Sui demonstrated to Zhao Yun a few more times before leaving in Zhao Yun's font site. Jiang Sui found Captain Jinhao. Captain Jinhao was different from Zhao Yun. Captain Jinhao was an old man with a thick skin. Seeing Zhang Sui's picture, or his own likeness, Captain Jinhao's eyes couldn't wait to stick to the picture. He also recruited other ministries to watch it with him. A group of ministries surrounded the picture, and tears of emotion flowed from the corners of each mouth. There were even occasional gasps of surprise. So white. It's huge. Berchong, what you're telling us is far less interesting than this. I've always thought that Bozon's paintings had reached their peak, but now I realize that Bok Sun's skill is much more than that. Zhang Sui also raised his eyebrows when he was praised by these people. A night of staying up trying was not in vain. What are you doing? A cold, delicate voice rang out. End of chapter. A sudden chortle startled the crowd. Almost instantly, the crowd dispersed individually. Captain Jinhao was also startled. He scrambled to tuck the drawing into his sleeve and saluted in the direction of the voice. Zhang Sui. He was numb. Why is second miss here so early? Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and said, Second miss. This early. Second miss Shinmi came with lotus steps. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed with an icy vision, sweeping over the faces of the second miss Shinmi said, What were you guys so excited about just now? The minions snapped, not daring to reply. Second miss Shinmi's gaze fell on Captain Jinhao's sleeve. That picture isn't quite hidden yet. Second miss Shinmi walked over. Captain Jinhao was busy backing up, saying repeatedly, Second miss, what are you dash? Second miss Shinmi pointed down Captain Jinhao's sleeve and said, The books, give them to me. Captain Jinhao's face turned white under the brush. Zhang Sui hurriedly interjected, Second miss, that's the spring and autumn annals. That's right, that's the spring and autumn annals. It's like this, Zhao Yun has always loved reading spring and autumn. Thanks to him this time, we were able to get through it safely. There was no change last night, so Zhao Yun and the others won't be able to stay for more than a few days before they have to leave. We wanted to give him a little gift for his help. So, just now, we gathered to confer. And then it occurred to me that I'd copy a copy of Springsteen and give it to him. And everybody thought it was a good idea. That's why there was a flurry of alarm just now. Second Miss Shinmi narrowed her eyes and said, Why do I feel so untrustworthy? Zhang Sui raised his hand and swore, 1,000 times true, I will never lie. Second Miss Shinmi ignored it, but quickly pulled out books from Captain Jinhao's sleeve. Quiet. There was dead silence all around. All the ministries looked at Second Miss Shinmi in despair. Zhang Sui also looked as if his heart was dead. Finished? How can a great lady like Second Miss Shinmi look at this? You're dead. Second Miss Shinmi flipped through the first page, and her beautiful eyes slightly shrunk. She looked at Zhang Sui incredulously. This denizen, it's gone crazy. Is he that passionate about bedtime? The morning sunlight flew from her snow-white, long neck all the way up to her pretty face. Finally, her earlobes were so red they were dripping blood. Her slender jade fingers kept flipping through the pictures. Looked at 5. She just couldn't look at it anymore. She couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. She looked at Zhang Sui, her beautiful eyes almost spitting out fire. Zhang Sui felt the burning gaze of Second Miss Shinmi and also hated to find a hole in the ground. I hadn't counted on her being here today. Finished? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it out so early. He actually had a little something in mind that he wanted to show off. There you go. That's why it's important for people to keep a low profile. What Zhang Sui had never thought of was that Second Miss Shinmi, however, suddenly said, A book like the Spring and Autumn Annals is not suitable for you to read. You can't read something so profound. I don't want to see you all get together again to read the book Spring and Autumn. Otherwise, the next time you find out, you'll be expelled from the Jin family. Understand? The minions were a bit stunned. Zhang Sui was also a bit surprised. It's amazing that Second Miss would help cover it up. However, he soon realized it again. It should be that what he had done to the Jin family during this period of time had made both Madame and Second Miss recognize his abilities. Otherwise, Madame would not have found herself urgently last night and thrown out that kind of offer. It was obvious that Miss Tu didn't want to drive herself away either. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui busily said, Second Miss is right to teach us a lesson. We'll keep it in mind. Captain Jinhao and the others all came back to their senses and chimed in. Here. Only then did Second Miss Shinmi look at Zhang Sui and coldly said, Come with me. With that, he turned and walked away. Captain Jinhao nudged in the direction of Second Miss Shinmi. Opening his mouth, he said wordlessly, Find a way to get it back. Zhang Sui rolled his eyes. Bring back a hammer. How do I take it? Can't we just rob them? Who told you to hide it? Zhang Sui ignored the crowd of minions and followed Second Miss Shinmi straight to a stone pavilion. Second Miss Shinmi sat on a long stone chair in a stone pavilion and threw the picture on a stone table. Laughing coldly, he said, Lord Record, you are really versatile. You can even draw this. Seeing that the second young miss obviously didn't want to make a big deal out of it, Zhang Sui was a bit bolder. Snapped, Second Miss, listen to my sophistry. Second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes flashed with sarcasm and said, Cunning? Zhang Sui sighed and scratched his head. No way. A slip of the tongue. Madam and the second young lady are the sort of fairies who come down to earth and face you with the, I'm always nervous as hell, so there are times when the expression is not clear. Look at me. I'm relaxed when I'm facing the second prince. Second Miss Shinmi snorted and said, oily mouth. Well, I'll listen to your sophistry today. I'll see what you can say to be able to make me accept your reasons for drawing such filth. Zhang Sui glanced at the second young lady. Junmi rubbed his eyes and tried to squeeze out 2 tears. Sighing, how much more sophistry do I need? Second Miss? As you know, Second Miss, I am the underling. I'm so old I haven't married or had children. Those ministries, too. But we're all normal men. We have needs, but it's a very stressful time, especially with Koji living in before. We're on edge every day for fear of a confrontation, and then we're all going to die a horrible death. In order to protect the Jin family, we must also do our best to block it. It's a mission and a duty. Earlier, on my way to escape from Yanmen County to Wuji County, just met a big man in his 30s who had never touched a woman in his life. His greatest wish before he died was that he hadn't experienced the wonders of women. During this time, the situation is critical and I am facing this situation with these ministries. The best way to dispose of it would be for us to go to a whorehouse once and let off some steam and release the stress. But compared to our needs, the safety of the Yen family is clearly more important. Naturally, one cannot put the safety of the Jin family at risk for the sake of need, even when you know you're going to die a horrible death. What can be done about it? Is it really possible to see all the ministries die with regret? That's the kind of thing I came up with. As you can see, Second Miss, everyone is happy to get relief. I'm genuinely looking out for the Jin family, and I know it's not good to spread this kind of filth. So, I took it upon myself to paint this in private, without the knowledge of the lady and the Second Miss. As long as the Jin family is good, this kind of stigma, I'll just take it on. Of course, if Madam and the second young lady have a better disposition of the, I'll never paint these again. Second Miss Shinmi laughed in anger. This denizen, he can really turn black and white upside down and talk nonsense. If I didn't know that he was evil at heart, I would have believed this nonsense. End of chapter. When Zhang Sui saw Second Miss Shinmi laughing like this, he coughed awkwardly and stopped talking. It was obvious that the second young miss was a very intelligent woman despite her young age. These fabricated words of his own might be believed by others, but it was obvious that the second young lady would not believe them. In that case, it's better not to say anything. The second young lady, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui had stopped speaking. Looking at Zhang Sui playfully with an overlooking look, he said, "What? No more continued sophistry?" Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and said, "Second Miss, just tell me what you want me to do. Everyone is smart. You're not going to kick me out for that, are you? Besides, if you really wanted to drive me away, you'd have done it a long time ago, and you wouldn't have covered for me just now, saying something about it being the spring and autumn, knowing full well that people don't believe it either. For another, beautiful women tend to be kind-hearted. The second young miss looks like a beautiful woman, and she seems to be a kind-hearted person." The second young miss, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui had said so she did not have the heart to squeeze her dislike. Pulling another book of drawings from his sleeve, he threw it onto the stone table and, Second Miss Shinmi said, "I've looked at both of your drawings, and they're both good. You draw me one of these, to draw better." Zhang Sui glanced at the stone table. With just one glance, he recognized what the other book's drawings were. It was the one he had previously given to the second son, Yen, to animate his wife's drawings. Zhang Sui asked, "Can I take the liberty of asking what the second young miss wants to paint this for?" Only then did Second Miss Shinmi's eyes move away from Zhang Sui. Looking toward the grass in the distance, he said, "My second brother still needs you to assist him. There are some things, there is no need for you to hide your colorfulness. Jizhou Mu wants to take my mother as a concubine. Of course, you should have guessed that concubinage of my mother is fake, and scheming against my Jin family is real. Although my Jin family has fallen, but, in Jizhou, it still has some small reputation. There are also countless ministries, male servants and maids under my Jin family. The fields in them, and other assets, are innumerable, not to say it's much, enough to support the Jizhou herdsman's rations for half a month for his 100,000 strong army. The chowderman is not guilty of harboring a false accusation. My Jin family is such a big family, but there is no supporting man in the family. Being coveted is a given. In the past 2 years, many people have proposed marriage to my mother, wanting to marry me, thus gradually eating away at my Jin family. Whether it's gluttony for me or my mother, it's all one thing." Turning her head, Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui and said, "Mother looked for you last night." Zhang Sui froze, but still nodded honestly, although Mrs. has to avoid suspicion. However, Junmi, as the second youngest daughter of the Jin family, is smart and powerful. How could you not know? One can only honestly admit it. Second Miss Shinmi said. I can also guess that mother is looking for you. It must be because of your performance this time that I want you to assist my second brother. But a nest of eggs, you can't put them in a jar. Otherwise, if you miscalculate, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not to mention, my second brother's temperament is really not the material to support the Jin family. And the mother, more than anything else, is the backbone of the family. If she remarries, especially if she marries the minister of Jizhou, my Jin family will be completely finished. That's why I thought, if possible, I could marry into the family of the Jizhou minister instead of my mother. Whether it's marrying the Jizhou pastor as a concubine, it's still better to marry the son of the Jizhou pastor as a proper wife. Sacrificing me will also buy the Jin family a little time. I am far less important to the Jin family than my mother. I only hope that the little time that has been bought will enable mother to raise the third brother. Or, perhaps, the sister-in-law will be able to produce a capable nephew. Or maybe, you really have that ability to assist my second brother in supporting my Jin family. Zhang Sui. There was something very wrong with him. This Jin family, from Madam to second Miss to fifth Miss, all of them were thinking about how they could preserve the Jin family and allow it to continue. Only the second son, Jin Yen, who should have supported the Jin family, did not have the ability to do so. There is no such realization either. The second young lady, Jun Mi, said, I need you to draw me one of these moving pictures. Paint me as pretty and spiritual as you can, the kind that can make a man instantly attracted. In the future, when second brother is still unable to accomplish anything with your assistance, and when the Jizhou minister comes to persecute mother, I'll have someone take this painting to the Jizhou minister and use me in place of my mother. Hearing second Miss Shinmi say this, Zhang Sui sighed and said, alright, second Miss, I try. It seems to follow the path of history after all. Actually, that's not so bad. Historically, the second young lady first married Yuan Shi, the second son of Yuan Shao. She then married Chao Chao's son, Chao Pai, and then gave birth to a son, Chao Rui. Relying on this layer of relationship, the Jin family is prospering day by day. As the Jin family's main record himself, he was able to follow the food and drink, and no need to be afraid. The second young Miss, Jun Mi, saw that Zhang Sui had agreed, and then she recruited a maid to come over and get Zhang Sui a pen, ink, paper and inkstone. This time the paper was no longer yellow paper like the one in the box under the bed like Captain Jinhao. Instead, it's thin white paper, very smooth, kind of like the white paper for drafts handed out at the college entrance exams before Zhang Sui crossed over. Zhang Sui touched these white papers, and his originally bleak mind brightened a bit, said, this is Zobo paper, right? Would it be a bit too extravagant to use this kind of paper? He remembers how expensive Zobo paper was in this late Han period, one of those things that money can't buy. According to historical records, Kai Yong, the father of Kai Wenji, a talented woman who became famous in later times. He is a great scholar at the end of the Han dynasty. He was well versed in the classics of poetry and writing. Many dignitaries asked him to help write something. Kai Yong only wrote for those who provided the Zuobo paper. Second Miss Shinmi was a bit surprised. You actually know about Zuobo paper as well. This Zobo paper? It's a rarity. Money can't buy it. Zhang Sui told the historical account of Kai Yong and Zuobo's paper. Second Miss Shinmi, she doesn't even know. This man, or someone who was born in Yanmen County, it seems that he didn't lie before, and should indeed be a disciple of the former parallel prefecture chancellor Ding Yuan. Otherwise, how is it possible to know such hidden things? Let's just say, he really has some skills. Unfortunately, it's not the man of my own family. Sizing up Zhang Sui, a thought suddenly surfaced in the mind of second Miss Shinmi. If this man is willing to join the Jin family and be his husband, then even if second brother can't support the Jin family, with him in the, it didn't seem like it would be any worse. If he had a child with him, then he would have to do everything he could to support the Jin family. Watching Zhang Sui leave the edge of the stone table and take a step to break a branch, second Miss Shinmi's eyes fell on Zhang Sui's ass. It was still a bit scrawny, but, compared to the first time I saw him, it was much better. Grow some more meat and you'll be a strong man. In bed, it can't be too bad. End of chapter. While second Miss Shinmi was staring at Zhang Sui's ass, Zhang Sui finished folding the branch and walked back. Noticing that second Miss Shinmi's eyes had been fixed on herself, Zhang Sui suspiciously tugged at the clothes on his body and asked, Second Miss, there's something on me? It was only then that second Miss Shinmi snapped back to her senses. Her pretty face couldn't help but burn. She couldn't believe it. I'm the second Miss of the Jin family, and I can't believe that one day would think ill of one of the male underlings in the house. Just now, even in his own mind, he had fantasized about this man's firm buttocks. Second Miss Shinmi hated to run away. What is this thinking to yourself? Yet, she was afraid to go. The more you go, the more you prove your weakness. Besides, she is the second young lady, and you're afraid of a male servant? Thinking of this, second Miss Shinmi forced herself to calm down and deliberately pulled away from the topic, saying, "No, I just thought, you're a handful of years old, it's time for a wife. Mother promised you before that you would be allowed to choose one of the maids as your wife. How's it going now? No favorites yet?" Jung Sui was a little lost in thought as he watched second Mrs. Pretty and somewhat youthful face swell with red. He couldn't help but mentally explode. It's nice, and Mrs. are two styles of beauty. Her ladyship was plump, with a pretty face, always smiling, and with a strong matronly temperament out of her body. One couldn't help but pick her up, wanting to ravish her into one's arms and embed her into one's body. The second young lady was slim, but not lacking in flesh, and her delicate face bore a hint of greenness that, the original cool temperament. At this moment along with the pretty face reddened, as if it was going to drip blood. It's quite a lovey-dovey youthful look. No wonder the historical Chow Pai's first sight of her. He even went so far as to turn against his father, Chow Chow, to steal her. It's no wonder that the historical Chow Ji was haunted by his soul. Write the Luo Shinfu, which is an absolutely beautiful ancient text. To think that a beauty of this caliber could not ultimately be yours. Zhang Sui sighed darkly. Damn it. How nice it would be if I traveled to Yuan Shao myself. How could you not take the lady and the second miss into your arms together? Of course, that's the way it is now. The truth is, there is no what if. As a male subordinate of the Jin family, the district's main record, one should recognize his own identity. Messing around with hormones at this time of year, that's a real dead giveaway. Zhang Sui retrieved his thoughts, walked over to the stone table, and drew a dagger at his waist, sharpening the note into a pencil shape. He then responded to second Miss Shinmi. Already thought of it. Second Miss Shinmi's heart missed a beat. Thinking about it? Well, surely he can't be recruited into the family. However, soon, second Miss Shinmi came to her senses again. What's on your mind? Why do you keep thinking about him joining the family all by yourself? Feel like you're monkeying around. That's ridiculous. She's the second young lady of the Jin family, and she's as beautiful as the country. How many people have stepped over the threshold to ask for marriage? Why must they choose this man as a flunky? Despite thinking so, second Miss Shinmi still asked, "Who? Tell me about it. I'll help you take a look." Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi somewhat strangely. What are you looking at? This is something that you can't do anything about. But thinking that Hong Yu was, after all, her previous personal maid, and that their feelings were extraordinary, still sitting on his knees on the support heel, Zhang Sui faced the second young lady and began to grind the inkstone while honestly saying, "Hong Yu, I think red jade is just fine." Second Miss Shinmi let out an "oh" and said, "Quite good." She wanted to say something else, but realized that there was surprisingly nothing to say. To be exact, at this moment, she actually envied Hong Yu a little. Hong Yu is a maid. This Sui, too, is a master mark. Hong Yu is good-looking and knows her way around. This Sui is a bit of a denizen, but he has talent. The two are a good match. Being able to facilitate this pair, they are probably going to be happy. Unlike yourself, as the second young lady of the Jin family, though, just hold on. There is a high probability that the mother should also be supportive of her marriage. However, when one is capricious, all the burden of the family falls on the mother. Thinking of her mother's hardships over the years, second Miss Shinmi sighed darkly. Zhang Sui saw the second Miss Shinmi sighing and asked suspiciously, "Second Miss, just painting you like this? Or do you strike a pose?" Second Miss Shinmi turned her head and furrowed her eyebrows. "I don't look good like this?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Second Miss looks good in any way. It's just that the second young lady has come up with this Zobo paper, so it's only natural to pursue perfection. Otherwise, it's a waste of this Zobel paper." Second Miss Shinmi stood up. "That's true. Zobo paper, even if she doesn't want to use it. It would be a waste not to paint yourself to look good. It's just that second Miss Shinmi has been in the Jin mansion since she grew up. Neither had much contact with men outside of their father and second brother. Naturally, it's even more difficult to know what kind of a stance will maximize a man's attraction." Thinking of the various pictures drawn by Zhang Sui, second Miss Shinmi looked towards Zhang Sui. The denizen, being a man, and, moreover, a lustful man, must know better than himself. Thinking of this, second Miss Shinmi said, "You make the painting. You say how." Zhang Sui stopped grinding and seriously sized up the second young Miss Shinmi. The second young lady was slim and handsome, with skin as fair as jade and a neck as long as a swan's. Zhang Sui pondered slightly for a moment and said, "Second Miss's words. It might look better if I changed into a light green gown." Second Miss Shinmi didn't say anything and turned to leave. After waiting for a few moments, she saw second Miss Shinmi folding back, kinda changed into a long light green dress and stopped by the stone pavilion bench. Zhang Sui stood up and looked around the second young lady. Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face was a bit twisted. It always felt like the denizen's pair of eyes were up to no good. Zhang Sui looked around the second young Miss Shinmi for a while before picking up a pair of drawings. Gesture the second young lady to sit on the bench so she can watch carefully. Zhang Sui watched for a while before he said, "Second Miss, raise your head and smile at me. Try it." Second Miss Shinmi raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui, eager to squeeze out a smile. But looking at Zhang Sui's straight line of sight, she still couldn't laugh. It was all she could do to force the corners of her mouth to rise ever so slightly and then droop again. Zhang Sui said, "That, then," because she had drawn a picture of the second young lady before and carefully scrutinized her look. Therefore, this time, Zhang Sui's painting went much smoother, just modified some details of the action. This time it took less than a quarter of an hour for Zhang Sui to draw a picture of the second young lady, Junmi. In the painting, the second young lady is wearing a long green dress, sitting on a bench with a serious look on her face. The breeze curled her green silk, giving her a very aged look. This was the first time that Zhang Sui felt that second Miss actually looked better without black silk. When he was drawing for the second young Miss before, he thought of drawing two slender thighs for her. With black silk, and in this picture, wearing black silk makes it look vulgar instead. Such a quiet second young lady, on the contrary, appeared to be immortal. Zhang Sui drew 20 more pictures of the second young lady. These drawings contain the faintest hint of the corners of Miss Tu's mouth turning up on her pretty face as she looks down at her book, looks up, and looks up. After these drawings, it was midday. Zhang Sui stacked a total of 21 drawings on top of each other and drilled 3 small holes in one side with a dagger. Taking the red cord from the maid, she threaded it through the small hole and locked it. Only after that did he hand the drawing to the second young lady, Junmi. Second Miss Junmi was originally looking at the grass in the distance. When Zhang Sui handed over the drawing, she didn't think too much about it and just reached out for it. Her fingers directly held Zhang Sui's fingers. Ice cold. One word popped into Zhang Sui's head, very moist. It was only when second Miss Junmi's fingers touched Zhang Sui's that her pretty face changed slightly. Panicked, he was about to draw back his hand. Zhang Sui saw that the second young Miss Junmi had taken the drawings and was about to let go. But it didn't occur to me that the picture that was obviously picked up by the second young lady, Junmi, was going to fall. Zhang Sui hurriedly stretched out his other hand and wrapped it around the second young lady's small hand along with it before catching the picture. Didn't let it land. When the second young miss saw that Zhang Sui was actually holding her hand, her entire body was a bit confused. Almost subconsciously, her other hand slapped Zhang Sui's side face directly. Zhang Sui was also a bit confused. At this moment, he hadn't really thought about why he was getting beaten up. In all his life, he had never been hit in the face. He scrunched his neck in panic and said, "Hit the man, not the face." Seeing that second Miss Shinmi's other hand was about to slap Zhang Sui on the side of his face, the second young Miss Shinmi reddened her face, withdrew her hand, and left quickly, not even returning her head for a moment, not even wanting the picture. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi's angry back as she left, just about to mutter, "Somehow," but when the words came out of his mouth, feeling the cold touch still remaining in his hand, Zhang Sui suddenly came back to his senses. Holy, it's a big offense. I shouldn't have subconsciously wrapped my arms around the fallen picture just now. His own hand was wrapped around the second young lady's tiny hand, although the end of the Han dynasty was still quite open. Women remarried often, but, after all, men and women are different. Moreover, he himself, a mere master marker, was holding the young lady's small hand. A drop of cold sweat seeped from Zhang Sui's forehead. "It's a big offense." "It is." Zhang Sui hurriedly chased after him and said, "Second Miss, I didn't do it on purpose. Unjustly." End of chapter. The second young Miss Shinmi originally hated to hurry and stay far away from Zhang Sui. In all her life, she hadn't been touched by a man other than her father and second brother, especially since growing up. She even kept her distance from her second brother as well. But I didn't expect to be touched by this denizen today, and, more than once, this would have made her angry if she didn't know he didn't mean it. But I didn't think that this denizen would be so foolish at this time and keep catching up. Seeing Zhang Sui following and explaining, the second young lady Jinmi suddenly stopped in her tracks. The beautiful eyes were filled with cold aura. "You still follow? Stay away," he said, before speeding up his pace again to leave. Zhang Sui stood in place, watching the second young Miss Jinmi leave and enter the house, somewhat helpless. After waiting for a few moments, and seeing that the second young Miss Jinmi hadn't moved much either, and that there was no one looking for her, only the maid, who had just taken away the portrait of Madame on the stone table, and the picture he had just drawn of the second young lady. Only then did Zhang Sui breathe a sigh of relief. By the looks of it, the anger should be gone. Zhang Sui went back to the stone table, took away the animation of catching the corpse beauty and returned to his place of residence. He would have to draw another one like this and give it to Zhao Yun as a thank you to Zhao Yun for stepping in to protect the Jin family this time. As soon as Zhang Sui left here, the second young Miss Shinmi came out of the house, but not out of the threshold. Instead, she asked the maid outside, "Is that denizen gone?" The maid hummed all over. Second Miss Shinmi then hummed, "Wish I could punch him in the head." Despite this thought, second Miss Shinmi returned to the house. In her hand she held 2 books of drawings. One heck of a book was her mother's. The other book was one that Zhang Sui had just drawn for her. Putting her mother's drawings aside, second Miss Shinmi sat down on her knees and, "Open your own portrait and look at it." She didn't just flip it up quickly, looking at the first page of the portrait. In the portrait, she is wearing a long green dress, sitting on a bench, looking down earnestly at a book. The breeze blows the green silk. It's a picture that looks extremely quiet and beautiful. The corners of second Miss Shinmi's mouth rose slightly. This denizen, nothing else, does have a distinctive style of painting. The self in this picture, although not as good as 80% of the person himself, but, nevertheless, it is a generous one, quite a good-looking one. It's mostly that air. It was as if it was 2 styles compared to the dirty picture he had drawn earlier. Second Miss Shinmi looked over one by one. She saw in her picture the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, the lifting of the head. If anything, he smiled. Second Miss Shinmi's slender right hand caressed the picture, let alone others. It was she herself who had fallen in love with herself in the portrait, though she had always been confident and knew she looked like the best of the best. But, for the first time, she realized clearly that she was, in the eyes of others, it's so out there, so clean out of the box. The second young Miss, Junmi, finished looking through all the portraits before quickly flipping through them. The picture, which was originally static, was now moving quickly. In the portrait, she looks up from her serious reading state and looks ahead with a smile, as if there was a lover in front of her who made her shy. It is a picture that is more delicate and more emotionally charged than the mother's. The way Zhang Sui had held his hand earlier surfaced in his mind. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly, and have the nerve to catch up and explain. It would have been less of a whipping if it hadn't been for the fact that he could do it. Second Miss Shinmi's eyebrows slowly knitted up again. A beauty as brilliant as herself does not get to choose the lover of her choice. You can only give up yourself for the sake of the Jin family. Second Miss Shinmi let out a long sigh. This is the sadness of being born into a big family like the Jin family. Having grown up enjoying the benefits that other women don't have, you can't help yourself when you grow up. Second Miss Shinmi caressed the portrait with some love. It was a while before she greeted the maid outside the door and came in, saying, "Go tell that denizen that this picture I'm going to keep and let him draw another one." The maid answered and retreated quickly. Zhang Sui was drawing seriously in his room when he saw the maid stop outside. While probing towards the inside, he knocked on the door and said, "Lord Recorder? Lord's note?" Zhang Sui raised his head, stood up, and walked out suspiciously. Something's wrong? When the maid saw Zhang Sui stop in front of her, a head taller than she was, the little face suddenly turned red and said, "What's that?" Second Miss said that she wants you to draw her another picture of what you just did. The second young lady just looked old and serious and laughed. Second Miss doesn't usually smile. The maid looked at Zhang Sui with a pair of big bright eyes somewhat enviously and said, "The Lord's record is really a powerful one." Looking at the maid's somewhat pleasing gaze, Zhang Sui just wanted to smugly boast about it. His mind snapped back to red jade, and he still held his words back. This maid was still more than a little inferior to Hong Yu. He didn't even hold Hong Yu's little hand, so don't mess around at this time. In case Madame thus considers herself a scum and is unwilling to grant Hong Yu to herself, that would be a big loss. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Not bad." The maid did not receive any special care from Zhang Sui, and her little face went down in fleshly disappointment. Giving a bow towards Zhang Sui, the maid turned around and left. Zhang Sui watched the maid leave before he hummed a little song and resumed painting. He was calculating that Red Jade should be here tonight. Make sure you get her little hand tonight. Zhang Sui didn't have long to draw this time before Madame sent someone to summon him over. The second prince and the butler were also there. This time, however, there was no second Miss Shinmi. While handling the Jin family's bills, Madame looked up at Zhang Sui and said, "This time, I've asked you to come here. One is to seek the opinion of you and Yenner and the housekeeper as to whether or not to continue the previous opening of the barn for food. Secondly, I am asking you, in response to the murder of Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family, and his grandson Lu Shuang, what should we do about it? Although Lu Shuang was killed by Koji Yi's own soldiers, but Lu Hui did die at the hands of Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was invited by us. We can't put the blame on Zhao Yun. These past few days, the Lu family's people have made no moves, not because they're afraid of us, but because they're afraid of Koji Yi. Now that Koji Yi is gone, they will absolutely turn on us. How to respond? It's possible that both of us are going to issue a conflict. Compared to the decline of our Jin family, the Lu family is flourishing, and Lu Hui's son, still working as a gongchao in Yecheng, we are at a disadvantage. After the lady finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked towards the second prince, Jin Yen. The second male met the lady's gaze and busily lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. As the lady watched the scene, anger rose again from her originally peaceful mood. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, she would inevitably be unable to resist losing her temper again. The lady could only look at the butler and say, "Butler, you first." End of chapter. The housekeeper, hearing the lady say this, pondered for a moment and said, "I thought that the opening of the barn to provide food should still continue. Although Koji-e has left, the number of stragglers in our Wuji County has not diminished as a result. On the contrary, it has increased. Now that the armies of Koji-e and Yenro have crossed the river, they will soon attack Zhuozhou. The people around Zhuozhou have crossed the river and come over to us for refuge." Glancing at Zhang Sui, the steward said, "According to what the Lord's record said earlier, when we opened the barn to feed the grain, being able to establish prestige among the stragglers, thus preventing them from hitting us, I thought, therefore, that it was not only necessary to continue to open warehouses for food, and to continue to maintain the previous patrols." The lady looked to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui nodded approvingly. Seconded. The lady hummed and said to the butler, "Then continue with the previous setup, butler." The butler said respectfully, "Yes, ma'am." Only then did the lady add, "And what about the matter of Lu Hui's murder?" The butler said, "Pushing is definitely not something that can be pushed onto Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun killed Lu Hui only because he helped my Jin family this time. If we put the blame on Zhao Yun, then who will dare to help us in the future? However, we and the Lu family are both the great families of Wuji County. In a real fight, we'd still be at a big disadvantage. And, heads up, heads down, there can only be reconciliation. Let Zhao Yun step in and we'll send an apology gift. Zhao Yun is a great warrior from the neighborhood. He has a lot of benevolent people under his hand. Plus he's on good terms with Koji this time. When we go to the Lu family for reconciliation, tell them this, and pay them a heavy gift. I'm sure they'll see the light. Moreover, the second son of the Jizhou minister came to us before we moved out that Jizhou Mu was interested in having a good relationship with us. Even if the Lu family is fooling around, they have to be afraid of the Jizhou pastor." The lady frowned her eyebrows and didn't respond, but instead looked at Zhang Sui and said, "Bo Qing, tell me." Zhang Sui glanced at the butler and said seriously, "People are good at being bullied, and horses are good at being ridden." The Lu family thought they had someone as an official in the Jizhou government and didn't look down on Zhao Yun at all. Earlier, when Koji-e arrived, that old man Lu Hui yelled at Zhao Yun, and Zhao Yun was furious, before striking him down. At this time, even if Zhao Yun's status as a great warrior is brought up, how could the Lu family care? Not to mention, Zhao Yun killed their family head Lu Hui. As for moving out the second son of the Jizhou pastor, that is all the more reason not to do so. The hardest thing in the world to return is a favor. Looking at his wife, Zhang Sui said. Moreover, Jizhou Mu also wrote that secret letter to his wife. The lady sank back and nodded. Indeed, Yuan Shao had wanted to take a concubine himself and subsequently annex the Jin family. Moving out of the Jin family at this time may seem like making a backer, but it bears endless consequences. The lady looked at Zhang Sui and said, "So, what do you think should be done?" Zhang Sui grinned and said, "Move the location of the open barn for food relief from the south and east of the city to the front and back gates of our Jin family, constantly publicizing these as our Yin family being compassionate to everyone. At the same time, strengthen the patrols of the mansion near the courtyard wall, the gate and the back door. Strengthen the secret sentries and monitor the Lu family's movements at all times. Once the Lu family tries to make a move against us, we'll immediately withdraw and open the barn to provide food." By the lady herself, "Go out and tell these stragglers that the Lu family is trying to destroy us, and that we just can't hold it together. It can only temporarily stop the opening of barns for food. When the conflict with the Lu family is dealt with, we'll reopen the barn to provide food." The lady looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Is it feasible?" Zhang Sui said, "I thought it was feasible. When Koji came to Wuji County before, that old man Lu Hui and Lu Shuang then acted overbearing and even threatened the second prince. Why is that? It's because our Jin family used to show too much weakness. Although the Lu family does have someone in the Jizhou government, however, it's just a gongqiao. Before though Lu Hui the dead old man had been a ruling center engaged. That was also before he retired before he died. As the son of the fourth and third dukes, Yuan Shao, the shepherd of Jizhou, how is it possible to make a big deal over someone who's retired? Not to mention, our Jin family's ancestors are renowned. So, although there is a gap between our Jin family and the Lu family, it is not an insurmountable gap. If we really make an air of dying together, I don't believe that the Lu family will still be able to fight us to the death. Now the world is in turmoil, and there are great wars going on everywhere. But he, the Lu family, has the courage to fish out of water. This chaotic world will teach them that their families are broken. In this situation today, who is not a bright idea and see to it that they can get away with it? Otherwise, before, Koji asked each of the great families to prepare maids. When he gave his Chang elites something to enjoy, the various great families would have long ago risen up rather than choosing to hold their breath. Also, the people are the people. Especially now that there's a war going on right across the river. The stragglers who fled to Wuji County, with us opening the barn to provide food relief. It's definitely a regeneration. The Lu family is going to war with us by not letting them eat. This is going to kill people. These stragglers, when unorganized, can be a scattered bunch. If someone organizes it and it provides meals, it's not impossible to flush out a Lu family. The lady looked to Zhang Sui and nodded secretly. It's a bit radical, but it does make sense. If his second son was as capable as he is, why would he have to suffer so much? Thinking of this, the lady said, "So, is there a problem with you arranging for this to happen?" Zhang Sui let out an oh-so subtle sound and said, "No problem. After all, today's self and the Jin family were one." Madame was satisfied as she watched Zhang Sui not push back and directly agreed. This Zhang Sui must be kept. The lady laughed. "By the way, as I told you before, you've also reached the age to take a wife. You were told to choose a maid at the mansion as your wife. After so many days, may the choice be made?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "I've chosen. I want Hongyu." Madame was not surprised. Hongyu was personally trained by her, and used to serve as her second daughter's personal maid. Not only is she pretty, but she's very dignified and virtuous. It's not surprising that Zhang Sui would pick it. Madame beckoned the maid and called Hongyu over. Red Jade rushed over. The lady and Hongyu said about Zhang Sui choosing her saying, "I really like Bocheng, but I won't force you either. You should know that all these years in the Jin mansion, I treated you as a righteous daughter. If you really don't like Bercheng, I can also pick another one for Bercheng." Hongyu glanced at Zhang Sui. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Hongyu's pretty face instantly climbed into a blush of shame, lowering her head and twisting her two hands together with a shy face. Responding lowly, he said, I'll do everything you say, ma'am." Madam laughed. "That's fine. After this period of time, I'll pick an auspicious yellow date for you two. Let you be married." Hongyu and Zhang Sui gave a unanimous thank you. End of chapter. Only after Madame had given Zhang Sui and Hongyu the promise of marriage did she wave her hands at the two and say, "Bocheng, Hongyu, you guys go about your business. I'll have a message sent to you if anything happens." Only then did Hongyu and Zhang Sui exit. As soon as the two of them left the study, Zhang Sui was about to follow Hongyu. Red Jade left at a quick pace. Zhang Sui still has to follow. Hongyu continued to walk briskly with her head down as she hurriedly said, "Don't follow me, or else. Otherwise I'm pissed." Zhang Sui laughed as he looked at Hongyu's fallen appearance. "This chick, at this hour, you know you're shy? What's the use of being shy? Sooner or later, you're still going to fall into my clutches." Watching Hongyu leave, Zhang Sui stood still and did not follow. Not as much as anyway. Red Jade didn't stop until she was around the corner. Peek around the corner and look into the distance. Seeing that Zhang Sui actually didn't really follow him, but turned around and left. A flash of disappointment flashed across Honyu's reddish pretty face, told him not to follow, and he really didn't. If he's not allowed to touch himself in the bridal chamber, will he be so obedient? Why are you so honest? On weekdays, looking at his denizen-like appearance, he clearly doesn't look like that either. Honyu looked skeptical. Men, it's so hard to understand. Perhaps, after the marriage, it will be understood slowly. After Zhang Sui and Hongyu left, the butler hadn't left yet. The butler sighed as he watched his wife bury her head in the bill. Madame raised her head and smiled suspiciously. "What's the matter? This? The housekeeper still wants a concubine? Which of the housemaids you fancy? As long as she doesn't object, I'll fulfill you." The butler shook his head and said, "I am grateful for your ladyship's favor, but I'm too old to toss and turn. It is not myself I sigh for, but the lady." The lady wondered. "How so?" The housekeeper said. "Although the lady has given birth to several males and young ladies, she is still very young. If one does not know the true identity of Mrs., one might also mistake the lady for the sister of the second Miss and the Lord's Mark." The lady guffawed, though a decade or so earlier as a woman. "But, being a woman, how can you not like compliments?" The lady said, "I'm flattered. I'm so old. The oldest daughter is having a baby. This second daughter of mine, she is also of marriageable age. I'm old enough to be a grandmother." The butler said, "Indeed, but it is also true that the lady shows her youth. Besides, the lady has always looked beautiful. Now the second son is an adult and the young lady is pregnant. Ma'am, sometimes you have to plan for yourself. Life is still long." Seeing the Lord's record in Hongyu in this kind of love, it's not that I love to meddle in other people's business, and I really do feel the injustice for the lady. The lady lifted her head and looked out at the grass. and sighed quietly as well. The present-day housekeeper had existed since she had first married into the Jin family. When her late husband was alive, the housekeeper took care of the Jin family like an elder. More than once, my late husband said that a housekeeper was like an old father, and that if there was any difficulty, though talk to the housekeeper. Over the years, she's learned this the hard way. In the butler's eyes, probably he himself was his daughter in general. Now that he could say such words, she was not angry. Even, there were some small grievances in her heart that wanted to cry it out. After her late husband passed away, she was a woman who supported the Yen family, and the hardships she went through. She had once dreamed of it. When she was not yet married into the Jin family, she was as girlish and coy as Hong Yu, and at a loss for words. But all these years, every time she was lonely and helpless and wanted to ask for the support of a gentle and solid chest, all but despair. In days and nights of despair and helplessness, she slowly armed herself into a powerful and cold woman. Now, the second son, though an adult, is too mediocre in his ability to, can't afford to support the entire Jin family at all. Release power to your second son yourself and then find someone to remarry? I'm afraid the Jin family would have collapsed long ago. The Jin family collapsed for the time being, and he himself still has 3 sons and several young daughters. As a mother, how could she bear to see these children suffer? Madame smiled to herself and lowered her head while continuing to work on the bill. On one side, he said, Yen is not capable enough. If I remarry, the Jin family will surely be completely annihilated. What about a couple of kids? What about all the subordinates in the Jin family? I am old and no longer need a man to cover me. Bite the bullet and this life will pass. Still thinking about the rest of your life? The housekeeper looked a little gloomy when he heard the lady say that. Poor lady. He wanted to say something else, but in the end he could only be mute. Although he treats Madame as if she were his daughter, after all, the two of them are masters and servants. Boundaries still need to be adhered to. The butler bowed toward the lady and said in a hoarse voice, Then, ma'am, I'll retire. Her ladyship hummed and ignored the butler. It was not until the butler's footsteps had disappeared in the distance that Madame flopped down on her desk and, burying his face in his jade arms, tears rolled down like broken beads and dripped onto the case table. Those words just now were just for outsiders. As the pillar of the Jin family today, how dare she say that she wanted to remarry? How dare you say that you, too, are lonely and forlorn day and night, and want a man to put his arms around you, to give you tenderness, to give you desire? Even if it was a butler like an old father, she wouldn't dare say. Every time I looked at the male subordinates and maids of the mansion combining, at their ambiguous sights, it was harder for her than anyone else. But what can be done? When will his second son be able to support the Jin family? When will he be able to put people's minds at ease? Every time she looked at the timid look on her second son's face, she wanted to break open his brain and look what's inside. She was tempted to say, I'm a woman. How long do I have to control you? I'm a woman like your wife. I need the warmth of a man too. I also need to find someone who can hold me and listen to my grievances. After crying silently for some time, the lady wiped her tears, and, against her red, swollen eyes, continue to approve bills. It's okay to cry. Unless one doesn't care about one's youngest son and a couple of young daughters. Unless one doesn't care about so many mouths in the Jin family. Otherwise, even if you're sad, you have to force yourself to keep going. That's probably fate. What Madame didn't know was that while she was crying, second Miss Shinmi had appeared next to the wooden wall outside the threshold. She was about to go in and report to her mother. She was going to stop going to private school. She was going to help her mother with the affairs of the house before she left the Jin family. Then wait for the right person to propose marriage, or find a man to join the family, or even marry into the Yuan family instead of her mother. But just as he was about to enter, he saw his mother ambling about, her body shaking like a sieve. Second Miss Shinmi retreated back again and stood still. She's afraid to go in, not daring to reveal that vulnerable side of my mother. End of chapter. The second young lady, Junmi, stood in the doorway for a long time, until Madame got up and proceeded to take care of the bills. It was only then that she mustered up enough courage to stand outside the threshold and say, Mother. The Madame raised her head and squeezed out a smile at the second young Miss Shinmi and said, What's wrong, Mir? Second Miss Shinmi stepped over the threshold with the hem of her skirt and went straight in. Mother, I don't want to go to private school. At my age, it's time to do something for the family. Otherwise, when I marry, I won't be able to help the family. Madame looked at the second young Miss Shinmi a little touched. Beckoning towards the second young Miss Shinmi, second Miss Shinmi walked over. The lady took her into her arms, knocked her chin into her hair and, softly, he said, You can think about it. When you do decide, you won't be the same person you were before. There are some things that can't be turned back. Second Miss Shinmi hummed. Only then did the lady let go of her and exhaled. Just make up your mind. Think about it for a few days for my mother and see what you can do specifically. Also, you're getting to be old enough to prepare something for your marriage. Do you have a favorite male? Second Miss Shinmi pondered a little and said, what I thought before was that if a favorable person came to propose marriage, I'll marry. But lately, I've been thinking about it, and Ergo's abilities are just mediocre. He really can't hold up this Shin family, even if it forces him to die. That's it. Third brother is too young to show his talent. When he grows up, there's no way to be sure that he won't be able to be like his second brother. If he's just like second brother, then what should our Jin family do? The lady furrowed her brows. The second young lady, Junmi, continued. So, I've thought about it, and nowadays, there are only 2 spells that are in the interest of my Jin family. Madam looked suspiciously at second Miss Junmi. Second young Miss Junmi said, first, I'll marry into the Yuan family instead of you, mother. Whether she marries the Jizhou pastor and becomes a concubine, or she marries the son of the Jizhou pastor and becomes a full wife, with my daughter around, it's not good for Jizhou Mu to hit on you, mother, nor can they hit my Jin family. On the contrary, he has to help us a little. My daughter will also urge the Yuan family to help our Jin family. Her ladyship's brows knit deeper. Second Miss Shinmi continued, the second option, I think, is to send a message out now that it's among the underlings of our Jin family. Tell those underlings that anyone who thinks they are capable and worthy of my Jinmi, those who are willing to join the family and serve my Jin family to the death, our Jin family can publicize to the public that I, Junmi, married him. In that case, I can both stay in the Jin family and help support it. The subordinates who join the family can also help my Jin family. The reason why the man who chose to join the family chose the underlings of our mansion. It is also to avoid men outside of the mansion from thinking ill of my Jin family's family business. Madam looked at second Miss Shinmi saying this and said with some sadness, you are a good child, but if your second brother is half as good as you are, you don't need to give like this. About this matter of your marriage, there's no hurry yet. I know what's on your mind, but as long as I am alive for my mother, I don't need you to sacrifice your happiness for it, especially the Jeju piece. My mother will not make him a concubine, nor will she allow you to marry and make him a concubine. As for that thing with his son, it's not just a yes. After the 4th generation of Jizhou shepherd, 3 dukes, and holding military power, he is exceptionally strong. You won't have a good life if you marry. Whether it's a man marrying a woman or a woman marrying a man, it's all about a family. It is a fact that our Jin family is now in decline. We don't deserve the Yuan family. Trying to climb the ladder will only result in chicken and egg. Second Miss Shinmi still wanted to persuade. Madam waved her hand and said, you rest for a few days and decide on the. I will arrange things for you to do. As for your marriage, your father is no longer with us, although I am a woman, and definitely won't joke about your happiness. Only then did second Miss Shinmi let out an oh-so-sweet sound and retreated. Besides, when Zhang Sui left Madam and Hong Yu, he returned to his own place. Keep drawing that animation of catching corpse beauty so you can give it to Zhao Yun as a thank you gift. In the evening, the underlings brought the meal. Zhang Sui finished eating and continued to draw. After the painting, it was already dark. Zhang Sui drilled holes in the finished drawing with a dagger and made another cover. And the 2 big words spring and autumn were written on the cover, which was then threaded with a rope to make a picture book. After doing so, Zhang Sui then stripped off his shirt and practiced extra outside. The additional training continues to be the basic boxing and footwork plus Zhao Family Gun first style. While practicing and sweating, a voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Sui? Zhang Sui? It was a brittle voice. Zhang Sui looked in the direction of the voice suspiciously. There's a moon tonight, but it's hazy. Therefore, it's not very clear to see. All that could be heard was the sound coming from the direction of the arch. And it's like the voice of 5th Miss Shinrong. Zhang Sui walked over suspiciously. Every time Miss 5 comes alone, the little girl wasn't that preachy. Coupled with the fact that his body was covered in sweat, Zhang Sui didn't pick up the top he had taken off on the ground. Greeting her directly, she said, 5th Miss? A light laugh rang out saying, it's me then. I'm coming over. Zhang Sui didn't take a few steps before he saw a large and a small figure coming from the direction of the archway. A small figure in front of him, carrying a wooden box, bounced. Who else could it be if not Miss Yanrong? Behind her was a tall, slender young woman in a long green dress. It's second Miss Shinmi. At this moment, second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes were slightly shrunken as she looked at Zhang Sui with a baffled expression. Zhang Sui. He couldn't help the expletive that burst from his heart. Why her? What's she doing here all of a sudden at night? Something's not right. How could she find it? Zhang Sui is busy blocking the upper half of his body with his hands. Snapped back to the fact that the clothes were nearby. Zhang Sui hurriedly turned around and ran, finding his clothes and quickly putting them on before he rejoined the welcome. 5th Miss Shinrong smiled and said, why aren't you wearing clothes again? Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and snapped. I was just working out. I work out for an hour every day before I go to bed, and I sweat when I work out, so I don't wear a top. Fifth Miss Shinrong clearly didn't understand what was wrong with not wearing a blouse. Placing the wooden chest on the only stone table in the ministry compound, Fifth Miss Shinrong opened the wooden box and brought out a few plates, smilingly saying, "Second sister is coming today, too. Said to bring you some food, so I brought her here. I haven't brought you food in days. This time, with the permission of my second sister, I sent you a whole roast duck." Zhang Sui looked somewhat sheepishly at second Miss Shinmi. The second lady here with the wrong name as well seemed unaffected by the scene just now. At this moment, he just glanced at Zhang Sui with a clear and cold expression, and then sat down on a stone bench. The voice couldn't hear any mood swings saying, "Eat while you answer the question. I've heard from the fifth sister that you are omnipotent, knowing everything from the top to the bottom. I have something to question you about today." Fifth Miss Shinrong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, you don't have to be afraid, Zhang Sui, just to ask you something. Zhang Sui, I know astronomy from above and geography from below? How could I not know? Fifth Miss, are you trying to trap people? I just saw that you were small and studious, so I gave you some knowledge. How did I become a man of God who knows astronomy and geography? If I were that powerful, why would I still be cowering in your Jin family? I would have defected to Liu Bei or Cao Cao long ago. Although he was so depressed, Zhang Sui didn't dare to spit it out. Just staring warily at second Miss Shinmi, he snapped, "Second Miss, and say something." End of chapter. The second young Miss, Junmi, skimmed her mouth when she saw Zhang Sui in this state. This denizen, are you still afraid of yourself? Being mean? I've never been mean to him myself. He is the one who repeatedly draws that kind of dirty picture to defile his eyes. Despite her dissatisfaction, second Miss Shinmi was not in the mood to talk to Zhang Sui about this. Tell the fifth young lady, Jinrong, to go inside Zhang Sui's house, where there is a light. Fifth Miss Jinrong is going to refuse. However, he saw second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes sweeping across. Fifth Miss Shinrong walked in with a pout all of a sudden. I don't know why you're being mean. This is my future husband. You want me to be alone with my future husband and be mean? Zhang Sui hurriedly darted inside and hid the animation he had just drawn for Zhao Yun. Only then did he let the fifth young Miss Shinrong enter while he stood opposite the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi watched as fifth Miss Shinrong disappeared inside the room. Only then did he take a deep breath and say, I've decided not to go to private school to help ease my mother's burden. Zhang Sui glanced at second Miss Shinmi. What a woman. Good looking and pretty. Unfortunately, it's going to be for other pigs later. The second young lady, Junmi, obviously didn't care about Zhang Sui's sight. Instead, he continued, as I told you last time, I want to marry into the family of the Jizhou pastor instead of my mother. Zhang Sui hummed. I'll draw you a second picture tomorrow. Previously, second Miss Shinmi called him over to carefully draw the first animation. What was originally said was to find a way to have someone send it to the Jizhou pastor's residence to use it to introduce himself, or maybe give it to a future husband. Later, the second Miss Shinmi herself felt good, so she stayed and let him paint a second one. Second Miss Shinmi shook her head and said, I'm not looking for you to talk about this. I kinda hold you in high regard when the fifth sister praises you so much. Zhang Sui laughed a little. Second Miss Shinmi said, I mentioned this matter of marrying into the family of the Jizhou pastor in her place to mother today, and was rejected by her. Mother seems to prefer that I marry myself, or recruit a flunky. I understand my mother's good intentions. I'd like to ask you now, what do you think of my marrying into the family of the Jizhou minister instead of my mother? To be honest, Jizhou Mu is after 4 generations of 3 dukes. My Jin family is also a great family though. Ancestors, too, were once prominent. However, it is undeniable that our Jin family has fallen. Even the tiny Lu family dares to bully my Jin family. When father was alive, he was only a Shanghai order. And, it's not even in office yet. It's just a title. You know what that means? Zhang Sui nodded and said, understood. It means a hanging. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. She didn't get it. What do you mean? Listed? Zhang Sui read the doubts of the second young lady Jinmi and explained. It means that there is a name but no reality. Like the second prince now. Although he is a filial piety scholar, it is only a name, but without any real power. Only then did second Miss Shinmi nod her head and say, that's what it means. So, my Jin family is too far removed from the Jizhou Mu. The door is not right. If I can help my Jin family by marrying into the Jizhou pastor's family instead of my mother, then I don't care about mother. But what I'm afraid of is that once I go over there, I might not achieve the effect of helping my Jin family. But I really can't think of anything better. And, if I don't marry, the Jizhou Mu will definitely find a way to get my mother there. My Jin family cannot live without a mother. Zhang Sui scratched his head. Say this again. Thinking of the situation of second Miss Shinmi in history, Zhang Sui secretly sighed. The second young lady is now like a drowning person grasping the last straw. All she can think of is to hold on to Yuan Xiao's thigh. This is something that women have basically been thinking along the same lines since the beginning of time. The second young lady, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui did not answer. Furrowing her brows, she said, "Fifth sister said you know astronomy from above and geography from below." Zhang Sui wanted to roll his eyes. "I'm not Zhuge Liang." Still, he thought hard about it. After all, no matter what, he was currently bound to the Jin family. As for what he said about going to Liu Bei or Cao Cao, he didn't have the guts. At this time, it's the first year of Xingping. Liu Bei goes to Shuzhou as the Order of the Plains to help Tao Qian fend off the invasion of Cao Cao, who is soon to lose Yanzhou and is being beaten like a lost dog by Lu Bu and Chen Gong. Go over there yourself, let alone help either of them. I'm afraid they'll be chopped up and boiled on the way by mountain bandits or starving stragglers. More than likely, they'll be arrested as stalwarts before they've even met Cao Cao and Liu Bei. He died on the way to the siege before he could offer his advice. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Sui still came up with a solution and said, "Second Miss, if I say that I'm a bit of a fortune teller, believe it or not." Second Miss Shinmi, this denizen, what is he talking about? If he knew how to tell fortunes, would he have become a vagrant before being recruited by his own family as a ministry? Moreover, he claimed to be a disciple of Ding Yuan, the former pastor of Bingzhou. But I've never heard that Ding Yuan can tell fortunes. But if Ding Yuan knew this, he would die at the hands of his righteous son Lu Bu? Greeting second Miss Shinmi's obvious disbelief, Zhang Sui slightly mused. Toward the second young Miss Shinmi, she said, "It's never a bad thing to try, right? If it's not allowed, second Miss won't listen to it." Second Miss Shinmi glanced at Zhang Sui. "Words are good, just." Second Miss Shinmi wondered, "What are you reaching for?" Zhang Sui grinned. "I want to see the palm of your right hand. This fortune-telling of mine is different from divination. You have to look at the palm lines to figure it out." As second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's large hand reaching out in front of her, she couldn't help but think that during the day today. Zhang Sui twice touched the look of his own hand. Second Miss Shinmi's ears were a little flushed. Why did it feel like this denizen was trying to take advantage of her? Ku and Zhang Sui met eye to eye, and met Zhang Sui's unavoiding eyes. Second Miss Shinmi took a deep breath, but still extended her right hand, turned her head, looked away and said, "I hope you're not swindling me. Although mother thinks highly of you, I will not let you go if you have ill intentions. My Jin family, although I need talents like you, I don't need people who insult me." Zhang Sui let out an oh so sweet sound and grabbed second Miss Shinmi's hand. He hissed darkly, "Ice cold, soft and boneless, and so small. I touched it twice during the day, both times in a hurry, and it felt like a fleeting moment that wasn't too noticeable. Hold it in your hand now and feel it for a long time." This feeling really gave Zhang Sui an indescribable feeling of restlessness. Zhang Sui thought of the female deskmate in high school who had written him 10 Liu Bei essays. She taught him how to read fortunes. In the beginning, she grabbed his hand like this and told him in all seriousness, "Although you have a lot of peaches, however, you won't be able to find a wife in the future. In order to change your fate against the heavens, you have to be exclusive and only be good to one person." When he was in high school, it was pretty hot to read the palm life, career, and love lines. At the time, he was bluffed for a moment, but after he went to college and got older, he realized that all of this was a flimflam. What fortune-telling, reading the lifeline, career line, love line, are all harvesting leaks. Zhang Sui's thoughts pulled back. His left hand grasped the fingertips of second Miss Shinmi's right hand, and his right hand gently rubbed on her palm. Second Miss Shinmi instantly exploded. Her face swelled red and she drew her hand back in a panic. Her voice was trembling, and she droned, "Denizen, what are you doing?" End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi's reddened face and wanted to laugh a little, though it looks cool as a batch on weekdays. But in reality, after all, it was just a young girl who knew nothing about feelings. However, at this time, Zhang Sui didn't dare to really laugh out loud. This time angered the second Miss Shinmi. "That really can not eat good fruit," Zhang Sui hurriedly explained. "Second Miss, I'm just helping you wipe the sweat from your palms, so that the life, love, and career lines on your palm are clearer so I can do the math more accurately." Second Miss Shinmi was obviously not convinced, her chest rising and falling violently. A wary and annoyed face glared at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui raised his own left hand and aimed his palm in front of the second young lady, Junmi, facing the dim moonlight. He said, "Second Miss, this fortune-telling method of mine, it's male left and female right. Men look at the texture of the palm of their left hand. Women look at the texture of the palm of their right hand. You see, the texture of a man's palm is clearer. But, in this dim moonlight, can you see it? Not easy to see, is it? Look at yours again." Miss Tu's texture is inherently shallow for a woman. Again in this dim moonlight, there's sweat again. How does it look? The second young Miss, Junmi, saw that Zhang Sui was speaking in a serious manner, and only then did she raise her own right hand. It's not really easy to see. Then look at Zhang Sui's. It is true that it is deeper than his own, but come close enough to see it. Second Miss Shinmi bit her red lips, before she somewhat reluctantly brought her right hand back out. Only then did Zhang Sui regrip the fingertips of Second Miss Shinmi's right hand, rubbing his hand on her palm. Blow up. Second Miss Shinmi turned her head and looked to the other side. She felt like her heart was going to jump out of her throat. This denizen, stroking and blowing, why hasn't it started yet? After Zhang Sui finished blowing, he then brought his eyes over. It was really not easy to tell by the dim light of the moon. Leaning in close, he could see better, yet it also smelled like a nice fresh scent. Zhang Sui subconsciously said, Second Miss came over after bathing? What kind of dry bath did you use? Second Miss Shenrong suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. This denizen, there's no end to it. Zhang Sui met Second Miss Shinmi's murderous gaze, and busily lowered his head, continuing to look. Said, so what? Miss Tu's career line is slightly convoluted but, overall flat all the way. Recently, there was a storm. The career line takes on a loose shape, like a war. Good triumphs over evil. And now, across the river, Shuozhou is experiencing fighting, so it can probably be calculated that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yenro will eventually defeat Gongsun army. Gongsun is evil for being a Han vassal and yet he killed Liu Yu, the Yu prefecture minister. Koji Yi and Yenro have Changs, Xianbei, and other Hu people under them though. But, after all, they are paying for Liu Yu, the Yuzhou governor, for justice. The anger and petulance in Second Miss Shinmi's chest only turned into suspicion. Can you calculate so accurately? Zhang Sui lifted his head and looked at the second young Miss Shinmi with 4 eyes and laughed. Isn't this opposite side fighting? Soon we'll be able to verify that my math is accurate. Only then did Second Miss Shinmi not retort. Zhang Sui wiped the palm of Second Miss Shinmi again. This time it wasn't that he was intentionally trying to take advantage of the situation. Rather, Second Miss Shinmi did look nervous. The small hands that had been cold and icy looked warm and sweaty at the moment. Zhang Sui wipes it off and blows it away. The second young Miss Shinmi's originally calmed down heart tensed up again. If it wasn't for the fact that she was begging for this denizen, she would have wanted to slap him in the face. Not only had she been touched by this denizen when she was growing up, she had been touched more than once. Before, I could say it wasn't intentional. This time it was blatant. Did he have the audacity to take advantage of himself on purpose? Or is he really telling fortunes? Zhang Sui looked at it for a moment and then said, this love thread of Second Miss. Speaking of this, Zhang Sui said, the so-called love, here, refers to marriage. Second Miss Shinmi bit her red lips with her shell teeth and said with a red face, can you hurry up? Zhang Sui gave an oh-so-sweet sound before continuing. This love line of Second Miss is bumpy. Disconnect from the halfway point. 2 halves of a love line, both very thick. It means that the second young lady will have 2 marriages, both of which will be to powerful sons. The upper part of the love line, in which there is the shape of a circle, the circle being Yuan of the Jiju pastor's family. The circle appears in the second paragraph of the first half, indicating that if it is to become, Second Miss will marry the Yuan family's second son. Taken together, it means that it's possible for the second young lady to marry the second son of the Jiju pastor. But the marriage wasn't a happy one, and the Yuan family couldn't protect the Jin family for too long, and, for some unknown reason, the second young lady will part ways with the Jizhou family. Second Miss Shinmi frowned. Zhang Sui touched the palm of the second young lady's hand again. Again, the second young lady's lifeline is like a horse, but at the end, there is a break. Suggests that Miss Tu's second marriage was a sad ending. The second young lady will be driven to death by her second husband, and even end up in a situation where she will not be allowed to die. Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face turned pale. That is to say, one cannot end up well, no matter what. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui, her somewhat wide red lips slightly shivering as she said, You didn't lie to me? Are these unchangeable? Zhang Sui pondered slightly. Naturally, it can be changed. I've told the second young lady her fate. That can be changed. The vast majority of people are unable to change their destiny against the odds, and that's because they are unable to see their own destiny. How being a traveler yourself who doesn't exist in this world can trigger the butterfly effect. Naturally, some people's fortunes will follow. As for whether Miss Tu can change it, that's unknown. Anyway, Pan Feng's fate changed. There's no details of this little man in any of the histories. It is only known that he originally belonged to Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, and now, with his own presence, he was shot by Miss Tu. Second Miss Shinmi's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with overflowing colors and said, "How to change?" Zhang Sui said. "Then what fate is like, just don't follow it." The second young Miss, Junmi, pondered at once. "Not going with destiny. That means you can't marry into the Jizhou pastor's family? Then we'll have to go the route of recruiting a son-in-law. However, there is no rush to make a decision now. Let's first see if the allied forces of Koji and Yen Ro across the river can defeat Gongsun Zan's army. Let's find out if this denizen's math is accurate. If it's accurate, let this denizen do the math for mother and second brother. Finally, and then discuss with his mother, since he could not marry into the family of the Jizhou pastor, to help the Jin family. How should we hold on to the Yen family?" When she thought of this, Second Miss Shinmi saw that Zhang Sui had stopped talking. Second Miss Shinmi asked, "Is there any more?" Zhang Sui shook his head. "No." Second Miss Shinmi glared at Zhang Sui and pulled back her small hand from him. "Denge, it's over. Then why are you still holding my hand?" I wanted to slap him. Second Miss Shinmi shouted towards the house. "Little sister, let's go." Only then did the fifth young Miss Shinrong trot out. Seeing that the dishes on the stone table were still untouched, fifth Miss Shinrong said to Second Miss Shinmi, "Second sister, I'll stay here and watch him finish so I can take the dishes back." Second Miss Shinmi, however, didn't agree, pulling her along and saying, "Tomorrow, let the maid come and get it. What's the matter with you following him at this hour of the night?" End of chapter. Zhang Sui watched Second Miss Shinmi pull fifth Miss Shinrong away before returning to the stone table. Sat down and ate. All 3 meals tasted good today. 2 meat and 1 veggie. There's enough rice, too. Just cool. However, when he thought of telling the fortune of Second Miss Shinmi just now, Zhang Sui felt it was worth it again. Second Miss Shinmi's small hands were really nice to touch. Zhang Sui had never played with a woman's hand for so long in his 2 lifetimes, including before crossing over. Zhang Sui sighed darkly as he ate. Before crossing over, I had only heard of the Year of the Legs series. Now, he realizes what it feels like to be a hand player. After eating, Zhang Sui didn't sleep on it. He walked around the ancient well outside the ministry compound. It's been a long time since Hong Yu brought food over. Today, by all rights, it's time. Of course, he was full tonight, not remembering that Red Jade sent food. Rather, he was going to touch Hong Yu's little hands properly today. In the past, he didn't dare to be reckless, and that was because he was afraid of scaring Hong Yu. Today Madame betrothed Hong Yu to him. Anyone who isn't bold at this point would be a cutie. However, he had waited for half an hour without seeing Hong Yu. Zhang Sui was a bit disappointed and could only return to his room in disgust. He didn't go to sleep right away either. This time animated the lady, Second Miss, Zhao Yun, and the rest of the ministry. Hong Yu, as his future wife, had to draw it anyhow. Zhang Sui also drew Hong Yu. For Hong Yu to draw, it was Hong Yu duck-legged sitting on the bed couch, while shyly and silently looking ahead. The animation of 2 Snow White, fragrant shoulders were revealed as she removed her shirt. The more Zhang Sui drew, the more lewdly Woody laughed. He seemed to have seen the night of the wedding candles, when Hong Yu stripped off her clothes and looked like she was at the mercy of the king. Finally, 2 lives to have his first woman. Zhang Sui finished drawing 20 pictures in only 1 hour. Bound. Zhang Sui flipped through it for a long time, looking at it with fervor. Finally, he forced himself to go to sleep. There are important things to do tomorrow, rescheduling the opening of the barn for food, and the location was instructed to be relocated, from both the south and east of the city, to the front and back doors of the Jin family. He can't stay up all night, otherwise, you won't have the energy for tomorrow, and that's a bad thing. That night, Zhang Sui had a beautiful dream. In the dream, he and Hong Yu were married, and their friends and family gathered in one hall. After accompanying his friends and family to make a toast, Zhang Sui rushed to the wedding room. When he lifted the cover of Hong Yu, who was sitting by the bed, Hong Yu was full of shyness and a look of being at your disposal. Zhang Sui's entire body was paralyzed and he directly pounced on him. The 2 rolled from the end of the bed to the end of the bed. He was about to raise his sword and mount his horse when he realized that Hong Yu had actually had her menstrual period. Zhang Sui was very depressed, like a pot of fire being doused with cool water. But when it comes to this kind of thing, he can only recognize his own bad luck, and comfort Hong Yu for a long time to come. There's no rush. Zhang Sui lay on the bed, his body once again burning. When he was so proud of his ambition, and Red Jade was rubbing him down, he opened his eyes and just marveled at the fact that Hong Yu is a good wife. The next moment, his eyes contracted dramatically. Hong Yu didn't know when she became the second young lady. That cool and pretty face was full of frost at the moment. Zhang Sui winced in fear and was directly awakened. In the consciousness, there was still a remnant of Hong Yu's petulant look. There was also second Mrs. Hideous look. And the abdomen, too, is intact. Zhang Sui wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. At this point, his psyche was very complicated. On the one hand, There was some fondness for Hong Yu's gentle to the core appearance in the dream world. On the other hand, the second young lady's sense of malignant coldness creeped his pores a little. After a few moments of fidgeting on the bed and Zhang Suikai put both the animation he drew for Hong Yu and the animation Zhao Yun drew into his sleeve and went to the ancient well to wash his face and sober down. He was going to find Zhao Yun, animate him first, and then go to Captain Jin Hao and Captain Zhao Su, discuss the reopening of the food bank and the relocation of the food bank. To his surprise, he saw Hong Yu on the way. It's still early in the day, not quite dawn, but Hong Yu was already up, rushing to the kitchen, arranged for the underlings in the mess hall to prepare today's breakfast. Obviously, Hong Yu did not expect to see Zhang Sui this early either. Thinking that Madame had promised marriage to her and Zhang Sui only yesterday, Hong Yu lowered her head, red-faced and, it's about to leave at a fast pace. There was something about her that didn't really want to engage with Zhang Sui right now. Zhang Sui hurriedly called out to her. Only then did Hong Yu stop walking, but she didn't dare to turn around. Instead turning her back to Zhang Sui, I have things to do. You have things to say quickly. Zhang Sui rushed to her side, pulled out the animation he drew last night from his sleeve, and handed it to Hong Yu. Laughing, I said, I stayed up late last night painting you. Look at my eyes, dark circles under them. Only then did Hong Yu turn her head. Although her pretty face was still swollen and red, she still carefully surveyed Zhang Sui's face. No dark circles were noticed. However, instead of squeezing out her dislike, Hong Yu frowned her eyebrows, wanting to speak. In the end, she said nothing, turned and walked away. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu's back as she left, a little sad. Yesterday the lady was fine until she was promised in marriage. Once you're engaged, why do you feel so cold? Zhang Sui didn't have time to dwell on that either. He had more important things to do. When he came to the entrance of the mansion, he found Zhao Yun and handed him the drawing. Zhao Yun looked at the word spring and autumn on the cover of the picture. Although his face looked calm, but the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily, and he couldn't suppress them. Zhang Sui laughed. Zilong, I'll have to trouble you for a few more days. On the ministry side, I had to pull away 2 groups of men to open the barn for food. Give the stragglers in Wuji County something to eat. When Zhao Yun heard Zhang Sui say this, his expression immediately became serious and said, this is a great good deed. You can draw as much as you want. I'll be responsible for the safety of the Jin family. Zhang Sui thanked them for a while, before summoning Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. Arrangements were made for the opening of the grain silos. The 2 men were still opening their barns for food in the same manner as they had done before. Take the boiler and corn to the south and east gates of the city respectively. Zhang Sui personally demonstrated the beating of gongs and drums to announce the continuation of the opening of warehouses to provide food, and reported his identity. It's the work of the Jin family. And, after today, starting tomorrow, the open barn food relief points were set up at 2 locations, the main gate and the back door of the Jin family residence. Watching the stragglers, under the direction of the ministry, line up ready to receive their thin rice without looting. Only then did Zhang Sui return to the Jin mansion and discuss strengthening the defenses around the Jin family with his housekeeper and Zhao Yun, preventing someone from taking advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Jin mansion to cause trouble in recent times. After arranging all this, Zhang Sui was ready to go back to the ministry compound, his own room, and take a nap. Still on the road, I saw Red Jade. Hong Yu held a porcelain bowl in her hand and waved at him. Zhang Sui hurriedly jogged over. Hong Yu handed over the porcelain bowl. In a low voice, he said, this is the cordyceps soup that the mansion has prepared for the several gentlemen and young ladies. After drinking it, it is said to be able to reduce fatigue, so you should hurry up and drink it. Zhang Sui was a bit surprised. This is not good, is it? Hong Yu bit her red lips and said, if I let you drink, hurry up. Only then did Zhang Sui let out an oh so subtle sound and finished it in a staccato manner. Hong Yu took the porcelain bowl from him and snapped, next time, don't stay up all night, or painting or something. After saying that, he was about to leave. Zhang Sui busily tugged on her wrist and smiled sweetly. Thank you, ma'am. Hong Yu's pretty face instantly reddened, shook off his hand and flew away. Zhang Sui was just about to ask, have you seen the painting I drew for you? But before the words could be spoken, the red jade silhouette was gone. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu's back as she left and let out a laugh. Dare I say that I misunderstood this chick. It's not that she's gone cold on herself. Rather, I'm shy. She was shy yesterday after her ladyship's promise of marriage. Think about it. After all, it's an innocent girl with no feelings whatsoever. Unlike myself, my skin is already thicker than a city wall. Zhang Sui went back to his room with satisfaction and huffed and puffed. After sleeping for I don't know how long, I was nudged awake. Zhang Sui yawned and looked suspiciously at the person beside him who had nudged him awake. It was the other maid beside the lady. The maid said, Madam tells you to hurry to the study. Zhang Sui climbed up while asking, "What happened?" The maid quickly followed Zhang Sui while saying, "Not very clear. It seems to be a fight going on across the river." Zhang Sui rushed to Madame's study. A number of people had come to Madame's study, in addition to second Duke Xingyan, second Miss Xinmi, the housekeeper, and several other people in charge of the residence. This was the first time Zhang Sui had watched so many people from the Jin family gather. Zhang Sui was led by the maid and found a spot to kneel down. There were other maids who brought tea and pastries and placed them on the table in front of him. The crowd was silent. After Zhang Sui, several other people came one after another, until there were 26 men sitting on their knees in the study. It was only then that the lady said in a deep voice, "Zhuo County on the other side of the river will be fighting soon, either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. We need to be ready. I have called you all here today, not for any other reason, but mainly to explain your precautions. We don't know the outcome of the battle in Zhuo County. The distance is too great. However, once Zhuo County shows results, our Wuji County will be greatly affected. Our manpower has received intelligence that Yu Prefecture's Minister Gongsun Zan has arrived with a large army in support. If the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yanmen Pass defender Yan Ro are defeated, it is highly probable that the Gongsun Zan's army will cross the river and approach towards our Wuji County. The point is, on the official side of Jizhou, I haven't received any signs of troops being sent out. If we really run into this situation, we'll have to make an emergency retreat. The destination of the emergency retreat, I've also chosen Handan. Handan has our fields and our business. Moreover, Handan is close to Yecheng, our seat of governance. Until then, all of you, please cooperate." The opening of the barn for food continues. However, the warehouse's assets of grain and cloth must now be put away in an expedited manner. In the event of a change of heart, our convoy must start immediately and go over first. Then there are 2 gentlemen and 4 ladies, and then all the maids, and then the male underlings. The ministry stays at the end, just in case. All of you notify the people under your jurisdiction and don't mess up. Also, the property here needs to be left guarded. Looking to the butler, the lady said, "Butler, arrange for a few reliable old men to be in charge. If anything happens to them, my Yen family will make it up to his children." The butler answered. The lady looked at Zhang Sui again and said, "Watching you pay attention to communicating with Zhao Yun and the crowd of ministries that stayed behind to open the barn to provide food, so that they don't panic. Our Jin family will not leave them behind." Zhang Sui responded. Only then did the lady say, "Now everyone move immediately." The crowd got busy. The entire Jin mansion was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Based on history, Zhang Sui knew that Koji Yi and Yan Ro were bound to win this time when they joined forces against Gongsun Zan. However, Zhang Sui did not remind Mrs. 10,000 what-ifs, because of his presence, resulting in the butterfly effect of the Koji Yi and Yan Ro's allied army just lost. Then how can he take the responsibility? It's always good to be prepared. Zhang Sui found Zhao Yun and told him about Madame's arrangement. After that, it was only then that he found Captain Jin Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su and others who were opening warehouses for food relief at the gates of the southern and eastern parts of the city respectively. After explaining all this, Zhang Sui was about to return to the Jin mansion. The crowd was seen running towards the east wall of the city saying, "It's a fight! It's a fight!" Zhang Sui also followed the crowd and surged towards the city wall. On the walls, the soldiers did not stop the people. However, the people were divided into pieces to prevent them from obstructing the patrol of the walls. Zhang Sui squeezed into one of the battlements. Somewhat speechless, people in this land, since the beginning of time, have been genetically predisposed to watch. Even if they were fighting, all these people were still watching. And, of course, himself. But it's too far. Even standing on the walls, you can't see anything at all. All that could be seen was that in the extreme distance, on the other side of the river, the people, in 2s and 3s, were darting toward the riverbank. Zhang Sui also saw a woman carrying a child on her back and a child in her left arm. The right hand was holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Her face was extremely alarmed. While darting towards the riverbank, the woman turned back frequently. The little girl she was holding in her right hand was struggling to catch up in her bare feet, and was simply too late to. Straight away he was yanked to the ground and howled. The woman couldn't care less and dragged herself away. The crowd on the walls watched the scene with little change of expression. There was even loud laughter. On the other side of the river, there were some small boats anchored. The boat was crowded with a dense crowd of people. Each small boat was packed with people. There were others who wanted to get on the boat, but there was simply no room for them. The men in the boat fought with the men on the shore. Wails and screams were heard. The old man sat on the ground and kept slapping his thighs. Children were abandoned outside the crowd, crying their hearts out. The women kept looking around as they were pushed by the crowd toward the shore. Calling out the names of loved ones. The men rushed to the side of the boat and fought. Some of the small boats had already made their way to the center of the river. However, there were still people picking at the edges of the boats. On the boat, the crowd took pots and pans and, banging and beating toward the men who were picketed on the edge of the boat. There was a fresh body floating on the river. The river, which had been clear, was stained red. Zhang Sui looked out over the river in the distance at all this, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was somewhat glad that he had joined the Jinfu. Otherwise, with this scene, he doubted he could survive. Zhang Sui watched for a while, but he just couldn't stand it anymore. This scene of hell on earth, even if he thought he had a heart of stone, he was also strangely upset. Zhang Sui could only get off the city wall and rush back to the Jin family. He was a little flustered. Actually, he hadn't experienced war yet. Before crossing over, he had only seen the great wars in places like the Middle East on the internet. But, across the internet, it doesn't feel like much. Unlike now, when you may have to experience the great war yourself. Zhang Sui was at the entrance of Jin's house, standing with Zhao Yun and the others. Jinfu didn't even cook tonight. Everyone is standing by, ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. The ministries at the open grain relief points at the city gates in the south and east of the city have also returned. However, no one entered the mansion, and they all clustered at the entrance of the Jin family mansion. There was a constant stream of men coming in and out, reporting to the lady in the study the reports of the battle on the other side of the river. It wasn't until nightfall had completely fallen that someone darted into the Jin mansion, excitedly yelling and screaming. Zhuo County is broken and the army has not withdrawn. The atmosphere, which had been suffocating, instantly loosened up. At the entrance of the mansion, everyone, even Zhao Yun, had let out a sigh of relief. End of chapter. Determining that Zhuo County had been breached, the combined armies of Koji and Yanro continued their attack. Only then did the crowd at the Jin family residence begin to dine in droves, temporarily free from the threat of the combined armies of Koji and Yanro. All the ministries have also returned to their ministry compounds to rest. Currently, the defense of the Jin mansion was in the hands of the male subordinates and the magnates brought by Zhao Yun. When Zhang Sui returned to the courtyard of his ministry, the ministries were gathered together and enjoyed the animation of catching the corpse beauty drawn by Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui ignored them. He stripped down to his shirt and found a separate place to add to his training. Vice Captain Zhao Su saw Zhang Sui thunder and lightning to exercise every day. To welcome up, he taught Zhang Sui the remaining 15 of the 16 styles of the Zhao family gun. Previously, Zhang Sui was only taught the first stance because he was afraid that Zhang Sui would be in a hurry. Zhang Sui's performance during this period of time convinced Vice Captain Zhao Su. Zhang Sui was no ordinary young man. Zhang Sui had practiced for nearly an hour after his Vice Captain Zhao Su, and all the ministries had gone to sleep. Vice Captain Zhao Su instructed Zhang Sui to go to bed as well. He then went back to his room first. He had things to do tomorrow and he needed to rest early to be refreshed for tomorrow. Zhang Sui put on his wet clothes, carrying the wooden box with clean dishes and chopsticks sent by 2nd Miss Shinmi and 5th Miss Shinron last night. He went to sit by the ancient well outside the archway. I wonder if Hong Yu and 5th Miss Shinron will come over today. Wait a while first to dry out the sweat. They don't come, they take a shower then. After waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, 5th Miss Shinron arrived, carrying a large porcelain bowl. This large porcelain bowl was bigger than any of the porcelain bowls Zhang Sui had eaten in before, nearly twice as big. Inside was a big bowl full of soup cake and lots of greens. Zhang Sui took the porcelain bowl from 5th Miss Shinron's hand and looked a bit odd. 5th Miss, I can't eat that much. 5th Miss Shinron sat on her butt next to him, her right hand propped up on her chin. Smiling, she said, second sister said that men have to put forth their strength and have a big appetite, so they need to eat more. You're still so skinny, you need to eat more to grow meat. Only then did Zhang Sui sit down while asking, second Miss knows you sent it over? 5th Miss Shinron nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, 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 I had a small bowl for you, and my second sister made me serve you so much, and said I wasn't allowed to tell you. Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, you still say that? Aren't you afraid that second Miss will fix you? 5th Miss Shinron reached out and pinched Zhang Sui's cheeks that were bulging from eating. Laughing, she said, you and second sister are as close as I am. Second sister is my sister, and you are my future husband. I'll tell each other all the secrets you've asked me to keep. Be even-handed. Zhang Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead. This little girl, can't really talk nonsense with her. Otherwise, she doesn't know what a secret is. Luckily he hadn't said anything outrageous to her. 5th Miss Shinron waited until Zhang Sui had finished a large bowl of soup cake and burped a few times. It was then that Miss 5 inquired a few questions. Things like, why are there places where bees are generally seen to be out? Such as, why ants are found in swarms? And things like, how do ants and ants make babies and stuff like that? After 10 questions in a row, she was content to leave with her wooden box and large porcelain bowl. Tonight, Red Jade didn't show up again. Although Zhang Sui was a bit disconcerted in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He had thought that the fact that Hong Yu had brought him wormwood soup to drink during the day meant that she would come tonight. Zhang Sui could only take a shower and then go back to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Zhang Sui got up and found Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. Tell them how to set up the 2 open food points and how to publicize them. Although Zhang Sui had already said it yesterday, dreadfully they forget. It can only be repeated. After teaching, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su pulled the ministry out and arrangements were made at the main entrance and the back door of the Jin mansion respectively. There were already stragglers waiting outside. Yesterday when these stragglers were lining up at the gates of the southern and eastern parts of the city to get thin rice to eat. Just get a reminder. However, there were significantly more stragglers today than yesterday. Zhang Sui followed his ministry to direct these stragglers to line up while asking these stragglers for information. It was only from these stragglers that he learned that these extra stragglers, they are all people who fled from the other side of the river yesterday. The minions and underlings of the great families had already gotten the news and gone to escape the war. Only they, the common people, the officials of Zhuo County did not give any hint. On the contrary, they also comforted them and told them not to run around, that no danger would happen and that they would be able to hold Zhuo County. Until yesterday afternoon, the army of Koji Yi and Yan Rou formally attacked the city, and the defenders of Zhuo County could not hold it at all. The defenders were defeated, and only some of the people of Zhuo County escaped. The people of the neighboring counties heard the commotion and fled across the river for fear of the repercussions. Because of the haste with which they fled, many of the stragglers got lost with their relatives, and did not take their belongings with them. That's why you can only come here to the Jin family to receive relief. Quite a few of them also went to guard the entrance of other clans in Wuji County. The other families simply didn't open their barns for food. Especially the other 4 big clans in Wuji County even organized ministries to drive the stragglers closer. Zhang Sui was vaguely agitated in his heart when he heard what these stragglers were saying. It's a done deal. At the end of the Han Dynasty, this group of worldly families didn't treat the displaced people as human beings at all. And how can we possibly open the barn for food? Even at the end of the Han Dynasty, a time of chaos and starvation, these lineage families are still appropriating land. And that, in turn, was the point that the Jin family was able to capitalize on. Nowadays, although the Jin family had fallen, its strength was far inferior to the other 4 great families. However, the opening of barns for these stragglers consumed a certain amount of food. It is very cost-effective to be able to exchange these stragglers for guardianship in disguise. The Jin family opened the barn at the front door and the back door for 2 days to provide food. In the past 2 days, judging from the information from the Jin family, Koji Yi and Yan Rou's army had traveled all the way in triumph. Even when Gong Sunzan's army came to their aid, it still didn't stop them from advancing. It only took 2 days for the armies of Koji Yi and Yan Rou to kill outside the city of Yongnu County, to prepare for another attack. The people in the neighborhood crossed the river to seek refuge. Wuji County is full of stragglers. There was no lack of fierce people among these stragglers, who went around burning and looting. Some small clans were even directly obliterated. Wang Hao, the county lieutenant, tries to pacify it with his soldiers. It's simply too much to manage. There are too many people. The Yin family here is also standing by. All the ministries of the Jin family in conjunction with the male subordinates, Zhao Yun and other magnates, surrounded the Jin mansion. The maids and women of the mansion were all forbidden to enter or leave to prevent unnecessary panic. Zhang Sui also had his men beat the gong and drums. Inform the stragglers the Jin family is the only one of so many families in Wuji County that has done all they can to open a barn and provide food. Many of the stragglers are also indeed grateful to the Jin family. And when they see someone causing trouble, they come out to scold them. Zhang Sui asked his maid to ask the second young lady, Jun Mi, for more than 20 sheets of zuobo paper. The evening continued with a second exquisite drawing of the second lady. During the day, he was completely unavailable. The aggravated situation in Wuji County prevented him from relaxing a bit during the day. So much so that he didn't care if Hong Yu didn't bring food in the past few nights. He was mentally strained to the breaking point every day and had no spare mind to think about that. On this big morning, Zhang Sui was making his rounds outside the Jin family residence with a few of his minions. However, he saw a male subordinate dashing over and whispering with his ear. Madam has asked you to urgently go over and have Zhao Yun watch over this place. Zhang Sui asked suspiciously, what happened? The male subordinate whispered, not really, it seems the lady is going out. Zhang Sui didn't ask any more questions. Finding Zhao Yun, he told him to strengthen his defense while he darted in through the side door of the gate. Rushing to Madam's study, Second Duke Xinyan and Second Miss Xinyi were approving the Jin family's bills at the lady's original location. The lady stood aside, her pretty face grim. Only when she saw Zhang Sui come over did the lady suppress her anger and say, Yenner, be more attentive. Look at your sister. After saying that, only then did she quickly step out, a smile creeping back onto her pretty face, and said to Zhang Sui, Buat Qing, I'm going to trouble you to accompany me to the county office. Zhang Sui asked. What happened? Why do you want me to follow you there? He himself was neither the strongest person in the Jin family, nor was he strong in martial arts. What's the point of going over there? As the lady walked towards her residence, she said, the heads of the other 4 clans want to see me. Don't even think about it. The Lu family is now certain that the allied forces of Koji and Yenro will not pose a threat. That's why it's turned on our Jin family. House, you're the only one who can talk or be a man. End of chapter. Hearing Madam say that, Zhang Sui could only nod his head and say, that's fine. The lady said, wait outside for a while I change my clothes and cover my face. Zhang Sui hurriedly stopped it. It's better not to change your clothes or cover your face. The lady stopped in her tracks and looked at Zhang Sui in disbelief. Zhang Sui said, Madam, this is not changing her clothes, nor covering her face, so that, as soon as Madam goes out later, all those stragglers outside will know that you really went out to the county office. When there is a real conflict, we will have to utilize this group of stragglers out there to be convincing. Mrs. Although Zhang Sui did talk to her before about utilizing the stragglers, however, she didn't believe that the stragglers could be utilized. How bad is this mob out there these days? Burning and looting everywhere. If it weren't for the fact that the Jin family has a strong ministry, and male underlings, even inviting a powerful man like Zhao Yun to sit in on the town, she didn't doubt for a second that all of the Jin family would be swept away by these stragglers. And now, to utilize stragglers? However, she didn't have the heart to ask about that right now. The family heads of the 4 major families were rushed. Although she knew that the county office was now a place of dragons and tigers, she had to break in. With this in mind, the lady reversed her direction and greeted Zhang Sui to follow. Rushing to the mansion hall, the butler had long since had his male subordinates prepare the carriage and open the mansion's gate. There was a long line outside the gate. When the crowd saw the lady walk out, each one looked over. During this time, the doors of the Jin family were closed tightly, and only the male subordinates and the ministry were outside. But I didn't expect to be able to see the gates open today. The lady saw so many stragglers outside, each with a deadly gaze on her. She subconsciously scowled. Although as the current head of the Jin family, she had a say in the Jin residence. However, out here, facing so many stragglers, she still felt panicked and scared, was a little afraid to step over the threshold. But when Zhang Sui walked to her side, while wrapping her vainly in his arms, he walked towards the outside, and, isolating the crowd of stragglers, while saying, Gentlemen, Our Lady is going to the county office for a meeting. Talk to the heads of the other 4 great families about the possibility of expanding the opening of the barn to give you more rations. Please show some respect. Get out of the way and don't add to the chaos. Madam is a woman after all, so please look with kindness, please. Zhang Sui kept talking while escorting his lady towards the carriage. Seeing this, all the ministries yelled after Zhang Sui. When the crowd of stragglers heard Zhang Sui and the minions say this, they all narrowed their gazes. Everybody stopped looking at the lady like that. In the entire Wuji County, the Jin family is the only one that still pities us. Now, Madam still has to go to the county office to get more open barn food for everyone. No one should get in Madam's way. All back off a bit. All back off a bit. Don't make it difficult for the lady. Many of the stragglers also came forward. Madam shrank in Zhang Sui's arms all the way to the carriage. Zhang Sui had the coachman drive the carriage toward the county office while standing on the carriage's yoke. Towards the surrounding stragglers, he clasped his fists and said, Folks, Madam is going to the county office to see the family heads of the 4 great families. We are trying to open more open food points for everyone. It's hard for everyone these days with the war, especially since there are a lot of old people and children among the folks. It's pathetic. Her ladyship is disturbed whenever she sees these old people and children. However, the Jin family is only one family after all, far from being able to satisfy everyone's rations, to help all the folks through the hard times. It's also going to take the entire Wuji County family working together. Now the lady is going to lobby, so please give us all face and get out of the way. Madam was sitting in the carriage wagon. Her body shivered slightly, though in a wagon carriage and unable to see the stragglers outside. She still felt scared. It was as if a flatboat was in the middle of the ocean. She was really afraid that these stragglers would suddenly rush up. During this time, she had gotten countless intelligence that these stragglers were burning, looting, and rape of women. Even some of the smaller clans were directly obliterated. Out here, even with so many of the Jin family's ministers and male subordinates, as well as Zhao Yun and other powerful men, nor could they stop the onslaught of these stragglers. The last time they encountered such a scene was the Yellow Turban Rebellion. At that time, the late husband was still alive. Though the deceased husband was also thin and weak, he was able to hold up the sky and the earth. Now that her late husband is gone, she is a woman who has to hold up this world for the Jin family. She had to carry it even if she didn't want to. Well, listening to Zhang Sui's cry from outside the carriage, A wave of warmth welled up in the lady's heart. This man, though, was the age of his own second son, but so reliable. Just now, the scene of snuggling into his arms and entering the carriage with him flanking her made her a little nostalgic. How long has it been? It was only then that she realized once again how reliable and strong a man could be, though he was holding himself falsely, but she still felt the warmth of that firm chest. His mind couldn't help but recall that night when he saw Zhang Sui's naked upper body and that sturdy chest. The lady bit her red lip. A thought popped into her head. It would seem nice to be able to marry this man instead. He's talented enough to be able to support the Jin family. He's also very manly. It's also very pleasing to the eye, though it's still a bit scrawny right now. But when you think about it, this man, too, is quite durable. With this thought, the lady awoke abruptly, her pretty face swelling red. What is this nonsense about yourself? It was all at this juncture. The four great families were about to turn on the Jin family and turn on themselves. I can't believe I'm still thinking about this. Despite this thought, the lady could not resist lifting the curtain in front of her. Lift off a little bit. Through the lifted slit, she looked at Zhang Sui. Looking at Zhang Sui standing on the carriage, he kept clasping his fists towards the surroundings. Looking at Zhang Sui's figure that stood straight, the lady still slowly lowered the curtain. Wait a little longer. Wait and see. Let's see if the second son really doesn't have it. See if your second daughter can recruit a capable flunky to start. The second daughter is beautiful, dumpy and capable. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't recruit a capable flunky. If they were recruited, they themselves would then hand over the Jin family to them. Getting older yourself, there's not a lot of fangirls to flow. At that time, I believe that my husband, in the 9 springs, might also bless himself, and if possible, at that time, to give him a son and a daughter. But it all has to wait. Today is not the time to think about that. The lady's somewhat white and fresh little hands were pressed against the hot, pretty face of the. Calm yourself down quickly. To think about how to deal with the difficult situation with the family heads of the 4 major families. This was also one's obligation as the current head of the Jin family. All other children's feelings have to be put aside. Without the Yen family, everything is a mirage. End of chapter. Zhang Sui stood all the way on the carriage and pleaded with the stragglers around him. The carriage eventually slowly drove away from the Jin family. The moment he left the encirclement of the stragglers, Zhang Sui let out a long sigh of relief. Just now he seemed to be able to talk, but in fact, he was scared to death in his own heart. In case there was an ungrateful one among this group of stragglers who just had to rush over, he didn't even know how to fend them off. The good thing is that everything went well. The carriage went straight to the county office. As soon as the carriage stopped, Zhang Sui quickly jumped off the carriage and walked to the side of the carriage. At that moment, the lady also lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to come down. Zhang Sui has seen it. In the past, when a lady got out of a carriage, the maid would always take her hand. He didn't think too much about going out without a maid this time, and he put his hand out. The lady froze as she looked at Zhang Sui's hand that reached out in front of her, and her pretty face flashed a scarlet red. Eventually, she calmed down quickly. At this point, don't preach so much. Extraordinary moments, extraordinary deeds. Holding Zhang Sui's hand in her small hand, the lady got out of the carriage with Zhang Sui's assistance. Zhang Sui weighed in darkly. Madam looks plump, but it's not heavy. He felt like he could pick her up with one arm. Only after the lady got out of the carriage did Zhang Sui busily let go of her small hand. The lady glanced at Zhang Sui, which made the carriage driver and the carriage wait outside the county office. Instead, she led Zhang Sui directly inside the county office. Rushing to the lobby, which was already filled with several people, County Magistrate Zhang Shen sat in the center. Under that fat face, however, a pair of eyes hid in slits and it was obvious to see that some of them were sitting on pins and needles. Below the magistrate, on the right and left, 2 men each knelt. Behind each of the 4 stood another man. 4 men stood, each so tall that they looked like small mountains. It's very oppressive. And the 4 kneeling men were all men. The youngest was a middle-aged scribe in his early 40s. The oldest, an old man with gray hair. All 4 were dressed in brocade garments, with tea and pastries on the case table. If it weren't for the stragglers all over the place outside, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was the chaotic period of the last years of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The lady led Zhang Sui to the lowest position on the left side and knelt on the support heel. Zhang Sui stood behind the lady, holding a simple compound bow in his left hand. When Magistrate Zhang Shen saw the arrival of his wife, he gave an awkward laugh and said, "So what? All the family heads, people, they're all here. Where's the talk today? Nice talk. Do me a favor and don't start an argument. Now that there's a war going on across the river, and we've got a huge influx of stragglers from Wuji County, it will also require the Lord family head to work together." The middle-aged man in the first right-hand position grunted heavily and, looking coldly at Magistrate Zhang Shen, he said, "What does it have to do with me? You're a magistrate, and you can't even handle this." So what's the use of having you? We pay so much tribute to the government year after year. All for nothing? Since you can't sit in that position, someone capable will do it. Magistrate Zhang Shen smiled with him, not daring to speak again. Only then did the middle-aged man look at the lady again. Zhang Tan, we all converged together today. It's to ask you for a statement. The others either buried their heads in tea and pastries, or close your eyes. The middle-aged man continued. My Lu family's former family head, Lu Hui, and his grandson, Lu Shuang, it was at your hands that you died. Today, if you don't give a statement, none of us will spare your Jin family. Also, now that the stragglers are running around, and people aren't opening their warehouses for food, and yet you, the Jin family, came alone. What is the meaning of this? This is to put our other families on the fire? Is this using our despicability to set off the greatness of your Jin family? If you don't deal with these two things today, your Jin family won't be able to stay in Wuji County, a family in decline, without even a man to support it. Who gave you the courage to be so bold? The middle-aged man's mouth rose in a cold smile. Or is it that you owe it? If you really owe it, just ask for it directly. A couple of your daughters are nice. I'm willing to grudge it. Zhang Sui looked at the middle-aged man. He had always thought that the children of the great families were all readers of books. Surely no vulgarity will be spoken. In hindsight, it was greatly mistaken. Just like before crossing over, many people assume that college students are polite and gentle in general. The other three laughed out loud when they heard the middle-aged man say that. Her ladyship's pretty face was grim, and her mouth shivered. This group of people, bully. Madame raised her head and looked straight at the middle-aged man. Lu Chang, it's true that my Jin family is now in decline, but it's not at the mercy of anyone. You can fight if you want to. There's no point in coming to me today just to show off. As for the tragic deaths of Elder Lu Hui and Lu Shuang, you should go to General Koji. Instead of coming to my Jin family. The real culprit doesn't dare to track down and picks on our Jin family? Lu Chang, a middle-aged man, sneered. Yes, I don't dare to look for Koji, but I dare to look for you, the Jin family. What's going on? If you don't give an answer today, I promise, starting tomorrow, all of your Jin family's fields will suffer suppression. Besides, you won't get out of this county office today. When he finished, he clapped his hands. At that moment, outside the hall of the county office, dozens of magistrates quickly surrounded they, blocked by the threshold of the hall. Magistrate Zhang Shen was busy rounding up the situation. Lu family patriarch, don't make a big deal out of it. Discuss it properly. He also looked at the madam and said, Madam, hand over Zhao Yun and the others, give some compensation for, then remove the open barn and food points, and you're done. We're all a big family. We've all read Confucius. Why do you need to fight with swords like this? Reckless. Madam clenched her fists. After glancing at Lu Chang's self-satisfied look, Mrs. stood up and, her breasts rose and fell violently as she said, handing over Zhao Yun and the others. That's impossible. Compensation. That's even more impossible. The tragic deaths of Elder Lu Hui and Lu Shuang were not our Jin family's fault at all. Why are we responsible for Koji? Cut 1 city today and 10 tomorrow. You people, you'll only get an inch. Bullying my widow and orphan? That's okay. I just want to see how you're going to suppress my Jin family. A skinny horse has a few pounds of bones. Before my Jin family perishes, you guys won't be able to have a good time either. Lu Chang stood up and beckoned towards the magistrates outside the threshold of the hall. Dozens of magistrates were about to rush in. Madam's pretty face turned white, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at Lu Chang. In the next moment, she saw Zhang Sui behind her bending his bow and raising his hand to shoot. Close enough, less than 20 paces. Zhang Sui shot an arrow with a simple compound bow, grazing the side of Lu Chang's face. There was a buzz. The arrow shot at the beam behind Lu Chang, missing the wooden beam by more than an inch. The tail of the feathered arrow shook violently. Lu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. The big man standing behind him was also a bit leggy. Everyone else in the hall, too, froze momentarily. Zhang Sui bent his bow again and pointed the arrow straight at Lu Chang. Whoever goes further, the next arrow it wouldn't be a beam, it would be the bastard's face. End of chapter. Zhang Sui's words gave Lu Chang the creeps. The others rose to their feet and chided. How dare you, Zhang Tan, how dare you bring such a maniac here? But if you hurt a single hair on the Lu family patriarch, your Jin family will be exterminated today. Madam obviously did not expect Zhang Sui to behave in such a manner either. Standing in front of Zhang Sui, the lady was also a bit nervous and had to ponder what to do. However, he saw Zhang Sui turn his arrow immediately toward the others. Anyone who had his arrow aimed at them turned pale and tried to back away to dodge. Zhang Sui snapped. All of you stand still. Whoever moves again, I'll shoot them first. At once, everyone dared not move. Zhang Sui aimed the arrow at another family head in front of a quietly moving big man and said, You want your family head to die a death, don't you? Just this distance. Let's see if your family head is steel. The big man immediately stopped in his tracks. Magistrate Zhang Shen hurriedly smiled and said, Master Zhang Ji, don't be reckless, don't be violent. It will kill you. You really kill anyone here, they'll never let you go. Zhang Sui arrow scanned everyone and said, I am but a lowly man. For people here, including you, Magistrate. 5. Which one's life is not worth more than mine? Magistrate Zhang Shen's mouth shivered. Zhang Sui teased, exchange my rotten life for the life of any one of the 5 of you. It's all big money. You can also bet on whether I dare or not. Anyway, there are 5 of you, so if you bet once, one of you will die. The other 4 are still alive. The chances of surviving are still pretty good. When I've shot one of you, you'll get me and the lady. Easy peasy. But, you say, at this distance, which of you 5 will die? The arrow was aimed at Magistrate Zhang Shen, and Zhang Sui laughed. Magistrate, is it you who will die? County Magistrate Zhang Shen hurriedly waved his hand and said, Lord Recorder Zhang, we're like brothers at first sight. You did this to me? Zhang Sui nodded and said, that's right. The next moment, he aimed the arrow at Lu Chang. The burly man behind Lu Chang hurriedly scolded. How dare you? Zhang Sui snorted. I've just shot an arrow. Do you think I dare? Your Lu family just lost a family head, and this one who just rose to power has died again. Do you think it's interesting? Lu Chang was breathing a little hard. Zhang Sui stepped forward with his bow and arrow raised. Lu Chang watched the arrow flashing with a cold aura, rapidly zooming in front of his eyes, and his legs and feet went a little weak. Zhang Sui walked over while saying, you all have bad cultural skills. Haven't heard that a piker's blood is spilled? In the past, when Tang Ju faced the king of Qin, the king of Qin didn't even dare to move. You bastards, are you thinking you can be stronger than King Qin? Walking over to Lu Chang, Zhang Sui kicked him in the abdomen, sending him to the ground. Lu Chang wailed. The crowd was about to pounce. Zhang Sui stomped on Lu Chang's abdomen and aimed his arrow directly at Lu Chang's right eye. Hurry up! Let's see if you guys rush up faster, or if this bastard dies faster with my arrow. Lu Chang felt the tip of the feathered arrow almost against his right eye, his legs and feet shaking like chaff. He looked at the tip of the feathered arrow without moving a muscle while he snapped, Nobody move! Nobody move! The crowd then stopped. Lu Chang's voice was trembling as he laughed along. The Jin family has produced a young hero as well. Don't be impulsive. If you have something to say it properly. Only then did Zhang Sui slowly move the feathered arrow back a little and said, get up and follow us out, and greeted the lady coming up. The lady had been so frightened that her face lost its color. At this moment, she had long since become disorganized and was at a loss for words. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, she subconsciously came up. Lu Chang is still slowing getting up. Zhang Sui hissed, move faster or I'll shoot you to death. Lu Chang was enraged. Nevertheless, faced with the threat of death, he reluctantly rose to his feet, his legs and feet shaking. When he stood up, Zhang Sui asked his wife to pull out the dagger at his waist and stab Lu Chang in the neck. Lu Chang screamed in fear, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. The lady was also scared enough that her hands shook. The tip of the dagger cut through the skin of Lu Chang's neck and blood rolled down like a strand of silk. Lu Chang was so scared that he almost went limp. The people around them were also scared enough and were busy backing up. The lady is a womanizer. They kind of get it. Pushing too close, maybe she wouldn't dare, but there was a chance that she would stab Lu Chang to death. Only then did Zhang Sui shoot an arrow towards a clan leader not far from his side. The entire hall of the government office resounded with cries of alarm saying, watch out! This family patriarch was directly scared to the point that he screamed and sat on his butt on the ground. Instead of hitting him, the arrow hit the burly man behind him. The strong man screamed miserably and slowly collapsed directly against the beam. Zhang Sui bent his bow and arrow, once again aiming at a clan leader and nudging at him, signaling him to come over. The family head's face turned pale, but he could only reluctantly walk up. Only then did Zhang Sui greet his wife and drive forward. He's the queen. The two men escorted the two family heads towards the gate of the county office, all the way to the carriage. The feathered arrow in Zhang Sui's hand shot an arrow into the thigh of the family head in front of him. The head of that family collapsed straight to the place and kept wailing. Lu Chang, who had a dagger pressed against his neck by the lady, shivered in fear. Only then did Zhang Sui busily put away his simple composite bow and snatched the dagger from the lady's hand, against Lu Chang's neck, signaling the lady to hurry to the carriage. The others chased them out, looking at the head of the family, who had fallen to the ground and kept wailing, looking at the feathered arrows on the opponent's thighs that were half gone into the flesh. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This is really not afraid to die. Don't you dare do that. Zhang Sui stabbed a dagger into Lu Chang's leg after his wife got on the carriage, kicking the ladder to the ground, and urgently have the coachman drive the wagon. The carriage galloped away. The crowd that came out after them wanted to catch up, but listening to the two family heads crying hoarseness, they froze and didn't dare to catch up. The lady was in the carriage compartment, catatonic, and while lifting the curtains to look at the fading multitude while speaking to Zhang Sui in a trembling voice, "What should we do now? We've offended them to death. They won't let our Jin family go. My Jin family was already in decline, so how can I withstand the siege of the four families?" Zhang Sui didn't answer Madame's words directly. He knew only one thing now: the time was ripe to exploit the masses. The next moment he wiped the blood of the dagger on his face, his clothes, another messy pass with blood smeared all over his hands on the lady's face and hair. "I'm offended, ma'am." Madame was completely confused by Zhang Sui's whole thing. She had just experienced life and death, and now she was being touched in the face and hair by a man. "Ever since I was a child, it was my late husband who never did this." Zhang Sui smeared Madame's pretty face with blood and messed up her hair before saying, "Madame, you just watch me act later. Just go ahead and shed a tear when I kick you." "Mrs." The carriage carried the two of them flying back to the gate of the Jin family residence. "The stragglers here are still lining up to receive thin rice." The carriage came rushing in and stopped outside the crowd. Zhang Sui clasped his fists toward the crowd and said with a sad face, "Fathers and folks, starting tomorrow, our Jin family can't open the barn to provide food," pointing to the blood on his face, on his clothes. Zhang Sui's voice trembled a bit as he said, "Folks, both my wife and I have been beaten. Just now, I accompanied the lady to the county office to discuss increasing the number of points for you to open warehouses and provide food relief. As you can see, the magistrate and the other four families, instead of listening, beat us. What else do you say? We are betraying them by opening our barns to feed them. If they don't stop opening the barn to provide food, they're going to destroy my Jin family. They say my Jin family is a fallen family with no men to support them, and insulted us, saying that all the women of our Jin family are OA, and assaulted the lady." Lifting the curtains of the wagon compartment, and leading out the lady, with her disheveled hair and blood-stained face, Zhang Sui's eyes reddened and said, "Our lady is a lady of the house with a kind heart. Now, they're bullying our Jin family for not having a man to back them up. Just insult her like that. We're scared. Folks, our Jin family is a fallen family. We can't fight the other four great clans. If we don't act according to them, they're going to overthrow our Jin family. Folks, I'm sorry, our Jin family is really forced to do this." End of chapter. At the entrance of the Jin family residence, the stragglers saw Zhang Sui and his wife covered in blood. The sight of a head full of unkempt hair froze. Listening to Zhang Sui's blood-curdling accusations, the anger of the stragglers gradually crept onto their faces. They're already so miserable. The only family willing to give them relief was being pushed so hard. Is there any law in this world? Is this pushing people over the edge? Angry growls rose and fell. It's too much. It's just as well that these scum, unwilling to help us, are. And to persecute people who are willing to help us? Are they human? They all deserve to die. If the Jin family doesn't open the barn tomorrow to provide food, then we'll all starve to death, won't we? Zhang Sui saw that all the stragglers were angry, but had not yet formed a force. He was busy tugging the lady out of the carriage and escorting her inside the mansion. The lady had been confused the entire time. She was a bit overwhelmed by the situation with these stragglers having out of control. The lady looked at Zhang Sui, her voice all mixed with trembling, and said, "Bo Qing, what are you doing? What if the stragglers storm our Jin family?" Zhang Sui comforted, "Don't worry, ma'am. I won't let them storm our Jin family. I'll take care of everything now. You go wait inside." After saying that, he no longer cared about the lady and immediately turned the direction and rushed out of the mansion. He rushed to find the captain, Xin Hao, and attached his ear to Xin Hao. Amidst the clamor, exclaimed, "Let the ministry spread out, in groups of 4, and let the stragglers follow each of them. Charge towards the county office and the 4 great families' warehouses. Let them lead. Don't be afraid." Ran to the steward again, and told him to open the warehouse at once. Take out all the weapons from the Jin family's warehouse. All the male subordinates acted together to distribute these weapons to the strong and able-bodied among the stragglers. Watching the male subordinates of the Jin family quickly distribute weapons, Zhang Sui jumped onto the top of the carriage wagon, growling toward the stragglers who had clamored up around them. He said, "The 4 great families in the county government office disregarded everyone's life and death, and they are the sinners. Since they want us dead, let's drag them down. Starvation is death. Beating them to death is still death. It's all death anyway. I'd rather be a full meal and die than starve to death alive. Fathers and mothers, follow the line. We'll rob their granaries. Think of your parents. Your parents are crying. Think of your children. They're starving. As a man, as a son of man, unable to protect even his own parents, wife and children. Are you still not great men? If the 4 great families cut off our rations, then we'll cut off their lives. Everyone listen to the call. Take your weapons, and follow the command to grab the grain. Don't take liberties. Otherwise, A loose end. All 4 families have ministries and underlings. They want us dead by any means necessary. We want them dead too. As Zheng Sui continued to roar, Captain Jin Hao quickly arranged his men into groups of 4. In all, 20 long lines were formed. Zhao Yan stood in front of the main gate of the Jin family's residence and watched as Zheng Sui stood on top of the carriage, constantly growling and constantly opening his teeth and claws. He looked a little odd. This man, why does he give off a weird vibe? It looks unreliable on a normal day. How is it that at this point in time, there is a feeling of being in command? Inside the Jin family mansion, Madame is standing behind the gate, looking through the slit at Zheng Sui's excited appearance outside. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. This man, at this moment, had a surprisingly extraordinarily imposing figure. Under Zhang Sui's constant roar and command, the long line of 20 teams split into 5 directions. Separately, under the command of the Jin family's ministry, they rushed towards the 4 family residences and the county office. The crowd was rushing and yelling frantically at the same time. The entire Wuji County was in chaos. Inside the county courthouse, the county magistrate Zhang Shen and the family heads of the 4 great families were all bursting with rage over the fact that Zheng Sui had just made a move. They were discussing how to join forces and overthrow the Jin family together. But before a result could be negotiated, a clamor was heard rapidly approaching. Magistrate Zhang Shen and the 4 great family heads were all distraught. Magistrate Zhang Shen was busy running out first. Just as he rushed to the entrance of the county office, he saw 4 teams encircling from the north and south, all stragglers. The strong men in front of these stragglers were all armed with sharp blades. The stragglers in the back, without weapons, however, held various stones. As soon as they saw the yamen, the stones in the hands of the crowd of stragglers immediately rained down on them. Several yamen smashed to the ground on the spot. More stragglers rushed straight inside the county courthouse. Magistrate Zhang Shen was so scared that he directly held his head and squatted on the ground. The family heads of the 4 great families were directly captured alive. Elsewhere in Wuji County, the residences of the 4 great families were also impacted by the stragglers. Each family, by an onslaught of 4 teams. Although the 4 families have many ministries and male underlings, but there are more stragglers. On weekdays, the 4 great families were not afraid of these stragglers and stragglers. But now these stragglers are organized and have sharp weapons in their hands. The ministries and male underlings of the 4 families panicked. The most crucial thing was that they didn't dare to execute the stragglers at will as they usually did on weekdays. With so many stragglers in the scene, it was again they who attacked the mansion. Once you kill the stragglers, it's easy to cause a riot. The mansion also has their male and female sons and daughters. The riot resulted in the stragglers storming into the mansion, and the dukes, misses, and madams could be expected to end up in the same situation. These days, there were quite a few small clans that had been wiped out by the stragglers and even raped and pillaged. The Jin clan's ministry had already gotten a hint from Captain Jin Hao just now, and led the group to attack the granary. Whoever resists will be killed. Now, seeing the minions and male subordinates of the 4 great families step back, not daring to resist, at once they rushed into the granary and went mad, snatching away the grain and seizing the weapons. The entire Wuji County is in a state of euphoria. Zhang Sui also urgently asked Captain Jin Hao to send out his troops, ordering the ministers who led the onslaught of these stragglers not to return for the time being, and telling them to station themselves in front of the surrounding gates with these stragglers and not to disperse. Prevent the 4 great families and the magistrate from attacking each of them. As long as they don't fall apart. They had weapons in their hands again. The law is not to blame. He didn't believe that the Jizhou government would send a large army to suppress it. Now Jizhou and Gongsun are at war, and Yuan Shao obviously doesn't get along with Koji. This was evident from the previous clash between the second son, Yuan Shi, and Koji Yi. Zhang Sui didn't believe that the Jizhou government would cause another incident. However, even so, Zhang Sui did not stop there. He was busy finding his wife, and asked her to handwrite a letter herself, accusing the 4 great families of suppressing the stragglers, attempted to create a riot and thereby subvert the peace of Wuji County. After the lady finished writing, Zhang Sui asked her to send the letter urgently to Yecheng, the official capital of Jizhou. Watching the ministry quickly leave with the secret letter, the lady looked tense and said, Bo Qing, this way, can it really solve the problem? I'm afraid the 4 great families will retaliate even more fiercely afterward. Zhang Sui pondered slightly for a moment before saying, first, now that Wuji County is rioting, it must be appeased. With so many stragglers armed with weapons, it's obviously better to pacify than to suppress. With so many capable people in the Jizhou government, it's impossible for them not to see this. The 4 great families are capable of causing turmoil. And, furthermore, they're not top-tier lineage families. It's not like they're capable of quelling a rebellion. When the time comes, the officials of Jizhou will send messengers, and we, the Jin family, will send people to pacify the displaced people. We control these stragglers, then these stragglers are our backers. The Jizhou government will also favor us more for the sake of stability. At that time, with the Jizhou government as our backer, our Jin family will be safe. Madam, who in our Jin family can control these stragglers? End of chapter. Recommendation: become Zhu Chengba's hairdresser, Poki investment, and make the great Ming even greater. Synopsis: become Zhu Chengba's hairy little friend, invest in the stud and make the great Ming even greater. Lu Ying travels through the Ming dynasty and becomes the son of Zhu Yuanzhang's youngest friend, Lu Jizhu. To Zhu Yuanzhang this quality stock, Lu Ying must learn Musk. Stud investment: Zhu Yuanzhang, incidentally kill Yuan Dog, destroy Chen Yuliang, kill Zhang Shicheng, accidentally snatched the name of Li Shanchuan's first meritorious minister, stealing the name of Lu Bowen's strategic minister. 3 parts of the world: Zhu Guoliang, a unified Jiangshan Lu Yongtai. Lu Ying wants to temper Zhu Yuanzhang, temper the Huaxi nobles, and build a new order. The great Ming meritocracy should not be unruly, and the great Ming should not be in turmoil. The newborn Daming Empire in the midst of the great destruction shall be the empire of the sunset. Whether it's day or night, there's always the empire's land bathed in sunlight. End of chapter. Zhang Sui was a bit confused when he heard his wife ask this. Is that something he should say? He was tempted to say that the Jin family was currently just 2 men in charge. One is the second son, Yan Yan. The other is the third male. The third prince is only 8 or 9 years old. We can't let the third prince go, can we? Naturally, he could only let the second son, Jin Yan, go. But then again, he really didn't think that second Duke Jin Yan was capable of taking on this responsibility. But if you can't choose the second prince, who can you choose? Seeing Zhang Sui in such a difficult position, Madame squeezed out a smile at him and said, "You've been busy all day. Go rest first." Zhang Sui bowed toward the lady before bidding farewell and leaving. Madame watched Zhang Sui leave, her mind filled with the scene of Zhang Sui's actions today. In the hall of the county courthouse, he shocked the crowd. At the gate, he commanded a combination of minions and stragglers, and, storming the residences of the 4 great families and the county offices, the lady's heart beat a little harder as she watched his spirited appearance. That's what a great man does. This is something that even the late husband was far from being able to do in his lifetime. If the Jin family had him in their way, she was willing to be a small woman. Shaking her head, the lady forced Zhang Sui out of her mind, before summoning the maid and tell her to go and call second Duke Jin Yan and second Miss Jin Mi over. Now that such a big thing had happened to the Jin family, it was no longer something that she alone could decide. Also need this son and daughter to help with ideas. Soon, second Duke Jin Yan and second Miss Jin Mi arrived. Madame gestured for them to sit down before asking, "What happened in Wuji County today? You guys should know by now." Second Duke Jin Yan and second Miss Jin Mi both nodded. "The second young Miss, Jun Mi," said Zhang Sui. He commanded the crowd of stragglers to storm the mansions of the 4 great families, raided the warehouse. Second Duke Jin Yan said with a look of admiration, "The Lord's record is quite bold. A child could never do such a thing. This would be good if my child's future children were as capable as the Lord's mark." The lady was powerless to spit. "How old are you? Instead of thinking about being strong yourself, you're actually banking on your children." Second Miss Jin Mi looked at her ladyship and said, "Mother, although Zhang Sui is very bold but this move has already offended the 4 great families. They won't take it lying down. We have to prepare a countermeasure in advance." Madame repeated what Zhang Sui had just said. His eyes fell on the face of the second son, Jin Yan, and said, "If someone must take on the role of guiding this group of stragglers, then, Yenner, you're the only one left in our Jin family. The right to guide this group of stragglers will fall only in the hands of us. The Yen family, our Jin family is only safe enough." Second Duke Jin Yan's face turned pale, and he busily stood up and said, "Mother, my son, kid can't do it. How can a child do that? My child has never led a soldier, much less known how to fight. Normally, children are afraid to see this group of stragglers. This group of stragglers is not good, but are all vicious." The lady looked at the second Duke, Yan Yan, with an expressionless face. Sure enough, counting on him for anything is counting in vain. The lady took a deep breath to suppress the anger within her, before she said, "It's something that, it can only be done by you at the moment, whether you want to or not." Second Duke Jin Yan's mouth shivered and he lowered his head, not daring to speak. Madame added, "But, rest assured, this will not be left to you alone. My mother knows what you are capable of, and will not let you do more than you are capable of. However, as the future head of my Jin family, you should at least do a good job on the surface." Second Duke Jin Yan gave a weak "oh." The lady was silent for a moment, and then she said, "For my mother's sake, I have just thought about it. Once the Jizhou government sends someone will need to control this group of stragglers, and at that time, Yenner, you will step in." Looking to the second young lady, Jun Mi, The madam said, Mir, at that time, you disguise yourself and follow your second brother around as a staffer and help him out. Of course, my mother wouldn't let your siblings risk their lives. For mother's sake, the idea is that when the time comes, let Birching follow you. So much has happened in the last few days. Bakudu has done a good job. With courage and resourcefulness, with him at your side, you listen to his advice more often. I've already promised him that I'll betroth Hong Yu to him. From now on, it's all family. You should not embarrass him, let alone dismay him. Our Shin family, we still need him to support us in the future. Second Duke Xinyan then breathed a huge sigh of relief and said, I also thought that the Lord's words were feasible. If it's possible, could you allocate Zhao Yun to the child as well? The lady rolled her eyes. It's not like Zhao Yun is a member of the Jin family. That's the magnates that the Jin family invited to help. How many people want to keep Zhao Yun cannot? We a declining family. You have such mediocrity that it would be strange to keep Zhao Yun. The second son, Jin Yan, met the lady's line of sight and busily shrunk his neck, saying, that's okay to have a master record. The lady said, Yenny, you go and rest first. Second Duke Yan Yan got up and left. Madame waited until he had disappeared from sight, and then she glanced at the second young lady, Junmi. A blush spread across her pretty face. Seeing her mother squirming a bit, second Miss Junmi curiously said, Mother, do you have something to say to your daughter? Madame took a deep breath and summoned up her courage. Mir, for my mother, is very old. There's not much fangirl left. In a few years, you won't even be able to have children. Who would want an old woman who can't even have children? Second Miss Shinmi hummed. Indeed, mother, though she looks young now, is in her 30s? It's true that in a couple of years, you won't even be able to have children. If you're going to remarry, it's only for a few years. The lady bit her red lips with her shell teeth, and somewhat dared not look at the second young Miss Shinmi. For the mother, it's not that I don't love the Jin family or you guys, but after all, I am a woman. Over the years, with your father's death, my mother has been working diligently for the welfare of the Jin family. Take care of you kids growing up. As you grow up, you will eventually have to marry. For mother there are needs. Cold feet in the winter. For mother, and mother wants someone to warm them. You understand? Not the maid kind of foot warmer. Second Miss Shinmi looked at her mother with some sympathy. In this day and age, it is not unacceptable for a woman to remarry. Conversely, she had always considered, too, having her own mother remarried. After all, the father died many years ago. It's just that she's never found a man worthy of her mother. Now, hearing her mother say this, second Miss Shinmi also became interested and laughed. Mother, if you meet a man of your choice, then mother you remarry and your daughter will be happy, as long as that man is truly able to treat mother. Only, mother, can you tell me who this man is? My daughter is not trying to interfere with your choices. Mother, my daughter just wants to get to know him. If it is possible, my daughter may also discuss it with my second brother, when my mother marries there. How much dowry is appropriate for our Jin family to contribute? The madam's tense to the core expression eased slightly when she heard the second young Miss Shinmi say this. Crimson crawled up her neck, spreading all the way to her earlobes. She felt like her whole face was on fire. Madam rushed the second young Miss Shinmi and squeezed out a smile. The time is not ripe yet. When you and Buching work together to assist your second brother and help our Jin family get through this crisis, I will tell you again, when the time comes, I'll find you a man of your choice first, and then return the power of the Jin family to you and your second brother. And for mother's sake, I don't know if he wants to. However, I will lower my stance a bit for my mother. After all, for my mother's sake, she's of this age. And, besides, the other side is brilliant. Of course, these are not things to consider at the moment. But, Mir, don't worry, no matter what will happen to my mother in the future, all for my mother will keep an eye on the Jin family at all times, and have him help out more as well. In my mother's heart, you and your second brother will always be my mother's sons and daughters. After a pause, the lady asked again, by the way, Mir, for my mother to think about it in the past few days. Still, I think that recruiting a flunky is probably a good choice for the Jin family. And for you, think about it and see if any of the male subordinates in our Jin family residence are to your liking. Your second brother has mediocre abilities and no commitment, and your third brother is too young. It's also impossible to see if he'll be able to support the Jin family in the future. You understand? Of course, my mother would prefer that you marry. My mother's heart is also conflicted. I hope you can help your second brother support the Jin family. And again, I hope you don't have to suffer as much as you did for your mother. End of chapter. Today the editor came to inform me that it will be on the shelves at 12 p.m. I have things to do during the day, so I'll have to take a nap before I can get up and code. Selling misery and all that. there would be no need. Talk about updating later. I'll try to update 800 plus words a day from now on, when I have the time and the mood. It will increase the word count a bit. I'll try not to break up the schedule, and I'll say hello in advance if I'm taking a vacation. And, thank you, fellow bookworms, for the rewards and monthly checks. So many of them. I won't list them all. In short, a million thanks. Well, that's it. Without further ado, I'll try to write as well as I can, and try to afford to subscribe to all of you bookworms out there. End of chapter. The second young Miss Shinmi subconsciously floated Zhang Sui's figure in her mind when she heard Madame say that. This denizen is probably the smartest of the male underlings in the mansion today, although the people are a bit more colorful. The thought came together, however, and she dismissed it. His mother has promised him marriage to Hongyu. Could he still be sharing a man with Hongyu? That could never be done. Despite thinking so, her mind was filled with the scene of Zhang Sui rubbing her palm. Second Miss Shinmi was a bit annoyed. What's with this dengue? Why is he so pestering? Why does it keep popping into your head? The thought of this denizen, the thought of him rubbing his palms together. The second young lady, Junmi, then thought about Zhang Sui's fortune-telling. This time, the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yenro were able to defeat Gongsunzan. It's exactly the same as his math. Find some time for him to do some math for his mother? It's just that now is not the time. Forcing Zhang Sui from his mind, he met the eager gaze of Mrs. Second Miss Shinmi laughed. No, mother, I'm not in a hurry for now. Rather you, mother, if you do come across a favorite, make sure you talk to us. As sons and daughters, we still want mother to be happy. The lady's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears when she heard second Miss Shinmi say this. She was more or less apprehensive before, fearing that this second daughter of hers would object. But I didn't think that she could be so sensible. Wiping the corners of her eyes with her slender white fingers, the lady squeezed out a smile and said, good, for mother will remember. Besides, Zhang Sui returned to the ministry compound. Part of the ministry compound has returned. Under normal circumstances, people would not be able to come back yet, and would have to continue to open the barn at the gate for food. In this sudden change, the majority of the stragglers were led away by Captain Jin Hao with his troops, went to attack the four great families to seize food, causing the number of stragglers waiting for relief at the Yin family's gate and back door to be greatly reduced. The crowd was then able to return. However, everyone has heard about the stragglers storming the county office and the four big families. At this moment, everyone gathered around Zhang Sui when they saw him return. Bercheng, what's going on today? I heard that these stragglers are mixed with our people. Will they attract a siege from the Jizhou government? Vice Captain Zhao Su also came over. Zhang Sui met the expectant and anxious eyes of the crowd and, after a little meditation, honestly, he said, among the stragglers today, there are indeed people I have arranged. There's nothing we can do about it, because our Yin family is in decline. Also because of the fact that Zhao Yun had previously killed the previous head of the Lu family. The heads of the four great families were going to Madame over today, bullying us to take Zhao Yun out and give them an account. Zhang Sui snorted and said, how is this possible? Zhao Yun is out for our Jin family. If we abandon Zhao Yun on this, what face would we have then? Moreover, they have long since seen our Jin family fall into decline and want to bully us. We cannot afford to be timid, much less retreat. That's the way it is with the forces of evil. The more you show weakness, the more they get the better of you. In today's situation, our Jin family can only be tough to the end. Otherwise, sooner or later, it will be annexed. So, I borrowed the stragglers to destroy the granaries of the four great families. But that's not nearly enough. We still have to utilize this group of stragglers to thoroughly suppress the four great families. Make our Jin family even stronger. Nowadays, the posture of our Jin family is like that of a boat in a countercurrent, trying to maintain the status quo. That's not going to happen. We're either going back or we're going in. So get ready, all of you. Our quiet days are broken. Though it is not what we wish, we, the Jin family, shall persevere. It'll probably have to go to war. Heroes in troubled times. Heroes in appropriate times. Though a general is a man of many bones, yet, being in a chaotic world, we do not contend for they. Our destiny is in someone else's hands. Everyone should have felt it about Koji Yi's visit here earlier. Also, this time, but if our Jin family has someone strong enough, why do we need to invite Zhao Yun? The bottom line is dash. Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow and said, gentlemen, even though I speak vulgarly, but is the truth, if we don't fight and build, then, we'll always be the Yin family's ministry for the rest of our lives. Now that we're young, the Jin family will still want us. When we get older, will the Jin family still be kind enough to give us an old age? We have to have our own homes, our own women, our own children after all. Besides, no matter how nice and fragrant the paintings I paint for you are, they don't smell as good as a real woman. But it is impossible to have a real woman in our condition. The only way to have a real woman is to change our status. but where we can get out of the ministry, get a position, ask for a woman. It's not easy yet? Pointing behind him in the direction of the county courthouse, Zhang Sui snorted. That county magistrate, Zhang Shen, with his fat head and ears, if I remember correctly, he has several concubines. All of you are not as good as him? Zhang Sui doesn't want to fight per se. It's good to be in the Jin family, to have a wife and kids. However, he hadn't thought before that the Jin family's situation would be so bad. He's not stepping up today. Mrs. One Woman. How to face the vicious faces of the four families, or perhaps, 4-second miss to follow the historical track to marry Yuan Xie, Yuan Shao's second son? So one is still a man? Not to mention, now that I think about history, Yuan Shi was not a good choice. Thinking of the scene of the displaced people being driven today, Zhang Sui had some intentions in his heart. With his knowledge of history, perhaps, with the help of the Yin family, you can make something of yourself at the end of this Han dynasty, always meticulously and ultimately in the eye of the beholder. In the future, when you are old and can't think of anything else, will the Jin family still value you so much? People, after all, rely on themselves to feel more at ease. Moreover, one has a golden finger. Stripping off the upper half of one's body for half an hour of extra practice every day, able to add 0.1 pounds of force, there is a chance to trigger a blast. This is clearly to let himself to take the road of military generals. All the ministries heard Zhang Sui say this and were somewhat moved. To say they don't like women would be a lie, but whenever they really had access to women, who would look at the paintings that Zhang Sui had drawn for them? The problem is that there just isn't a chance, and as ministers, their heads have been hanging from their waists, their lives. As a result, all are afraid to marry a woman. Vice Captain Zhao Su frowned. The Jin family treasury does have weapons, but with only weapons and no armor. Those of us who go to the battlefield will also die 9 out of 10. Zhao Su sighed and said, even if it's like me, once I'm on the battlefield, the chances of being able to survive are slim. Zhao Yun's brother. You should know. The reason for his early death was that he was shot by a random arrow in his early years when he was leading a powerful crusade against the Yellow Turbans, though the feathered arrow is drawn. But he never got better. Then the disease flared up and he died. The crowd calmed down when they heard Vice Captain Zhao Su say this. Vice Captain Zhao Su said, a set of armor is too expensive again. Not to mention ordinary people, even our Jin family, gathering all the family funds. It wouldn't buy a few pieces of armor. The crowd nodded. Zhang Sui fell silent. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The short videos that I watched before crossing over were about the armor aspect. He had read 2 installments. Among them is the process of making paper armor. It's very convenient. Moreover, the defense of the paper armor was not weak, though paper is not cheap in this day and age. But, just with the cheapest yellow paper, that cost is naturally much smaller than that of armor. And, with paper armor, it wouldn't be very difficult to put together a few dozen sets. The only inconvenience was the rain. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui said, I have some ideas about the armor, and messing up, was able to get some. The crowd looked at Zhang Sui in unison. Vice Captain Zhao Su said anxiously, how do you get it? Zhang Sui laughed, get it out and talk about it. He wouldn't dare boast until he got it out. He'd have to craft a suit of paper armor himself. In case the production doesn't work, it's a big shame. When the crowd saw Zhang Sui say this, they were a bit helpless, but it's not good to push. It was also getting to dusk. The underlings brought supper. Zhang Sui was about to eat with all the ministries when a female voice rang out. Is the Lord's record in? End of chapter. The crowd turned their heads at the sound of a female voice. Zhang Sui also looked over. The voice, it sounded like Hong Yu's. Sure enough, at the archway entrance, Hong Yu poked her head out, her little face glancing towards the inside with some nervousness. Zhang Sui scrambled to put down his things and greeted him. It's finally something to look forward to. It's been days? Hong Yu has spoken to him once, since her ladyship's betrothal. No food was even brought over in the evening. When Hong Yu saw Zhang Sui darting over, her small face climbed with a blush and she busily shrunk her head back. The ministries watched the scene and made snickering noises of eek. Many eyes were filled with envy. That second Mrs. Personal Maid, Hong Yu, right? How many times has this come to Bozong? Look at her face just now. It's as red as a monkey's butt. It's not possible that she's interested in Bo Chang, is it? Ha ha, it's normal to have. Although Berchang lives with us, he's already the main record. It's very popular with the lady. Oh ye, follow and learn. The crowd soon quieted down again, faces somewhat pressed. They thought of women. They want women too. They're also a little tired of doing ministry. Zhang Sui quickly stepped out of the ministry compound. Hong Yu had retreated to the ancient well. She was carrying a wooden box in her hand. When Zhang Sui rushed over, her little face was still swollen and red, as if it was about to drip blood. While opening the wooden box and taking out a plate of dishes from it, Hanyu spat while saying, a bunch of mouths that don't keep their mouths shut. Talking nonsense? Who is interested in you? I am just following the order of madam. It says you've had a long day, so I'm bringing you some food as a treat. Zhang Sui sat by the ancient well and laughed. Then you really don't mean anything to me? Hanyu brought out the 3 dishes and plucked out Zhang Sui. She was tempted to say, the hell with you, but the thought was that her ladyship had promised marriage, and, moreover, that she should not be overly tongue-in-cheek. What if this elf takes it seriously and really thinks he's not interested in him and stops caring about him? Then you won't know who to cry to when the time comes. Thinking of this, Hanyu gouged out Zhang Sui while wiping the ancient well's edge with her handkerchief and, while saying, and you're not interested in me? Zhang Sui took a large bowl of corn rice and ate the green vegetables while he chucked up, while laughing. Of course it's fun. I just like you. How else would I have begged your wife to marry me? Hanyu used her handkerchief to wipe clean the edge of the ancient well before she sat down and said with a red face, I naturally like you too. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, then you haven't come to see me for the past few days? Hanyu bit her lip and looked away. If I don't come to you, you won't come to me? But thinking that he was also busy these days, Hanyu didn't go any further on this matter. Instead, he quietly watched Zhang Sui eat. Zhang Sui nudged toward the dishes and said, have you eaten yet? Eat together? Hanyu shook her head and said, I have to go back later to serve madam and second miss for dinner. It's become a habit for me to eat after they've finished. Zhang Sui looked at Hanyu's delicate little face. The red color had not yet receded. Zhang Sui suddenly stretched out his hand and, at Hanyu's startled gaze, he reached out and took her left hand. Hanyu didn't dodge. After a brief moment of shock, she lowered her head and stared at the hem of her skirt in disbelief. Her small face, which had been about to calm down, once again climbed with a reddish color. The voice even took a hint of trembling and said, you denizen, there are still ministries there in the archway. You're not ashamed. I still have to face. Seeing that Hanyu did not move her hand away, Zhang Sui became a bit more bold and simply put down his chopsticks and dishes. Holding Hanyu's small hand with both hands, he said, my lady has all but promised you to me. Just that you have not yet been married. I'm holding my madam's hand. What if they see it? Hanyu glanced at Zhang Sui and spat. Shameless. Zhang Sui licked his face and smiled. I'm still cowering in front of my own lady. Then in the future, do you want a woman to talk about bedtime matters? Hanyu pointed the back of her head at Zhang Sui and cut out, just looking for an excuse. Despite saying that, a small smile crept onto Hanyu's reddened face. It's not all that elfin. At least, it knows how to make a strong statement. Thinking about the animation I saw earlier of Mrs. Hanyu added, if you want to marry me, I have to have a bride price too. Zhang Sui gave a and got serious. What kind of bride price do you want? Tell me. I'll do my best. Hanyu took a deep breath and said, I want you to draw me a portrait like the one you drew of the lady before. The kind that moves. Just after saying it, Hanyu regretted it a little. It felt like I was asking a little too much. Madam is a madam. How can she be compared to herself? Even though she was to be his wife from now on, she couldn't ask for that. Thinking of this, Hanyu said, so what? It could also be. Hanyu was going to say that it could be replaced with a simpler one, but before her words could come out, Zhang Sui laughed. Just this? Don't worry. I'll paint you later when I have time. I want hundreds of your drawings to form your animation. For our grandchildren when we are old. Let them know, ma'am, that when you were young, you were as beautiful as, well, a churl. Hanyu's heart felt like it was coated in honey when she heard Zhang Sui say that. This man, quite a heart. Hanyu lowered her head and nodded heavily. You, if you're happy, if you have time, all at your service. Zhang Sui looked at Hanyu with a look of being at the mercy of the king, stood up and sat down next to her, looking at her pretty face, close at hand, like a ripe apple. Zhang Sui brought his mouth to the table. Hanyu sensed Zhang Sui's movements and busily moved her position to the side, looking sheepishly toward the archway. The 2 ministries at the archway entrance, long gone, have also gone to dinner. But even so, Red Jade felt eyes all around her. Almost crying out, he said, there are people around. In case they are seen, Zhang Sui saw that Hanyu was on the verge of crying out in a hurry, so he shrunk back and, putting her small hand in her palm and playing with it, she said, don't be nervous, I'm not going to kiss you. Even if I want to kiss, I'll wait until you want me to. Hanyu didn't dare to look at Zhang Sui, but she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Sui thought of the idiom that his female high school classmate had told him and said, I think that sister, you're a bit too nervous. In fact, it's more than common for us couples to kiss our faces. It's not just people. In fact, other animals are pros everywhere. Is it possible that, as human beings, we are no better than animals? Hanyu glanced at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Where? Zhang Sui said. Fish, fish right? Hong Yu spat and said, you really are a denizen. How can a fish kiss? Jiang Sui laughed. Zhuangzi, you know Zhuangzi, right? Hong Yu hummed. So, Jiang Sui said, Zhuangzi has said that when the spring dries up, the fish are on the land with each other, and they yawn and get wet, moving together. Two fish spit bubbles at each other to survive after the spring dries up. One fish spits out of its mouth and gets sucked in by another. Do you think it's pro? And it's more than a kiss, it's a straight up mouthful. I just looked at your sister's side face like a peach, charming your eyes, so I wanted to give you a kiss. Instead of kissing your way over to your sister's mouth and eating your spit. I've been very restrained. Hong Yu's beautiful eyes were wide open. There are such shameless people in this world, and one that can be so forcefully explained? Hong Yu panicked and pulled her hand out of Jiang Sui's hand, carrying the empty wooden box and leaving quickly. This denizen. Stay with him any longer and I don't know what other shameless things he'll say. Jiang Sui busily said, you're not taking the dishes back? Only then did Hong Yu stop in her tracks, glaring at him from afar, saying, I'll come back tomorrow to pick up. Denizen. End of chapter. Hong Yu finished speaking as if she had fled. Jiang Sui looked at her little body that darted away and laughed outright. Chick, I definitely want to take it a step further when you come tomorrow. Only after watching Hong Yu disappear around the corner did Jiang Sui pick up his rice bowl again and eat. Finishing all the meals, Jiang Sui cleaned the dishes and returned to the ministry compound. A crowd gathered around. Bok Sung, what is your relationship with Hong Yu? That's a popular person beside Madam and Second Miss. You must be careful. Madam will not spare you if she knows you are related to her. Jiang Sui met the crowd's questions and grinned. Madam has already promised her to me. It's just that the timing hasn't been right lately, so there's no marriage. When this time has passed, we will be given a marriage. When the time comes, I'm going to have to move out. I'm a man with a woman. All the ministries let out a gasp in unison. How could they not expect Jiang Sui to find a woman? Moreover, this woman is also like the jade like Hong Yu, the red person beside Madam and Second Miss. Lonely as I am, I'm going to look at the charts for an hour tonight. When will I have a good life like you? Bo Chang, Jiang Sui, while taking steps in the courtyard of the ministry, digesting and, while laughing, he said, hurry up and build a career. Brothers, wouldn't it be easier for all of us to get promoted together in the future? When the time comes, what woman will it take to not get it? The minions were suddenly excited again. Some people are already thinking about 3 wives and 4 concubines. Jiang Sui took a short walk, and only then did he begin to strip off his shirt. First, there was an additional practice of basic boxing and kicking kung fu, followed by the practice of the 16 styles of the Zhao family spear. After practicing for an additional half hour and sweating profusely, Jiang Sui ran to the ancient well to dry his sweat. Wait for 5th Miss Shenrong to come over. 5th Miss Shenrong only brought 2 duck legs today. Today, however, she wasn't asking questions. She was showing off. Previously, Jiang Sui taught her the principle of refraction of light to explain the breaking of chopsticks in water. Today, she told this to the gentleman and a group of fellow students in a private school. As a result, her fellow students couldn't understand her, and the gentleman was so angry with her that he blew a gasket, even called Mrs. to talk. After Mrs. went, the 5th young lady, Jinrong, confirmed the refraction of light by making a little boy hide in the water to see the height of the ruler in front of Mrs. be higher than the height of the actual ruler. The scene bluffed Mr. and Mrs. a little. They inquired of Miss 5 who had taught her, and Miss 5 crossed her arms and laughed merrily. And, to Jiang Sui, he said, I'm not going to tell them that my future husband taught me. Jiang Sui looked at 5th Miss Shenrong's smug look and laughed happily as well. He realized one thing, this 5th young lady, smart as a whip, had a flair for science and engineering. If educated well, there might be another Huang Yueying in this late Han era. Thinking of this, Jiang Sui touched her little head and laughed. Not bad, very smart. I like it. Don't tell anyone else I taught you in the future. This way I can teach you more. Thinking of the refraction of light, Jiang Sui asked, is there any glaze at home? 5th Miss Shenrong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, yes, we have several in our family, but it's a glazed cup. It's our family heirloom. It is rumored that it was rewarded to our family by Emperor Sung during his time. I broke one when I was a kid and got spanked by my second sister. Jiang Sui's eyes lit up and he said, you'll bring 2 of them over someday. I'll teach you the rest of the refraction of light. 5th Miss Shenrong hugged Jiang Sui's face, giving him a firm kiss on the side of his face. He said, I knew it. You know everything. Much better than Mr. Jiang Sui accompanied 5th Miss Shenrong to talk for a while longer before 5th Miss Shenrong left. Jiang Sui, on the other hand, took a shower, dried off, went back to his room, and fell straight to sleep. Tonight, he dreamed all night. The dream was all about him building all kinds of weapons and armor. However, when I woke up, All the various things in the dream were forgotten. Zheng Sui sat on the bed and stayed there for a while, trying to remember how various ancient weapons were built from the short videos I watched before traveling. He hurriedly took out his yellow paper and inkstone and, then with a twig, he quickly wrote an imitation of a stranger's sword's forge. Others, one after another, were written again. Throughout the morning, only the forging method of imitating the stranger's sword was written in full. Other methods of weapon forging are incomplete, and there are always missing steps in between. Zheng Sui could only draw these weapon sketches from his memory. As for the exact steps, you'll just have to see what pops into your head one day and add them. It's too hard to come up with it all at once now. He didn't have the patience for that either. After this morning meal with part of the ministry, it was only then that Zhang Sui went to find Mrs. What are you looking for, ma'am? Ask for plain yellow paper. To make paper armor, you need a lot of yellow paper. Zhang Sui remembered that the Jin family residence was there. It's going to be more of a waste of effort than if he went out and bought it. Madam was not surprised that Zhang Sui wanted paper. After all, Zhang Sui could paint and write a lot of words. Only, she didn't expect Zhang Sui to ask for so much paper. Nevertheless, she asked the housekeeper to take Zhang Sui to fetch a large amount of paper. Although Zhang Sui wanted a lot of paper, it was all the most ordinary yellow paper. The value is naturally not low, but it was all within the reach of the lady's heart. Just yesterday, Zhang Sui protected her at the county office and commanded the stragglers to storm the county office and the four great families. Then letting her write secret letters to the Jizhou officials to plead her case would be worth giving Zhang Sui so much paper. Zhang Sui was given a large amount of paper and used a dagger to cut these papers down to 2-finger widths, punch 4 holes in each cut sheet, and he got the lady to apply for some glutinous rice, and boiled it and then enlist the help of the ministry to glue these cut-down sheets with glutinous rice. 40 sheets of yellow paper for each portion. After each piece of yellow paper is glued, it is hammered solid with a wooden hammer. Try to minimize the gaps between the sheets. Only at the end were the glued 2-finger wide sheets strung together with string. It took 2 days for Zhang Sui to produce this set of paper armor. Zhang Sui put this paper armor on the wood and, for his part, he shot straight up a dozen times with an improvised compound bow. The results were surprisingly good. Zhang Sui remembers that there was already a large amount of paper in the Eastern Han Dynasty. However, the first paper armor appeared in the Tang Dynasty. This pair of paper armor came out and directly advanced the appearance of paper armor by more than 400 years. Zhang Sui removed the paper armor from the wood, put it on himself, and punched a basic set of boxing moves. He danced the Zhao family gun 16 stances a few more times. Paper armor is strong enough, yet it didn't really affect his movements. Zhang Sui immediately wore his paper armor to meet the lady. The lady touched the paper armor, her pretty face filled with shock. She did not expect that Zhang Sui's purpose for wanting paper was to create this kind of paper armor. More than anything, she didn't think that this paper armor would actually work. Zhang Sui smiled and said to his wife, "Madam, I have a request." The lady was still fondling the paper armor. At this moment, hearing Zhang Sui say this, she came back to her senses and said, "Ah, you say." Zhang Sui said, "My purpose of making this paper armor was not to make a splash. And I'm sure that once this paper armor appears, it's bound to be imitated very quickly. It's just that our Jin family will be the first to use it. I wish your ladyship to purchase paper as soon as possible now, before the Jizhou officials come to. We make as many pairs of paper armor as we can. And whoever made this paper armor, if anyone asks, don't say it was me. Let's just say someone else told you, ma'am. If you have to ask for a name, just say that you are from Jingzhou and your surname is Huang." The lady looked at Zhang Sui with an odd expression and said, "Why?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Anyway, if madam does what I ask, it's fine." The lady, though puzzled, did not pursue the matter. Everyone has everyone's hidden secrets. Zhang Sui obviously didn't want to go into details, so she couldn't be bothered to pursue it. Madam immediately got her steward to come and buy large quantities of paper all around Wuji County, then get someone to make paper armor under Zhang Sui's command. In the past few days, intelligence from Wuji County had also been continuously sent into the Jin mansion. The county magistrate, Zhang Shen, and the heads of the 4 great families were all captured by the stragglers, plus the 4 families' warehouses were ransacked. The large number of stragglers, again divided into 4 parts, converged in an organized manner and did not disperse. The 4 great families were temporarily cowering in their respective mansions, not daring to act without authorization. However, they still sent men to Yecheng to report to the Jizhou authorities, requesting the Jizhou government to send a large army to exterminate these stragglers. Madam has approached Zhang Sui about this. Zhang Sui told his wife that there was no need to be overly nervous. Instead, he found the captain, Xin Hao, and contacted the ministries and the displaced people around. Let the ministry organize the daily distribution of the looted food by the stragglers, and control the stragglers to stop causing trouble for the time being. 5 days later, news came again from across the river. The armies of Koji and Yinzhua. Once again, they defeated Gong Sunzan's army, broke through Yangnu County, and marched towards Yuyang County. Gong Sunzan's army, unable to resist. Meanwhile, a message finally came from the official Jizhou messenger in Yecheng, the messenger, leading an army of 1,000. It was less than a day's distance from Wuji County, too sleepy to code 2 more chapters during the day, probably in the afternoon. End of chapter. The Jin Mansion. Zheng Sui was directing the maids of the mansion to make paper armor according to his requirements. These few days had passed, and these maids had already produced 20 pairs of paper armor after Zheng Sui. These are the limits. Although this is the late Han dynasty, and paper has been reformed by Kai Luan, prices and production quantities have been substantially increased. This boost, however, is only relative to the old days. For now, paper, even the most common yellow paper, remains expensive and scarce. Zheng Sui was able to use so much paper this time, or the Jin family had a caravan nearby, and with no major conflicts with any of the families in the nearby counties. Just as Zheng Sui was checking the strength of the paper armor that was produced, a maid hurriedly arrived and said, "Madam tells you to hurry to the study. Yecheng has sent a messenger and brought thousands of troops." When Zheng Sui heard the maid say this, he was busy turning around and leaving. "When I arrived at the study, I saw Madam, the second prince, the second young lady, the housekeeper, and all the other important hands of the Yen family have arrived. Everyone got together and they all talked about it. Madam, on the other hand, was filled with rare anxiety. Once Zheng Sui arrived here, the crowd looked over in unison. That's the boy. What a bad idea. Now it's a good idea to send a messenger and an army. This is a regular army that has been transferred from Yecheng and has been through 100 battles, so how can it be resisted by a ministry like ours? If the messenger besieges our Jin family, hand him over." Zheng Sui frowned. Madam asked her housekeeper to pass a bamboo slip to Zheng Sui to stop the crowd's murmur. In a deep voice, he droned, "Shut up, all of you, now that nothing has happened yet you are disorganizing yourselves. Are you not crazy? Woe is me. Have none of you ever read a history book?" The crowd then quieted down. Although many of them were still looking resentfully at Zheng Sui, they didn't dare to speak. Zheng Sui was also too lazy to bother with this group of people. Receiving the bamboo slip from the butler, Zheng Sui quickly scanned it. Though they were all in traditional Chinese characters, several of which, taken individually, he couldn't really recognize, but strung together, he still read the meaning. The men from Yecheng, led by Tian Feng of the Farewell Bureau, thousands of elite men, 300 in armor. Zheng Sui hissed, "If 1,000 men come, 300 will be armored. This configuration, is it ready to strike?" Sure enough, in these late Han times, stragglers are not human beings. In the eyes of the lords, generals and families, the stragglers are just as dead as they are dispensable. In their eyes, the so-called the people are the most valuable does not refer to the displaced people, but to the big families. The only thing to be thankful for was that it was Tian Feng who led the way. Tian Feng, as a Jizhou Biejiao, the top stream among the officials of Jizhou, has always been very rigid in temper, and very insightful and resourceful. Historical records show that Tian Feng and Koji should take the first credit for Yuan Shao's ability to take down Gong Sunzan. Koji charged. Tian Feng came up with a plan. In the middle of the famous boundary bridge, after Koji defeated Gong Sunzan's white horse boxers, Yuan Shao was also nearly killed by Gong Sunzan's white horsey going and returning. It was Tian Feng who commanded his personal guards to rely on the terrain to fend off the white horse boxers, and after that Koji came to kill. It's what saved Yuan Shao's life. Although in the end, Tian Feng and Yuan Shao ended up having a falling out, and Tian Feng was even killed by Yuan Shao in prison. But that's all very much behind us. At least for now, Tian Feng is definitely one of Yuan Shao's most trusted strategists. Thinking of this, Zheng Sui handed the bamboo slip back to the housekeeper and bowed to the lady. "Madam, I did make a mistake in my previous guess. I thought this group of stragglers, armed with sharp blades, were forced to storm the 4 great families in order to make a living. It deserves sympathy, and the law is not against it. But, apparently, I was wrong about the way the Jizhou government treats the stragglers. They don't care about the stragglers. In the eyes of the Jizhou government, the stragglers should be damned if they stormed the great families of the world. So, they sent 1,000 elite men, and they were armored for 300. The crowd clamored again. The lady's heart trembled a little. However, looking at Zheng Sui's calm demeanor, the lady's mind drifted back to the county office. Zheng Sui held a bow and arrow with a ruthless scene. It also surfaced that Zheng Sui was standing on the roof of the wagon, waving his hands and constantly shouting loudly that scenes of commanding stragglers. At this time, she chose to trust the man in front of her, who was the age of her second son. The lady slapped the desk and again said in a deep, petulant voice. Silence. The crowd was quiet again. The lady's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura as she swept across everyone. All of them did not dare to meet her eyes, though the lady always wore a smile on weekdays and looked gentle. However, at this time, the pretty face was also so bloomy that it was able to drip water, and there was a sense of intimidation. Zhang Sui looked at the lady and sighed darkly. It's no wonder that a superb woman like Madame can still support this huge Jin family. Just the face changing and the aura it brings is very compelling. It's hard for the average underling to resist. Second Miss Shinmi is a bit of her shadow. As for the second son, Yen Yen, he couldn't even eat a fart. Madame suppressed the crowd, and only then did she continue to look at Zhang Sui. Bo Qing, so you think that what should we do about the situation at hand? This time, when we stormed the county office and the four great families, we had our people there. Since the messenger has come over, it can be easy for him to investigate. Our Jin family was already in decline. Now that the messenger has arrived with a large army, that the four great families are afraid that they are going to push us to our deaths over this? The crowd once again looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui organized his words in his mind for a while. Only then did he say, if someone else had led the group this time, we might have been in real danger. However, the person leading the team is the Don't Drive Tianfeng, and that could be a favorable thing. Tianfeng is the absolute beloved strategist of the Jizhou pastor. If Jizumu simply wants to exterminate the stragglers this time, all the more reason then for him to send a member of the military generals who are well versed in combat, plus the importance that the Jizhou minister had previously placed on our Jin family. I think that the most important purpose of the Jizhou ministers, besides rounding up the stragglers, and the secret letter that prompted the lady's previous letter. Normally, at this point, Madame should have gone to greet the messenger herself, then promised the secret message. But I thought that if the visitor was the Bujia Tianfeng, there was a third way. Now immediately dispatch the ministry to inform the four quarters of the stragglers that the Jizhou government has brought 1,000 men in armor and elite to exterminate them. The stragglers shall panic, and then have the ministry among the stragglers reveal themselves as the ministry of the Jin family, and inform the stragglers that let everyone wait for the arrangement. My Jin family is willing to work together with them to survive. Many people stood up in miso and snapped, crazy? Letting our Jin family live and die with these stragglers, just these stragglers, are they worthy? If they all die, what does it have to do with our Jin family? The lady's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold aura as she swept over. The men shut their mouths again in indignation. Madame took several deep breaths. Her high breasts rose and fell violently a few times, and only then did he squeeze out a smile at Zhang Sui and said, continue, Bo Qing. Zhang Sui said, unring the bell. This time it started with the stragglers, and naturally it should stop with the stragglers. Although the Jizhou government doesn't treat these stragglers as human beings at all, a group of obedient stragglers that, there are able-bodied men among these stragglers, and they carry a great deal of provisions. If I were Bag Tianfeng, I wouldn't move my troops again. Nowadays, the enemies of Jizhou are actually more than just Gongsunzan. Earlier General Koji Yi came, and the second prince and he were at war. Zhang Sui didn't continue this further, but said, it can be said that Jizumu needs stabilization right now. More soldiers and horses are needed, as well as more provisions. If we are joined by able-bodied men from the straggling population of our Wuji county, and there is grain and grass, that's a bargain for nothing. Ultimately this is something that will just be a big deal, and we, the Jin family, need to seize this opportunity. Use the stragglers to deepen your relationship with the Jizhou government. Nowadays, in this situation of our Jin family, we can either rise or fall. There is no second choice. Therefore, after the stragglers have been told to calm down, the four quarters of the ministry will select the able-bodied among the stragglers. Under the leadership of the second duke, he went to greet Tianfeng, the other minister, informing us that the Jin family had been given large quantities of grain and grass, and that the stragglers were tame, willing to serve the Jizhou government. Also, our Jin family is willing to send out our ministry to help train these stragglers. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned a little white and he was about to come forward, but he glanced at Madame's gloomy gaze. Second Duke Xinyan could only droop his head at once. When Madame heard Zhang Sui say this, she pondered a little for a moment and said, in this matter, it's up to you to accompany Yen. If it's done right, my Jin family can fulfill any of your wishes. The crowd gasped, any of the wishes? Are you crazy? He wants the Jin family's fortune, so he'll give it to him too? The lady looked over with a sullen face and said, so which one of you is going to solve this crisis and, the same promise to you? The crowd all snapped their mouths shut. End of chapter. When the lady saw that the people did not dare to answer, she then said to Zhang Sui again, Bo Qing, I am optimistic about you. Zhang Sui looked at his wife, and a warm current surged through his heart. Madame is not only beautiful, but also so gentle and considerate. Clasping his fist at Madame, Zhang Sui made a gesture of invitation towards the second prince, Jin Yan. Taking the second son, Yan Yan, he rushed to the ministry compound. As the lady watched Zhang Sui and second Duke Xin Yan leave, her beautiful eyes glowed with a bright light. It always feels, somewhat surprisingly, peaceful. Second Duke Xin Yan followed Zhang Sui as he walked. It was not until the person behind him disappeared from view that second Duke Xin Yan trembled and said, Lord Record, truly, it's really okay? I feel like I can't even talk when I see the alibi. What should I do in case he tries to kill me? Zhang Sui laughed. I'm the main marker, a member of the Jin family. Even if Don't Drive wants to kill someone, he'll kill me first. The second son, Jin Yan, said with a look of eagerness. Then has it been agreed upon? Zhang Sui was somewhat speechless. If Tianfeng really wants to kill someone, if I die, you probably won't be able to escape either. But there's always comfort. Otherwise, this second male is too cowardly to go. Now that he was the oldest man in the main family of the Jin family, if he didn't dare to go, then nothing could be done. Zhang Sui was secretly helpless. This is if the Jin family is mine. With the Jin family backing me up, what am I afraid of? Even if the Jin family is in decline, there are more than 200 ministries in the mansion, and the maids and male servants add up to thousands of industries are spread all around. Even Yuan Shao coveted it and wrote secret letters to Madam, wanting to take a concubine Madam, thus plotting against the Jin family. It's a pity that with such a large family business in his hands, the second son is still wimpy like this. Zhang Sui thought of Liu and Song Huizong in history. Shaking his head, Zhang Sui smiled at second Duke Xin Yan. As promised, no matter what happens later on, I'll even make sure to die before you, second prince. Only then did second Duke Xin Yan breathe a sigh of relief and was moved to say, Lord Record, if only you were in my family. Unfortunately, you're just a master marker. Otherwise, I will marry my second sister to you. Zhang Sui let out a forehead. This second son, he simply lost his mind. Surprisingly, in order to protect himself, he wanted to send out the second young Miss Shinmi. But he likes it, can't show it, of course, Zhang Sui said with a serious face. To be able to serve the Jin family, that's my duty. The second prince mustn't say that. Second Duke Xin Yan nodded heavily. After this incident, he must repeat to his mother that he should treat this master mark well. Don't let him walk away from Jin's house. The two men arrived at the ministry compound, and Zhang Sui, in the name of the second prince of the, commanding the ministry to rush to the 4 gates of Wuji County, find the stragglers and the ministry among the stragglers, and tell them to follow the plan. He was waiting for them at the entrance to the west side of the city with his second son and Vice Captain Zhao Su. The crowd of minions quickly dispersed. Only then did Zhang Sui and his lieutenant Zhao Su, flanking the second son, Jin Yan, ride their steeds and, straight to the west gate of the city. It was only when it was close to noon that we saw Captain Jin Hao and the rest of the ministry, arriving with 4 teams of stragglers. Zhang Sui hurriedly greeted them and inquired about the status of these ministries. From them all did as he asked, and the stragglers, though now panicked, were, however, they were all within control, and, with the ministry remaining in them to pacify them, Zhang Sui was relieved. Zhang Sui asked Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su to straighten out these stragglers and minions, make urgent and simple adjustments to make these stragglers look at least superficially similar to the ministry. After this, Zhang Sui had his second son, Jin Yan, lead the crowd toward the outskirts of the city to meet him. About 10 miles outside of the city, they encountered people from the 4 great families. The 4 families didn't send their minions. They were afraid that once the ministry was drawn away this time, the stragglers would continue to storm the mansion. Really, even if the Jizhou government's reinforcements kill these stragglers, as far as the 4 great families are concerned, there is also no way to recoup losses. The 4 major clans had all sent only a handful of stout men to escort the representatives. Seeing second Prince Xin Yan with a group of at least 1,000 people, the people from the 4 great families panicked and pulled away. The 4 great families and the Jin family had long been on the same page after this incident. There are 4 big families without the Jin family. There's the Jin family without the 4 families. Therefore, the people of the 4 great families were also afraid that the second Duke, Yan Yan, would suddenly strike and kill them here. However, second Duke Xin Yan's group did not make a move. They formed an array and waited quietly under the rectification of Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. After waiting for nearly an hour, dense silhouettes were seen in the sky. Now the sun is blazing. The blazing sunlight hit the armor and cold flashes could be seen from afar. The 4 great families were all excited. There was cruelty in their gazes as they looked at second Duke Xin Yan and his party. The Jiju officials have arrived. This Xin family, who dared to storm the county office, and the 4 great families with their lowly stragglers to seize grain. Today is the day of the Yin family's destruction. The silhouettes were getting closer. Finally, it transformed into an army of 1,000 men. The forefront of the 1,000-man army was full of generals clad in armor and holding sharp blades. There were dozens of people in front of them, all riding high horses, unusually serious and majestic. The man in the rear was not mounted, but, with that aura of solemnity about him, it's still gut-wrenching. These men, obviously, were battle-hardened generals, not ministry comparable. Second Duke Xinyan's hands and feet shook terribly as he watched these people approach. Zhang Sui hurriedly held the back of his left hand and laughed. Second Duke, don't be afraid. As I said before, even if I will die before you. Second Duke Xinyan looked at Zhang Sui and almost cried out. Lord's Mark, that's a little too gentle. Even a man himself wants to rely on him. The army eventually stopped in front of the crowd. The people from the 4 great families greeted them first, each introducing themselves. Zhang Sui assisted the second male to go over. The second son, Xinyan, is really scared. His legs and feet are not listening. After a few moments, only the middle of the army, a dozen generals in armor flanked a middle-aged scribe in a green shirt with an elegant face as he walked up. The middle-aged scribe is no one else but Tian Feng, the Jizhou Bu, one of the most trusted strategists of Yuan Shao, the governor of Hebei province. At a glance, Tian Feng saw the group of 1,000 men behind Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. This group of 1,000, though at a glance you could tell most of them were lazy and untrained. Yet, they are all young and strong. Interspersed with them were some obviously trained men. Tian Feng pointed at the group of 1,000 men behind Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, asked, what is the condition of these people? Lu Xin, the representative of the Lu family, busily stepped forward and saluted towards Tian Feng. Back to Ambassador. These are the Jin family rebels who encouraged the stragglers to storm our county office and our 4 great families. After Lu Xin finished speaking, he flashed a morose smile at Second Duke Xinyan. Dead. Greet the messenger and have the nerve to bring so many people. Tian Feng's gaze swept over the men in front of him, not responding to Lu Xin's words. Instead, he said, who is in charge of the Jin family? Second Duke Xinyan stepped forward tremblingly and said in a trembling voice, yes, it's me, Xinyan, the second oldest of the Jin family, and currently the eldest male of the Jin family. Tian Feng rode on his warhorse, looking down on Xinyan, watching his body shake like sifting chaff. A slight frown. Zhang Sui was directly speechless when he saw that Second Duke Xinyan was left speechless. At this point, people are waiting for you to open your mouth and explain. What are you doing if you don't seize the moment to explain the thousands? I taught you everything just now. Seeing that Second Prince Xinyan had no intention of opening his mouth yet, Zhang Sui clenched his teeth and quickly stepped forward. Toward Tian Feng, he bowed and said, Master Jin family record, disciple of the former pastor of the state of Bingzhou, Ding Jianyang, meet envoy. Tian Feng looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise and said, you said, whose disciple are you? Zhang Sui raised his head, looked straight at Tian Feng, and said loudly, back to the ambassador. I'm a disciple of the former Bingzhou prefect Ding Jianyang, a native of Yanmen County. Ding Jianyang, that's Ding Yuan. Jianyang is an epithet of Ding Yuan. Today 5:10:000 plus up. Last night stayed up all night to code. No savings. End of chapter. When the people of the 4 great families heard Zhang Sui's introduction, each of them secretly said that it was not good. None of them knew that the Jin family was even harboring a disciple of the former pastor of Parallel Prefecture. Tian Feng sized up Zhang Sui and asked, you said you're Ding Jianyang's disciple? What did Ding Jianyang teach you? Zhang Sui lied without blushing. Sir did not personally teach me anything. At first he saw that I was lonely, but intelligent, and wanted to teach me himself. But it coincided with the great general recruiting him to the capital. So he hastily left some bamboo books for me and then hurriedly left. He asked me to meet him in the future. And then, he never came back. However, I learned a few things based on those bamboo books he left behind. Like literacy, like painting. Tian Feng was skeptical. You show your hand and see? While Zhang Sui took out a dagger from his waist and drew a portrait of Tian Feng on the ground. On the one hand, he said, at that time, when Mr. accepted me as a disciple, I did not yet recognize words, therefore, Mr. taught me to learn to write the names of people to begin with. It's just that he left before I could learn. The names I remember, for example, are Lu Bu Lu Fengxian, Zhang Liao Zhang Wenyuan, Uncle Zhang Yang Zhangji, Tian Feng. This man, pontificating, did seem like he had some dealings with Ding Yuan. It is also difficult for the general public to know that Ding Yuan, the former pastor of the state of Bingzhou, originally had these 3 generals. What made Tian Feng confirm something more and more was that while the man in front of him has some unusual painting skills, he does have them. After he'd drawn so many random pictures on the ground with his dagger, a human head that somewhat resembled his was shown facing right out, but it was so vivid and lifelike, stopping Zhang Sui from continuing to draw. Tianfeng asked. You really weren't personally taught by Ding Jianyang? Zhang Sui hummed. Mr. said that one should be honest, and I indeed am not. Tianfeng looked at the portrait, then at Zhang Sui, and at the second son, Jin Yan, who was beside Zhang Sui, looking at Zhang Sui's calm demeanor, while second Prince Jin Yan didn't dare to raise his head, his legs and feet trembling. Tianfeng nodded. One can only say that there is still a big difference between the fallen Jin family and Ding Jianyang. Tianfeng dismounted from his horse and continued. Then you are now in, Zhang Sui said. When Yanmen Pass was in turmoil earlier, the guard opened the gates and lured the Xianbei and other Hu people into the city. I could only follow my old folks and stray to Wuji County. Looking to the second son, Jin Yan, beside him, Zhang Sui said, fortunate to have the help of your ladyship and the second son. That's how I got my footing. Now, the Jin family has asked me to be the main organizer and help with some things. Tianfeng had some small disappointment in his heart. Ding Jianyang's disciple, but not taught in person. It is true that there is some ability, but it cannot be said that it is due to Ding Jianyang. Let's just say there is some knowing. And, now it's a subordinate of the Jin family. There's no way to pity him for being a little talented like that. One could not cross the Yin family to take him either. Tianfeng nudged toward the array behind Zhang Sui and said, what is the situation of these 1,000 people? Lu Chang was busy coming up and said, these are unruly people. Tianfeng frowned. Lu Chang immediately turned pale and didn't dare to speak. After all, the messenger in front of us is no ordinary man. He's a Bieber. Those who belong to the top of the Jizhou government, even the old master Lu Hui, when he was alive, had been a ruling center engaged, and was far from being able to compare. Not to mention, now that the old man, Lu Hui, has been killed, he is even more unofficial. Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui and said, continue. Zhang Sui was slightly pleased in his heart. Sure enough, it was good news when Tianfeng came. Zhang Sui hurriedly pointed to the array behind him and said, these 1,000 people behind us, there are our Jin family's ministries. There are also the strong among the stragglers. They stormed the 4 great families before, and they realized the mistake. Therefore, when they learned that our Jin family was coming to greet the ambassador, they begged to come along, admitting their mistakes to the envoy. They also showed their attitude to the envoy that they wanted to take the blame and ask for something to be done for the Jizhou government. The grain and grass they got from impacting the 4 great families, they are also willing to give up all of it to the Jizhou government. The people from the 4 great families were in a hurry. These stragglers are robbing their food. And now, it's going to be surrendered to the Jizhou government? Lu Chang's face blanched as he once again snatched his words. Envoy, it's absolutely not possible. These thugs, they robbed the granaries of our 4 great families, and we all have no food to eat. At this rate, we'll starve to death. Zhang Sui just lowered his head and didn't retort. There was no point in retorting at this time. After all, the Jin family did lead these stragglers to rob. And, the point today is not whether the grain was looted or not, nor whose grain these are, much less whether the 4 great families would die without this food. Rather, the Jizhou government also needs food. With such a large amount of grain, it would be too difficult to collect it from the various worldly families on weekdays. The big families were all arrogant and domineering at the end of the Han dynasty, but now that it has been taken out, how can the Jizhou government let the big families take it back? Ignoring Lu Chang, Tianfeng said to Zhang Sui, are you sure that you are going to hand over these grains, and that you won't riot again? Zhang Sui pointed to the array behind him and said, what we have brought this time is only a very small number. The vast majority of the stragglers, hearing of the ambassador's arrival, are waiting quietly for him at the 4 city gates. If the ambassador doesn't believe me, he can take the generals on inspection himself. If they have rioters, the ambassador can kill them on the spot. Tianfeng looked at the quiet and tense stragglers in the array and nodded his head. Greeting the unarmored soldiers out, he said to Zhang Sui, arrange for someone to take them to bring the grain over. Now that you realize the mistake, don't make it again. This time, seeing as your first-time offenders, I'll spare you. As his eyes fell on the array of stragglers, Tianfeng pondered slightly for a moment and, his eyes fell on the second son, Jin Yan, and he said, since these stragglers listen to your Jin family so well, I will now appoint you, Jin Yan, to be the general of the ministry, responsible for training the stragglers in this array, for future use by the state minister. I hope you won't let him down. The second prince, Yan Yan, was a bit dazed and was about to refuse. Where is his ability to train this group of stragglers? And, to train these stragglers, then they need to be fed and watered. It's a huge expense. He couldn't get the idea to go back and ask his mother. But before he could speak, Zhang Sui busily pulled him toward Tianfeng and solemnly saluted. Thank you, envoy. We will definitely not dishonor our mission. After saying that, he greeted a few more ministries up and asked them to take Tianfeng's soldiers to each of the 4 city gates, transporting food out. The people from the four great families looked at this scene and their faces turned white. Lu Cheng came to Tianfeng and cried to recapture the grain or they would starve to death. Zhang Sui stood to the side, secretly sneering. This Lu family patriarch has some bad brains. On weekdays, it would be bad for the worldly families to collect taxes. Now that you've taken it out, how can I let you take it back? In his place, he could only bite his tongue at this time, so he might as well give it away generously as a favor. Instead, he favored trying to demand it back. It's a lost cause. The other family members saw Lu Cheng pleading and came up to beg Tianfeng. Tianfeng didn't even care. On the contrary, the generals behind him looked at the people of the four great families crying and wailing, and immediately drew their weapons. The four great families were silenced. Tianfeng raised his hand and scolded the general. Why don't you put your weapons away? The generals had put away their weapons. Only then did Tianfeng say to the people of the four great families, now that the world is in a bad way, the state shepherd wants to pacify the world. There is an urgent need for provisions. I've heard that the benevolent people of Wuji County are very righteous, but when I came here, I spoke to the state pastor, and it wasn't easy for you. The stragglers are unintelligent and have made you suffer. So that, the state pastor immediately sent a large army to assist. With such a large army, it costs quite a bit of food on the road. Now we are at war with Gongsun Zan again. Tianfeng exclaimed. At this time, if someone can be a good example of, it would be good to solve the state minister's worries. The mouths of each of the four great families shivered. It's heartbreaking enough to not get back the food that was looted. This Lu still want to take food out of his own people's hands? Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled off Lu Cheng's forehead as he said in a trembling voice. We've been robbed of food by stragglers and are going to starve as well. Tianfeng crossed Lu Cheng's eyes and ignored the crowd again. The people of the four great families came together and looked at Tianfeng for a moment. One moment, he looked at the 1,000 elite men behind Tianfeng, and the next moment, he looked at second Prince Xinyan. Their teeth were gnashing. Just robbers. What Jizhou government? No different from robbers. If I'd known they'd act like this, I shouldn't have asked them for help. Instead, they found a way to rush straight to the Jin family. And the Jin family too. This group of people from the Jin family, they're so hateful. A declining family, or a woman in charge. Sooner or later, I'll have to avenge this. I'll try to do 10,000 a day, and I'll try to code at night. Updates will be scheduled between 10 p.m. and 9 p.m. during the day. And, thanks to, read all about it. End of chapter. Tianfeng looked like he hadn't seen the indignant looks of the people from the four great families at all. The truth is, he doesn't care. These so-called big families are no more honorable. And who is as good as a state pastor who comes from 4 generations of 3 dukes? He was not at all afraid of any resentment or even retaliation from these 4 great families of Wuji County. These 4 families are really not long for the world. So let's wipe him out. For the state pastor with military power and honorable birth, the extermination of 4 families not that it can't be done. It's just a little more trouble. Now it's a critical period for the state shepherd to pacify Hebei, and the enemy to be dealt with is very powerful. The state pastor really didn't want to distract him. When I think about it, even Han Fu, the state pastor of Jizhou, the state pastor can be destroyed. The crowd waited at the west gate of the city. It didn't take long for soldiers to arrive escorting stragglers and carrying food. Tianfeng was satisfied with the reaction of these stragglers. As Zhang Sui said, honestly, there was no sign of rioting at all. Then, his mission of leading an army to pacify Wuji County this time had been accomplished. Zhang Sui could also see Tianfeng's covetousness and eagerness for the grain. For a whole day, Tianfeng didn't leave, don't even eat, nor did it go into the city. Just kept watching batches of grain being shipped out of the city and then toward Yecheng. The people from the 4 great families and the second Prince Xinyan and the others did not leave. Zhang Sui also accompanied. However, Zhang Sui asked Captain Jin how to lead the array to the entrance of the Jin family's mansion. Get the missus to arrange for lodging. He, on the other hand, stayed in place with his vice-captain, Zhao Su, and a dozen or so of his minions to accompany the second son, Jin Yan. It was not until dusk that the food from the 4 major families in the city was completely transported away. Tianfeng didn't stay behind either and followed the large group. Only then did Zhang Sui accompany second Prince Xinyan and leave with Vice-Captain Zhao Su. By the time we returned to the Jin family residence, Madame had already arranged for the accommodation of the nearly 1,000 stragglers. Just a dozen private houses next to the Jin family residence. After Zhang Sui had determined where the nearly 1,000 stragglers lived, he was ready to enter inside the Jin family residence, back to the ministry compound. However, he saw Zhao Yan call out to him and said, Lord Records, what is this situation today? Zhang Sui didn't lie and honestly said, the emissary sent by the Jizhou government today is Biejie Tianfeng. He has appointed the second son as a ministerial general. That is to say, our Jin family currently has the Jizhou government as a backer. In the future, with these 1,000 more people, the other 4 great clans will not dare to easily offend. Zhao Yun said. Then, I'll withdraw back tomorrow with my brothers. We've been out for a while too. There is no danger to the Jin family, and my mission has been accomplished. Zhang Sui could only nod his head as he saw Zhao Yun speak decisively. His heart was a little lost. During this time of contact, he admired Zhao Yun more and more. This Zhao Yun, compared to the loyal and righteous Zhao Yun from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a touch more human, very grounded, very chivalrous. He would have loved to keep Zhao Yun. However, it was clearly impossible for Zhao Yun to stay in the Jin family, at least for the time being. Zhao Yun is a man of high pursuits and high moral character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought people back from Gongsunzan. Zhang Sui patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and said, Zilong, I admire you. In the future, it is possible that, try to connect as much as you can. If there's anything I can do to help, just mention it. Let's just say you want to animate the monk of the straw lamp, and I can help with that too. Zhao Yun's face was a bit unnatural, and he sophistically said, if I want to paint, it must be of the spring and autumn. Zhang Sui nodded his head repeatedly and said, yes, paint the spring and autumn, paint the spring and autumn. Zhang Sui stayed with Zhao Yun for a few more moments until his stomach rumbled, and only then did he enter the Jin family residence through the side door. When the subordinates saw Zhang Sui return, they immediately served dinner. Zhang Sui finished eating and took a short walk to digest some of it, before he stripped off his shirt and started practicing up extra. After this additional training, Zhang Sui triggered another blast, increasing his strength by 0.8 pounds. From the time he crossed over to now, nearly 3 months, Zhang Sui insisted on practicing extra hard every day. Original one-arm strength of 150 pounds, now it's all turned into 176 pounds of force. Zhang Sui looked at his arms, which were already somewhat muscular, with some skepticism. This 176 pounds of force, it didn't feel like his perceived 176 pounds of strength. Before he crossed over, he watched Olympic weightlifting and learned about some of the Olympic weightlifting records. He remembers that the inaugural Olympic record for one-armed weightlifting was 142 pounds. Did he or she this surpass the Olympic record? Look at this body of yours. Although it has grown some flesh, it's still thin as hell. It doesn't feel like surpassing an Olympic record. Find a way to get a scale to measure it tomorrow. He also remembered that there was a difference between the gene of the Han Dynasty and the gene of the pre-crossing period. After the extra practice, it was late, and the ministry compound was full of minions sleeping. This is the era of the late Han Dynasty. People, especially ordinary people, are extremely poor in spirituality. Usually by the end of the day, they have nothing to entertain them. All you do is play with your wife and kids except sleep. This is probably the main reason why wife and kids are hot. Unlike before he crossed over, when he was tired to death all day, and when he came home, he still played with his cell phone and swiped short videos that, playing games, often bored, and still able to play until the next morning. Then drag your heavy body to work like a dead dog. Drying his sweat, Zhang Sui put on his clothes and just prepare to go to the ancient well and wait for the 5th Miss Jinrong or Hongyu to bring food. It took him a little by surprise. Surprisingly, I waited for both Hongyu and the 5th young lady Jinrong. To be exact, there are 2 others, the 2nd young lady, Junmi, and Mrs. The 4 daughters came over with a wooden box carried by the 2nd young lady Junmi under the red jade beading lamp. Zhang Sui busily greeted him and said with a smile, Madam and 2nd Miss, what brings you here? 5th Miss Jinrong raised an eyebrow at him. Look, mother and 2nd sister approve of you. We've kind of met family. Later, when I grow up, there'll be no need to go through all the trouble of marrying me. Zhang Sui. He was somewhat unsure of the meaning of the 5th young Miss Jinrong raising her eyebrows at him. Looking at 5th Miss Jinrong's small face with a soulful expression, Zhang Sui secretly sighed. This would be great if it were my own daughter. It's pretty, and smart. If she could be trained to become the 2nd Huang Yueying, she would be famous in history. When Madame heard Zhang Sui say this, she smiled and said, You have made a great achievement today. I've already heard about it from Yenner, so I've accompanied Ronger over here to treat you and ask you something in the meantime. Zhang Sui busily wiped his sleeve on the ground beside the ancient well, helping to wipe the ground clean. Only then did he make a gesture of invitation towards Madame and 2nd Miss Shinmi. The Madame watched as Zhang Sui numbly wiped the ground with his sleeve and nodded in her heart. This man, though young, and talented, and courageous, and gentle, like his late husband when he was alive, he could never have done himself over, and he immediately wiped the floor with his sleeve in a similar motion of, or maybe the late husband doesn't care too much about his feelings, even if the late husband did favor himself. So much tender and considerate behavior from this man, and I don't know where he learned it or who taught him. End of chapter. Hearing Madame say this, Zhang Sui revealed a smile and said, this is all what I should do. As I said before, the Jin family and I are one. If the Jin family is good, I can be good. Madame was very satisfied with Zhang Sui's answer. Sitting down on the floor, which Zhang Sui had wiped clean, Madame signaled the second young Miss Jinmi to place the wooden box not far away, opened it, and took out 2 meat and 2 veggies from it, as well as a big bowl of soup cake, signaling Zhang Sui to eat first. Although Zhang Sui thought he had a thick skin, at this moment, facing the sight of 4 women, he was still blushing a little unnaturally, but this was no time to be shy. Zhang Sui could only gulp down his food while diverting the attention of the women. Asked, I don't know if Madam and second Miss have any more orders? The lady pondered slightly for a moment before nodding her head and saying, today, the Beiwei appointed Yenner as a ministry general. I'd like to hear what you think. These stragglers? Since the Bei Dao has entrusted Yenye, it's only natural that we have to take them on as well. Nowadays, Arshan family was originally feuding with the 4 great families, may not have the strength to anger the Jizhou government again. Not to mention, as I told you before, Jizhou Mu and I wrote that secret letter. Zhang Sui organized his words before he said, to sum it up in one sentence, we're going to train up as much as we can. Normally, it would be hard for us to go it alone and recruit so many able-bodied stragglers for our use. This time, through the persecution of the Jizhou government, these able-bodied stragglers, in order to save their lives, it had to be used for my Jin family. It's a good thing. Now that the world is in turmoil, our Jin family can only keep moving upward in building our career if we want to protect ourselves. To get to that point, more powerful forces are needed. More powerful, trained ministries are just a must. Now that so many able-bodied ministries are converging on our hands, in our case, it's actually a really big positive thing. It's for the long haul. As of late, the addition of so many robust ministries we can pull up to the door for drills fair and square. I don't believe that the 4 great families won't be afraid when they see so many people. They wouldn't dare to easily strike against our Jin family again. If it were before, we'd have to worry about them stopping it. After all, so many people are a threat. But today, we have the pretense of an official appointment in Jizhou, so no one can stop anyone from coming. The lady kept nodding her head. The second young lady, Junmi, also secretly marveled. The dentist is really impeccable except for a little bit of color. To train these nearly 1,000 stragglers for the Jizhou government, and the Jizhou government doesn't offer any favors, any rations and weapons. It's likely to be a headache when viewed by a normal person, but after what he said, it became a big favor. That's what sets his eyes apart from ordinary people. Hong Yu, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Sui with some fascination. She doesn't understand any of this, but, seeing the lady nodding her head constantly, it was clear that the man, himself, was brilliant. Zhang Sui continued, also, Koji E is bound to clash with the Jizhou shepherd. In my judgment, the place where the conflict started is near our river. Now Koji E has joined forces with Yan Rou, the general of Yanmen, commanding the Han army, and the Xianbei led by the Hu is a large army. They are attacking Gongsunzan, and are constantly singing triumphant songs. This looks like a big victory for Koji E, building on his success. But as far as I'm concerned, it's Koji E who is burying himself. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. In the old days, Go Tramp was lying on his back, and turned his head to get Da Fu Wenshou killed. Han Xian assisted Emperor Gaozu in destroying the king of Chu, and was soon made to die by Empress Lu in the palace of Chang'e. Gongsunzan is the most powerful enemy of Jizhou Mu. Nowadays, Koji E is able to constantly defeat Gongsunzan. Once Yu Yang is taken, Gongsunzan will be extremely weakened and will no longer be a match for Jizhou Mu. The meaning of Koji's life will cease to exist. Before Koji E arrived, the second prince almost made a move with him in Arjun family. And this is the proof. The arrogant man must be reaped by heaven, no matter how capable he is. Jizhou Mu is definitely not the type of person who can watch others ride on his head. Not to mention, Koji E has joined forces with Yan Rou, the Yan Men guardian, who is indeed strong. Yet another reason why he must die. The Jizhou minister can put Koji E to death on the grounds that he is united with the Xianbei and other Hu people to brutalize the people. In this way, killing Koji E will also win the favor of the great families of the world. Previously, Koji E sailed to Wuji County and connived with the Chan elites to rape women in broad daylight. This may seem like a great sight, but it is the dirt that buries him everywhere. All the more reason we need to expedite the training of the stragglers now. In the future, when Jizumu and Koji E go to war in the neighborhood, we'll be nearby, and then, whether we want to or not, we must follow out to fight Koji. Now there are these nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers, hastening their training for the great battles of the future. The merit established by these nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers is Arjun families. If there is a small war effort, the second prince will surely be an official. It's best if it's a military general, holding military power, with military power in our hands, not to mention the 4 great families. We'll have a place in Yecheng, if we really can't. A civil official. Arshan family has some backing. Nowadays, Arshan family seems to be in a critical situation, but opportunities and dangers have always existed side by side. By utilizing this army of nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers, and looking back later on, this is definitely the beginning of the restoration of my Jin family's glory. As the lady watched Zhang Sui gushing, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Men and women are just different. He himself had supported the entire Jin family all these years, but he was unable to consider him at this level. His own second daughter, always intelligent and very insightful. However, she couldn't say much about discussing the matter of her second son's appointment as a ministerial general with her today. The lady looked at Zhang Sui with some burning eyes. If he could be his own man, lowly as he was, but that, with his intelligence, it was enough to help the Jin family, and then they will give him children, and they will be considered brothers and sisters with their own current children. Everyone was able to work together for the Jin family. It's just that there's no telling what he's thinking, though one's looks are pretty good, but the age was there. After all, a dozen years older than him. Try his attitude today. The lady said. Well, that's what I thought. In that case, starting tomorrow, me are in disguise. What do you think about scheming with you under Yen's hand? Yen's ability is mediocre. Mir is around to be able to help with some ideas, especially with food and grass expenses. Zhang Sui glanced at Jinmi. If he were to simply lead an army, he really didn't want to take second Miss Jinmi. Second Miss Jinmi looks so fine and tender. It is too horrible to go to the battlefield. It's probably gone. But, ma'am, when it comes to food consumption, in this regard, in today's Jin family, there is truly no one more suitable than the second young Miss Jinmi. For one thing, she had enough authority to transfer grain and grass to the Jin family at any time. Although he saw various war movies before he crossed over, the vast majority of people like to highlight the bravery of the generals to describe the capabilities of a large army, but he had always thought that provisions, generals, and intelligence were equally important, and that one was indispensable. The addition of the second young lady, Jun Mi, ensured a steady supply of food and grass, and this was the best person for the job. Secondly, the second young lady is much more decisive and bold than the second son. Sometimes the second prince can't take an idea, and is far away from the lady, so that, it's okay to be able to convince the second young lady at that time. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed. Your ladyship has thought this through very well. I will swear to protect the safety of the second miss and the second prince. End of chapter. When Madame heard Zhang Sui say this, she smiled and said, Yener and Mir need protection. You need to be safe too. Bo Qing, in our Jin family, you are a very important person. As you said before, my Jin family and you are one. Zhang Sui hummed. Second Miss Jinmi shot a glance at Zhang Sui and also secretly nodded. Honestly, she had originally thought that Zhang Sui would disapprove of her following her second brother to train this group of nearly 1,000 stragglers. After all, as he'd said before, no matter how disguised it's also easy to see that you're a woman. But it didn't occur to me that he would approve instead. In the meantime, just keep an eye on him. Didn't my mother tell me to recruit a son-in-law? It's a denizen though, but he is also worth considering. Well, she was actually a little jittery inside. The average man who can afford it will basically never consider joining a family. This denizen has shown all the ability to be good, at least so far, and a good hand at painting in a weird style. Maybe, he really doesn't want to join the family. However, when this thought came together, it was suppressed by second Miss Jinmi. She is the second miss of the Jin family, looks as good as, and is as beautiful as, the country. The ability to do so is also outstanding. Since reaching maturity, how many people have stepped over the threshold and begged their mothers for themselves without being able to do so? If he could really join the Jin family and be his husband, what would he not be satisfied with? She was the second young lady of the Jin family. How could she grow others' ambition and destroy her own? Thinking of luring Zhang Sui as a son-in-law, the second young Miss Jinmi looked to the lady at her side. The implication of her mother's earlier comment was that she had a compatible man and wanted to remarry. The reason why I am concerned that second brother's ability is too mediocre to support the Yen family. Wanted to wait until I had a family on my side before making a decision. Second Miss Jinmi was curious. Who is that man? It's amazing that they were able to move their mother to remarry. You know, the mother can't even look at the Jizhou pastor. Second Miss Jinmi secretly made the decision to observe properly during this period of time. Previously, my mother had never considered remarriage. Now, to be able to move the mother's heart. This man, what kind of god is he? Surprisingly, he has such charm. The four daughters watched Zhang Sui finish his meal, and only then did the lady smile again and say, Bo Qing, I hear you can also tell fortunes? Zhang Sui glanced at second Miss Shinmi. It looks like this is what she said out loud. The soft and boneless nature of second Mrs. Small Hands came to mind, and Zhang Sui thought of Hong Yu again. During this time, he also pulled on Hong Yu's small hand. Both women are good looking though, but their little hands feel completely different. Red Jade's fingers were more slender and dry. Miss Tu's fingers were softer to the touch, as if they had no bones, and icy cold, and it is also prone to fine sweating. Zhang Sui's eyes fell on the lady's hand. I touched it once before without thinking. Nice touch. Moreover, Madam was a bit more plump than both second Miss and Hong Yu. So did her hands. But it's plump, not fat. At this moment, meeting the lady's gaze, Zhang Sui busily wiped his hands on his clothes and, suppressing a small inner fidget, he laughed. Yes, I know some. Second Miss Shinmi narrowed her eyes. What's this denizens point? He hadn't specifically wiped his hands when he'd told his fortune before. The lady said, then I'll trouble you to do the math for me. Zhang Sui busily said, wait a moment. Under the suspicious gazes of the women, Zhang Sui brought up a wooden bucket of water from the ancient well, carefully scrubbing one side of the body, making sure to scrub any dirt from the hands, before re-drying them on the body. Then he came to the lady and said with a serious face, ma'am, please extend your right hand. The lady hummed and held out her right hand. Zhang Sui looked at the lady's right hand reaching out in front of his eyes, and his expression went into a trance. Though I've known Mrs. for a short time, but this was the first time he had ever viewed his lady's hand so closely. Not bad for a second young lady's mother. All of them have the feeling of being soft and boneless at first glance, but there was something different. The lady's fingers were slender and white, like fragile objects. Yet, there is a great deal of meatiness to it. Before he traveled across the world, he had also seen various so-called actresses' extremely beautiful hands. The vast majority of them are kind of a little thin and scrawny. He didn't really like that. Women, wherever they are, have some meat on their bones and actually have better senses. Zhang Sui's mind subconsciously fantasized about the scene of the lady's small hands roaming over his body. The body instantly burned. The ladies were all a bit puzzled as they watched Zhang Sui staring at the lady's right hand. Madam also couldn't help but ask curiously, Bercheng, is there a problem? Zhang Sui abruptly came to his senses, and busied himself with a sarcastic smile. No, it's just that I just thought of something and got a little carried away. Zhang Sui was secretly chagrined. Madam is such a siren. He thought to himself that although he liked beautiful women, he definitely hadn't gotten to the point of piggishness before. But when confronted by the lady, he was somewhat uncontrollable. This is if the lady is using beauty tricks on herself. Zhang Sui secretly sighed and, one is likely to be susceptible to the trick. In the past, when he read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and watched The Chain of Tricks, he always thought Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu were too brainless. It was only now that he had some empathy. A beauty like Madam. She's a riveting seductress. Not even sure anyone can resist? Anyway, one would probably not be able to resist. Tidying up his mind, Zhang Sui took hold of the fingertips of his lady's outstretched right hand. The other hand gently rubbed over her palm. Hong Yu was busy carrying her lamp a little closer. Zhang Sui was almost moved to tears. Her ladyship's little hands were so soft that they felt like no bones to the touch, and a little fleshy, and what a ing treat. What a hand playing your series. After Zhang Sui wiped it off, he blew towards the lady's hand again. The lady watched Zhang Sui hold her little hand and rub it and blow on it. Her pretty face also flushed red. She looked toward Zhang Sui, and her heart beat violently. She hadn't been this close to any man since her late husband passed away. At this moment, looking at Zhang Sui's serious and pious face, the lady thought of the countless nights when, the look of a man lying in bed by himself tossing and turning. If it had been him, at night, in bed, he would not have let himself be alone any longer. And, as a woman, having experienced personnel, the lady's heart fluttered. Through Zhang Sui's actions, she could tell that Zhang Sui had a crush on his woman who was a dozen years older than him. There was a sense of restlessness in Madam's heart. She wanted to tell Zhang Sui that if it was he who, she could have remarried. She needed him to warm herself. Yet, in spite of this agitation, Mrs. Don't look away from the. Force yourself not to think about that for a while. Not yet. At least, it's not the time for the Jin family today. As the mistress of the Jin family herself, even if she has to remarry, she has to make sure that the Jin family continues. Ensure that several sons and daughters will be able to settle down. Until then, there is only patience. The Jin family and their sons and daughters are their first consideration. After Zhang Sui finished blowing, he analyzed it in a serious manner and said, Madam, there are 3 lines on this man's palm. The love line, the lifeline and the career line. Madam has a thick and one-pointed lifeline and is able to live to the end of her life. The career line is generally thick and smooth, yet choppy, and it means that the Jin family under Madam's charge will be relatively smooth. There have been 2 breaks in the love line. one complete break and one about to break. It means that the lady's marriage was not very smooth in her life. She lost her husband in the first part of her life, and there were some twists and turns in the second part of her life. It needs to be carefully thought out by the lady. The end bifurcates and breaks in two places, indicating that the lady's daughter is smooth. 2 of the sons will die young. Mrs. 2nd Miss Shinmi. 5th Miss Shinrong. Hanyu's face suddenly changed and she chided in a low voice. How can you say that? Zheng Sui looked back at Hongyu. This stupid girl, she really thinks she's making it up? These are your own words based on history. Fortune-telling is fake. It is true that their fate is told through history. 2 more chapters, haven't checked them, won't be able to post them until I find time to check them this afternoon. End of chapter. Seeing Hongyu chastise Zhang Sui, the lady came back to her senses and busily said, Hongyu, don't blame him. Only then did Hongyu lower her head. The lady looked at Zhang Sui and said, I believe that Buqing will not curse us. Zhang Sui said with a serious face, I'm just being honest. It's the same words as before. If the Jin family is good, I can be better. If I can, I also want the Jin family to be incredibly powerful. This way, if I live in the Jin family, I can also rest in peace. There's a saying in my hometown that says, wife, kids, and a hot bed. A man's ultimate dream is to live happily ever after with his wife and children. Wouldn't it be nice if I could be safe and secure every day, with my own wife and children every day? Cursing something to happen to a couple of males would not do me half as much good. A couple of males are the men of our Jin family. The stronger they are, the more favorable it will be for our Jin family. The lady hummed, pulled her own small hand from Zhang Sui's hand, and got up. Buqing, trouble you to eat and rest early. After saying that, he took the 2nd young Miss Shinmi, Hongyu and the 5th young Miss Shinrong to leave, all the way to the door of the 5th young lady, Jinrong's room. It was only then that the 2nd young Miss Shinmi suddenly spoke up. Although he is a bit of a denizen, he is indeed not a person who would tell lies. Earlier, he told me his fortune that Koji-e would be able to defeat Gongsun Zan's allied forces, and with the certainty of his tone, definitely not making it up. Brother and father are dead. I think it's necessary to have the healer look at the 2nd and 3rd brothers as well. I've heard him say before that destiny can actually be changed. It's just that because other people don't know their destiny, they can't change it. Now that he has calculated your destiny for you, mother, then why not change it according to your destiny? Madame suspiciously looked at the 2nd young Miss Shinmi and said, You're quite trusting of Buqing. I don't see much contact between the two of you on a regular basis. 2nd Miss Shinmi froze, then came back to her senses and forced a smile. Mother, where do I trust him? I just can't stand him. It's true that there's some talent, but it's a little too denizen. You are not to know that he also draws the kind that moves dash. Seeing Madame staring at herself with a puzzled expression, 2nd Miss Shinmi's pretty face swelled up and turned red, hands gesturing in the air. It's the kind where a man and a woman are on top of a bed, and can move, and give that group of ministrations that, I caught you in the middle of the morning. I hate this kind of denizen, full of that sort of thing, completely devoid of literati style. The lady then nodded and said, I see, I was just asking. Also, no man is too horny, as I told you before. Don't you keep grasping at this point of Buqing. No man is perfect. No gold is perfect. You can't ask someone to be perfect. If Buqing Jin were perfect, how could he have fallen to our Jin family? Work as an underling for our Jin family? It was taken long ago. Looking at people, except for the great traitors and evildoers, we must look at their good points with a kind eye. Buqing, especially so. In our Jin family today, I thought that there was no one more talented than him. As the 2nd Miss of our Jin family, if you choose to recruit a son-in-law, your future position in the Jin family could be the first. Your 2nd brother is capable of this, and I don't want to say it again for my mother. You should learn how to deal with underlings nowadays. We can be strict with ourselves, but not with others, even if it's a close friend or family member. 2nd Miss Shinmi obediently said, My daughter has remembered. Madame looked at the 2nd young Miss Shinmi in such a state, reached out her hand, pinched her pink and pretty face, and, softly, he said, In the future, perhaps Buqing will be able to help you even more. The Jin family, you may need to work together. Mother doesn't want you to turn against him, you know? 2nd Miss Shinmi looked at Madame, her heart beating a little intensified. What does mother mean by this? Is this mother's intention to set herself up with that denizen? Mother wants to take that degenerate into her family? Glancing at the personal maid Hongyu beside her out of the corner of her eye, 2nd Miss Shinmi secretly muttered in her heart, Mother should be considering having promised Hongyu to him. Serving him by himself and Hongyu together, there wouldn't be too much yelling and cheating. After all, Hongyu had followed him since he was a child and had always obeyed. 2nd Miss Shinmi hummed in her heart. This denizen, he really makes good use of her. and pleases his mother so quickly. Despite this thought, the second young Miss Shinmi still said, daughter knows, and won't talk about him like that in the future. The lady laughed. Okay, then you rest early. Tomorrow you will have your subordinates go and get a healing worker to come over and look at your second and third brothers. Second Miss Shinmi said. Good. The madam again lowered her head and gently touched the forehead of the fifth young Miss Shinrong with her forehead and smiled. Ronger, go to bed. Fifth Miss Shinrong answered and pushed open the door, bouncing into the house. Madam and second Miss Shinmi walked in and watched as she took off her coat and laid down on the bed. Only then did madam come to the bedside and gently scraped the nose of the fifth young lady. Jinrong, and, softly, he said, close your eyes and go to sleep. Fifth Miss Shinrong was busy nodding her head and closing her eyes. The madam overlooked the face of the fifth young Miss Shinrong, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. This little daughter of his own is so fond of him. He also quite liked his little girl. There would be no conflict between father and daughter if they could marry him later. This youngest daughter of his own, born not long after her late husband died of illness. She hadn't experienced fatherhood in all her life. Hopefully, he and I will become. This way, the youngest daughter could also feel her father's affection from him. After watching from the bedside for a while, watching the fifth young lady, Jinrong, go to sleep, the madam helped her tug on the corner of the quilt and led the second young Miss Shinmi away. Madam watched Hongyu and second Miss Shinmi go to their rooms to sleep before returning to her own room. After attending to the affairs of the Jin family for a while in front of her desk, the lady took off her outer garment and, revealing her belly band and two long, round thighs, she lay on the bed, pulling the covers over her belly. The lady stared at the drapes in disbelief. Her thoughts drifted far away. For the first time since her late husband's illness, she thought life was pretty good too. There is something to look forward to. Thinking of what his second daughter said, Zhang then drew the bedtime activities of men and women on the paper. Still becoming able to move, the lady burst out laughing, a blush creeping from her neck right up to her earlobes. Zhang Sui, it seems, really can't get over that bit. If it works out with him, after their bedtime, would he draw the two of them in bed together? Thinking of that scene, the lady bit her red lips and her breathing was vaguely a bit rapid. End of chapter. After taking a shower, Zhang Sui returned to his room and fell asleep. Today he was satisfied, touching the little hand of Mrs. It was as if the touch of the lady's little hand in her hand was still between her fingers. He mentally counted sheep and forced himself to sleep. It's really late. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. This isn't pre-crossing. This is the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. As a servant in someone else's residence, you still have to go to bed early and get up early. Create an image of yourself as a hard worker. This sleep, Zhang Sui slept exceptionally well. Waking up with a start, he hurriedly put on his clothes and shoes and quickly rushed to the entrance of the mansion. Yesterday, Zhao Yun had said that he was going to take people back today. Zhao Yun had done such a great favor these days, so how could he not send them off? When Zhang Sui rushed to the front door, Madame had surprisingly woken up. At this moment, she and the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young lady, Jun Mi, and the housekeeper, was saying something to Zhao Yun. One of them, Zhao Yun, was still holding a set of paper armor in his hands. Zhao Yun kept nodding his head. Beside Zhao Yun, a group of magnates were organizing their clothes and cleaning the manes of their warhorses. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, the butler said, Lord Records, he has also come. Zhang Sui jogged over and greeted Madam, Second Duke Xinyan and Second Miss Xinmi successively, said, Why are you all up so early? Ma'am? Madam laughed. Zilong also told me yesterday that he wanted to leave today. During this time, Zilong and his brothers have done our Jin family such a great favor. How could I, as the host, not come out to see you off? After a pause, the lady added, By the way, Bo Qing, it's not convenient for me to go out and, later, you take a few ministries and send Zilong and the others out of the city. Zhao Yun laughed. It's too much trouble. The Lord's record is quite busy. No need to trouble him. The lady insisted. It has to be. It's basic etiquette. The butler immediately entered the mansion. Before long, he saw a couple of minions come out with their horses. Zhao Yun saw this and, cupping his fists to Madam, Second Duke Xinyan, and Second Miss Xinmi, he said, Then Madam, Second Duke, and Second Miss, we'll be leaving. Next time, if you need help, just go find me. For the last year or two, I'll still be in my old neighborhood. I won't be leaving. Madam said with concern, Do you really not want to eat breakfast before you leave? I've already asked someone to cook it. Soon, Zhao Yun rolled onto his horse and waved his hand. Ma'am, there's really no need. Go inside and, we're really gone. The lady waved her hand. Zhang Sui took his horse from one of the quartets and drove alongside Zhao Yun. The other powerhouses have come on board. Towards Lady, Second Duke Xinyan and Second Miss Xinmi, they clasped their fists and left. The group went straight to the west gate of the city. Zhao Yun smiled and asked Zhang Sui, Lord Records, I heard Madam say that you made the paper armor? How did you come up with that? Zhang Sui pointed to his head and said somewhat smugly, it's all in my head. Zilong, if possible, I hope that in the future we can fight together in the battlefield. Zhao Yun heard Zhang Sui say this and pondered a little before saying, let's talk about it. At the moment, I have no intention of doing so. Now the world is in great strife. So many vassals, yet none of them strike my fancy. Jizhou herdsman Yuan Shao is hypocritical to the extreme, plotting to murder the former Jizhou herdsman Han Fu. But Han Fu was still a disciple of his Yuan family, and he even ceded the pastor of Jizhou to him. He's all still down for the kill. This kind of person, I despise. Gong Sun Zan, originally I most admired and thought a hero. Who knows, when the war comes together, the original form is revealed, killing Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, and condoning the arbitrary trampling of the people by the generals under his command, even burning and looting. Zhao Yun said with a pained look on his face, there's no difference between them and the Hu people. The rest, not to mention the rest. Cao Cao massacred hundreds of thousands of people in 4 counties in Shuzhou. Yuan Shu is just a dude. Lu Yan, the shepherd of Yizhou, has taken over the mountain and cut off Yizhou from the imperial court. The zone thieves of Jingzhou prospered, and the state pastor, Lu Biao, lived off the zone thieves. Li Zhugua Sea Stream is the Western Lian barbarians. This great world, with so many lords rising to power, yet there is no benevolent ruler who truly fights for the people. In that case, I might as well stay in my old home. My brothers are there. As long as it's on our acreage, we can at least protect our folks from disaster. Zhang Sui nodded, deeply impressed. That's true. Today's lords are a bunch of scum that are worse than rotten. If I were not a servant of the Jin family and did not want the Jin family to fall into ruin, even being obliterated by 4 tiny clans, I'd like to follow your example. Zhao Yun patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, Lord Records, you have courage and resourcefulness, but harboring in a small family like the Jin family is really a pity. I observe that the lady and the second young lady are good to you. If you can marry one, it won't be in vain for you to bend your knee in the Jin family. Zhang Sui looked odd and said, how can that be? How can Madam and second Miss look at me? Especially ma'am. Zhao Yun said, I've been here before. My kids are catching up to you. I remember every smile of my late wife's life. I can't be wrong. Zhang Sui said, I'm just a subordinate. Zhao Yun laughed. It's because you're an underling that it's possible. Although the Jin family is a great family, it has long since fallen. Now, in vain is there a house full of riches, but not a single male owner. In other people's eyes, it's a meat and potatoes. Who wouldn't want to crave a bite? It's possible to screw up and have your family die. What right does it have to dislike you? Unfortunately, I don't have a daughter. With your talent, Lord, remember, marrying my daughter to you would be a blessing for me. You but a nobleman to see that your future is bright. If I wasn't such a bad robber, I'd want to take you with me. Zhang Sui was flattered by Zhao Yun. Just then, a female voice suddenly rang out. Second brother. The crowd looked ahead. However, on the wall of the west gate of the city, there was a young girl with a lance in her hand. The young girl came flying down with a leap of faith. It was clearly the young girl that Zhang Sui had met when he went to Zhao Yun's house in Jinding County, Chanshan County earlier. Zhao Yun's face suddenly changed. Behind him, the magnates were also taken aback. Stao Yu, what brings you here? Why are you still alone? It turned out that the young girl was Zhao Yun's sister, Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu darted down the wall and unhooked a steed from the stakes of a wooden shed. The horse galloped to meet him, stopping next to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yu smiled and cupped his fists towards the crowd of magnates. What am I afraid of alone? I just saw that you guys hadn't been back for so long. Second brother. And I heard that there was a war going on across the river. Just made a point of coming over to see it. In case you guys get involved, I need to give a heads up to my aunts and sisters-in-law at home. Zhao Yun stretched out his hand, pinched Zhao Yu's face hard and laughed. You naughty boy. You are a daughter after all. Next time you go out, get a couple people together. There's chaos everywhere now. And if something really happens, how will I explain to my mother? Zhao Yu hammed and hawed, but instead of responding, he cocked his head and, to Zhang Sui on Zhao Yun's other side, he waved a small hand and said, Hey! Zhang Sui smiled down at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu asked again, I haven't heard your name when you went to my house before. Zhang Sui was about to reply. Zhao Yun busily interjected and said to Zhang Sui, Lord Records, go back, don't send any more. With so much going on in the Jin family, it's only important there. The magnates clasped their fists at him and said, Lord Record, we'll see you again. Seeing this, Zhang Sui said, Alright then, brothers, be safe. Zhang Sui steered his horse to the side with a few of his minions and watched Zhao Yun and the others leave. In front, Zhao Yu's voice came out and said, Second brother, what are you doing? I don't know his name yet. Zhao Yun said. There's no need to know. Zhang Sui. Zhao Yu's suspicious voice rang out. Why? Zhao Yun's voice faded away and said, this is a denizen. Obscene to the core. Even painting women kind of portraits. Sister, you stay away from him. He's got a big mouth. He's a smooth talker. I'm a man. All of them were dazzled by what he said. And a daughter like you can't stand it even more. Zhao Yu exclaimed. He's such a person. I was just looking at him. And he's svelte. Zhao Yun's voice drifted away and said, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Zhang Sui. End of chapter. Beside Zhang Sui, a few of his minions had apparently heard Zhao Yun's words. With a somewhat strange expression, he said to Zhang Sui, Lord Records, Brother Zhao said you're obscene, eh? Zhang Sui turned his head and glared viciously at a few people before steering his horse back to the Jin family residence. On the way, he saw the ministries of the four great families. They hid in the alleyways, in the crowds, looking at him with a pair of resentful eyes. Zhang Sui snorted. These people from the four great families really don't see the coffin. And now they want to take a shot at the Jin family. Waiting. Now you don't have a chance. The future has even less chance. Zhang Sui returned to the Jin family residence. The gate and back door of the Jin family residence were opened again to provide food. However, this time, those who are responsible for arranging the queue of stragglers and supervising them to prevent them from rebelling, no longer a member of the Jin family's ministry, but an ordinary male subordinate. Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su were leading the ministry, pulling the 1,000 able-bodied stragglers in the open space at the gate of the mansion. He began to train. The nearby stragglers watched from afar, whispering. Only, the eyes of these stragglers were not resentful. On the contrary, there were some small snickers. Zhang Sui greeted Captain Jin Hao. He was directing his ministry to train with 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. Zhang Sui asked, who arranged this? Captain Jin Hao laughed. Second Miss arranged it. Zhang Sui nodded. So it is. The second young lady, Jun Mi, is also a very intelligent woman. In this era of starvation at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the people of the great families were extremely cold-blooded. Not to mention the opening of the barn for food, they hated the land of the other people. The family's assets were all raided. It's no longer as simple as chowder. Totally knocked the bones out. Second Miss Junmi is a special case. According to the history books, the historical Wuji County has also experienced an extremely miserable time. The second young lady, Junmi, then went to Mrs. and her second brother. That is, today's second Prince Xinyan proposed to open a warehouse to provide food. The second son, Yan Yan, asks her why she did it. Historically, the second young lady, Junmi, roughly meant this. Our Jin family has plenty of food. The people are starving to death and are prone to desperate measures. Opening the barn to provide food and losing some of the grain won't hurt the Jin family too much. However, it will arouse the goodwill of the people and prevent them from hitting our Jin family with their ideas. It is no wonder that Junmi, the second young lady in history, married 2 husbands and was favored by both. Unfortunately, her later years were a bit dismal. When I think of the historical second Miss Junmi dying with chaff stuffed in her mouth and her long hair draped over her face, Zhang Sui sighed. Such an intelligent and stunning woman. Such a fall. It's really saddening. Signaling Captain Jun how to continue, while Zhang Sui prepared to go find Mrs. See if she has any special arrangements for herself. If not, he joins the training. It is now the first year of Xingping, and the ensuing pandemonium is getting more and more intense. If you don't train properly and improve your martial arts, you'll die a horrible death when things change. Of course, he also wanted to stay in the Jin family and enjoy his happiness peacefully. However, in today's situation, he really didn't dare to hope for that Yin family situation in history. Madam was in the hall when I found her. Second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Xinmi, and third Duke, and several other young ladies were there. A healer was taking their pulse and whispering questions about the situation. Second Duke Xinyan was standing to one side, his face white. Zhang Sui arrived and the crowd looked over. The lady walked over alone and whispered, "Coming? Zhao Yun and the others are gone?" Zhang Sui hummed. The lady signaled Zhang Sui to follow her out. The two came to the roof outside the hall, and the lady's eyes were a little sore and, squeezing out a smile, he said, "Bercheng, thank you indeed." Zhang Sui looked at Madam suspiciously. Madam spat out a breath and said, "Just now, he medical worker gave Yanyan's son a look and a check. It says that Yanni's body is in great deficit, and apart from 2 frequent bedtime affairs, there is another, too much work, thinking too much. Thankfully it was caught in time. Otherwise, it is likely to lead to diseases such as consumption." He said that there was a son of a great family in Hedong, surnamed Wei. It's the disease that killed him, and because of this, his new wife was blamed. He medical worker told me not to blame my daughter-in-law, saying this, if only it could be detected and improved in time, and not wait until things get serious. It's all in time. Zhang Sui, the Hedongwei family? New wife blamed? Isn't this Kai Wenji, the famous talent in history? Of course, at the moment she is not called Kai Wenji, but Kai Zhaoji, whose real name is Kai Yen. The name Kai Wenji was changed to avoid the name Sima Zhao. Kai Wenji was also a bitter woman, to be precise. At the end of the Han Dynasty, those famous women that, there isn't one that isn't bitter. Zhang Sui comforted his wife and softly said, since it has been found out, it is a good thing, although it's a taboo to see a doctor. We have this condition in the Jin family for the sake of our health. It's still important to have the healer look at it more often. The lady nodded gently and said, Bercheng, thank you. Zhang Sui pointed outside and said, Ma'am, is there anything you want me to do today? If not, I'll just go train with the ministry. Madam smiled at Zhang Sui and said, no, you go and get busy. If something comes up, I'll send for you. Outside on the side of the ministry and the stragglers, although Yenny is the ministry general, it's just a surface, and need you to worry more about it. Zhang Sui said, don't worry, ma'am, I know. The lady hummed and turned to leave. Without taking 2 steps, her feet wrenched, and with an ouch, she was about to fall towards the ground. Zhang Sui's eyes were quick and busy as he rushed up and wrapped his arms around Madam's small waist. Madam's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What had been frightening a moment ago turned into panic in this moment. Her pretty face swelled red. Not far away is the lobby. His own sons and daughters, still all in it. With her small hand pressed on Zhang Sui's chest, the lady's pretty face that was so red that it was dripping with blood. Her red lips slightly opened. In a voice as low as a gnat's, she snapped, don't let go yet? Zhang Sui's ears also burned a little. This is the first time I've been this close to the lady. Let's just say, ma'am's body, it's so soft, like a puddle of soft mud. And, being so close, one could clearly see Madam's pretty face, those long eyelashes, that glowing skin, a tiny wisp of a crease in those red lips. Even the tiny fluffy hairs on that nose look a little playful and cute, especially the redness, like a ripe apple. Zhang Sui couldn't help but think of when Cao Cao assisted Empress Dowager He in Romance of the Three Kingdoms before he traveled across the world. The dainty look of Empress Dowager Ho. It's no wonder Cao Cao likes young women. Zhang Sui swallowed hard, but instead of sending it away straight away, he pulled the lady to her feet, and only then loosened it lovingly. It wasn't that the lady hadn't noticed Zhang Sui's difference. She bit her red lip and limped toward the hall. Her heart, at that moment, also sent a ripple. There was a little smugness in her heart. Though I'm older myself, in my 30s, still, it seemed to be tempting to him. Zhang Sui looked at the lady's silhouette as she went in and averted his eyes with difficulty. His heart thumped a little as he thought about what Zhao Yun said before he left. Could it be that the lady actually did mean something to herself? Soon, however, he snapped back to his senses and slapped himself. Sure enough, he's a scumbag himself. The reason why I wasn't a slag before crossing over, by the looks of it, really wasn't my nature. Rather, they are too poor themselves. Poverty has saved itself from becoming a decent man who is not attracted to women. Nowadays, it hasn't been long since I crossed over, and I've already forgotten that I just crossed over. A near starvation situation. Now that she clearly has Han Yu, she still fantasizes about Mrs. What a ing scumbag. Zhang Sui takes a quick step away. Don't dwell on that. Let's not talk about whether or not the lady can get it. Even if you do get it, who can do anything about it? This is the end of Han. But if you are in a position to do so, then why make it so difficult for yourself that you have to stick to the same rules of marriage that you had before you crossed over? Know how to adapt to your environment. Right. One just needs to adapt to the environment. After all, those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Zhang Sui rushed to the gate of the Jin family residence and joined the ministry and 1,000 able-bodied stragglers to begin training. Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su have different training. The training of 1,000 able-bodied stragglers begins with a zigzag. The ministry, on the other hand, moved from fisticuffs to weapons training. Vice Captain Zhao Su is in charge of long-handled weapon training. Captain Jin Hao, on the other hand, was in charge of short-handled weapon training. End of chapter. While Zhang Sui was training with his ministry, in the hall of the Jin family's residence, the healer finally finished examining the 2 males and a couple of ladies. Smiling down at the lady, the healer said, don't worry too much, ma'am. The other males and ladies are in perfect health. Just the second male needs some attention. Though I shouldn't be the one to say these things, I'll remind. The second prince needs a looser environment, not too much pushing. The Jin family has high hopes for the second prince. But, sometimes, people's abilities are just out there. It's like a bowstring. One has to treat an ordinary bow as if it were a good one, and pull it hard every day until it is full of strings. It won't take long for this ordinary bow to break. The lady looked to the second prince. Yen Yen. Second Duke Xinyan's face turned a little white and he was busy lowering his head. The lady sighed darkly. Your own son. This time, really has no bearing? His eyes fell on his second daughter, Junmi. That's all. Still pinning my hopes on my second daughter. Zhang Sui came to mind. With the second daughter plus him, it shouldn't be a problem to support the Jin family as of now. And one is not old enough to do that. Thinking of this, the lady smiled at the healer and said, "Thank you, he. Looking to a maid standing in the doorway, the madam said, "Take he Hyungong to the side hall to have something to eat. Rest." He also made a gesture of invitation towards He Hajuan, and said, "He Hajuan, I'll have the butler settle your bill. You will rest a little in the side hall." He medical worker nodded and left. The lady looked at her two sons and a few daughters again and said, "Yenner went to rest for a while, and the others? All go to private school." The crowd dispersed. Fifth Miss Shinrong ran to the side of the lady, tilted her head, and said with a pleasing face, "Mother, child, can a child ask for one thing?" Madam lowered her head and smiled. "Wronger, I heard that you've been rummaging around lately. Before my mother can blame you, you come to the door." The second young lady, Junmi, was going to walk out. She was going to disguise herself and then go outside and watch the group of minions and the 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. Hearing the fifth young Miss Shinrong say this, she also curiously stopped in her tracks. She's been busy the last few days helping with the bills, so it didn't bother his little sister. Without thinking, she rummaged through the box. "My little sister has always been smart and obedient and doesn't mess around. What's it for this time?" Fifth young Miss Shinrong shook the madam's hand and said, "Mother, my child was wrong. But can you give it to me?" Madam scratched the nose of Fifth Miss Shinrong and said, "You tell me first." Fifth Miss Shinrong said, "I want the glazed wine marquee from home." Only then did second Miss Shinmi fold her arms and said, "That thing wasn't just expensive. It's more of a treasure that our ancestors got from the time of Emperor Chang. It was very tough to make. What do you want them for?" Fifth Miss Shinrong shook her head and said, "I can't say. I want it." Second Miss Shinmi frowned her eyebrows. Madam overlooked the fifth young lady, Jinrong. This fifth daughter, who has always been obedient, never makes trouble. The only thing she's ever done too much of in her entire life. It's just that when I was a kid, I was hugging a glazed wine marquee and playing with it, and I just smashed it. Thinking of this, the lady said, "All right, you go to the housekeeper, and for my mother let the housekeeper save it." Only then did the second young lady, Jinrong, scatter the lady's hand and bounce away. Madam watched the scene and smiled dotingly. Looking at the second young Miss Shinmi who hadn't left yet, the madam asked, "Why, is there anything else?" The second young lady, Junmi, shook her head, before she left to go back to her room, sitting in front of her dresser and blacken your skin with a paintbrush. On the other side, the fifth young Miss Shinrong found the butler and asked him to fetch the glazed wine marquee out. The housekeeper was busy asking for confirmation from her ladyship. Only after confirming the words of the fifth young Miss Shinrong from the madam did the butler take out the glazed wine marquee. There were 5 in total, and fifth Miss Shinrong took them all. In the evening, after Zhang Sui and his ministry had finished eating, he returned to the ministry compound, and after extra practice, sit by the ancient well and wait. It was then that he saw the fifth young Miss Shinrong rushing over. Still in the distance, the fifth young lady, Jinrong, had already laughed quite freely and said, "Zhang Sui, guess what I got today?" Coming to Zhang Sui, he placed the wooden box beside him and fifth Miss Shinrong hid her things behind her back and looked at Point Zhang Sui with an expectant face. While opening the wooden box, Zhang Sui took out from it a meat and a veggie and a bowl of corn rice. Laughing all the while, he said, "You found the glaze?" After all, she had told herself earlier that she had told her to find it. Fifth Miss Shinrong's small mouth pouted as she took out a small package from behind her back and handed it to Zhang Sui. With a depressed look on his face, he said, "It's no fun. It's all too hard to beat you." Zhang Sui let out a laugh, reached out and pinched her small face, took the small package and opened it. It contained 5 cups. Zhang Sui was a bit surprised. He was somewhat shaken by the sages of this heaven and earth. This is the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, but this glazed cup, compared to the glass cups from before the crossing, there was no difference at all. These 5 glazed cups, it's like one of those $9 beer glasses on some Yuletide before you cross over. Zhang Sui looked at the 5 glazed cups for a while and put them back into the small package. To the fifth young lady, Jinrong, she said, "I'm going to smash these 5 cups. Is there any problem?" Fifth Miss Shinrong waved her small hand and said with a bold face, "I asked my mother to come and give it to you. It's yours." Zhang Sui said suspiciously, "You spoke to the madam?" Fifth Miss Shinrong spread her hands and said, "I can't do it without saying it. I've been searching for days. I wanted to steal it for you, but I searched several rooms and it was not there. Finally, I learned from my mother that she's had the butler keep these glazed wine marquees." Zhang Sui nodded. It looked as if the lady didn't know that the cup was for herself and that it was meant to be smashed. Otherwise, it's unlikely that she would have given these cups to the fifth miss. Well, still, make something for the lady. At least make the lady feel like she's getting her money's worth. Otherwise, this cup smashed. The lady's heart is inevitably some small. After all, at the end of the Han Dynasty, although the technology of making glaze is very mature, but it also belongs to the rare items. It's not just expensive, it's a status symbol. Zhang Sui laughed as he ate. Don't tell madam that you gave me this cup yet. Wait a few days. I'll make you some refractory knickknacks and another present for the lady. And you can tell her. Fifth Miss Jinrong nodded vigorously. Tonight, the fifth young lady, Jinrong, however, did not ask questions, but spoke of the day on the hall. Dr. He examined everyone's body and said something like the second prince had too much bedtime sex every day, so he had lost his body. Zhang Sui listened in awe. Zhang Sui finished his meal and cleaned the dishes by the ancient well before letting the fifth young lady, Jinrong, lead the way. Zhang Sui blew on the cool breeze for a while, and only after he finished digesting did he take a shower and a bath. Halfway through the rush, he saw lights approaching in the distance. Zhang Sui was busy putting his clothes on. It didn't take long to see Red Jade approaching with a light in her hand. Looking at Zhang Sui all wet and his chest open, Hong Yu's pretty face reddened. Setting the light aside, Red Jade took a handkerchief from her sleeve, wrapped in something that, pass it to Zhang Sui. End of chapter. Zhang Sui took the handkerchief and opened it. Inside lay half a bear's paw. Zhang Sui laughed. Sister, I've just finished eating and you brought it here. And what's with the bear paws today? After saying that, he wiped his sleeve on the land by the ancient well and gestured for Hong Yu to sit down. Hong Yu said, this is what the young lady asked me to give you. The young lady heard that you were the one who told the lady's fortune before the lady asked he medical worker to examine the second son. It's only just checked out. The young lady wants to thank you, but she was too much of a woman to approach you, so she asked me to pass on her thanks. Zhang Sui was unimpressed and said, alright, then go back and thank young lady for me. Hong Yu cocked her head and looked at Zhang Sui with a serious face. While chewing on the bear paw, Zhang Sui suspiciously touched his face and said, is there something on my face? Ruby shook her head inside as she returned to her senses. Hands on her knees, Zhang Sui curiously said, what is it? Hong Yu didn't look at Zhang Sui this time, but instead looked at the knight and said, you're really getting better and better. It's not just being able to read and write, it's being able to draw, it's being able to tell fortunes. I heard from the house today. Her ladyship intends to find the second young lady an excellent man among the underlings of the mansion to become a flunky. One of these underlings of the mansion. I know one. You're the most capable one. If I were second miss, I'd definitely want to recruit you into my family. Zhang Sui laughed. You're worried about that? What are you thinking? Madam has already betrothed you to me. Recruit me into the family again. Don't the second young lady want to be cheeky? Only then did Hong Yu turn her head and look at Zhang Sui. Recruiting a superfluous son-in-law would have been faceless. Besides, we're not married. The big deal is that the lady is backtracking on this marriage of ours again. Zhang Sui, Hong Yu said quietly again. If the second young miss must recruit you into her family, I could actually be a concubine for you. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu in consternation. He didn't even know how she could say that. Hong Yu turned her head again and looked into the night. I'm just a maid. Everything I have, I owe to the Jin family. Madam and second miss. I'm nothing if I'm not given by the Jin family. The lady and the second miss. To be honest, it feels like a dream to be married to you. Zhang Sui glanced at the bear paw in his hand, and immediately felt that it was a bit unsavory. Looking at Hong Yu's sad side face, Zhang Sui wrapped the bear's paw in a handkerchief and put it aside. Only then did he reach out and pull away Hong Yu's hands that were holding her knees, taking her left hand in his. Perhaps because she had been holding hands so much during this time, Hong Yu did not resist. Instead, he let Zhang Sui pull him. Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu and said, don't say that. No matter what happens in the future, I remember that you are my first woman. Sister, unless it's you who doesn't want me. Sister, I definitely want you. Since I entered the Jin family, my sister is the first person who has been kind to me. I, Zhang Sui, am definitely not an ungrateful person. Not to mention, my sister is very good looking and so gentle. If a lady like my sister doesn't want it, who else do I need? Hong Yu turned her head, with tears in one of her beautiful eyes. She said, you keep your word? Zhang Sui looked at Hong Yu in this state and felt a little hard in his heart. In the midst of Hong Yu's somewhat panicked state, Zhang Sui took her into his arms. Hong Yu was about to struggle away and whispered, if someone comes. Zhang Sui hugged him a little tighter and said, someone's coming, so what? If you see it, you see it. You are the woman the lady promised me. Now that my own woman is grieving like this, can I be indifferent? Only when Hong Yu heard Zhang Sui say this did her struggle stop, burying her face in Zhang Sui's chest. Trembling, she said, then I'll remember what you said today. In the future, if you have another woman and don't want me, I'll die. Zhang Sui. Han Yu saw that Zhang Sui did not reply. Then she tilted her head and, somewhat nervously, he asked, "Are you afraid I'm going to mess around like this?" Zhang Sui came back to his senses and busily said, "How come? It's quite good, quite good. You're supposed to be my woman, and it's only right that you pester me." Red Jade hummed. After shrinking in Zhang Sui's arms for a long time, she gathered her courage and tremblingly stretched out her hand and, she also wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's waistband and whispered, "Madam said before that she would let us get married when there is time. So you say, how much longer do we have to wait?" Zhang Sui shook his head and said, "It's not something I can rush. It's just that the current situation in the Jin family is a bit tense. It's possible that within just a month or two, there will be a fight in our neighborhood." Hong Yu looked up and said, "So you'll go to war?" Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and looked down at Hong Yu. "It should. The Jin family is now being targeted by the other 4 great families in Wuji County, and the only way to fight is to, only by helping the second prince to build his career, get merit, and get an official position will the others be afraid. But the second male is like this, as you can see, branched out. Earlier, Madam told me to let second miss and I assist second prince. Then, once the battle is fought, it will almost be necessary for me to follow the expedition." Hong Yu buried her head in Zhang Sui's chest once again and said, Then you must be good. I'll wait for you to come back. If you die in battle, I'll make a mound for you, and then I'll come looking for you. We'll be husband and wife again in the afterlife." Zhang Sui's heart was touched as he listened to Hong Yu's jarring voice. The lady just promised to marry. Neither one of them talked much about love. Just recently held a few little hands. She's all thinking like this. Zhang Sui said, "If I do die in battle, I don't want you to die. When you get there, just find a better man to marry. We're not married yet, and as long as you don't say anything, no one else will know and resent you." Hong Yu raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui with scarlet eyes. Zhang Sui wanted to say something else. Hong Yu's puffy breasts rose and fell violently. The next moment, she suddenly raised her neck and kissed Zhang Sui's mouth. Zhang Sui was a bit dazed. How could he not have expected that Hong Yu would take the initiative to kiss up? This is the end of Han. Can a woman be that forthcoming? He didn't think about it that much, though. He lowered his head and met it hard. The two of them hugged and nibbled together for a while, and Zhang Sui only felt his body getting hot and dry. Hands unconsciously reached into his shirt. Hong Yu's whole body tightened, and tears suddenly rolled down her face. Zhang Sui felt his face being wet, so he was busy letting go and said with an apologetic face, "I was wrong. Don't cry. I'm such a loser. How can I dash?" Hong Yu shook her head and wiped her tears. I'm your woman. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a little happy. Today you kissed it all and touched it all. Even if we are not married, but I am your woman. If you die in battle, I, as your wife, will die with you." With that, he stood up and left at a brisk pace. 2 more chapters, 100 words short of a chapter, both unchecked. I'll post it this afternoon when I find time to code the other 100 words and check them. BTW. Thanks to the bookworms for their rewards and monthly tickets. I'll try to keep up the daily 10,000 every day, to repay the favor. That's it. End of chapter. Zhang Sui didn't follow up. He just quietly watched as Hong Yu left. His heart was touched. It was enough for this silly girl to say that. Going forward, he didn't really want to think about it, as long as he doesn't die. Then, when you marry a woman in the future, you must marry her as well. As for maid status or whatever, he didn't care. Zhang Sui reopened his handkerchief by the ancient well and ate half of a bare paw before continuing his shower. Lying on the bed, his mind was filled with what Hong Yu had just said, the taste of her red lips and the softness under the clothes. Rinse off though, but the softness between his fingers seemed to linger. Zhang Sui secretly sighed, but if you can run into a red jade like this before you cross over, then he wasn't living that lonely, isolated and cold before he crossed over. In that case, the crossing was, in fact, quite good. At least before crossing over, he couldn't even get a wife, and now to marry a gentle, thoughtful and beautiful woman like Hong Yu. Get out of bed. Zhang Sui picked up the remaining Zobo paper from the second animation he drew for second Miss Shinmi, as well as the ink stone, and drew the scene of the two making out just now, drawing to the scene of his hand reaching into Hong Yu's clothes. Zhang Sui's heart was filled with regret. If this was before crossing over and Hong Yu was this submissive, he would have just taken her to a hotel. Unfortunately, this is not pre-crossing. It's the end of Han, although Hong Yu has taken the initiative today. But, after all, she's an ancient woman. It's not possible to let go that far yet. You'll have to wait to get married to really eat her. But it's been kissed and touched. Then next time, at least you'll be able to kiss and touch it, too. That's progress. Zhang Sui finished his drawing and carefully folded it up and hid it in his sleeve. Give it to Red Jade sometime. Let the silly girl loose a little more. Only then did Zhang Sui sleep contentedly. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui did not follow Captain Zhenhao, Vice Captain Zhao Su and his ministry to train at the gate of the mansion. Training is mandatory, but he had other things to do first today. He went to the steward and asked for permission to go to the warehouse, and with the steward's help he found a few pieces of gravel. The gravel, both very rough and very fine. It's all for sharpening the blades of weapons. Zhang Sui brought the gravel back to the stone table outside the ministry compound. Another 2 of the 5 glazed wine marigolds were brought out. Finding a large rock, he smashed the 2 glazed wine marigolds into several pieces along the side, and then find the fast-fisted rock. Smash off the bumps near the bases of the 2 glazed wine marquees to make them as flat as possible. The sides of the glazed wine marquee are then cracked into various shapes with a small stone. There are long strips. There are round ones. This time, Zhang Sui was going to utilize these 2 glazed wine marigolds to make 4 things. A monocular, which is for future wars. With a monocular in hand, one is able to see farther than the human eye. In this way, there is a good chance that you can avoid being ambushed. The enemy was hiding in ambush at a great distance, and looking through the monoculars it was quite possible to see silhouettes. There is also a most important role, to avoid the straw man. In ancient times, there were several cases of grass as greener on the other side of the fence. To its root cause. 1 is the role of the heart. 2nd, it's too far away to see. With monoculars in hand, the grass must show itself. Also, historically, Zhang Fei and others tied tree trunks to their horses' tails and dragged them along, creating dust that create the illusion of a large army to the enemy in the distance. Monoculars can be useful in such situations. 1 is a magnifying glass and a glass mirror. The magnifying glass is for Mrs. Her ladyship often had to review the Jin family's bills, and after looking at them for a long time, her eyes were bound to get tired. Make a magnifying glass for the lady. A round one, to hang around her neck. This way since it serves as a decoration and can be used anytime. As for the glass mirrors, they were for the second young Miss Shinmi and Hongyu. Copper mirrors were available at the end of the Han Dynasty, and the quality is good. However, copper mirrors are prone to rust and are not easy to carry. Zhang Sui was going to make 2 2-finger wide glass round mirrors. Magnifying glasses and glass mirrors are pleasing to the eye. Madam and second Miss Shinmi are, after all, the current and future heads of the Jin family. Pleasing them would be infinitely beneficial to one's future in the Jin family. The dainty face of Madam came to mind. Zhang Sui was a little restless inside. It always felt like Zhao Yun's words seemed a bit reasonable. Giving these things to the lady is also a way to add some goodwill to her. As for the 3-pronged mirror, it was for the 5th young lady, Jin Rong. The little girl is very inquisitive and very smart. Something that can be taught once you're taught. This time, using a prism allowed her to understand the refraction of light a little better. After roughly dealing with the shape, Zhang Sui cleaned up the glazed slag end. Only then did he take out the yellow paper and inkstone from his room and drew the graph of the monocular, as well as the various data. Looking at the graphs and data on the yellow paper, Zhang Sui sighed. Thanks to engineering drawing, which was once his major in college, he was able to draw these without any problems. But when he was in school, he abhorred the course. No, it's an abhorrence of all the majors he studied, because, after his undergraduate degree, he couldn't find the right major. In the year of graduation, many of my classmates went to the factory to become the so-called reserve cadres. Some of the girls were crying at the time. Zhang Sui only remembers that the dean said, this specialty is only somewhat useful if you go to graduate school. It didn't occur to him that he couldn't use it before crossed over and used it instead. That's probably what Steve Jobs was talking about. You have to believe that everything you do in life that you are serious about will manifest itself at a specific time in the future. After drawing all the drawings, Zhang Sui began to roughly polish these glazed pieces with coarse sandstone, sand to the desired general look. After polishing all the glazed rough steps, it was dusk. The minions are back for dinner. Only then did Zhang Sui eat with them. Afterwards, at the behest of these ministries, Zhang Sui told them a passage from the Golden Lotus. The book, Jin Ping Mei, was Zhang Sui's earliest text of initiation in that area. Still in my freshman year of high school, my teacher told them to get the 4 great books and right afterward. He went to buy it with his table and saw the Golden Lotus on the way to the bookstore. It's also labeled and censored. The paper quality is a batch worse. It was still covered with dried rice particles. At that time, his tablemate told him that the Golden Lotus was the one of the earliest 4 masterpieces that it was the precursor to water margin. He was amazed and extremely impressed with his tablemate's profound knowledge. Except, after reading it, he got a little bent out of shape. He also understood that his deskmate was not as decent a female classmate as she appeared to be on the surface. It wasn't until later that he saw the 10 Liu Bei essays that his tablemates had written for him. It was then that he truly realized, underneath the table's polished exterior, there was a S-heart. The table also seemed to have completely lost its third sense. Thinking of the same table, Zhang Sui has some wireless remembrance. The first Liu Bei movie he saw was also taken to buy the same table, in a little store owned by her uncle's family. A group of men squatted down and watched his uncle put on a DVD. Instead, she stood beside him with her collar up and a ducktail hat, wrapping her arms around his neck. Surprisingly, no one realized she was a girl. The crowd listened to Zhang Sui's story about Simon Ching licking Li Beer's toes and stared in disbelief. Captain Jin Haoden said, "Playing quite well. Next time I go to a brothel, I'm going to try it too." End of chapter. The crowd laughed out loud when they heard Captain Jin Hao say this. Dog raised an eyebrow toward Zhang Sui and said with a pleading face, "What Ching? Draw a picture of Simon Ching licking Li Huier's toes?" The crowd got a little excited when they heard Dog say that. Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he looked at the excitement of his minions. Pointing at them, he said, "Bunch of denizens." The crowd burst into laughter. Captain Jin Hao clapped his hands and said, "Drawing pictures, however, we, Berchung, have to charge money. The last time I drew the animation for catching a corpse beautiful, people were giving it away for nothing. You guys have the nerve to still want it for nothing?" The crowd was about to go back to the house to get their stuff. Seeing this, Zhang Sui directly waved his hand and said, "Bring paper and an ink stone. It's a little cute to have money and not earn it." He still has to save up to marry Hongyu. On the day of the wedding, he was thinking of buying a lot of nice things for Hongyu. Captain Zhen Hao immediately flew into the house and took out the yellow paper and ink stone. The vice captain, Zhao Su, was sharpening an ink stone. A group of people gathered around Zhang Sui, watching him get busy. "What are you all doing?" a somewhat muffled voice asked. The crowd was creeped out and scattered in panic. "But it's the second son, Yan Yan." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. For the second Prince Xin Yan, they were really not afraid. It wasn't because second Prince Xin Yan didn't have majesty. Rather, the second son, Yan Yan, had heard Zhang Sui tell that kind of story with them. Fellow travelers, at this moment, seeing the second son, Xin Yan, coming over, Go busily greeted him and came over. Smiling thievishly, he said, "Second Duke, come, come, Berchang is going to draw again. Which woman's toes is Simon Ching licking this time?" Captain Jin Hao laughed and scolded. "Dog, you don't have any exact woman in your head, as long as it's a woman." The second son, Xin Yan, hurriedly followed him over and curiously said, "Licking your toes is okay?" He hadn't done that to his wife. He felt that Zhang Sui had opened up a new direction for him. During this time, his wife was pregnant and he couldn't do anything else. Zhang Sui hemmed and hawed. After Vice Captain Zhao Su ground the ink, he immediately drew with the branch. The crowd kept exclaiming, "Zhang Sui moves quickly." It didn't take long to draw a man kneeling in front of a woman. The woman's eyes were closed and shy. Some people just started grabbing paintings. The crowd roared in anger. Zhang Sui laughed and said, "Don't grab it, don't hurt the piece." Second Duke Yan Yan was busy pulling him out of the archway. Zhang Sui was puzzled. "Second Prince, something's wrong?" Second Duke Xin Yan rubbed his hands together and laughed. "You didn't go to training today. My second sister asked me to ask, what's wrong with you today?" Zhang Sui drifted off. "So it is," Zhang Sui said. "I have a thing to make, and if this thing is made, it will be of great use in the future if we have to fight a war." Second Duke Xin Yan's complexion perked up and he asked, "What is it?" Zhang Sui laughed. "It hasn't been made yet. After it's made, I'll be sure to show it to you first." Second Prince. There was some small disappointment in Second Duke Yan Yan, but Zhang Sui didn't do it, so he couldn't force it. All he could say was, "Then remember, make sure you show me first." After a pause, Second Duke Xin Yan pointed in the direction of the ministry courtyard and licked his face and smiled. "That figure. Will you give me one too?" Zhang Sui laughed. "No problem. If there's nothing else, I'll go in first." Only then did Second Duke Xin Yan say, "There's no rush. I still have something to ask you." Zhang Sui looked at Second Duke Xin Yan suspiciously. Second Duke Xin Yan asked, What do you think of my second sister?" Zhang Sui said with a face that took it for granted, "The second young miss looks like a woman of great beauty, and she's a beautiful woman. A fairy comes down to earth. Whoever marries her is blessed for 8 lifetimes. Second Prince Xin Yan was shocked. "Are you serious? Why do I feel that second sister is plain and ordinary? Moreover, sometimes it's quite fierce. She's always cold, though she doesn't lose her temper much with me, her second brother, and it's respectful, but I always felt like she had her mother's murderous aura about her." Speaking of this, Second Duke Xin Yan lamented, "I am most afraid of my mother. Mother is so mean. I used to talk to my second sister about it. My mother has been alone all these years, and she's not that old. If we find a man for her to remarry, it will be worthy of mother's dedication to my Jin family. We've seen how hard she's worked over the years. I even saw her standing alone at the window one year on the night of the Third Dynasty, crying, but she has a terrible temper. I don't even know who can stand her except me. My son, Zhang Sui. This second son, is he talking like a human being? Madam and Miss Tu are such good women. Madam is so smiley, so pretty, so plump, so well built, so capable. I'm craving for tears. Who else can stand her? As for the second young lady, she's surprisingly mediocre. If the second young lady was mediocre, there would be no good-looking women in the ancient world. However, Zhang Sui didn't refute it. There's no point in arguing against this sort of thing. Zhang Sui said, perhaps, individuals see things differently. There's a saying in my hometown that a lover's eye is the best thing that ever happened to me. As long as it's someone you really like, then it's as pretty as a Shih Tzu. Second Duke Xinyan did not retort, but said, since you think so highly of second sister, then this way, for the sake of your drawing me a picture, I'll reveal a little information to you. Zhang Sui. Second Duke Xinyan swept around, his eyes landing on the two minions guarding the archway. Moving closer towards Zhang Sui, he attached his ear and whispered, Mother is going to recruit a son-in-law for her second sister, and it will be among the male subordinates of our Jin family. The second sister has been skulking around lately too, trying to find one to her liking. You think so highly of her, you need to take the opportunity to do well. I quite like you. I want you to be my second sister's husband. Second Duke Xinyan smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, it feels like you're quite knowledgeable. Later, in the future, we'll cut more that way between our brothers-in-law. I am not as learned as you, but I can appreciate. Zhang Sui. After finishing his speech, Second Duke Xinyan patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, work hard. I'll wait for your good news. Zhang Sui looked at the back of Second Duke Xinyan's departure with a somewhat odd expression. Second Miss Yan Yan is looking for a son-in-law? Is this a complete change in the trajectory of history? Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. However, soldiers come and go. As for being good in front of Miss Tu, how do you behave yourself? He himself only got the lady to marry Hongyu. How it seemed a bit odd to go to the second young lady now and offer her services. Besides, he didn't really like being a flunky. Flunky has not been a good word since the beginning of time. Not to mention, it's likely that a major war is coming. Yuan Shao destroys Koji. Seizing this windfall, the Jin family may be about to rise, and it won't be like the Jin family in history. We can only rely on the second young lady to marry to keep it going. 5 shifts finished for today, continuing tomorrow at 10 a.m. End of chapter. After Second Duke Xinyan left, Zhang Sui also quickly returned to the ministry compound. The multitude of ministries are still whimpering. Without meeting them, Zhang Sui stripped off his shirt and began to practice extra hard. When he had finished his extra half hour, the ministry went to bed. Zhang Sui brought with him gravel and pieces of glaze cut ready to be used as magnifying glasses for the trigonometers. While sitting by the ancient well, waiting for the fifth young Miss Shenrong and Hongyu to bring over food, she polished the glaze shards. It was only when she polished the trigonometry that fifth Miss Shenrong came bouncing in with a wooden box. Zhang Sui heard her humming a little song from afar, and only then did he pick up the polished tricorder, looked down into the moonlight. The prism doesn't need to be polished much, it works just fine. After all, it's just for splitting light. Fifth Miss Shenrong carried the wooden box to his side and put it down. Curious, he cocked his head at the tricorder and asked, "What's this?" Zhang Sui laughed. "This is called a three-pronged mirror, and it's what I made for you. Objects that can more graphically confirm the refraction of light. Tomorrow after the sun comes up, you come to me at the ministry compound and I'll tell you what to do. When the time comes, you will take this and show it to your husband by drawing a diagram of the refraction of light. He'll be able to understand why chopsticks are bent in water." Fifth Miss Shenrong hugged Zhang Sui's face and barfed on his side face. "I knew it, you're the best." Zhang Sui let out a laugh and said, "The blue is better than the blue. Fifth Miss, you need to learn more and will come to surpass me." Fifth Miss Shenrong sat next to Zhang Sui and said skeptically, "Why should I surpass you? After growing up, I married you. You're my husband. It's not a given that you're better than me." Zhang Sui touched her head and softly said, "Men don't have to be stronger than women. You're too young to understand that now, but at least, the more I hope you know, my talents are limited. I feel that you are quite smart. I hope you can learn and be my helper in the future." Fifth Miss Shenrong smiled like a dimple. "If I can help you, then I will definitely help." Zhang Sui looked at the fifth young Miss Shenrong, his eyes vaguely glowing. Compared to himself, he expected rather more from the fifth young lady. History does not account for this fifth lady, but if Miss Five had been able to receive sufficient knowledge of herself before she crossed over, perhaps, she'll be able to go down in history and make something far beyond this era. Let's just say artillery shells, steam engines and the like. He had learned and even watched short videos about it though. However, he was completely unable to do so. he's not actually good with his hands. If someone smarter than him embraces the principles involved, there may be hope. The late Han Dynasty era comes to mind. With steamships sailing the seas, Zhang Sui's heart leapt weirdly. In that case, we might be able to dominate the sea and achieve global unification. However, the chances of that are slim. The lowest thing Zhang Sui expects from Miss Five is another Huang Yueying. Zhang Sui opened the wooden box while taking out food from it. While reflecting the moonlight, and Miss Five continued to explain the principle of the division of light in a three-pronged mirror. Looking at fifth Miss Shenrong's right hand propping up her small face, listening to the lecture with a serious look on her face. She even managed to draw the lines of refraction of light herself, and Zhang Sui was full of old fatherly smiles. It was only recently that he had inquired under people about the true age of the fifth young lady. 6 years and a few months shy of that. That a little girl so small could listen to the contents of such a, but much better than himself, Zhang Sui thought about when he was 6 years old, but he had only just started first grade. At that time, let alone the refraction of light, what he did was, with the older children of the village, at dusk, to hang a hollow cabbage stalk by a string and go drop toads by the ditch water plants or dig for earthworms. At that time, the teacher assigned him to write the letter E and he cried. In contrast, Miss Five looks like a doll and is so smart. It really gets cuter the more you look at it. The fifth young lady, Jinrong, after listening to Zhang Sui's lecture on the principle of the three-pronged mirror, only then did he leave with the wooden box and the dishes. It wasn't long after fifth Miss Jinrong left that Han Yu rushed over, also a set of wooden boxes. There are meals inside too. It's pretty much the same as what Miss Five brought. According to Han Yu, it was specially left to him by Madam. Before, when Han Yu brought food to eat, she would purposely avoid other people for fear of being discovered. Now she has come in bright and early. On the contrary, it was the fifth young Miss Shenrong. Han Yu saw her come over. However, she was sneaking around. Those meals, which were prepared for her by her subordinates, but which she deliberately did not finish, sent it to Zhang Sui to eat. Hearing Han Yu say that, Zhang Sui's heart warmed up. Little girl's home. It's pretty sweet. Starting tomorrow, tell her not to bring food at night. The little girl's family needs to grow their bodies and brains more than they do themselves, and they can't afford to run out of food. Want to ask a question? Just let her come empty-handed. Zhang Sui didn't eat directly this time. He was just full and he couldn't eat. He was going to leave the meal that Han Yu had sent him until midnight. Tonight, he was going to stay up late. One is to paint that picture for the second son. The second is to polish the glazed pieces that are to be made into magnifying glasses, glass mirrors and monoculars. He wants to make these as soon as possible and then join in training to improve as much as he can. So as to cope with the coming Great War. However, he didn't let Han Yu leave either. The two sat snuggled up by the ancient well, staring at the moon in the sky. Neither spoke. Having been sitting in silence for a quarter of an hour, Zhang Sui still couldn't help but reach out his hand from behind and wrap your arms around Han Yu's waistband. Han Yu's body stiffened slightly. Only then did Zhang Sui take out the painting he had drawn earlier from his sleeve and handed it to Han Yu. Han Yu's body normalized as her attention was drawn to the painting. Facing the moonlight, she opened the picture suspiciously. Just see the picture of Zhang Sui kissing her, his hand reaching into her clothes, her eyes mesmerized. Han Yu's pretty face instantly swelled red, and even her earlobes were red, her silver teeth biting her red lips. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhang Sui beside her, her face filled with anger. The eyes were all but petulant. Seeing this, Zhang Sui's hand reached out once again. Han Yu was about to get up in a panic. Zhang Sui wrapped his arm around her waistband a little tighter and whispered, Madam, the moonlight is just right. You fidget and get seen by the people at the archway later. Han Yu's voice was trembling as she said, You denizen, you're just going to bully me. Zhang Sui moved his head over and kissed her on the side of her face, laughing softly, You're my woman. If I don't bully you, do you expect me to bully someone else? Han Yu lowered her head, her small hand tugging at Zhang Sui's hand that reached into his clothes, but the force slowly loosened. After a long time, she murmured, You can only bully me. Feeling Zhang Sui's hand fidgeting, Han Yu's body leaned against Zhang Sui's body, closing her eyes and breathing suppressed. It was nearly half a quarter of an hour before she opened her eyes, and with a pleading note in her voice she said, I've got to get back out there. I've been out too long and there's someone coming outside. Zhang Sui said fondly, Then you must come every day from now on. Han Yu plucked out a glance at Zhang Sui and peeled his hand away, busily standing up. It took her several steps before she stopped and hemmed, before walking away at a brisk pace. End of chapter. Zhang Sui took a shower after Han Yu left. He was in a good mood today. He felt that the day was getting more and more flavorful. After taking a shower, Zhang Sui carried the wooden box back to his room. First, he drew a picture of Simon Cheng licking Lee Bailey's toes and the plum and the golden vase for the second prince on the desk. After that, Zhang Sui began to polish the glaze pieces under the dim oil lamp, midway through the meal that Hong Yu had brought him, until close to dawn. It was only then that Zhang Suikai used a coarse sandstone to polish a few pieces of glazed shards to the required shape. Lying on the bed, Zhang Sui squinted for nearly half an hour before reluctantly getting up. He began to polish the magnifying glass with a fine grit stone. This magnifying glass is for the lady. This is the first gift for Mrs. Polishing until the big morning. When all the ministries had returned from their training outside and had lunch, Zhang Sui just came out to eat with him. After eating, the ministries continued to go outside to train with the nearly 1,000 able-bodied ministries. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, went back to the house and continued to polish the glass shards into the shape of a magnifying glass. This time the sanding was done with fine sand until high noon. Looking at the freshly baked, 2-finger-wide round magnifying glass, Zhang Sui met the sun shine a white spot of light at the stone table. Picking up a yellowed leaf from the ground, he reflected the white light upon it, and without a moment's watching the fallen leaves glowing with green smoke, Zhang Sui grinned from ear to ear. It was one of the things he used to do in middle school. However, that time it was burned with a magnifying glass on the ants. Just when he was laughing happily, a large and a small figure appeared in the archway. It was clearly 2nd Miss Xinmi and 5th Miss Xinrong. The 5th young lady, Xinrong, saw Zhang Sui playing with a magnifying lens against the fallen leaves. Busy and excited, he ran over and said, "Zhang Sui, I've come to ask you for the trigonometry." Zhang Sui then remembered that, yesterday, I promised 5th Miss Xinrong that I would give her a live demonstration of the principle of spectral division of a prism. Zhang Sui placed the magnifying glass on the stone table and went to his room to take out the tricorder. In the shocked sight of the two women, after the triple prismatic splitting of the light, a colorful rainbow appeared on the table. 5th Miss Xinrong quickly clapped her hands in excitement and said, "It's really the same as what you told us last night. This daylight is able to separate a strip of colorful light." Zhang Sui handed the tricorder to 5th Miss Xinrong and smiled. "Remember, 5th Miss, practice is the only standard for testing truth. There are many things that what the eye sees is not always true." The 5th young lady, Xinrong, picked up the 3-pronged mirror and rotated it a few times herself, illuminating a rainbow. Then darting away, he said, "I'll go get the mister." The 2nd young Miss Xinmi looked at the departing figure of the 5th young Miss Xinrong before she looked at Zhang Sui. He said, "You know how to do kinky tricks? What's that about splitting the light? I've never heard of it before." Zhang Sui smiled before changing the topic. "2nd Miss is looking for me?" 2nd Miss Xinmi said, "I just saw that you didn't come to training for 2 days. Though Ergo says you're tinkering with tools conducive to war. But where does it take so long? Mother asked you and I to assist 2nd brother. And when you didn't show yourself, I came to see." Zhang Sui let out a laugh when he heard 2nd Miss Xinmi say this. Handing the polished magnifying glass to the 2nd young Miss Xinmi, she said, "This is the small object I built along with that tool I made. You help me give it to madam." 2nd Miss Xinmi suspiciously took the magnifying glass and tossed it around. "What is this for?" Zhang Sui signaled the 2nd young lady to wait a moment, while he went inside and took a piece of bamboo slip out, put it behind a magnifying glass. At once, the words on the bamboo slips became large. Zhang Sui removed the bamboo slip from behind the magnifying glass and placed it in front of the 2nd young lady. "Xunmi." 2nd Miss Xinmi's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she said, "It's the same as a dewdrop." She'd seen dewdrops on leaves once that had that effect. Zhang Sui nodded his head and said, "It's a dewdrop-like effect, and the principle is similar. This, Miss too, will give to the lady for me. Let the lady set something around this magnifying glass that she can hang on to. Her ladyship reviews the bills so often that it hurts her eyes to look at them too much. You're making her ladyship tired of looking at it. Just put this magnifying glass on the bamboo slips and it'll make your eyes feel better." The 2nd young Miss, Junmi, looked at Zhang Sui with some skepticism. Zhang Sui looked down at himself and asked, "Problem?" 2nd Miss Xinmi's cool face flashed with a flash of urgency. Unexpectedly, "You are so curt with mother. Tell me, what are your plans?" Zhang Sui, "Plotting? What could I possibly want?" The mind drifted back to the lady's near fall earlier, when she herself had come up to hold her waistband and, a scene of two people looking at each other in all directions. Zhang Sui is a bit vain. "Ma'am, it's really pretty. That face, it's so good looking, so feminine." The body was also a soft mess. "The skin is also so good that you can't help but take a bite out of it. If it is possible to plot, I would like to plot madam. I wonder if it is possible." Although he thought so, Zhang Sui still smiled sarcastically. "Plotting? Me? What can I plot? Madam is the first person of the Jin family, deciding whether I live or die. I'm ingratiating at best. Yes, to please the lady. After all, I am a member of the Jin family. To please the lady so that I can stay well in the Jin family. Not to mention, the lady has also promised marriage to Hong Yu and me. which is a regenerative parent. Second Miss Shinmi spread her hands and said, "So, you don't need to please me? Hong Yu is my personal maid." Zhang Sui looked at Second Miss Shinmi in a daze. "What do you mean?" This was the first time I had seen Second Miss Shinmi so talkative and reaching out for something so actively. When Second Miss Shinmi saw Zhang Sui staring at her with odd eyes, Second Miss Shinmi withdrew her hand and, turning away, he said, "You watch, and return to training early." After saying that, he left at a fast pace. Zhang Sui, he was tempted to say, "Actually, say I want to please you, and I'm ready to do so. It's just a glass mirror." Still, he didn't say it. The process of making glass mirrors is not really difficult. The hard part is that those crafts require materials that the average person most likely doesn't have. Zhang Sui needed to find those alchemists or fangs his. Of the 4 glazed pieces he was going to make, the glass mirror was the last to be considered. The hours are also irregular. If he didn't need an alchemist or a fangsher, he would have to put the making of glass mirrors on hold for the time being. For the time being, he was more anxious to make the monocular. After all, the Great War is just around the corner. After the second young Miss Shinmi left, Zhang Sui went out of the ministry compound and went to the firewood room to look for bamboo tubes. Meanwhile, the second young lady, Junmi, had her magnifying glass with her, and while going to the study to find Mrs. When she arrived, the lady was looking at a cut of cloth. The cloth had a lot of dense writing on it. Seeing second Miss Shinmi come over, the madam said, "Just in time. Berchang and you are both out there training, right? You go over there later and tell Berchang to step up his training. The allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Ro have defeated Gongsun Zan's reinforcements head-on. The information that just came in, Koji Yi and Yen Ro's army have surrounded Yuyang. Earlier, Bocheng said that once we take Yuyang, Gongsun Zan will have a hard time fighting against the Jizhou officials again, and at that time, the conflict between Koji Yi and the Jizhou shepherd will erupt. So let's be prepared for that." It's getting to the kind of situation he was talking about. End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi heard Madam say this and said with an "Oh, I'll have someone tell him later. He hasn't been to practice the last 2 days. He's been busy making stuff." The lady was surprised. "What is he doing?" Second Miss Shinmi shook her head and said, "I asked second brother to ask, but he wouldn't say. Straight up, it's good for war. When it's done, it will be shown to Ergo first." Saying this, he handed the magnifying glass in his hand to the lady. "I just ministered to the courtyard over and he asked me to pass it on to you, Mother. He said that your eyes are tired from reviewing the bills, Mother. This thing is called a magnifying glass, and it's placed over the text like a dewdrop, being able to make the text magnify." The lady was a little surprised. She hadn't thought that Zhang Sui would even think of giving himself something. "And there's a dew-like effect?" Taking the magnifying glass, Mrs. holds the magnifying glass, still on the far side of the cloth. Through the magnifying glass, you can see the text become large. The lady busied herself with the magnifying glass again and placed it near the cloth. Sure enough, the text on the cloth became several times larger. The lady's heart was touched. She hadn't expected that Zhang Sui would be so considerate of himself. Thinking of the previous scene of Zhang Sui's owner's own waistline, the lady's complexion burned a little. The second young lady, Junmi, saw her ladyship blushing a little and staring at the cloth and the magnifying glass. Puzzled, "Mother, what? Is something fishy?" The lady was then busy coming back to her senses and forced to smile. "No, I was just thinking of something. Since you just came from him and he's busy making objects, you should leave him alone for now. You will disguise yourself and accompany your second brother to oversee the training of the ministry and those stragglers. Your second brother is in poor health, and Berchang is away now, so take more trouble." Second Miss Shinmi gave a hum. "It's about to leave." Her ladyship called to her again and said, "Have you got anyone in mind about the flunky? Preferably among our Yin family underlings. If it's just not possible, you can also choose a man outside of the Yin family. Anyway, it's best to have some talent, and some good looks too. The ambitious, or the ones with ulterior motives, beware." Second Miss Shinmi shook her head and said, "Not yet. My daughter hasn't paid attention lately." The lady laughed. "Keep an eye out too." Second Miss Shinmi gave a hum. She secretly wanted to laugh a little as she left. Zhang Sui, that denizen, was selling out to please his mother, but the mother didn't even seem to think about that level. Otherwise, when my mother talked about the flunky just now, she didn't even mention him. Madam watched the second young Miss Shinmi leave before she sat down on her knees and continued to work on the bills on the desk and the Yin family business. After a long time of processing, she felt her eyes grow a little sore, and only then did she suddenly remember the magnifying glass on the desk. Taking a magnifying glass from the desk, he made a few gestures at the bamboo slip and a blush rose to Madam's face. She couldn't help but think of that day when Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around her waistband and kept gagging. The look of demented eyes. He's got a lot of guts. all dare to be reckless in the face of a lady like yourself. But then again, it is youth after all, like his own second son, who, though not very competent, was, in Bedlam, also unusually keen. Otherwise, that kind of coy person is like a jackal that can't be fed on his daughter-in-law. Thinking of Zhang Sui, the lady hesitated slightly, but still stood up, took the magnifying glass and walked out of the study. Go see what he's up to. The lady came alone to the ministry compound. The ministries at the archway of the ministry compound are gone, all pulled to the gate to train with the stragglers. The lady walked in through the archway. Zhang Sui was seen standing in front of a stone table, holding a dagger and handling a bamboo tube. The look of concentration. So much so that Zhang Sui didn't even notice when she walked in. Zhang Sui was handling the bamboo cylinder with a dagger against his own drawings in a serious manner. A soft whisper suddenly rang in his ears. What is this? Zhang Sui turned his head, but he saw a delicate face close at hand. It's Mrs. When he turned his head, the lady's pretty face was less than a foot away. Zhang Sui shivered in shock. Seeing this, the lady took a few steps back and said with an apologetic face, Did I scare you? Zhang Sui came back to his senses and waved his hands. No, it's just a bit too much of a surprise. It is surprising that the lady would come to the door. Madame looked at Zhang Sui's face, flushed a little, and her heart leapt a little. This Bok Sang, as a person who had been there, was able to see that there was indeed a bit of a liking for himself. Her ladyship's right hand ruffled the green silk around her ears. Showing a smile, he said, Can I still eat you? You go about your business. I just came to tell you one thing. Where did Zhang Sui have the heart to do anything? He always had an apoplectic feeling when the lady was around him. Zhang Suiqiang smiled. Madam, you say. It was then that the lady said, I've just gotten information that the combined army of Koji and Yenro defeated Gongsun Zan head-on and are currently besieging Yuyang. Zhang Sui calmed down and looked a bit serious. Yuyang can't be defended. At the earliest, in the next month or two, there will be a war near our Wuji County. Our group of minions and stragglers, we need to catch up on our training. Strive to throw yourself into the fray and fight a good battle when the Jizhou government turns on Koji. This will be conducive to the second duke building his career, so that Arjun family can establish a firm foothold in Wuji County. The lady hummed. I'm a woman's man. I don't know anything about fighting a war or anything like that. Yenny, we're going to have to trouble you. Boaching. Zhang Sui hummed. Don't worry, ma'am, I will do my best. The lady hummed back. It's about to leave. Thinking of the magnifying glass in her hand, the lady asked again with a little nervousness. Boaching, I asked you a question. Just for fun. Don't take it too personally. I didn't mean anything else. Zhang Sui said. Madam, feel free to ask. Madam, feeling her earlobes a little hot, still insisted. Do you think that a woman that, how about something much older than you, but, okay looking and willing to have a good time with you? Zhang Sui looked at Madam in a daze. That, the scene of the lady's pretty face, reddened by his arm around her thin waist, earlier, came to mind. Zhang Sui's heart was beating violently, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Is this, ma'am, a blatant hint? She actually likes herself? Surprisingly, it was true as Zhao Yan said, that the lady would actually like herself like this? Zhang Sui couldn't help but lick the corners of his somewhat dry mouth. If the lady was someone else, he would have had to endure today, not daring to leap in all at once. After all, this is the end of the Han dynasty. It could have killed someone. However, Madam is the current head of the Jin family. Zhang Sui's body was shaking a little. Scumbagged a bit though. However, the opening can be folded straight, must be folded. Do not wait for no empty branches. Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around his lady and kissed her directly. The lady's eyes widened and her breathing stopped. She had already seen through that Zhang Sui liked her though. However, she could not have imagined that Zhang Sui would be so bold. How dare you hug and kiss yourself? Seeing that Madam did not resist, Zhang Sui's arms around her were slightly harder. He couldn't wait to get the lady completely into his body. The lady froze for a moment, panicked, and was about to push him away. Under the sun, this Sui, too, is a little too bold. But she pushed and didn't push. Instead, Zhang Sui wrapped his arms a little tighter. The lady's voice faltered, and she said with some urgency, You let go first, Boaching, or I'll get mad. Zhang Sui looked at his wife's pretty face, which was so red that it was dripping blood, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears. It was only then that he let go of the lady with a fondness. The lady glanced at Zhang Sui and turned her head away. Zhang Sui is about to follow. The lady darted away while quivering. Don't you follow me? Let me calm down. Only then did Zhang Sui stop in his tracks, watching the lady's silhouette quickly leave. Zhang Sui's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. It felt like a dream to him. Madam is such an extremely beautiful thing that she would fall into her hands today. That supremely soft and voluptuous body. Those soft red lips with their fragrance. Zhang Sui gulped. For the first time, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's so damn cool to travel to the end of this Han dynasty. Life is wonderful as it is. Any other complaints? End of chapter. After Zhang Sui watched the lady leave, he stood still and warmed up to the taste of the lady. Sure enough, the same woman feels completely different. Red Jade's body tightened as she wrapped her arms around her, and when he wrapped his arms around the lady, he felt her body roll and soften. Zhang Sui took a deep breath and suppressed the evil fire within him. Focusing all his attention on the bamboo tube, he only gradually returned to normal. Besides, the lady left the ministry compound and didn't notice that Zhang Sui didn't follow along the way. Something in her heart said no. In this moment, she actually felt a hint of disappointment. However, she was quickly relieved again. Zhang Sui was just a man the size of his second son. There were many things about men and women that he didn't understand. Naturally, when he saw that he was angry, he didn't dare to come after him. It will become clear later when he has more contact. Returning to her study, her ladyship sat down on her knees before her desk, and produced a bill that, and yet, I can't get enough of it. All I could think about was the kiss I had just received. The lady only felt her cheeks redden as if they were going to burn. The body was also inexplicably hot. She wrapped her small, cold hands around her rolling cheeks as her beautiful eyes looked out of the den at Fresh. Watching Fresh bloom in the hot sun, the lady bit her red lip and burst out laughing. Actually, I'm a little older myself though, in my 30s. However, many people still say that they and their second daughter are like sisters. Besides, she did have a pretty good face, and her body was no less than that of her second daughter. The oldest daughter came back once, bathing with my oldest daughter. My own body is no better than my oldest daughter's. To say it's blooming fresh is an understatement. The bottom line is that as a woman who has been through the ages herself, as long as Zhang Sui had the guts to marry himself, he would definitely let him experience his own wonders in bed in the future. The scene of Zhang Sui pressing down on her body came to mind. The lady was busy giving a gentle slap to herself and then took 2 sharp sips of her herbal tea. What's on your mind? In today's condition, it's impossible for himself and him to get to that point all at once. If you want to remarry him, you will have to take your time to get these children of yours to accept him. Otherwise, these sons and daughters of theirs will not be able to accept it in a hurry. One cannot abandon one's children and forcibly remarry hers. She was more concerned about the future of the Jin family and her children than remarrying. The prerequisite for remarriage is also to make sure that the Jin family can continue even if they leave themselves, and that all of my children will have families, all of them will be safe, and all of them will have a good life. Don't worry about your little daughter. It's the second son and second daughter who should be most worried. The second daughter, in particular, looked down on him, always thinking he was a denizen, lecherous, and can't see the good in him. If not corrected properly, the second daughter could be the biggest obstacle to her own remarriage in the future. Endurance. Endurance. So many lonely days and nights in the past have been experienced. It's that close now? The cloud of fire on her face slowly receded. And only then did the lady hum a little song that, pick up a bill and review it. I've been here all day. It was only then that the 2 glazed fragments of the monocular telescope were once again given a rough polish to the specifications of the drawing, and the size of the bamboo tube roughly matched. After that it's just a matter of sanding it smooth with a fine grit stone. The glazed lenses for making monoculars must be smooth enough. This is something that trigonometry is far from being able to match. Zhang Sui didn't continue into polishing the smooth. After a busy day and a largely sleepless night last night, he needed to catch up on his sleep. And before catching up on his sleep, he's going to make a trip to the front door. Speak to 2nd Duke Xinyan, 2nd Miss Xinmi, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su about training. Previously, only the Captain Zhen Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su arranged basic training such as horse stance. It's because there's still time. Now that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Rou have surrounded the city of Yuyang, that training will have to be accelerated. For example, training in the use of weapons, like training for a siege, like training for a raise. If these don't train properly, when the time comes to mount the battlefield, it's likely to be untouchable cannon fodder. Zhang Sui found the 4 of them and talked about the updates to the training content. 2nd Duke Xinyan snapped. I don't understand this. 2nd Miss Xinmi was even more silent. She's a daughter, and this time she's assisting the second son, Xinyan, mainly to come up with some ideas, especially supervision, and responsibility for food matters. How could she lead an army? Zhang Sui could only land his eyes on Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. Captain Jin Hao's face blanched a bit and said, Bo Qing, as you know, I was just the family headsguard before, and I have no problem training a few dozen people, a couple hundred, proper battlefield. Me, where do I know this? Captain Jin Hao looked at Vice Captain Zhao Su and said, Old Zhao, you're good at this. Vice Captain Zhao Su spread his hands and said, fighting single-handedly. I'm not afraid. I don't panic when I command a couple hundred men, but I come from the city defense force. I've fought Yellow Turban before, still guarding the city. The Yellow Turban kind, just a lot of people, nothing capable. Now to fight the likes of Koji-e, where can I? Have you not seen the Chang elite under the hands of Koji-e? Clad in heavy armor, even in the face. The crowd fell silent. That's true. Previously, when Koji-e passed through Wuji County and stayed there with 1,000 Chang elites. Why is it that all the great families of the world are extremely fawning and currying favor? It's because you can't beat it. The 4 families have a large number of ministries though. However, these ministries have not experienced a great deal of battlefield fighting at all. There was no heavy armor like the Chang elite to drape themselves in. How do you fight? If you really fall out with Koji-e, the entire Wuji County might be slaughtered. Zhang Sui sighed when he saw that neither Captain Jinhan nor Vice Captain Zhao Su could do it. There's still only one person to call, Zhao Yun, for no other reason. Zhao Yun had led the gentry to join Gongsunzan, and fought with Yuan Shao and Lu Yu, the former governor of Yuzhou. Battlefield experience. Zhao Yun definitely has it. When I went to Changshan Jinding County earlier to invite Zhao Yun over, Zhao Yun and his hoary brothers also marched quite methodically, in and out, in this chaotic world, marching all the way. They didn't run into any mountain bandits to intercept them. All these aspects confirm Zhao Yun's commanding ability. Perhaps Zhao Yun's commander-in-chief ability may be at the bottom of the list among the many famous generals of the late Han dynasty in history. However, compared to these people from the Jin family, it was already a heavenly plate-like existence. Zhang Sui said, then how about inviting Zhao Yun over to help again? Second Duke Xinyan said, he has only been gone for a short time, so what will it cost to have him come this time? Second Miss Shinmi said, I heard that he has a sister who is very much loved by him, starting with Zhao Yun, and he's just gone. If it's still an ordinary gift, he may not come. If we start with his sister, throw in the towel and surround him, it's possible to work. Second Prince Xinyan said, it's not easy, is it? Zhao Yun is a powerful man. What do you want? Zhang Sui signaled the crowd to continue drilling, while he went back to his ministry's compound alone while preparing to sleep, all the while thinking about what Zhao Yun's sister would like. Seen it once before. The little girl was carrying a lance and galloping her horse in a nimble manner, something that might not really be to her liking in general. End of chapter. Zhang Sui traveled all the way back to the ministry compound before he thought of an item, a 3-pronged mirror. This stuff is already out there, and, for those who don't know, it's possible to cite it as a surprise. Anyway, that's how it played out in a TV show he'd seen before he crossed over. Surely one item is not enough. Zhang Sui thought of how Madame and Second Miss Shinmi looked when they first saw him painting them. It just so happens that I have a few sheets of Zobel paper in my hand. He thought of something else. That was when he was a senior in high school, and behind the school building, outside the fence, were residential homes. There was a boy studying art who rented a private room down the road. Zhang Sui also rented a house and had to pass in front of his house. After every evening study, the boy could be seen leaving the gate open. Various portraits are displayed inside. The boy was sloppy looking, and not the kind of person who dresses diligently. However, every time Zhang Sui passed by his door after his evening study, all of them could see several pretty girls in there talking and laughing. The girls are not yet familiar faces and change often. Once on vacation, he was riding his bike home, and was pulled over by a tablemate, to near an embankment that just saw this boy and a big beautiful girl hiding behind a bush kissing. At that time, the table was so excited, he still remembered. This was the first time Zhang Sui had watched someone kiss in reality, and, still, with a girl watching someone else kiss. The reason why I remember it particularly well is that when I first watched them kissing each other, he shamefully fantasized over his tablemate's lips, trying to kiss his way through, but it was discovered. It was so embarrassing that he wanted to find a hole in the ground. Thinking about all this, Zhang Sui made the decision to try tomorrow. If you can't, we'll talk about it then. Having made his decision, Zhang Sui directly fell back to sleep. He slept until the ministry returned and called him to dinner. After eating and practicing extra hard, Zhang Sui sat next to the ancient well and waited for Hongyu and the 5th young Miss Shinrong. However, this time, Hongyu unexpectedly came with the 5th young Miss Shinrong. From Hongyu's mouth, Zhang Sui learned that Madame had told her to do so, said the two would come together later in the evening. In this way, for one thing, Miss Five could meet with Zhang Sui every day and ask him about his knowledge. Secondly, the 5th young lady secretly left her own meal for Zhang Sui every time she couldn't get enough to eat. It's easy not to grow your body. Since this is the case, why don't we have Hongyu and the 5th Miss deliver the food brightly and squarely? Send more at once. Zhang Sui looked at the 5th young Miss Shinrong sitting on the edge, chattering, and then at Hongyu. Some of them want to cry. He did want to teach Miss Five. The little girl was so smart and well-spoken that Zhang Sui had a great sense of fulfillment teaching her. However, He honestly wanted to be alone with Hongyu. The divorce into marriage is far away. With Red Jade alone, he could improve his life at night, too, by having a good time and a good time. Especially since Hongyu had been a bit contrary the last few days. But Miss Five is here. How can he do it? Hongyu pursed her lips as she looked at Zhang Sui's look like he was about to cry out. Although Zhang Sui was a bit reluctant, there was nothing he could do. One can't go against the lady's wishes. Besides, he really hadn't been thinking much about that lately. Tell Miss Five to fetch the tricorder and he'll borrow it. While the fifth young lady was leaving, Zhang Sui hugged Hongyu who was sitting beside him and just nibbled on her. Hongyu looked at Zhang Sui, her pretty face shy and helpless. This man, why didn't he realize he was so immodest before? It always felt like every time I saw him, I was the one being bullied. Zhang Sui hugged Hongyu and nibbled and touched her for a while, but it wasn't enough. Miss Five then returned with the tricorder. Zhang Sui could only bury his head and eat. After eating, Hongyu took the fifth young Miss Jinrong and left. Zhang Sui sat by the ancient well for a while, and only after digesting some of it did he take a shower and go back to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui took the initiative to go to Madam about going to Jinning County to seek Zhao Yun's help again. Looking at her ladyship sleepy, languidly stretched out in trance into the study. Zhang Sui was a little reluctant to avert his eyes, though Madam was dressed in a plain long dress, no different than usual. But, as she stretched out, the highs of her chest were on display. Zhang Sui uncontrollably thought of holding her and kissing her. The lady also noticed Zhang Sui's line of sight and her pretty face reddened. Without looking at Zhang Sui again, the lady asked, "What do you want with me so early today?" Zhang Sui will need to step up his training of his ministry, and the Jin family doesn't have anyone like that today. The need to seek Zhao Yun's help was stated. Zhang Sui said, "This time I'll just bring 2 ministries, and I don't need any other items. Invite only Zhao Yun." Still looking at the bill, the lady asked, "And what else is needed? Tell me. I'll have the butler get it ready for you." Zhang Sui said, "Don't. I'll go over there lightly and bring Zhao Yun over as soon as possible. Training is urgent these days, and bringing too much stuff slows down the trip." The lady said, "That's fine. That sword of yours, which I have not taken back, you will take it directly to the steward and tell him to prepare steeds and dry provisions for you at once. The ministry is yours to pick." Zhang Sui hummed, but didn't go anywhere. Madam didn't hear Zhang Sui's footsteps leaving, so she raised her head suspiciously and, looking toward Zhang Sui, he said, "You have something else?" Zhang Sui looked around. It's still early. The study was again not far from the house where Madam slept. There was no one else near the study either. Zhang Sui took 2 steps closer towards the lady. The lady's little heart beat violently when she saw Zhang Sui move like this. This Bok Sung, he's really getting bolder and bolder. Madam, too, scrambled to her feet, and took a few steps toward the back of her pretty face reddened as she said, "Why don't you go get ready? About 20 steps to the left is the maid's room." Zhang Sui quickly stepped forward and hugged the lady. The lady's pretty face was about to drip blood, and with both hands against Zhang Sui's chest, she droned, "Let go. Be seen. I'll get you killed." Zhang Sui lowered his head and kissed his lady's red lips before he let go and quickly left. The lady stood by the case table, looking at Zhang Sui's back as he left, slowly paralyzing to the ground. This Bozong, they all have to go out and do things, and they still won't stop. I'm glad it's still too early, and I didn't let the maids get up myself. Otherwise, can't even imagine the consequences of being seen. If I had known he was so bold, I shouldn't have asked him that yesterday. Just delay it some more. But feeling the warmth of her lips, the lady reached down and fondly touched them where they had been kissed. Another long sigh escaped his lips. Zhang Sui left from the lady's study and could not suppress the smile on his face. Madam is truly a woman of color. Also, the lips are really soft. The body is also very substantial. Unfortunately, now is not the time. But there's no rush. Take your time. Sooner or later, I'm going to get my lady in my arms. Zhang Sui found 2 of his ministers and went to see the housekeeper, carrying his sword. Have the steward arrange for steeds and dry provisions to be prepared. Just after dawn, Zhang Sui took 2 of his ministries and went straight to Jinning County. The 3 of them ran furiously all the way, stopping for 2 hours right in the middle. The next afternoon, Zhang Sui arrived at Zhao Yun's house in Jinning County. In front of Zhao Yun's house, Zhao Yun is not there. That sister of his, Zhao Yu, was picking 2 barrels and coming back from someone's house. The barrel was filled with fresh water. Zhang Sui looked at this scene of Zhao Yu and had one of his ministers stand bent over in front of him. The other minstrel ground while he took the zobel paper and laid it on the back of the bent minstrel and drew quickly. While drawing, Zhang Sui sized up Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu actually saw Zhang Sui from a distance. She was a bit puzzled as to why Zhang Sui had come here. Was going to ask, but then I thought of what my second brother had said, stay away from him. He's a lewd as hell denizen, and the mouth is so good, you can't stand it. Zhao Yu still didn't ask, but just continued to pick 2 buckets of fresh water to go home while he did so, while sizing up Zhang Sui. Seeing Zhang Sui's eyes looking at himself recklessly, from his face to his waist, to his feet, Zhao Yun's small face tightened. I'm sure it's a denizen. What kind of man looks at a woman like that? And so shameless. He's seen him looking himself, and he doesn't know to restrain himself. When he returned home with 2 wooden buckets of water at a quick pace, Zhao Yu came out ferociously carrying a long spear. Towards Zhang Sui he just met him. Zhang Sui busily picked up the painting he hadn't finished yet, aimed it at Zhao Yu, and said with a forced smile, Sister, don't get me wrong. I just thought you looked good and wanted to draw you a picture. End of chapter. Zhao Yu saw the unfinished portrait in Zhang Sui's hand. The fierce look on his face instantly dissolved into nothingness. She looked at the portrait somewhat incredulously and pointed down at herself again. This is me? Zhang Sui secretly sighed in relief as he watched Zhao Yu look so changed. When I was a student, I often heard people say, a woman's face, the day of April, change at the drop of a hat. It really seems right now. This Zhao Yun's sister, she's really utilized the art of face changing to the extreme. That would be nice. Zhang Sui squeezed out a smile and said, Yes, it's you, sister. I just drew you. When Zilong was in the Jin family before, I've heard him praise you more than once. Said he had a sister, dainty and lovely, slim, a beauty among beauties, and martial arts. Whoever marries her will definitely have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. The last time you went to pick up Zilong, I was blown away by you. At that time, I was so amazed that I wanted to make a painting of you to keep for all eternity. That way, when I'm old, I can hold the portrait up to my grandchildren. See, your grandfather and I are among those who have seen the fairies who have come down to earth. The 2 ministries stared wide-eyed, sucked in cool air, and their sweaty hairs stood up steeply. This young girl is indeed okay looking. It's also just a little worse than Miss 2, but definitely not to the point where fairies come down to earth. Is this Sui so complimentary? Not too much? If they were women, they wouldn't like such a pompous form of compliments. A person who doesn't have some knowledge of what they look like? This time, Zhang Sui was afraid that he was going to mess things up. However, she didn't expect that Zhao Yu's little face was flushed as she listened to Zhang Sui say so much. Small hands scratched his face with an embarrassed look. Yeah, I'm so good looking? Before that, second brother said I looked like a tiger and was afraid I wouldn't be able to marry. 2 parts. Zhang Sui let out an and said, Zilong is just afraid that you will be cheated by a bad man. I've spent some time with Xiren, and he's very introverted. The more he likes someone, the more he says, in front of outsiders, that the person is no good. Just in case some bad guy hits on him. Let's just say that I'm not exactly a good-looking man, but I'm decent-looking, aren't I? I still have some talent. I'm a particularly sincere, truthful type when it comes to women, especially ones like my sister. Our lady of the house says I'm steady, but Zilong told you he was a denizen. Yes or no? But I haven't married a woman until now. Zhao Yu's eyes went wide and he was busy nodding his head. So that's how it is. I told you, the first 2 times I saw you, I thought you were a civilized man. But my second brother had to call you a denizen, lewd to the core, and a smooth talker. Keep me away from you. So it's for your protection. But why did he say that to me? Am I going to hurt you? How could I, a daughter, hurt you? I'm the second brother, his sister. Doesn't he know me well? How could I hurt you? Zhang Sui sighed. Perhaps, he did this subconsciously? After all, Zilong has been to war and, quite alert. Zhao Yu still had to question it. Zhang Sui busily said, Sister, can you let me finish your portrait? When I'm done, we'll talk again? Zhao Yu wiped her little face, stood up straight, hummed, and said with a red face, So, go on. Then, when you're done, can you give me a portrait? I've grown up so much, no one's drawn me a picture yet. I've seen people draw portraits before and they ignore me. That's about as well drawn as I can see that guy. Not at all. Zhang Sui laughed. That's a must. I'll draw a portrait of you, sister, and I'll definitely give you one. Either way, you're the one I'm looking at, and Zilong's sister. After a pause, Zhang Sui continued to survey Zhao Yu and continued painting while saying, By the way, sister, what's your name? Where is Zilong now? Zhao Yu hemmed and hawed and said, My name is Zhao Yu, the Rain of Rain. 3 siblings in our family, representing clouds, rain, and thunder, respectively. When my mother was pregnant with my elder brother, it happened that my father was out working on the farm and saw the weather change. Just decided to take this change for future children, so that when his children come together, it will rain and irrigate the fields. By the way, what's your name? Zhang Sui said. My name is Zhang Sui. My cousin's name is Bucheng. You can just call me Brother Bucheng. Zhao Yu nodded and said with a curious look on his face, What are you looking for second brother for today? Zhang Sui laughed. Nothing much, I just simply thought of you. Sister, so I came to take a look, make you a picture and keep it at home. After all, I haven't seen a woman as good looking as you. Sister, before. Zhao Yu's face was sweet and honeyed as she laughed. You bookworms, you just talk so well. Before, my second brother was trying to find me a sword dancer, like him, and it was annoying as hell. Wouldn't it be nice to find someone who reads? I know martial arts myself. I can protect people. I can also carry water, farm, and kill pigs. He'll just have to paint, like you, and give advice to the officials. If he can earn some salary. Zhang Sui nodded and said, not a bad idea. But, how can I say this? You're Zilong's only sister. He wants you to marry well like your father did. Zilong himself is not a scholar, and those who have had much contact with him know martial arts. He definitely wants to marry you off to a know-it-all. Zhao Yu let out an oh-so-subtle sound and sized up Zhang Sui. This man, second brother, despises him so much, and he still defends second brother so much and speaks for him. What a nice guy, also able to paint, speaks well too, and very discerning. Not at all like the second brother, who has no eyes and keeps saying he can't get married. Zhao Yu curiously said, that second brother, how can you say you denizen? You really don't have that. That what? Zhang Sui laughed, go and ask around. I had previously fled from Yanmen County to Wuji County. In that situation in Yanmen County, how can you be in the mood for a woman? I would have starved to death if it weren't for the lady taking me in. Zhao Yu looked at Zhang Sui somewhat sympathetically and said, I also know something about Yanmen County. There are frequent Hoosier incursions there. In the past few years, the court has been corrupt, and the people there in Yanmen County are so unhappy that there are no chickens crowing for 10 miles. We also have refugees from Jinding County who fled there. Many wives and children are dead. So miserable. My second brother even went there in his early years with the county's magnates to resist the Hoosier invasion. In that case, you really can't be a denizen. It may be true, as you say, that my second brother thinks you're a talented man, so don't dare tell the public how good you are. After all, there's chaos going around now. You don't have martial arts and you have some skills. The bad guys will take you and sell you for hard labor. Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, that should be it. Zhao Yu asked tentatively again, so, what about your relatives? Zhang Sui said, before I fled, my family died out and I was the only one left. Zhao Yu sighed and said, then, why don't we eat here today? My second brother's gone hunting. Fight the bear fighters and I'll make you a nice meal tonight. End of chapter. Both Minutemen were dumbfounded. Zhang Sui complimented her so pompously, and it was clear that he had impure intentions. This Zilong's sister, why is she enjoying herself instead? And invite him home for dinner? Hearing Zhao Yu say that, Zhang Sui laughed. It won't bother you guys? Zhao Yu laughed. No trouble, it's just a matter of adding a few pairs of chopsticks. Besides, you're Ergo's friend, and you gave me paintings. I've seen that paper you're painting on. It's expensive. We can't even afford to use our magistrates. Last time, some hoi polloi sent some to my second brother, saying they wanted me to learn to write. It was rejected in a heartbeat by my second brother. You treat me like this and it's just a meal. You're just asking me to do more. I'll consider it. Zhang Sui nodded his head deeply and said, since my sister said so, I'm flattered. By the way, I have a small gift for my sister. Don't mind if you don't mind. Sister. Zhao Yu blinked her eyes and looked at Zhang Sui curiously. Zhang Sui took out the tricorder and signaled her to extend her right hand, holding it above her to adjust the angle. Not long after, a beam of colorful light fell onto Zhao Yu's palm. Zhao Yu let out a wow and said, what is this? How did you do that? Zhang Sui taught Zhao Yu how to use the trigonometry before continuing to draw. Zhao Yu stood still while holding up the tricorder, constantly changing angles. Her little face couldn't suppress her surprise as she said, Brother Bochung, you're really great. I'd like to marry a bookworm like you, who knows everything. You can even get a rainbow out of the sky. You're so capable. That's if my future husband can be like you. Zhang Sui said, surely I can. Sister, you are so good looking, and so gentle and considerate, and protective, and such a woman that, who doesn't want it? Zhao Yu's face once again crawled with blush as she glanced at Zhang Sui and said, thank you. If I get what I want in the future, I'll give you a thank you gift. Zhang Sui also finished drawing Zhao Yu's avatar at this time and handed it to Zhao Yu. Sister, you take it first. I've watched you, memorized your features, and I'll be able to draw them when I get back. Zhao Yu took the portrait and smiled from ear to ear. It's so pretty. It's still you, Brother Bozong. Who can read this portrait? It's like a fairy who came down to earth. You hurry in and I'll get you something to eat. I'm going to show this painting to my mother. After speaking, without waiting for Zhang Sui to agree, he took the portrait and ran into the house, saying, Mother, look at the treasure I've got. One of the ministers said with a constipated expression, Bocheng, this this is to that? Sister Zilong is indeed quite lovely to look at, but it's a good deal worse than the second young lady. So how is it that a fairy has descended to earth? Zhang Sui glared at him in dismay and said, shut the up. Women are meant to be complimented. Understand? Lover's eye. When you build a career someday and see a woman you like, that's a fairy. The two ministries looked at each other in disbelief. It's as good as it looks. Is it something you can look at and become pretty? Zhang Sui didn't bother to argue with them and greeted them to follow and instructed them not to talk nonsense. The three entered inside the house. I saw an old woman standing by the threshold of the hall, holding the portrait that Zhang Sui had just drawn for Zhao Yu. Holding it up high, he looked seriously at the setting sun and laughed. It's really like my family's Yuer. It looks good. Zhao Yu stood beside her and said excitedly, Mother, this brother Bo Chang is the one with vision. He said his daughter was like a fairy who came down to earth. Look at this portrait of him. Daughter is very pretty. Mother, in the future, I'll find a scholar like brother Bo Chang to be my husband. So don't you ever think of finding me a martial artist like second brother. The old lady smiled dotingly. Well, how are you or likes it? I'll let your second brother help you find out how. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw Zhang Sui and his trio enter the house, and the old lady was busy returning the portrait to Zhao Yu. He greeted them and said, your guest has come to the door, and it's a great honor to be here. Why don't you fetch some pastries for your honored guest? Zhao Yu gave a heavy sigh and climbed up the stairs to the second floor with the portrait in his hand. Ton, hiding the portrait. He then flew down and went to the kitchen to fetch herbal tea and homemade pastries out. The old lady gestured for Zhang Sui and the two ministers to sit down. Zhang Sui saw that this old lady was also old. Her hair was graying, and she was definitely not young. This is Zhao Yun's mother? There are no historical texts that account for Zhao Yun's mother. However, the Han dynasty ruled by filial piety. It is now the year of Xingping. The historical Zhao Yun was in Yecheng only in the 5th year of Jinan, after he had left Gongsun Zan and, after recognizing Liu Bei in Yuan Shao's territory, he followed Liu Bei and did not return to Jinding County. That means that Zhao Yun's mother should have died 5 years before Jinan, and that, most likely dead for more than 3 years. At the end of the Han dynasty, there were many people who held on to their parents for 3 years of mourning before re-emerging after their departure. For example, Jia. For example, Sun Tzu. For example, the Huan Steppes. In other words, Zhao Yun, the mother, doesn't have many days left. Since I've come to beg Zhao Yun today, I have to leave some thoughts for him as well. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui smiled and said to the old lady, Old madam, I see that you are radiant and, quite a looker, a blessed man at first glance. I'd like to paint a portrait of you. May I? The old lady was stunned. Zhao Yu's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Of course it's good. Zhang Sui laughed and made the old lady stand by the threshold, facing the setting sun that shone into the house. He glued a few sheets of zobel paper together with grains of rice and drew a full-body portrait of the old woman. It took a whole half hour, and it was getting dark, to finish the painting. In the portrait, the old woman stands by the threshold, gazing silently ahead. Both ministries looked at Zhang Sui with some envy. This Sui, how nice it would be to draw a picture of such a huge catching a corpse beauty. Hang it in the room and they can watch it 10 times a day. This would be even better if it was used to draw one of these huge catching a corpse beauty animations. Zhao Yu looked at the portrait, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. The old lady looked at the portrait and also kept nodding her head, smiling. This boy, Bo Ching, what a skillful pair of hands. It's beautifully drawn. Zhang Sui laughed. Old lady, this portrait is yours. If you still need paintings in the future, feel free to send someone to the Jin family in Wuji County to find me. I'll paint it for you when I have time. The old lady laughed. How can I trouble you every time? Old me finally does understand why this child, always says she wants to find one who can read. That kid Zilong. Just give him another pair of hands and he won't be able to draw. Zhao Yu hammed and hawed. Mother, you finally know. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing, outside the door, the sky was already numb and dark. Zhao Yun and a few of the hoi polloi steered their horses back. On his shoulders, he carried half of a bear corpse. Saying goodbye to a few magnates, Zhao Yun led his steed towards the house's compound, tying his steed to a pillar on one side. Zhao Yun looked into the room suspiciously. No lights were lit. Instead, bursts of laughter came out of the house. It's the mothers and the sisters. Seems to be having an extremely good time talking to people. Zhao Yun was suspicious. Who is this? To be able to make your mother and sister so happy that the lights don't go on? End of chapter. Zhao Yun entered the house with a heart full of doubts. He saw his old mother and sister Zhao Yu gathered around Zhang Sui in the hall. His old mother was holding a rolled-up thing in her hand. Kindly, his sister, Zhao Yu, was twitching with laughter. Zhao Yun, what the hell? Why is he here? Why are mother and sister laughing so much? When the crowd saw Zhao Yun enter, they stopped talking. Zhao Yu came back to her senses and bounced away. Ouch, it's getting dark. The second brother is all the way back. I'll go light the lamps and cook for you. Zhao Yun's heart thumped as he watched Zhao Yu look so excited. The old lady smiled at Zhao Yun. Zilong, why are you just back? This boy, Bo Qing, it's been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Yun's face was a bit ugly. He had a feeling something big was wrong. Nevertheless, he managed to squeeze out a smile, while hanging half of the bear fighter's meat from the beams of the room. While smiling at Zhang Sui, he said, "What does the Lord's record want with me?" Zhang Sui looked to Zhao Yun. There were some unexpected takeaways from the trip. Not just taking care of Zhao Yun's sister Zhao Yu, it even took care of Zhao Yun's old mother. At this point, there's no point in hiding. Instead, it has to be thrown out brightly. Otherwise, Zhao Yun might even refuse privately. However, in front of the old lady and Zhao Yu, he couldn't refuse. Zhang Sui said, "It's like this. Before, didn't the Beiqiu let the second son Jinyan be the general of the ministry? Train those nearly 1,000 stragglers? No one in the Jin family is currently capable of this. I thought that since you have experience, Zilong, I would like to ask you to go over and help with the training. I really don't have a choice, and I won't lie to you. The Jin family has gotten information. The allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Rou have surrounded Yuyang. Gong Sun Zan will be defeated. Once Yuyang is broken, Koji Yi's time to die has come. Gong Sun Zan is the most powerful enemy of the Jizhou government. With Yuyang gone, Gong Sun Zan has no strength to fight the Jizhou government. And Koji Yi, who is too close to the Changs. The 1,000 elites under his hand are all Changs. This time, they have joined forces with the Xianbei and other Hu people. The Jizhou government must kill him to curry favor with the major families. Not to mention, Koji Yi is on bad terms with Jizhou Mu. As you saw before, the second son of the Jizhou pastor to the Jin family. Koji is so arrogant to say that kind of thing. When the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. Not to mention, Koji Yi is so arrogant. Zhao Yun nodded. He also anticipated that Koji Yi and Yuan Shao would have a big battle. Zhao Yun furrowed his brows and said, "I don't want to get involved these days. It hadn't been long since my brother died. Father died early again. The old mother is not well. My sister is at the age to marry again." He wanted to spend more time with his elderly mother and sister. And, at this time, no vassal was in his sight. Zhao Yun's words here had just finished when Zhao Yu walked in, carrying the light, placed in front of the ancestral tablets in the hall. It illuminates the hall. The old woman opened the rolled-up portrait and, smiling, he said to Zhao Yun, "This is the portrait that boy Bo Qing drew for me today. The boy, who took great pains. Zilong, if there's nothing you can't put off, just help him out." Zhao Yun looked at the open portrait and looked at his old mother in it. His heart sighed. Indeed, it's very similar. Took the trouble. No wonder I heard my old mother laughing so hard just outside the door that she didn't even light the lamp. And the paper, surprisingly, is still Zobo paper. This is something that money may not even buy. Zhao Yun took a closer look at the portrait and smiled at the old lady. It's quite a resemblance. Mother, I'll give it to you to hang right here in the hall, so you can see it coming in and out later. The old lady was busy saying, "No way. In case it's taken, where will I find a second one?" Zhao Yun laughed. "That's fine. Your old man will bring it with him." At this time, Zhao Yu also climbed up to the second floor, climbed down again, and took out a drawing mat. Unfolding it in front of Zhao Yun, he hemmed and hawed, "Second brother, I have one too. You're the only one who doesn't." Zhao Yun looked at Zhao Yu in the portrait, but he couldn't laugh. Crossing over Zhao Yu and looking at Zhang Sui who was sitting not far away, Zhao Yun sighed. "Talk to him tonight." The old lady was obviously in a good mood today and had Zhao Yu cook a few more dishes. In the evening, several people gathered for dinner. After eating, Zhao Yun asked Zhang Sui to sleep with him so that he could follow him tomorrow. Zhang Sui watched the old lady and Zhao Yu both go to sleep. Then he stripped off his shirt and stood in the courtyard. Started practicing extra hard against the starlight dots. Zhao Yun clasped his arms to his chest as he watched Zhang Sui sparring, especially when he saw that Zhang Sui had practiced extra to the Zhao family gun. Zhao Yun couldn't stop nodding his head. Occasionally, he was on hand to correct it. After Zhang Sui's extra training, he triggered the strike chance again today and grew 1 pound of strength. Zhang Sui wiped the sweat from his face and a smile spread across his face. It seems that the harder you practice, the greater the chance of the extra practice triggering a blast, and the higher the magnitude of the blast. At this rate, it's likely that I won't have to wait years to become Hercules myself. In the future, when you have money, build yourself a square halberd that weighs hundreds of pounds. Zhao Yun watched Zhang Sui finish practicing before he went to the ancient well to bring him a few buckets of cool water so that Zhang Sui could take a shower. After Zhang Sui took a shower, the two of them went back to their room together. Zhao Yun looked at Zhang Sui lying beside him and was a bit tongue-tied. Zhang Sui curiously said, "Just say what you have to say. You've been stammering all night." Zhao Yun said, "Madam and second miss kind of like you. Taking care of this is better than nothing. Although the lady is a widow, her face is still intact, and, behind her, she still relies on the Jin family. The second young lady is even more so. She's a beautiful-looking woman, and she's still young." Zhang Sui's body was a little hot as the scene of Madam's winking eyes floated in his mind. This time, he didn't retort, but smiled and asked, "You care so much? I have my own ideas. I won't need your help with that." Zhao Yun laughed awkwardly twice and said, "Anyways, we are also friends." "Friends? I'm afraid you're having a bad time." Zhang Sui said, Okay, I'll remember. But without further ado, let's go to bed early today. We've got a lot of traveling to do tomorrow." When he finished, he lay down and covered his abdomen with the thin quilt. Zhao Yun saw that Zhang Sui's back was turned to him, and he didn't move for a while, but he couldn't sleep. He poked Zhang Sui's back with his elbow and said, "Lord Records, are you asleep?" Zhang Sui opened his eyes suspiciously and turned his head some. Out of the corner of his eye, he drifted behind him and said, "No, why?" Zhao Yun secretly sighed before saying, "I'm worried." Zhang Sui rolled over and faced Zhao Yun, and was instantly interested. "What are you worried about? Worried about building a career? Worried that there is now no wise lord?" Zhao Yun shook his head. "No, I'm worried about my sister." Zhang Sui immediately lost interest, lay on his back, closed his eyes and, jarringly, he said, "What does my sister need you to worry about? Looking quite cute and having martial arts skills, how many people can't wait to marry her?" Zhao Yun looked towards Zhang Sui and narrowed his eyes. "I'm just worried about you." End of chapter. Zhao Yun saw that Zhang Sui was actually about to fall asleep again, so he was busy poking him with his elbow once again. Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun somewhat breathlessly and said, "Zilong, an elder brother is like a father. But then, haven't you ever heard the saying? Children and grandchildren will always have their children and grandchildren. Who can cheat a sister out of her mind?" Zhao Yun pondered slightly and said, "Lord Record, you just thought that my sister was cute and had martial arts skills, right?" Zhang Sui hummed and rightfully said, "Yeah, there's a problem? You're probably the older brother, so you don't think she'll marry. I did hear it from my sister, but it's your illusion. It's hard to create that kind of appreciation of the opposite sex between loved ones." Zhao Yun said, "I know, but, did you know that the younger sister is fierce?" Zhang Sui said suspiciously, "No, I think she's quite good. Talking to her today, I thought she was quite gentle and sweet." Zhao Yun, meeting Zhang Sui's face with sincerity, Zhao Yun said, "Illusion, my sister I know best. She's good at acting. For the first time, she'll be well-behaved and sweet. But, when it gets really familiar, she's mean." She told herself that in the future she would marry a man who was skilled in martial arts like me. He hates people like you who are not strong in martial arts. She also said that on the night of her cave, she was going to use the severed foot before she did that. If that man is as skilled as I am in martial arts and can hide, then she recognizes that. Just cave and candle with the man and have children later. If it's not as good as me and can't be beaten, she'll have the man exterminated and make peace. And after that, I have to do her favors. If that man doesn't make peace, break his limbs, she will, in time, find another man. Zhang Sui, why do I think it's unlikely? A woman as petite and cute as my sister. How is it possible to do something so unconscionable? Also, I just heard her say today that she likes the kind of men who can read. Zhao Yun laughed out loud. After laughing for a while, Zhao Yun asked rhetorically, "Do you think that this second brother of mine, day in and day out with her, don't know her as well as you do? Believe it or not, I'm just reminding you because you're a friend. Don't blame me for not warning you if you suffer and become extinct in the future. Sleep, sleep, sleep. We have a lot of catching up to do tomorrow." When he finished, he also pulled up the thin quilt and covered his abdomen. Zhang Sui quietly watched Zhao Yun sleep peacefully, somewhat speechless. "What do you mean? Don't blame me for not warning you? It's not like I'm planning on cavorting with your sister. It doesn't matter if she's pretending to be gentle and sweet, or if she really is. What's that got to do with me?" However, seeing that Zhao Yun had fallen asleep, Zhang Sui didn't bother arguing. It always felt like Zhao Yun was going to get anxious if he kept arguing. You can't beat him yourself, and asking for his help. If you really get in a hurry with him, then you've come for nothing. He also closed his eyes and went to sleep. When Zhang Sui woke up early the next morning, Zhao Yun was no longer there. Just the sound of chopping wood coming from outside. Zhang Sui yawned, got dressed, and hurried out. He saw that in the courtyard, Zhao Yun was chopping wood. Seeing Zhang Sui waking up, Zhao Yun said, "This time, I'll go over with you for even longer. So I'll chop some more firewood and mother and sister won't have to worry about firewood at home." Sister is obviously a girl, practicing martial arts every day. That hand roughness is catching up with men. If this continues, how will she marry? Zhang Sui did not want to go on about Zhao Yun's sister. He felt that Zhao Yun was bewitched, doesn't recognize his sister's excellence at all. It's as if a certain winter didn't know his wife's beauty before crossing over. Zhang Sui changed the subject and said, "Where is your son?" Zhao Yun had said before that his son was almost as old as Zhang Sui. Speaking of sons, Zhao Yun couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he said, "Put it in one of my brother's house to practice martial arts. Mother favors him too much. Let him be at home." And his mother, with a mouthful of heart, will not spare him any pain at all. The boy, being a man of understanding, pleaded with my mother himself and went to someone else's house to practice martial arts. My brother is also highly skilled in martial arts and specializes in swordsmanship. I'll introduce this brother to you sometime in the future. If I'm not home and you need help, you can go to him. Just then, Jiayu came out with a wooden basin and smiled sweetly at Zhang Sui. "Brother Bocheng, wash your face, brush your teeth, and get ready to eat. You guys are going to be in a hurry later, so I'll get you some food ahead of time, and cook some meat for you to take on the road as you go." Placing the wooden basin on the rock in front of Zhang Sui, Jiayu handed a branch to Zhang Sui. Then humming a little tune, he bounced off to the mess hall. Zhang Sui looked at the branch in his hand, and then at the steaming water on the stone in front of him. Nudging towards Zhao Yun, she said, "Look, how considerate a woman my sister is. So good at taking care of people. How could no one want her? If you really can't marry her later, you tell me and I'll marry her." Zhao Yun's movement of chopping wood stopped, and a coldness held in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Sui. After all, he didn't speak, saying, "If you have the guts." After brushing his teeth with the branch and washing his face, Zhang Sui found an axe from the house and followed Zhao Yun as he splits the firewood. It didn't take long for the old lady to come out as well while buttoning the left side of her coat. Seeing Zhang Sui busy, the old lady laughed and said, "This child, Bo Qing, is talented and filial. It's really likable. Why don't you make a man for my Yuer?" Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, "Old madam, if I can marry Yuer, then I'm smoking in my ancestors' graves. But where do I deserve it? Rainy is like a fairy who has descended to earth and knows how to find a better family." Zhao Yun's gaze towards Zhang Sui only softened a bit. Seeing that his old mother still wanted to speak, Zhao Yun said with a leathery smile, "Mother, my sister will marry a man like me in the future who is strong in martial arts and who is devoted to him. Those guys, Zhao Hao and Fang Xiang, they're just fine, and they're on good terms with me. People have been thinking about their sisters for a long time too, and they don't smile at other women with the Lord's mark like that. To be honest, I kind of like it too. This is something I would have set up if my sister hadn't had her heart set on it long ago." Looking at Zhang Sui again, he smiled and said, "Lord Record, it's a bit of a pity that this is fate. However, don't worry, you're so talented. You'll definitely have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the future. There's no shortage of women." The old lady sighed. "It's up to her. I'm staying out of it." The 2 ministries also came out and followed along. Chopping wood, the 4 of them split a large pile of firewood and helped put it in the kitchen before they began to eat. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them didn't make a fuss, taking the meat that Zhao Yu had already cooked long ago with them. They steered their horses away. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, followed on horseback for a long distance. After walking about 10 miles, Zhao Yun told her to hurry back and take care of her old mother. It was only then that Zhao Yu waved her hand somewhat reluctantly and said to Zhang Sui, "Then, Brother Bocheng, do you know anything else besides painting?" Zhang Sui laughed, "I know a little bit of everything. I'm just not very good at it. I also know some poetry and fugue. I also make some weapons." Looking at the lance that Zhao Yu was carrying in his hand, but without a bow and arrow, Zhang Sui said, "You don't have a bow and arrow. Next time I'll make you a different kind of bow and arrow." Zhao Yu hammed and hawed. "So, it's a deal." With that, he extended his hand to pull the hook at Zhang Sui. Zhao Yun was busy using his riding crop to whip the horse's ass of Zhang Sui's seated steed and said, "Rush the road and rush the road." Only then did Zhang Sui wave goodbye to Zhao Yu behind him. "Sister, hurry back and, the next time Zi Long comes back, I'll have him bring it to you." Zhao Yu laughed. "All right, I'll wait then. If you can't do it, I'll go and ask for it." End of chapter. Zhang Sui flew all the way with Zhao Yun and the 2 ministries. On the following big morning, the 4 of them arrived at the Jin family in Wuji County. Zhao Yun acted rather quickly. Once he arrived at Jin's house, he watched the training of the lower ministry and nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers. A number of stragglers stood beside them. Zhao Yun's brows knit directly. He found Zhang Sui and followed him to see Mrs. Offered to the lady to take over the ministry and nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers with full authority. He also asked for a bunch of weapons. The Jin family warehouse alone has a large number of weapons. These weapons have been passed down through generations and have to be cleaned every so often. As such, it is kept quite well. These weapons, mainly ring-headed swords, lances and long gorges, and some of the bows and arrows. Zhao Yun organized all of the Jin family's more than 200 ministries and nearly 1,000 able-bodied stragglers together. A ministry takes 4 able-bodied stragglers and forms a wu, with the ministry as the wu leader. 2 NGS form a sh, from which a ministry is chosen as a shish. 5 NGS form a canton, from which one of the ministries is chosen to be the canton commander. 2 cantons form 100, from which a ministry is chosen as 100 generals. After that, Zhao Yun conducted a unified test on these 1,200 people. Those who are physically strong and prefer to get in close, take ringed head swords and wooden shields. Those who can shoot become archers straight away. Those with a bit of strength use lances and long gorges. Once the army had been reorganized, Zhao Yun drew boundaries and transferred male subordinates from the Jin family residence to form a patrol. No other stragglers, within the boundaries, are allowed to approach. Even if you have a loved one in this group, you are not allowed to go near it. Once close enough to be caught, the relief of all loved ones is cut off. Meanwhile, captured members are not allowed to eat for a day. There is a lot of training involved. Wake up before dawn in the morning and train to fight with various weapons. Zhao Yun didn't teach these people the Zhao family gun. It was all simple chopping motions. After breakfast, it was time to train in the execution of various orders, as well as arrays, and how to attack a city. It even includes a variety of means of establishing merit, including entrenchment, precedence, decapitation, and capture of the flag. In the evening, after dinner and before dark, they trained their formations. The formation that Zhao Yun provided these people with was also rather simple. It was the plum formation. In Zhao Yun's words, there was no time to spare, and none of these men had ever been on a battlefield before. Simple-minded, can't remember much at once. Therefore, it is important to use the simplest means to get them to quickly memorize the various battlefield means of saving their lives. Zhang Sui, his second son Jinyan, and his second Miss Shinmi also trained with the crowd. Zhao Yun's training was even harsher than that of his previous captain, Xin Hao, and vice-captain, Zhao Su. Often the crowd feels exhausted by the end of the day, especially Zhang Sui. After training during the day, he had to take off his shirt at night for extra training. Not that he wanted to add to the practice, trying to get it done right in the middle of training. But, at the end of the Han, unless one is killed in life and death, the daily circumstances of it is also not allowed to strip naked in public. The only thing that made Zhang Sui feel comforted was that his previous guess was not wrong, the intense extra training that, being able to trigger blitz chances more easily and sometimes blitz magnitude is higher. These training days, Zhang Sui's strength improved by 0.5 pounds and 0.6 pounds every day after extra training. Every now and then, there are 1.0 pounds, 1.2 pounds, or something like that. And, compared to others, he did have a better time. In the evening, Hong Yuan, the fifth young lady, Jun Mi, would come and give him extra meals. The extra meals were also more substantial than before. Before adding meals, it was all about vegetables and of course meat. And now, the main content of the additional meals were all meat. According to Hong Yuan, the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, it was requested by the missus. Thinking of the 2 previous kisses, Zhang Sui was a bit apoplectic every time he mentioned his wife. He tried to get to Mrs. a couple of times, but, surprisingly, Madam didn't see him. Whenever he wanted to see her ladyship, the people around her ladyship said she was busy and told him to tell them if he had anything to tell them. They passed it on to Mrs. It's a good thing that although Madam doesn't see it, Hong Yu comes every day. Although it's a bit of a hassle to get rid of Miss Yen Rong every time. Zhang Sui's head was numb from thinking of all sorts of excuses. But, from time to time, he always succeeded. Ever since Zhang Sui had put his hand inside Hong Yu's clothes earlier, and the two of them had broken through that layer of restraint, Ruby becomes noticeably more open behind the scenes. Sometimes Zhang Sui failed several times to find excuses to get rid of the fifth young lady, Jin Rong. Hong Yu will also help support the fifth young lady, Jin Rong, even, at times, actively pandering. The two were now just short of a final breakthrough. But this is the end of the Han dynasty, after all, and without a marriage, this hurdle is hard to break through. Not to mention, it's still inside the Jin mansion. During this period of time, Zhang Sui also finally used the night to get the monocular done. As for the 2 glass mirrors, he no longer had the heart to get them. He's now busy training every day during the day. There was no time to spare to find an alchemist or a square to find those items for making glass mirrors. And those are items that ordinary people simply don't have. 1 month later, in the evening, Zhang Sui finished training after following the crowd, sitting and resting with the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young miss, Jun Mi. The crowd was also spread out on the floor one by one. Only Zhao Yun, Captain Zhen Hao, and Vice-Captain Zhao Su still had the energy to slice and dice on the sidelines. Just as the crowd was watching Zhao Yun and Vice-Captain Zhao Su cut up a heated battle, Hong Yu came out of the side door in a flurry, came to the side of second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Xinmi, and Zhang Sui, and said in a low voice, "Madam is in her study. Tell Yu and Zhao Yun to hurry over." Second Duke Xinyan stumbled to his feet. Second Miss Xinmi was also about to get up, but he didn't stand still and was about to fall on his butt. Zhang Sui's quick eyes and hands were busy stretching out his right foot and patting under second Miss Xinmi's buttocks. Second Miss Xinmi sat on her but on the top of Zhang Sui's feet, though her little face was dressed up and tanned. At the moment, her neck and earlobes were still red. She panicked and bounced off the top of Zhang Sui's feet, turning her head angrily toward Zhang Sui. The beautiful eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. With an innocent look on his face, Zhang Sui busily came over and whispered with his ear, "I didn't do it on purpose. Second Miss. It was so critical just now. I subconsciously stuck my foot out to protect you, and the purpose was served. If I hadn't stuck out my foot just now, the second young lady would have been afraid of falling. Besides, not many people know who you are. Second Miss. It's okay. Second Miss Xinmi's shell teeth bit her red lips, almost biting out blood. Denizens. No one else knows. So you didn't put your foot in it? Thinking of the scene just now when she sat on her but on the top of Zhang Sui's feet, second Miss Xinmi stomped her foot on the top of Zhang Sui's foot. Zhang Sui hissed, "This second lady, you've done a bad thing with good intentions." She was glad she didn't like to wear high heels as many women usually did before crossing over. "Otherwise, you'll have to lose this foot." Zhao Yun was also reminded by Hong Yu and quickly chased after him. Seeing Zhang Sui limping, Zhao Yun said with concern, "What's wrong? This?" When second Miss Xinmi heard the question, she turned back and looked at Zhang Sui with a cold aura in her eyes. Zhang Sui met second Miss Xinmi's murderous gaze and smiled forcefully at Zhao Yun. It's fine. It's just being bitten by a cat or a dog." Zhao Yun. End of chapter. Second Miss Xinmi also heard Zhang Sui's words. She almost gritted her silver teeth. This denizen has the audacity to call himself a cat or a dog. In the future, you'll regret it. The group arrived at Madame's study. There was no one else in Madame's study at this time. She was sitting on her knees in front of her desk in a long, thin, black gown, and, with a serious face, he flipped through the bamboo slips. Zhang Sui saw it from afar and had some mixed feelings. It's been a month. It's been a whole month without seeing her again. A month has passed and she seems to have gotten a little better looking again. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. It's true that the beauty in the eye of the beholder is the beauty in the eye of the beholder. When I hadn't kissed her before, I had thought it was superb, but I hadn't thought about it so much. Now that I've kissed it, I can't wait to watch it every day. Just haven't seen you for a month, and I even think the people look better. Her ladyship, hearing footsteps, raised her head and swept her eyes over the crowd of. It eventually lingered on Zhang Sui's face. Her heart was inexplicably flustered as well. However, now is not the time to think about that. As the second son Xinyan, the second young lady Xinmi, Zhao Yun and Zhang Sui came in. The lady handed a bamboo tube to the second son, Xinyan. Second Duke Xinyan took the bamboo tube, opened the lid, and drew out a strip of cloth from it. He read out, "The Jizhou government secretly announced that the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the special driver, Tian Feng, will come to Wuji County on October 15th. Please cooperate with the magistrate and the prefectural captains in picking up the pieces. October 15th. That's tomorrow." The lady listened to the second Prince Xinyan read, and only then did she look at the crowd and say, "How do we do it?" Second Duke Xinyan stood on the side, his head drooping, and did not speak. Her ladyship had no more thoughts of him. Ever since the last time Zhang Sui did her fortune-telling, he figured out that of her 3 sons, only one would survive, and after the second son, Xinyan, was again examined by the medical workers and found to have a serious deficiency in his body, she was completely dead in the water, though she was very reluctant, but there was nothing she could do about it. You can't drive the second son to death. The main men in the Jin family today are just the second and third sons. The third son was still young, and, moreover, had not shown excessive talent. She could only hope for her second daughter now. And then there's the future when you're remarried and you're blowing pillow talk in that man's ear. Let him help the Jin family now. The lady looked to the second young lady, Junmi, and said, "Mir, what do you have to say?" The second young miss, Junmi, pondered a little and said, "My daughter doesn't know much about this, but, the elder duke and the farewell minister coming together is a first for the entire Wuji County in the last 10 years. Glancing at Zhang Sui, the second young lady, Junmi, said, "Or just as the Lord's record said, we're going to start the war in Wuji County right away. We need to get ahead of ourselves." The lady nodded and looked to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun said, "I'm only responsible for helping with the training. At present, after 1 month of training, the Jin family's 200 men basically have the strength to go into battle. Zhao Yun didn't want to get involved in the power struggle of the Jizhou government. Whether Koji Yi wins or Yuan Shao wins, it doesn't make much difference to him. In his eyes, both Koji Yi and Yuan Shao are raccoons of the same tribe. Neither of them is a bright master of the world. Not to mention, helping out the Jin family. The Jin family is not even as good as Koji and Yuan Shao. It was only a matter of time before a fallen family that didn't even have a reliable male master was swallowed up. Now the world is in chaos and everyone is in danger. He didn't have the heart to save so many people. Before the emergence of a bright master, he only wanted to protect Jinding County and his folks. This time, helping with the training was also to return Zhang Sui's favor. In any case, Zhang Sui had traveled a long way to find his family, and painted my sister and my old mother. With all my heart. The lady nodded and said nothing. From the very beginning, it was clear to her that a powerful man like Zhao Yun did not want to help the Jin family. Of course, the Jin family didn't have that condition. The lady could only finally turn her attention to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and said, "Come, it is sooner or later. When they come this time, the following army should come as well. The Great War is just a short time away. I think it's possible to start by spreading rumors that, let the 4 great families and their cowardly clans evacuate this place first. If the Jin family is concerned, the merchants are also banned from crossing the river for the time being. On the surface, we continue to open barns to provide food. On the one hand, to win the hearts of the displaced people. Afterward the Great War, our ministry will only get smaller. Enlisting the stragglers, in case of a change of heart. For example, if all our ministries are wiped out, this time, urgent recruitment of these stragglers is the only way out. Besides, it helps to curry favor with the alibi. I have some knowledge of the farewell. He is one of the few Jizhou officials who is still upright and clear. We open the barn to provide food and help stabilize Wuji County. It would tend to increase the goodwill of the alibis toward us. In the future, the Jin family will be officials in the Jizhou government, and they will have to deal with the Bei Dao less often. The good cause we sow today will bear good fruit in its day. And secretly, we shipped out a portion of the grain by way of a merchant sale. Send it to the granary at Quilliam. Based on Zhang Sui's contact with the Jin family during this period of time, Zhang Sui knew that although the Jin family was in decline, there were no outstanding male hosts, so they couldn't speak in the government. However, the Jin family is still very rich. There are many industries in Hebei. One of them, Quilliam, had an estate and granaries. Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her brows and said, "Why was it sent to Chu Liang and not Yechun?" Zhang Sui laughed. "I'll explain this later. Second Miss, could you let me finish first?" Only then did Second Miss Shinmi shut her mouth. Zhang Sui continued, "This great war has the potential to spread to Wuji County. Transport away some of the rations as a precaution. Although I thought that the Jizhou government was bound to win, a localized defeat was possible. We, the Jin family, have to make sure we cover our expenses. And, even if the war doesn't reach Wuji County, if we have too much grain in Wuji County, we may be requisitioned then, too. At that time, above the battle, no matter which side of the force, it's not even possible to come to a peaceful discussion with us. At the same time, it would be possible to disguise the third prince and a few other young ladies. Follow the caravan to Chu Liang. Madam continues to sit here. Your ladyship is the number 1 person in my Jin family. You sit here. At least it will show the Jizhou government that my Jin family supports the Jizhou government. In contrast, the withdrawal of the 4 great families of it's more likely to show my Jin family's support for the Jizhou government. The 4 great clans haven't made a move against us in the past month or so. This does not mean that they have eliminated their hatred with us on this. On the contrary, I'm afraid it has deepened. The reason it hasn't been done is purely because we have so many people training at our door every day. Besides, we're here by order of the alibi. But once this great war is over, and our Jin family's strength is weakened, they're bound to rise up and fight back. In that case, we'll take advantage of this battle for now. Let them lower their position there in the Jiju officialdom, and then use their escape, with the lady sitting firmly in Wuji County, to set off our Jin family's difference. Finally looking toward the second prince, Jin Yen, Zhang Sui said, then it's time to watch the second prince's performance. This time, if we can fight a victorious battle, and have the credit for it, the second son will surely be able to serve as an official. At that time, we will completely distance ourselves from the 4 great families, and they're just going to have to put up with it. Zhao Yun glanced at Zhang Sui, a bit of an idea indeed. Unfortunately, the status was so low that he could only work as a cow for the Jin family. The lady said, can you be more detailed? Zhang Sui, looking to the second male, Yen. However, he saw second Duke Xingyan make a pleading gesture at him. Second Miss Shinmi didn't have any special reaction. Zhang Sui was a little excited in his heart. More details? That would be nice. Zhang Sui gave a dry cough and said, this matter is confidential. The less people know about it, the better. Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly said, "Mother, then my child will go out and chat with those ministries for a while longer." Second Miss Xinmi followed Second Duke Xinyan away. The lady was about to call out to the two, but as she watched them leave, she opened her little mouth and closed it again. Zhao Yun said, "In that case, Yun will also take his leave first." End of chapter. Madam watched Zhao Yun leave and glanced at Zhang Sui somewhat sheepishly. Taking a deep breath, the lady stood up and walked to the door of the study, signaling the surrounding maids to retreat. Zhang Sui watched the maids leave and busied himself towards Madam. The lady stepped back quickly. Her pretty face flushed a little. "Sit down properly. I'll ask you something." Zhang Sui didn't stop walking, but said, "Ma'am, 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. I haven't seen you in a month." Madam bit her red lips and pushed Zhang Sui away a bit, saying, I was wrong. That day. I shouldn't have asked you." Zhang Sui sighed and said, "I'm not doing this because you're a lady. Rather, I liked you from the first moment I saw you." The lady looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise, though it had been known that the man had a different kind of affection for himself. But there was something different about hearing him say it himself. And, the first time he saw himself, he already liked him? The lady just felt her heart pounding. There was something sweet in her heart. This feeling was even more nervous than when she had married into the Jin family. Although he was trying his best to hold back, his voice was still a bit shaky. Now is not the time. You do that and my heart is all messed up. And, in my heart, the Jin family and a few of my sons and daughters come first. Now that the Jin family is in this situation, and you're as smart as you are, you should know clearly, I don't have the heart to think about that. If you really like it, you just wait a year or two until the Jin family stabilizes. Madam's pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood. However, instead of lowering his head, he stubbornly stalked his neck and looked straight at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui quietly looked at the lady and listened to her. Mature women are different. Even when it comes to relationships, you can keep your sanity. Zhang Sui took a step forward and grabbed the lady's small hand, placing it in the palm of his hand to play with it. The lady's beautiful eyes held panic and she was about to draw her hand out. Zhang Sui pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Madam's breath came in sharp gasps, her breath spraying on Zhang Sui's face. But this time, she didn't dodge or struggle. Trembling and reaching out her hand, the lady encircled Zhang Sui's waistband and softly said, "I miss you, too, but really not right now." Zhang Sui's body felt like it was exploding when he heard the title of Madam. He held his lady a little tighter and the lips fell from Madam's red lips all the way down to Madam's white neck. Madam clasped his head, her body rolling and, with a hint of pleading in his trembling voice, he said, "There are people outside. I can't account for it if they see me. I want to marry you. But, you wait a little longer, okay? Now that the Jin family is in turmoil, it's impossible for us to go on without them. And I cannot stand by and watch my sons and daughters lose their lives in the midst of this chaos." Zhang Sui kissed his wife on her chest. The lady shuddered and clutched Sui's head. Zhang Sui buried his face in his lady's chest and sniffed her scent hard. It was a while before he looked up, even though he thought his face was thicker than a city wall. At this moment, he was red as if he was burning. Pressing his wife onto the desk, Zhang Sui's voice was also shaking with excitement that he couldn't control somewhat. Said, "I'll call you Tan Air from now on when no one is around." A flash of shyness flashed across Madam's pretty face, which was almost dripping with blood, but she nodded her head and, murmured Zhang Sui could not help but kiss her again as he watched her look so ready to be picked up. It was only then that he loosened up fondly. Madam motioned for him to sit down on the sidelines. She herself went back to the desk and sat down on her knees, straightening her hair in a bit of a panic, pulled on his collar. Zhang Sui quietly watched the scene. If this wasn't the end of the Han dynasty, but before he traveled, he felt that he would never be able to endure it. The lady felt Zhang Sui's burning gaze, which made her gouge out a glance at him and another somewhat sheepish glance outside. Seeing no one, the lady then said, "When the Jin family stabilizes, I will marry you. Right now, really, I'm afraid a couple of kids won't be able to take it. You privately, play nice with them. When the Jin family stabilizes and they have no problem with you Madam, while pretending to go through the papers on the desk, said, when the time comes, it's up to you. Mir, in particular, is more than a little upset with you, calling you a denizen. Look at you just now. Mir didn't even fault you." Zhang Sui's mood had also calmed down from the heat he felt just now. Laughing, he said, "That or you're too tempting. Tainer, I don't feel that way when I look at other women." The lady turned her head sideways and teased, "You don't have one for Hongyu?" Zhang Sui scratched his head and said, "I also quite like Hongyu, but it still doesn't feel the same facing Hongyu as it does facing you. Tainer, can I do what I just did every day from now on?" The lady's pretty face once again climbed scarlet, and she said in a good-natured manner, "What I just said. You didn't listen to a word. From now on, if there's nothing going on, I won't see you. Otherwise, like you did just now, sooner or later, someone will find out." Zhang Sui. Madame wanted to laugh a little when she saw that Zhang Sui looked a little hurt. This man, on a regular basis, seems pretty reliable. What's with being a child at a time like this? Madame was silent for a moment, and with a hint of coquetry in her voice she said, "Behave. I'm not avoiding you. Rather, you're like this, and I can't be still. In that case, I'll try to make it a point to see you once a month from now on. Once a day." Zhang Sui was busy saying. Madame shook her head and said, "Once a day, then what do others think? Also, on Hong Yu's side, she's an untouched little girl, not like me, and you'll need to coax her a bit more, too." After a long exhale, the lady then said, "Half a month. I'll try to find you once every half a month." Zhang Sui could only nod his head. Half a month is better than nothing. When the lady saw Zhang Sui nodding, her heart was vaguely relieved. And why would she want to do it once every half a month? She's not like those little girls. More than anything, she wanted to spend every day getting tired of the man in front of her. Just, obviously, not possible. What's the point of a short-lived fit? She knew exactly whether the two could go on, and it's all based on whether or not the Jin family can exist. In today's chaotic world, it doesn't matter how passionate two people's feelings are. Feeling the inner turmoil gradually subside, the lady stopped pretending and simply pushed the papers aside. To Zhang Sui, he said, "I didn't understand much of what happened just now, so tell me more about it." Seeing that his wife was getting serious, Zhang Sui could only suppress the restlessness in his heart. "Getting serious," he said. "Send people now to spread the news that the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yen Rou have succeeded in besieging Yuyang, and that it won't take long before they defeat Gongsun. Take Fishing Sun. At that time, Koji Yi will be immensely powerful, and he will use his troops against Wuji County." Earlier, when Koji Yi arrived in Wuji County, his 1,000 Chang elites then raped and pillaged the city and even killed Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family. Also, the Jin family is already going to run. Tonight, arrange for the caravan to load supplies, and early tomorrow morning, rush to Chuliang. Only then did the lady wonder, why did you choose to go to Chuliang instead of Yecheng? Yecheng, as the seat of the Jizhou government, is safer there, isn't it? End of chapter. Zhang Sui laughed out loud when he heard his wife ask that. Mrs. Zhang Sui laughed for a while before stopping and saying, "Once Koji Yi and the Jizhou government go to war, Koji will be defeated." The lady nodded. Zhang Sui said, "If Koji Yi is defeated in battle, he will die. Gongsun has lost Fishing Yang, his strength has been greatly reduced, and he is no longer a match for the Jizhou government. Tanner, do you think that at that time, the Jizhou government will still defend Hebei to the death?" Jizhou Mu has always been an ambitious man. Otherwise, in the old days, Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, as a disciple of the Yuan family, was, after ceding the seat of the Jizhou pastor, why would the Jizhou pastor have to come down with a deadly hand, having to get rid of it? And, in the old days, with the 10 Constantinos rebellion, Great General He Jin is perfectly capable of executing these eunuchs without conscripting Dongzhuo and the others into the capital to serve the king. But why does Jizhou Mu insist on bringing in Dongzhuo and the others? What is Dongzhuo's identity? Also a Yuan family disciple. In the final analysis, from the very beginning, what Jizhou Mu wanted was not to protect Great General He Jin. Rather, it's the entire river and mountain. When Gongsun is taken down this time, he won't have the strength to fight against Jizumu. So, Tanner, what do you think Jizhou Mu should do? The lady shook her head. Zhang Sui said, that is, while continuing to exterminate Gongsun, start moving south, in Chang'an and Luoyang, where the heroes are in turmoil. Li Ju and Guisiji, who came from Liangzhou, the soldiers under his command are powerful. The Jizhou government should avoid fighting them short for the time being. Around Yenzhou, I've recently gotten word that Cao Cao and Lubu are fighting to the death. Cao Cao and the Jizhou government are in an alliance. It's up to Cao Cao to fight for it. So why should the Jizhou government interfere? When Cao Cao is defeated, the Jizhou government will then send troops to defeat Lubu and take Yenzhou, which is justified by the name. No need to take on gossip. Cao Cao was victorious, and Yenzhou, as Cao Cao's territory, remains subordinate to the Jizhou government. There's no point in fighting for it, at least for the time being. Then, if the Jizhou shepherd wants to fight for the world, he can only go south from the plains to Qingzhou, then Shuzhou, and then it will eat up the whole world. The assassin of Qingzhou is now Tian Kai, a great general under Gongsun. The name of the governor of Beihai County is Kong Rong. Neither one is a good fighter. This time, the Jizhou government sent the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the farewell minister over to Wuji County, and, in my opinion, in addition to overthrowing Koji-e, there is another purpose, that is, after overthrowing Koji-e, to lead the troops to go southward from Wuji County in the same direction, pass through Tsuliang, rush to Pingyuan, and cross the river from Pingyuan southward to Qingzhou. We will now transport the grain to Chuliang. At that time, the second prince will lead his army south together, and we, the Jin family, will send food midway, sending charcoal in the snow. Our Jin family's status will then go to the next level. The lady's pretty face was quite shocked. So he's thinking this far ahead? All have already thought about the situation after the Jizhou government defeated Koji-e? And, Madam was curious. Why did you conclude that Tian Kai and Kongrong were unable to hold Qingzhou? Kongrong is the 20th grandson of Confucius, famous throughout the world, and on a par with the great scholar Kai Yong. You think so little of him? Zheng Sui laughed so hard that his stomach hurt a little. Mrs. Zheng Sui laughed for a while before saying, whether it's Kai Yong or Kongrong, their talents need not be questioned. But leading an army into battle has nothing to do with talent. It's true that I don't know much about Kongrong, but what I do know is that Dong Zhuo is in rebellion. Kongrong could only take refuge in the North Sea, and did nothing other than a stiff upper lip. In comparison, the other far less talented than him, Jizumu, Cao Cao, and Sun Jian, all raised their armies in revolt. Although in the end most of the lords proved to be just having other plans, but, after all, they all rose up. Kongrong doesn't even dare to raise an army. Also, I've heard that last year, when Beihai suffered a siege from the remaining Yellow Turbans, Kongrong sat in Beihai and, the city was almost broken by the remnants of the Yellow Turbans. In the end, it was the plain order Liu Bei who led a few hundred men to give relief. According to Vice Captain Zhao Su, we were once under siege by the Yellow Turbans in Beihai. There were no reinforcements from the imperial court, and it was we from Wuji County who organized our own ministry to break the enemy. Kongrong, the head of a county, led a county's army in a battle that was even less successful than our Wuji County. Ma'am, how good do you think this Kongrong's ability to unite troops in battle is? Although we do not yet know the Long Duke's ability to command troops in battle. The fact that the Jizhou minister was able to send him and farewell minister Tian Feng here proves that Duke Chang's abilities are recognized by the others. From this, it can be determined that Duke Chang will definitely be able to defeat Tian Kai of Qingzhou and Kongrong of Beihai. We transported grain to Chuliang and waited to give him a snowball's chance, with only benefits and no harm. And, as we leave on this shipment of grain, the other Wuji prefecture clans will absolutely think we're retreating to Yecheng to protect ourselves. They'll go to Yecheng, too. What they thought of was that we, the Jin family, would be the first to escape, and that the law would not be applied. If the Jizhou officials really want to seek justice, the other clans will put the blame on us, and from this, we can avenge our hatred for killing Lu Hui, the head of the Lu family. But by then, we'll be going to Quilium by preference, and the snow has given food and grass to the southbound Qingzhou army. Think, ma'am, how this will turn out. The lady surveyed Zhang Sui with a smile in the corner of her eyes. This man, though young, has many crooked thoughts. It feels, really feasible, if the Jin family can really rise with his help. The lady glanced at Zhang Sui with incomparable flavor and said, well, then I'll listen to you. This great battle, if it is as you wish, at that time, our Jin family can agree to any of your conditions. Zhang Sui traced the lady's face with his eyes and licked the corner of his mouth. Any conditions? I'm going to marry you then. 2. Madame's earlobes were red. This man, he really doesn't talk about those things 3 times. Don't bother with him. The lady said, you go and get busy. I'll greet the people and make the arrangements. Only then did Zhang Sui slowly get up and was about to leave. Just as he reached the threshold, he turned back. The lady raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Just as she was about to ask if there was anything else, she saw Zhang Sui bracing his hands on the case table, and as she raised her chin, a peck on her red lips. That's when he turned to leave. Madame covered her reddened pretty face with her hands. There's really nothing to do with him. Alone with him, it felt a little out of control at times. Both hands covered her face for a few moments, and only when the fire on her face had completely disappeared did Madame step out of the study and, recruiting manpower, he set up according to Zhang Sui's words. The entire Jin family residence was suddenly busy. The men of the caravan converged quickly and began loading grain and fodder from the warehouses of the prepare to depart early tomorrow morning to rush to the Chuliang Jin family's property. The male subordinates of the Jin family also quietly went out of the Jin mansion and into the streets, spreading the word that a great war was coming. The Jin family is fleeing from Wuji County. At night, there were people who touched the surroundings of the Jin family residence. Sure enough, when I saw the Jin family's residence brightly lit, the merchant caravan's wagons and horses pulled wagons of grain and grass out of the Jin family residence. End of chapter. These people immediately went back when they saw the Jin family caravan pulling grain and grass away in the middle of the night. That evening, someone reported to Madam, the various families within Wuji County. Both are organizing caravans to carry grain away. Very busy. Early the next morning, her ladyship herself came to the gate and boarded the carriage. Those who boarded the carriage were not only her, but also the third duke, the third miss, the fourth miss and the fifth miss. There's even a pregnant young lady. The caravan trooped out of the car door and headed in the direction of Yecheng. The whole of Wuji County is crazy busy. The people of the four great families immediately organized a retreat as well. They also received a secret message from the Jizhou government. Tell him to prepare to welcome Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special driver. Now, both are coming. What is the purpose of their visit here? No doubt about it. Previously, when Koji Yi brought his army to Wuji County, he condoned the rape and pillage of the Chang elites under his command. None of the Jizhou officials have stepped up to the plate. You should know that Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou, is a son of the Yuan family with 4 generations and 3 dukes. It is an example for all the great families of the world. How could he possibly tolerate such behavior from Koji Yi? But then, he hadn't acted before. Now he has personally sent his eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the farewell master, Tian Feng, to arrive. The significance of this is self-evident. In addition, although the Jin family is in decline, his second son, Jin Yan, has become a ministerial general appointed by the Biehu. He was also told to train the stragglers. It is evident that the Jin family has a little connection with the Jizhou government. The Jin family must have gotten the inside track, which is why they hurriedly moved their grain and grass out of Wuji County and rushed to Yecheng. Even Madam and the ladies and gentlemen have left. If we don't leave now, when will we? Moreover, as we can tell from the fact that Tian Feng, a former Bei Wei, forcibly took away the grain and grass of the 4 great families that had been looted by the stragglers. If they don't leave this time, their ministries and provisions will still be requisitioned. These ministries and provisions are the lifeblood of the great families. How is it possible that the Jizhou government can't be allowed to requisition it? This time, even if the Jizhou government settles the score, they will be able to push out the Jin family to take the blame. After all, it was the Jin family that took the lead on this. And, the law is not responsible. They just didn't believe that the Jizhou government would liquidate all the families in Wuji County. Madam rode in a carriage, surrounded by Zhang Sui with hundreds of male subordinates, straight out of the west gate of the city for 20 miles. He stopped at the fork in the road. Her ladyship descended from the carriage, assisted by Hong Yu, the third duke, the third miss, the fourth miss, and the fifth miss Shenrong all came down at Madam's summons as well. The lady surveyed the face of each of her children. These children, not all of them, are hers. There were several others, born to her late husband and concubines. However, after the passing of her late husband, she, as the first person in the Jin family, all of them have also raised these children with great care. Although there is often a struggle for power in the world's great families, but the Jin family didn't. The reason was simple. None of the men in the main family of the Jin clan were able to come out on top. Madam could only hope that these children, no matter who bore them, would work for the Jin family. Looking at the somewhat flustered looks on the faces of these children, the lady looked soft and, softly, she said, "For mother cannot go with you to Chuliang. The Jin family is in a critical situation now, and my mother needs to sit in the residence. This time when you go to Chuliang, you siblings should help each other, supervise each other, and study well. Our Jin family, we need you to work together to support it. Understand?" The crowd nodded. The lady nodded with satisfaction and said, "For a short time, for my mother cannot urge you to. Be conscious of yourselves. If there's really something that's difficult, look for Red Jade. Treat Hong Yu like a sister." The crowd nodded again. Hong Yu said, "Don't worry, ma'am. I will definitely take care of Gongzi and the young ladies." Madam smiled at Red Jade and gestured for them to get in the car. Just then, the fifth young lady Zhenrong busily trotted up and pulled the lady aside. The lady laughed. "Ronger, what is it? This?" Fifth Miss Zhenrong hooked her finger towards Madam, signaling her to crouch down. Madam smiled lovingly and, still crouching, Fifth Miss Zhenrong glanced at Zhang Sui, who was holding his steed in the distance. Only then did he put his mouth to Madam's ear and whispered, "Mother, Zhang Sui is my future husband. He's very powerful and, knowing astronomy from above and geography from below. When you come across something you don't know how to do, you go to him and ask him, and he will definitely help for my sake." Fifth Miss Zhenrong blinked at Madam and said with a serious face, "Really, he's very powerful." Madam looked at the serious expression on the face of the fifth young Miss Zhenrong. He also looked towards Zhang Sui, who was standing not far away at the edge of the steed, quietly looking at Hong Yu, and smiled so much that his mouth couldn't close. Reaching out and gently scraping the nose of the fifth young lady, Zhenrong, the madam smiled and said, Good, for Auntie listens to Romer, and from now on, if you can't do something, go ask him. If he can't do it, for Mother will pester him. 5th Miss Shinrong's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After saying that, he ran to Zhang Sui's side again and hooked his finger at him. Zhang Sui took his eyes off Hong Yu and turned his head sideways. 5th Miss Shinrong stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "Mother is in your hands. You'll be my husband from now on, and my mother will be your mother. Behave yourself, and I'll grow up and marry you. Mother will give us a lot of dowry when she sees how well you're doing. When the time comes, I'll give you all of it." The corner of Zhang Sui's mouth twitched. It's true that girls are outgoing. This little girl, only 6 years old, is thinking of asking for more dowry later. Although he was a bit speechless, Zhang Sui still said with a serious face, "Study hard. I'll go back to Chuliang to teach you when I'm done with this period of time." 5th Miss Shinrong nodded her head, which left while walking towards the carriage, while saying, "You have to remember what I said, and I'm good at reading." Hong Yu carried the 5th young miss onto the carriage before she waved her hand towards Zhang Sui with some fondness. It's going to be a long time this time apart. During these times, the two spent a lot of time together in the evenings. Suddenly it felt a little empty without him around. But there's nothing to be done about it. These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary things can only be done. Hundreds of male subordinates clustered around a few carriages splitting off into curved beams, ever farther away. It eventually disappeared from sight. At the original stopover, only Madame and Zhang Sui were left. Her ladyship watched the caravan go away, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. It was the first time she had left with her children. Zhang Sui walked over to her and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his hand before taking her into his arms. The lady didn't push away this time. Leaning his face against Zhang Sui's chest, the two of them remained motionless for a long time before separating. After that, Zhang Sui took out the ordinary linen garment from the package on the horse's back and asked his wife to put it over the outside. Another straw hat, veiled, was taken, and the lady was told to put it on. Having done this, the lady was about to roll over and mount her horse. Zhang Sui held her in a hug. Madame looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. Zhang Sui laughed. "There's still a long way back, so you'll ride with me for a while first. When you get to the gates of the city, then separate." Under the lady's veil, a smile appeared on her face, but she did not immediately agree to it just looked at Zhang Sui with a smirk. Zhang Sui busily said, "It's a rare opportunity, and after we go back, it'll be hard for us to be so intimate again. You yourself have often said that the mansion is full of people who might be discovered." The lady then hummed. Zhang Sui held his lady's small hand and helped her onto the horse. Zhang Sui rolls over and sits back, with his left hand holding the reins of the other steed. Zhang Sui wrapped his right hand around his lady's small waist and, pulling on the reins of the steed beneath him, the lady felt him burning up and leaned back, her body pressing against Zhang Sui's body. Zhang Sui's breathing was a little short, and he couldn't help but lower his head at her to nuzzle her earlobe. Madame leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. "When the Jin family gets through this crisis, you spoil me like this every day. All these years, I've been alone, and every night, when I lie in bed, I feel like my feet are cold. It won't even be warm by morning." Zhang Sui looked at his wife's intent and confused appearance, lowered his head and kissed her red lips for a while, and, only then did he softly say, "Good, when the time comes, I will spoil you like this every day. Do you know that I've been craving your body for a long time?" The lady laughed softly and hummed, "Wait a little longer." Soon, the two men rode their horses all the way to the city gates about 3 miles before they rode apart. Zhang Sui sent his wife back to the Jin family residence. It was only afterward that he, with the second son, Jin Yan, the disguised second lady, and dozens of ministries he went straight to the west gate of the city, 5 miles away, and waited for the arrival of Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special driver. End of chapter. When Zhang Sui and his group arrived at their destination, the people from the 4 great families had yet to arrive. The second young lady, Jun Mi, was a bit worried. "If you operate like this, will there really not be any problems?" Second Duke Xingyan also tightened his face. Zhang Sui scratched his head. To be honest, he wasn't confident himself. He was an ordinary social animal before he crossed over. Where had he ever done anything to give advice? But, according to the history books, that's how it went down back there. Koji was killed. Yuan Tan, the eldest son of Duke Yuan Tan, crossed the river from the plains to the south of Qingzhou, defeated Tian Kai, the assassin of Qingzhou, and defeated Kong Rong, captured Qingzhou. If it was before the crossing, second Miss Shinmi and second eunuch Xingyan asked this, he would have responded, "Take a look at it. I don't know. If you don't believe me, then go hire someone who can advise you." However, after crossing over for a little over half a year, I have learned more about the second son, Xingyan, and the second Miss, Junmi. He clearly knew that second Duke Xinyan was an unreliable person, and a man with no ideas. Although the second Miss Xinmi has ideas, she has no experience in power and strategy. Historically, she died a horrible death because of it. Her second husband, Cao Pai, was competing with Cao Ji for the position of son of the throne. The second young lady, Jun Mi, as Cao Pai's wife, was beloved by Cao Cao and Lady Bian. Normally, this would be the time to help Cao Pai ingratiate himself with Cao Cao and Mrs. Bian. That way Cao Pai would have an advantage in the fight for the crown prince. As a result, second Miss Xinmi did not do so. She chose to remove herself from this battle for the throne. On the other hand, her enemy, Gua, whose status was originally far inferior to hers, chose to speak for Cao Pai at every turn, or even advise on it. When Cao Pai became emperor, he naturally did not bring his second young lady, Jun Mi, with him. Instead, he brought Gua, who spoke for him everywhere. With him, Gua saw Cao Pai's resentment towards the second young lady, Jun Mi, so she blew pillow talk in Cao Pai's ear. Then Cao Pai found a reason to bestow the death of the second young lady, Jun Mi. But where the second young lady Jun Mi is skilled in power and strategy, where there is still was anything? Being in the presence of two people like that can definitely be bad if you don't feel more confident yourself. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui could only say stiffly, there won't be a problem. Of all the ideas I've had, which one have I failed at? You guys just watch. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, the second son, Jin Yan, steered his horse to Zhang Sui's side, putting his arm around his shoulder. He said, Bo Qing, my Jin family is truly blessed to have you. He also looked at the second young miss, Jun Mi, and raised an eyebrow. Sister, before, mother asked you to pick a son-in-law to live with. How are you considering it? Second Miss Xinmi met the sight of second Prince Xinyan. How could he not know what this second brother of his meant? But she wasn't going to admit it. A woman herself, with a national look and talent. Zhang Sui, this denizen, hadn't even taken a look at himself all this time. Both the mother and the second brother announced their intention to select a flunky among the male subordinates of the family. If he doesn't take the initiative, you, a woman, have to take the initiative to come up? No way. It's not like there's no one else who wants them themselves. There was an endless stream of people who wanted to propose themselves. Why should I bow down first? Thinking of this, second Miss Xinmi deliberately did not look at Zhang Sui and said, there are a few, but, can't decide yet. Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly steered his horse over and whispered, did Bo Chang? What do you think of Bo Chang? The second young miss, Jun Mi, glanced at Zhang Sui from afar, and when she saw Zhang Sui looking over curiously, a hint of emotional fluctuation could not be seen on second Miss Xinmi's cool face, and she just faintly said, it's just like that. Second Duke Xinyan was shocked and said, Bo Qing is still like that, right? Among the members of our Jin family, who is better than him but mother and you? My second sister? Second Miss Xinmi skimmed her lips and said, second brother, you like him so much, just recruit him. Second Duke Yan Yan, what kind of talk is that? If I were a woman, what would you say? I can't wait until I'm a woman. This Pak Xing, he is brave and resourceful. He can also read and write and paint. Such a reliable man. Feel safe even staying around him, especially in chaotic times like these. But looking at second Miss Xinmi's cool face, second Prince Xinyan looked at Zhang Sui with a disappointed face. Done. This second sister of his own is blind. Can't even look at a man like Pak Xing. The second son, Jin Yan, steered his horse to Zhang Sui's side and said with a smile, Bo Qing, my third sister will soon reach maturity. Why don't I discuss it with my mother when the time comes, and let the third sister recruit you as a flunky? Zhang Sui, he really wanted to say, why didn't you ever think of your mother? But he didn't dare to say it after all, and could only say sardonically, the second young miss looks like a woman of great beauty. It's normal not to consider me. I'm just an underling. I don't look as tall and handsome as you, second prince, either, nor is he as martial as Zhao Yun. Second Miss Xinmi furrowed her eyebrows and said, I can't stand the sight of you. How do you get people to believe in you when a man, who has no confidence in himself, doesn't know himself? After saying that, he steered his horse a little farther away. Zhang Sui, second Duke Yan Yan, the group didn't have to wait long for. Then he saw the other families behind him and the county magistrate Zhang Shen and the county lieutenant Wang Hao arriving one after another. Lu Chang, the head of the Lu clan family, looked at Zhang Sui, his eyes full of killing intent. His thigh wound had healed long ago though, but at this moment, when he looked at Zhang Sui, he felt a vague pain in his healed wounds. Thinking of earlier at the county office, Zhang Sui had stabbed him in the thigh with a dagger so, Lu Chang's teeth were about to be clenched. During this time, they had thought of various ways to deal with the Jin family, but there's been a large number of stragglers in front of Jin's house all this time. Jin Yan, the second son of the Jin family, even became the designated ministerial general of Tianfeng of the Beihai family. They dare not make trouble easily, but now there's a war to be fought. At that time, not only the stragglers trained by the Jin family will have to die, but the Jin family's ministry will also have to die. When these people die out, it will be the end of the Jin family. Second Duke Xinyan shrank his neck in some fear as he faced the unkind gazes of the various family heads. Ducked to Zhang Sui's side. Second Miss Xinmi also tightened her expression. Zhang Sui had nothing to fear. This time bring dozens of ministries. Moreover, eldest Prince Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tianfeng are coming soon. These big families, even if their brains were not working, would not pick this time to cause trouble. Sure enough, the crowd was at peace with each other. It was only when it was noon that we saw rolling dust and smoke lifting from the sky. The faces of all the people went white. They had received a message and knew that Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tianfeng, the other son, were coming. They all thought they were all taking dozens, if not hundreds, of people. Big deal, a couple thousand. But the situation, thousands at least. As the dust and smoke rolled up, it wasn't long before the entire earth shook. The next thing I saw was the hills, full of generals. There's the cavalry, there's infantry, there are archers. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Second Duke Xinyan's mouth shivered as he steered his horse behind Zhang Sui and he was yanked back by Zhang Sui as he grabbed the reins. Zhang Sui's face was also a bit ugly, though he knew the hordes weren't coming for them. But there are too many people. This kind of aura of thousands of troops and horses is really soul-crushing. However, he knew better than to be weak at this time. It should not be too easy for these people to get so many of their own people killed. Greeting Second Prince Xinyan's fearful expression, Zhang Sui swallowed and said, "You can't leave. Remember what was said before? If the second prince does die, I will die before you. Don't worry, second prince, I will protect you." The second son, Xinyan, met Zhang Sui's serious look, and only then did he forcefully resist the impulse to turn his head and run away. Trembling, he said, "Good." Zhang Sui again looked to the second young lady Xinmi, who was scared out of her wits, and held her hand. With a determined look on his face, he said, "Second miss, that works for you too. Watch me act. Even if I do die, I'll die before you." Only then did the second young Miss Xinmi regain some of her composure and look towards Zhang Sui. With tears welling up in her eyes, she nodded softly. Zhang Sui loosened his grip on the second young lady's hand and greeted the second son, Xinyan, and the second young lady, Xunmi. There are still ministries to meet them. When the others saw the Jin family's crowd welcoming them, they then forced themselves to hold back their fear and followed. End of chapter. The crowd and the army met. At the head of the group was a burly man around 30 years old. The stout man wore a suit of iron armor, a white cloak, and a sword hung at his waist, with a smirk on his face. Beside him, it was clearly Tianfeng, the other driver. Seeing the crowd, the burly man was the first to greet them, saluting them from his steed. "Kid Yuan Tan, this is a courtesy." Yuan Tan's move had made the crowd's tightened psyche feel much better. Zhang Sui steered his horse behind second Duke Xinyan, his heart a little tart up. In the past, he never believed in the nobleman temperament. He'd always thought that the so-called nobleman's temperament was all blown out of proportion. Nothing more than some sycophants blowing it to flatter people. Just as he used to see women, old and young, both would say it's beautiful in general. But this Yuan Tan is giving off the impression that, truly, he felt a rich and cultured air. Zhang Sui instantly thought of the nobleman in an island anime he had watched before crossing over. Killing pills. The heads of the various clans also smiled curtly towards Yuan Tan. Yuan Tan, while ordering his army to enter Wuji County, rushed to the east gate of the city and, on one hand, he and Tianfeng followed the heads of the various clans into the city. It was only when he reached the city that Yuan Tan looked curiously at his second son, Xinyan, and said, "Jin Lang, these past few days, would it be possible for us to stay at Yan's house? Although the Jin family has fallen, however, the Jin family has countless properties. Moreover, the Jin family has produced many famous people in their ancestry. In particular, Jin Han, who had reached the rank of Grand Secretary, and Lord of Guanlu. The hereditary 2,000 Stone County official position was not discontinued until the last generation of family heads in the Jin family. In Yuan Tan's heart, only the Jin family in Wuji County is worthy of his sincere friendship. In addition to that, he had long heard that the Jin family had a second daughter, Junmi, who had reached the age of maturity and was ready to marry. The look of the country is so beautiful and beautiful. He's in need of a concubine. Might as well check it out. Second Duke Xinyan glanced somewhat nervously at Zhang Sui, who was following behind him. Zhang Sui secretly nodded at him. Yuan Tan is not Koji. Yuan Tan comes from the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes. As the top lineage of, there will still be a certain amount of respect for the worldly families. It was only then that second Prince Jinyan smiled forcefully at Yuan Tan and said, "It's a great honor to have eldest prince here." The family heads of the four great families thumped in their hearts when they saw that Yuan Tan was about to go over. The Jin family is already in decline and is the fish on the chopping block. Now that they're allowed to climb up to the elder duke, won't that be a resurgence? How can they take revenge then? Lu Chang, the head of the Lu family clan, rolled his eyes and smiled at the second son, Jin Yen, and said, "This morning, someone saw Zhen Lang's mother leaving Wuji County in great numbers and wondered what the reason was? Could it be fear of the elder duke? Think of the elder lord and the army as a flood?" Yuan Tan and Tian Feng looked at each other when they heard Lu Chang say that, and their faces sank. He had only come with his army this time, and Mrs. Jin left with her people. What was the meaning of this? Second Duke Xinyan's face turned a little white. The other family heads chimed in, "And we did see it. And it's not just the lady who's gone, is it? I also saw the other sons and daughters of the Jin family. As soon as the elder duke and the army arrive, they leave. Their hearts are in the right place." Eldest Duke Yuan Tan grunted as he listened to the crowd jabbering up. The crowd then quieted down. Second Duke Xinyan was about to explain, but he saw Zhang Sui make a quiet gesture toward him. Before Koji came to Wuji County, Zhao Yun killed Lu Hui, the previous head of the Lu family. The Jin family is already immortalized with the Lu family. The incident that occurred at the county office had intensified the conflict between the Jin family and the major clans. It was time to use this opportunity to let the Jin family press these people. The family heads of these families now is also out of his mind, thinking only to seize the weakness of the Jin family, and then use the Jizhou government to suppress the Jin family. So much so that they don't even do basic research. That's their fatal flaw. At this point, instead of explaining, let things fester a little longer. As long as Yuan Tan and Tian Feng didn't move to kill, they could keep it down. When they arrived at the Jin family residence, it was the moment when the group changed their faces. The family heads of the various clans looked at the gloomy face of eldest Prince Yuan Tan and one had a playful smile on his face. "Let's see if your Jin family dies. A fallen family without a male head of the family, with all sorts of industries under their hands. If you don't die, who will? Only when you are dead will your estates be divided up." The crowd flanked eldest eunuch Yuan Tan all the way to the entrance of the Jin family residence. A large number of stragglers had gathered here, waiting in line for the opening of the barn to provide food. Zhao Yun was training with those 1,200 men. In front of these 1,200 people, the lady was waiting with her housekeeper and others. Seeing the lady, Lu Chang and the family heads of the great clans changed their faces drastically. What the hell is this? The secret posts they've arranged in the city. Obviously, early this morning, I saw the lady leaving Wuji County with the Jin family in a carriage, going out of the city gates, and heading towards Yecheng. And who is this lady? Now, madam. Although she had seen Yuan Tan and Tian Feng for the first time, the vastness of this, and wearing armor made her guess. Her ladyship immediately greeted them with her housekeeper and the crowd. Yuan Tan and Tian Feng looked at each other. The line stopped. The lady bowed towards Yuan Tan and said, "Concubine Zhang, waiting for Elder Duke's arrival." Yuan Tan sized up the lady inside in his heart. Is this the real first person in charge of the Jin family now? It's a real looker with a lot of flavor. It's not even close to Lu, whom my father just married. She's all grown up so pretty. Her second daughter's looks are evident. Yuan Tan quickly stepped forward and returned a bow to Mrs. Only then did he look at Lu Chang and the other family heads of the great clans and smiled. "Just now, I heard them say that Madam left Wuji County early in the morning with all of her Jin family members, rushing to Yecheng. I was suspicious. Sure enough, the Jin family is a truly great family. How could they be so insensitive?" Lu Chang and the others all lowered their heads, their faces a little pale. The lady swept a glance at Lu Chang, and her gaze finally landed on Zhang Sui and gave a laugh. This man, everything was according to his calculations. Though young, it is very calculating. What a great man to own. Though thinking so, Madam did not fall on her sword about it. Instead, he said, "The heads of the families cared for my Jin family and often sent people to squat near my Jin family to learn to emulate them. And this time, I guess it is also due to being provoked by someone." Yuan Tan nodded his head and agreed. That should be it. Glancing at Lu Chang and the others, Yuan Tan's face flashed with a flash of dislike. That's the difference between a real family of the world and a small family. Look at the hearts and minds of the two. One heavenly and the other earthly. Lu Chang and the others listened to Mrs. All of them also saw the undisguised touch of disdain in Yuan Tan's gaze toward them, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Done. Got screwed. This Tan, who left this morning in great numbers, looks like he deliberately set up a trap for these people of his own. Damn. This woman. She even has some tricks up her sleeve. Seeing that his wife had said so, Tian Feng gave a laugh and, to Lu Chang and the other heads of the great families, he said, "Today, the eldest son will rest at the Jin family. Heads of clans, Each urgently recruit some of their ministries before dawn tomorrow. Early tomorrow morning, rendezvous at the eastern garrison of the city. All go back. Lu Chang and others. End of chapter. Seeing that Lu Chang and the others were still not moving, Tianfeng furrowed his brows and said, "Problems?" Only then did Lu Chang and the others come back to their senses and busily retreated. Now that the elder duke and the buyer are in front of them, they don't dare to confront them, especially since this time it came with thousands of troops. Madame saw Lu Chang and the others retreating. Only then did he make an inviting gesture towards the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the other people, Tianfeng. Yuan Tan and Tianfeng and the others followed the lady and the second Duke Xinyan through the gate into the mansion. Zhang Sui didn't follow, but watched them go in. Zhao Yun, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su surrounded them. Just a few of them came? Vice Captain Zhao Su asked. Zhang Sui shook his head and whispered, "At least tens of thousands of people have come. A huge crowd. Only instead of staying in the city, they went through the city and stationed themselves at the east gate of the city. As the eldest son of the Jizhou pastor, a son of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, and himself a member of a lineage. Naturally, I won't be as reckless as Koji. But," Zhang Sui exhaled a long breath and said, "Just now, they Dao Tianfeng said, have each family head urgently recruit ministries and go to the eastern city quarters first thing in the morning. That should be, we're about to go to war. The city has been broken on the fisherman's Yang side. We're all going to war." All the people's complexions were suddenly tense. The thought of facing those of Koji was too much for the crowd to imagine. Last time, Koji's 1,000 Chang elites that were stationed in the city, all of them still had palpitations in their hearts. This is something, however, that is no longer up to them, just like the various families, though none of them had appointed ministry generals like the second prince. However, just now, they were also instructed to urgently recruit their ministries and rush to the compound tomorrow. Evidently, something that doesn't shift because of the person, especially Vice Captain Zhao Su, who directly sat on his butt on the ground, though they had previously dreamed of building up their careers, and later on they would be prosperous in officialdom and have many wives and concubines. No longer do you have to think about the beauty pictures drawn by Zhang Sui, but he was more aware of the brutality of fighting a war. Being from the city defense army, he had also experienced the Yellow Turban siege. Thinking of that tragic scene, Vice Captain Zhao Su gasped a little. The other 1,200 people were far away and did not know what Zhang Sui had said. However, looking at Vice Captain Zhao Su sitting paralyzed on the ground with a lifeless look on his face, the crowd knew something was wrong, but they also knew that there was nothing they could do. Zhang Sui glanced at the people around him, and he was also a bit trembling, but at this point, it was no longer a matter of being afraid to fight. Ignoring Vice Captain Zhao Su, Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yun and said, "Zilong, you can go back. You had no intention of being in the Jin family, and this great battle is too dangerous. You go back and take care of the old lady and your sister." Zhao Yun looked deeply at Zhang Sui. At this time, all he could think about was getting himself out of the way and avoiding danger. Never wanted my sister to have too much contact with him, but, in that regard, there is indeed nothing to say. Very brotherly. Zhao Yun didn't squirm or fudge. The Great War is coming. At this time he was still staying in the Jin family, even going to war with all the people of the Jin family. Then one is even one of the Jin family's subordinates. Once you're on the battlefield, you can't just say you want to leave. Zhao Yun clasped his fists at Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su. "Go inside the mansion and take out the horses and steer them away." Zhang Sui asked Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su to reorganize the 1,200 men. Let them have a day off today and be ready to leave in the morning. Each of the 1,200 men went back to their own quarters. Zhang Sui also followed the ministries back to the ministry compound. This time, the ministries did not let Zhang Sui tell any more stories, and even more so, they did not let Zhang Sui draw. Everyone went back to their rooms, sitting or lying down, wondering what they were thinking. Zhang Sui stood alone in the ministry compound. He had gotten a normal lance from the Jin family's warehouse before. At this moment, he was then alone with his lance, and the simple compound bow at his waist, practicing constantly. When he was sweating from practicing, a maid appeared at the archway and signaled him to come out. Zhang Sui walked over suspiciously. The maid said, "Madam is hosting a banquet for the guests in the hall with the second duke and the second miss. Let's get you and the captain and co-captain over there." Zhang Sui hurriedly put down his lance and simple compound bow, greeting Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. They headed to the hall together. When he rushed to the hall, in the hall, Yuan Tan was sitting at the very first place, and Biejiao Tianfeng was sitting on his right side, and Madame and the second Sun Jinyan sat on the left-hand side below Yuan Tan. Second Miss Xinmi, still in disguise, stood behind second Duke Xinyan. At this time, Yuan Tan was laughing and joking about something with his wife and second son, Xinyan. From afar, Yuan Tan's voice came saying, "Madam, Jinlang, why don't you see a few girls come out? I've always heard that the second girl is a beautiful woman, and I've never had the chance to meet her. The lady laughed. It's a real coincidence. Elder Duke, the concubine's second daughter. She left today. Our Jin family has properties in Chuliang, and lately the person in charge there has been getting old. Apply to your concubine to transfer one person over to assist. The concubine's second daughter, who is proficient in some arithmetic. The concubine let her go over to help. This child, filial to the core. Her second brother's health is not good again. And before that, our medical worker from Wuji County, Dr. He, came to see him, said he was too weak to labor. This child then took the initiative to take responsibility, telling the concubine and her second brother that she wanted to recruit a son-in-law. From now on, she will assist her second brother in Jin family. The people are all chosen. There's just a few processes missing. Zhang Sui and Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su had already arrived at the threshold of the hall. A quick glance showed Yuan Tan's disappointed look. Zhang Sui's eyes swept over the smiling lady and secretly sighed in admiration. Her ladyship's temperament and lack of shock in dealing with things is so much better than the second duke's. I don't know what would have happened today if Mrs. Liu hadn't sat in on the Jin family. Madame saw Zhang Sui, Captain Jin Hao and Vice Captain Zhao Su coming over at a glance. He was busy signaling the three to stand behind him. Raising her wine, she toasted Yuan Tan, and only then did the lady say, Elder Duke, is this the march of the army tomorrow? Yuan Tan was just that, although he was a little depressed in his heart. As Yuan Shao's eldest son, what woman could he not get if he wanted? At this moment, seeing the lady inquiring, Yuan Tan honestly said, yes, tomorrow at the hour of the hour. The army is about to depart from the eastern quarters of the city. The lady said, then the various family ministries in our Wuji County will also go to the front line together? Yuan Tan and Tian Feng looked at each other and smiled. Yuan Tan said, the battlefield is not a small battle, and the ministries of the various other clans that. It's just a matter of helping to transport food and clean up the battlefield. The lady asked again. Then, those stragglers that my Jin family has been training for this period of time. Tian Feng, who hadn't interjected, said, does your ladyship want them to go to war or not? If your ladyship won't let them go to war, then all this time, 1,000 men training. What kind of behavior? The Jin family is rebelling? Her ladyship's face suddenly changed, and she busily said, absolutely not. Tian Feng said, since we have trained for so long, not for a rebellion, that must be to serve the Jizhou government, then it's natural to go to war. And, Tian Feng looked at second Duke Xinyan and said, before, it was your son who recommended himself to train that group of stragglers, so I appointed him as a ministry general. Now, it is time to check the results of your son. End of chapter. Second Duke Xinyan's mouth shivered and he looked pleadingly at Madame. The lady's pretty face was also ugly. How was she not aware of her own son's capabilities this time? What's the difference between sending him into battle and sending him to his death? And, Madame's eyes swept behind her. His own second daughter and Zhang Sui, Jin Hao, and Zhao Su were among these 1,200 people. If they folded, not only would the strength of the Jin family be greatly reduced, she would even cry to death. The second daughter is so much more capable than the second son. She had already made her decision to have her second daughter recruit a flunky for her entrance, so that the second daughter and Zhang Sui would then be able to work together to assist the second son in supporting the Jin family. Jin Hao is a guard left behind by his late husband, and has excellent martial arts skills. Zhao Su had been the trainer of the Jin family's ministry. These people, they can't afford to come up short. With that thought, the lady took a deep breath and removed a scroll from her sleeve. Second Duke Xinyan hurriedly stepped forward, took the scroll, quickly stepped forward, and handed it to Yuan Tan. Yuan Tan suspiciously took the scroll and asked the lady, Madam, this is, Madam laughed, this is my Jin family ancestor Jin Han's father-in-law. Basan Ho Kongwang once served as a taifu. The Qin wind without clothes that was transcribed to the morning emperor in his own handwriting. Our Jin family has always regarded it as a treasure. And today, when my concubine saw Mr. Chang, she thought it was heavenly. Treasures should be won by those who have a destiny. Elder Duke, you may not excuse yourself. Her ladyship's words caused Tian Feng, who was on the sidelines, to perk up. Kong Guang, the Marquis of Basan, has been a great general, prime minister, minister of justice, and a great teacher all his life. For dynasties of auxiliary veterans, it is even the 14th grandson of Confucius. Even the great scholars Kai Yong and Kong Rong had to kneel down a few times when they saw his portrait. Today, Madame is actually giving out his autograph. Yuan Tan saw how excited Tian Feng was and curiously opened the scroll. Only columns and columns of text were written in neat handwriting inside. Heck, it's the wind of Qin without clothes from the Book of Psalms. Not a single word was changed in it. Beautiful as a picture. Yuan Tan laughed. Madam, such a heavy gift. The lady said, this scroll, and the eldest son are destined for the. It must be a reminder from the ancestors of the Jin family in heaven, and my concubine is merely complying. Yuan Tan closed the scroll carefully and handed it to Tian Feng. Only then did he say to the lady, the ancestors of the Jin family are enthusiastic. Madam, I wonder what I can do for the Jin family. Madam was secretly relieved that, busy pointing to the second son Jinyan, the second young lady Jinmi, Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, he said, this is concubine's second son Jinyan, concubine's maternal uncle's son Zhangmi, Jin family's main record Zhang Sui, Ministry Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su, they are all pillars of my Jin family. If possible, I hope the elder duke will take care of it after the expedition. Yuan Tan's gaze swept over the second son, Jin Yan, and the second young miss, Jun Mi, though at a glance, he noticed something different about the second young lady. However, Yuan Tan did not point it out, but said, the battlefield is a place of immortality. If one is greedy and afraid of death, one will only die faster. Jin Lang and Zhang Mi, I'll see to it. The lady wanted to say more. However, he saw Tian Feng on the side and said to Yuan Tan, Your Excellency, I'm a bit tired and would like to go back and rest first. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. Yuan Tan also stood up and said, in that case, I'll go with you. Bei Hai. Again, he said to the lady, that's enough for today. Ma'am, we have to go and rest first. We have a march tomorrow, so we need to get our strength up. When Madame saw that Yuan Tan and Tian Feng both said so, although she was unwilling in her heart, there was nothing she could do. Her ladyship was busy having her second son, Jin Yan, personally accompany Yuan Tan and Tian Feng back to their rooms to rest. Until the departure of the second Prince Jin Yan, Yuan Tan and Tian Feng. It was only then that the madam looked at Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su and opened her mouth, but could only sigh. Captain Jinhao smiled strongly. Madam, it's already ready. And, as a ministry, that's all we live for. Don't worry, ma'am. We'll fight hard to stand up to the Yin family's cultivation over the years. After saying that, he clasped his fists and left with quick steps. Vice Captain Zhao Su followed closely behind. Zhang Sui is also leaving. Instead, the lady spoke. Bo Qing, come with me. Zhang Sui stopped dead in his tracks. Her ladyship looked at second Miss Shinmi and said, you should also rest early, and follow your second brother around more afterwards. Keep an eye on him. Your second brother doesn't have any ideas. You have to make them. Second Miss Shinmi hummed. Only then did the lady take Zhang Sui away. The two men, however, did not go to the study this time. Instead, he went to the backyard of the Jin family, by a lotus pond. A small boat was parked by the lotus pond. The lady dismissed her subordinates and stepped onto the boat, signaling Zhang Sui to follow. Only then did Zhang Sui step onto the small boat. The lady gently paddled her oars towards the depths of the lotus pond. Zhang Sui watched his wife's movements and said with some surprise, your wife still knows how to row a boat. The lady looked at Zhang Sui, a smile on her face as she said, when I was still unmarried. Just love paddling after my brothers and sisters, especially when it's hot. It's so comfortable to lie on the boat with a cool breeze. Peter, lying on the boat reading a book. I thought that when I would grow up and I'm going to find a man I like and marry him, and we'll snuggle up on a boat and read books and listen to the wind. Hearing Madame say that, Zhang Sui did not hesitate and slowly pressed his body up. The lady lay on the boat and looked at Zhang Sui with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. I had, originally, thought that if I remarried you in the future, you could help the Jin family. Zhang Sui looked at the beauty in front of him and kissed her eyes before saying, I will live. I haven't warmed your feet enough to die. Tanya. Madame closed her eyes and reached out to hug Zhang Sui's waistband. A shaky voice murmured, I am. Zhang Sui kissed her red lips before he attached his ear and said in a trembling voice, wait for me to come back. When I come back, I'll you and make you cry every day. The lady originally wanted to say, you denizen. At this time, you still think about those, but when she thought that she might never see her again after this trip, her ladyship was overcome with grief. It's hard to make up your mind to remarry, only to be met with this situation. Madame hugged Zhang Sui tightly some and buried her neck in Zhang Sui's shoulder. With a slightly shaky voice, he said, I've been thinking about you hugging me every day these days, and us flipping out on the bed. I want you to warm me, too, my sweetheart. I'll be waiting for you to come back. At that time, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Sui hummed all over, his hands slipping into his shirt. The lady's pretty face looked like it was on fire, but she did not let go of Zhang Sui. It was a while before Zhang Sui said, I don't want to take it out. The lady bit her lip and said, when you come back and you don't want to give up, I'll let you fool around all night. Only then did Zhang Sui reluctantly climb to his feet. The two sat in the boat. No one spoke again. It was a few moments more before the lady picked up the oars and rowed the boat back. The lady was in front, and Zhang Sui was in the back, walking towards the front of the mansion. Seeing that he was about to go around the veranda, Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around the lady's waistband from behind. The lady leaned her head back, closed her eyes, and softly said, "Someone will be here later." Only then did Zhang Sui kiss her red lips and loosely let go. End of chapter. Zhang Sui separated from his wife and returned to the ministry compound and went straight to bed. If you're going to be on the road tomorrow, you might not have the energy tomorrow if you don't get a good night's sleep today. That's going to be a battlefield. No spirit is dead. Zhang Sui didn't dare to be sloppy. However, he was somewhat unable to sleep. He couldn't help but think of the battlefield. It was as if he had seen himself cut down to a bloody pulp on the battlefield. Before crossing over, his favorite thing to play games was the sword and gunfights in the ancient battlefield. He sucks at playing warlords and Three Kingdoms type games. The Three Kingdoms and Three Kingdoms categories were tossed around and played by him, but now that he had to face it in person, he found himself wimped out. Just unexpectedly, when he couldn't stay up and slept through it, he dreaming dreams that have nothing to do with fighting a war. He dreamed of a cave night with his wife. The two fought in every corner of the house. It didn't stop all night. When he woke up again, he was woken up by Captain Jinhao. And the captain, Jinhao, was woken up by the second son, Jin Yan. It turns out that the second son, Jin Yan, got a tip from Yuan Tan's personal guards to get up now and rectify those 1,200 men. These 1,200 men were all able-bodied members of the stragglers of Wuji County. It's the son of many, husbands of many, the father of many. Many are not destined to return from this expedition. Therefore, Yuan Tan asked his personal guards to convey a message to 2nd Duke Xinyan to rectify these stragglers in advance. If you want to say goodbye early. Save yourself from slowing down the trip when you leave later. The army will not allow anyone to slow it down on this expedition. If you can't walk, make a severe court-martial. And of these current 200 men, 2nd Prince Xinyan does not have the ability to command them. 2nd Miss Xinmi is naturally even more unlikely. Zhao Yun left again. It can only be managed by Zhang Sui, the main organizer. Zhang Sui climbed up, packed his paper armor from under his bed, took his lance and a simple compound bow was slung around his waist, a sword gifted by the lady, and a dagger was inserted. He took a somewhat fond look at the room he had inhabited for the better part of a year. This departure may never come back. To him, it was somewhat like a newbie village in a game he played before crossing over. Only after doing all this did Zhang Sui leave with a quick step, following Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su out of the ministry compound. The entire Jin mansion also clamored. Lights were lit everywhere. In the kitchen, underlings and maids came and went. Zhang Sui saw Madame standing at the door of the hall, talking to the second son, Jin Yan, and the disguised second miss, Jun Mi. The lady even cried uncontrollably. Zhang Sui watched from afar, and his heart was also a bit enamored. However, this situation today is no longer something you can call your own bluff. The doors of the Jin mansion were surprisingly wide open today as well. The butler guarded the gate. Seeing Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su come out, the butler walked up and nodded at them, but said nothing, except to hang 3 amulets on each of the 3 men's waists. That's what made them leave. Zhang Sui and the 3 of them went out of the Jin mansion and called out all the stragglers in the neighborhood, and arranging for the ministry to be in the neighborhood to remind the stragglers that they were soon to be on the march. After the hour of there would be no more farewells by the congregation. Near the Jin mansion, countless stragglers climbed up and surged over. Zhang Sui had all 200 people, including the Jin family's 200-odd ministries, arrayed at the gate of the Jin family residence. The stragglers that came to the Jin family residence rushed into the middle of the array. There were cries all around. At dawn, the Jin family subordinates came out with one wooden basin after another. In the wooden basin, bowls of soup, cakes and bowls of spirits. Her ladyship, veiled and surrounded by her butler and others, stood at the gate and looked out over the scene. When the sun rises in the east, Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special driver, went out of the Jin mansion in advance, surrounded by his personal guards, and steered their horses towards the east of the city. Outside the Jin mansion, the crying intensified instantly. Various old and weak women and children stood in line. Many even fell to their knees. Zhang Sui stood here with 2nd Duke Xinyan, 2nd Miss Xinmi, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su. Close to the hour of the morning, Yuan Tan sent soldiers to order the army to move forward and rush to join the garrison east of the city. 2nd Duke Yan Yan's legs were shaking a bit. 2nd Miss Xinmi assisted him onto the carriage. 2nd Miss Xinmi, Captain Jinhao, and Vice Captain Zhao Su followed him on their war horses, prevent him from having an accident. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, led these 200 men on foot towards the east gate of the city. The stragglers kept following. A lot of people were crying at the top of their lungs. Zhang Sui walked ahead while turning back from time to time. The lady stood at the door of the mansion and kept waving her handkerchief. Zhang Sui sighed. This would have put the lady to bed yesterday if I had the chance. Maybe, a shot in the arm. Even if he died, it would be good to leave a descendant to the end of Han. In the future, perhaps this offspring will be able to pass on their deeds to future generations. Unfortunately, this is the end of the Han dynasty after all. Even if he had wanted to do that yesterday, the lady would not have approved. One can only pray that they don't die. Zhang Sui walked a long way and did not see the lady again before he stopped looking back. On either side of him, the stragglers still followed. It was only when he passed the urn that he saw the magistrates of Wuji County. The magistrates of Wuji County guarded the place and stopped the stragglers. Many of the stragglers stuffed things into the arms of these 200 people behind Zhang Sui. There is a variety of dry food. There are even fruits like sugar cane, all things you don't normally see. Behind Zhang Sui was a 16-year-old boy. His mother, with her graying hair, slipped him 2 cooked duck legs in her arms. His mother tried to follow on and was stopped by the magistrate. As she watched the teenager fade away, his mother fell to her knees and screamed, "Son, wait for you to come back. For mother to wait for you to come back to give you a daughter-in-law." The teenager had obviously not eaten meat in too long. When he got the duck leg, he went straight for it and ate it with a heartless look on his face. Zhang Sui patted him on the head. He remembered that the teenager was called Huang Han and was good at shooting. Huang Han grinned as he was slapped by Zhang Sui and handed the remaining duck leg to him, with a face of reluctance, but still said, "Lord Ji, for you to eat. My mother bought it. She never bothered to buy it before." Zhang Sui pushed the duck leg back and nudged his mouth toward the back. "Come on, look at your mother. It's going to be out of sight soon." Huang Han let out an oh-so-subtle cry before turning his head. Unfortunately, they had already entered the urn and didn't get to see that glance again. The crowd passed through the urn and out of the city gates, making their way to the garrison 5 miles away. After a short rendezvous at the garrison, the men and horses were counted and the army was organized. The ministries of the great clans of Wuji County, numbering about 1,000 men, responsible for overseeing the people in the army who originally transported the grain. The large army brought by Yuan Tan was still ahead. The army of 200 men, the second Prince Xinyan, was organized in the rear army. Everything was in order and it was noon. With the start of the martial flag, a total of 30,000 troops this time, marching sharply towards Lotus. Passing through Lotus, the army split in two. Yuan Tan alone led an army of 3,000 men, all cavalry, and stopped at Jua County. Tian Feng led the rest of the army and continued the journey all the way to Yongnu County, stopped at a canyon. The front army of 5,000 men, 1,000 of whom were armored, sat directly in the canyon in the way. The rest of the army, on the other hand, stopped at each of the 2 sides of the canyon. There's no tent, no fires allowed, no walking around. Every so often, someone brings cool water and food. End of chapter. The crowd hid in the bushes on either side of the canyon for nearly 2 days. The second son, Jin Yan, and the second miss, Jun Mi, were lying beside Zhang Sui. All 3 were bored out of their minds. Except for when they first started hiding, they felt their hearts skip a beat. After that, they felt absolutely nothing. What Zhang Sui didn't expect was that the second son, Jin Yan, would do something that would be outrageous to the gods. He had surprisingly brought the painting of Shiman Chang and Li Huier that Zhang Sui had drawn for him. Bring it on. Before, he was still concerned that his sister was there and he was too embarrassed to look. Later, when he was really bored, he just took it out and looked at it in front of the second Miss Shinmi. Zhang Sui was numb. It's just as well that others don't know that the second young lady is around. Second Duke Xinyan knew it, yet he still dared to do it. Quite a few people around them even gathered around. This strange maneuver by second Duke Xinyan made them quite excited. Some of them were looking at the paintings of the second son, Xinyan, while talking about when and where they'd go to the brothel. The way it's tangled up with those women. These whores, they're not nearly as good looking as the ones in this painting, and they're not even amorous. If I become a general in the future, I'll want dozens of women like this to play like this every day. Second Miss Shinmi's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Zhang Sui with a deadly glare. Zhang Sui felt second Miss Shinmi's murderous gaze and smiled sardonically. In a low voice, he said, "It doesn't matter about me. It's the second prince. He backstabbed me. He originally said it was just a private study with the young lady. Who knew that he was heartless enough to take it out here in Langham to enjoy it together? I used to watch this quietly and alone." The second young lady, Jun Mi, smiled contemptuously and said, "You can spend your whole life playing at these portraits. No woman needed." Zhang Sui hurriedly shook his head and said, "You don't understand this, second miss. I call this a papier-mâché. How can a paperweight smell as good as a present? Second Miss Shinmi frowned and said, present? What is that? Zhang Sui let out a low chuckle and said, my old home, when I was little. Someone will make that kind of scarecrow, usually wilting. Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow and said, when the hunger and thirst are unbearable, fill this scarecrow with gas. Zhang Sui even made a blowing motion with his mouth. When you blow a full breath, the scarecrow bulges up, like a real person. And then, you know, this presentiment, that means a living woman. Because the living don't have to blow, and when they want to use it, they just use it. The second young Miss, Junmi, looked at Zhang Sui angrily and said, your old family is full of denizens, shame on you. Saying that, he reached out his hand and twisted it hard around Zhang Sui's waist. Zhang Sui's face twisted. This woman, so much strength, not at all as gentle as Mrs. Sure enough, the woman or the lady kind of smells good. Just then, two green eyes looked over, but it was the captain, Shin Hao, who crawled over and said excitedly, Bo Qing, your old home is really interesting. Why didn't you say anything when we were at the Jin mansion before? If you had told me, I would have asked you to help make it. You don't know. All I can do is look at it every day, but it's suffocating. Second Miss Shinmi plopped down next to Zhang Sui and kicked him in the ass. She couldn't wait to sew Zhang Sui's mouth shut. This man, why is he so horny? Before that, painting was fine. Nowadays they also get scarecrows. Vice Captain Zhao Su saw Captain Jin Hao climbing a long way away, talking to Zhang Sui about something, with an extremely lewd grin on his face. He also curiously crawled over and asked, I seem to have heard the scarecrow just now. What do you need a scarecrow for? Captain Jin Hao got close to Vice Captain Zhao Su's ear, glanced at Zhang Sui, and laughed his ass off. Second Miss Shinmi's face was darkened by makeup though. At the moment, the earlobes were still red. This man is, quite simply, the denizen of denizens, full of that side of things, thinking of him joining the family in the future. The second young Miss Shinmi's whole body can't be energized. She couldn't imagine his various fetishes. At this moment, seeing the others crawling over one after another, second Miss Shinmi said with a sullen face, what's the point of coming over here? The crowd then snapped and backed away. Only then did the second young Miss, Junmi, glare at Zhang Sui and said in a low voice, in the future, when you return to the Jin mansion, no more drawing those things, much less making even a scarecrow. Zhang Sui grinned. That's natural. If I can return to the Jin mansion, then, with Madam, what do I need that for? Zhang Sui thought of Madam and looked at the second young lady, Junmi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he and the lady are married, this second young lady, won't she have to call herself father? Well, it's gotta be daddy. Zhang Sui couldn't help but snicker. Second Miss, if you can go back, you'll have to call me dad. Second Miss Shinmi gouged out Zhang Sui and said, what's the father? Zhang Sui laughed. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's lewd smile and only felt chills seeping through her pores. Kicking his ass, he said, are you taking advantage of me? I'm the second young lady, you're just a main note. Second Miss Shinmi secretly added in her heart, even if you become my husband in the future, you're a head shorter than me, too. Zhang Sui forced a smile and said, how dare I? In this way, second Miss, you call me father again. I'll tell you what dad is. On second Miss Shinmi's cool face, her beautiful eyes were flooded with a coldness. It was obvious to her that the denizen was up to no good. However, she was curious as to what this father was that made him smile so obscenely. Taking a deep breath, second Miss Shinmi lowered her voice and said, Dad. Zhang Sui snorted out a laugh. People all around looked over. Second Miss Shinmi glared viciously at Zhang Sui. Definitely not a good word. Second Miss Shinmi immediately climbed a little farther away. Stay away from this denizen. Just then, someone bent over and darted over. Where are Yan Yan, Zhang Mi, and Zhang Sui? Second Duke Xin Yan. Second Miss Shinmi and Zhang Sui raised their hands in unison. The soldier whispered, Xin Yan and Zhang Mi follow me. Bei Wei appoints Zhang Sui as the Deputy General of the Ministry, temporarily leading the Jin family's 1,200 ministries. Second Duke Xin Yan looked ecstatic, climbed up and ran. Definitely, it's the current treasure offered earlier that's doing the trick. There's going to be a fight. The elder Duke and the alibi are still giving face to the Jin family. Second Miss Shinmi climbed up and was about to leave, but then stopped in her tracks, glancing at Zhang Sui, who was still lying on the ground. Second Miss Shinmi hesitated for a moment and, in a low voice, he said, you have to return to the Jin family for me alive. When the time comes, I have something I have to do with you. Zhang Sui asked, what is it you say now? Second Miss Shinmi ignored it, turned around and followed the soldiers. The second son, Yan Yan, and the second young lady, Junmi, followed the soldiers shortly after they left. Here and there, voices rang out saying, all press your heads down, and whoever rises up, dies. The enemy is coming. Everyone get ready and follow orders. Anyone who acts without authorization or runs away from the battlefield will be beheaded without pardon. Zhang Sui, who originally hadn't felt anything, heard these voices and his nerves tightened once again. It didn't take long for someone to whisper, "The sound of horses' hooves, coming." Zhang Sui put his ear to the ground. Sure enough, from the other side of the canyon, in the extreme distance, came the dense sound of horses' hooves. End of chapter. Hearing these hoofbeats in the distance, Zhang Sui's heart instantly rose to his throat. He quickly touched his chest to make sure there was nothing wrong with the paper armor. After that, and checking that the lance, simple compound bow, feathered arrows, sword, and dagger were all there. And to be able to reach it at all times. Zhang Sui then kept taking deep breaths. He felt his hands and feet shaking a little, thinking that he might die in battle next. Zhang Sui had some regrets. If you can survive, how can you show more of your masculinity in the future? Otherwise, the death would have been in vain. The sound of horses' hooves became clearer and clearer. It didn't take long, and even if Zhang Sui didn't have to put his ear to the ground, he was still able to hear it clearly. As time gradually passed, Zhang Sui could even hear the sound of warhorses rattling their noses and armor clanging, and a springy laugh. Then came the sound of several steeds galloping. A voice snapped, "Who are the troops in front of the canyon?" Another voice said, "Captain Jiang Qi of Yechun, by order of the Minister of Hebei. I've come specially to greet General Koji and celebrate his capture of Yuyang." Only then did the horse's hooves sound again. Zhang Sui buried his head in the grass and quietly prayed in his heart. After this burst of hoofbeats, the entire ground began to vibrate rapidly. Countless hoofbeats, footsteps, the sound of wheels rolling over the earth. It's as if there's a drum constantly beating in his heart. He distinctly heard a wagon pass through the canyon ahead of him, just as he was counting silently in his mind to 605. A shrill horn sounded throughout the canyon. In front of Zhang Sui, at the edge of the canyon, thousands of soldiers lying on the ground suddenly burst out. They hugged a rock and slammed it down toward the canyon below. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A scream rang out. Screams, wails, angry curses, and the neighing of war horses annihilated the surroundings. The whole process lasted less than a quarter of an hour, as the bugler raised his token and kept dancing toward the back of the canyon. Thousands of soldiers swarmed down towards the back of the canyon. Zhang Sui and the others all flew up from the ground as well, followed by thousands of soldiers darting toward the back of the canyon. Zhang Sui dashed while constantly greeting the soldiers behind him to keep up, while looking down the canyon, only to see that in the originally empty canyon entrapment, there were now corpses collapsed horizontally and vertically. Soldiers, war horses, the wagons were all smashed to pieces as well. Blood splattered everywhere. Over these corpses, a single general roared in anger and charged forward. In front of the canyon, the generals who had already camped on the road also rushed headlong, weapons and arms touch. There were screams and screams. Rows and rows of soldiers fell in a pool of blood as they were variously pierced through their bodies by their weapons. Before the unbroken soldiers could rise, they were overtaken by the succeeding soldiers and warhorses. Stomping through, their bodies were submerged under layers of corpses. Zhang Sui, with 200 men, followed the army to outflank the rear of the canyon. Thousands of soldiers in the canyon, while continually advancing toward the front, while constantly resisting the rear encirclement. The gunslingers in front of them rushed toward the rear of the resistance as if they didn't want to die. Rows and rows of soldiers were skewered as hedgehogs. A line of soldiers then rushed up. The dude waved his ring-headed sword behind him, hissing and ordering his soldiers to go forward. But any soldier who hesitated a little was directly beheaded on the spot. The rich scent of blood filled his nose. Some soldiers in the rear were directly choked and vomited. However, they didn't dare stop either. The first 100 are dead. 100 men rushed up behind them. There were layers of bodies that weren't dead. The blood-stained earth beneath his feet clung to them with a plopping sound. Zhang Sui rushed behind with 200 men. Watching the soldiers in front of him fall like cut wheat, Zhang Sui's eyes were scarlet. He felt his mind completely empty. He was no longer in the mood for afterthoughts. After nearly a quarter of an hour-long fight, the soldiers in front of him were basically dead. However, the enemy troops in front of him also backed out of the canyon. What had been an enemy army of thousands was now reduced to a few hundred men, all clad in cloaked armor, and surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Each armored enemy soldier was drenched in blood. Their faces were hideous and horrible. The armor was cut and torn. In the rags, there were various kinds of minced meat hanging. Their weapons were cut and rolled. Zhang Sui recognized these hundreds of people at a glance. It was the Chang elites who had previously been stationed within the city of Wuji County. In front of these Chang elites, several generals looked like evil spirits, with weapons in their hands, and it kept filling up in all directions. Zhang Sui caught a glimpse of Koji. He wore armor, no faceplate or helmet, and his long hair was tied back at the top of his head with a band. As he slashed at the soldiers, his long hair continued to splash with blood and sweat. The war drums sounded. The order flag kept dancing. The soldiers surrounding the perimeter continued to shrink. However, Koji-e and these hundreds of armor-clad Chanya-elite were too brave. They used Koji-e as a sharp knife, as if a hurricane was raging all around. The encircling hordes were constantly forced back. Often it took 24 soldiers to trade the life of an elite Chang soldier in armor. Seeing that the battle had actually reached a stalemate, an ear-piercing ghostly cry suddenly came from the distance. The encircling tens of thousands of soldiers quickly dispersed from the southeast. To the southeast, thousands of cavalry swarmed. Its eldest prince Yuan Tan's cavalry. They quickly approached the encirclement. These cavalrymen smashed into the encirclement as swiftly as the wind. The warhorse directly impacted on the armor-clad Chang elite. In an instant, dozens of Chang elite were knocked to the ground. These Chang elites fell to the ground, and before they had time to rise, the soldiers all around pounced on them. Countless chaotic swords slashed at these Chang elites who crashed to the ground. The originally courageous Chang elite instantly became lambs to the slaughter. The Chang elite behind them were about to go up to relieve them. Before he could advance, the following cavalry charged. More encircling soldiers pounced. Koji-e slashed a cavalryman in half from it. His eyes were bloodshot as he watched the Chang elites around him rapidly dying and being wounded. Leading the way, he led a dozen or so Chang elite and killed directly towards the south. To the south, behind the encircling soldiers, Bijiao Tianfeng, with a group of his own guards, eyes coldly watched the scene. Koji-e and the 10 or so Chang elites seemed like wolves entering a sheepfold. The soldiers surrounded by them simply couldn't dodge, and people were constantly being cut down to the ground. The cavalry could only pound the Chang elite behind them over and over again. There was nothing that could be done about Koji-e and the others who had killed Tianfeng and killed their way into the encirclement. However, Tianfeng did not have any fluctuations in his expression. He didn't move halfway. Only, in front of him, surrounded, as if by desperation, the generals had surrounded. Charge up. One by one, the supervisors also killed their eyes. They waved their weapons and kept roaring. The dozens of men led by Koji-e killed Tianfeng to less than 20 paces. The 10 or so Chang elites behind him were all killed in battle. For now, only Koji-e hissed and slashed furiously towards the soldiers pouncing all around him. End of chapter. Tianfeng looked at Koji-e's frantic appearance and scanned the surroundings. In the entire battlefield, other than Koji-e, there were no other enemies left. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Jiang Qi, the captain of Yecheng, were gathering their troops and horses and converging in this direction. Looking at the armor on Koji-e's body, which was already shattered in every way, and the blades rolled up beyond recognition, Tianfeng waved his hand. The order flag kept dancing. The encircling generals slowly dispersed. No one rushed towards Koji again. Standing amidst the sea of corpses and blood, Koji watched the people around him retreat and did not go after them. He just looked around, his eyes skimming over the body of armor-clad Chang elites on the ground that had died in battle. These Chang elites he brought from Xiliang. These Chang elite who used to follow him in invincible battles. These Chang elites who killed Gongsun Zan's white horse boxers turned around and ran away. Dead. All dead. Not even a whole body. Their armor was hacked to pieces. Their bodies are full of holes. Koji's tears instantly spilled out. He hates. Why did he choose to betray Han Fu and follow Yuan Shao in the first place? Looking at his eldest son Yuan Tan coming over, Koji said hideously, "All of you Yuan family shall not die." Yuan Tan rode his warhorse, and Jiang Qi walked far around Koji towards Tianfeng. Yuan Tan's face held a smile. It was as if he was watching a joke. Coming to the side of Bu Bu Tianfeng, Yuan Tan asked, "Bu Bu, how do we kill him?" Only then did Tianfeng look at Yuan Tan and said, "After all, he has made great achievements for the state pastor. If it weren't for him, Gongsun Zan wouldn't be at this point. Give him a decent death." Pointing down in the eastern direction, Tianfeng said, "Send General Koji on his way." The encircling circle once again took 10 steps backward. Only a force of 100 soldiers remained in place. Zhang Sui glanced around and breathed a bit heavily. It was surprising that he was among the 100 soldiers. Besides him, there were also Captain Jin Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su, and more than 20 other members of the Jin family. The other 80 or so he didn't recognize. The 100 people looked at each other with some fear on their faces. They had only just seen the bravery of Koji. Why did he have to choose his own people to send him to his death when he clearly could have hacked him to death? However, the dude didn't give them a chance to hesitate. 2 burly men from the supervisors stepped out with ring-headed swords and snapped, "Attack!" Only then did the 2 strong men at the head of these 100 men carry their weapons and charge towards Koji screaming. The crowd saw the 2 burly men rush up and followed. Koji's eyes moved away from the corpse of a Chang elite, picking up a large sword with a blade that wasn't that curly from the corpse of a Chang elite at his feet. Holding the hilt in his right hand, he wiped the large blade on his left sleeve. Seeing the two strong men rushing over first, Koji suddenly rushed up with a healthy step and a knife cuts the neck of a strong man. The speed was so fast that the people around them didn't even see the strike. The other burly man had already rushed in front of Koji. Koji kicks him over the head. The opponent fell to the ground, and before he could get up, Koji leaped up and stabbed him in the chest with a lifting his head. His eyes were scarlet as he looked at the soldiers who followed and rushed up. The dude brandished his ringed head sword and growled, "Attack!" The soldiers who rushed up after them could only charge up with their heads. Rushing up there could kill you, but if you don't move, you're sure to be cut down by the dude. Not to mention, surrounded by eyes, Koji saw the following soldiers charging up. Pulling his greatsword from the corpse, he hissed and met it. Dismembered limbs and broken arms flew about. The screams continued. Soldiers were constantly being cut down. A constant stream of soldiers rushed up. In a few moments, the original 100 soldiers were down to 50 or 60. Koji himself was slashed dozens of times on his body, becoming a bloody man, but he just didn't fall. Captain Zhen Hao, Vice Captain Zhao Su, and Zhang Sui had been forced to kill in front of Koji. Dead bodies littered at their feet. Although it was obvious that Koji was already showing signs of fatigue, the crowd did not dare to take it lightly. Vice Captain Zhao Su stabbed his spear at Koji, forcing him back a step. Seeing this, Captain Jin Hao and several others took advantage of the opportunity to swarm up. Unexpectedly, however, Koji was a false move. When Captain Jin Hao was close, he slashed at Captain Jin Hao's chest with a big knife. Captain Jin Hao held his sword with both hands against the blade of the large sword that cut down. The strength of Koji's force was so great that he felt as if he were carrying 1,000 pounds of force on his great sword. The large sword in his hand came straight out of his hand. When Koji saw this, he was about to directly cut off Captain Jin Hao's neck. A long spear directly pierced through the void and instantly stabbed in front of Koji's neck. Koji's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, abandoning Jin Hao. His head tilted, his left hand grasping the head of his lance and, with a forceful pull, the large knife in his right hand stabbed directly into Vice Captain Zhao Su's abdomen. I'm about to pull out my big knife. However, he saw Vice Captain Zhao Su holding Koji's right hand, which was holding the large sword, with both his hands in a death grip, and blood gurgling out of his mouth with crushed internal organs as he said vaguely, "Hurry up." When the nearby soldiers saw Koji being restrained, they pounced on him. Koji was held by several people and struggled hard for several times, but there was no struggle to move. Several people screamed and greeted the others as they came up. Zhang Sui and several others rushed forward with weapons in hand. Several soldiers directly stabbed Koji from the front and back. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, holding a dagger, leapt up from behind Koji and the dagger slammed right through the top of Koji's head. Koji's body was frozen in place, motionless. His entire body was covered in blood. There was relief all around. The several people who were holding onto Koji's body also let go of Koji's body, falling slowly backward and, in the process, he also brought out the large knife that had been inserted into the body of the vice captain. Vice Captain Zhao Su sprayed out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Captain Jin Hao pounced over and hugged his body. Zhang Sui and the others, also the Jin family crowd, also surrounded them. There was no reaction when they were killing each other just now. At this moment, the battle ended, and looking at the Vice Captain Zhao Su, many people shed tears. Captain Jin Hao's tears are even more like a flood that breaks the dike. Just now, if Vice Captain Zhao Su didn't take advantage of the opportunity to strike, the one who died should be him. Vice Captain Zhao Su looked at Captain Jin Hao in such a state and squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking to Zhang Sui, whose voice was as low as a gnat, he said, "Bo Qing." Zhang Sui's eyes watered a little, inserting the bloodied dagger directly into the sheath. Zhang Sui knelt down on one knee, putting his ear to Vice Captain Zhao Su's mouth. Vice Captain Zhao Su trembled. "Burn me a scarecrow, the money I left in the Jin family. I didn't want to part with it before, but this time, I'll give it all to you as a reward for helping me make a scarecrow. Don't forget to look better." Vice Captain Zhao Su's words ended abruptly. Zhang Sui then stood up, looking at the wide-open eyes of Vice Captain Zhao Su and Captain Jin Hao's arms. Zhang Sui lowered his head and, trying to hold back the tears that were about to flow out of his eyes, he realized that his hands, which were clearly not even abnormal before, were shaking like sifting chaff at this moment. End of chapter. When Tianfeng saw that Koji was dead, he had the head of Koji cut off. A messenger was sent directly to Yeqing to see Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou. After that, the army was divided into 3. 500 men stayed here and disposed of the bodies. Jiang Qi led 5,000 men and headed straight to Yeyang to take over its defense. Tianfeng himself followed his eldest son, Yuan Tan, and led 20,000 soldiers and horses southward to the plains. Zhang Sui, his second son Jinyan, and his second Miss Shinmi were also in this army heading south to the plains. The crowd didn't even have time to dispose of Vice Captain Zhao Su's body. The army rushed for half a day, close to dusk, before setting up camp, and counting the men and horses. The Jin family originally had 200 people, but at this moment, they had lost nearly 300 people. Vice Captain Zhao Su was also killed in battle. After counting the number of people, Second Duke Xin Yan, as the general of the ministry, went to the army officials to report the battle damage. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, commanded the 900 men of the Jin family to enter their designated tents to rest. Today's battle overthrew all of Koji Yi's troops, which is a great achievement. All the generals were fed more abundantly than before. In addition to the sparse rice from earlier, this evening's meal featured an extra chunk of meat in everyone's bowl. After Zhang Sui finished his meal, he sat alone in the open space not far from the entrance of the camp tent. Look at the ground beneath your feet and stare. He would have liked to go elsewhere. However, there are strict rules about not going anywhere else in the barracks. If you really want to go to the toilet, you need to report to your superiors. If you wander off, you can be executed on the spot as a spy once the patrols find out. It was dark and he didn't even go in. No one in the tent was asleep even at this late hour. Those lively ministries of the original Jin family were all silent at this moment. Just as Zhang Sui used his dagger to scratch the ground under his feet with a single stroke, a figure appeared beside him. Zhang Sui looked up suspiciously. Surprisingly, it was second Miss Shinmi. The second young lady, Junmi, is now in disguise, using the name Zhang Mi. He lived in a tent with Zhang Sui, the second son Jin Yan, Captain Zhen Hao, and a dozen others. When Zhang Sui saw her come out, he squeezed out a smile and said, "Why aren't you sleeping yet? We still have to catch the road tomorrow." Second Miss Shinmi squatted beside Zhang Sui. Seeing this, Zhang Sui didn't bother with her and continued to scratch the land with his dagger. The next moment, however, he saw the second young lady, Junmi, stick her head out in front of him, and on her cool face, Debbie raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "What? Are you afraid of ghosts? Afraid that the vice captain will come for you at night?" Zhang Sui sized up the young girl in front of him and rolled his eyes. "I don't see her joking around on a regular basis. This is the time to say these things." Zhang Sui didn't have the heart to say, "I'm afraid of ghosts. I'll go in and stay with you guys. Not to mention, if the lieutenant came to me, I wouldn't be afraid. I'd be happy. We spend a lot of time together. Wouldn't he hurt me? At best, he asked me for a scarecrow, but I don't have the materials to make one for him right now either." Second Miss Shinmi said, "Then why don't you go in?" Zhang Sui exhaled a long breath and said, "I just don't want to go in. I'm full of scenes from today's tussle. When I see the others, I think of the piles of bodies, and the lieutenant's wide open eyes, and Koji. Before he died, I plunged a dagger into his head. What a great guy in the beginning. I won't forget his frightening aura when he came to the Jin family residence." Zhang Sui raised his dagger and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that death would be just this pathetic. The dagger stabbed into his head and crimson blood splattered my face. The feeling of the dagger in the flesh. I killed not a man. It's like killing a cat or a dog." Turning his head to the second young lady, Junmi, Zhang Sui asked, "You say that in our lifetime? What's the point of living?" Second Miss Shinmi frowned her eyebrows and thought seriously. After a long time, she said, "I don't know, but I used to live for the sake of the Jin family, to help share my mother's burden, and then I lived, probably, to be married to someone that, I want to see what shameless things he will do." Zhang Sui suspiciously looked at Second Miss Shinmi and said, "Second Miss already has a favorite? Tell me about it and I'll help you reference it." The second young lady, Junmi, snorted and said, "You a master mark. Do you think I need you to refer to a husband for me?" Zhang Sui, he was tempted to say, "If I could go back, I'd be your dad." It was only natural for a father to give his daughter references to men. However, Zhang Sui didn't really say that. This big battle today had made him skeptical about being able to return to the Jin family alive. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't say anything anymore, Second Miss Shinmi hesitated slightly and asked, "You're not a man." Zhang Sui was originally still immersed in sadness. Hearing Second Miss Shinmi say this, he immediately exploded a bit. Grass. Before and after the crossing, in 2 lives, he had been poor and had no wife. Even if people say he's no good, he admits it and doesn't refute it. The only thing he couldn't take was being told he wasn't a man. Zhang Sui blurted out, "Do you want me to pull it out so you can see if it's a man?" Greeting Second Miss Shinmi's bewildered gaze, Zhang Sui quite literally felt like punching his fist in the upper. Disheveled, he sat down, stuck his dagger in the land, and glared at the second young lady, Junmi, saying, "There are some things that can be said that. There are some things you can't say. Out and about now. You're sleeping in the same tent as me again. Aren't you afraid at night?" Second Miss Shinmi narrowed her eyes and said, "What are you afraid of?" do you still want to do something to me? Normally, your denizen's virtues are just fine. If you really dare to take a shot at me, let's see if mother will get you killed. Of course, after marriage, that's another matter. If you don't dare to do anything to yourself after marriage, it'll kill you, too. There's no point in keeping it. Seeing second Miss Shinmi say this, Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically and said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. What a joke. Me and the missus are the pair. What is to be done? Also to Mrs. Even though you look like a national treasure, I dare not covet it anymore, let alone do anything about it. Otherwise, it's going to be torn up by the lady. It's also impossible to have both, no matter what era you're in. Besides, Madam can be much gentler than you, and she's obedient to me. I don't want ma'am. It would be a big loss. Seeing second Miss Shinmi squatting by her side with no intention of entering the tent, Zhang Sui stood up and walked into the tent, crossing over to the present. Having known second Miss Shinmi for so long, for the first time, he didn't have the interest to continue talking with second Miss Shinmi. His mind was still reeling from the blood-filled scene. Back in the tent, Zhang Sui lay down on the hay, his eyes wide open. I don't know how long he waited before he started to get sleepy. Everyone else around the tent was drifting off to sleep. Zhang Sui was in a daze, as if he saw himself in a battlefield once again. And, one by one, people who had been alive and kicking suddenly turned into dead bodies. He was a little flustered, somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, a low sob rang in his ears. Zhang Sui snapped out of it. The tent was dimly lit. Only the dim glow of the campfire outside was let down through the lifted tent. Being able to get a little bit of sight, Zhang Sui got up from the ground and looked around. All asleep. Where did that sound come from? Zhang Sui listened to the voice and recognized it for a long time before it became somewhat of an afterthought. This voice? It seemed to be second Miss Shinmi's. The second young Miss Shinmi slept on the hay a little farther away next to the second Sun Jinyan. Zhang Sui crawls over to avoid stepping on anyone in the dim light. Crawl to the side of the second young lady. Junmi. Sure enough, it was second Miss Shinmi crying. She now turned her back to Zhang Sui and the second Prince Jinyan and the others, and suppressed her voice, crying like a kitten purring. The body shook unheedingly. Zhang Sui sighed darkly. Although on the battlefield today, second Miss Shinmi and second eunuch Jinyan were not directly involved in the battle, but definitely saw it. Second Miss Shinmi was, after all, a teenage girl. Before crossing over, I guess I was only in middle school. Didn't show much fear before though, but when it's really late at night, it's weird not to be afraid. Zhang Sui gently touched her head and softly said, not afraid, not afraid. End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi felt the light tap on her head, and the sound, and turned her head. In the dim light, one of her little faces was crying, originally deliberately blacked out. At the moment, there are two distinct grooves. Tears streamed down the furrow to her jaw, then dripped onto her chest. It looks pathetic. Zhang Sui reached out to dry the tears at her jaw and laughed in a low voice. Why are you crying? Unless the whole army is destroyed, you'll be fine. Second Miss Shinmi climbed up and slammed her fist directly into Zhang Sui's chest, but just as she touched it, she shrank back, clasping her hands around her knees and burying her head between them. Like a quail, Zhang Sui looked toward the second son, Jin Yan, who was lying not far away, and cried and laughed a little. This being a brother is absolute. He didn't even feel it when his sister was lying on the edge crying so hard. But then again, it confirms that men and women are different. Second Duke Jinyan is usually a wimp. But today, having seen the blood and gore of the battlefield, he was still able to sleep, and sleep so much. The second young Miss Shinmi looks very rigid on a regular basis. She even killed General Pan Feng with a simple bow she gave her. But now, she was crying like this. Seeing that second Miss Shinmi's body was still shaking, Zhang Sui handed her hand over and said, I don't have a handkerchief. Take my sleeve and wipe it off. It's good to have cried. People are actually afraid. This is war. The second young Miss Shinmi pushed away the hand he handed over for a while, before raising her head from between her knees. Red and swollen eyes. Are you going to die? Zhang Sui was directly confused by the question. Is this something that I can know about? Second Miss Shinmi stretched out her hand and said, aren't you able to tell fortunes? You do some math for yourself. Zhang Sui let out a couple of low chuckles. That was coaxing you. In the beginning, it was purely to remind you not to insist on marrying the Yuan family, relying on the Yuan family to change their fate against the odds. But, naturally, this is left unsaid. Zhang Sui could only lie and say, this is fortune-telling. You can't tell it to yourself. If you do the math for yourself, you won't be able to do it right, and you'll lose your life. Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her eyebrows, stretching his small hand toward Zhang Sui. He said, then help me look again. After the last time you told my fortune, I followed what you told me and didn't follow my destiny, and no longer deciding to marry into the Yuan family, and thinking of recruiting a flunky. His eyes gazed straight at Zhang Sui. The second young lady, Junmi, said, "You calculate my marriage line to see if my future husband is a man of long life." Zhang Sui looked at the second young Miss Junmi's small hand and let out a forehead. These little hands, they're so tantalizing. This is something he probably wouldn't have really touched before. After all, one has an agreement with the lady. But with all that has happened today, I may never be able to go back on my own. And, before you die, you may never touch a woman's hand again. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui secretly said in his heart, "Tanger, I'll just touch her a few more times. If I go back in the future, I'm definitely not messing around." Thinking like this, Zhang Sui's left hand held the tip of the second young lady's outstretched little finger. The right hand gently rubbed over the palm of her hand a few times and blew on it a few more times. Second Miss Junmi looked at Zhang Sui's serious face and felt her palms itching with. Couldn't help but bite her red lips. The man, apart from being a bit of a denizen, is pretty good. On the battlefield today, when he and the others surrounded and killed Koji, she and her second brother watched from behind the Buick Tianfeng. That Koji is too brave. Her whole heart hung in her throat. She had prayed to her ancestors 10,000 times in her heart that something would happen to him. Be glad he didn't. To think that if he had been replaced by his own second brother, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, no one else noticed how hard it was for him, but he was the only one who did, and climbed up to comfort himself. Second Miss Junmi looked at Zhang Sui and looked away, afraid that he would suddenly raise his head to look at himself. Second Miss Junmi asked lowly, "Denizen, let me ask you something." Zhang Sui rubbed the palm of second Miss Junmi's hand again and asked, "Tell me." The second young lady, Junmi, said, You're easily in the ground, and I mean if, you are my husband, what do you think of me as a wife?" Zhang Sui blurted out. Of course it's smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. Although second Miss looks a bit cooler, she is actually very enthusiastic inside. Second Miss Junmi lowered her head, her face burning hot. Pretty again, and knowing the book. If the second young lady were my wife, I wouldn't get out of bed all day long, and I'd be busy with 1,000 things every day. Second Miss Junmi's ears were red, her heart pounded. So this denizen, so fond of himself, then when we get back, after the wedding, if you can't do what we said today, we'll castrate you. Stealing a glance at Zhang Sui, he saw that Zhang Sui was still rubbing his palm. Second Miss Junmi kicked him and suppressed a smile. Are you done? Last time was much faster than this. And, just look at the marriage line this time. Zhang Sui also blushed a little. It felt like I'd been caught with my own little mind. Zhang Sui hurriedly babbled. Look well. Second Mrs. marriage line has indeed changed. Now, the second young lady has only one husband, and is well and happily attached to him. The children are on their knees. Only then did second Miss Junmi draw back her small hand and said with satisfaction, That's more or less the same. When he finished, he lay down again. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't leave, second Miss Junmi turned around and said, Denizen, are you, too, afraid? Zhang Sui would have wanted to leave, but he did not expect second Miss Junmi to ask this. He couldn't help but think of today's battlefield and forced a smile. Fear? How can I not be afraid? But, Zhang Sui was going to say, but what can be done about fear? Can you leave the battlefield by being afraid? Apparently not. But before the words were finished, second Miss Junmi said, Then you sleep next to me, with your back to me. We talk and sleep at the same time. Maybe, you didn't finish and fell asleep. It's not scary to have someone to talk to. When I was a child, when my older brother and father died, my mother was also afraid and lay in bed crying. I just laid down next to her and held her, and she fell asleep behind me. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still lay down as he was told. The two men touched at the hip. Second Miss Junmi busily moved a little to the side, saying somewhat anxiously, Don't get too close. Zhang Sui hummed. I didn't do it on purpose. Second Miss Junmi bristled. If you do it on purpose, I'll dash. After all, second Miss Junmi didn't say anything further, but urged, Hurry up and say something. Zhang Sui asked, Say what? Second Miss Junmi hesitantly said, Tell whatever you like. Zhang Sui said with a twinkle in his eye, Then I'll make the legend of the white snake. Second Miss Junmi said, Aha. Zhang Sui began to ramble in a low voice about Su Xian and the white lady. It didn't take long to speak before he felt a small hand on his waist. A light breathing sound rang in his ears. Zhang Sui, falling asleep so soon? And, it's still moving. End of chapter. Zhang Sui removed second Miss Junmi's small hand that was resting on his waistband. She didn't react much either. Still sleeping soundly, Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Man is indeed a social animal. As long as there is companionship, a lot of things that seem tough will eventually pass. Zhang Sui slowly turned around. Ooh. Second Miss Junmi did not turn her back to him at this time, but rather towards him. Zhang Sui quietly surveyed the pretty face near him. there really is some resemblance to the lady. Only, the lady was more mature and fuller. And the second young lady, Junmi, looks a little green. However, she did have better skin than Mrs. The sides of your pretty face are full of collagen. There's a Q-bomb vestigial feel to it. Zhang Sui almost couldn't help but kiss it directly. In the end, he held back, looking at the delicate face of the second young lady, Junmi, with her nose high in the air. Zhang Sui gently pinched her nose. Seeing that she still didn't respond, Zhang Sui turned around and turned his back to second Miss Junmi. Facing each other like this again, the atmosphere was too ambiguous. He was afraid that he would transform into a wolf and do away with the other side. This is a military camp. When that really happens, you'll probably have to be dismantled yourself. Or maybe it was because he was sleeping next to second Miss Junmi. Zhang Sui didn't take long to fall asleep this time as well. When he woke up again, he found a figure crouching beside him. Surprisingly, it was the second son, Jin Yan. The second son, Jin Yan, looked at Zhang Sui, and then at the second young Miss, Junmi, who was lying beside Zhang Sui. The corners of his mouth grinned with a somewhat flinty look. Zhang Sui met his strange gaze and smiled sarcastically, busily whispering, "Second Duke. Last night Miss Tu couldn't sleep and asked me to come over. We're actually quite far apart. The crowd is still awake." The second son, Jin Yan, pointed at the pretty face of the second young lady, Junmi, and seduced, "Bo Qing, what do you think of my second sister, Zhang Sui? Why do you feel that the second son, Yan, is pointing in an unhealthy direction?" Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't respond, second Duke Xin Yan continued to seduce. "Let me tell you, this sister of mine, it's the best looking in my Yan family." Only then did Zhang Sui climb up while saying, "It feels like both Madam and second Miss look good." Second Prince Xin Yan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost and monster. "Are you blind? Although I honor my mother, how can she be compared to this sister of mine? Not to mention, this sister of mine is a teenager. My mother is in her 30s. Also, my mother was that mean. This sister of mine, even though she seems to be cool, she's very nice to talk to." Zhang Sui looked at second Duke Xingyan and seemed to smile. "Madam Fierce, that's for you. In my presence, Madam is simply gentle." Just then, everyone else came to their senses one after another. Only then did second Duke Xingyan immediately shut his mouth. He greeted Zhang Sui and followed him out of the tent to the marshal's tent. In the marshal tent, Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special commander, were waiting for the generals of the army. Organize the day's tasks. Today's task is simple. Before dawn, all the tents will be closed, and the feces of yesterday's generals disposed of, preventing the spread of disease. As soon as the sun rose in the east, the army started immediately. It was not until the big morning that we ate. After eating and resting for a while, the army continued on its way. Originally, this unit of the Jin family, only second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Xinmi, Captain Jinhao and Vice Captain Zhao Su had mounts. Vice Captain Zhao Su's death in battle gave way to Vice Captain Zhao Su's mount. In addition to the mounts, there were the relics of Vice Captain Zhao Su, a lance, a ring-headed sword, two sets of power suit shorts. Vice Captain Zhao Su has no relatives. As a result, they all fell into Zhang Sui's hands. At dusk, camp was set up again. Zhang Sui supervised the 900 men under his hand to divide the camp and finish eating. Everyone else went into the tent message. A day of marching and exhaustion had left no one with the energy to think about the previous battlefield. And, for the rest of the time after that, the march was to be continued until the plains were reached. Therefore, everyone wanted to rest early to build up their strength for tomorrow's march. The destination of this march was the plains, just as Zhang Sui had guessed before. According to the arrangement of Biahao Tianfeng and Chang Gongzi Yuan Tan, they have received orders from Yuan Shao, the governor of Jizhou, appointing Yuan Tan, the eldest son, as the assassin of Qingzhou, to lead the army, with Tianfeng, a special minister, as the military advisor. Go south and take Qingzhou. As for Gongsun of Yuzhou, after being defeated by the allied forces of Koji Yi and Yanro at Yuyang, just retreat to Yijing and hold on. Yijing was a city specially cultivated by Gongsun and Lu Yu, the former Yu prefecture governor, with a high city and thick defenses. Moreover, Gongsun had already hoarded a large amount of grain, grass, people, and beautiful women inside. For a while, it was impossible to break through. In the time that followed, Yuan Shao would not attack Yuzhou. Thus, Yuan Shao's focus is now threefold: to stabilize the rule of Jizhou, to pacify the rebellion in Yuzhou's disc points, such as Yuyang, and completely control these lands, to the south to take Qingzhou, and then Shuzhou. And Yuan Tan, the eldest son, was appointed for the purpose of assassin of Qingzhou. It is to accomplish the task of taking Qingzhou. Zhang Sui didn't go straight to the break, although it was dark outside after dinner. After digesting his food, Zhang Sui still stripped off his shirt and practiced outside the tent. In the barracks, Zhang Sui didn't worry about being criticized for taking off his shirt. After all, it's all men here. The only woman, second Miss Shinmi. Zhang Sui was not afraid. Second Miss Shinmi is still a reasonable person. Zhang Sui didn't believe that she would be unreasonable because of the extra practice. As for extra training, it was something Zhang Sui had to do every day. It's his only golden touch. This Goldfinger wasn't that strong to begin with. Stripping naked and practicing outside for an extra half hour every day only grows 0.1 pounds of strength, which triggers the chance of a bludgeon. If this is no longer persistent and intermittent, this golden finger will not be able to work until the year of the monkey. Zhang Sui first continued practicing his fists and feet outside the tent. After that came the 16 styles of the Zhao family gun. The commotion of Zhang Sui's extra practice didn't startle many people. Everyone was so tired from marching all day that they fell asleep, and no one cared about that. Only the second young lady, Junmi, was lying in the tent unable to sleep, thinking about what she had chatted with Zhang Sui last night. Second Miss Junmi was a bit pressed. Come out from inside the tent. Just as he walked up to the open curtain, he saw Zhang Sui, bare-chested and dancing with his lance. Sweated out with practice. Second Miss Shinmi's heart skipped a beat and she was busy taking a few steps backward. She knew that Zhang Sui was practicing extra hard. However, it didn't know that Zhang Sui was practicing extra hard with his shirt off. Watching the others in the tent fall asleep, the second young lady, Junmi, cowered behind the curtain and poked her head out and, silently, he stared at Zhang Sui. Her two small hands were over her chest, her heart beating a little violently. This man, he's really hard-working. Everyone rests and he still has to practice. This was the second time second Miss Shinmi had looked at a man's naked upper body. The first time was also Zhang Sui, but at that time it was in the ministry compound of the Jin family residence. Moreover, Zhang Sui quickly got dressed, and right now, he doesn't seem to notice at all. The firelight from the campfire shone on the men's broad chests, reflecting that skin with a somewhat bronzed glow. Sweat continued to trickle down his body, reflecting in the firelight. Second Miss Shinmi bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes glowing brightly. He seemed to have grown quite a bit of flesh compared to the first time I saw him in this form. His skin looked hard. I wish I could reach out and try poking it, thinking that after going back, Zhang Sui would be his own son-in-law. Second Miss Shinmi's earlobes were a little red. Pretend to go over there for something and take the opportunity to poke around and see how it feels. It's a little embarrassing, though, but, after all, this was in the barracks, and no one knew they had done these things. Not to mention, after he joins the family in the future, he dares to say? With this thought, the second young lady covered her face with her hands. How did you become like this? But, having missed this opportunity, I don't know when the next one will be. Second Miss Shinmi clenched her teeth, moved her hand that was covering her face, and was about to go up, but then he saw in the distance, a group of people walking over. End of chapter. It's the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the other men, Tian Feng. They just patrol a bit before going to bed to draw closer to the generals. Second Miss Shinmi was busy shrinking back into the tent, lying back in her place and pretending to fall asleep. Zhang Sui, who was practicing extra hard, also saw Yuan Tan and farewell Tian Feng and the others. He was busy stopping his extra training and bowed towards Yuan Tan and Tian Feng. The farewell master. The group stopped in front of Zhang Sui. Yuan Tan looked Zhang Sui up and down. Compared to many soldiers in the army, Zhang Sui obviously had some meat on his body. Also, there's a great sense of power. Yuan Tan couldn't help but pinch Zhang Sui a few times and sked and laughed. Quite powerful. What's your name? Which family's son? Before Zhang Sui could reply, Tian Feng, who was on the sidelines, interjected. If I remember correctly, his name is Zhang Sui, and he is the main record of the Jin family in Wuji County. Elder Duke. You've met him before. Yuan Tan came back to his senses at this point. Earlier, he led his army to Wuji County and was at the western entrance of the city of Wuji County. This Zhang Sui is standing in the crowd. It's just that, at that time, Zhang Sui was wearing clothes and didn't see anything special about it, so he didn't pay special attention. Without realizing that, with his shirt off, he looked like this. Yuan Tan smiled and looked at the generals following beside him, saying, you guys also strip naked and compare. The generals have stripped off their shirts. Zhang Sui looked a little odd. A lot of people are skinny and bony under their clothes. It was only better than when he had just crossed over. He does have more muscle on him, especially the pecs. Zhang Sui hadn't paid special attention before, probably read too much, but now it does stand out a lot when compared to others. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. This was thanks to the feeding of the fifth young lady Jinrong and Hongyu. After entering the Jin family, The fifth young Miss Shinrong and Hong Yu would bring food almost every night. What with all the chicken, duck, and bear claws, I've eaten them all. Not to mention soup crackers, cornbread, and the like. Second Miss Shinmi, who was lying in the tent pretending to be asleep, heard the conversation outside. Seeing that none of them seemed inclined to come in, he crept up again, went to the opening of the tent curtain, and hid himself in the shadows, and looked into the distance. She wanted to know what they were doing. With a glance, she saw that Zhang Sui was already facing her sideways at that moment. The light from the campfire shone on his chest. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's chest, biting her lips and breathing a little sharply, especially when the eldest son, Yuan Tan, kept patting Zhang Sui all over his body, and when she made Zhang Sui turn around, the second young Miss Shinmi's silver teeth were almost clenched. She had the excitement of wanting to go up and take the place of elder Duke Yuan Tan. Her earlobes were on fire. She felt a little ashamed. She is an unmarried girl herself. How can you have such nasty thoughts? What's the difference between yourself and a denizen? However, she didn't look away. If this is moved away, this situation, the next time I see you, I don't know when. Yuan Tan compared the upper half of the crowd and nodded his head in satisfaction. It was to Zhang Sui. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping and still practicing? Zhang Sui honestly said, this exercise thing has to be a habit. I practice like this every day and make it a habit so I don't slack off. Not to mention, it's a chaotic time and I'm in the military. Usually no extra practice, no pain, no blood and sweat. When you get to the battlefield, you're easy to kill. Diejiao Tianfeng added from the side. He was in the group that killed Koji Yi. Yuan Tan was quite curious and said, you do pay quite a bit of attention to him. It was only then that Bui Hai Tianfeng laughed. It is a bit. He's a disciple of Ding Jianyang, the former pastor of Bingzhou, all from Yanmen County. I have a feeling he's still a talent. The first time he met me, and he didn't have much stage fright, and draw my pictures on the floor as I go along. Worth cultivating. It's just that, at the time, he was still in the Jin family as the main record. I wasn't in a good position to jump over the Yen family to rob them, so I didn't care. Yuan Tan looked at Zhang Sui with some surprise. A disciple of Ding Yuan? Ding Yuan has disciples? But if the alibi says so, it shouldn't be fake. Yuan Tan looked at Tianfeng, the special driver, and said, you keep it? It's in the army now. He would no longer be a member of the Jin family. Beihai Tianfeng pondered a little before he looked at Zhang Sui and said, have you started a family yet? Zhang Sui shook his head. Bui Tianfeng asked again, then do you have a favorite woman? Zhang Sui. He was a little uncertain. I don't know what Tianfeng is doing asking this question all of a sudden. Tianfeng urged, answer quickly. Zhang Sui's mind floated to the two women, Madame and Hong Yu, who were in a state of confusion. Smiling sarcastically, he said, yes, there is. Tianfeng's eyes brightened slightly and he asked again, a member of the Jin family? What is your status in the Jin family? Zhang Sui. Tianfeng once again urged, hurry up. Zhang Sui glanced skeptically at Yuan Tan and Tianfeng before he stammered, calculating that, it's sort of somewhat honorable. Second Miss Shinmi couldn't help but smile. This denizen, indeed, covets himself. Tianfeng exhaled a long breath and said, so how is she treating you? Zhang Sui gave a hefty laugh. Whether it's the lady or the red jade, it's time to touch yourself. Seeing this, Tianfeng laughed out loud and said to Chang Gunzi Yuan Tan, that should be the one. I didn't expect that. The two of them still have this relationship, so it's no wonder that the elder duke can't see her in person. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan also somewhat oddly sized up Zhang Sui again. How could he have imagined that he, the eldest son of Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou, had? It's amazing to be outclassed by such a person. However, this person's status was lower though, just the main record of the Jin family. However, by virtue of the fact that he was Ding Jianyang's disciple, and that he himself was compared to him, it's not that hard to accept. Besides, what kind of woman can't you get with your own family? Thinking of this, Yuan Tan said to Tianfeng, it's a good thing when people have attachments. Tianfeng nodded, before he said to Zhang Sui, your cousin's name is? Zhang Sui busily said, Bo Qing, the success of success. Tianfeng said, Bo Chang although you are a disciple of Ding Jianyang and the main record of the Jin family, however, today the status is still lower after all, even if that girl is interested in you too. Zhang Sui, there's nothing wrong with that, though the lady was interested in herself too, yet, trying to get her to remarry to herself, it must be tough, but where it was easy, the lady should have let herself be arched long ago. The lady didn't even resist when she even touched the place herself. Second Miss Shinmi stood in the shadows and her expression became serious. Although he was going to be in the family, the status and position of it was expected to be disliked by some people in the mansion in the future as well. Since ancient times, Flunkies have been looked down upon, even if they are clearly competent. When Tianfeng saw Zhang Sui fall into a contemplative state, he then said, "Since you've entered the barracks, it's time for you to build a career to match hers. That's what a great man does. You can't always ask her to defend you." Zhang Sui frowned. Indeed, he didn't want the lady to speak for herself too often, or at first the lady had this heart. Once time passes, and the lady has the burden of the Jin family in her heart, she may be irritable as well. Only then did Zhang Sui look at Elder Duke Yuan Tan and Farewell Master Tianfeng. He said, "I implore you, Elder Duke and Farewell, to show me the way." End of chapter. Seeing that Zhang Sui had taken the bait, Yuan Tan, the eldest prince, and Tianfeng, the Farewell governor, glanced at each other. Both laughed out loud. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, said, "In that case, Bo Qing, I will write a letter to the Jin family in my capacity as the do-it-for-you and the girl for once, with me as the master. The Jin family shouldn't refuse. But, after all, you are lower. It just so happens that the alibi has recently received a commission from my father to raise a cavalry, and I'm not afraid to tell you, this cavalry is for use against the southern Huns. The southern Huns have been roaming around Hadong and Hanoi recently, burning and looting everywhere, though they are now considered courtiers, but then they violated the people, just like Koji. My Yuan family is a great family with 4 generations and 3 dukes in the Han dynasty, and we have always put the people first. How is it possible to tolerate such nonsense from them? Father cannot tolerate them and is ready to expel them from Hebei, but the Huns are almost all cavalry. It's not going to be easy to deport them. In the past few years, we fought against Gongsun and captured a number of fine warhorses. We purchased some more. Father wants to raise his own cavalry and go to war with the southern Huns. Having expelled the southern Huns, in the future, this cavalry will be of great use. Here's a chance for you to join in. Be good in the meantime. If you can perform well in this great battle for the Green State, you will formally follow the alibi to Yeqing and join those cavalrymen. Father holds this cavalry in high regard. It's also so much easier to build a career than others, as long as you stand firm in it. By virtue of the fact that you're Ding Jianyang's disciple, you have an unlimited future. At that time, if you go back to the Jin family and marry that girl, who would dare to look down on you? Although the Jin family was once honored, but, after all, it's fallen now. No more talk about what you do as a general or captain, but whenever you can become a school captain. That doesn't scare the Jin family in the slightest. Zhang Sui slowly nodded his head when he heard Yuan Tan say that. Although the historical Yuan Shao did not turn out well, and eventually his eldest son Yuan Tan and others were killed by Cao Cao. The Hebei was also annexed by Cao Cao, but that was all after the 7th year of Jianan. The 7th year of Jianan, or 202, and it's the 1st year of Xingping, 194. This was a period of 8 years. Those 8 years were enough for his own children and those of the lady in Hongyu to be several years old. When the time comes, find a way to get out of the Yuan family's control earlier. Come to think of it, Zhang Sui saluted successively toward eldest prince Yuan Tan and farewell governor Tianfeng. I am willing to serve eldest prince and farewell governor. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan was very satisfied with Zhang Sui's reply. Patting Zhang Sui's shoulder, Yuan Tan said, "Do well. Don't degrade the reputation of your husband, Ding Jianyang. At first light tomorrow, I will write your own letter for you and have it sent to the Jin family." He also looked at the donkey Tianfeng and the other generals and said, "Let's continue our patrol." After that, the group left. Zhang Sui grinned out as he watched Elder Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tianfeng and the others leave. Although it is indeed dangerous, fight a war and you're likely to die. However, following Tianfeng was definitely better than just staying in the Jin family. Before the Battle of Guandu, Tianfeng was one of the schemers as Yuan Shao's alibi. More than anything else, he is the leader of the Jiju faction. It's definitely better to want to follow him around and mix up some credits than the others. Thinking that he could marry Madame and Han Yu openly, Zhang Sui picked up his lance and, once again, the practice was ramped up. He felt his body fill with strength. The appearance of Madame and Han Yu snuggled in his arms came to mind, and Zhang Sui gave a ghostly cry. "Hold on, ladies, waiting for your husbands to marry you in a palanquin." The second young Miss, Jun Mi, stood in the shadows, watching Zhang Sui look so excited. The corners of his mouth were a little pressed. This denizen, without thinking about it, can still be seen by the elder duke and the buyer. Actually think about it. He did have a greater possibility of building a career than anyone else in the Jin family, though he himself had previously planned to have him join the family. But if he can build a career, that's better than him joining the family. When he builds his career and gains his identity, it is equivalent to an additional layer of backing for the Jin family. Then no one in the family will dare to look down on him. With him around, the Jin family will not be left in the lurch. Watching Zhang Sui dance his lance with tigerish vigor, It was only then that second Miss Shinmi removed her eyes from him fondly and returned to her position to lie down. And she couldn't sleep anymore. Just now, Mr. Chang said he'd write a letter to his mother, in his own name. Set yourself up with him. Surely mother won't refuse. He's so talented that his mother praises him a lot on a regular basis. This time, the elder duke made the decision to find him this denizen as his son-in-law. Mother will be overjoyed. The fifth sister will be happy too. The fifth sister was obsessed with him, always saying that he knew astronomy and geography. Ergo, not to mention, Ergo has long since hated to marry him as well. Ergo, that's a denizen too. After he married himself, the second brother would be able to ask him to help paint the unseemly things with honor. The scene of Ergo looking at those paintings with him comes to mind. The second Miss Shinmi smiled so much that her eyes narrowed. Zhang Sui has added 0.4 pounds of strength today after practicing extra hard. Zhang Sui sat cross-legged at the entrance to the tent and blew dry the sweat, which led him back to the haystack of the tent. Lie down and sleep. The march continued the next day. At dusk, eldest Duke Yuan Tan had his personal soldiers deliver a letter to second Duke Xinyan. Zhang Sui was directing his men to set up their tents. However, he saw second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Shinmi walking over. The two stopped in front of Zhang Sui, and second Prince Xinyan bumped Zhang Sui with his arm, squeezing his eyebrows. He said, "You can do it, Bercheng." To be able to make the eldest duke himself, Zhang Sui froze, then returned to his senses. It looks like eldest Duke Yuan Tan went directly to second Duke Xinyan, although Madam is the first person in the Jin family. However, the second son, Xinyan, was the eldest male in the main family of the Jin family, and was considered the true head of the family. If it were not for the fact that the second son, Xinyan, was so mediocre that he did not dare to take over the burden of supporting the Jin family, it is the lady who has to retreat behind him. Zhang Sui was also happy in his heart. Finally, it was clear that he and his wife were married. Zhang Sui looked at second Duke Xinyan's scowling appearance. He also looked at the second young lady, Junmi, and saw the way she looked away from her head, her earlobes burning up. There was something a little odd about the heart. They're so happy that they're going to be their father? However, think about the fact that they lost their fathers at an early age and did not experience the warmth and lack of fatherly love. Now with myself as their father, it's the stepfather. Though, it's normal that they would be happy. Zhang Sui smiled at the second son, Xinyan, and the second young miss, Junmi, and said, "That's right, if I don't have some skills, how do you convince the lady?" Second Duke Yan froze. What's it got to do with your own mother? Only he immediately looked back. The mother was so fierce, and he was able to convince her, and that made the eldest duke so, and rightfully so. Second Duke Xinmi laughed. Yes, you're all right. When you build your career and come home, I'll give you guys a wedding and never treat you badly. In the future, you'll have to take care of me. Ha ha. Zhang Sui nodded and smiled. That's for sure. Isn't that bull asterisk? After being your father, it's only natural to take care of your children. Although second Miss Shinmi's face still looked cool, her heart was overjoyed. Stealing a glance at Zhang Sui and the second brother beside him, the corners of the second young Miss Shinmi's mouth rose slightly. With such a good relationship between them, there won't be any conflicts in the Jin family in the future. End of chapter. During the next few days of marching, Zhang Sui, second Duke Xinyan and second Miss Shinmi were all in a good mood. In the evening, at dinner, Zhang Sui also continued to tell the audience about those enlightening movies he had watched. Although the second young Miss Shinmi had a look of disgust on her face, she didn't hide anymore. Mixing in with all these men, she also grew to understand what her mother had once said: there was no such thing as a man who wasn't horny. It was only on the 7th day of the march that the army finally arrived at Qinghe County next to Chuliang. The army set up camp outside of Qinghe County. Madame unexpectedly rushed from Wuji County, with her housekeeper, to Chuliang. After that, without stopping, he personally escorted a large amount of grain and grass over. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Master Tianfeng were both very satisfied with the performance of the Jin family. They are running out of food. Over the years, Jizhou has been on the warpath. Although the Yuan family is a top family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, however, it is also exceptionally difficult to collect taxes on the hands of the major families in Jizhou. This time, the Jin family took the initiative to send in grain and grass, or such a large amount. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tianfeng, the special governor, received the lady in person, and gave her a banquet. The second son, Xinyan, and the second miss, Junmi, were also invited. In the marquee, the eldest son, Yuan Tan, repeatedly thanked his wife. After a banquet, the eldest son, Yuan Tan, then smiled at his wife and said, "Meeting Jinlang for the first time. Think Jinlang looks civilized. I didn't expect that Jinlang would show exceptional bravery in this fight. It's so unassuming, yet admirable. Her ladyship looked at the second son, Yen Yen, with a gentle smile on her face. To Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the other son, he said, it's all thanks to the cultivation of the eldest son and the other son. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan shook his head and said, we wouldn't dare to be greedy for credit. It's clearly the Jin family's good tutelage. After a pause, the eldest son, Yuan Tan, looked at his wife and the second son, Jin Yen, and said, Madam, Jin Lang, it's like this, because of the difficulty of transporting provisions, this following, we're going to have to cut back on our troops. I've conferred with the alibi over the past few days, and both thought that Jin Lang would continue to follow us. It is truly condescending. So, we conferred and made a decision. I'll go to the Jizhou government with the alibi. How about recommending Jin Lang to take the 800 men of your Jin family to Chuliang and serve as the Chuliang commander? I had originally thought that it would be better for Jin Lang to be a magistrate in Wuji County with such talent. However, my great Han has the law of Exodus, whereby an official cannot hold the largest official position in the local area. And the Jin family, they have properties right here in Chuliang. Letting Jin Lang benefit the people in Chuliang feels like the best choice. Her ladyship was busy pulling the second son, Jin Yen, to bow. The elder duke busily gestured for them to get up, saying, but don't be so polite, you all deserve this. He also looked at the second son, Jin Yen, and encouraged him, Jin Lang, your Jin family ancestor was famous for a long time. You must not degrade your Jin family's reputation. Second Duke Yen Yen responded. Suddenly, the second young Miss Shinmi, who was on the side, said, our Jin family has 900 people here. The lady also looked at the eldest son, Yuan Tan, suspiciously. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan laughed. It's like this, out of the 900 people in your Jin family, including Zhang Sui, the deputy general of the ministry, there were 100 men who performed exceptionally well, and the Beiqiao happened to have a task for them, so that, they'll just have to stay on. The lady's pretty face turned a little white. Let Zhang Sui stay? But what could she say? Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the other governor, were able to let their second son and second daughter go back with 800 men. Already, he was looking at his own great favor of personally escorting the grain this time. What's more, they even personally petitioned the Jizhou government to make their son a Chuliang order this time, and take 800 people with you. These 800 people, taking some of them back to Wuji County, would be enough to deter other great families. The lady could only force a smile of thanks. After that, the lady left with the second son, Jin Yen, and the second young miss, Jun Mi. The three parted ways. Second Duke Jin Yan and second Miss Shinmi continue to return to their camp tents with the news that they will not be ready to separate from the army until tomorrow. Madame and the others were also placed in the barracks, but in a corner. Looking at the backs of second Duke Jin Yan and second Miss Shinmi as they left, Madame sighed long and hard. It was only then that he headed for his tent. Coming to the tent, the lady stood inside, looking out at the night sky outside the tent. The heart was indescribably despondent. Can't take Zhang Sui away, and have to be on the lookout for him all the time. On the other side, Zhang Sui was eating with the crowd in his tent. However, a soldier walked in and said, Zhang Sui, the Beidao asks you to proceed to the martial tent. Immediately, Zhang Sui put down his dishes in a panic and dashed to the marshal's tent. When he rushed to the martial tent, he saw that the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and Tian Feng, the special driver, were both there. Seeing Zhang Sui coming over, Beidao Tian Feng said, you are now among the 900 men of the Jin family. Choose 100 extraordinarily outstanding men to remain in the army, with you as the 100th commander. The other 800. Tomorrow all of them will be allowed to leave after the Yin family congregation. Zhang Sui. Splitting up so soon? Zhang Sui springs into action though. That's actually a good thing. Building a career is not that easy. A general will be a great success. If it continues, the vast majority of people will die. This great turmoil at the end of the Han dynasty, according to the history books, less than 10% of the people eventually survived. It's better for these people to exit the battlefield early. As for myself, I really can't go. For one thing, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Since eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell master Tian Feng have taken a fancy to themselves, the failure to comply with them is basically a death sentence. Secondly, he does need to build up his career to earn a good status, so as to marry the lady in Hongyu. Zhang Sui rushed to the tent of the 900 men of the Jin family and called them up. 100 men, including Captain Zhen Hao and Huang Han, were selected, and the other 800 men were told to follow the second son, Jin Yen, and the second young lady, Jun Mi, out tomorrow. For a while, some people were happy and others were sad. Zhang Sui registered the names of 100 people. He also went to the marshal's tent to give the list to Yuan Tan, the eldest son of the king, and Tian Feng, the special ruler, eldest son Yuan Tan is not here. Only the don't drive Tian Feng was busy. After glancing at Zhang Sui's list, Tian Feng nodded with full intention. It's hard to do this in such a short period of time. Only, Tian Feng looked at Zhang Sui's registered name somewhat oddly. Part of the word he recognized. Part of the words, surprisingly, even he didn't recognize. Zhang Sui hurriedly lied without blushing. This is what Mr. left in the bamboo slips. These are well simplified words. Sir says that some of the words nowadays are too complicated for learning. Tian Feng was a bit surprised. Only after listening to Zhang Sui read out the names one by one, and the words were the same as those in his familiarization, did he let Zhang Sui go? It was already completely dark. Zhang Sui is about to go back. Passing by the vicinity of the Jin family's caravan, Zhang Sui hesitated briefly, seeing that no one was paying particular attention to his place. Only then did he walk quickly. After this departure, I don't know when I'll see you next. Perhaps one will die in battle the next time, and then there will be no chance of meeting again. Though wandering around the barracks at night carries big risks, but he had an excuse to send a list to Tian Feng, the buyer. Zhang Sui rushed to the caravan and quickly found the tent where his wife was. At this point, Madame was not sleeping at all. She stood just outside the curtained doorway, staring blankly at the night sky. Her drapery was dark and not lit. Seeing Zhang Sui appear, the lady looked happy and was about to welcome him, but when the words came to her lips, the lady was busy swallowing them. Watching Zhang Sui come over, the lady whispered, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" End of chapter. Zhang Sui walked toward the tent while whispering, "Go inside and talk." The lady then looked around nervously, although the convoy was inside the barracks. But, after all, this is where the Jin family caravan resides and does not belong to the military. So there are no patrols in this corner tent. Only outside the corners are patrolling soldiers. The lady and Zhang Sui entered the tent and stood in the shadows, though the light from the campfire outside shone into the entrance of the tent, giving the entrance some light, but not in the depths. However, against the dim firelight of the doorway, blurry black shadows could still be seen in the depths. Madame whispered, "Bo Qing, do you not want to die? Running over here so late at night?" Zhang Sui asked, "Tanger, did Hong Yu not come today?" The lady said, "How could she come? It's not convenient for her, an unmarried girl, to show her face." Her words had just finished, when Zhang Sui held her in his arms, his lips landing on her face and neck. The lady's voice was trembling a little. "Bo Qing, it won't work here. If we find out, we'll be finished." Only then did Zhang Sui stop and rubbed her pretty face. Feeling his lady's pretty face rolling, Zhang Sui laughed. "Tanner, did you miss me?" The lady sighed darkly before she said, "Think, why don't you want to? I can't sleep every day." Zhang Sui said, "Unfortunately, I can't go back and marry you in a short time. I was just approached by the elder duke and the buyer and told to bring 100 men to stay. This time, we're going to hit Qingzhou. If something is shown, let me join the cavalry. I'm going to build a career, and I'm going to marry you in a way that matches you." When the lady heard Zhang Sui say this, her heart was softened to the core. Her arms encircled Zhang Sui's waistband, and she pressed her face against Zhang Sui's chest. The lady said in a hoarse voice, "A general is a man of many bones. I'd rather you were able to follow me back this time. All your previous ploys have come true. Yan has also become a Chuliang order. Only you, and you can't go back." Zhang Sui felt some wetness on his chest. The lady's body trembled slightly and said, "How can it be so easy to build a career? If I'd known you'd be left behind, I'd have let you stay in the Jin family. But then again, I was a little too selfish after all. If you stay in the Jin family, how can Yan or possibly go back this time? You must be to blame for this. What do you want me to do?" Zhang Sui also hugged his lady and rested his chin on top of her head, gently rubbing it. He said, "It's voluntary. If I do die in battle, it will be on my own. But you have to wait for me to get back and have faith in me." Madame did not respond. Zhang Sui only felt the warm tears spreading in his chest. Zhang Sui hugged his wife a little tighter and said, "I can't stay too long. Before I go, can you fulfill a few wishes for me, Tainer?" Only then did the lady raise her head and choke out, "Tell me, I promise you everything." Zhang Sui lowered his head and softly said, "Call me heart and soul again." Suppressing her sourness, the lady returned softly, "My heart's darling." As Zhang Sui listened to this soft cry, he only felt his entire body boiling with hot blood. In the next moment, he directly picked up the lady, and, with a cry of surprise from her, rapidly tearing off her clothes, he said with such excitement that his voice trembled, "Sweetheart, there's a woman in my hometown who says that to get inside a woman, you have to get inside the woman dash." Zhang Sui attached his ear to Madame's ear and whispered a few words. The lady just felt her face burning, feeling her clothes being stripped off and, The lady wrapped her hands around Zhang Sui's neck and clasped his head dead center on her chest. 10,000 words omitted. Zhang Sui helped his wife get dressed, watching her ladyship lie down on the hay, and sinking her eyes closed. Zhang Sui gently dropped a kiss on her red lips before he reluctantly left. The lady lay down on the hay of her tent, listening to the sound of Zhang Sui's footsteps as they disappeared into the night. That's why I opened my eyes. Her sweat-dampened hair covered her brow. A smile couldn't help but appear on his rosy face. This man, who obviously acted so horny and denizen-like on a regular basis. But just now, he couldn't find the location. The lady burst out laughing at the thought of his monkeyish appearance. Rising from the hay, the lady looked out of the tent into the night, in the direction in which Zhang Sui had departed. Both hands gently ruffled the wet hair plastered to her cheeks, and she murmured, "Heaven forbid. Make sure my heart's darling comes back safely." Zhang Sui hurried back to his tent and lay straight back down on his hay. His mind was filled with the scene of the fierce battle just now. Obviously drenched in sweat, he didn't try to dry off this time. These sweats, as if lingering with the scent of the lady's body, with Madame's suppressed voice floating in his mind. Zhang Sui gulped. The lady's full-bodied body was truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, the day ended hastily. This would be great if there was no war, no need to build a career, and the two of them as a normal couple. Though before and after the crossing, in both worlds, it was the first time, but he felt he could still fight until dawn. Zhang Sui was about to drift off to sleep. Instead, he felt a kick in the soles of his feet. Zhang Sui came to his senses and stood up suspiciously, but he saw a figure walking towards the outside of the tent. The dim glow of the campfire spilled in. This back, it was second Miss Shinmi without a doubt. Zhang Sui climbs to his feet and walks out foxed. Coming outside the tent, second Miss pulled out an amulet from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui took it and wondered, what is the meaning of this? Second Miss Shinmi didn't have the good sense to say, I'm going to part ways with you tomorrow. You'll have to go to war later. This amulet was given to me personally by my eldest sister when she married. Zhang Sui hurriedly handed it back and said, it's too expensive. I can't take it. Second Miss Shinmi's face was clear and cold as she said, I just lent it to you. Who gave it to you? You're so thoughtful. Zhang Sui. Second Miss Shinmi said, when you return it to me. At that time, I'll give you a different one. Zhang Sui scratched his head. And a different one? When I return, I'll be your father. What kind of daughter gives these things to her father? But, for now, it's better to take it and save her from losing her temper. The second young lady, Junmi, saw Zhang Sui accepting it, and only then did she want to go back. As she passed by Zhang Sui, her nose suddenly shrugged and, furrowing her eyebrows, she said, on you, why is there a familiar scent? Zhang Sui's heart thumped. At the moment, it's not time for a showdown. This is a matter that will have to wait for his own return, so that the lady herself can come and tell a few of the young ladies and gentlemen. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui smiled and said, just now, I went to hand in the list, passed by the caravan, and saw Mrs. I helped to carry some things. When the lady saw me sweating, she gave me a handkerchief to wipe it off, and said that this was the way to go back and, it's easy to arouse suspicion. It feels like, maybe it's the scent on the handkerchief. It was only then that the second young lady, Junmi, did not suspect that, while entering the tent. On one side, he said, go in early and go to bed, tomorrow you will have to march. End of chapter. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss, Junmi, enter the tent before he let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, women are dogs. Such a good nose. Zhang Sui also returned to his tent and fell asleep. Refreshed today, he soon fell asleep. This day was the most comfortable sleep he'd had since college. Early the next morning, Zhang Sui got up. Her ladyship is going back with the caravan. Second Duke Xinyan, second Miss Xinmi, and the 800 members of the Jin family were to follow suit. Zhang Sui sent off with 100 men. Outside the camp, Madame had been waiting with a caravan. Seeing Zhang Sui come out, the lady's pretty face couldn't help but redden. Before that, she could never have imagined that she would have her first time with this man in a place like this. However, she was a bit vain. At a time like this, no one else could find out that the two had done it for the first time last night. Brushing her eyes away from Zhang Sui, the lady was busy welcoming the second Duke Xinyan and the second Miss Xinmi. Taking the second young Miss Xinmi into the carriage, the lady then lifted the curtains of the window. Looking at Zhang Sui from afar, his brows were all tender. Zhang Sui looked at the lady looking over and smiled at her as well. Only then did Madame lower the curtain with fondness. The caravan and 800 people flanked the carriage of the lady. Second Miss Xinmi and second Prince Shenrong as they left. Zhang Sui had been watching Madame's carriage disappear from sight. Only then did he return to the barracks with 100 men. One by one, others in the barracks got up and began to dismantle their tents. As soon as the sun rose in the east, the army began to make its way. 3 more days of traveling. It was only at noon on the third day that the army arrived at Gauteng Harbor in Plain County. Officials from High Pond Harbor had already come to greet them. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s with a clear face and a long body. The man and Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the other son, made a meeting salute one after another. He also introduced the officials of Gauteng Harbor, and only then did he let the people lead the army into the designated area to station. The army rested for 7 days at Gauteng Harbor. For 7 days, during the day, all the people gathered together, commanded by Tian Feng, a special driver. They trained together on how to attack the city. On the morning of the 8th day, the wind blew from the northwest, and a drizzle fell from the sky. The army was led by the captain of the Gauteng Harbor, Hao Zhua, who led 3,000 sailors downwind to the port of Linji. It's amazing that Linji Harbor is only defended by 2,000 men, and the defense sparsely pulls across. The battle lasted less than an hour before it was over. The defenders of Linji Harbor fled and returned directly to the territory of Beihai County. Takeshi led the army to hold the port of Linji. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, and Tian Feng, the special ruler, led an army of 20,000 men directly through the Yellow River and landed in Linji Harbor. After disembarking, the army was divided into 3 groups. Zhuaji led 3,000 sailors to continue to sit in Linji Harbor to prevent Lubu from sneaking in. Because, next to the port of Linji is the Taishan County of Yenzhou, and Taishan County, currently in the hands of Lubu. And Lubu and Jizhou were incompatible at this point. 2 years ago, LV Bu joined forces with Wang Yun, the Minister of Justice, to kill Dong Zhuo and sit in Chang'an. However, he was driven out by Li Ju and Guisi. Lubu chose to defect to Yuan Shao in Jizhou and was accepted by Yuan Shao. However, Lubu offended many families in Jizhou by indulging his generals in burning and looting. These families complained to Yuan Shao, who then sent his men to expel Lubu. There were several conflicts in between, and Yuan Shao even sent men to surround Lubu, who escaped. Just when Lubu had nowhere else to go, Chen Gong, a native of Yenzhou, took advantage of Yenzhou's pastor, Cao Cao, to avenge his father's death. On the occasion of the slaughter of Shuzhou, he united with Zhang Miao, the governor of Chenlu, and others to lure Lubu into Yenzhou. Today, Cao Cao only occupies 2 counties in Yenzhou. All other territories are under Lubu's control. Now that Lubu has Yenzhou as his foundation, Diejiao Tianfeng did not dare to expose Linji Harbor to Lubu's attack. In the case of Zhuo Zhouyu, he sat with 3,000 troops in Linji Harbor to prevent Lubu from coming to attack. When they cut off the path of return for the 20,000 troops of Elder Duke Yuan Tan, and farewell Governor Tianfeng each led 10,000 troops. They were encircling towards the Plei County, the capital of Beihai County. Zheng Sui followed Tianfeng. The army had an unimpeded journey. Little resistance was encountered during this period. The generals of Beihai County retreated all the way to the ruling county of Drama. It took only half a month for eldest Duke Yuan Tan and farewell Governor Tianfeng to rendezvous at Plei County, Beihai County. The 2 armies were further divided into 3 armies. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, led an army of 8,000 men to besiege the west gate of the city. A general named Han Mang led an army of 5,000 men to besiege the east gate of the city, and farewell Emperor Tianfeng led an army of 7,000 men to besiege the southern gate of the city. The 3 armies were in no hurry to attack either, just training outside the city. The county of Drama, the seat of Beihai County, housed all of Beihai County's large army, nearly 10,000 men. The siege lasted up to a month, and as winter began to set in, not a single counterattack was mounted by the county of Drama. According to intelligence, the city is running out of food and supplies. December 19th, when the intelligence that the county of Drama had run out of provisions for 7 days long, it took the Drama county to finally respond. Kong Rong, the minister of Beihai, led a group of officials to sit at the south gate of the city, cooking wine and talking about the world, and Orav not putting this army of Beihai Tianfeng in his eyes at all. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, Tianfeng, the other general, and Han Meng greeted all the generals as they converged. A decision is made. Kong Rong is bluffing. Tomorrow at noon, the army will attack the city from the south gate of the city and try to take it at once. In that case, he was able to get Bijie Tianfeng and most of his army to withdraw to Yeqing for rest and recuperation before the Third Dynasty. The order was given and the 3 armies quickly converged. The original eastern gate of the city was completely liberalized, so as to leave a way of life for the officials and people of the Drama County, prevent them from fishing out of water. At the west gate of the city, only 2,000 troops were left to prevent any enemy troops from killing them. The rest of the army, all converge on the north gate of the city. On the morning of the 20th day of the 12th month of the first year of the Xingping reign, 18,000 Yuan troops drew up their attack at the south gate of the city. The siege apparatus is all straightened out. Kongrong has brought officials from Beihai County to guard the city. There were originally nearly 10,000 troops in the city. After yesterday's night, there are now less than 4,000 troops in the city. Last night, after learning of the retreat of Yuan's army at the north gate of the city, more than half of the army of Drama County fled out of the city. Kongrong, the phase of the North Sea, did not stand in the way. He even made a promise to his generals. Those who wish to remain, and those who do not. The people have a will, and he won't force it. At this moment, with an army of less than 4,000, looking at the 18,000 troops outside the city, the Kongrong, while telling the defenders to prepare for battle, set up a table on the city wall, and was drinking wine with a few officials. A clouded look. At noon, Yuan's army beat the war drums. The catapults were the first to attack, pressuring the defenders on the walls from shooting their bows and arrows in a big way. The infantry set up ladders and hitched them to the moat. Chargers and siege ladders were pushed across the moat. The chariots kept crashing into the gates. The siege ladder is mounted on the moat. As the war drums beat more and more urgently, the sound of killing shook the sky. Zhang Sui led 100 men to protect the chariots crashing into the city gates. Together with Zhang Sui himself, the Jin family had a total of 15 sets of paper armor. The paper armor, except for one set each for 2nd Duke Xinyan, 2nd Miss Xinmi, and Zhao Yun, it's all in the 112 men in paper armor, against the fire of the archers directly above the gates of the city, constantly pushing the chariots against the gates. In an instant, Zhang Sui and the others were hit with dozens of arrows. Members not wearing paper armor fell in pools of blood. Those wearing paper armor dodged a bullet. Those bows and arrows didn't even penetrate the paper armor. Or perhaps he had already experienced a bloody battle. This time Zhang Sui looked at the crowd that kept falling around him. Surprisingly, the heart didn't react. The gate was crumbled open when the chariots hit it for the 20th time. Behind the gates, there weren't many defenders at all. Just under 100. As soon as the gates crashed open, the cavalry on the other side of the moat that hadn't yet struck swarmed up. Zhang Sui and the others were busy stepping aside, as the cavalry all killed their way into the city. Only then did Zhang Sui and the others follow with a hiss and kill their way in. The city was filled with defenders who had been rushed by the cavalry and fell to the ground. Zhang Sui and the others rushed in, their weapons in their hands constantly mending, reaping a life that has not yet been cut off. End of chapter. The battle in Drama County lasted nearly 2 hours. Dusk was not yet upon us, and the whole county of Play was within grasp. Before sitting on the ramparts of the city's southern gate, sipping tea in a leisurely manner, a pleasant Kongrong, who defied Biajiao Tianfeng, finally failed to collapse and left in a hurry the moment before the city gate was breached. Even the wives and children stayed in the city and did not flee with them. Eldest Duke Yuan Tan did not kill Kongrong's wife and son. As a son of the Yuan family with 4 generations and 3 dukes, he understood the importance of reputation better than anyone else. Instead of killing Kongrong's wife and son, he had them released from the city, and he sent a carriage and some dry food to Kongrong's wife and children, and Tianfeng, the farewell driver, went to pay his respects to a man. Zhang Sui and the others also temporarily acted as guards for Tianfeng of the Beijiao, and a group of people protected Tianfeng in the past, preventing assassinations in the city. In this era of the late Han dynasty, many people kept gatekeepers and handlers. These disciples and handlers specialize in assassination, and today Tianfeng is going to pay his respects to the staff of Kongrong, the escaped minister of the North Sea. This person's surname is Zhua, his first name is Xian, and his epithet is Qingzhou. On learning that the eldest son, Yuan Tan, had led a large army to attack Qingzhou, the Zhua Qingzhou, who was a member of Kongrong's staff, then advised Kongrong to open the city gates and surrender to Yuan Shao, or maybe, hang the banner of Cao Cao. Yuan Shao, as the only 2 inheritors of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes nowadays, has disciples and officials all over the world. It's going to make a difference. Cao Cao as an ally of Yuan Shao. When Cao Cao previously avenged his father's death by slaughtering Shuzhou, Yuan Shao even sent his general Zhu Ling to lead a large army to aid Cao Cao. Now Cao Cao's foundation, Yanzhou, has only 2 counties left, despite the sneak attack. But instead of losing, these 2 counties have stayed the course. If one chooses to defect to Cao Cao now, on the one hand, Yuan Shao will not be able to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Beihai County. On the other hand, sandwiched with Cao Cao against Lubu and Yanzhou, it's definitely considered timely reign for Cao Cao. When Cao Cao achieves something in the future, Kongrong will be Cao Cao's great benefactor. When Kongrong heard Zhua Qingzhou say this, instead of listening to the advice, He cursed Sua Chengzu as the scum of the court, and he, Kong Rong, being a courtier, would not surrender to anyone, but would only surrender when the city was in place and when it was destroyed. In order to make an example of him, Kong Rong immediately arrested Sua Chengzu and his family and beheaded them all. After Sua Chengzu and his family were killed, their bodies were collected by people who had the intention of collecting them. Buried in the wasteland not far outside the eastern part of the city, Beihai Tianfeng made some sacrifices before he let out a long sigh and lamented. Corrupt Confucians harm people and themselves. This Sua Chengzu, his vision is quite poisonous, and Kong Rong, a self-proclaimed loyal court official, is incompetent to the core. He doesn't play defense when we're on offense. When we attacked the city, he sat high on the wall drinking wine and having a good time. And I wonder where he gets his confidence. And talk about the city is here. The city is gone. In the end, the gates were breached and it was still a scattering of legs. It's just a pity that such a talent was buried in vain. After standing in front of the grave for a while longer, Bei Dao Tianfeng greeted Zheng Sui and the others before they left. The group returned to the city. Tianfeng rushed to the hall of the government office under the protection of Zheng Sui and others. Together with the eldest son, Yuan Tan, they liquidated the results of this battle of capturing Beihai County. Zhang Suizha and the others then stood guard outside the hall of the government office. It was not until late at night that Biejiao Tianfeng came out. Zhang Sui and the others escorted farewell Tianfeng to his temporary residence in Drama County and were about to go back. He had to rush back to stay with the soldiers. However, Tianfeng suddenly called out to him and laughed. Slow down. Zhang Sui looked at Tianfeng suspiciously and said, I don't know what else Beiju has to say. Tianfeng asked, what are you wearing? I see a dozen of you, covered in arrows, but only grazed some skin. Surprisingly, no one was seriously injured. Zhang Sui looked down at the paper armor he was wearing. It's in tatters today. Zhang Sui took off the paper armor and handed it to Tianfeng. Armor made of paper. Far less impressive than iron armor. But, it can also withstand an arrow attack. Of course, I've estimated. It shouldn't be able to withstand the melee attacks of weapons such as ring-headed swords and long knives, much less against a powerful crossbow. When I was in the Jin family before, because the Jin family didn't have armor, I then asked the lady for a large quantity of paper and produced some. It's also expensive, but, it's so much better than iron armor. Tianfeng caressed the paper armor and asked, you are quite thoughtful. Zhang Sui smiled noncommittally. Tianfeng put the paper armor down before he said, remember what I told you before? You like the Jin girl. Zhang Sui scratched his face and smiled. His mind was filled with the bewildered look of the lady. Seeing this, Tianfeng laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just male love. Before that, Elder Duke wrote the matchmaking letter for you and that Jin family girl to that Jin family's second male. The second son of the Jin family won't say no. After all, it was set up by the Elder Duke himself. Zhang Sui nodded and thanked. Please don't bother to thank Duke Chang on my behalf. Tianfeng said. Thank you very much. Duke Chang doesn't care. Nothing more than a woman. What Elder Duke needs is for you to build a good career and contribute to the Jizhou government. That's what I promised you before. If you can perform in this great battle, let you join among the cavalry. You've done a pretty good job this time. You go home for today, and in the morning, I will have the armor delivered to you. You take your soldiers who are alive and come with me tomorrow. Tomorrow we will hasten back to Yeqing and spend the 3 dynasties there. I've had a letter sent to you to Wuji County. 2. Let the Jin family girl come over and spend the 3rd dynasty with you. After saying that, he patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, do well. Don't degrade Ding Jianyang's name. Zhang Sui's heart was in ecstasy. This Tianfeng. Not bad. All can do this for themselves. He can also arrange for his wife to come over from Wuji County to spend the 3rd dynasty with him. 3 dynasties, that is, 2,000 years later. The Spring Festival. The thought of being able to spend a 3rd dynasty with Mrs. Zhang Sui's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claw. He was busy thanking farewell Master Tianfeng before Zhang Sui retreated. Tianfeng watched Zhang Sui leave and shook his head with a smile. Eyes falling on the paper armor, Tianfeng picked it up again, rubbed it for a while, and, sighing quite a bit, he said, Brother Jian Yang, you can rest in peace in the 9 springs. This disciple of yours, although he has not been personally taught by you, he has inherited a few of your temperament. Don't worry, I'll watch over him and make him show more of your majesty. Zhang Sui went all the way back to the camp and gathered with the 100 men he had brought with him. Originally there were only 100. This attack leaves only 52 men. Those who wore paper armor survived. Unlike Zhang Sui, who was a little jumpy, the 52 men who were alive were sitting or lying in the tent at this time. One by one, they wiped their weapons and were quiet. Several of them, it seems, cried. On that face, there were dry tear tracks all over. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at them, and his original joy dissipated into nothingness, but he didn't know how to comfort. when you fight a war, you have to die. Or perhaps, in today's troubled times, it's not just that people die in wars, it's that they don't. People are going to die, too. Let's just say that massacres have happened a dozen times. Zhang Sui just walked over to them one by one, patted their shoulders, and then returned to his position. Fall back to sleep. Unable to sleep, he recalled in his mind the one time it had happened with the lady. Without realizing it, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, the army began to regroup. Yuan Tan, the eldest son, because he was appointed by Yuan Shao, the governor of Jizhou, as the assassin of Qingzhou. Therefore, he will take 15,000 troops and sit down in Plei County, the seat of Beihai County, and will continue to plot against other counties in Qingzhou, even south to Shuzhou. And farewell. Tianfeng chose strong and able-bodied men to accompany him on his journey to Yecheng, preparing to form a cavalry. Beiwei Tianfeng selected 3,000 men, including Zhang Sui and 52 men under his hand. One of them, Zhang Sui, obtained a set of armor, though this armor has breaks at the shoulders. After explaining a few more things to Chan Gongzi Yuan Tan, Tianfeng headed straight to Lingji Harbor with 3,000 men. Here, the don't drive Tianfeng took away the hold move. Jiazhu temporarily stepped down from his original position as captain of the Gaotang harbor and returned to Yecheng with Tianfeng, the other captain. Only after that did the army rush to the plains and then all the way toward Yecheng. By the time he arrived in Yecheng, it was already the big morning of December 29th. The Beihai Tianfeng placed these 3,000 men in a camp at the south gate of Yecheng city. It was agreed to meet at the camp on the third day of the first month to formally organize the cavalry. The days from the 29th to the second day of the first month were considered a vacation period for the 3,000 men. Zhang Sui and Captain Jin Hao and Huang Han went to the camp to confirm their tents. After that, the group went straight to the city of Yecheng. This was the first time the crowd had been to a large city like Yecheng. So did Zhang Sui. Since crossing over, he's been in Wuji County. Wuji County is a modest county. Moreover, because of its proximity to Zhuo County, it had encountered the yellow turbans before, so it was really a bit shabby there. The bottom line is that there are stragglers everywhere, especially near a few of the gates. Stragglers were strewn about. You see people die every day. The frail old man, the desperate lady, the skinny child. Yecheng is obviously completely different from Wuji County. There are all sorts of tall buildings, as well as well-planned stores and a bustling bazaar, and not a straggler in sight. Laughter can be seen everywhere. A wide range of goods can be found everywhere. Strolling around Yecheng, Zhang Sui even had a moment of trance. He even thought it was the Shang dynasty, not the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. Just as Zhang Sui wanted to buy some food, Jin Hao patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and, excitedly, he said, "The Jin family store." Zhang Sui followed Jin Hao's pointing. Sure enough, he saw the word Jinjia hanging in front of a fabric store. After 2 great battles, he met the Jin family in Yecheng, far away from Wuji County. Zhang Sui's few people all felt a bit elated and were busy welcoming them. The shopkeeper obviously recognized Jin Hao and said excitedly, "Captain Jin, why are you here?" Captain Jin Hao shook the hand of the shopkeeper and laughed loudly. "We were drafted from Wuji County and fought all the way to Yecheng and was transferred here this time because of his outstanding performance. Don't drive us on vacation for a few days. We'll just come out and hang out." Without realizing it, "It's here," the shopkeeper busily said. "That would be a good thing to do. Just spend the next few days in the store with us for the 3 dynasties. A letter has come from Madam. She'll be here tomorrow morning." Zhang Sui's heart was ecstatic. Biejiao Tianfeng is really a man of his word. Jin Hao curiously said, "Why did Madam come over here? Mistress is away from Wuji County?" The shopkeeper laughed. "This is not so clear. That's how it's determined anyway. I've had the clerks all stocked up on various items today, and as soon as it'll be a good 3 dynasties this year." Captain Jin Hao hurriedly looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. "The ladies are coming. How can you not stay here yourself?" Zhang Sui was busy saying, "Stay. This time it must stay." Looking toward the shopkeeper, Zhang Sui said, "There are dozens of other people from the Jin family who came here together." The shopkeeper looked at Captain Jin Hao suspiciously. Jin Hao hurriedly introduced, "Boss, his name is Zhang Sui. He's the centurion of our people. It's also the main mark of the Yen family." The shopkeeper was taken aback. So young that he was able to become Captain Jin Hao's 100 chief, the main record of the Jin family. The shopkeeper was busy saying to Zhang Sui, "We, the Jin family, can reside in any estate. We have courtyards behind the store, enough for everyone to squeeze in. The lady will be here tomorrow. Knowing you're all so productive, it'll be a pleasure." 2. Zhang Sui was busy telling Huang Han and the others to go back to the camp and call the others over. The shopkeeper had the shopkeeper make some herbal tea for Zhang Sui and Captain Jin Hao. Zhang Sui and Captain Jin Hao stood on one side of the store's counter, chatting as they while looking out at the hustle and bustle. Captain Jinhao was obviously a bit excited, describing with the shopkeeper the grueling experience of killing Koji-e. The shopkeeper listened in wonder, and now and then uttered an exclamation of surprise. Just then, a woman in a long yellow dress, somewhat slim and tall, and the young woman with the flat chest walks in. The shopkeeper was busy interrupting Captain Jinhao's words and greeted him with a smile. Mrs. Kai, come to get your clothes? The young woman hummed. The shopkeeper said, then wait a moment, I will go and fetch it for you now. The shopkeeper walked inside the store while asking the clerk to bring tea and pastries to the young woman. The young woman was not polite either. Taking the herbal tea and pastries from the clerk, she took small sips of them while gazing a bit dully at the crowd coming and going outside. Captain Jinhao gently touched Zhang Sui with his elbow and nudged toward the young woman, attached his ear and whispered, good-looking feel just a little worse than the second miss. The main thing is the body. The second young lady body quite a lot of meat. She doesn't have much meat on her. Zhang Sui nodded, but didn't reply. After waiting for a few moments, the shopkeeper took a package out of handing it to the young woman. She said, Mrs. Kai, here it is. Check it when you get back, and if there's anything that doesn't fit, come straight over to us and we'll reorganize you for free. The young woman nodded at the shopkeeper and left with the package. It was only until the young woman's figure disappeared into the crowd outside that Captain Jinhao said, Boss, what's going on? Who is this woman? She's so pretty, just like the second lady. The shopkeeper sighed, before he said in an unkind manner, don't you dare bury the second young miss. If the second young lady finds out, you won't be able to get away with it. This lady is called Kai Yan, daughter of the great scholar Kai Yong, former second youngest lady of the Hedong Wei family. Zhang Sui, Kai Wingji? To be exact, it was still called Kai Zhaoji at this time. Surprisingly, it's her. The shopkeeper continued. This Mrs. Kai, with her outstanding talent, probably even our second young lady is far behind, but she's a husband killer. She was married for less than 3 months, and the Wei family's second son was killed by her. She's got a temper, too. The old lady of the Wei family just said something about her nemesis, and she couldn't take it anymore. Cut ties with the Wei family and came to Yecheng alone. End of chapter. Captain Jinhao heard the shopkeeper say this and lamented. That would be a pity. So good looking, but a woman who is a husband killer. The shopkeeper agreed. Or what? So pretty, but dared to roam around without a veil. She's been in Yecheng for more than a month, and there are a number of males from a number of families inquiring about her. Knowing that she's the nemesis former second youngest wife of the Wei family, it all stops. That's why I just reminded you not to bury Miss too. Just the one about the husband killing. Our second young lady can't afford it. Captain Jinhao hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Zhang Sui looked at the shopkeeper and Captain Jinhao somewhat oddly. Husband? This Kai Wenji, too, is really ill-fated, though talented. However, he has been uprooted all his life. Growing up, she followed her father, Kai Yong, around the world to escape persecution from enemies, so to speak. Kai Wenji is considered to have grown up in the land of Wu. Later, when Dong Zhuo rebelled, her father, Kai Yong, was threatened by Dong Zhuo to exterminate his 3 clans. Kai Yong had to go to the capital. This trip will be a father and daughter's farewell forever. Kai Yong died in Chang'an. He died at the hands of Wang Yun, the so-called loyal minister of Situ and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, and she was married by a friend of her father, Kai Yong, to Wei Zhengdao, the second son of the Wei family in Hedong. That's the difference between having a father and not having a father. If Kai Wenji was still under the care of her father Kai Yong, odds are she would not have married Wei Zhengdao. It's not that Wei Zhengdao's family history is not good. Rather, Wei Zhengdao fell ill and died 3 months after their marriage, apparently having been terminally ill beforehand. If Kai Yong was alive and right next to Kai Wenji, how could he not see it? How could he let his daughter suffer this crime? Kai Yong entrusted his daughter to a friend. Friends are not real fathers after all. Kai Yong died again after that. If a woman has no father, can a friend take her at will? Seeing the identity of the Hedongwei family, the friends were still eager to get together. The saddest part is that Kai Wenji is far from arriving at the trough of this miserable situation today. Historically, and probably in the coming year, Li Ju and Guosi revolted against Chang'an. The southern Xiongnu took the opportunity to move southward from Hedong County and carried out massacres, burning and looting in Chang'an. It was at this moment that Kai Wenji was taken captive by the southern Huns, and this time, she was gone for 12 years. It was not until 12 years later that he was ransomed by Cao Cao at a heavy price. Then married a man called Nothing Much, who seems to be called Dong Zi. Dong Zi despised Kai Wenji and did not even stay in the same room with her, and even flirted with her all over the place. Kai Wenji had spent 12 years with the Huns, and her temperament had long since been smoothed out. She listened to Dong Zi's behavior and went against the grain. It wasn't until later, when Dongzi committed a crime and was to be executed. That Kai Wenji went barefoot and it was only by kneeling before Cao Cao's door and begging that Dongzi's life was saved. Thinking of the tragic fate of the historical Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and, still, it was a quick walk. Participate even if you want to. Just a reminder. Captain Jinhao hurriedly said, Bo Qing, where are you going? Zhang Sui said, I'm going out to meet someone. Zhang Sui exited the store and took a quick scan. Soon, he captured Kai Wenji's figure. She was standing in front of a floor stand. Jugs of booze lay on the floor stand. Her eyes were dead set on the drink, and she seemed a little hesitant. Zhang Sui quickly stepped forward and bowed toward Kai Wenji. Mrs. Kai, I'm sorry for your courtesy. I am Zhang Sui, the main record of the Jin family in Wuji County. Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui expressionlessly, but did not say anything. Zhang Sui met Kai Wenji's cold gaze and, after organizing the language in his mind, he said, I have a master who is proficient in giving divinations and telling fortunes. He once gave me a divination that said I would meet the daughter of a close friend of his named Kai Yan later in Yechen. Only then did Kai Wenji furrow her brows and interrupt Zhang Sui's words. What is this master of yours called? Zhang Sui said. From Lu Jiang, Zhuo Ci. According to historical records, Mr. Zhuo Ci Dao, known as Mr. Wu Jiao, has been operating in the area of Lujiang, and Kai Wenji's father, Kai Yong, once took Kai Wenji to live near the Wu land for more than 10 years. Wu Di, that is, the area of Wu County, Danyang County and Lujiang County. When Kai Yong was in Wu Di, he was very famous and knew many famous people in the neighborhood. Therefore, it is very likely that Kai Wenji heard about Zhuo Ci. Sure enough, when Kai Wenji heard Zhang Sui say that, Daimei slightly stretched a bit and said, I have heard of your master's name. However, my father and your master seem to have no dealings. Zhang Sui secretly sighed in relief when he heard Kai Wenji say that. I've heard of it but haven't interacted with it, and that's the best thing to do. His greatest fear was that Kai Wenji was very familiar with Zhuo Ci. In that case, he'd have to make up more lies. Since it's unfamiliar, that's good. Zhang Sui laughed. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I am following the master's instructions. Kai Wenji blinked. Still no words. Zhang Sui said, my master asked me to convey to you that you've had very bad luck these past few years. First you married, and your husband has been sick for a long time and will soon die. Originally, this was not your problem, but, unknown to others, you were said to be a kleptomaniac. Kai Wenji listened to Zhang Sui before she lowered her head, her heart somewhat touched. Since her late husband's death, she has been criticized everywhere she goes as a husband hater. In fact, she knew better than anyone what was going on with her late husband. When she married, her late husband was so weak every day that he couldn't even get out of bed. If she hadn't already been betrothed to her late husband by her father's friend, she would have wanted to leave right then and there. She endured great aggravation at that time and stayed in the Wei family, but it did not occur to him that this full of goodwill of his own had become the beginning of his being denigrated by the world. For the first time in a long time, she'd heard it said that her late husband hadn't been killed by her. Rather, she died of her own illness. She was wrongly accused, but she is a hard nature. When she heard the news of her father's murder, she didn't even cry out, and held her tongue, and insist on marrying off your sister. Nowadays, she was even less likely to cry out in public. Kai Wenji forced her tears back, before she raised her head and looked at Zhang Sui. Nothing else? Zhang Sui said. One more thing. In these 2 years, remember not to leave Yechen. Yechen is a blessing to you. In Yechen, you were able to be safe and well. When you leave Yechen these 2 years, you will have a great calamity. You will be taken captive by the Hoosiers and will bear children to the Hoosiers and will not be allowed to leave for 10 years of your life. Kai Wenji's face brushed pale. Taken by the Hoosiers? Giving birth to a Hoosier and not being allowed to leave for 10 years of your life? After Zhang Sui finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Kai Wenji to reply. All that can be said. If she doesn't listen and insists on leaving Yechen, or even going south to Chang'an, then the captivity was deserved. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui leave without any hesitation, and only then did she come back to her senses from her fear. To be honest, she was a little unconvinced by all this talk of fate, but he was the first to say that his late husband's illness was not his own nemesis. Rather, it was the late husband's own terminally ill person. Kai Wenji took a deep breath, slowly suppressing the uneasiness inside her. Without moving a muscle, he watched Zhang Sui disappear inside the Jin family store. End of chapter. Zhang Sui went straight back inside the store under Kai Wenji's gaze, and he didn't look back. It's not like he's related to Kai Wenji. Being able to offer help to this point is all about being at her mercy as a descendant of 2,000 years. And then, there's the fact that before crossing over, I used to play Three Kingdoms games and collect female characters. Kai Wenji, Huang Yuing, and Jinmi are three female characters that he almost must collect. And now, it's a crossing. Zhang Sui was very clear about the gap between the game and reality. Captain Jinhao saw Zhang Sui return and asked curiously, "Who did you go to see? Have you been to Yechun? Any acquaintances here?" Zhang Sui smiled and didn't explain, but looked at the shopkeeper and said, "So what? Where are we going to sleep?" Only then did the shopkeeper let the clerk watch over the store as he personally led Zhang Sui and Captain Jinhao to the backyard, arranged for several people to live in houses. Zhang Sui caught a glimpse of the rice poles piled up in the woodshed in the backyard. In his mind, he thought of Vice Captain Zhao Su's last words before he died earlier. Zhang then approached the shopkeeper and asked if there was any ordinary paper. After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhang Sui asked for dozens of pieces of yellow paper. Only after that did he tie up a scarecrow with a straw. In fact, he said something about a scarecrow, and that was to cajole everyone. The inflatable doll he was going to say. The brother of his female co-star had all kinds of dolls at home. Inflatable. Silicone. After the college entrance exams, when Zhang Sui helped his female classmate carry books back to her house, the door to her brother's room was accidentally left open. It also happened to be a windy day. The room window was left open again. A gale blew through the window and rattled the door and windows of the room. He thought about going in to help close the window. Then you see all kinds of dolls. Even, Zhang Sui saw one lying on the bed. It's inflatable. The model is a female co-star in a movie he once watched called Qin Shi Mingyu, a woman called Duan Mu Rong. Zhang Sui was still new to this at the time, and didn't know what it was used for yet. Thought it was just purely a hobby. It's just that the hobby is a little kinky. Duan Mu Rong on top of the inflatable, naked to the core. He also reached down and poked it somewhat indiscreetly. Then I saw the co-ed and her brother standing in the doorway. Zhang Sui couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. Only, what he didn't expect in any way was that the two didn't think he was perverted. On the contrary, the two siblings even taught him about inflatable girlfriends and current and so on. That day, Zhang Sui had wanted to talk about this, because this was the late Han era. There could be no inflatable kind of plastic. That's why they said scarecrow. But I didn't expect that Vice Captain Zhao Su took it seriously and wanted to dump his family's money before he died. Make him a scarecrow, something more realistic, and burn it over. Thinking of Vice Captain Zhao Su's expectant and hopeful face before he died, Zhang Sui sighed. You make your own sins, you take the blame. Although he does not believe in ghosts and gods, but, well, at least do one, so that the Vice Captain Zhao Su and the Nine Springs to rest in peace. Zhang Sui found dry branches and tied them into the shape of a skeleton. This skeleton is then used as the core to which dry rice poles are tied. He doesn't really know how to make a scarecrow. He learned all of this when he first taught himself to draw online. A very crucial part of learning to draw is the understanding of the human skeleton. While Zhang Sui was making the scarecrow, Huang Han came over with the others. At this moment, everyone watched Zhang Sui busy, and one by one, they gathered around, their eyes glowing. Several were originally going to hang out at the brothel. Ever since Zhang Sui came to the Jin family, they hadn't been hanging out at the brothel. The reason is simple. Used to go to brothels because there was no other outlet. Zhang Sui came and painted many beauties for them. It was expensive, but it was still cheaper than going to a brothel. With those beauty paintings, they take care of it on their own. Then he met Koji Yi and came on a journey, so he had no time. Now that they saw Zhang Sui actually start pounding with rice poles, the crowd immediately understood what Zhang Sui was going to do. One by one, the crowd watched Zhang Sui busily with burning eyes. Zhang Sui didn't care about the others either. These are old color batches. Earlier in the Jin family compound, these old colorful grunts were even crazier than him. At least, he was not doing anything with the picture. These old perverts, especially Dog, Captain Jinhao, with their backs to him, straight to the photo. In the midst of a group of such perverts, Zhang Sui felt like nothing he did was perverted. While Zhang Sui was fully focused on making the scarecrow, the store was once again filled with customers. It was a young girl in a strong, short coat, with a riding crop at her waist and a veil. When the shopkeeper saw the young girl coming over, he was taken aback, and he was busy welcoming her. Third Miss, why are you here? Third Miss Yuan Mi, the third first daughter of Yuan Shao, the governor of Jizhou. Yuan Mi looked at the cloths hanging around the store and said, are there any good-looking clothes lately? The shopkeeper smiled fawningly. Just like that. We're still the same tailors. They made it, and you don't like it. Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a cut and said, you are all dead people, aren't you? Your Jin family store has been open in Yeching for so many years, and I've given you so many requests, and you can't fulfill any of them? The shopkeeper wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Our ladies have gotten several tailors with excellent craftsmanship to sit here. They make clothes that everyone compliments. You're the only one who can't see it. You're a man of honor. Wouldn't it be good to get someone to customize it directly at the state pastor's residence? It has to be difficult for us little people. The target of our store isn't someone like you, third miss, either. Third Miss Yuan Mi ignored the shopkeeper. She continued to watch the cloths hanging around the store, shaking her head in disgust. Suddenly, she heard ha laughter from inside the store. And, not just one, like a bunch. Third Miss Yuan Mi curiously poked her head towards the inside of the store, but didn't see anything. Third Miss Yuan Mi said, "What's going on inside? Why do I feel like I'm hearing a bunch of denizens being nasty?" The shopkeeper was busy saying, No, Third Miss, inside is our Jin family's ministry. These ministries made war and were left in Yecheng, and after 3 dynasties were reorganized into the cavalry. Third Miss Yuan Mi let out an and said, "So it's the cavalry that father wants to reorganize. Your Jin family, someone was actually able to enter it." The shopkeeper smiled sarcastically. "This, I'm not very clear about, only that they just took part in the great battle to overthrow Koji." Hearing the shopkeeper talk about Koji, Third Miss Yuan Mi's pretty face then sank. She really didn't like Koji. Before that, Koji had begged his father to make himself his concubine. "Pissed my father off enough. That's one reason why father wanted to kill Koji. Now, Koji is finally dead." However, it did not occur to him that among the people of the Jin family, there were also people who participated in the great battle to destroy Koji. After a slight hesitation, Third Miss Yuan Mi still touched the horsewhip at her waist and walked in alone. The shopkeeper was busy saying, Third Miss, there's a bunch of roughnecks back here. I'm afraid I'll startle you." However, Third Miss Yuan Mi didn't stop at all and continued walking towards the inside. Captain Zhen Hao, Huang Han, and the others were watching Zhang Sui completely finish the scarecrow. Start drawing skin for the scarecrow so it can be pasted on. Instead, the voice of the shopkeeper was heard exclaiming in shock. The crowd looked quizzically down the aisle of the store. Then I saw a man in a strong, short coat, with a riding whip at his waist, and the veiled woman walked in quickly. That look was rather overbearing. Although the crowd didn't recognize the woman, they heard the shopkeeper address her in such a manner and with such urgency. Still, everyone had curbed their lewd smiles and looked at the woman with a wary face. End of chapter. The shopkeeper followed Third Miss Yuan Mi in. Seeing that all the people looked wary, the shopkeeper was afraid that they would offend Third Miss Yuan Mi. He was busy saying, "This is the first daughter of the state pastor. Third Miss." The crowd was busy retreating to the sides with respectful faces. "The first daughter of the Jizhou pastor. This is a status that even madam wouldn't dare to mess with. Those of them are even more afraid." Zhang Sui was also startled. "Yuan Shao's first daughter? What are you doing here?" Zhang Sui was originally drawing the scarecrow, using the paper to make skin and various clothes. At the moment, he also had to stop and step aside. Third Miss Yuan Mi noticed the scarecrow at a glance, noting the paper beside the scarecrow. Although these are the most common papers, but a bunch of ministries, and they're even willing to part with these papers? Also, the papers weren't for writing, like they were for drawing or something. Third Miss Yuan Mi walked straight to the scarecrow and picked up another piece of paper on the desk. Scanning everyone in disbelief, he said, "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at Zhang Sui in unison. "Zhang Sui, these mother asterisk heirs. What are you looking at me for at this time?" But now that it was already like this, Zhang Sui could only stand out with a stiff upper lip and said with a smile, "Third Miss, I am making a scarecrow, a female scarecrow." The paper in Third Miss Yuan Mi's hand was raised, and she glanced at it again, and, puzzled, "Why can't I see that it's a drawing of a woman?" Zhang Sui said, "Because, with the paper you took, it's just part of a piece of clothing I'm wearing on the woman I'm painting, part of the armor to be exact. This scarecrow was made to be given to Vice Captain Zhao Su. Vice Captain Zhao Su is a martial artist." Zhang Sui thought of the woman who burned him, and naturally, she was also a Wu Yang. Third Miss Yuan Mi glanced skeptically at Zhang Sui, then picked up a few pieces of paper on the ground and looked at them a few times. Didn't read it, and she's in no hurry. Clasping her hands to her chest, Third Miss Yuan Mi said, "You continue, I'll watch you." Zhang Sui. Third Miss Yuan Mi's beautiful eyes under her veil rose slightly as she said, "Why, do you dislike me?" Zhang Sui forehead, or pick up the pen and ink and paper, while drawing on the desk table, while saying, "I don't dare to, I just think that I'm just getting this for fun. I'm afraid of dirtying Third Miss eyes." Third Miss Yuan Mi snorted and said, "Go ahead and draw yours." Zhang Sui could only continue to draw while secretly sighing. He had originally thought of drawing a skin of an armor-wearing woman with big breasts and thighs for Vice Captain Zhao Su, but I didn't expect Yuan Shao's first daughter to come here to join in the fun. It's also really breathless. How can you draw a picture with big boobs and thighs? You've offended people. This is Yecheng, under their noses. I'm afraid I won't get killed in a minute. However, if you can't draw big breasts and thighs, then draw stockings. Zhang Sui grunted darkly. "Can you really make it hard for me?" I don't have to be a denizen too if I draw stockings and long legs, do I? Speaking of stocking thighs, Zhang Sui grinned. He thought of a skin, the stunning salamander from the anime Qin Shi Mingyu, which he had watched before crossing over. TSK, thinking of the scene when he saw the shocked salamander showing her face in stockings, the corners of Zhang Sui's mouth rose slightly. Vice Captain Zhao Su was a virtue with himself. He liked it for himself, and he absolutely loved it. Unfortunately, this was the end of the Han Dynasty, and realistic women here certainly couldn't accept dressing like that. But the scarecrow skin, well, there's no kink there. What kind of skin does it want, and isn't it up to it? The scene with the stockings comes to mind. Zhang Sui stroked his brush like a god, and in no time at all, he took a tree branch and brushed dozens of sheets of paper. When the final drawing of the memorized appearance of the startled salamander was finished, Zhang Sui threw the branch on the ground as he turned the wrists of both hands. After that, he got Captain Jin Hao and Huang Han to come over. Tell one of them to go to the kitchen and bring some of the broth in which the cornmeal was cooked, and one of them to help him. Soon, Captain Jin Hao came over with a small wooden bucket of soup with corn rice. Zhang Sui, on the other hand, pasted a sheet of drawn paper on the scarecrow in order, paste it together with the broth from the corn rice. Within moments, a man in armor and the woman with long black stockings at her feet then appeared in front of the crowd. A backward intake of breath sounded. The crowd's eyes went straight to the scarecrow. Is that a scarecrow? No wonder it can be used for that. With this, it doesn't smell better than a woman? Not to mention the brothels, even the ladies of the house. How many are as pretty as that? Zhang Sui couldn't help but laugh with joy as he looked at the amazing salamander with its well-pasted skin. He really wanted to give himself a thumbs up. That's awesome. I didn't realize that I had a talent for it. It's true that if you don't push yourself, you don't realize you're such a genius. Had he known that he had this talent, before crossing over, he would have stopped going to work and specialized in buying materials at home. Customize these types of silicone dolls for people now. Third Miss Yuan Mi also stared at the scarecrow with dead eyes. Her eyes, however, were not on the scarecrow's features. Instead, it was on the scarecrow's armor and stockings. As Yuan Shao's first daughter, her family was infested with all kinds of generals and had seen too much armor. This type of armor, however, is a first. And what's that silky-looking pair of pants underneath the hem of the armor? It feels kinda nice. It was more different than all types of clothes she had worn before. Third Miss Yuan Mi was busy pointing at the stockings underneath the scarecrow and asked Zhang Sui, what kind of pants? I've never seen them before. The crowd also took notice. Obviously pants. But why are these pants extraordinarily attractive? At least, it made their group of ministries look angry. When Zhang Sui saw Third Miss Yuan Mi asking this, he looked a bit odd and said, these pants they're called stockings. Third Miss Yuan Mi said, if you can draw it, then you must have produced it, right? Zhang Sui, he really wouldn't. How could a big man like myself possibly look into making stockings? Before crossing over, these things were so cheap online that you didn't even have to do them yourself. However, Third Miss Yuan Mi didn't care so much. Bringing the shopkeeper over, Third Miss Yuan Mi pointed to the stockings the scarecrow was wearing on the lower half of his body and he also pointed at Zhang Sui and said, this is it. You guys make me a few sets of these pants. I'll come pick them up in half a month. Boss, why do I feel like these pants are a little bit of a bad influence? I'm about to tell Third Miss Yuan Mi that I'm afraid this isn't a bit improper. But before the words are out of his mouth, Third Miss Yuan Mi then excitedly pointed to a few ministries at the scarecrow that Zhang Sui had just produced and said, carry it back for me. He also looked at Zhang Sui and said, what's your name? Zhang Sui. Third Miss Yuan Mi shot a glance at Zhang Sui and nodded her head in satisfaction. In half a month, you make one of me out, and wear pants like that, exactly the same. When it's done, there's a heavy reward. The few ministries that were named looked at Zhang Sui with a difficult face, but in the end, they lifted the scarecrow that Zhang Sui had just made and left. Zhang Sui, he was somewhat speechless. This was made for Vice Captain Showwook in the Nine Springs to burn for him. How is it still taken by a living person? Or a woman? End of chapter. After Third Miss Yuan Mi left, the entire backyard let out a wailing sound. Who let the third lady in? My scarecrow. Zhang Sui looked at the crowd and rolled his eyes. What do you mean? My scarecrow? That was burned for Vice Captain Zhao Su. Pity. Gotta redo it. And, not only do they have to be rebuilt, but they have to be a third lady's. Zhang Sui looked a little odd. Just now, what did the third lady look like? Wearing a veil, they didn't even get a good look at the face. To do that, you still have to meet a real person. If you can't see it, then draw one wearing a veil. It didn't take long for the shopkeeper to return. The shopkeeper took a glance at Zhang Sui and looked a bit odd as he said, that dress just now. Lord, remember? Zhang Sui nodded his head. Isn't that bull ********? He can draw them all. The shopkeeper sighed and said, then I trouble the Lord's record to draw out the diagram. I'll have the store's tailor make a few more sets out for third miss according to her measurements. I didn't realize that third miss liked this kind of drawing by you. Lord's mark. The tailor at our store had previously offered her dozens of styles and she didn't like any of them. Zhang Sui. Then this Yuan Xiao's third daughter. Her aesthetic is quite unique. Zhang Sui suddenly looked a bit odd. I wonder what she'd think if this were to design a cheongsam. At first glance just now, the figure was quite tall. Nope. Zhang Sui had some strange itch in his heart. For what? Third lady? There are tailors in the store. Madam is coming again tomorrow. Let them process and add more. And make a set of cheongsam out. And let the lady wear it tomorrow night. Zhang Sui gulped. He couldn't even imagine it with Madam's voluptuous and svelte figure. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui pulled back the shopkeeper who was about to leave. Excitedly, do we have the lady's measurements in our store? How many tailors are there? Can we make a dress in one night if we rush? The shopkeeper said suspiciously. The third miss will not come to pick it up until half a month later. Zhang Sui insisted. You only need to tell me if you can rush out a dress in one night. The shopkeeper then said. That depends on what clothes. If it's easier, one night, no big deal. For example, simple means such as cutting down and dealing with stitching. If there are other complicated requirements, then naturally it won't be finished. Zhang Sui patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, that's fine. I'll draw a few pictures out for you. You get the tailor to help produce one out first. Captain Jinhao hurriedly said, Bo Qing, so you're not going to be a scarecrow? Rubbing his hands together, Captain Jinhao said with a lecherous smile, if we can produce one tonight, I'll take it first. Zhang Sui waved his hand and drilled into the room while saying, this won't work. Third lady's orders matter. You don't want to offend third miss either, do you? But we are in Yecheng. Zhang Sui's words caused the crowd to be a bit disappointed. Indeed, they can't go against the third miss, but anyone who dared to go against third miss, that scarecrow just now, would not have let third miss take it away. Nevertheless, the crowd rushed into the room and surrounded Zhang Sui. The shopkeeper looked a little odd. These people, what are they doing? Why are you so attached to this master? Feeling like a heel, Zhang Sui ignored the crowd. Before, when he was painting in the Jin family's ministry compound, these people didn't just gather around and making obscene noises. And now, it's just painting some clothes. This is a group that won't be interested. The group was just color-coded, not really interested in painting. Zhang Sui drew a few quick pictures up based on his memory of the amazing salamander's clothes. The main reason why I remember it is because I've seen it so much. When he first watched Qin Shi Mingyu, he was deeply impressed by Tianyan's clothes. That was art, though he was bitter about the anime and thought the later episodes were proper. But the costumes of the characters in it, especially the women's, that one looks great. That, and it's still commendable. Later, wanting to search for more detailed drawings, he went online. Hey, then wait until the little theater of the primordial salamander. The shocking situation of the primordial salamander getting dressed in the shower stayed with him for a long time. He even fantasized that if he traveled inside, he must find a way to get the other party into his hands. Unfortunately, it didn't work out after all, but the clothes took note, as Zhang Sui drew both sets of clothes for Tianyan and the primordial amazing salamander. Sure enough, Captain Jinhao and the others felt bored. They all went out and began to chat about the three dynasties tomorrow and what they were going to do. Zhang Sui ignored them. After painting the two sets of clothes, he then began to paint out a red cheongsam, even painted a set of black stockings and a set of white stockings. After drawing this, Zhang Sui found the shopkeeper. Let the shopkeeper first make the red cheongsam and two sets of stockings in an urgent rush. And, according to the size of Mrs., the shopkeeper took the drawings and went to the tailor while muttering, what the hell is this? The lady's clothes need to be worried about by him. A master record? And it has to be rushed out? Instead, none of third Mrs. clothes are in a hurry? However, despite his doubts, the shopkeeper had no choice but to do as he was told. Not for any other reason than Zhang Sui is at least a master marker, or Captain Jin's centurion. He could not afford to offend a Yecheng branch shopkeeper. Zhang Sui watched the shopkeeper leave, and only then did he select firewood from the firewood room. Redo a scarecrow for Vice Captain Showwook. How can you not accomplish the work of a faithful man? Not to mention a dead man. Not to mention, Vice Captain Zhao Su had helped him too much and taught him the 16 styles of the Zhao family gun. After eating at dusk, Captain Jinhao and the others went out. According to the shopkeeper, there is a weekday curfew in Yecheng. However, it is possible to go out at night during the three dynasties. Yecheng is rich in nightlife these days. The streets and alleys are full of people wandering around. Zhang Sui didn't go for it. He would try to make a good scarecrow for Vice Captain Zhao Su and burn it before the crowd returned. Otherwise, these guys come back and whimper and slag again. Because of the experience of making the last scarecrow, Zhang Sui did it much faster this time. And, this time, the skin Zhang Sui made for scarecrow was much simpler. The skin that was made this time is Dashin from Qin Shi Mingyu. Simple clothes. Also, the hair accessories are simple. Make the set of skins and Zhang Sui glued them on. Looking at the dim light, Dashin stood with a demonic figure. Zhang Sui grinned. Unfortunately, it's ultimately a straw man. If this were silicone, Zhang Sui scared. He's good enough to make a couple for himself. Unfortunately, this is the late Han era, and silicone is not possible. Zhang Sui picked up a pile of firewood from the woodshed, then took out Vice Captain Zhao Su's 2 sets of clothes. Although Vice Captain Zhao Su said before he died that these things were given to him, how could he really want it? Laying the resulting Dashin scarecrow flat and placing it on the wood stove. Also placing the last 2 sets of clothes of Vice Captain Zhao Su in the hands of the Dashin scarecrow and lighting the firewood. Zhang Sui paid a serious obeisance and said, "Older brother, I've done right by you. You're the first to enjoy this scarecrow. Enjoy yourself in your 9 springs. Don't think about being alive. People die. I hope you'll see in the grave that I've taken such pains to make you a scarecrow, blessed with a long life, building a career and many children." As he watched the Dashin scarecrow blaze up, Zhang Sui couldn't help but sigh. Despite praying so, he really wasn't confident that he would survive. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, and that was, before he died, to the person he loved. 2. Those who care use their minds and don't do entanglements. End of chapter. After Zhang Sui burned the scarecrows, Captain Zhen Hao and the others hadn't returned yet. Zhang Sui went straight to the shopkeeper and found the store's tailor. The Zhen family has 2 stores in Yecheng. In all, there were 5 tailors and 2 shoemakers. The shoemaker has gone on a break. The 5 tailors were rushed through the night at the behest of the shopkeeper. When Zhang Sui arrived, they had already produced 2 sets of stockings. The stockings are all made of silk. Zhang Sui took it in his hand and played with it. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. Imagining the lady wearing it on her body, Zhang Sui somewhat couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at the crowd's odd sights, Zhang Sui then busied himself with collecting his composure. Ever since the first time he had had sex with the lady, he had found himself getting a little more and more demented. After waiting for nearly half an hour more, the 5 tailors produced a red cheongsam. One of the tailors wondered, "If you're making it for Mrs., is there really no need to embroider anything on it?" Another tailor said, "The style of this dress is something I've never seen or heard of before. It always felt a little too nasty. The right thigh at the flush of the waistband is completely split. Madam, how could you possibly wear that?" Zhang Sui took the cheongsam and examined it carefully. TSK, 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 and also silk. Even if you put it in 2,000 years from now, it's still worth a lot of money. Greeting the curious gazes of the crowd, Zhang Sui snorted, "What do you know? It's a profane garment worn inside. It's not like you have to wear it outside. So what's nasty about it?" Tailors, the blouses worn underneath. They had never seen this style either. And, why does a mastermark need to design the blasphemy? Can't figure it out. However, if it was really blasphemy, it wasn't that hard to accept. Zhang Sui thanked the shopkeeper and a few tailors before returning with 2 sets of stockings and cheongsams. "Put it under your own pillow." Satisfied, just waiting for the lady to arrive tomorrow. It was only after that Zhang Sui took off his jacket and practiced extra outside bare-chested. During that time Captain Jin Hao and the others returned. Watching Zhang Sui standing bare-chested in the icy night wind for extra practice, the crowd's gaze toward Zhang Sui was filled with admiration. Ever since they met Zhang Sui had to work out naked at night. It hasn't stopped all day. Now that it's so cold and he's still like this, he's a role model among men. Everyone admired Zhang Sui, the 100th chief, to the core. A person is obviously talented and so hardworking, and they are willing to work under his hand. After practicing for half an hour, Zhang Sui had actually gained 2 pounds of strength today. Zhang Sui was somewhat overwhelmed with joy. Ever since he had this gold finger that added strength, this was the first time he had added this much strength. Zhang Sui drummed his arms. The heart was unusually satisfied. He was suddenly hopeful about life. At this rate, maybe in a year he'll be a Hercules. After rinsing off with cool water, Zhang Sui dried his body before going to sleep. Early the next morning he rose in haste and found the shopkeeper. Inquired about the time to go down to meet Mrs. The shopkeeper looked at Zhang Sui's eager face and, secretly slandered, no wonder he was able to get Madam's generous treatment at a young age and become the main record. So he was so good at pleasing people. That's the kind of dog the missus likes, I guess. Though Madam is coming today, and everybody's happy about it. But as eager as he is, how can you beat that? What's the rush? The missus isn't your parent. Despite this spat, the shopkeeper still smiled and said, It's still early. At the earliest it will be in the morning. If we go to greet them, we have to wait until after the sun rises. You're so early. You haven't even opened the gates. Zhang Sui could only press on. Since today is the third dynasty, the store prepared 3 meals for everyone. On weekdays, it's 2 meals. In the morning the doer had some hot sourdough pancakes. After that, all of them, under the command of the shopkeeper and Captain Zhen Hao, a dozen men went to the east gate of the city to greet the lady, while the others cleaned up the store and prepared the feast for this evening. The third dynasty was the only opportunity for them, the subordinates, to feast with the main family of the Zhen family. Zhang Sui rushed to the east gate of the city with a dozen underlings. It was only when it was close to noon that they saw the Zhen family's carriage. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sui saw an acquaintance, Zhao Yu, Zhao Yun's sister. She led a group of people to escort the Zhen family's carriage. Zhang Sui hurriedly greeted him and said, "Sister, why are you here?" Zhao Yu saw Zhang Sui. A smile also appeared on his face and said, "Madam originally wanted to hire my second brother to escort her here. My second brother had an appointment with his friends this year to spend the third dynasty together and didn't want to come, and I'm coming. For this escort, her ladyship has given 3 ponies of silk. It's a cutie if you don't make money." Zhang Sui drifted off. Zhao Yu stretched out her small hand toward Zhang Sui and said, "Where are my things?" Zhang Sui looked at Zhao Yu suspiciously and said, "What is it?" Zhao Yu stared at Zhang Sui dead in the face. After a moment, she bristled and ignored him, steering her horse to the side. Zhang Sui originally wanted to inquire, but when he looked at the carriage, he put it aside, and instead welcomed the carriage and, through the curtain, he said, "Ma'am, are you going to rest in the store for a while first, or are you going to stroll around for a while?" The curtain didn't lift. Only the lady's rather tired voice came through and said, "Go back to the store and rest first." Zhang Sui heard his wife's tired voice and only thought it was caused by the bumpy ride. After all, the roads in this era, there would be no smooth ones, and it was torturous to sit in a carriage. Taking a carriage all the way from Wuji County, a normal person would lose half their life. He had some regret in his heart. "If I had known, I would have stopped Tianfeng from writing a letter to ask Madam to come over." But thinking about being able to see Madam again, Zhang Sui's heart leapt a little. Zhang Sui led his party into the city of Yecheng. Zhang Sui tried to talk to Zhao Yu, but realized that Zhao Yu was just silent. As he turned his head, he seemed to feel her looking over again, and with a rather haunted look. Zhang Sui thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything he promised to give her. It was hard to get to the store. The shopkeeper and Captain Zhen Hao and the others had already greeted them. Only then did her ladyship get down from the carriage wagon. As soon as she stepped off the carriage, she greeted the shopkeeper, Captain Zhen Hao, and the others all with a smile. Surprisingly, he didn't look at Zhang Sui. After the greeting, the lady asked the shopkeeper about the arrangements for the 3 dynasties tonight. Receiving a reply from the shopkeeper, the lady nodded and, having the shopkeeper give everyone a handout ranging from a zheng to a pai of silk, so that the store's underlings could go and buy some things and have a good 3 dynasties with their families. After that, she burrowed into her room and told the palmist to wake her up again at dusk. The whole time, he didn't say a word to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui felt suffocated. Seeing that the shopkeeper had told the underlings to leave the vicinity of her ladyship's room and keep quiet, don't affect Madam's rest, Zhang Sui then quietly went to the door of Madam's room, went in, and quickly closed the door. Madam was arranging the quilts on the bed. Seeing Zhang Sui come in, the lady wasn't much surprised. She just lifted up a corner of the quilt and, sitting on the bed, he looked at Zhang Sui with an expressionless face. End of chapter. Seeing the lady staring at herself expressionlessly, Zhang Sui walked over and stopped in front of her. With a depressed look on his face, he said, "You ignore everyone else but me? I feel like my heart is cracking." The lady said coldly, "Your death has nothing to do with me." Looking at Madam lowering her head, her face turning blue, Zhang Sui, "This is Tianfeng making her come over so she can't be reunited with her family and she's angry?" Zhang Sui squatted down and looked up at Mrs. Tentatively, he said, "Is it because you can't the second prince, second miss, and fifth miss and the others to pass the 3 dynasties, so you're angry?" The lady still didn't say anything and just looked at Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui sat down on the ground and sighed. "I'm sorry about this. It really wasn't my intention to have the eldest male do that. It was the eldest male who did it himself. He had the chauffeur tell me afterward. Of course, I can't get out of this. I know he wrote to the Zhen family asking you to come over to Yecheng for the 3rd dynasty. I'm actually incredibly happy inside. I'm probably more selfish that way. All I could think of was how happy I'd be to see you, without realizing that it would be difficult for you and your son or daughter." It was then that the lady spoke coldly and grimly. "The elder duke did not call for me." Zhang Sui raised his head in consternation and looked at the madam. "It's not for you? What he told me was that he wrote to the Jin girl to come to Yecheng to accompany me for the 3 dynasties." Madam closed her eyes and took a deep breath. her puffy breasts rising and falling up and down as she. That's when he said, "Jin family girl, I'm still a girl?" Zhang Sui. That's it. Madam is a woman now. How can she be linked to girl? Zhang Sui tapped his head. At the time, he was purely thinking of pleasure and didn't even try to figure out the word. The corner of Zhang Sui's mouth twitched. If I say I really didn't pay attention, do you believe me? In the Jin family, who else could I like to go but you? Only then did the lady say with a sullen face, "Do you like me or?" Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui did not answer, the lady closed her eyes again and said, "This matter of Elder Duke fixing you and me are up. You should know by now." Zhang Sui busily stood up and said excitedly, "I know a gurgle. Elder Duke, how could you possibly set me up with Second Miss? Although Second Miss looks like a heavenly beauty, but I really don't have any feelings for her in terms of a man or a woman. My biggest dream has always been to be her daddy. Also, I want to be Fifth Miss's father." Madam looked at Zhang Sui's excited expression. The ice coldness on her face eased a lot this time. Said, "You didn't lie to me?" Zhang Sui heard the softness in the lady's words and realized. It turned out that the lady was actually angry because of this. Zhang Sui went back to the lady and tugged both of her small hands over to her chest. The lady was about to draw it out and said, "It's cool, don't freeze." Zhang Sui pulled her small hand back again and laughed. "You just made a scowl and ignored me. That's what's cool, right? It's inexplicable. I didn't offend you, and suddenly you're ignoring me." The lady knit her brows and said, "That matter of Elder Duke setting you up with me, you actually don't know about it?" Zhang Sui pointed to the top of his head and said, "This one knows, but, at the time, I thought it was you who was being talked about. At that time, the Elder Duke and the buyer asked me to stay in the barracks and go with them to form the cavalry later. To pull me, they even asked me if I had a favorite girl. I said at the time, yes, I'm full of you. Then Elder Duke said, that's fine, he'll write a letter to me and the Jin girl and set us up. I wasn't even thinking about anything else, because, well, we've all done it. I thought of that, that's setting up, definitely setting up me and you. Now that I think about it, the eldest male doesn't know that I've done it with you, and besides, he's talking about girls." Zhang Sui grabbed his wife's small hand and slapped it on his face saying, "It's all my fault for being too excited at the time. In that case, I'll go to the buyer later and explain it to him." Only then did the icy coldness on the lady's face disappear completely, and she said in a good-natured manner, "It was the eldest duke who set up the, what's the point of you looking for the farewell, and the eldest male is far away in Xingzhou. This matter, for the time being, is closed, as long as you and Mir don't want to. When the time comes to find Mir a husband of her choice, this matter is closed. In any case, the elder duke is only setting up a match, not forcing it." Zhang Sui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and laughed. "I'll listen to you on all counts." Madame pulled her small hand out from Zhang Sui's chest and rubbed his face. Softly, he said, "I asked you a question, and you told me honestly." Zhang Sui busily said, "Feel free to ask." The lady said with a serious face, "If you really like Mir, I won't agree." Mir dash. Zhang Sui hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Are you kidding? I like you, the two of us together. I want what I want, you do what you want. The second young lady is always singing against me, and cold, and I don't look for offense." The lady then laughed and said, "Then you can't be angry with her. In the future, when I marry you, she is your daughter. If you're angry with her, what am I going to do when I'm caught between you?" Zhang Sui stood up, pressed his wife underneath him, and laughed. "Okay, what did Tanger say?" Then I'll do as I'm told." With a bite on Madame's earlobe, Zhang Sui quickly undid Madame's clothes while he was on one side. He said, "You suffocated me just now. Now, you make it up to me." While holding Zhang Sui's head, the lady said in a trembling voice, "Finish the matter first. Aren't you curious as to why it's me this time and not Mir?" Only then did Zhang Sui stop, tearing away the last of Madame's blasphemous pants, and looking down on her with a smile. Said, "Need you ask? Of course it was the heavens that had mercy on me and sent you to me dash." The lady's pretty face swelled red and she plucked out Zhang Sui. You're just not decent." 10,000 words omitted here. After a bit of flirting, Zhang Sui looked at his wife shrinking in his arms, motionless like a kitten, and Zhang Sui had a smile on his face. This time it was at least 2/4 longer than last time. This woman obviously looks soft and weak, but at the critical moment, she is active enough, enthusiastic enough to sell. Thinking of the stockings and cheongsams in my room, Zhang Sui carefully removed his wife's small hands that were wrapped around his waistband and was about to leave. The lady opened her eyes and asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Sui kissed his wife's sweat-stained pretty face and laughed. "I've prepared a gift for you, going to fetch it for you now." The lady laughed. "What gift can you give me?" "Now, you sleep with me for a while. I'm sleepy as hell." After a bumpy ride and tossing and turning with you for so long, I feel like my bones are falling apart. Zhang Sui said. You sleep by yourself first. I'll fetch it and stay with you. Madam looked at Zhang Sui's iron will to leave. Then she said, then be careful. There's no one out there, but just in case. Zhang Sui hemmed and got out of bed. Madam let out a laugh as she watched Zhang Sui's ass wiggle and flop on the bed. After all, they're young. It's a real brute force. End of chapter. Zhang Sui is getting dressed. Seeing Madam staring at her ass sense, Zhang Sui patted his own ass. And, lascivious grin. There's meat. Like it? The lady then blushed and scolded with a smile. You really don't have any decency. You're not ashamed to be alone. Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and said, if I'm bashful, how can I you? The lady bit her red lip and covered her head with the quilt. This man, there's no way to tell. Any slur will do. Zhang Sui saw that his wife ignored him and was still hiding under the covers, humming a little tune comfortably. Getting dressed, Zhang Sui then quickly left. Only then did the lady poke her head out from under the covers and let out a soft laugh. How did you get yourself from such a nasty thing? On weekdays, it looks like he's pretty decent. What's with this time of year? Sure enough, men are all the same. Besides, Zhang Sui flew back to his room. The room was empty. Everyone else is out there wandering off. Today, during the Third Dynasty, Madam had the shopkeeper distribute silks again. They're all going out to get some goodies for the Third Dynasty. Zhang Sui isn't going out. As far as he was concerned, what with the 3 dynasties, there was no Mrs. Fragrance. Taking out the stockings and cheongsam from under the pillow, Zhang Sui flew back to the room where Madam was sleeping. Madam was lying on her back, not yet asleep. Seeing Zhang Sui excitedly running over, the lady wrapped the quilt a little tighter and said, you still want to come? At night, okay? I'm really tired today. Zhang Sui somewhat heartbrokenly kissed his wife on the nose and said, what are you thinking about? I don't think so. If you want to, just say so, and keep pushing me away. The lady cried and laughed. Okay, then I want to. You don't. Zhang Sui busily said. Of course I want to. Isn't this sympathetic to you? Otherwise, I will come now. The lady shook her head and lay back down saying, I really need to rest. Zhang Sui placed the cheongsam and stockings at her feet, and only then, in a trice, stripped himself. Lay down on her side. The lady rested her head on his chest and looked curiously at the foot of the bed, saying, what have you taken? Mysterious? Zhang Sui hugged some Madame Dao tightly. You go to sleep first. I'll tell you after I wake up. The lady, however, became curious and climbed up, saying, let's see it first. I can't sleep without it. All these years, I don't even get gifts from men. Zhang Sui, seeing that Madame had come to her senses, climbed up triumphantly and said, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. Zhang Sui picked up the white stockings and gave the lady a demonstration. Put this on and, this is called a stocking. Madame stretched out her full, slender thighs as she slipped her stockings on. Curious, I said, is this called a stocking? What is it for? It feels too thin to keep warm. Zhang Sui gazed at his wife's stocking-clad thighs and licked the corners of his mouth. Laughing, he said, put it on, and I'll tell you when you're done. Mrs. This thing, what's the mystery? Zhang Sui watched his wife put on her stockings, and then he was busy picking up the red cheongsam, signaling his wife to put it on. The lady put on a cheongsam. Zhang Sui looked at his wife standing on the bed, draped in green silk, a red cheongsam and body, showing off a full and slender body in all its glory. Zhang Sui only felt his mouth dry. Madam is truly a superb creature. This kind of woman was better looking than many of the highly PS degree beauties he'd seen online before he crossed over. Zhang Sui forced himself to hold back his excitement, took the lady's small hand and walked down from the bed, saying in a trembling voice, come on, Tanya, take a step and walk around. The lady stepped away from Zhang Sui's burning gaze, and while walking, also while surveying himself, he said, why are you so excited? This dress, it feels weird. Silk made, right? Thin as a pancake. And, the right side cracked at the flush pole. If this was worn out of the house, it would be absolutely cursed. It feels nasty. The stockings I'm wearing underneath are weird, too. I haven't seen those pants before. These stockings, what's the difference between wearing them and not wearing them? At a glance you can see the skin inside. Where did you get this? It couldn't have been some whore in a whorehouse who gave it to you, could it? The lady stopped and looked at Zhang Sui, a hint of gloom flashing in her beautiful eyes. Zhang Sui's heart was in his throat as he watched this walk of the lady. A pair of big, fat legs under these stockings. The rhythm of perfect curves under this red cheongsam. Zhang Sui went up with a few healthy steps, picked up the lady and threw her on the bed, tearing open the cheongsam as he did so, kissed it on one side. The lady exclaimed, you're crazy aren't you? You just gave me a gift. 10,000 words omitted here. 3/4 of an hour later. looking at her ladyship with her back to herself, snoring lightly. The Jung Sui contentedly moved his eyes away from the ceiling and landed on the torn stockings and red cheongsam under the bed. He understood somewhat why. In a certain spy movie he had seen before crossing over, the hero is keen on ripping off long skirts and stockings now. There's a different kind of excitement in it. Looking at the lady with her back to herself, snoring lightly, Jung Sui moved closer and pulled the lady from behind. The lady leaned her head toward him. Jung Sui gave her a kiss on her pretty face before he too closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The two slept until dusk, when the shopkeeper sent a maid to call for them. That's when the lady woke up. Looking at the torn cheongsam and stockings on the floor, Madame glared at Jung Sui and said, "Wasteful." Jung Sui sat on the end of the bed and quietly watched as the lady bent down, picked up her clothes, and, laughing, he said, "It's not wasted. It's something that, I feel, is supposed to regulate the affections of couples." Madame glared at Jung Sui and said, "You're so young. Where did you learn this? Don't go to the whorehouse, or dash." Jung Sui grinned. "I'll go only if I'm crazy, with a woman as good as tan air, not a million times more fragrant than those whores." The lady grunted. "Let's see if you'll still say that when I'm old and gray." Having carefully hidden the fragments of the gown and stockings in her parcel, Madame was about to dress, but he saw Jung Sui staring at himself. Her ladyship's face flushed red, and as she put on her clothes, she laughed and scolded. "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and get dressed." Only then did Jung Sui climb up, and while putting on his clothes, he asked, "How many days are you staying here?" The lady said, "We'll go back tomorrow. I'm not comfortable with a couple kids at home." Mir would have come this time, but she just contracted a wind chill and couldn't come. As it happens, I wanted to ask you about that, so here I am. If you really like Mir, I'll castrate you. Me won't like you either. Me can't see you as a denizen. Jung Sui quickly put on his clothes and bit the lady's earlobe. "It's fine. It's only good that she doesn't like me. I'm her father, and she likes me then?" The lady allowed Jung Sui to bite her earlobe for a while, before she said, "Well, but, you can't dislike her. In the future, the Jin family will need you and Mir to work together to hold it together. That child Yinner, even if he is allowed to serve as the Chuliang order, he will not be able to hold up this Jin family." End of chapter. Jung Sui nodded when he heard his wife say that and laughed. "Nonsense. Your children. Not also my sons and daughters?" Madame was very satisfied with Jung Sui's answer. Dressed, the lady sat down in front of the dresser mirror to dress up some more. There were marks all over her chest. Thankfully, Jung Sui still had some measure of control, and it was all below the neck, able to cover it completely. After dressing up, the lady was the first to go out of the room, supporting the people outside before letting Jung Sui go out. Jung Sui went straight back to his room. After the lady came out of her room, she went to the mess hall and looked around. The underlings had already prepared the drinks and food for the 3 dynasties tonight. It was then that the lady summoned everyone to the hall and seated them all, after which the lady herself poured a glass of wine and water to the congregation, thanking them for the past year. In the efforts of the Jin family, the crowd ate until it was completely dark, leaving a few subordinates to watch the door at the store. Madame took Zhao Yu and the others out of the store. Go wander up the street. The evening of the 3rd dynasty in Yeqing was lively. The cool breeze seeped in, but, nonetheless, everyone stepped out. On both sides of the street and in the bazaar, people were gathered. Her ladyship was evidently in high spirits today, too. Bought several hair accessories and other things for Zhao Yu and a few maids. Jung Sui and the others followed behind the lady and quietly watched as the lady and the others swam. The crowd wandered back late into the night. When Jung Sui came back, he was ready to continue practicing extra hard, only to see a knock on the door of his room. A small head poked in. It was certainly Zhao Yu. Captain Jinhao and the others all looked at Jung Sui suspiciously. Jung Sui hurriedly signaled for everyone to go to sleep as he greeted them and smiled. "Sister, what's wrong?" Zhao Yu cocked her head with a depressed expression. "You haven't thought about it yet?" Jung Sui smiled sarcastically. Zhao Yu exhaled, stretched out her small hand, and shook it. "My full body image, as you call it, you're going to send it to me." Jung Sui let out a forehead. "Completely forgotten." However, with a twinkle in his eye, Jung Sui changed the subject in a serious manner and said, "Yes, Zilong told me to stay away from you. Said you were mean, and said you wouldn't like me like that." Zhao Yu raised her diaphanous eyebrows and said, "Why is my second brother telling you this?" Jung Sui shot a glance at Zhao Yu and laughed. "Perhaps, he thinks that I am a person with impure intentions. Before, when you went to Wuji County to pick him up, didn't he say that? That I was a denizen. Want you to stay away from me, in case a denizen like me hits on you. That's not good." Zhao Yu cut out a sound and said, "What man am I looking for? And what does it have to do with my second brother? He and my mother promised me before that I would pick as I pleased. That's what I like about you. What does he care? What does he care about me now? That nephew of mine. He's getting a wife. He worries about his son. I don't know him yet. Thinking all the time of marrying me off to those brothers of his. Which of those brothers of his do I not know? Can't even say half a good word except to dance around all day long. As a friend, as a brother, I am happy to do so. But I wouldn't be happy to be my man. I like readers. Any day I'm upset, he tells me something nice. Instead, when I get upset, he puts his head down and can't spit out a word for half a day. Zhang Sui gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up and said, "Sister's idea is very good, but the readers aren't all good. Like me, there's nothing good about it. You're looking for a man, sister. It's better to find an honest one that can protect you." Xiao Yu skimmed his lips and said, "Just you are still a denizen? The more I think second brother is lying to me. Denizens? Which one doesn't put himself in a good light? That's what I like about you. Pissing off my second brother." Zhang Sui. Xiao Yu's topic circled back around and said, "I'll be going back tomorrow, and what you gave me, when do I give it?" Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and said, "I'll draw it tomorrow and have the stagecoach send it to you." Xiao Yu then laughed. "That's a deal. If it hasn't been delivered yet, the next time I see you, just don't recognize you as a friend." After saying that, he extended his little thumb toward Zhang Sui and said, "Pull the hook." Zhang Sui looked at Xiao Yu somewhat oddly, but still extended his hand and pulled the hook with her. Xiao Yu then bounced away. Zhang Sui sighed. "Little girl, so coaxing." Zhang Sui hesitated a little, but went back to his room first, picked up the ink, stone and paper, and a full-body drawing for Xiao Yu first. Tomorrow she's going back with Mrs. The little girl has been memorizing this for so long, how can he or she make her wait? Zhang Sui only took 2/4 of an hour to draw a full-body picture for Xiao Yu. "I've drawn it before, so this time it's at my fingertips." After the painting was finished, Zhang Sui mentioned a sentence on it. "The people in the shop look like the moon, and their white wrists condense frost and snow." After writing, Zhang Sui blew dry the ink and personally delivered it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was wearing a profane shirt and pants and was about to go to sleep. Looking at the painting that Zhang Sui handed over, Xiao Yu sniffed it and could still smell the faint scent of ink on it. Xiao Yu's brows were all smiles as she said, "Did you just draw that?" Zhang Sui smiled and returned, "Yes, I was sorry to you before and forgot about it. I've thought about it. You're going back tomorrow. If you really wait for it to be mailed to you, then I don't know how long it'll take. So why don't you draw it now?" Xiao Yu cocked her head and sized up Zhang Sui. "You're quite considerate." Pointing at the words on the painting, Xiao Yu said, "What did you write? Why are there several words? I can't even recognize it?" Zhang Sui recited, "The man in the shop looks like the moon, and his white wrist is covered with frost and snow." Xiao Yu looked at her wrist, then glanced at Zhang Sui and said, "You talk so nice." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. It's not what he said. It was just a line from a poem he had seen when he used to read, by Wei Zhuang. Of course, after telling Xiao Yu, she didn't know. Zhang Sui could only say, "Then, hurry up and rest. The night is cold. Don't freeze. Moreover, you have a lot of traveling to do tomorrow." Xiao Yu nodded vigorously and said, "Aha." Zhang Sui waves his hand and is about to leave. Xiao Yu hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." Zhang Sui stopped in his tracks and looked at Xiao Yu suspiciously. Xiao Yu raised his right index finger and pointed at the sky. "Don't listen to my second brother's nonsense. I swear to God, I've always said I'm busy. I like readers. My future husband, it must be a reader. Of course, it's naturally better to be able to read and fight at the same time. Brother Sui, keep an eye out for me. Write to me if you have. I'm a very nurturing person. I can carry my own water and cook and wash my own clothes. Besides, I don't eat much. I'm a bit of a martial artist. But, you can't judge a person by their appearance. My martial arts are only to protect my husband. Actually, I'm very gentle and considerate. Just try it." Zhang Sui laughed. "I'll remember. Moreover, I also believe that you are not mean and are very gentle and considerate. You go ahead and rest. I have things to do." End of chapter. Hearing Zhang Sui say that, Xiao Yu was busy nodding her head vigorously. Look at that. This is the difference between a scholar and a martial artist. If this was one of those friends of Ergo's, it would probably be half a day without a response. Xiao Yu hid the full-body portrait that Zhang Sui had drawn for her into her sleeve. Only then did he point to the house and say, "Well, why don't you go in and sit down for a while? When I go back tomorrow, I won't know how long it'll be until we see each other next." Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hands. "Are you kidding me? Alone? Or in the middle of the night? What's the point of this if someone finds out?" It didn't matter to him. The problem is that people's little girls can't afford it. Thinking of Zhao Yun's tall figure, Zhang Sui was even more afraid. In case Xiao Yu gets a bad reputation, Zhao Yun will be furious. Wouldn't he be dead? This did not die on the battlefield. Died in the hands of Zhao Yun. That unjust. Zhang Sui left while saying, Hurry up and rest, and nourish your spirit. Zhao Yu let out an also slightly disappointed sigh. Only after watching Zhang Sui's figure disappear into the distant room did Zhao Yu close the door. Returning to the bedstead, he drew the portrait from his sleeve, opened it, and Zhao Yu smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Look at the painting. The nose is the nose. Eyes are eyes. How nice. It's not like second brother, that martial artist, who spends all day with a copy of the spring and autumn annals in his arms, still hiding when you see yourself coming over. Look at Zhang Sui. Not just brightly, but also painted so nicely for myself. Find a way to save it when you get back. When I'm old and gray, I'll take it out and look at it again. Zhao Yu had an open mind. I wonder what kind of mindset it would be at that point. If my husband were like him, let him paint a portrait of himself every year. And when he's old, dozens of portraits laid out together. You can see how you've aged. Thinking of him, Zhao Yu skimmed her lips. What a coward. That's all. How did Ergo describe him as a denizen? If this were a denizen, how would he have come into the house today and said something nice? After thinking for a while, Zhao Yu shook his head and carefully rolled up the portrait and placed it on the bedside. Got it. It's inevitable that people are a bit shy as a reader. Although she is a woman herself, she is a martial arts practitioner. Find a chance later and read it. Besides, Zhang Sui went back to his house, and only then did he continue to practice extra hard. Surprisingly, I only gained 0.1 pounds of strength on this extra practice, but think of the 2 pounds of strength I gained yesterday. Zhang Sui's psyche balanced a little more. Zhang Sui sat in the cold wind to dry his sweat, then finished his shower. Just get ready to go to bed, only to find that there was no one at the door of her ladyship's room. Zhang Sui looked around somewhat nervously, seeing that there was really no one around. Zhang Sui's heart was in his throat. Tiptoeing to the door of the room, Zhang Sui knocked on the door. A footstep came from inside. Zhang Sui hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, closing it again. But she saw that in the dim light, the lady was approaching. When she saw Zhang Sui, the lady smiled and said, "Sit down for a while I sew up your torn clothes." When he had finished, he went to the side of the bed, and, reflecting the dim light of the stitch by stitch, the cheongsam that was torn open by Zhang Sui was sewn together. Zhang Sui sat beside her and asked, "The people outside were detached by you?" The lady hummed, "I'll be back tomorrow. This time we go back, and the next time we see each other, we don't know when. I was thinking that you might have to come back later dash." Her ladyship's pretty face was full of spring as she glanced at Zhang Sui and said, "If you don't support those people, how will you come?" Zhang Sui's heart itched as he watched his wife look like this. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and caress the lady's thigh and said, "Tanner, you are so gentle and considerate. As they say in my hometown, when a woman is older, she carries a brick of gold. I'm not hugging a gold brick. I've stolen a bank safe." Madame looked at Zhang Sui suspiciously. She didn't listen. Zhang Sui understood what she meant and grabbed her hand and, taking her into his arms, he said, "Just know that I'm very fond of you and very content. That's all." The lady breathed a little sharply and said, "Little heart, don't make a fuss. Wait for me to finish sewing the dress. This dress is the first gift you ever gave me. I'll sew it and I can't get past that in my mind." Zhang Sui put the clothes in her hand aside and kissed her on her earlobe. "Little heart, it's not too late to wait until tomorrow to go back. I'll give you a gift every year from now on. No less. You're leaving at dawn. If you don't come, you won't have a chance for a short time." Madame was lying underneath Zhang Sui, her hands cupping his face. Her pretty face was full of redness and anger. "I don't know if I should say I'm glad. If you were still by my side every day, I wouldn't even want to do anything." Zhang Sui stayed until close to dawn. If this doesn't go, the others will wake up later and be exposed. Looking at his wife lying on her side on the bed and looking at himself with affection, Zhang Sui sighed. He really didn't want to go. For the first time, he understood the meaning of the word tenderness, but the situation is not human, at least for now. Closing the door reluctantly, Zhang Sui turned back to his own house. "I ran into Captain Jinhao getting up." Zhang Sui almost lost his soul. Captain Jinhao laughed. "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Where have you been?" Zhang Sui secretly took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, wiped the corners of his eyes and, the voice trailed off, "Burned a scarecrow for the lieutenant yesterday. At night, I just had a dream about the lieutenant. When I woke up, I was a little lost, so I went and sat outside for a while." When Captain Jinhao heard Zhang Sui say this, the smile on his face was replaced by a look of sadness. Still, he quickly squeezed out a smile and said, "There's no need. People always die. Even rich people like the head of the family have to die. In any case, we have been fed and watered as a ministry of the Jin family. In this chaotic world, look outside. How many stragglers have been easy pickings?" Patting Zhang Sui's shoulder, Captain Jinhao said, "Moreover, you also burned a scarecrow for him, our first in these ministries. He'll be satisfied. Zhang Sui hummed. Seeing Captain Jinhao going out, Zhang Sui asked, "Where are you going?" Captain Jinhao's face reddened and he pointed outside. "It's going to be morning. I'll go help clean up. That way, when the lady leaves, she'll be in a good mood too." Not waiting for Zhang Sui to agree, Captain Jinhao closed the door and left quickly. Zhang Sui had only just gone through a charming experience with his wife, and at this moment, he was also completely unable to sleep. He opened the door to his room and quietly followed him out. Only a young girl of 12 or 13 years of age, wearing a long dress, was seen in the foremost part of the store. It's being wiped clean all around with fabric. Captain Jinhao, on the other hand, held a broom and swept the floor while smiling and talking to the young girl. Captain Jinhao, of our group, the most impressive is, of course, Bozong. Teenage girl, is it that centurion of yours? Captain Jinhao said. Yeah, what do you think? The young girl's pretty face contained spring and said, feeling quite a stable person. Yesterday, at the Three Dynasties banquet, I see him rowing with everyone, even us maids. He's very polite. Captain Jinhao's smile immediately disappeared and he coughed dryly a few times. Don't let him fool you. The young girl looked at Captain Jinhao suspiciously. Captain Jinhao said, this guy's an old sex maniac. He's always drawing all kinds of women, or the kind with no clothes on. The young girl suppressed her voice and exclaimed, he's even this kind of person. Captain Jinhao nodded his head repeatedly and said, yes, that's the kind of person he is. Don't let this kid's dunce face fool you. Besides, the lady is disgusted with him. However, seeing that he is talented, I promised him my personal maid. Maiden, Madam dislikes him? Then why did you promise your personal maid to him? Captain Jinhao froze, his face a bit embarrassed, and snapped, I don't know about that one, but people do have wives. They're just not married yet. That wife, I'm well aware of it. Pretty good looking. He won't look at you. The young girl continued to wipe the table while saying, what do you think? He's a centurion, or is it the Lord's mark? How could I possibly think that way? Captain Jinhao muttered, I'm not actually married. The young girl looked at Captain Jinhao and said suspiciously, what did you say? Captain Jinhao hurriedly waved his hands and said, nothing. End of chapter. Zhang Sui is hiding in the shadows on the far side, listening to the conversation between Captain Jinhao and the young girl. Zhang Sui really had an urge to rush in and give Captain Jinhao a kick in the ass. The group, Zhao Yun is like this. So did Captain Jinhao. I'm a old sex maniac, drawing all kinds of naked women? I don't know who got hold of my paintings and didn't even avoid people. They just came behind my back. Madam dislikes me? Zhang Sui snorted. Madam is all my woman. However, Zhang Sui spat on it, but he didn't bother to break it up. This Captain Jinhao looks like he likes this maid. It was just that the maid didn't seem to have much interest in him yet. Zhang Sui was also quite curious. He wanted to know if Captain Jinhao had the ability to get this maid into his hands. The fastest way, of course, was to go through her ladyship and get her to pledge this maid to him. But, obviously, Captain Jinhao didn't have the guts. Zhang Sui quietly retreated back and returned to his room, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. It didn't take long for dawn to break and for the crowd to get up. Huang Han and the others drilled in the open space in front of the entrance. Zhao Yu is also there. The shopkeeper directs the store's underlings to cook and to prepare the lady's belongings for her departure. Mrs. Last up, after breakfast, Zhang Sui and the shopkeeper, Captain Jinhao and the others escorted Madame Zhao Yu in the carriage away. It was only after they had been out of the city gates that Zhao Yu bid farewell to Zhang Sui and the others. Madame lifted the curtain of the carriage window and watched Zhao Yu talking to Zhang Sui with a joyful smile on her face. The mind eats a little. This man, I don't know when he started. Why is he so pleasing to women? The setup letter written by the eldest son, Yuan Tan, comes to mind. There was also the somewhat flushed face of her second daughter, and her ladyship frowned slightly. Zhang Sui finished saying goodbye to Zhao Yu before steering his horse to the carriage window. Looking at Madame's pretty face tightening, Zhang Sui leaned his head over. The lady was then startled and busied herself with pulling her head back. This man is crazy, isn't he? In public, Zhang Sui, however, didn't really stick his head over, but put his hand through the car window and said, Madam, these things are troublesome to give to the second prince. The crowd is standing together. Hearing Zhang Sui say that, none of them had any particular reaction. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, was gesticulating something in front with the other subordinates escorting him. Madame plucked out Zhang Sui. The other guy didn't really give anything. That's obviously just confusing. The lady opened her mouth and said wordlessly, hurry up. It's annoying to look at you. The words were just finished, but she saw Zhang Sui's hand wiping on her red lips, then wiped it on his own lips. The lady bit her red lip, a touch of helplessness flashing across her reddened pretty face. The man, who taught him that? What a shameless man. No wonder the second daughter was adamant that he was a dunce. Lowering the curtains of the windows, Madam urged the caravan away. Stay any longer and hell knows what other ridiculous things the man will do. Only then did Jiayu greet the convoy as they moved forward. Zhang Sui was a little sad as he watched the carriage slowly leave and eventually disappear from sight. He didn't calm down until the shopkeeper greeted everyone back. He, Captain Jinhao and the others didn't go straight back to the store. According to what Tian Feng, the bike driver, had said earlier, his group had 2 more days of vacation, today and tomorrow. It's only natural to relax for the next 2 days. Zhang Sui, Captain Jinhao, and the others returned to the city of Yecheng and strolled around. Before, when Madam was around, Zhang Sui only thought of getting bored with Madam. Now that the lady was gone, he was in the mood to shop. What he didn't expect was that he would encounter Kai Wenji again. At this moment, she was standing next to a place in the bazaar that sold liquor, looking at an altar of liquor, seemingly hesitant. When Zhang Sui found her the day before yesterday, she was also standing in front of a floor stand full of drinks. Zhang Sui led his horse over and stopped beside Kai Wenji, pointing down the drink. He said, "You like this one?" Kai Wenji was visibly staring out at the drink. Zhang Sui spoke beside her before she came back to her senses. Her face went white, and she was busy leaving. Zhang Sui, the wine seller, saw Kai Wenji disappear into the crowd. It was only then that he said, "This girl has been standing here with me for quite some time. My family's dukkhan smells so sweet. Probably don't have any money, so I can't afford to part with it." Zhang Sui, after a slight hesitation, Zhang Sui pointed to a few altars of Dukang wine and said, "I'll take these." Looking behind him again, Huang Han said, "Go to my room and fetch the silk that Madam rewarded me with yesterday." Huang Han answered and spurred his horse away. It didn't take long for Huang Han to return. After Zhang Sui settled the bill, there was still some silk left. Captain Jinhao and the others all bought something at the bazaar as well. At the exit of the bazaar, Zhang Sui and his group surprisingly ran into Kai Wenji again. She was standing by some cages containing chickens, biting her lip with a hesitant look on her face. Zhang Sui signaled the others to go back first, and Taguchi he still wanted to stroll around. The crowd did not doubt it, and they went ahead and left. Zhang Sui waited for them to leave before walking over and buying 5 chickens with the remaining silk. Kai Wenji saw this and tried to leave again. Zhang Sui led his steed and followed with his chicken and Dukang. Kai Wenji walked to the alleyway before stopping, looking at Zhang Sui with an icy expression. Zhang Sui patted the Dukang wine and chicken on his steed and said, "These things, I will lend them to you first. You'll pay me back someday when you have the money." The words that Kai Wenji was just about to question were stuck in her throat at this point. Zhang Sui asked, "Where do you live? I'll send you there? Otherwise, you're a woman. It's just 2 hands. You can't take it all at once." Only then did Kai Wenji turn around and walk towards the depths of the alleyway. Zhang Sui led the warhorse more up. It was a long walk before he stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. The wooden house has only 1 floor. The walls outside were wooden, crooked, and felt like they were going to fall down at any moment. There was only 1 room in the whole wooden house, a hall, to be exact. The lobby was lackluster. To the left, in the gloom, on top of the hay, lay a board and a quilt. A wooden box was placed on the east side of the board. On top of the wooden case, there was an ancient zither. In the right corner, on some hay, lay a mule. Overall, however, it was clean, albeit dilapidated. Zhang Sui lifted up several jars of Dukang wine and the cage containing the chickens. Kai Wenji is crouching on the west side. Water was boiling under a wooden wall that was almost tumbling down. Zhang Sui looked around and said, "This is where you live? Then why did you see her going to the store the day before yesterday to customize her clothes? Store customized clothes are very inexpensive." Kai Wenji said, "Wait a moment and take a sip of hot water." After a pause, Kai Wenji added, "I left the Wei family without taking anything with me. A man lives for a breath. The Wei family has been treating me like a calamity, kiting my ex-husband. I just hate that I've been hesitant before. I'm not completely broke, though. When my sister married, she left me some money funds, but there comes a time when the money fund runs out. At least, until I find the means to make a living, I'll have to save it. Now that the world is in chaos and starvation is everywhere. On my way here from Hadong, there are corpses everywhere. It's good enough for me to have a place to live in Yecheng, a mouthful of food and hot water to drink. Where else can you ask for too much?" Seemingly thinking of something, Kai Wenji added, "Of course, clothes are not missing. As a woman with no clothes to wear, what am I living for then?" Zhang Sui, that's a true statement. It can be ascertained from her mere words that she was really as the history books had recorded that. It's a stubborn man. Unfortunately, in the history books, this stubbornness was smoothed out with the 12 years of not being in the Huns. Zhang Sui asked, "What can you do?" Only then did Kai Wenji turn her head to look at Zhang Sui. The 2 men looked at each other in all directions. Zhang Sui said, "Don't think too much. As I said before, my master and your father had a karmic connection in life. Anyways, we're kind of after the deceased. I'll try to help a little if I can. Kai Wenji didn't respond and continued to boil water. Just when Zhang Sui was a bit bored and looked out the door, it was only then that Kai Wenji suddenly spoke. Although my father is a great scholar, I am not the type of a well-bred lady. I've done everything since I was a kid following my father around. I can also embroider and do tailoring. It's just that, when I went to ask, people didn't want me. They won't say exactly why. I can also recite poetry and paint, read and write, and organize books. I was probably happiest when I was living in exile in the Wudi with my father and sister. What I have to do every day is to help my father organize various books. End of chapter. Zhang Sui was also puzzled when he heard Kai Wenji say that. If she's so capable, why can't she find something to do? Zhang Sui waited for a while at Kai Wenji's place. Kai Wenji boiled a pot of hot water and poured a bowl for Zhang Sui. After that, she was seen grabbing a chicken out of the cage and strangling it straight away. Watching the chicken flopping around in Kai Wenji's small hands and finally gagging. Zhang Sui. This Kai Wenji looks thin and weak. It feels like one of those women who can't even unscrew a bottle cap. How come you're so raw when you're killing chickens? Kai Wenji also froze when she saw that Zhang Sui's eyes seemed to look at her with some trepidation. However, she quickly came back to her senses. Looking at the gagging chicken in her hand, Kai Wenji's face was a bit unnatural as she said, I was used to doing rough work growing up. When I was in the Wu land, I followed my father though, and was picked up by many families. But we don't keep maids and other underlings in our house. I do all these things. Besides, it doesn't take much strength to kill a chicken. After a pause, Kai Wenji added, you'll stay here for dinner later? Only then did Zhang Sui put down his bowl and busily said, no, I'll go back to the Jin family store to eat. After saying goodbye to Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui left. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui's back disappear outside the house before she sighed in relief. Looking at the chicken in her hand, which had completely gagged, Kai Wenji carried it to the left side of the house and, straight away, the chicken's neck was easily broken and its head was twisted off, releasing blood, before it nimbly began plucking the feathers. Zhang Sui steered his horse back to the Jin family store. The image of Kai Wenji's house was all that came to mind. Recruiting the shopkeeper, Zhang Sui asked, are we still hiring for our store? Like a tailor or a shopkeeper or something? The shopkeeper nodded and smiled. Recruited. Yecheng is full of powerful people. Those powerful women love luxurious and chic clothes. With 5 tailors in our store, we are sometimes too busy. Once those powerful people want clothes, it's a rush. But our store is very demanding. The craft should be familiar, and to have a certain look and demeanor. Dealing with powerful women who are too ugly and too old to come, like Miss 3, who was our regular as a child. It's because the seamstresses in our store are young, beautiful women. It's just that in recent days, the third miss has pursued novelty and chic. Our tailor can't make the dress she wants. Zhang Sui busily said. Then how about I recommend you one that meets the requirements? The shopkeeper laughed. Lord Record, you've only been in Yecheng for a few days and you still know such a woman? Zhang Sui said. It's that Mrs. Kai. She knows these. The person is young and pretty looking too. Boss. Zhang Sui looked at the shopkeeper's embarrassed face and asked, where is the problem? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before saying, the Lord's Record does not know. That Mrs. Kai fell out with her in-laws, the Wei family, and completely offended the Wei family to death. That's if her father is still alive. The Wei family wouldn't dare do anything. The problem is, her father is dead. As great as they were in life, they are 100 in death. And she doesn't have a mother's family. The Kai family has no queen. Who wants to offend the Wei family over this? Zhang Sui. The shopkeeper lamented. Mrs. Kai is also pitiful. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on her grimacing husband. Zhang Sui wanted to roll his eyes. After a slight pause, Zhang Sui said, what would happen if our store had to let her in to do something? Boss. Zhang Sui asked. The Wei family, it seems, has also fallen. The shopkeeper said. Yes, the Wei family, like our Jin family, has fallen. For the time being, if that's the case, there's no one from the Wei family out there either. But, the Wei family and our Jin family have always been well watered. No one else is willing to offend the Wei family for the sake of Mrs. Kai. And we don't have to. And, say, after all, kvetching and inviting in bad luck. Zhang Sui unclasped the sword at his waist, placing it on the counter. He said, this is the personal sword given to me by the lady. Can I beckon her in? The shopkeeper looked at the saber and smiled sarcastically. Zhang Sui said, then it's decided like this. I'll go recruit her in and make her a seamstress. The shopkeeper wanted to say something else, but when he met Zhang Sui's eyes, he finally closed his mouth. Gotta. It's not good to offend him after all. And, he's about to become a cavalryman. Another 100 long. Maybe the Jin family will have to rely on him in the future. Zhang Sui then rushed back to find Kai Yin, brought her to see the shopkeeper, and arranged for her to be in the backyard, living with 5 other tailors. Kai Wenji obviously didn't expect that Zhang Sui would really step in to help and be so numb. Knowing that the store was making a dress for the 3rd young lady, Kai Wenji rushed to work that night. The shopkeeper watched Kai Wenji being so diligent and sighed darkly. It wasn't that he hated Kai Wenji. On the contrary, he sympathized. But, after all, this woman had offended the Wei family, and had also killed her husband. But now, Zhang Sui, the Lord's recorder, insists on doing so, and has taken out his wife's personal sword. He had no choice but to admit it. But even so, he decided to write a letter to the Jin family in Wuji County. Told Zhang Sui about recruiting Kai Wenji into the store as a tailor. The 2nd day of the 1st month, Yecheng is still bustling with activity. After waking up in the morning, drilling for a while, and eating breakfast, Zhang Sui went to the tailor's office to take a look around. He saw Kai Wenji and 5 other tailors cutting down the clothes for the 3rd young lady. Looking at Kai Wenji's nimble movements, Zhang Sui nodded. Just get ready to leave. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was then that he noticed that Kai Wenji seemed to be a clothes rack. Tall, leaning towards thinness. Also, the chest is flat as a pancake. The 2 calves, in particular, were very straight. His mind drifted to the various clothes he had seen before traveling, and heels, and plimsolls. Zhang Sui's heart leapt a little. I wonder if 3rd Miss would like these. This is a constant flow of money if you like. As Yuan Xiao's first daughter, 3rd Miss is certainly not short of money. You can draw it yourself and make a sample. Then let Kai Wenji try it on. Zhang Sui let out a laugh. This Kai Wenji, proper pre-crossover model of a certain treasure. Zhang Sui went back to his room, so he prepared to draw a few pictures out first. Captain Jinhao scrambled to the door and said, Bo Qing, there are people outside, asking you to go to the government hall. Zhang Sui hurriedly put down the paper and walked out quickly while saying, Where is everyone? Did it say what happened? Captain Jinhao said, Where would I dare to ask? It's right in front of the store. Zhang Sui flew to the store door. There was indeed a young scribe standing outside. Zhang Sui hurriedly saluted. Wuji County Jin family's main record. Zhang Sui, meet envoy. The young scribe glanced at Zhang Sui, opened the bamboo slip, and said, with 100 Chief Zhang Sui, rush to the hall of the government office at once. In the handwriting of Jizhou Pastor Yuan Xiao. Zhang Sui, Yuan Xiao's handwriting? Zhang Sui had no time to think about anything else and immediately spurred his horse toward the Yecheng government office hall. Although before crossing over, he was looking down on the brothers Yuan Xiao and Yuan Shu. Both were openings with skyhooks, and the result was a hand of good cards that went to. But now that you've crossed over and are working under the hands of people, they are able to pinch themselves to death at any time. To look down on it again would be pure death. End of chapter. 130. Push the book I, a Han Chinese, have become the emperor of the Yuan dynasty. Push the book I Tang Tang Han people even become the emperor of the great Yuan. Recommend a friend's book. I Tang Tang Han people even become the emperor of the great Yuan. Synopsis. Lu Yuan, a later Han Chinese, came to the end of the Yuan dynasty with a superb library of books. Reborn as the last emperor of the Yuan dynasty, in 133 A.D., he ascended the throne as emperor. The year, Lu Bowen passed the entrance examination. The examination paper wrote, I am very fortunate to be a fool, and the intersection of the world of the Holy Ming. Zhu Yuanzhan was just 5 years old, and his family was not yet completely broken. At this time, there were still 18 years to go before the Red Turban's revolt. Both come and go. Lu Yuan decided to die Yuan, be the second Xiaowen emperor. Learning the Han language, changing the Han name, and wearing the Han uniform is the basic national policy of the Great Yuan, and no one can waver from it. What? You desert Mongols and host Mongols don't listen, do you? Then I'll just have to kill again with the Han guards. I, first, was the emperor of the Great Yuan, and only afterward the Mongol Khan. The Mongol tribes, like the Huns, are descended from the Xia. I, Lu Yuan, emperor of Daiyuan, am a descendant of Lu Bang. End of chapter. Zhang Sui rushed all the way to the government office. The soldiers in the hall of the government office went in to report to Yuan Xiao. Zhang Sui then stood outside and waited. Though before crossing over, he really didn't have a good feeling about Yuan Xiao. But now, standing outside the government office, he was a little nervous. After all, Yuan Xiao today holds the power of his own life and death. Chang looks around to divert the tension within. Suddenly, a surprised female voice sounded behind her. Yo, it's you! Zhang Sui turned around. Only a woman in a strong short dress, wearing a veil, with a horsewhip at her waist was approaching. Beside her, she was clearly followed by Yuan Shi, the second son of the Yuan family, whom she had met before. The woman is no one else. It was none other than 3rd Miss Yuan Mi, whom Zhang Sui had met at the entrance of the Jin family store earlier. Yuan Mi came to Zhang Sui's side, looked Zhang Sui up and down and said, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Sui honestly said, "General urgently summoned me here to meet with you." Yuan Mi looked at Yuan Shi beside her. Yuan Shi shook his head and said, "How should I know?" However, just on second thought, Yuan Shi said, "It's possible that they are talking about the cavalry. Yan Liang has already rushed over. He's in charge of training the cavalry." Yuan Mi looked around Zhang Sui and said, "He does cavalry? Even if he can do it, why did father summon him alone?" Yuan Shi shook his head. Zhang Sui did guess a little. It may be related to the Butiligen. On the way to fight Qingzhou with Tianfeng and Yuan Tan, the two have seen him alone just a few times. If it wasn't related to Ding Yuan, the two probably wouldn't have bothered with themselves at all. Just like the second son Yuan Shi in front of us. I've seen it once before at Jin's house. However, looking at Yuan Shi's clear face, he obviously did not recognize himself. After all, in Yuan Shi's capacity, he's seen too many people, and how could he possibly remember himself? A small Jin family master record? Zhang Sui was somewhat glad that he had given himself the identity of a Ding Yuan disciple in the first place. And there's no living soul left in Ding Yuan's family, there is no proof of death, and there's no fear of people breaking it down. Seeing that Yuan Shi did not know, Yuan Mi asked Zhang Sui again. Zhang Sui didn't bother to answer. The more this is answered, the more troublesome it becomes. Zhang Sui could only shake his head. "I don't know." Yuan Mi obviously wasn't particularly interested in this either. She just looked curiously at Zhang Sui and said, "That dress of mine, is it being made yet? And, did you make the scarecrow I asked you to make?" Yuan Shi, Zhang Sui honestly said, "Third Mrs. Clothes, they are already being made. It's just going to be finally done, so it's going to take some time. As for the scarecrow, haven't gotten around to it yet." Yuan Mi was busy saying, "That dress of mine, what was it like? I just remembered that it was pretty. I didn't even look at it closely." Seeing Yuan Mi's eagerness, Zhang Sui crouched down and took out a dagger from his waist and a few quick drawings on the floor. Yuan Mi's eyes glowed slightly. On the contrary, Yuan Shi, who was on the side, was quite a bit bored. Yuan Mi added, "Just this dress? Can you think of any other clothes?" Zhang Sui hesitated slightly. After all, she is the third miss, and she is expensive. Zhang Sui shot a glance at the third young lady, or maybe she was wearing a powerful short dress, and Miss Three's diminutive figure was revealed. The calves were not as straight as Kaiwenji's, but, nevertheless, they were slim. The ass is quite a bit perked up. The crotch looks wider compared to all of the ladies. Overall, the lady is plump, but her figure is actually petite. This morning, he was able to pick the missus up and do that. And MS3, the bone structure is overall large, plus a bit taller. It gives the impression of a big female lead. Zhang Sui thought of a dress at once. Zhang Sui drew quickly on the ground with his dagger. For this outfit, the top half is a white shirt. The bottom half is a black wraparound skirt. Below the thighs are stockings. Add a pair of boots to your feet. Zhang Sui secretly gave himself a nod. Perfect. The dominant female president. I just don't know if third miss, with her unique aesthetic, would like this. Zhang Sui finished his drawing and pointed to the graphic. The top half of the body is white. I call it a shirt. It's more flattering and it's able to show off the flattering nature of a woman's body. The bottom half of the wrap dress is black. White and black with a contrasting. It also sets off a woman's figure. The ones on the thighs are called stockings, which are also a kind of pants. A cover-up that's also for aesthetics. The shoes were my own idea. The long ones. Aspect writing. And it sets off the slimness of the legs. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuan Mi somewhat nervously and said, "It's not made. It's just what I thought. I've shown it to other seamstresses before, and they thought it was a bit cheesy." Yuan Shi originally hadn't been very excited about it. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, he lowered his head and took a closer look at the, looking a bit odd. He said, "You're a big man who doesn't build a career and spends all day thinking about this bit of women's stuff?" Zhang Sui let out a laugh and patted the sword he was wearing. "Second Duke. I've only just finished fighting Koji and then Qingzhou, and that's why I've come over." Yuan Shi, Zhang Sui added. "Moreover, fighting a war is not in conflict with doing this. My greatest wishes in life are 2. 1. Build a career. 2. Dress my woman in my favorite dress." Yuan Shi, why does it feel like this man is still a bit of a quest? You can fight a war and think about this stuff? I underestimated him just now. The third young lady, Yuan Mi, who was on the side, suddenly laughed out ha 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 and ha ha ha. Zhang Sui and Yuan Shi looked at Yuan Mi in unison. Yuan Mi looked at the diagram drawn by Zhang Sui on the ground while she wiped off her stockings and said, Wouldn't it be extraordinarily somewhat erotic if you wiped out those pants and wore them to your man in private?" Zhang Sui, this third young lady Yuan Mi, I'm afraid she didn't cross over? It's quite discerning. He actually likes white shirts too, plus black wrap skirts plus boots without stockings. Before he crossed over. That's how the company's little finance girl dressed at his workplace. Every time I watched her walk, those long, slender, flesh-colored thighs kept swaying and his heart was beating a little faster. The only drawback is that the little financial girl has some short legs and looks a little weird. This is a wearable set for a woman with long legs and a good figure, such as his high school female classmate. Those long, slender legs were absolutely complete with this outfit. And now, he adds stockings for a simple reason. It's the end of Han. Though the ethos of this era is not so harsh. However, it is also unacceptable to expose your skin. It's still such a large expanse of skin. Women are even more so. If there are no stockings and the long legs are directly exposed, it is trivial to be scolded. In case you get killed, that's a big deal. When third Miss Yuanmi saw that Zhang Sui did not answer, she raised her head to look at Zhang Sui. With an expectant face, he asked, "Tried it yet? Want to try it?" Zhang Sui came back to his senses. Glancing at third Miss Yuanmi, he was tempted to say, "You can really do it if you try," but how dare he say that? Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and said, "I'm not married yet, how can I try?" Third Miss Yuanmi said, "It's fine, you go back to the Jin family store now, and have that tailor make them. Count me in." The soldier who went in to inform Yuan Shao came out at this moment and said to Zhang Sui, "The Lord wants you to go in." Zhang Sui saluted Yuan Mi and Yuan Shi and walked in quickly. Yuan Mi was busy following her. Yuan Shi said sharply, "Sister, what are you doing?" Yuan Mi smiled thievishly. "Father has recently taken a concubine, Lu, so I'm going to talk to father about it. Let father make Lu a set of such clothes, and see what father thinks when Lu wears them to father in private." Yuan Shi didn't have the heart to say, "Nonsense. Father is busy with political affairs right now." Before he could finish his words, he saw Yuan Mi had already run inside the government office. Yuan Shi, this sister of his own, spoiled beyond measure by her father. Surprisingly, the idea hit Lu. Lu is as beautiful as she is, and was found by her father at great cost. One wouldn't dare hit on her, any idea at all. Suddenly, Yuan Shi's eyes fell on the picture Zhang Sui drew on the ground. Last year, the eldest brother was passed on by his father to his deceased uncle. In other words, he himself is now his father's true firstborn son. He himself is qualified to compete with his big brother for a long time. I'm afraid, that's what the father intended. The intention, like father and uncle in the beginning. Moreover, father favors the elder brother. Big brother followed Biajiao Tianfeng to kill Koji Yi, and took the Beihai County in Qingzhou, which was highly meritorious. If you don't make something of yourself, I'm afraid you'll be compared to this. My sister was beloved by my father. Lu was again her father's favorite concubine. There was no way he could personally approach Lu, which would cause his father to resent him. But, through my sister, I've made a good relationship with Lu, and then let Lu blow pillow talk in her father's ear. Yuan Shi looked inside the government office. It's a means to an end. End of chapter. Besides, Zhang Sui was guided by the soldiers to enter inside the government office, but I saw the third young lady, Yuan Mi Ili, following. Zhang Sui didn't think much of it. It could simply be the same road, until he came to the threshold of the hall. The soldier gestured toward Zhang Sui inside the threshold. That's what backed out. Third Miss Yuan Mi entered inside before Zhang Sui and shouted from afar, "Father," only to see that at the very first place of the hall, there sat a middle-aged man in his 40s who was quite majestic. Although the middle-aged man was older, he had a handsome face and a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's quite a jade-like feeling. You can't see the pallor of being an uncle's generation on your body, but instead you have a flavor of a glowing Englishman. Zhang Sui secretly sighed a bit. This would be Yuan Shao without a doubt. Zhang Sui remembers that history books have vocabulary describing good-looking people, both men and women. For example, Zhuge Liang, 8 feet long, with a great appearance. For example, Zhou Yu, long and strong with a poised appearance. For example, Sun Tzu, Mei Ziyan. Historical books describe Yuan Shao. He has a dignified and majestic appearance. Let's just say that there really is a basis for being described that way. This Yuan Shao, even in his old age, this appearance is better than 99% of the men he has seen. Below Yuan Shao, on his left, knelt Tianfeng, the other driver. To his right, kneeling, sat a burly man with a stout body and still quite decent looks. Zhang Sui eyeballed it, about 5'9" or so. In his right hand he was holding a bronze wine marquee. That bronze wine marquee was like a small object in his hands. At this moment, Yuan Mi was nestled at Yuan Shao's feet. Yuan Shao laughed. All right, honey, you go to the side first. We'll talk about it later. My father has a young hero to meet now, so don't slow down the others. Yuan Mi looked toward Zhang Sui, who walked in across the threshold, and said, "A young hero? Him?" Yuan Shao raised his eyebrows and said, "What? You still underestimate people? My great Han Hussar General, Hua Daisy, became a Hussar captain at the age of 17, accompanying the Che cavalry general Wei Qing to strike the Xiongnu twice in the south of the desert. Yuan Ni gave an oh so subtle cry, got up from the ground, and stood behind the curtain to Yuan Shao's right, and, look at Zhang Sui from a distance. Zhang Sui entered the hall and stopped at Tian Feng's flush position. Saluting Yuan Shao, he said, Yen Men Zhang Sui, meet General. Yuan Shao shot a glance at Zhang Sui, pointed to the side of Tian Feng, the special driver, and said, come on man, take a seat. 2 soldiers came up carrying the desk. A maid followed with her hands on a branch heel. Another maid held aloft a wooden basin with a pot of hot wine and some pastries. Putting the desk table, support heels, hot wine and pastries in place, Yuan Shao said to Zhang Sui, sit. Zhang Sui gave a thank you and sat down on his knees in front of the desk, supporting his heel. Only then did Yuan Shao smile and ask Zhang Sui, I heard from Farewell that you are a disciple of Ding Jianyang? Zhang Sui, sure enough, it's all about Ding Yuan. In this late Han dynasty, a good birth is too important. Without a good birth, it is difficult to get ahead, even if one is capable. Zhang Sui returned. Yes, Yuan Shao lamented. It's a pity that your master, Ding Jianyang, was betrayed by Lu Bu's children. I was just a lieutenant in the center and wanted to meet him. Just sent a ruler. I heard at night that Ding Jianyan was killed by Lu Bu. It's a real shame. Zhang Sui said. Sir left words in the bamboo slip he gave me. There is a death for every man, either heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Though I was not at Mr. S side to know what he was thinking on his deathbed. Yet he should be considered dead for his country. I think the gentleman has no regrets. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Sui and nodded. As Tian Feng said, it should be Ding Yuan's disciple without a doubt. He had also sent someone secretly to Yanmen to investigate. This Zhang Sui, indeed, was from the Yanmen side, the son of an ordinary farmer. Ding Yuan, as the one-time assassin of the state of Bingzhou, did appear in the neighborhood as well. It's just that there's no evidence to show that Ding Yuan and this Zhang Sui had any contact. However, as the son of an ordinary farmer, Zhang Sui was literate and could draw well. You can also make paper armor. None of this is possible for a mere farmer's son. It was far more likely than not that Zhang Sui was a disciple of Ding Yuan. Moreover, Zhang Sui's significance as a disciple of Ding Yuan was important. Although now he has occupied Jizhou, killed Koji Yi, and severely injured Gong Sunzan. But that's not enough. He's also going to take down the parallel state. He wants to unify the whole of Hebei. He's going to sweep the seas. The throne takes turns. Today it's my house. The great Han is dead. And now, it is time for the Yuan family to raise their arms and swing high. And to take the world. He needed a steady stream of talent. Zhang Sui had its necessity as a disciple of Ding Yuan, the one-time assassin of the state of Bingzhou. He needed the descendants of Zhang Sui and countless other celebrities and aspirants to throw their lot in with him, to manifest his sea of acceptance. Yuan Shao said to Zhang Sui, well said, Bok Sung, right? As Ding Jianyang's disciple, you can't degrade your master's reputation. Your master, Ding Jianyang, is a clinker, a model for my generation. Zhang Sui said. Here. Only then did Yuan Shao say to Tian Feng, by Chang, it's a bit small after all. Farewell, Tian Feng said. Then it will be the little metropolitan, in charge of 500 cavalry. Yuan Shao frowned. It's still too young. After all, he is a disciple of Ding Jianyang. And, this time, he killed Koji Yi. There is also war credit for attacking the North Sea County. The AG Tian Feng insisted. Now that the cavalry is being reorganized, it is unknown whether he can handle it. I think Ding Jianyang is alive and well. And I hope he climbs up the ladder step by step. If he's really strong, it's not too late to promote him again. Considering that he has made war and is still a disciple of Ding Jianyang, you may give him a property in the eastern part of Yecheng, 5 maids, 10 male servants, and 100 pieces of silk. Beihai Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui beside him and said, Bo Qing, what do you think? Zhang Sui, what can I do? I can laugh at it. Because of a Ding Yuan disciple status, you can get all these. Don't be too cost-effective. Zhang Sui was busy saying, I think it's too much. When Yuan Shao saw Zhang Sui say this, he laughed and said, you are honest and naive. All this, and I still feel indebted to you. However, as Bujiu said, you are, after all, a disciple of Ding Jianyang. It's only natural to be strict with you. Don't worry, you behave yourself. I'll give you credit for anything you get credit for. He also looked at the strong man on his right and said, come, Bo Qing, introduce someone to you. In the future, he will be your superior. The burly man stood up. Yuan Shao said, Lieutenant General Yan Liang, from now on you will be the commander of these 3,000 cavalrymen. Zhang Sui followed and got up, saluting Yan Liang. Zhang Sui greets the governor. Yan Liang hummed. Yuan Shao laughed. I asked you all to come here today for these things. Men, take our young commander Zhang Sui to his mansion in the east of the city. Bui Tianfeng said. I'll take him there, just in time, and I'll also confirm where he lives. Yuan Shao nodded. Only then did Biajiao Tianfeng stand up and greet Zhang Sui as he followed. Yuan Mi hid behind the curtain and watched Zhang Sui leave, the corners of her mouth rising slightly under the veil. Interesting. A martial artist who knows about women's clothes. She was under the impression that martial artists were reckless and rough around the edges. Just like that Koji E, he is a pain in the ass. Seeing that Zhang Sui followed the donkey Tianfeng away, Yuan Mi then walked out and, to Yuan Shao, he said, Father, I'm going to the backyard to see Lu. Yuan Shao was about to stop. Meal, don't bully. But before he could finish his words, Yuan Mi had already darted away. Just to be clear, I don't have any savings, not a single chapter. And it's not that I don't want to add more, it's that I don't have any savings. It really doesn't add up. I still have to be busy and keep 5-10,000 shifts a day plus. That's really the limit, not that I'm posing. Also, recommend a book to a friend. How dare I, a Han Chinese, become the emperor of the great Yuan. End of chapter. Yuan Shao shook his head when he saw Yuan Mi at this speed. This daughter of hers, she's been spoiled beyond belief. But what can be done? Who let her be born to himself and his main wife? And she inherited his and his main wife's beauty. Now only 14 years old. There are people stepping over the threshold who want to ask to marry her. Before that, even that arrogant and cocky Koji wanted to beg for her hand in marriage. Just, surprisingly, only concubines. Yuan Shao snorted as he thought of Koji, a pure martial artist. He also wants to get his hands on his favorite daughter. He doesn't know how high and mighty he is. My Yuan Shao's first daughter must marry a prince anyhow. Only, Yuan Shao muttered now. Who in this world today is qualified to marry this favored daughter of his? While Yuan Shao was muttering, Zhang Sui followed his donkey, Tianfeng, out of the hall of the government office and rushed all the way to the east of the city. Halfway there, he met a middle-aged scribe, Tianfeng, who had always been unsmiling, immediately greeted the middle-aged scribe with a smile when he saw him. Zhang Sui hurriedly spurred his horse to follow. Tianfeng took the lead in saluting the middle-aged scribe and said, Duke frustrated, where is this going? The middle-aged scribe pointed in the direction of the government office and said, I'm going to the government office. At the end of last year, the Lord told me that he wanted to completely annihilate Zhongyan this year, firmly occupy the state of Bingzhou, and then send out the second prince and Gaogan to take charge of Yuzhou and Bingzhou, respectively. I didn't think it was right, considering the 3 dynasties before. I don't want to disturb the Lord's pleasure. Now that the 3rd dynasty is over, I'm going to bring it up early. Tianfeng's face clouded over. Glancing at Zhang Sui beside him, Tianfeng said, You go over there first, I'll arrange for Bo Chang later. Go over there too. The middle-aged scribe looked curiously at Zhang Sui. This young man, who? I can't believe you need to make the arrangements yourself. Tianfeng pointed at Zhang Sui and said, His name is Zhang Sui, a native of Yanmen County and a disciple of Ding Jianyang. Before that, when he destroyed Koji and attacked Beihai County, he made a considerable feat. As you know, the general is in need of talent right now. The middle-aged scribe nodded. Only then did Tianfeng say to Zhang Sui, This is our Jizhou supervisor. Frustrated professor. Zhang Sui was busy making a solemn bow towards frustration. Frustrated. He knew, among the many famous generals at the end of the Han dynasty, Frustration's military talent and political vision could at least make it into the top 3. He was also the one who really proposed holding the emperor in power. Sun Yu's proposal was to hold the emperor hostage in order to make him obey his subjects. Frustrated professor once also tried his best to persuade Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, not to welcome Yuan Shao. However, Hanford wouldn't listen. Instead of welcoming Yuan Shao into Jizhou, he was also snubbed by the famous Yingchuan scholar Sun Chen and others, ceded the position of Jizhou pastor to Yuan Shao. The result was, Han Fu was killed by Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao took complete control of Jizhou. Frustration's only flaw is a poor eye for choosing a lord. First, he followed Han Fu, then follow Yuan Shao. Han Fu was stubborn and could not listen to advice. Yuan Shao is good at planning but not at deciding and can't make up his mind. In the end, Frustration was killed by Cao Cao. Frustrated to see Zhang Sui performing such a solemn and grand salute. Nodding his head, he said, To be able to be looked upon by the Lord and the farewell master, and to be a disciple of Ding Jianyang, do a good job and you'll have a future. Zhang Sui thanked the man. Frustrated, he then said goodbye and continued to leave. Tianfeng sighed as he watched frustrated professor leave, greeting Zhang Sui as he followed. Zhang Sui curiously said, Why is the Beijiu sighing? Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui, not wanting to say anything in the first place. Just a young man, Or a martial artist? What insight can he have? However, looking at Zhang Sui's curious face, Tianfeng still couldn't help but speak. Have you heard of frustrated gong before? Zhang Sui smiled. Tianfeng narrowed his eyes. Zhang Sui hastily collected his smile and said, I've heard of it. Tianfeng said, Frustrated Duke is famous all over the world. It's not surprising that you've heard of him. After a pause, Tianfeng added, What do you think of frustrated gong? Zhang Sui pondered for a moment and honestly said, I thought that frustrated Duke was General Zhang Zifeng. Tianfeng's eyes lit up slightly and said, Zhang Zifeng? Are you sure? Who is Zhang Zifeng? How dare Duke Frustration be held in such high regard by you? Tianfeng looked Zhang Sui up and down. For the first time, he realized that this young man, so much to his liking. Zhang Sui greeted Tianfeng's gawking, secretly calculating. Historically, Tianfeng and Frustration have always had a good relationship. The two, as leaders of the Jizhou faction under Yuan Shao's three major factions, have always supported each other. Only unfortunately, the Battle of Guandu, two people completely down the altar. Now, Tianfeng asked this. Then there was naturally no need to hide one's appreciation of Frustration. Even a slight exaggeration would be nice. Zhang Sui returned. Very sure. I heard that when General was still in Bohai, someone recommended General Han Fu, the former minister of Jizhou, lure the general to Jizhou. At that time, the reason given by everyone was that the general was after 4 generations of 3 dukes, and that his name was known all over the world. The disciples are spread all over the frontier, and they are still benevolent. Only a few, such as frustrated Gong, refused. The reason? Zhang Sui glanced at Tianfeng and didn't say anything further. Instead, he said, Aren't the results in front of us now? Tianfeng nodded. Zhang Sui continued. Also, what Lord Frustration said just now. I also think that Lord Frustration is very wise. I have heard that the general has 3 sons. Nowadays, the eldest male is in Qingzhou, and now the general is sending the second prince and Gaogan to Yuzhou and Bingzhou respectively. Of these, both Yuzhou and Bingzhou were pacified only last year. There are 100 things going on right now. This is the time when power can best be demonstrated. The general himself is in charge of these 2 states, or he sends officers who are absolutely loyal to him. Then both Yuzhou and Bingzhou are in the general's own hands. But the general sent the second prince and Gaogan instead. The second son is the general's own son. Gaogan is the general's nephew. All are blood relatives. There is another long male in Qingzhou, this Hebei, which seems to occupy the greater part of the country. But, in reality, it's another cut and split. All of them are blood relatives. Then the local officials and the people, they will all be dominated by them. Plus the third prince has no arrangements to stay in Yecheng. Once the general has a change of heart, the land that the general has taken is falling apart. All the hard work that was put in before has gone down the drain. Scourge has always been the most taboo thing to do. The general, however, is partial to it. If the general can listen to Frustration, then we are still saved. If you don't listen, the future is ill-fated. Tianfeng looked at Zhang Sui with quite a bit of shock. No wonder Ding Yuan had taken this man as his disciple. That vision, absolutely, coincides with himself. Plus, he's so young. Tianfeng took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. Find a chance to talk to Frustration about him. Maybe, to be able to stay around and train. Only then did Tianfeng smile at Zhang Sui. Not bad, very thoughtful. During this time, you train well with the lieutenant general. You'll come out on top. Zhang Sui had seen Tianfeng many times, and it was the first time he had seen him smile at himself. Zhang Sui clasped his fists and said, Thank you for the mention. Tianfeng laughed. It all depends on how far you can go. End of chapter. Zhang Sui followed Biejiao Tianfeng around the eastern part of the city. During this time, Biejiao Tianfeng explained the reason why there were so many houses vacant in Yecheng. 2 years ago, Yecheng was occupied by the Black Mountain Army. Many of Yuan Shao's men surrendered in that great battle. Later, when Yuan Shao retook Yecheng, these officials were killed, and their house was vacated. And Tianfeng's and Frustrated's houses were actually on the east side of the city. However, the 2 residences are far away from each other. Zhang Sui eventually chose a mansion not far from Tianfeng's residence. There are 3 houses inside the entire mansion. 3 houses were surrounded by a courtyard wall. The 3 houses present a front-to-back arrangement. All 3 floors, they have first-floor halls running through them. The open spaces between them are the 3 courtyards. Tianfeng found another person and went to transfer 5 maids and 10 male subordinates to Zhang Sui. Help with cleaning. Another official sent 100 pieces of silk. Only then did Tianfeng leave in a hurry. Zhang Sui commanded 5 maids and 10 male subordinates to handle the mansion. Both sides of the third compound, cleaned out and ready to be tilled and some greens planted. In the second courtyard, make a pavilion for reading. Raise some grass around it. The first compound, Connected to the gate entrance faces a special wall, which is the facade. This compound is planted with some big trees and such. The 5 maids lived on the 3rd floor of the first house, burning fires, cooking, and doing some of the daily tasks. 10 male underlings, 4 of whom lived in a special room for the underlings at the entrance to the gate. The other 6, all arranged on the 2nd floor of the first house, the 2nd house and the 3rd house. Zhang Sui's mouth was grinning behind his ears as he watched the crowd get busy. The 3rd house was reserved for Madame and Han Yu to come and live in Yecheng. As for their rooms, of course, they are their rooms. This way, if he and they are a little more reckless and farther apart, it's also not afraid. The 2nd house is reserved for Kai Wenji and her guests. There could also be some sort of boardroom or something. In the past, they were only subordinates of the Jin family, and they didn't have a house, so naturally they couldn't have entertainment. Now that you have your own house, how can you not enjoy it? Zhang Sui planned to get billiards, mahjong, and solitaire out of the way sometime. Thinking of Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui asked his subordinates to go to the market to buy some chickens, ducks, vegetables and the like. Instead, he spurred his horse to the Jin family store. Previously, he had wanted to arrange Kai Wenji in the Jin family store. The shopkeeper wasn't very willing. That look of embarrassment is not even hidden. However, it might be in the way of one's identity as the Yen family's main record, and one would have to accept it. At that time, Zhang Sui had no choice but to leave Kai Wenji behind. Now, if you have this property yourself, just let Kai Wenji come and stay here. Kai Wenji doesn't have to go south when she has this place to stay. Then naturally, you don't have to go through Chang'an. Historically, she passed through Chang'an and ended up being taken captive by the Huns. This will naturally not happen. Of course, she had to go on her own, so there was nothing to be done. Zhang Sui returned to the Jin family store and informed the people that he had been promoted to a higher position and that he had acquired real estate. It left the crowd quite shocked. Zhang Sui asked the crowd to help take Kai Wenji's things away. The group arrived at the new mansion in great numbers. Zhang Sui gave Kai Wenji an arbitrary room in the 2nd house, and let her be the housekeeper for the time being from now on. He was, after all, organized into the cavalry, and would have to train and even fight in the war, and likely wouldn't be able to live here permanently. In this house, it's natural to have a housekeeper. Zhang Sui also arranged something for Kai Wenji. He picked a room in the 2nd house to be Kai Wenji's tailoring room, and found a way to make all the clothes he drew. The maids and male servants of the mansion were at her disposal. Zhang then hid 10 pieces of silk under his bed. All the other silks were given to Kai Wenji to make her own arrangements. Kai Wenji looked a bit confused as she listened to Zhang Sui gushingly instructing himself to do something. Eyes a little sore. She somewhat believed Zhang Sui's words. Her own father and his master might really know each other. And a friend. It's just because the father didn't get around to giving an account. Otherwise, she couldn't figure out Zhang Sui's reason for helping himself like this. Couldn't figure out his reason for believing in himself like that either. Even all the money funds are given to myself to manage, and he's not afraid to roll his own money. In the evening, a couple of maids made some hearty drinks in the dining room. Zhang Sui and the Captain Jinhao and Huang Han ate with pleasure. This was the first time that Captain Jinhao, Huang Han, and the others had participated in such a banquet-level gathering. Not even the night of the 3rd dynasty was so luxurious and free. A group of men wrapped their arms around each other's shoulders and hissed vociferously across the room. Thinking freely of setting up a heck of a battle. It was tossed and turned until late at night. When the crowd was put to bed in guest rooms in the 2nd house, Zhang Sui didn't sleep right away. Arranging for the others to sleep, he took a short walk around the 3rd compound, digesting. Only then did he strip down to his shirt and start practicing extra hard against the cold, chilly wind. Or now make a habit of practicing extra hard. He's all over the place now without practicing. And, because it's your house now, and you're the one who owns it, he wasn't as restrained as he had been in the Jin family. Back then, in the Jin mansion, every time he practiced extra, he had to do it while everyone was asleep, especially to prevent it from being seen by Madam, Second Miss, and the others. This extra practice requires that one must strip naked for half an hour of extra practice, and I don't know what the bird rules are, and this is the end of Han. Stripping naked is still not accepted. Except, of course, the barracks. A bunch of big old men at the barracks. Just as Zhang Sui was sweating profusely from practicing, a figure walked straight over from the 2nd house. Because of the dim lighting, the figure apparently didn't notice that Zhang Sui wasn't wearing any clothes. Instead, he straightened up. It's Kai Wenji. Kai Wenji was holding a bag in her hand. She made this today out of sheepskin. It's filled with hot water. She had originally thought that it was not easy for Zhang Sui to warm his blanket when he slept alone at night on such a cold day, so send it to Zhang Sui. As a child, that's what she did when she and her father wandered around, hiding from their enemies. Father's body is weak. He couldn't sleep all night without this foot warmer. However, he did not expect to walk into Zhang Sui, only to realize that Zhang Sui's upper body was naked. Sweat rolled down his body. Kai Wenji's footsteps froze, and she couldn't help but blush. This man's body, quite succulent, and not afraid of the cold. She had married into the Wei family before and spent over 3 months with her late husband. The late husband kept shrinking into a ball. Not to mention taking off my shirt on such a cold day. I was shivering even when I was cowering under the covers. Her own body was on the cold side, and she couldn't get warm for a long time lying under the covers at night. As a result, neither has ever been together. The only time she ever saw her late husband's body was the day he fell ill and died, and she, as his wife, help him wipe his body. The late husband was all but a skeleton. Kai Wenji lowered her head and handed the water-filled sheepskin to Zhang Sui. Here, put it under your feet to warm them at night. After saying that, he turned around and left at a fast pace, not giving Zhang Sui time to thank him. End of chapter. Holding the water-filled sheepskin, Zhang Sui watched as Kai Wenji darted away, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Somewhat confused. This sheepskin, it feels like a warm water bag. The people of this land have been smart as hell since the beginning of time. All can come up with this kind of warmth. It's just that he doesn't need it at all. He's been warm and fuzzy. Lying under the covers, he would soon be warm. Sometimes, it will also feel hot and stick your feet out of the covers. Let's just say that we were lying under the same covers as the missus this morning. He was all but holding the lady's 2 feet between his thighs. A mental image of Madame with her arms around his neck and a sweet look on her face. Zhang Sui got a little carried away. Sheesh. Sure enough, it still smells like a woman. Looking forward to Mrs. S. next visit. When the time comes, you won't have to sneak around like you do in the store. He was bound to come in every position with his wife. Although Zhang Sui didn't need it, it was after all a piece of Kai Wenji's heart. Zhang Sui took the sheepskin to his room and tucked it under the quilt before continuing his extra practice, and Kai Wenji went back to her room. The house she picked out for herself was the first room on the east side of the 3rd floor of the 2nd house. There are windows here, and the windows face directly onto the 3rd house. Through the window, she could still hear the sound of Zhang Sui moving his lance. Kai Wenji stood at the window overlooking the direction of the sound. Although the room was lighted, it was so dim that it didn't illuminate the outside at all. Therefore it was completely impossible to see Zhang Sui outside. Kai Wenji, however, did not leave. She just looked quietly in that direction. Her mind drifted back to Zhang Sui's naked upper body just now. The scene of sweat running down his body. Kai Wenji bit her red lip. So, this is the man? It's really different from women, even on such a cold day. I'm not afraid of the cold. After watching for a long time, until the sound of the lance martial movement stopped, Kai Wenji closed the window and, back to the docket. On the desk table were some blank bamboo slips, and some ordinary blank papers. Kai Wenji hesitated slightly, but still picked up the ink stone and began to grind the ink. The scene from earlier lingered in his mind. After grinding the ink, Kai Wenji then picked up the paper and laid it flat on the desk table, with his left thumb and middle finger twisting the cuff of his right hand, which held a brush. Kai Wenji traced it on the paper. Within moments, the paper was filled with a scene of a man practicing martial arts with his naked upper body. Sweat ran down the man's muscles. However, Kai Wenji shook her head, rested her brush on the inkstone and, then crumpled up the drawing he had just made. Not that scene at all. Putting the paper ball under the lamp and lighting it, Kai Wenji watched it burn out and quickly returned to the desk. The pen should be lifted to draw again. The next moment, however, she put down her pen and her shell teeth clenched her red lips. It was a long time before she said to herself, "Shame on you," stripped down to their outer garments, exposing their profanity, blew out the lamp, huddled under the covers, and, Kai Wenji said quietly, "Don't daydream. How can people look at you? A woman who is a kleptomaniac." The following day the crowd woke up late, had a drink last night. When she woke up, Kai Wenji had already commanded the maids to prepare a meal for everyone. After the crowd finished eating, Zhang Sui asked the maid to help the crowd pack the cooked chicken and duck meat that they didn't finish last night. "Take it with you to eat. There won't be any big fish in the Jin family store. And, tomorrow everyone will be assembled." One by one, the crowd took it and all thanked them. Only one person did not take it. "It's Huang Han, the lad who shoots well," Zhang Sui said suspiciously. "What is it?" Huang Han blushed a little and said, "I don't like duck legs." Zhang Sui looked at duck legs suspiciously. "I remember when you set out from Wuji County. Didn't you chew on it?" Huang Han let out a forced laugh. "Right after that, I stopped eating. As soon as I saw the duck legs, I thought of my mother's voice calling out to me. I haven't seen my mother in a long time. It's been so cold this year. I'm not sure she'll make it through. The thought that she might have frozen to death, starved to death, makes me think of the day that, if only I'd seen her more." After saying that, tears rolled down Huang Han's face. When the crowd heard Huang Han say this, The original smiles on each of their faces were all dimmed at this moment. When Zhang Sui thought of the scene of that day's expedition, he also had some bad feelings. Handing a duck leg to one of the maids, Zhang Sui rubbed Huang Han's hair and said, "I will write a letter back to Wuji County later and ask the housekeeper to send someone to inquire about your mother. If possible, have him send someone to bring your mother here to stay." Huang Han lowered his head, not daring to look up, just nodding his head vigorously. Zhang Sui asked the maid to replace the duck legs with other cooked meat before sending the crowd away. The people were to go back to the Yin family store first and pack up their things. After that, they were to go ahead and get to the camp. Although the agreement was to report to camp tomorrow, however, they are all newcomers and can only advance. Not daring to delay, Zhang Sui moved all his stuff to his new place, so he was able to stay in the residence for a while. After sending off the crowd, Zhang Sui didn't stay idle at home. He took the drawing of the stranger's sword that he had drawn earlier at the Wujijin family and searched Yecheng for a blacksmith store, as well as a fengsher. The glaze he asked Miss Yen Rome for earlier. Things to make 4 items, a trinocular, a magnifying glass, a monocular, and a glass mirror. Now there is just the glass mirror left to do. Glass mirrors don't just have to be polished, they have to be silver-plated on the back. It's something that the average person can't even find a silver-plated potion for. The only way to potentially find it is for the fawns to mash these up. As for the stranger's sword, that can't be built by the average person. Zhang Sui is looking to use 1000 refined steel. It's been around since the end of the Han dynasty. However, production is extremely rare. The average blacksmith store may not have one either. Yecheng is, after all, the seat of Jizhou, and it's still so prosperous. It is possible to find it. Have been found in the afternoon. Zhang Sui looked for a dozen blacksmith stores, but also really found one with 1000 steelmaking. The store's old blacksmith was willing to give it a try. But, it takes 5 ponies of silk as a deposit. And, it takes at least a month to come and get it. Zhang Sui could only go back to his residence to go get the silk. I didn't expect to see third Miss Yuanmi at her residence. Zhang Sui was a bit puzzled. What's she doing here? Kai Wenji was currently accompanying the third young Miss Yuanmi. It seems that the two still know each other. At the moment, Kai Wenji was holding her zither and playing. The end of that violin, it's still burnt. The sound of the piano is very melodious. Third Miss Yuanmi also listened as her slender fingers kept tapping lightly on the case table. Seeing Zhang Sui come back, the third young Miss Yuanmi then stopped Kai Wenji from going down and trotted up. Laughing, he said, "The outfit you drew on the floor yesterday. Give me the drawing. I'll take it and get someone to rush it out urgently. Hey, I've already made a deal with Lu. Let her try it on first. If it looks good, I'm going to make a couple sets myself." End of chapter. Hearing third Miss Yuanmi say this, Zhang Sui was a bit wary and said, "For Lu to wear? Is it the woman who is the general's favorite?" Third Miss Yuanmi eeped, "You actually know her too?" Zhang Sui gave a forehead and snapped, "I haven't seen it. I've only heard about it since I came to Yecheng. Good looking and popular with the general, I'm told." Third Miss Yuanmi nodded her head deeply and said, "It is quite pretty. Obviously in his 20s. He looks even more juvenile than I do. The flesh on that face, when you pinch it, it feels like water could come out." Seeing Zhang Sui listening attentively, third Miss Yuanmi teased, "What? Are you moved? You've got a lot of nerve. Do you believe I'll tell my father?" Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Third Miss, don't tease me. I'm not turning on her. I'm just worried that some of my clothes don't fit her. What shall I do in case the general thinks it nasty and wants to make me the only one to blame?" Only then did third Miss Yuanmi laugh. "What are you afraid of? This dress, I think it's just going to be nasty. Otherwise, what do you think would be appropriate to bear a large portion of your skin? It's for the man you like. Get it? You hurry up and draw it, and I'll see how father feels when Lu puts it on. If father likes it, then after I get married, I'll have a couple of sets custom made and I'll wear it every day to show my future husband from now on." Zhang Sui, having traveled so far, this was the first time he had seen a woman like third Miss Yuanmi. That made no secret of her desire to please men. If this was put into the pre-traveling world, I'm afraid I wouldn't be scolded to death. However, this is the end of Han. Those people couldn't curse even if they wanted to. Zhang Sui asked a maid to fetch an inkstone and paper. He went outside and folded another strip of paper, casually sharpening it with his dagger into the shape of a pencil. When the maid came over with the inkstone and paper, Kai Wenji was grinding the inkstone. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Zhang Sui quickly drew a white shirt and a black wraparound skirt. Front and side views were drawn. After that, a pair of boots was drawn. Kai Wenji looked at the drawings and looked at Zhang Sui with a somewhat surprised expression. It was a different style of dress than any other she had ever seen, but it does seem a bit odd. Feelings make people shy, but then again, they do seem to have a knack for women and know how to show their characteristics and attract them. In the months since she'd married into the Wei family, There'd been women in the Wei family who'd made all sorts of changes in their dress, hoping to attract men, but now looking at the charts, Kai Wenji realized that this man seems to have opened up a new avenue for women to dress in a way that attracts men. Third Miss Yuan Mi watched as Zhang Sui finished his drawing and said with some excitement, "It's fine, it's fine. I didn't expect that. You're a martial artist with this ingenious mind. You hurry up and think of something else. I'll ask you for it later." When he finished, he took the drawings and flew away while blowing on the ink stains that hadn't dried yet. Not having gone far, Third Miss Yuan Mi added, "And the scarecrow made for me. Hurry up and do it. I'll wait for your good news." When he finished, he hemmed and hawed and left. Kai Wenji watched Third Miss Yuan Mi leave. Her eyes retracted and she looked at Zhang Sui, saying, "I never thought that, and you know all this." Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, Interest only." After saying that, Zhang Sui went to fetch 5 silks and rushed to the blacksmith store. Kai Wenji watched Zhang Sui leave, and only then did she immediately take out her brush and draw on the paper. Not long after, on the paper, the diagram drawn by Zhang Sui just now unexpectedly appeared. Exactly the same. The maid next to me was a bit surprised. "Butler, you're so powerful. It feels exactly the same as what the family master drew." I didn't even remember what the family master drew just now at all. Kai Wenji smiled without saying anything. What's all this? In his early years, when he and his father were exiled to the Wu lands, his father was in poor health and loved to annotate the classics. But everyday writing is extremely slow. To speed things up, her father was all about explaining the annotations to her. Just one lecture. And after that, let her make inscribed annotations on those classics as they have been explained. 2 days apart. My father checked again. She's rarely wrong about any of it. My father even said she had the power of unforgetfulness. It's a pity she's a woman. Or else, it's possible to be a woman doctor at court. Kai Wenji finished her drawing, and only then did she ask her maid to go to the store to buy cloth and sheepskin. She's going to make the outfit and shoes and try them out. Zhang Sui took him in and gave her so much power. She had to do something to repay. These clothes, if they were really good, could well be sold to the women of the rich and noble families. It's too hard to make money from ordinary people in these troubled times, but the money of the rich and powerful is still so good. The only thing to note is that rich women are demanding and that the requirements are all in terms of attracting men. The dress, she thought, might work. The maid followed Kai Wenji's request, rushed to the various stores with silks to purchase the specified fabrics and sheepskins. Upon his return, he ran into Zhang Sui coming back from the blacksmith store and handing over the note to Kai Wenji. If he doesn't come back in a month, have Kai Wenji take a couple of male underlings and go and ask for the stranger's sword. After that, Zhang Sui spurred his horse to the military camp, and Kai Wenji, taking the fabric and the sheepskin to the cutting room. Follow the drawings for these fabrics and sheepskins. Zhang Sui spent the night in the barracks. The next big morning, with the crowd at practice, it was only then that Yan Liang, the center general, arrived with a few dozen cavalrymen. Yan Liang gathered everyone. Today was fairly simple: formations, distribution of horses, armor, and weapons. The cavalry formed on this occasion totaled 3,000 men. Yan Liang, the center general, was the governor and was responsible for the overall leadership. Under Yan Liang, there are 3 great capitals. They are, the first capital, Zhuozhua, the second capital, Suyu, and the third capital, Ma Yan. 6 large and small capitals. One of them, Zhang Sui, was the first team under the account of the 3,000 cavalrymen, each equipped with 1 Dawan horse as the main battle horse. In addition to that, there were 2 side horses. The secondary horses were nowhere near as good as the main battle horses, and it was clearly felt. Each warhorse has stirrups on top, except, the stirrups are all single stirrups. Also, war horses are not equipped with hooves. In weekday combat, the main drill is to work with the main warhorse. The long journeys were made with weapons on 2 sidecars, and riding sidecars. It is only when you are actually in combat that you ride a combat horse. By armor, except for Yan Liang and the 3 great commanders, they all had iron armor. The other cavalry, all leather soft armor. The clothes of 3,000 cavalrymen, none of whom can be robes, must be all power suit shorts plus pants pattern. The weapons of all cavalry are ring-headed swords plus bows and arrows plus long-handled weapons. These are weapons that you can equip yourself with. It can also be distributed. Zhang Sui had his own iron armor, homemade improvised composite bow, lance, and a dagger. He also asked for a horse lance. When he asked for the horse lance, Zhang Sui also registered his name and number. The value of a horse lance, when registered, Zhang Sui realized that it was comparable to a Dawan horse. Also, only the minor and major metropolitans can apply to be drawing strokes. To see Zhang Sui's shocked look, he smiled and patted his shoulder. A good horse lance. It takes up to a year to build. That is, The general values are newly formed cavalry. The weapon, the horse lance, was originally all rewarded as a treasure to accomplished generals. According to the registration, the horse lance and the person are bound. People can die. The horse lance must be retrieved. End of chapter. After registering his horse lance, Zheng Sui recognized his cavalry. Zheng Sui was in charge of 500 cavalry as the first minor commander under the banner of draw recruitment. For these 500 horsemen, 5 centurions are to be chosen. The 5 centurions under Zheng Sui were Jin Hao, the first centurion, Huang Han, the second centurion, Ma Ling, the third centurion, Han Shang, the fourth centurion, and Yang Qi, the fifth captain. Training during the weekdays is focused on 2 parts, day and night. Semi-monthly. During the day, the main training is riding, archery, killing, array, sprinting, and feeding the war horses. In the evening, the main training is ambush, night marching, melee, escape and rendezvous. During the training period, the grand and junior commanders may return to the city to rest after but arrange for someone to hold the town on a rotating basis. Centurions can take 2 days of vacation semi-monthly. Other cavalrymen, only 1 day off in January. The specific dates of vacation were all arranged by Governor Yan Liang. The first day down there was no physical training. The main thing is to find out what you will be training for in the future, your superiors, and matters related to building your career. After the training, the other cavalrymen were resting in the barracks. Yan Liang, the governor, arranged for the Grand Marshal, Zhuo Zhao, to be in charge of guarding the barracks, and he himself, with the other 2 Grand Marshals, all 6 of the little metropolitans headed for the city. It was only when it was dark that Zhang Sui arrived at his residence. The male underlings were either asleep or cowering in the doorway of their rooms at the gate. The 5 maids, except for 2 on watch, the other 3 were also asleep. No sign of Kai Wenji. Seeing Zhang Sui return, the 2 maids were busy welcoming him out. Zhang Sui asked, "Where is Mrs. Kai?" One of the maids said, "The butler has been busy in the tailoring room all day. Eat, it's all we send up." Zhang Sui asked the 2 maids to go to the kitchen to help themselves to some food while he rushed to the tailoring room. He wanted to see what she was up to in the cutting room. The cutting room is located in the east room on the 2nd floor of the 2nd house. At this point, the cutting room was lit. Dim. It's not closed. Zhang Sui walked in, only to see that under the dim lamplight, Kai Wenji was sitting on her knees beside a wooden board and the head was almost up next to the lamp. She was holding a black garment in her left hand and a needle and thread in her right. At that moment, the needle and thread in her right hand were weaving constantly between the black clothing. The maneuver was slick. On the board by her side lay a white dress. A glance over, Zhang Sui was in a bit of a trance. If he hadn't known that this was the late Han era, he would have suspected that he'd gone back to the pre-travel era. A beautiful woman in a hanbok, making cuts. Kai Wenji was busy and serious. She didn't even notice when Zhang Sui walked in. Zhang Sui didn't bother her, but walked over to her side and picked up the white dress that was on the board. The clothes are still really shirts, just not the thin kind. More like one of those white foxskin ones. White on the outside, hairy on the inside, split in the center, pearl inlay on the left side. The right side corresponds to a single thin rope clasp, and underneath the shirt was a white fur scarf. Zhang Sui touched the white shirt and sked. This Kai Wenji, I didn't expect, is so good at her craft. This handcraft is put into 2,000 years later. Open a store, can also be a small fire. The most crucial thing was that the black clothing in Kai Wenji's hand was really a wraparound dress. It's still leather. Kai Wenji originally knitted seriously. She snapped back to her senses when she heard Zhang Sui's slurping sound. Seeing Zhang Sui beside her, she shivered in fear. Zhang Sui hurriedly pulled away and said with an apologetic face, "Sorry for scaring you." Kai Wenji ruffled her hair with a needle and snapped, "I don't blame you." After a pause, Kai Wenji asked again, "Why did you come back today? Didn't you say before that you might not be able to come back for a long time?" Zhang Sui scratched his head and said, "I'm now a minor commander, so I can come back to live every day. It just so happens that there was no training today, and the food in the barracks isn't as good as at home, so I came back." Kai Wenji gave a and was about to put down her hands and said, "Then I'll go get you some food." Zhang Sui busily said, "You busy yourself. I've already asked the 2 maids to get it done. I'm coming up this time. It's just to see what you're doing. I heard the girls say that you were here all day, and they brought up all the meals. There's no need to be so diligent. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, forget it." Kai Wenji hummed again. Zhang Sui stood to the side, watching Kai Wenji busy, somewhat unsure of what to say. "Just get ready to go down." But then she saw Kai Wenji say, I finished the shirt and the wraparound skirt. Do you want to see how it goes?" When she finished, she held up the black wraparound dress in her hands. Zhang Sui let out a forehead. "It's really not that fast. made it in a day. After glancing at Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui looked at the wraparound skirt in her hands again. To say you don't want to see it would be a lie. The question is, Zhang Sui said, it's too dark, don't freeze. Kai Wenji froze, with some inexplicable tinge of sweetness in her heart. It's amazing that he still worries about freezing. No one cared about this about themselves before, especially after marrying into the Wei family and the death of their ex-husband. Those people hated to die immediately. Kai Wenji took a deep breath and suppressed the trace of sweetness within her and said, why don't you wait outside for a while? I'll call you when I'm done changing? Zhang Sui just tried to refuse. It's the middle of winter. Kai Wenji is not like herself. She's a woman and so skinny. But looking at Kai Wenji's earnest and serious look, Zhang Sui still nodded his head while, on one side, he said, that's fine. You move quickly. It's really cold and these clothes are freezing. Don't freeze you. Zhang Sui steps out of the cutting room and measures his feet in the second-floor living room. It didn't take long before Kai Wenji's voice could be heard from inside saying, all right, come in. Zhang Sui takes a quick step into the cutting room. Still at the door, Zhang Sui's footsteps stopped. Only a slim, slender figure stood by the boards. In the dim light of the fire, the upper part of the figure wore a white, long-sleeved shirt that, the bottom half of her body was wearing a black wraparound skirt. Two long, straight thighs, now together. Two small, slender hands, clasped together somewhat nervously, rested at her stomach. The hazy firelight spilled over the others already pretty and on the small side of her pretty face, as if a competent and domineering female president were standing in the light and shadow of the, gazing ahead imploringly in general. Zhang Sui secretly swallowed his saliva. He'd always thought he only liked dainty, voluptuous women like Madame. Today, however, he realized that if thinness and beauty were like Kai Wenji, dressed like this, he would also like it. When Kai Wenji saw Zhang Sui staring at her, her pretty face blushed, and she lowered her head, surveying herself and said, I feel that it's pretty good. It might feel even better if we make those boots you drew again. You're quite good at that. Martial arts can go to war, under the war horse, and with such a clever mind. Zhang Sui came back to his senses and smiled. Good looking. The clothes look good, and the person is pretty good looking too. With a red face, Kai Wenji spun around and turned her back to Zhang Sui. She turned her own head, trying to look behind her, and his right hand also touched the rounded ass behind the wraparound skirt and said, how's the back? I can't see the back. However, from the front, it wouldn't be much of a problem. End of chapter. Zhang Sui's mouth was a little dry as he watched this scene with Kai Wenji. Though Kai Wenji appeared a bit thin, still, this outfit is very figure-flattering. That slap-happy little face looks incredibly flirtatious with this scene of butt-stroking. It feels like a dominant female president who is looking at you with affection. Zhang Sui somewhat couldn't help but move closer. Kai Wenji didn't think much of it when she saw Zhang Sui approaching. Instead, she also leaned her knees forward a bit to show off her behind better. That pair of long and slender legs as if they were straight lines. At the moment, under the black wraparound skirt, extraordinarily somewhat tantalizing. The moment he approached Kai Wenji, an evil thought flashed through Zhang Sui's mind. This is the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, a time of chaos. Kai Wenji's father, Kai Yong, are dead. She's been kicked out again by her in-laws, the Wei family, and has nowhere else to go. He himself is now considered a minor metropolitan. Not too bad looking. Zhang Sui came behind Kai Wenji, his eyes burning a bit. He reached over with his hand. Kai Wenji had obviously noticed Zhang Sui's difference as well. She was no longer one of those little girls who didn't know what was going on in the world. When I first wandered with my father in the Wu lands, there were just a number of dukes from big families looking at her strangely, though she wasn't exactly dumpy. However, she was also aware that she had a small presence, and a little bit of talent. It's not surprising that it attracts men. It was after arriving in Yecheng from Hedong that a number of people inquired about her. It was only when they found out who she was that they thought she was a kinky husband and left. At this moment, looking at Zhang Sui's hand reaching out, Kai Wenhua subconsciously pulled away from Zhang Sui and look away. Zhang Sui watched Kai Wenji's movements before he snapped out of it. Zhang Sui's face was a bit embarrassed, and he busied himself by saying, it's quite nice, really, whether it's the front or the back. It's a great way to show off your figure and beauty as a woman, like a very accomplished female doctor. Pointing to the doorway, Zhang Sui busily said, the maid should have already made delicious food. I'll go down first. I'm really a little hungry, so I'll leave you to it. You don't have to be too busy. It's quite nice to be able to do it, and it's fine if you don't. After saying that, he left at a fast pace. If he didn't leave, in this atmosphere of a lone man and woman, Zhang Sui really suspected that he would use force. Zhang Sui secretly wiped a cold sweat from his forehead as he left. He had known before that he was no good. The only reason I was able to be an innocent virgin before I crossed over was because I was too poor. and don't dare break the law leading to it. Now that he has a little bit of status, he feels like he's about to let himself go. Surprisingly, I've thought about using strong on Kai Wen-ji. If I were to cross over to Cao Cao, Zhang Sui simply couldn't dare to imagine. I'm afraid I'll really go even further than Cao Cao. What Mrs. Bien, Mrs. Ding, Douchan, Mrs. Du, Zhou, Dachia, Xiaoqiao and so on. I guess I will recruit all of them myself. Let's just say, I'm glad I didn't cross over into Cao Cao. Otherwise, one's reputation left in the history books could be even worse. Nowadays it's a mediocre little guy, slightly colored, and no one cares. Kai Wen-ji watched as Zhang Sui thumped down the stairs, and only then did her tense heart and mind loosen up a bit, looking down at her own bare, slender thighs under her black wraparound skirt. Kai Wen-ji blushed. Shame on yourself. Alone. I can't believe he's wearing such a dress and letting him look at it. Luckily he still has some restraint. Otherwise, with a different man just now, he might have been spoiled himself. Spoiled? Kai Wen-ji smiled to herself at the thought of the word. In her present status? Fatherless and motherless, and having left her in-laws, people need to spoil themselves? Kai Wen-ji exhaled a long breath and slowly pulled off her hip-hugging skirt. Folded to one side of the board. Afterward, the white shirt was removed. The small, white, jade-like arm of her left hand was held in front of her chest. Kai Wen-ji picked up the clothes she had changed out of earlier and was about to put them on. Eventually, she froze, overlooking his slim body glowing hazily in the dim firelight. Kai Wen-ji's face was all pale. He said that his master had divined for himself that once he left this Yecheng, then they would be taken captive by the Hoosiers and forced to follow them for 10 years or so, along with their children. Kai Wen-ji's body shivered at the thought of this delicate body of hers being violated by a human. She'd rather die if she's going to end up in the hands of the Hoosiers. With Zhang Sui's burning gaze just now floating in her mind, Kai Wen-ji bit her red lip. An absurd thought came to mind. But soon, she shook her head and forced herself to calm down. As a lady of the house, her father's daughter, how could she do that sort of thing herself? Absolutely not. Zhang Sui went downstairs and went straight to the kitchen. The two maids had already made a big bowl of soup cake and were cooking greens. Zhang Sui stayed in the kitchen for a while, waiting for the green vegetables to be ready. But she saw the two maids glancing at themselves out of the corner of their eyes every now and then. A smile spread across Zhang Sui's mouth. Nowadays, I'm a young man myself. It's not uncommon to be able to attract maids. This would have been so much better before traveling. Why have you been single for so many years? But now, well, I don't need it myself. Not hungry enough for that. Thinking of maids, Zhang Sui thought of Han Yu. Though the lady was promised marriage before, she has not yet been married. But if we let Han Yu come over now, will the two of them be able to do that? Thinking of this, Zhang Sui got a bit apoplectic. Gotta write to the missus. Tell the lady to find a way to send Han Yu over. And, also, you must tell your wife that you have a house and servants in Yecheng. It would be best if the missus could come over. However, this is highly unlikely. The Jin family's base is in Wuji County. Madam has been away from Wuji County for too long, and the current Jin family is estimated to be difficult enough, because the second son, Yen Yen, can't support that family. The second young lady, Jun Mi, is also not capable enough at the moment. Thinking of holding Madam the morning before she left, and Madam's bewildering scene of, Zhang Sui was quite disappointed. It looks like if you want to have a normal married life with Madam, you either have to help the Jin family rise to power, either he builds his own career and is able to cover the Jin family with his own identity. Well, one still has to work at it. When the green vegetables were cooked, Zhang Sui signaled the two maids to go and rest. He himself left with a soup cake and greens. But I saw two maids walking in step. Kai Wen-ji also came down from the second floor at this time and walked to the stairway. Seeing that the two maids were actually following him, Zhang Sui stopped in his tracks and asked, "Something wrong?" One of the maids lowered her head, her chin to her collar, and said in a trembling voice, Shall we warm the householder's feet? It's a cold day, and our bodies are hot." Zhang Sui. The other maid caught Zhang Sui's line of sight. Her small face also swelled red, and she busily lowered her head and, not daring to look at Zhang Sui laughed rampantly in his heart. For the first time since he traveled, he felt so good. Being a man is cool. The two maids are going to be ood and odd today as long as they want. But in the end, he refused. The two maids were too sparse looking compared to Madam and Han Yu. There was no choice before. It's natural to be picky now that you have something to choose from. Besides, he's at least a minor metropolitan now, and he's hungry for more. It would be a bit of a step down. Zhang Sui said, "No, you guys hurry up and go rest." End of chapter. Kai Wen-ji stood on the second floor stairs, listening to the conversation between Zhang Sui and the two maids. Her heart fluctuated very slightly. Just now, he was all turned on himself, but he was able to hold back in the face of the two young maids at home. It's really not easy. She had been to the homes of quite a few great families when she was wandering in the Wudi before. Know a lot about the family. How many maids from those big families haven't been spoiled? And, not just being trashed by the head of the house, but also by those males in the mansion. Father and son take turns spoiling. These maids carry this fate and their status remains the same. A slightly more conscientious family might even give her a very low status that, slightly above the status of a maid. But most families, they have no conscience. Once the maids are pregnant, they are forced to abort the child. This man, on the other hand, is able to discipline himself, and from that point of view, is so much better than those people. The two maids could only bid farewell and return to their own quarters when they saw how decisively Zhang Sui refused. Zhang Sui was about to pass through the hall of the second house and head to the third house with his rice bowl. After eating there, he had extra practice. Just as he entered the hall, he saw Kai Wenji standing on the stairs. The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Sui's face was a bit embarrassed. She must have understood what she was thinking just now when she tried to force herself on her, and now she was letting her hear the conversation between herself and the two maids. I wonder what I'd become in her mind. Maybe, she'll sense danger tomorrow and go away. Really, there's nothing one can do about it. After all, he did act a little too colorful just now. In his place, he might have left too. Risk aversion. Zhang Sui didn't respond to Kai Wenji and left quickly to the third hall. Finished the souvlaki and greens. From the room, he took out plain paper and an inkstone, and then picked up a twig to make a pencil. Zhang Sui did not immediately start writing to Mrs. Alone for a while, and when he had finished digesting, he stripped off his shirt and started practicing extra hard in the outside compound. Seeing that Zhang Sui ignored her, Kai Wenji also returned to the third floor of the second house, his own room, and stood at the window overlooking Zhang Sui's direction. Still can't see much. It's too dark. However, the sound of Zhang Suiwu moving his lance could still be heard, and there were big gasps. The way Zhang Sui had extended his hand toward him earlier with a burning gaze came to mind, and then he thought about what he had seen the day before with Zhang Sui's naked upper body. Sweat continued to flow down Zhang Sui's body. Kai Wenji took several deep breaths, still gathering her courage, and removed the sheepskin filled with hot water from the quilt on your own bed. That's right, he himself was just there to bring him foot-warming sheepskins. He trusted himself that much. Feed in-house yourself, and make yourself a housekeeper. I don't mind that I'm a kinky person at all. How can one be indifferent? What's the difference between that and a white wolf? Kai Wenji made a good decision, and only then did she quickly go down with the sheepskin in her arms, all the way down the stairs to Zhang Sui. Sure enough, he saw Zhang Sui with his naked upper body, wielding his lance in the icy night wind. The light from the hall spilled over, not particularly clear. However, the muscles of Zhang Sui's upper body could also be seen. It's very sturdy. At this moment, although the night wind was cold, you could still see sweat rolling down. Kai Wenji stood to one side, looking a little lost in thought. Zhang Sui was practicing seriously, and the surrounding light was not very clear. He hadn't really noticed Kai Wenji's appearance at once, until a stabbing shot, close enough to Kai Wenji to send her staggering backward a step in fear. It was only then that Zhang Sui noticed. Zhang Sui hurriedly stopped practicing and quickly greeted him. What are you doing here? It didn't hurt you, did it? Kai Wenji stopped in her tracks and blushed a little, handing over the sheepskin in her hand and stuffing it into Zhang Sui's hand. Kai Wenji then quickly left. Zhang Sui looked at the sheepskin in his hand and then at Kai Wenji, looking rather suspicious. What do you mean? There are so many sheepskin ones in the house? She hadn't taken the sheepskin she'd sent over yesterday, herself. However, Zhang Sui didn't care that much. Putting the sheepskin under the quilt in his room's bed, Zhang Sui continued to practice extra hard. After practicing extra hard, Zhang Sui dried his body's sweat, took a shower, dried himself, and sat down on his knees in front of the desk table. Started writing letters to Mrs. It's been half a year since the crossing. He doesn't write much really. The reason is also simple. He could recognize the vast majority of numbers at the end of the Han Dynasty, but couldn't write much. For one thing, he played with computers so much before crossing over that he was more of a tapper than a writer. So much so that I forgot how to write some of the words. Secondly, although there were simplified Chinese characters at the end of the Han Dynasty, there were not many of them, and most of them were still traditional characters. After writing in front of Madame and second Miss Shinmi before, the two of them did not recognize many words. Looks like I need to add some culture myself. And now, apparently, it's too late. However, it was not difficult to defeat Zhang Sui. Graphically, he can still do it. Zhang Sui immediately drew on the paper. It begins with a simplified image of a woman, with the word Mrs. next to the logo as a greeting. I miss you. Zhang Sui drew a simplified man holding a simplified woman, with the logo I miss you next to it. I have a house in Yecheng. Zhang Sui then draws a small house with a man and a woman walking and holding hands. Next to the logo, I got a house. You move in here. Zhang Sui then draws a bed with a simplified man holding a simplified woman. Next to the logo, you move in and sleep together. Send Hong Yu over. Zhang Sui then draws a horse-drawn carriage, and another simplified woman climbs onto it. Next to the logo, send Red Jade over here. Climbing on the carriage of the simplified woman, Zhang Sui deliberately wrote the word red. This red character, however, is in traditional Chinese. The traditional Chinese character for red, Zhang Sui, can still write it. Finally, Zhang Sui added, I like you, ma'am. This sentence was followed by Zhang Sui's drawing of the man picking the woman up and drawing of a woman's thighs hanging from a man's waist. After writing the letter, Zhang Sui blew out the ink and wrote Zhang Sui. Folding the letter, Zhang Sui then went to bed contentedly. The next day was still young, and when Zhang Sui got up, Kai Wenji had already commanded the maid to make breakfast. Zhang Sui finished eating and asked Kai Wenji to help him deliver the letter to the post station and send it to Wuji County to Madam. He himself spurred his horse straight to his quarters outside the city. Training will officially begin today. The first lesson of training today was about feeding the war horses. After feeding the horses, there was all kinds of mounting and dismounting, as well as horseback riding and archery. While Zhang Sui was busy training, Kai Wenji took 2 male subordinates and 2 mates to the bazaar to purchase some dishes and more cloth. The outfit she made yesterday, white shirt plus black wrap skirt. It has proven to be very seductive and able to attract men. She's going to make more and sell them for a profit. Afterward, she went to the post station to help Zhang Sui mail the letter. Out of the stagecoach, just about to return to his lodgings, a surprised female voice sounded behind her. Sister Zhao Ji. What a coincidence. End of chapter. Kai Wenji stopped in her tracks and turned back in confusion. But behind her, she saw a dozen strong men clustered around a carriage, and at the door of the carriage, a man in a long green dress. The veiled maiden was about to come down. Kai Wenji's complexion perked up and she busily greeted him. The 2 women shook each other's hands, both a little excited. Ying, Sister Zhao Ji. It turned out that the young girl was called Wu Ying, a friend of Kai Wenji. 3 years ago, Kai Wenji's father, Kai Yong, was persecuted by Situ Wang Yun and died of illness in prison. Many officials pitied Kai Yong's suffering. One of them sent an escort to bring Kai Wenji from the Wu land to Chang'an to collect the bones of Kai Yong, and buried. At that time, Kai Wenji had not yet married and had nowhere to live. Wu Ying's uncle, Wu Kuang, offered to let Kai Wenji stay at his house, with his niece. That is, Wu Ying lives together. The 2 were of similar age. It's kind of another type of avoidance of suspicion. The 2 women thus bonded. Last year, Kai Wenji had a falling out with her in-laws, the Wei family, over the matter of her husband raping. Having heard the news in Chang'an, Wu Ying had her escort send her to Hedong to find Kai Wenji. Personally sent some money funds. Only then did Kai Wenji have the courage to break with the Wei family and go north to Yecheng. Kai Wenji wants to see if she can support herself in Yecheng. If she could not, she traveled south to Chang'an, met with Wu Ying one last time, and then rushed to Taishan County. Delegate to your own sister. However, he did not expect to meet Wu Ying in Yecheng. Wu Ying surveyed Kai Wenji up and down, quite a bit cheered. Sister Zhao Ji, you found something to do? A touch of unnaturalness crossed Kai Wenji's pretty face as she said, if you're fine, go to my place first and I'll make you some dinner. Wu Ying hurriedly nodded her head and said, yes, next time, we might not even see each other. Kai Wenji was curious. Where are you going? Wu Ying followed Kai Wenji while holding her arm, while saying, I'm going to Ezhou. Kai Wenji, that place in Ezhou, so barren and the roads are impassable. Wu Ying said, if I go, I'm sure I can pass. Didn't I tell you before? My elder brother has followed the Ezhou pastor to Ezhou. It is now thoroughly settled there. He wrote some time ago and asked me to follow my uncle there. Now he serves as a lieutenant general under the tent of the Ezhou pastor, and is quite highly utilized. The Ezhou pastor has also offered my brother a letter of engagement to marry the youngest son of Ezhou. Brother promised. So, I came to Yecheng this time to see if I could run into you, and to buy some things, then go over there. Hanzhong cuts the road between Ezhou and Chang'an though. However, Hanzhong County Governor Zhang Lu is on good terms with the minister of Ezhou. My elder brother said that the Ezhou pastor has already made a deal with Zhang Lu, so I can bring my men there. Kai Wenji said with some envy, that's the youngest son of Ezhou Mu. Your older brother is quite looking out for you. Wu Ying bristled. Who knows? I haven't even met that man of mine. The 2 of them traveled all the way to Zhang Sui's residence. Wu Ying let out anew and said, it's quite grand. In Yecheng, whose family could have such a large mansion? Is this? Kai Wenji asked the subordinates of the residence to take Wu Ying's subordinates to rest. He also asked the maid to prepare some sumptuous meals, before pulling Wu Ying into the house and said, the owner of this mansion is called Zhang Sui. It's a disciple of one of my father's friends in the Wu lands. He's out of town now as a cavalryman. A minor commander. I'm not at home during the day. I come back in the evening after training. He said I didn't have a place to stay, so he let me stay here and work for him as a housekeeper. Wu Ying wondered, it's a bad old man? Kai Wenji shook her head, her face a little scarlet as she said, no, it's the same age as us. Wu Ying exclaimed, to be the size of us and have such a large mansion? Or in Yechang? Little caption, like he can manage 500 men, or cavalry. Young heroes, this is. Raising an eyebrow towards Kai Wenji, Wu Ying smiled in a rather Thai manner and said, Sister Zhao Ji, have you guys been that dash? Kai Wenji glared at Wu Ying without any good humor and said, how can that be? The scene of Zhang Sui's burning gaze last night came to mind. Kai Wenji's ears flushed a little and said, he's not just a martial artist, his mind is quite delicate. Taking Wu Ying to the third floor, she brought over the white shirt and the black wraparound skirt. Kai Wenji laughed. This set of clothes, he drew out the drawings and then I made them. I even wore it yesterday after I was done. Kinda attracts men. A teasing look appeared on Wu Ying's face. You wore it for him? He was satisfied? He's not even here with Sister Ziohe you that. Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. Kai Wenji spat and said angrily, you can't get away from that in 3 sentences, can you? I'm a woman at least. I haven't known him for a few days. How could I possibly do that? Wu Ying took off his coat and took the white shirt from Kai Wenji. Putting it on with Kai Wenji's help, she was ready to change into her black wrap dress again. Kai Wenji said, take off your profanity pants. This wraparound skirt, you can't wear profanity pants inside of it, or it won't look good. Wu Ying skeptically removes her blasphemous pants and replaces them with a wraparound skirt. Touching her butt, Wu Ying blushed a little red and said, my butt is a little big and it feels too tight. Kai Wenji circled around Wu Ying and laughed. It's not tight, it feels just right. I can't see the back when I put it on myself. You wore it before you realized that the dress. Kai Wenji's snow-white neck was crawling with redness as she said, this dress that. It's really proper for women to wear to attract men. Caressing Wu Ying's full and slender thighs, Kai Wenji said, I don't know how he came up with this half-covering. Ying, you're making my heart flutter. When Wu Ying heard Kai Wenji say this, she hid her mouth and laughed. It was a while before she paused and said, this is someone I'd like to meet. If I wasn't leaving today, let's see what kind of a man he is, to have such an ingenious mind. Sister Zhao Ji, he can paint this for you and watch you wear it. That is definitely on to you. A great beauty. A great talent like Sister Zhao Ji, if the Wei family doesn't cherish it, there are plenty of people who do. Hurry up and get it over with. Isn't it true that you'll have an in-law from now on? Kai Wenji sighed when she heard Wu Ying say that. Wu Ying took off her clothes reluctantly while saying, what are you sighing for, Sister Zhao Ji? Kai Wenji said, I'm a little mindful. I, too, can see that he has a bit of a heart, but I've only just broken away from the Wei family. People say I'm a kleptomaniac again and everyone stays away from me. Wu Ying said with a speechless face, Sister Zhao Ji, you're like this, and you're still this entangled? You're in a position where it could be worse? The fact that he's taking you in and still letting you live there already shows that he doesn't care about that. If I were you, I'd all just get naked and stand in front of him. If you don't pester him, there are plenty of women to pester him. He's so young and so capable. How many eyes are watching? End of chapter. Kai Wenji was also a bit hesitant when she heard Wu Ying say that. She felt that Wu Ying had a point. Last night, both maids offered Zhang Sui to warm their feet. Zhang Sui is young. The 2 maids were also young. It's a foot warmer. Warming up isn't that what it's all about? Moreover, third Miss Yuan Mi came looking for it earlier. Under normal circumstances, what kind of person is third Miss Yuan Mi? How is it possible to find a small metropolitan like Zhang Sui? Wu Ying saw Kai Wenji's hesitation and advised, Sister Zhao Ji, you don't have any relatives now. What else do you have to worry about? This man, at any rate, you fancy yourself, don't you? And there is a future. Look at me with this. I have no idea what he looks like. I'll take it all. You're better than me, right? When Kai Wenji heard Wu Ying say that, she laughed. How could it be better than you? You're not even out of the house yet. I'm already from the Kirchers. Wu Ying held Kai Wenji's waistband with both hands from behind and laughed. Victor couple people? If others don't know, we don't know. It's because I'm not a man. I'll just eat Sister Ziohe. Why don't Sister Zhao Ji and I share a husband? And you come with me? Kai Wenji gently slapped the back of Wu Ying's hand and said in a bad mood, nonsense. Wu Ying guffawed and said, I really can't leave and want to see how this man looks. Unfortunately, the elder brother's side won't agree. A letter from my elder brother says that the Ijo pastor is seriously ill, and asks me to hurry over and consummate the marriage with the youngest son of the house, so that we can give the Ijo pastor a flush and see if he can get better. When Kai Wenji heard Wu Ying say this, she furrowed her eyebrows and said, in case you can't flush out the joy, when the time comes, They blamed it on you? Only then did Wu Ying release his hold on Kai Wenji's waistband and said, I don't think so. I'm not like you. Sister Zhao Ji, my elder brother is now a Zhenglong general, and was the first to follow the Izhou pastor in the pacification of Izhou. It counts as a favor from the dragon. Regardless of whether something will happen to the Izhou pastor, the Izhou pastor's son will not dare to neglect my elder brother. The only thing I'm not sure about is my future husband. I've asked around, and I've been told that the health isn't great either. Now get the healer to prescribe that 5-stone powder. Kai Wenji looked at Wu Ying in shock. Just wanted to say something, but she saw Wu Ying laugh. Sister Zhao Ji doesn't need to persuade me. Big deal. I'll just be widowed. We women of the worldly families. Growing up, I had a better life than anyone else. There are some things that are natural to take on as well. That's life. Pulling up Kai Wenji's small hand, Wu Ying laughed. Rather, it's you, Sister Zhao Ji, who should seize the opportunity. You climb into his bed now, and he's still a little metropole who will cherish you. When he builds a career in the future, and becomes a county governor sitting on one side, or even a general, and you want to climb again, what will he think of you? At that point, what's the difference between you and any other woman who wants to climb into his bed? Wealthy people don't forget their chaff wives. The sooner you are with him, the more important your place in his heart will be. Everything before it's too late. Sister Ziohe, you have this condition, but don't waste away. With that, Wu Ying smiled and picked up the white shirt and black wraparound skirt, saying, Sister Ziohe, can you send me? Pouting, Wu Ying shook Kai Wenji's hand and pleaded, I can't even find a few good-looking dresses. I'm rushing to Izhou to marry someone, all for the first time. In case my future husband doesn't like me, I always have to take the initiative, don't I? I'm definitely a proper wife. If a proper wife can't hold her own husband, then are you waiting for other women to push me down? When Kai Wenji heard Wu Ying say that, she laughed and said, Here, whatever you want. I'll give it all. Wu Ying let out a laugh and said, I didn't think that. This time I came to take my chances, and I really didn't make a mistake. Kai Wenji helped Wu Ying wrap up her white shirt and black wraparound skirt. Only then did he take Wu Ying downstairs to hang out. The maid fixed the meal. Kai Wenji and Wu Ying then began to eat and drank Dukan wine. Wu Ying picked up the wine and took a small sip, saying, Sister Zhao Ji, look how considerate he is. This Dukan wine, I can't believe I still have it ready for you. Like my elder brother. He used to forbid me to drink when he was in Chang'an. Every time I tried to drink it, he said that women, especially our kind, have to remain demure and soothing. It's easy to get drunk and lose your bearings. Kai Wenji's heart was quite touched when she heard Wu Ying say this. That's it. This Zhang Sui, from all sides, took care of himself quite well, though the two hadn't known each other long. Accompanying Wu Ying to eat and drink before Kai Wenji sent Wu Ying to the carriage, the two fell into tears as they hugged at the side of the wagon. In this day and age, once a woman marries, she has no freedom but to follow her in-laws. The vast majority of former playmates and relatives had to be disconnected. Wu Ying cried with pearly rain and said, Sister Zhao Ji, the next time we meet, it may only be in the next life. I can't help you even more once I'm gone. You don't have any family, so you must take advantage of the opportunity. Otherwise, it hurts me to think of you being displaced alone. Now that the world is in chaos and starving, what can you, a woman, do, if you don't take the initiative now? What will you do then if you get trashed by someone else in the future? Kai Wenji wiped her tears while holding Wu Ying's small hand. The two of them cried for a while longer before Wu Ying reluctantly got into the carriages. A dozen strong men flanked the carriage as it left. Wu Ying sat in the carriages and kept waving towards Kai Wenji through the window. Kai Wenji was mortared in place and kept watching the carriage leave. The only two relatives she had in this world, Wu Ying and her sister. Now, Wu Ying is gone. That leaves the sister. But her sister was sent by her own hand to the Yang family, a great family in Taishan County. It's not good for a woman to marry into a big family, especially if she's newly married. Gotta simmer. She didn't want to go to her sister until she had to. This will only cause trouble for my sister. Kai Wenji watched as the carriage disappeared from sight before she let out a long sigh and returned to the house. With Wu Ying's sentence from earlier floating in her mind, Kai Wenji rushed to the cutting room and, with a slight hesitation, still, I picked up my needle and thread and made quick work of the fabric I had bought. Yesterday I made a white blouse and a black wraparound skirt, because it was my first time and I had to look at drawings. Movements are a little slow. Now for the second time, drawings and various processes, all in your head. She moved much faster making those two dresses up again. While making it, her mind was guessing Zhang Sui's reaction. A blush quickly crept up her pretty face and neck, especially at the thought that Zhang Sui might be a bit of a monkey wrench. Kai Wenji hissed. The sewing needle pricked his finger. Kai Wenji sighed as she watched blood bubble out of the knuckles of her fingers. It always felt like I was teeing it up a bit too much, and too calculating. She hates it. I wonder if it will bore him. What if he gets bored? Kaiwenji took several deep breaths to suppress her inner irritation. We'll go when it's time. What else? Just where can one go in this big world? End of chapter. While Kai was cutting down fabric to make a white blouse and a black wraparound skirt, Zhang Sui conducted the last program of the day's training in the barracks, archery on horseback. After training, it was not yet evening. Due to Yan Liang did not continue. He had the heavy cavalry feed the horses and develop a bond. Zhang Sui named his 3 war horses as well. The main war horse is called Goku. The white paraplegic horse is called 8 Rings. The brown sidekick horse is called Sandy Monk. At that moment, Zhang Sui was humming a little song while using scissors to cut Goku's mane. This was something Zhang Sui had only learned since joining the cavalry, to trim manes and tails from time to time. If spaced out too long, the mane is too long and tends to cover the eyes and interfere with vision. This affects running speed. For the moment, Zhang Sui hadn't thought about bringing up the horseshoe. For one thing, after the last 2 days with the cavalry, he understood that cavalry combat that, more often than not, it relies on more than 1 or 2 tech items. Secondly, according to history, Yuan Shao was so strong that he could win without using horseshoes. The third coming, and the one he was most worried about. Historically, Yuan Shao changes after taking down Gongsun Zan. All decisions are made. By then, Yuan Shao will be sick and die. Tian Feng will be driven to suicide by him. Zhang He and Gao Yuan will stay away from him. At that time, whether he would still stay on his side, Zhang Sui could not be sure. Zhang Sui had no loyalty to anyone in his heart. He wouldn't be able to die for a friend. He had only one thing on his mind, to live himself plus and take his family with him. At that point, the horseshoe could potentially be his pitch. A brainstorm to hand things over now, and when the time comes that they need to be used, it's the death of yourself. Just as Zhang Sui was cutting Goku's mane in earnest, a soldier darted over and said, "Little Commander Zhang, the governor has asked all little commanders and great commanders to go to the handsome tent, and before returning to the city today, he has something urgent he wants everyone to discuss." Zhang Sui greeted Huang Han, who was feeding grain to the war horses next door, and said, "Help me finish cutting I'll write to you when I get back in the evening and ask the butler to inquire about your mother's whereabouts." Huang Han was busy saying, okay. Zhang Sui rushed to the marquee. When he arrived, Yan Liang was holding a bamboo basket and distributing fruits for people to eat. It's pears, general pear to be exact, none of it's cheap. Zhang Sui had seen it in the bazaar during the previous 3 dynasties. Yan Liang shoved 2 pears into Zhang Sui's hand and laughed. "I'm happy today. The concubine is pregnant, so let's all be happy together." Zhang Sui was busy expressing his joy. Yan Liang looked at Zhang Sui and asked, "Bo Qing, have you taken a wife yet?" Zhang Sui laughed sardonically. "There is a woman, but there is no marriage." Yan Good wondered, "Why don't you get married?" Suddenly, as if he understood something, he laughed obscenely. "It couldn't be a concubine of any family, could it? That's not good. Boy, you're so young to be screwing someone else's concubine? What do you want? I'll get it for you." Zhang Sui. He was somewhat speechless. He didn't know why Yan Liang would think on this matter. Su Yu, the second great commander, looked at Zhang Sui oddly and said, "Bo Cheng likes other people's concubines? In that case, my daughter just reached maturity this year. Marry my daughter first, if you like. Then I'll send you a concubine of my family named Zhang along with it. That concubine is good in bed. It's just that it's been 2 years since I played with it, and it hasn't laid an egg yet." Zhang Sui. Seeing the serious look on the face of the second great commander Su Yu, Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and said, No. It's not that I like other people's concubines. I'm just too busy building my career right now to have time." As he nibbled on a pear, Traction said, "Bo Qing came out of the Jin family, right? I've heard that the Jin family's madam and second young miss are both women of national beauty, of which the second young lady, it seems, has reached maturity long ago. Earlier it was rumored that both the Grand Duke and the Second Duke wanted to propose marriage. Then it was delayed because of Koji. Zhang Sui busily said, "All the names have owners. Don't pry. The lady is on her own. These old colorful sticks, you can't let them get the wrong idea." Drawing strokes froze and said, "Although the Jin family has declined, their ancestors were incredibly generous. How come there's no movement when Mrs. Yen was taken down?" Everyone else looked over. Yan Liang narrowed his eyes and said, "I wonder how the second Miss Jin family compares to Mrs. Lu." Zhang Sui. Sure enough, women are a constant topic for men. Zhang Sui changed the topic and said, "Not to mention this, didn't you say that you're looking for us to come over for something urgent?" Do. Only then did the crowd look at Yan Liang. Yan Liang placed the bamboo basket with the pears on the case table and said, "Yes, this general training of the cavalry is in my hands, but, privately, you yourselves, as metropolitans large and small, are in control. In the future, when you go into battle, you will follow me overall, but in localized battles, you will be in control. Go back to yourselves in the next few days and think about how you should control yourselves. And when you fight, it is only then that your people will follow you without error. Taking a dozen scrolls, one for each of them, from the case table, Yan Liang said, "This is what I have written for you as a reference, following the training style of the Western Liang cavalry. This time, the Lord has expended tremendous financial and material resources to form this cavalry of ours. If it's just the same as the Shiliang cavalry, then we'll be doing a disservice to our Lord. Know what I mean?" The crowd nodded. Yan Liang looked at Grand Commander Suyu and said, "Then today, you have Grand Commander Su to guard the camp, and the others, all disperse and go back to your women." Zhang Sui bid farewell to the crowd before returning to his 3 warhorses. Shoving a pair into Huang Han's mouth, Zhang Sui rode the sand monk toward the city. Instead of going straight back to his lodgings, Zhang Sui found the stagecoach and he asked the post official to write a letter for himself and send it to the housekeeper of the Wujijin family, asking the housekeeper to help find Huang Han's mother. If found, just send it to Yecheng. The post official wrote and made a note, and only then did Zhang Sui steer his horse back to his lodgings. It's still early in the day. Zhang Sui handed the sand monk to the male servant of the residence, while he prepared to go to the 3rd house. Prepare to take a good look at the contents of the scroll given by Yan Liang. Also, the scarecrows that 3rd Miss Yuan Me asked for earlier. It's still early in the day, so we need to start making them as well. Just after passing through the hall of the 2nd house, he saw Kai Wenji coming down the stairs with quick steps. Zhang Sui asked, "Something urgent? Watch your step." After saying that, he was going to continue to leave, but she saw Kai Wenji blush and say, "Can you come here for a second?" Zhang Sui, "Dare I say it's for myself? Could it be for the drawings for the new dress?" Zhang Sui's mind suddenly thought of several other kinds of clothes. The cheongsam, which I've worn before for the missus, is very seductive. Painting for Kai Wenji today too? She was thinner than the lady, a figure that would probably work better in a cheongsam. Also, various maid outfits, aprons. Think of all those little movies I used to watch where the heroine was cooking with her apron around her. Scene of the male protagonist approaching. Zhang Sui fantasized in his mind that Madame was wearing those clothes. Zhang Sui couldn't help but hiss, "It's unimaginable. Don't be too happy." If this worked, he felt like he was going to be drained by the lady. End of chapter. The two made it all the way to the cutting room on the 2nd floor. Kai Wenji picked up the white shirt and black wraparound skirt that were folded on the board. Blushing a little, she said, "You like this kind of dress?" Zhang Sui, "What does that mean? Didn't she wear it yesterday? Besides, she should have known she had a small mind." Nevertheless, Zhang Sui nodded honestly and said, "It's like that." Kai Wenji then dropped her clothes and stood at the window. Looking outside, he said, "I have a friend today who came from Chang'an specifically to find me." Zhang Sui, "Where is everyone?" Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui and said, "She went back. Her brother married her off to Izhou. Said he went to give a flush. The point is, she hasn't met her future husband either. I only know that his health is not good either, and now he relies on the medical workers to prescribe 5-stone powder to hang on every day." Zhang Sui, 5-stone powder? Isn't that crazy? This stuff is not good. During the Wei, Jin, and North-South dynasties, those sons of the family, they liked to smoke this. None of it ended well. He'd read something once. He didn't know if it was wildly rumored or true. Wei Jia is also said to be a sucker for 5-stone powder. There's also Li Tai, the son of the 2nd Phoenix Li Shimen, who also smokes this stuff. 5-stone powder does have a healing effect, but the side effects are even scarier. Zhang Sui honestly said, "Then your friend won't be having much of a good time. I talk hard and may lose my husband early. One needs to hang on to life by taking 5-stone powder all year round. 5-stone powder is a bit of a cure, but not much. And what's even scarier about this stuff isn't the healing effect, it's the addiction. It also damages the body." Kai Wenji lamented, "My friend knows it too, but she can't do anything about it. She herself accepts this outcome. She comes from a famous family in Chang'an, and under the pomp and circumstance, she may yet be complete. But today is a time of chaos. Even the great families of the world have to ride the waves sometimes. Her brother is being used heavily under someone else's hand, and she's marrying into the. It also preserves her brother's career. With his brother around, it's not like the other side is going to put her to death. Just like me." Zhang Sui was silent in response. "Not really, exactly. The problem is that in this day and age, almost all women, in addition to acting as good housekeepers and teaching their children, there would be no other ability." This was the reason why he couldn't read any female ancient language crossover novels when he saw them before he crossed over. In the ancient times of this land, a modern man crosses over and wants to house fight? What's on your mind? Out of no good. And a woman, destined to be pawns at the mercy of others. And jumpy? Probably couldn't even be a maid. And climb into men's beds for favor? Kaiwenji is slightly different. At least, her father was too loud in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. So, historically, Cao Cao even ransomed her with heavy money. 4. Even if she had lived 12 years in the Huns, there is still a bit of reputational utility in returning to the court. But not much. Ma'am, that's the exception. It can be said that the Jin family is blessed to have a madam. If madam is like other women, who only teach their children, the Jin family had been swallowed up to the bone in crumbs a long time ago. Kaiwenji sighed and said, before she left today, she said something to me. She said. Zhang Sui quietly looked at Kaiwenji. After waiting for half a day, I didn't see her say anything further. Just a red face, back against the windowsill, head down, and hands joined at the abdomen, 10 fingers twisted together. Zhang Sui's old face was also a bit unnatural. He guessed what Kaiwenji's friend had said. Her friend was able to accept that kind of sickly fiancé and still go for the punchline. Then her friend is at least a very cognizant woman. In these troubled times, you need to look for this kind of woman. Just looks and nothing else can really get you killed in this environment. Compare that to He Jin's sister, Empress Dowager He, the woman who triggered Cao Cao's human wife attribute. Zhang Sui took several deep breaths before walking towards Kaiwenji. He was a little nervous inside. There's a little bit of a threat in there. Of course, it wasn't him who initiated the threat. Let's just say that it's due to circumstances. But now that the beauty has said this, should he or she be indifferent? If we miss it now, should we wait for her to leave and then repeat history? Kaiwenji's heart beat violently as she watched Zhang Sui step closer. The blush climbed from her neck all the way up to her pretty face and finally even her earlobes. Though it was a decision made by myself, but she still had the urge to run away. For the first time, she felt like a asterisk. If my father knew he was going to seduce a man, I wonder how angry he'll be. Zhang Sui came to Kaiwenji's body, looking at Kaiwenji's entire face reddening to the point of exuding burning heat, but instead of moving her feet, she kept her head down in a let it all happen kind of way. Zhang Sui suppressed his inner restlessness and took hold of her small, twisted hands, pressed her right up against the windowsill and kissed her. Kaiwenji buried her head at Zhang Sui's neck and said in a trembling voice, I hope that you will have mercy and be gentle. I haven't. Kaiwenji didn't say anything further. It was the kind of thing that she felt she couldn't say how to say. Zhang Sui kissed her red lips and retreated the blasphemous pants directly under her long skirt. 10,000 words omitted. After some stormy love, Zhang Sui looked at Kaiwenji and was a bit lost in thought. This Kaiwenji, it's really the first time. Looking at Kaiwenji's left snow-white arm covering her eyes and her head full of hair. In a voice as low as a gnat's, he said, it's a little cold. Zhang Sui then snapped back to his senses. Quickly putting on his clothes, Zhang Sui closed the window and, wrapping Kaiwenji, who was still lying on the boardwalk, with his clothes, he then quickly went downstairs, straight to his room, and placed her under the covers. Watching Kaiwenji shrink under the covers, and covering her eyes with her arm, Zhang Sui scratched his head and said, I'll go find you some clothes. Only then did Kaiwenji move her arm that was covering her eyes and said, you, come over here under they. I have something to say to you. Zhang Sui walked over suspiciously. Kaiwenji hadn't even opened her mouth. Zhang Sui could only put his ear to it. Kaiwenji wrapped her arms around his neck and said, I won't compete for favor, so don't drive me away. Don't think I'm a kleptomaniac. I don't eat for nothing. You draw those clothes, I'll make them for you, even if it's the kind you like and can only wear for your eyes. I'm okay with that. After saying that, she loosened her arms around Zhang Sui's neck, and her entire body burrowed inside the quilt. Zhang Sui looked at the ball under the quilt. His heart was quite complicated. She said these words, it's really low to the ground. Zhang Sui wrapped Kaiwenji in his arms through the quilt and softly said, I won't drive you away. This is your home. Even if we fall out later, I'm not in a position to kick you out. Those clothes, you can make them if you want to, and if you don't want to then you don't. Kaiwenji didn't get out from under the covers. Zhang Sui only heard her cries coming out from under the covers. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at Kaiwenji shrinking under the quilt, listened to her suppressing her voice and crying, hesitated slightly and, still stripped, he darted under the covers and wrapped her in his arms. Having already experienced it once, he wasn't as embarrassed as he was before. Kaiwenji was wrapped in his arms and didn't struggle, but pressed her face against her chest and continued to cry. After crying for a while, she sniffled and said, it's getting late, I'm going to make dinner. Zhang Sui, however, held onto her and wouldn't let go. Kaiwenji struggled a few times and didn't let go before saying, I'll go cook. Zhang Sui whispered in her ear, I haven't had enough. Kaiwenji turned red and froze under the covers. It was a while before she moved off Zhang Sui and lay beside him. Zhang Sui is busy climbing up, The two were busy for a while longer, watching Kai Wenji lie under the covers, sticking her head out, but with her eyes closed. Under a head full of wet hair, a pretty face was red, and her small mouth was slightly open, emitting a slight breathing sound that, only then did Zhang Sui carefully peck her on her red lips, and carefully got out of the quilt and crawled under the bed couch, quickly putting on his clothes as he did so, while humming a little song. He said, "Sisters sits at the bow of the boat, brothers walks on the shore." Kai Wenji originally had her eyes closed, wanting to take a nap. Hearing Zhang Sui humming in a somewhat odd voice, he opened his eyes and looked over. I asked, "What are you humming? Why does it feel so strange? Since I was a child I have wandered after my father, who raised me as a son and taught me the classics of history, all kinds of music, but I have never heard such a song." Zhang Sui put on his clothes and climbed onto the bed, whispering in her ear, "This is a song sung by the common people of my old country," says the man and woman whose hearts are in the right place. After a man s a woman, the two of them are in love and sing to each other to express their happy feelings. The original redness of Kai Wenji's face was going to dissipate. Seeing Zhang Sui say so at this moment, the blush crept back up, head scrunched under the covers. "You get my clothes and I'll get up and go make dinner." Zhang Sui put his hand under the covers and twisted Kai Wenji. Kai kicks him in the hand. Only then did Zhang Sui take out his hand and smiled. "You go to sleep first. I'll have the maids go cook." "What do I want you to cook? You're my woman. Formerly a housekeeper, now a hostess. Even if the maid isn't here, I can cook, and it's never bad. And, you may not necessarily be as good as me." It was only then that Kai Wenji drilled her head out of the comforter once again and looked at Zhang Sui skeptically. "Men still cook?" Zhang Sui touched her pretty face before he continued to hum a little song and left. Zhang rushed to the third floor of the second building. From Kai Wenji's room, he carried all her things down and brought them all to his room. The 5 maids of the mansion were also people with eyes. Seeing Zhang Sui hurriedly carrying Kai Wenji from the second floor to the third room, they then knew what was happening and went to the kitchen to cook their own food. Cooked a pot of cornbread rice, 2 green vegetables, and a plate of duck. After Zhang Sui and Kai Wenji finished their meal, the two of them strolled around the third courtyard holding hands. After wandering around for a few moments, Zhang Sui stripped off his shirt and continued to add to his training. Kai Wenji, on the other hand, stood and watched. She hadn't dared to be too blatant before. After looking at it for a while, she remembered and went back to her room, pulling out a pen, ink, paper and table. Zhang Sui, who was practicing extra hard, watched her carry the case table with one hand in her left hand, and her extra practicing stopped. This case table, made of solid wood, the weight unit before crossing over, Zhang Sui felt like it was all at least 30 pounds. This Kai Wenji, who looks slender and thin, can carry this case out single-handedly with her left hand, and it was a tour de force. Zhang Sui couldn't help but remember that when he went to find her earlier, she had crushed a chicken with her bare hands, and then the scene where they rip each other's heads off. Zhang Sui thought about when he was a child. In those days, that's how my mom, who was used to doing farm work, killed chickens. But Kai Wenji comparing her strength with her mom who was used to doing farm work as a child, Zhang Sui's eyes fell on Kai Wenji's small, slender, white hands. He swallowed his saliva. Would she twist her dick off if she got mad one day? Kai Wenji set the desk table by the threshold, lit the lamp, and set up the ink, paper, and ink stone. Only then did he look at Zhang Sui and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhang Sui hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, it's nothing." Watching Zhang Sui move his lance, Kai Wenji then knelt down and sat on the supportive heel of a futon. While observing Zhang Sui, he drew. Zhang Sui wasn't in the mood to bother with her either. It's important to add practice first. It's not too late when the extra practice is done. Zhang Sui finished his extra training and gained 0.5 pounds of strength today. Zhang Sui came to Kai Wenji's side and looked at the picture she had drawn. Zhang Sui laughed outright. "Is this yourself? A bare-chested man with a lance is a bit of a likeness, but the bulbous head is still a bit potato-like." This was if the two hadn't just rolled. He would have suspected that Kai Wenji had a so-called white moon. Also, it's ugly as hell. When Kai Wenji saw Zhang Sui laughing, her pretty face burned a little and said, I draw. Even father says it's 60% of his power." Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow and said, "Wait, when I dry my sweat and take a shower, I'll draw it for you." Looking at Kai Wenji's painting, he thought of the historical portrait of He Xiaodong. Obviously people are only in their 20s when they die, but the portrait, painted like a rough hunk of 40 or 50 years old. Kai Wenji heard Zhang Sui say this, and then she let out an "oh." Moved the casework back into the house. Kai Wenji held up a light and went to the cutting room in the second building, retrieved the set of white shirts and black wraparound skirts and placed them on the bed. Zhang Sui dried his sweat and took a shower before picking up his pencil and was about to make ink. Instead, he saw Kai Wenji grinding up on the sidelines. Zhang Sui glanced at Kai Wenji and let out a laugh before he began to draw. This time, however, he was not painting himself. What's the point of painting yourself? Zhang Sui laid Kai Wenji down on the plank, covering her eyes with her left arm. A full head of messy hair was drawn. Kai Wenji stood aside, looking at the painting, her face so red that it was dripping blood. This man, this painting, if this is seen by other people, then one will have no face. Zhang Sui finished his drawing, blew the ink dry, handed it to Kai Wenji, and laughed. See, that's the painting? That painting of yours? I didn't even know it was me. Kai Wenji took the painting and glared at Zhang Sui, saying, so, then draw a picture of what you just did with your martial arts practice. Zhang Sui looked at Kai Wenji beside him, her palm-sized little face flushed like a red apple. Some of them are itchy. It had only been 2 visits, but now the flood of energy in his body was about to spread again. Zhang Sui said, it's getting late. Let's rest first. Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui's unbridled eyes and knew what he was thinking. Kai Wenji's heartbeat was a little messed up. She felt a little weak in the knees. Quickly climbing into bed without removing her outer clothing, Kai Wenji shrunk inside the bed and said, that's fine. Go to bed early. Zhang Sui looked at Kai Wenji dressed like this, scratched his head, and didn't force himself. Anyway, today was also her first time and she came twice. Zhang Sui took off his jacket and lay down under the covers, wrapping his arms around Kai Wenji's waistband from behind and not moving a muscle. Kai Wenji waited for a few moments and saw Zhang Sui snoring lightly, then slowly turned his head and, lying face to face with Zhang Sui, tracing Zhang Sui's face with her eyes, Kai Wenji took off her jacket and, squeezing her body into his arms, she pressed her face against his and closed her eyes. End of chapter. When Zhang Sui woke up with a start, he realized that Kai Wenji in his arms was still sleeping soundly. The whole thing looked like a sleeping kitten. The original tunic she was wearing had been stacked up to the foot of the bed. Looking at Kai Wenji's small face, Zhang Sui carefully moved away from him and got dressed. The maid had already made breakfast. Zhang Sui finished his meal hastily and asked his maid to keep Kai Wenji's breakfast warm in the pot. Only then did he ride the sand monk and hurry to the camp. There was a short morning meeting with Governor Yan Liang, Grand Commander Draw Recruit and others. The morning meeting was also very simple, mainly Yan Liang arranging specific training. When the morning meeting was over and the crowd was about to disperse, Yan Liang said, reminder, the Lord, the Supervisor, and Zhang He are coming over. It's either today or tomorrow. I don't know exactly what day, but get your act together for me. The Lord has given us so much support. Don't you guys embarrass me. There's no problem calling you guys brothers and sisters on weekdays. Don't blame me for being merciless if you can't use your strength at the critical moment. The crowd responded in unison. Zhang Sui returned to his own group and told the news that Yuan Shao and the others were coming over for an inspection. After that, it was time to train with the crowd. Though the common people and common soldiers were given 2 meals a day, 1 meal back from work in the morning. I came back from work in the afternoon for another meal. Moreover, this meal in the morning after work was the main meal and relatively hearty. The evening was the second meal, for the early evening bed, so it's usually something like a thin meal or something like that. But the cavalry is different. Cavalrymen, like the average wealthy family, have 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After lunch, there was a half-hour break. Only then did Zhang Sui pick up the scroll that Yan Liang had given him yesterday and read it carefully, before Zhang Sui crossed over. He liked to follow history bloggers and some vintage inventions in short videos. The contents of this scroll. It wasn't basically that different from the ancient cavalry he'd read about in the history blogs that had been popularized. Zhang Sui swept a glance at the cavalryman beside him. He hadn't studied this area much before either. Follow this reel for now. Zhang Sui only added one thing, and that was to give these people cultural classes. Culture class is right after lunch. Time is short. Culture classes teach one thing, literacy. Let's just say that among the 500 cavalry under his command, there were very few who knew how to read. Of the 50 or so people he had brought out from the Jin family before, he was the only one who recognized some words. Huang Han and others, not recognizing a single person in big letters. Captain Jinhao recognized some words, but he couldn't even read a single piece of Liu Bei's text in its entirety. Not recognizing the words, that's a big problem. The map may not even be readable, and it's not easy to deliver the message. Zhang Sui remembers watching anti-Japanese war movies when he was a student. Those martyrs were also asked to read and write when the war was raging. Zhang Sui called the 5 centurions over. Hand out the task of learning to read and write every day at noon from now on. A class was also discussed for this purpose. Find 5 people who can read and write and take responsibility for teaching each of the 5 teams. Competitions are held on this day at the end of each month. The question was asked by Zhang Sui himself. There's a prize for the team that does the best. The team that performs the worst, to be penalized. For 3 consecutive worst performing teams, the centurion is demoted to become a shiksa. and the shiksa is demoted to become a wakasa. The captain is demoted to a regular cavalryman. Just cancel a month's vacation, which was originally devoted to cleaning up manure in the barracks, etc. As for the cavalry in charge of the other big and small capitals, Zhang Sui didn't care. One word was taught at lunch today: handsome. The Marquis of the Marquis. No paper or pens. Zhang Sui told them to take a branch and write directly on the ground. Training continued in the afternoon. Near dusk, Yuan Shao came. Come with a personal guard. In addition to Yuan Shao, the supervisor, frustrated professor, and the lieutenant general, Zhang He, Yan Liang organized all the cavalry to perform some of what they had trained in the past 2 days. It's mostly mounted shooting and roundabout encirclement, and 2x2 fighting on warhorses. Yuan Shao watched the performance of the cavalryman and nodded his head as he, smiling at Yan Liang, he said, General Yan has not lived up to my expectations. I expect you to build an elite cavalry. Yan Liang smiled and said, Don't worry, Lord, I won't let you down. Yuan Shao looked at frustrated and said, Frustrated Gong, what else do you have to say? Frustrated. He was silent for a moment. To Yan Liang, he said, The Huns in Hedong County Governor Wang Yi have colluded. They claim to be Han ministers and do not want to be under our control. According to the information received, on the day of the Third Dynasty, the Huns also attacked our Hanoi County, burning and looting. Sima Defense, head of the Sima family clan in Hanoi County, has organized a ministry to fight against it. Failed. The Huns sent out their cavalry, grabbed it and left without stopping. The Hanoi County Shihua clan ministries, all of which are infantry, can't keep up. Sima Defense has requested the Lord to send troops. The Lord is ready to oblige, and to deal with the Huns. The biggest thing to rely on is this cavalry of yours. Just the infantry would end up letting them get away. It would be best if we could destroy the Huns in one fell swoop this time, but the chances are slim. But we also have to fight to hit them hard. Only by hitting them hard can we give a warning to the Huns and the county governor of Hedong County, Wang Yi. Our main battlefield today is in Yuzhou, taking down Gongsunzan, but deterrence, too, is needed. Otherwise, where is the majesty of the Lord when anyone dares to flail at us? Yan Liang immediately hissed, Absolutely do not dishonor your mission. Yuan Shao smiled and said, I look forward to your performance against the Huns. His eyes skimmed over Zhang He, and Yuan Shao said, General Zhang, didn't you say before that, want to see what this cavalry can do as a general? Zhang He gave a and spurred his horse forward, sweeping his eyes over all the big and small capitals, including Yan Liang and the others. Zhang He said, I also have a cavalry, but it's my own soldiers, less than 100. When the Lord mentioned forming a cavalry before, I made a furtive proposal, but General Yan made a military order that the cavalry he formed would be better than mine. It's too long to wait for you to attack the Huns. If you are not talented, it will be a waste of the Lord's time if you take so long. So, I'm going to test you all a little bit now, so the Lord can see what you can do. If it doesn't work, replace it before it's too late. Yan Liang's face fell. Looked to Yuan Shao. However, Yuan Shao just smiled and didn't look at him. Yan Liang took a deep breath. As the earliest general who followed Yuan Shao in his southern and northern campaigns, he could be more senior than Zhang He. Now, being provoked by Zhang He sticking his face in the air, how can one still mix if he doesn't return the favor? Yan Liang scanned his 3 major dominions, Hold Chao, Su Yu, and Ma Yan. His eyes finally landed on Ma Yan. Yan Liang coldly said, Let our General Zhang give us some pointers. End of chapter. Seeing that Yan Liang had designated himself Grand Commander, Ma Yan could only welcome him. Zhang He swept a glance at Ma Yan and snorted. Ma Yan, he recognized. A veteran soldier brought up by Yan Liang. His gaze swept over the draw move and said, Let him come. Everyone else, they are no match for me in one round. Yan Liang's face fell. This person. The smile on Yuan Shao's face also faded. Yan Liang and Wen Chou, 2 of the earliest war generals to follow him, were also his beloved ones. Zhang He was the same Zhonglong general as Yan Liang, though, but Zhang He was not brought out by him. Zhang He was a native of Jizhou, originally a general of Han Fu. It was only after Han Fu was killed by his design that he asked the supervisor Frustration to persuade him to surrender, in order to portray him to the people of Jizhou as a son of the Yuan family of 4 generations and a man of virtue and ability. He was only promoted to the same official position as Yan Liang. The name now seems a little too inviting. Seeing this, frustrated professor was busy saying, General Zhang, there's no need for this. A good cut is, don't hurt everyone's face. Zhang He saw Frustration speak, and only then did he roar, and slammed his fist toward Grand Commander Ma Yan. Ma Yan was already angry. Now when he saw Zhang He attacking with his bare hands, he was enraged and slammed his fist. The 2 of them threw 2 punches at each other, and Ma Yan staggered several steps directly toward the back of the, sitting on his ass. His face was twisted together from the excruciating pain. Zhang He, who had blasted against him, merely shook his fist. Yan Liang narrowed his eyes and was about to go up. Instead, he saw the other grand tutor, Su Yu, come forward with a strong step and slammed his arm. Zhang He swept his arm across the room and slammed Su Yu's arm right up against the. A kick lands to the back of Suyuki's right thigh. Su Yu wailed and was about to fall directly to his knees. Seeing that the two big dudes were knocked out, the draw move was about to go out. Instead, he saw several of the lesser metropolitans hiss and pounce. Yan Liang's face completely fell. If so many people can't beat a Zhang He today, where will they put their old faces? Zhang Sui had been thinking of watching the fun. He also deeply marveled at the force of Zhang He. This person is worthy of being one of the four court pillars of Hebei. But it did not occur to him that a couple of other minor metropolitans had already attacked. He was the only one left still frozen in place. Seeing that a little metropolitan was kicked away by Zhang He, Zhang Sui came back to his senses and he was busy looking at Yan Liang and Draw Recruit. Both of them were dead set on the fight, apparently not having the energy to pay attention to him. Zhang Sui saw this and rushed forward. Zhang He was in the midst of a fight when he saw others coming up. Just in time, 6 little metropolitans gathered. Zhang He slammed an arm into Zhang Sui, the young metropolitan who had just attacked. Zhang Sui welcomes him with an open arm. He had previously competed with Zhao Yun when he was in Wuji County. It's more than a notch below Zhao Yun, but not yet smashed. Now it's been practiced so much longer. Besides, Zhang He isn't as brave as Zhao Yun, is he? At least, that's how it seems on the surface. Zhao Yun, that's a big guy. It's far from the Zhao Yun that Nieyuan from the New Three Kingdoms before he crossed over to be comparable. The two men's two arms blasted against each other. Zhang He only felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if he had smashed it on a stone, and retreated 2 steps in panic. Zhang Sui sucked in his breath as well. Although it didn't hurt as much as the blast against Zhao Yun, it still gave him the feeling that his bones were going to break. Still, it's bearable. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui charged up again. Zhang He was a little shocked at the strength of this young metropolitan when he saw the other charging again. Zhang He slammed his fist up again, fending off Zhang Sui's slamming fist. The leg sweeps straight at Zhang Sui's bottom. Zhang Sui meets the same with a leg kick. The two men suffered pain and retreated wildly again in unison. Zhang He was quite angry in his heart. Can Yan Liang also recruit the best? Still such a young junior. If we don't knock him down today, Yan Liang and the others will be even more likely to overwhelm their own people in the future. Zhang He hissed and lunged toward Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui saw Zhang He pounce of his own accord, and came to his feet. This Zhang He, too, is like that. Can't beat yourself up. There's still a bit of flagging going on. So what's to be afraid of? Yan Liang and Draw Recruit are both in. I don't believe that if they really failed, Yan Liang and Draw Recruit would still watch themselves being killed by Zhang He. Zhang Sui also charged head-on. The two directly blasted each other a dozen times. Surprisingly, no one was knocked out. The other little capitals looked at this scene, and each one looked at the other, not daring to come up and, afraid of dragging Zhang Sui down. Yuan Shao watched as Zhang Sui and Zhang He blasted each other. He remembers that this is Ding Yuan's disciple? There was some contempt for him before. He was recruited purely because of his status as a disciple of Ding Yuan, and he himself needed signboards if he wanted to unify Hebei. This Zhang Sui is a bit of a signboard, and yet, I didn't expect him to be really good at it. At least the force is. Seeing that Zhang Sui was starting to lose ground a bit, Yuan Shao was busy stopping him. Alright, point blank. They were all under his own command, and there was no way he was going to let them lose face. Zhang He heard Yuan Shao say this, and then he stopped somewhat unwillingly. He fought the fire. He himself was a center general, but he couldn't take down a small metropolitan for more than 10 rounds. Zhang Sui saw Zhang He stop and showed his teeth for a moment. This group of ancient famous generals, to be able to go on the history books, really are not to be underestimated. The move was like hitting a steel plate. Himself, which is still nearly 200 days of additional training, and a little increase in strength every day. Nowadays it all adds up to 80 pounds of strength on top of that. If he had just crossed over to fight this Zhang He at that time, I'm afraid I'm going to be punched in the face to see the Teiyukai. Yan Liang saw the two men stop, and laughed out loud, rather excitedly. To Yuan Shao, watching this kid, before when he wanted to apply for the horse lance, I also suspected that he was trying to be brave. Now it seems that I underestimated him. Yuan Shao sized up Zhang Sui and nodded his head in satisfaction. Young hero, yes. Come over to my house for dinner tonight and let my infant and second sons take a look. You're about the same age. Yuan Shao looked at the others and said, you guys come along and join the fun. Yan Liang and Zhang He clasped their fists in unison. Yuan Shao gave some more instructions, and then he left first with frustrated Professor Zhang He and his personal guards. It was not until Yuan Shao and the others disappeared from sight that Yan Liang slammed his fist on Zhang Sui's shoulder and, Laughing, he said, "Not bad at all. When you came in today, I thought you were glowing. Was it moisturized by a woman yesterday?" Zhang Sui. Zhuozhao stroked Zhang Sui's head and laughed. "It should be. After all, you are young and everything is written on your face. I wonder which woman. Could it be from a brothel?" Yan Liang laughed and scolded. "Nonsense. How many times have those sickly women in the brothels been stabbed with? Satisfy us, Berchang? When I was his age, I had 3 girls in one night and got up twice." The crowd burst into laughter. Yan Liang ended up putting one of the junior captains in charge of sitting in the barracks, while he greeted the likes of Zhuanzhu and Zhang Sui, rushed directly to Yuan Shao's residence. End of chapter. Before Zhang Sui left the barracks, he asked Chen how to rush to his doorstep and inform Kai Wenji that, let Kai Wenji eat by himself in the evening without waiting for him. Following Yan Liang into the city, he came straight to Yuan Shao's residence. Yuan Shao's mansion is even more imposing than the government office. No other mansion could be seen within 100 paces. The courtyard wall is nearly a foot high. The top of the courtyard wall was also lined with various daggers and sharp objects. Outside the courtyard walls, there were regular patrols of soldiers going back and forth. Zhang Sui and the others were stopped at the gate. The guards of the mansion are going in to inform. Zhang Sui looked around and sked. Historically, this would have been the place where Cao Cao and Cao Pai, father and son, fought over the second young lady, Xun Mi. According to history, Cao Cao broke through Yecheng and immediately sent troops to surround the area. Originally, Cao Cao wanted to enjoy Lu and the second young lady, Xun Mi. Unexpectedly, however, his son Cao Pai was usually obsequious. Once Yecheng was breached this time, Cao Pai forced his way into the place, braving the dangers of life and death. None of the guards Cao Cao placed here could stop Cao Pai. Cao Pai entered the mansion, found the second young lady, Xun Mi, and took her directly into his arms, expressing his desire for her to be his woman. When Cao Cao arrived and saw the scene of Cao Pai, he almost didn't just get Cao Pai killed, but in the end, Cao Cao still endured. It's not a good thing to spread the word when you're competing with your son for a woman. Not to mention, he's already had a son killed because of a woman. Still the favorite concubine's eldest son, who originally wanted to be established as the heir apparent. Thinking of second Miss Xinmi, Zhang Sui looked a little odd. The matchmaking letter that eldest Duke Yuan Tan wrote to the Jin family was surprisingly not a matchmaking between himself and his wife. Rather, it was the one that set himself up with the second young lady, Xun Mi. I wonder how second Miss Xinmi felt when she saw this matchmaking letter. Shouldn't agree with that either. After all, she seemed to despise herself, with a mouthful of denizens, and, always cold. Just then, 2 people walked out of the mansion. It's 2 sassy, noble men. The one on the left was clearly the second son, Yuan Shi, whom Zhang Sui had seen several times. The 12 or 13-year-old on the right, who was already nearly 5'8" tall, and quite a bit of a good-looking teenager. This was the first time Zhang Sui had seen it. However, Zhang Sui could also guess his identity. It would be Yuan Shao's third son, Yuan Shang. Historically, Yuan Shao's 3 sons were actually okay. It's just that the opponent encountered is Cao Cao, each other and lost their minds because of power. If Yuan Shao, on his deathbed, could fully support either of them as heirs to the, it's possible that Cao Cao may not even be able to take Hebei in his lifetime. Of course, there are no ifs. Yuan Shi and Yuan Shan led the crowd inside. This time it was the front door, not the side door. Zhang Sui followed the crowd inside while constantly looking around. In these chaotic times of the last years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, this Yuan family residence, however, is very opulent. Even if you put it in 2,000 years, it's still enviable. Zhang Sui sighed a little. It is true that when the people rise, they suffer. When they fall, they suffer. No matter how the dynasties change, it is the common people who suffer. The world's great families, how they should live their lives, or how they should live their lives. Work on it yourself. If one can't be a member of a great family, and just wants to be a commoner, at the end of this Han Dynasty, that would be a fool's errand. Think of Mrs. Think of Red Jade. Think of Kai Wenji. It's going to take a little more effort anyhow. The group entered the hall of Yuan Shao's residence. There, Yuan Shao is not there. There's only 2 of them in. One is frustrated. The other was a middle-aged scribe. As soon as the crowd walked through the threshold, second Duke Yuan Shi was busy introducing the middle-aged scribe to Zhang Sui and the others. It turned out that the middle-aged scribe was called Guotu, with the character Gongza, and was serving as Yecheng's commander under Yuan Shao's command. Zhang Sui looked at Guotu and winced. This Guotu, historically, is definitely one of the several culprits that led to Yuan Shao's loss in the Battle of Guandu. Zhang He and Gao Dan, 2 of the 4 court pillars of Hebei, would eventually surrender to Cao Cao. It's also his handiwork. But then again, it is Yuan Shao himself who is to blame for Hebei ending up in Cao Cao's hands. But if he had been more decisive, he would not have hesitated or confused Guo. Guo is still a good strategist in the early stages. At least, he joined forces with Sun Chen and other Yingchuan celebrities too. Han Fu, who lobbied his fellow countrymen, ceded the Jizhou pastor to Yuan Shao for nothing. It was them again, who finally gave Yuan Shao the idea to exterminate Han Fu, who was no longer a threat. Zhang Sui and Guo have closed the distance a bit. Nothing good can come from getting involved with such people. Guo obviously didn't notice Zhang Sui's move. He still looks smug now, greeting the crowd. Guo sat alone in one place drinking a small wine and eating pastries. Yuan Shi, the second son, and Yuan Shang, the third son, chatted with frustrated Professor Zhang He and Yan Liang. Zhang Sui sat at the very end of the table, drinking alone with his head down while thinking about going back early. It was only yesterday that I broke the last final layer of barriers with Kai Wenji. He had been a bit unable to resist the urge to revisit old favorites today. Just as Zhang Sui was thinking about Kai Wenji, someone gently touched his sleeve. Zhang Sui looked over in confusion. He saw a rather good-looking maid waving at him, signaling him to follow. Zhang Sui looked to the others. No one else had much of a reaction. Only then did Zhang Sui stand up and follow the maid out. The two men exited the hall, circled around to the side hall, and passed through the curtains on the left side of the side hall to a courtyard. Inside the courtyard, bursts of laughter were being heard at this moment. Before long, Zhang Sui saw Yuan Shao and third Miss Yuan Mi, along with a 20-something-year-old looking. The young woman in a long dress with a black fur scarf around her neck was talking. The young woman's brow contained love, and her eyes looking at Yuan Shao had constant autumn waves. The end has a kind of charming bone-like crispy mood. Only when they saw the maid and Zhang Sui appear did the trio's laughter stop. Yuan Shao beckoned toward Zhang Sui and said, "Come here, Bo Qing." The maid stepped aside. Zhang Sui walked over and saluted each of the three Yuan Shao men. Yuan Shao pointed to the young woman beside him and said, "This is my wife Lu. You can just call her ma'am." Zhang Sui. So this is the woman Yuan Shao favored to the heavens in history. History books say she was extremely beautiful. Now it seems that there was no faking. It's really pretty. It's comparable to Mrs. And it's all the plump type. The difference was that the lady looked demure and virtuous, and only unusually passionate in bed. And this woman, on the outside, looks like she exudes seduction. The most critical issue. History records that this Lu seduced Yuan Shao, even to the point of influencing Yuan Shao to establish the crown prince. After Yuan Shao's death, she even buried Yuan Shao's other 5 concubines alive. It's true what they say, the most poisonous woman has a heart. Zhang Sui busily bowed towards Lu and said, "Your ladyship." Lu sized up Zhang Sui and covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you afraid of? Can I still eat you?" Yuan Shao said with wide eyes. "He dares?" Third Miss Yuan Mi walked to Zhang Sui's side, her right index finger and thumb pinching Zhang Sui's sleeve. He said, "Raise your head. What are you afraid of? You're just a small commander. What can you do?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically. He's not afraid. He just didn't want to be associated with Lu in any way. Seeing Zhang Sui in this state, Lu said, "When Meyer brought that dress to my concubine, my concubine thought you were some kind of denizen. Now that I've seen it, I'm really a little disappointed. You have been summoned this time, and for no other reason. Those clothes, do you have anything else? Paint a few if you have them." Zhang Sui looked at Yuan Shao with some skepticism. "This thing, can you really draw it yourself? Your old man won't be angry?" Yuan Shao met Zhang Sui's searching gaze, and his old face was a bit unnatural. "Not bad. You boys are quite talented. You'll just, draw a few pictures for the lady. It's just a drawing of a dress. It's not a dress. Just enjoying it, out of the way. It's my idea to make that dress or not. It's none of your business." End of chapter. Seeing Yuan Shao say so, Zhang Sui could only nod his head and say, "All right then, I'll draw now." It's true. Since the beginning of time, men have been old and colorful. Even Yuan Shao is not immune. People are now their top superiors. It would be foolish to go against him. Gotta know how to take stock of the situation. When Yuan Shao saw that Zhang Sui had agreed, he immediately asked the maid to bring pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and let the two maids carry the table, the futon, and the support heel. Looking at these maids struggling, Zhang Sui couldn't help but think of Kai Wenji. These are things that she picked up all by herself. Thinking of Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Talented woman. This is, now in your own hands. How could she have a soccer team and be tied to herself for life? When everything arrived, Zhang Sui knelt down on the futon, sat on the support heel and sharpened a branch with a dagger. Yuan Shao, Lu and third Miss Yuan Mi looked at this scene of Zhang Sui and were all a bit odd. None of them knew what Zhang Sui was doing with the branch. Zhang Sui ignored the three people's strange expressions. He's going to start drawing the costume he has in mind. This first one is definitely an apron. This costume was the most titillating in the little movie I saw before crossing over. Anyway, it hits his aesthetic spot every time. Zhang Sui drew the front and back of the apron. Yuan Shao was a bit confused and asked, "What is this?" He felt his previous statement should have been clear. It wasn't for Zhang Sui to actually draw ordinary clothes to come. Ordinary clothes? Need Zhang Sui to come? He has no idea how many brilliant tailors he has in his mansion. They can then design really great clothes. The clothes he was wearing were made by that group of tailors. Noble and dignified. Majestic. Lu looked towards Zhang Sui, her pretty face a little annoyed. How dare third miss find a deadhead? Zhang Sui looked at Yuan Shao and Lu with this expression and knew what they were thinking. After all, once before watching a small movie, he'd seen someone else wearing an apron, and he hadn't thought about it that way. After watching the little movie, he realized that there were so many biggest differences between humans and animals. But what pleased him most? It's probably because humans can always come up with more brilliant minds for that aspect of excitement, especially in terms of dress. Originally, man invented clothes to cover his face. Yet, there are old colorful grunts who will take what this can cover up and play it out. Zhang Sui looked at Yuan Shao and coughed dryly a few times. General, I'm afraid there are some things I can't say. Yuan Shao had gotten a little impatient. Disappointing. I asked you to draw that kind of dress, and you give me this inexplicable one. Didn't see how it was appealing either. Now there's a cover-up. Yuan Shao said, if you have something to say, just say it. I am very much in love with the dress you designed for the lady. You were specially recruited privately today to give you that privilege. Only then did Zhang Sui say, General, do you think that women look good in clothes or without? Yuan Shao's collapsed face suddenly revealed a touch of playfulness. There's that. This kid, he's got it all figured out. Glancing at Lu beside him, Yuan Shao said to Zhang Sui, nonsense. Undressed. Of course. Lu's red face, incomparably flavorful, gouged out Yuan Shao, and her hand even pinched Yuan Shao's waist. Zhang Sui, this Lu, really knows how to show off. This would probably drive Cao Cao crazy if he saw it. Zhang Sui did not look at Lu again, but said to Yuan Shao, nonetheless, General, anything that, once it's fully understood, it's rather uninteresting. When you get it completely, you're not interested. It's like I'm going out on a limb to be an official. I didn't make it to this official position before. I'm sure towards the end, but I won't be happy for more than a few days when I do make it to this official position. I would definitely want a higher official position. Yuan Shao pinched the beard on his jaw, pondered for a long time, and nodded his head. That makes some sense. Worthy of being Ding Jianyang's disciple. A bit of thought. Zhang Sui continued. This woman, too. Even the youngest and prettiest women get tired after looking at them and playing with them for a long time. Zhang Sui's words caused Lu's pretty face to suddenly sink. She loosened the flesh that was pinching Yuan Shao's waistband. Seeing this, Yuan Shao busily glared at Zhang Sui and coaxed him in a kindly voice, saying, I'll always spoil you. How can I get tired of you just because it's been a long time? Look at me. Although I have a dozen concubines, aren't you the only one favored now? Lu separated Yuan Shao and looked at Zhang Sui, coldly saying, you continue. Although Zhang Sui's words were hard to hear, Lu was clear that this was the reality. How could she not realize that a woman's period is just that? Yuan Shao was somewhat helpless. This Sui, somewhat unable to speak, how can he say this in front of a woman? Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't speak again, Yuan Shao said with some displeasure, go on, can't you see madam is telling you to go on? Only then did Zhang Sui continue. So, when a man and a woman are together, although they have to be honest with each other, it also has to be properly distanced and kept mysterious. On the side, under the veil of the third young lady, Yuan Mi, her ears were red, spat on, to Yuan Shao. He said, Father, hurry up and find someone to teach this man a lesson. Is this how candor is used? Zhang Sui laughed and said, Third miss, there are some words that mean what they say. You know and I know. It has to be out in the open and everyone is embarrassed. Yuan Shao clasped his hands on his chest. His face looked much better and said, and then? Zhang Sui pointed to the apron he had just drawn and said, this clothing is called an apron. It's all about maintaining that little bit of mystery between men and women. It was originally used by the women in my old neighborhood for cooking. Newlyweds are always a little warm. Some woman just came up with this dress. Wear nothing on your body but it for cooking. Zhang Sui raised an eyebrow. Yuan Shao, Lu, third miss Yuan Mi, Zhang Sui said, while the newlywed wife is cooking for her own husband. The newlywed husband stands aside and, watch. Lu covered her face and flew away, leaving behind a voice that said, General, you let him go. I have never seen such a brazen and shameless man. Third Miss Yuan Mi also stared with wide eyes and grew her small mouth. To her 800 minds, she had not thought that this ordinary-looking apron that, surprisingly, that's how it works. Just now, To think that he had thought of it himself. He was a bit of an elf. Couldn't even figure out what his father meant by calling him here privately today. Just found out now. Where is the lack of understanding? The man knows better than anyone. And, what a way to play. No wonder he came up with that outfit earlier. It felt like, if I let him draw any longer, he could draw something even nastier. Yuan Shao's old face also swelled red. Kicking Zhang Sui in the ass, Yuan Shao angrily said, "Hurry up and get out of here. How did Ding Jianyang teach a disciple like you?" Zhang Sui laughed twice. Though a leg kick is thrown, it has no force. This Yuan Shao, he's quite stuffy. Sure enough, since time immemorial, the old colorful lot have been good friends with like-minded people. Zhang Sui is about to take the drawings away. Yuan Shao immediately said, "Leave your things and get lost. It's nasty to look at you." Only then did Zhang Sui let out an oh-so-subtle sound and grayed out. End of chapter. Until Zhang Sui flew away, Yuan Shao's reddened old face then broke into a smile and he cursed, "Ding Jianyang, ah Ding Jianyang, you taught this disciple." Third Miss Yuan Mi's pretty face under the veil also turned red. Eyes on Lu stopped in the distance. Third Miss Yuan Mi is about to take away the drawings from the table. "Father, this nasty stuff. I'll go burn it for you." But Yuan Shao was quick to snatch it away, and said angrily, "Mir, you're a woman waiting to be released. How can you take this? In the future, you stay away from this brat. Don't be coaxed by him. This stuff, I'll take it and burn it," he said, walking towards Lu in the distance. While walking, Yuan Shao also turned back and pointed at the third young lady, Yuan Mi, and said, "Remember, stay away from this kid." Third Miss Yuan Mi stomped her foot as she watched Yuan Shao walk towards Lu. "Still far away? You wouldn't even know him if I hadn't recommended him, but it doesn't matter. If you take it, you take it. I'll just get him to draw it again. I know where he lives anyway." It feels like the man has quite a lot of ideas. Third Miss Yuan Mi covered her veil with both hands, using the coldness of her small hands to cool the rising redness of her cheeks a bit. Gotta get him to draw something that he can wear out, that he can see, yet is attractive. What's the point of always wearing it in private for your favorite man? One doesn't have a man at the moment. If you're going to wear it for other people, to be envied by men and women alike. Besides, Zhang Sui went all the way back to the hall. Drawing strokes had long since noticed him going out. Seeing him go out for so long before coming back, holding recruitment came over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Where did it go?" Zhang Sui said, "It's nothing, just that the general asked me to come over for questioning. Ask something about my master." The hold move nodded. The fact that Zhang Sui was a disciple of Ding Yuan, the former assassin of the state of Bingzhou, was something he had heard of before. Yuan Shao wants to be bigger and stronger, so naturally, he needs to be nicer to Zhang Sui. It's made for outsiders. It demonstrated that Yuan Shao valued the great families of the lineage, and that he was able to promote the virtuous and the capable. That's how more sons of the great families will defect. Not to mention, Zhang Sui has some ability. At this moment, watching Zhang Sui return to his seat with a calm demeanor, draw recruits secretly nodded. This Sui, in the younger generation, is still respectable. Facing Yuan Shao, he was still so calm. Holding stroke returned to his position, also lost in memories. He thought of himself at Zhang Sui's age. At that time, he followed Mr. Luin to follow General Huang Fusong to encircle the yellow turban bandits in Changsha. He met Liu Bei, who was from the Han family. At that time, there was Cao Cao. At that time, the three of them were so excited to see Huang Fusong that they couldn't sleep for days. Compared to Zhang Sui, it's really more than a little bit worse. Being calm and introverted is the quality that should be present in people who do great things. This Sui, his future may be more than a little better than his own. When he thought of the past, the drawstrokes thought of Liu Bei. Mentally, I couldn't help but sigh. After the battle at Changsha, he and Liu Bei were like brothers, lying down in the same bed. When Mr. Ten Changsha was killed in the chaos, he had to collect his body and had to separate from Liu Bei. The two haven't seen each other since that mess. Now that he has at least become the Grand Commander under Yuan Shao, he still has something to look forward to. I heard that Liu Bei is under Gong Sun Zan's command. This man, Gong Sun Zan, is at the end of his rope. Following Gong Sun Zan, what development can Liu Bei have? He couldn't help but worry about Liu Bei. It wasn't long after Zhang Sui returned to the hall that Yuan Shao appeared in the hall. The underlings began to serve the food. The banquet officially began. At the banquet, songs and dances were sung and danced, and the graceful singers were enchanting on the hall. Yan Liang, Zhang He, and others even went right down to the stage and threw their arms around these songstresses and laughed heartily. Yuan Shao also laughed his ass off. After the party was over, everyone left with a songstress or two. Yan Liang even took 3. It's a good time for the left and the right. Zhang Sui didn't take one. When he left Yuan Shao's residence, Zhang Sui was about to head for home. but he was stopped by someone. "It's Third Miss Yuan Mi." Zhang Sui suspiciously looked at Third Miss Yuan Mi and said, "Third Miss, you have something?" Third Miss Yuan Mi pointed to the crowd leaving left and right. Looking at Zhang Sui with a puzzled face, he said, "If you're so nasty, why don't you take away a songstress?" Zhang Sui can even think of that kind of clothes. Logically speaking, he should be the happiest when his father rewarded him with a songstress at the banquet today. She had previously thought that Zhang Sui would take away the most songstresses. Zhang Sui glanced at the crowd hugging the songstress in the distance and leaving. With a laugh, he said, "One has limited energy. I do like beautiful women, but, like beautiful women with substance, such songstresses, not that I speak harshly or look down on them. Rather, they have been groomed from birth by the worldly families to please men, without any thought of their own. What's the point of me bringing it home? The maids at home are not much worse." Third Miss Yuan Mi looked puzzled and said, "What difference does it make?" Zhang Sui scratched his face and pondered for a moment before he said, "Put it this way, these songstresses, she can be rewarded today. Come with me. Tomorrow, I'll give her to someone else, and she'll sleep with some other man without any psychological, and she won't see anything wrong with me sending her away. What I like is being able to be with me. I'm not going to give her away. Even if we are temporarily forced to separate at some point in the future, she will still miss me." Third Miss Yuan Mi remained puzzled. In this world, how can any woman, after separating from you, be, and miss you? Zhang Sui shrugged his shoulders, pointing to the darkness. Zhang Sui said, "If there's nothing else, Third Miss, I'll take my leave first." The third young lady, Yuan Mi, gave an oh-so-sweet cry, and then she said, "You remember, my scarecrow, and a copy of today's painting, too." Zhang Sui hummed before he spurred his horse away. Third Miss Yuan Mi frowned as she watched Zhang Sui's figure disappear into the night. Men, what an unfathomable existence, obviously so nasty, but so much thought is given to the women's side. In this world nowadays, which man with some ability doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Could it be that all those wives and concubines, they will never forget him? Third Miss Yuan Mi shook her head and turned to leave. Zhang Sui galloped back to his lodgings. The male servants and maids are asleep. Only the rotating night watch remains. Zhang Sui handed the warhorse over to the male subordinate, leaving the 2 welcoming maids of the rotation to do their own thing. He went straight to his room. Kai Wenji isn't asleep yet. She was looking mesmerized with the painting that Zhang Sui had drawn for her. Didn't see Zhang Sui come back at all. Zhang Sui came to her side and looked at her mesmerized, which led him to give her a kiss on the side of her face. Laughing, he said, "Do you want to paint another one? Let's do it again today and I'll paint it." Only then did Kai Wenji come back to her senses, her pretty face swelling red. "Fold up the picture and put it in your sleeve." Kai Wenji stood up and walked away. "I'll go heat up some food for you." Zhang Sui was busy pulling her back and said, "I came back after eating enough. It's so cold outside. You go to bed first. I'll spoil you after I finish my extra practice." Kai Wenji glanced at Zhang Sui, but did not respond, just obediently sitting on the edge of the bed. Zhang Sui lowered his head and kissed her red lips again, before stripping off his shirt and picking up his lance. Add practice up outside. End of chapter. Kai Wenji saw Zhang Sui go out, and then she followed him out. Standing at the threshold of the hall, he watched Zhang Sui practicing martial arts seriously in the night. Kai Wenji's eyes scrutinized his figure from the dim light, thinking of the way he tossed himself yesterday. A blush surfaced on Kai Wenji's pretty face, although she was married to Wei Zhongdao before, but this was the first time she had ever experienced what it was like to be a man. It very much gave her a sense of security. It's rough at times though, but a lot of the time it's subtle. After watching for a while and seeing Zhang Sui sweating from practicing martial arts, Kai Wenji folded back to the house and stack a stack of plain paper on the counter. After that, her eyes fell on the white shirt and black wraparound skirt in her closet. With a slight hesitation, she stripped off her clothes and replaced them with a white shirt, a wraparound skirt, and lay down under the covers. Zhang Sui finished practicing for an additional half hour and gained 0.3 pounds of strength today. He would not be able to help but think of the scene where he and Zhang He fought in the barracks today. Step it up a notch. In a year at most, he should be able to surpass Zhang He in strength. It's still something to look forward to. Drying the sweat on his body with a dry cloth, Zhang Sui wiped his lance again. After drying in the night breeze for a while until his sweat dried, Zhang Sui took a shower, dried off, changed his clothes, and returned to the house, only to see Kai Wenji lying in bed. Shrinking under the covers from the neck down, he stared wide-eyed at the drapery. Only when she saw Zhang Sui come in did Kai Wenji turn her head and ask, Will you teach me to draw like you?" Zhang Sui walked towards the bed while smiling. "No problem. I support whatever my heart wants to do." Kai Wenji's face blushed, before she got out from under the quilt and stood in front of Zhang Sui. Looking down at Zhang Sui, His voice trembled a bit as he said, "Does it look good?" Zhang Sui tilted his head and looked at Kai Wenji, his heart instantly on fire. "Look at these calves that are as straight as a line. Look at these thighs that are like alabaster and you can even see the veins on them. Look at the teasing sight of the dominant female president generally looking down." Zhang Sui swallowed his saliva, while stroking the delicate figure under the wraparound skirt, laughing all the while. "My heart. I didn't know that you were so good at teasing people." Kai Wenji's mouth watered as she looked at Zhang Sui, and her earlobes were burning. With her eyes looking away, Kai Wenji's puffy breasts rose and fell as she said, It's good that you like it. If you like that, you later you draw drawings of clothes out, and I'll make it and wear it for you alone." Zhang Sui's heart softened as he listened to Kai Wenji's words. What a beautiful love story. Thinking of the tragic Kai Wenji in history, Zhang Sui took her into his arms and, kissing her forehead hard, he said, "My heart, you are so good at talking. In this life, you're mine. We shall have 1, 2, 3, countless children. Even if we die, we will be buried together." Kai Wenji cowered in Zhang Sui's arms, feeling Zhang Sui's hands roaming around her thighs in an unfaithful manner. She didn't stop them, and, instead, she tilted her head and laughed. "And countless children? I'm not a pig that gives birth to several in one litter." Zhang Sui laughed. "I was just making a metaphor. As long as it's yours, I like it." Kai Wenji hummed. Getting out of Zhang Sui's arms, Kai Wenji wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's neck and kissed down, attached to Zhang Sui's ear. His voice was as low as a gnat. "Husband, it's getting late. Let's rest early." Zhang Sui just felt like his head was going to explode. As soon as he picked up Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui stripped her naked in 3 strokes, rolled up the quilt and covered the two. Kai Wenji trembled. You're like this. What's the use of wearing my clothes?" Zhang Sui didn't answer her and just kissed her. Early the next morning, before dawn, Zhang Sui got up, lighting the lamp. Zhang Sui sat on his knees in front of the desk table and carefully drew the new clothes. It was something that Kai Wenji had proposed to him last night after the two of them had gotten busy. How can you procrastinate on your own woman's request? The cheongsam, that's a must. An apron, for sure, must be there too. And sailor suits, maid's outfit, all have to come. Zhang Sui had many more costumes he wanted Kai Wenji to wear. Unfortunately, painting takes a lot of time. He had only finished the drawings for the maid's outfit, and it was about to get light. Looking at Kai Wenji still lying soundly asleep on the bed, Zhang Sui climbed over and gave her a kiss on her red lips. Kai Wenji murmured, hooking her jade arms around his neck and initiating a kiss. "Be careful." Zhang Sui gave a fond gently breaking her jade arm and tucking it under the comforter. That's before going to breakfast and then galloping to the barracks. Training was much more involved today. It's a good thing that we all come from poor backgrounds and have suffered a lot. Some of them screamed and screamed, but they all managed to hang in there. After lunch, we practiced how to write handsome. Start learning how to write the characters for Yen. And, Yen, that's Governor Yen Liang. Draw, that's Chancellor Draw Recruitment. Zhang, on the other hand, is Zhang Sui, the young commander. When in combat, there will be flags. Everyone follows the flag. If you don't even recognize these 3 words, when the time comes to rush apart, no one will know how to converge. Training continued in the afternoon. It's Zhang Sui's turn to guard the barracks today. Zhang Sui asked Huang Han to go to the house to inform Kai Wenji that he would not go back today, while the cavalry is special. But there were no lights in the barracks at night either. Lights are also a benefit that very few people are eligible for in this era of the late Han Dynasty. Lamp oil isn't cheap this time of year. However, the barracks had campfires. Zhang Sui doesn't dare to sleep at night, although this is outside of Yecheng. But as the general in charge of the town, if something goes wrong, the consequences are unimaginable. All he could do was gather firewood and straw and tie up scarecrows. Midway through, something occurred to him. Earlier Kai Wenji had filled a sheepskin with hot water for him to warm his feet. Let the sheepskin. The elasticity is quite good. That's if the scarecrow's skin is changed from paper to sheepskin. Wouldn't that be part of the characteristics of those dolls before the crossing? This is if the scarecrow's skeleton is transformed from firewood to rested, specialized sticks. The scarecrow's skin is transformed from straw and weeds into resilient animal hair. Zhang Sui laughed a little. This is if he had a cell phone, internet, and a short video. He'd have to post a short video, at least. The text is called, "I made my fortune at the end of the Han Dynasty by selling sheepskin girlfriends." Thinking of this, Zhang Sui directly dismantled the scarecrow built from firewood. He sharpened the firewood with his dagger, chipping it to the right size. "Tomorrow, when you go home during the day, ask your maid to look for sheepskins and all kinds of animal hair. He wants to create a real-life version of her for 3rd Miss Yuan Me. The scarecrow is nice, but whether it's tactile or otherwise, but it's all more than a little bit worse." What he didn't expect was that the next big morning, Third Miss Yuan Mi came. There was also a wooden box screwed into his hand. End of chapter. As soon as third Miss Yuan Mi arrived, she beckoned towards Zhang Sui, signaling him to go over. Everyone looked at Zhang Sui with a somewhat odd expression. An unmarried woman, specifically looking for a man. What can I do? Third Miss Yuan Mi also noticed the crowd's attention and droned. What are you looking at? What are you doing? Was the training too easy? The crowd then proceeded to get busy in droves. Zhang Sui ran over and asked, Third Miss, what do you want to see me about? Third Miss Yuan Mi signaled him to follow her out. The two of them went all the way to about 300 paces away from the barracks before third Miss Yuan Mi put down the wooden box. Open it up, and out of it come 2 meat and 2 veggies, a big bowl of Cornish rice, and, putting it on the ground, he said, It's not that I'm looking for you, I've been asked. Saying that, he handed the bowls and chopsticks to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui thanked him as he accepted the dishes. He was kinda hungry, although the cavalry also had 3 meals a day. However, the barracks were equipped with a thin meal for the cavalry in the morning. It's only wheaten rice or hotcakes for lunch. It was also the best meal. However, yesterday, Zhang Sui was on duty to guard the barracks, so he could only eat with the other cavalrymen. If he had just crossed over, Zhang Sui would have been able to get through it, but it's been more than half a year since the crossing. He had already been fed a spoiled appetite by Hong Yu and 5th Miss Shinrong long ago. There's really not enough spaghetti. By now it's starving up to its chest. Now the third young lady, Yuan Mi, has sent food to her, so it's really a sleepy pillow. While eating, Zhang Sui asked, Third Miss, which one commissioned you to send over? With a status like yours, how could anyone entrust you? Third Miss Yuan Mi smiled. Lu. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuan Mi suspiciously. Lu entrusted third Miss Yuan Mi to deliver food to herself? It's unlikely by any stretch of the imagination. Third Miss Yuan Mi piled on the ground, her hands on her knees, and laughed. What's the point of lying to you? It's just that, of course, she can't have me bring you food. She commissioned me to get you to do something. She's father's woman. She can't possibly see you in private. I came to see you and I had to bring you something anyhow. Getting someone to do something with empty hands is something I can't do. Seeing Zhang Sui's lack of interest, third Miss Yuan Mi teased. Why? Are you disappointed? You don't want to die, do you? Zhang Sui was dumbfounded and said, Third Miss has misunderstood. I have no thoughts about Mrs. Lu. Third Miss Yuan Mi leaned closer to Zhang Sui and curiously said, Why don't you have any ideas? Lu is the best looking, most seductive woman I've ever seen. As much as I hate to admit it, it has to be said that I'm not even as good as her. Not just in looks, in stature, but even in personality. The other men, when they see Lu, are also all apoplectic. If Lu wasn't father's woman, I'm afraid the others would have snatched her up like crazy. I'm surprised you don't have an idea? Zhang Sui honestly said, It really isn't. I won't lie to you. What about this man? He has to be self-aware. Thoughts that shouldn't be there. Then don't think them. A woman like Mrs. Lu, and the general's woman, has nothing to do with me. Why should I be interested? Even if 10,000 things were possible, that kind of woman, with all her tantalizing bones, I couldn't grasp it. The chowder man is not guilty of harboring a false accusation. If I have her, it's like digging my own grave. Sooner or later I'll get killed by someone else. Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a heave and said, You're quite self-aware. By the way, you're from the Jun family in Wuji County. Then you must know Mrs. Jun and the second Miss. How are these two women? How are they compared to Lu? How are they compared to me? Zhang Sui warily surveyed third Miss Yuan Mi. Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. What are you afraid of? It has nothing to do with my father or my brothers. I simply want to know. If you don't believe me, I could have sworn it. Saying this, he raised his hand and said, I, Yuan Mi, swear to heaven that. I Zhang Sui stammered. How can I put it? Her ladyship already has her heart in the right place. Your father is out of luck. Of course, to rob it by force, that's fine, but your Yuan family is a 4th generation, 3rd generation family, and you're making a big deal over a woman. It's definitely not right. Not to mention, the lady has had several children. A woman like that certainly doesn't fit your father's vision. Third Miss Yuan Mi nodded and said, That's true. It's not like there aren't any beautiful women in the world. Why would my father do something so irrational for such a woman? Even though I don't actually like Lu very much. If you compare Lu and Mrs. Jun, I'm still more partial to Lu. After all, Lu doesn't have that many children behind him who can treat my father with single-minded devotion. Zhang Sui, your old man doesn't like Lu, and you're still so close to her? Third Miss Yuan Mi asked again. What about the Jun family's second miss? What kind of woman is she? I've heard she's dumpy. How is it better than me? Have you ever moved? My big brother and second brother have moved on. However, my older brother has since inexplicably stopped talking about it. For the moment, It's just the second brother who's still thinking about it. Ergo is going to mention this to father at this time. I heard that father wants to hit on Mrs. Yen. Ergo wants to get a head start. Otherwise, if father takes a concubine of that Yin family's wife, second brother will have no chance. Now that you're saying that Mrs. Jin is bad, that's all the more reason to make it possible for second brother to propose marriage. I'd like to inquire in advance about this second young lady. If it's not good, let second brother marry another woman. Zhang Sui. Yuan she is not letting go? Is this going to be a historical trajectory? The appearance of second Miss Shinmi came to mind. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and, still, it doesn't feel right. Third Miss Yuan Mi asked. Why? Zhang Sui saw that the third young lady Yuan Mi had a kind of break the sandpot and asked to the end look, and secretly pondered. Anyways, second Miss Shinmi is also her own daughter. As her future dad, how could he watch her go into the fire? Although this girl always has a cold face to herself, and she calls herself a dunce. However, when they were in the Wu Jijin family, they didn't make things difficult for themselves. It's all just scratching the surface. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui laughed. There's no reason. It's just that I feel that she's far behind even you. Third Miss. That's a bottle. Know what a bottle is? It's the kind of woman who's all looks and not much to go on. Besides, she's always got a stinky face and feels like people owe her money. Your Yuan family is a top family with 4 generations and 3 dukes. And the second duke is rich and handsome. Nobility is extraordinary. And the women you marry don't just have to have looks. They have to have something in their stomachs. Marrying a bottle over there. Isn't that burying your Yuan family? Third Miss Yuan Mi smiled under her veil and said, you haven't even seen how I look. How do you conclude that she is inferior to me? Only then did Zhang Sui glance up and down at Third Miss Yuan Mi and said, Third Miss, you have an extraordinary aura about you. Such a person must be a person of national color, treating people and being kind. Even a little metropolitan like me, you can deliver the food yourself. Appreciation of vision is also very good. Such a person must be a national beauty. It's called temperament from the inside out. That second young lady of the Jin family. That's a bottle. Pretty on the outside, but nothing on the inside. It's like that bamboo, with its sharp mouth and thick skin and empty belly. Third Miss, you are a stunning beauty from the inside out. Not a woman on the same level at all. Anyone who isn't blind would choose you. Third Miss. After a pause, Zhang Sui thought of the scarecrow that Third Miss Yuan Mi had asked for and busily said, oh, right. Third Miss, if you want to be a scarecrow, then you have to show me the face. Otherwise, I can't draw the face without knowing what you look like. End of chapter. Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed outright at Zhang Sui's remark, though she warned herself over and over again that she couldn't smile like that at a compliment. But she just couldn't help it. This Zhang Sui is really good at talking. The little mouth looked like it was smeared with honey. Again, you can come up with all sorts of whimsical outfits. It looks nasty though, but wouldn't it be erotic if couples did it in private? Better than your own father, right? All I know is my heart. There's no point in actually doing anything. Zhang Sui was a bit confused as he watched Third Miss Yuan Mi smile and shake her branches. What is this madness? You didn't tell any jokes yourself, did you? Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed for a while, and when she saw Zhang Sui staring at her, she then gave a dry cough and, collecting his laughter, he said, Father said that you are Ding Yuan's disciple, and I was more or less unconvinced before. It really seems like it now. The average family, they can't teach someone as articulate as you. Besides, there's something different about you and those men. After I reached maturity, a number of men also proposed marriage to my father, but it's all a lot of crud. Either that or fancy my father. Either that or it's only going to be on the outside. Some people go even further, without even having met me, and then they give my father a day-long, lousy compliment. It's disgusting to say how beautiful I am. Zhang Sui nodded his head deeply and said, that's it. Third Miss, a woman marrying is a reincarnation, especially in this situation today. Choosing the right husband directly determines your future. Third Miss Yuan Mi nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice and said, yes, I thought so too. Who am I? Yuan Mi? It would be stupid not to find a man worthy of me. Other women don't have a choice. I have the Yuan family at my back, and my father will be able to at least unify Hebei in the future. How can I be sloppy? Zhang Sui gave Third Miss Yuan Mi a thumbs up and said, Third Miss has a good eye. The general has the backing of the Yuan family, which has 4 generations and 3 dukes. Under his hand are the talents of the frustrated supervisor, Tian Bag, and Yen Zonlangung. There is absolutely no problem in unifying Hebei. As the daughter of such a general, Third Miss should never be sloppy when choosing her husband. Third Miss Yuan Mi heatedly laughed a few times before saying, talking to you is just fun. Do you, really, want to see how I look? Zhang Sui smiled and said, it's best to be able to watch. I can draw the third lady out. It doesn't matter if Third Miss really doesn't want to. when the time comes, I'll also draw a veiled-looking third miss. Anyway, make it as satisfying as you can. Third miss. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, third Miss Yuan Mi hesitated slightly and said, since we're going to do it, then be the best. Taking a deep breath, third Miss Yuan Mi gathered her courage and slowly removed the veil she wore on her face. Zhang Sui. Let's just say that the historical Yuan Shao was not very capable, but a family of genes really isn't covered. Whether it's Yuan Shao himself, his 3 sons, or the third young lady, Yuan Mi, those are top-notch looks. It was a small face, not the melon-like face of the pre-crossing days. Instead, it's a face of national security. However, all the features of the face were extremely well-groomed, especially a pair of eyes. It doesn't feel too great when you're wearing a veil, now that the veil is removed. With such a pretty face of national peace, it is like the waves of light that, implicitly like, just gazing at people like that, but as if they were discharging electricity. Zhang Sui's mind subconsciously rang with a person, the king of the Daughter Kingdom from Journey to the West. Also, the skin is really tender, white and clean, like you could pinch out water. Those red lips, they should be without rouge. However, the color is vibrant. It gives you a desire to have a kiss. Seeing that Zhang Sui looked at him for a while and then lowered his head to eat, third Miss Yuan Mi asked, how is it, compared to that second Miss Yen? While eating, Zhang Sui said, it looks good. Then the second Miss of the Jin family is a bottle, and not as good looking as you. Third Miss isn't just good looking, her temperament throws her off by 18 blocks. Whoever can marry the third Miss is definitely smoking in their ancestral grave. Third Miss Yuan Mi gave a hefty laugh and said, so are you still looking? If you don't look, and I put it on? I'm not married yet. One who cannot easily reveal their appearance to outsiders. Zhang Sui said, it's okay, I'll remember. Third Miss Yuan Mi put on her veil while saying, if you want to see it someday, look for me and I'll show you again. Zhang Sui hummed. Only then did third Miss Yuan Mi add, right, I forgot about the big event. Lu said that your clothes are good, but there are no shoes. Can you come up with some shoes and have them made? Zhang Sui nodded and said, alright, I'll go back and draw the diagram of the shoes and send it over. Third Miss Yuan Mi reached out her hand and gently knocked Zhang Sui's head under his puzzled gaze. Zhang Sui. Third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. How did you grow this brain? I heard father say that you could even fight General Zheng He. Obviously a martial artist, but he can come up with all that nonsense. Sweet mouth again. Unfortunately, it's just a lower birth. The son of a farmer. Although you worshipped Ding Yuan as your master is dead after all. Zhang Sui laughed and was non-committal. Third Miss Yuan Mi watched Zhang Sui finish his meal, and only then did she pack up the dishes and put them in the wooden box. Then, surrounded by several escorts, he rode off on his warhorse. Zhang Sui finished his meal, burped, and returned to the barracks. Yan Liang, Zhua Zhua, and the others all gathered around. Yan Liang squeezed his eyebrows and said, good boy, good fortune. The third young miss is bringing you food. Why didn't you act just now? I saw that the third young lady was so close to you, so I kissed her directly. Zhang Sui looked at Yan Liang with a lewd smile on his face. Hissed, third miss doesn't mean that to me. People come to me for work. Besides, I'm a farmer by birth, though my husband is Lord Ding. Do you think the third miss will look at me? The door is not right. I'm kissing down, and the general will come and cut me down later. Believe it or not, there was some disappointment on the face of the drawstring. That's true. Pity, Bo Qing. If you can marry the third young lady, you'll be the Lord's son-in-law. There's a great future ahead, but you have a point. You can't kiss. That's really going to kill you. Yan Liang and the others all sighed in disappointment. Zhang Sui, what's wrong with these guys? Why do you feel more anxious than you are? And one sighed. Seeing this, Taizhou laughed and said, Bo Qing, everyone is also doing this for your own good, but it's all a bunch of reckless people who think too simply. You're right. You and the third young lady don't have the right door. Don't think nonsense. Train well. Today there are many factions under the general's banner and many talents. Trying to do it by going the wrong way won't work after all. It's still a matter of killing the enemy to get credit for it. End of chapter. The crowd, hearing that from Holding Trick, dropped off to go about their business. They also know the words of the whole trick, just trying to take the easy way out. Drawing a move, he pulled Zhang Sui aside and said, you too, if you want to live a more comfortable life, stop thinking about the mess. The first signs of the Lord's unification of Hebei have been shown. Today, we have our fingers in the states of Bing, Jizhou, Yuzhou and Qingzhou. By sweeping away the remnants of Zhangyan here in Jizhou, it is completely pacified. Everyone took sides individually, wanting to make a bigger war chest with the Lord. But then again, the bigger the official position, the more right and wrong you get into. Bo Qing, you're still young. Your days are long. There's no need to mess with this. Understand? Zhang Sui smiled and nodded at holding trick and responded. Good. This hold move is so nice for a human being. As one's direct superior, one is often instructed. It was only then that Taizhou pushed Zhang Sui's back and said, Go train. Nothing matters as much as your own strength. With strength, there is no fear that there is no way to build a career. Only then did Zhang Sui join his own group of 500 cavalrymen and continue training. Dismissed at dusk, Zhang Sui then followed the crowd back to his home in Yecheng. Surprisingly, I was surprised to see second Duke Yuanxi in the hall of the first house. The male servants and maids of the house had evidently never seen such a great personage, and were all far away from the Don't dare come closer. When they saw Zhang Sui return, they all came together. The second prince is here, house master. He didn't say anything when he came, and had a couple of guards standing at the door. Scary as hell. Her ladyship had him serve tea and went back to the cutting room. Ignoring him, Zhang Sui gave a laugh and handed the warhorse to his male subordinate, gesturing for the others to go off and do their own thing. He walked into the hall. Second Duke Yuan was sipping his tea in boredom. When he saw Zhang Sui return, he waved at him, signaling for him to sit by his side. Zhang Sui didn't sit over there. He just found a seat on the right side below. Even though it's your own home and you're the master. But who made it so that people are Yuan Shao as the second son? Holding moves today's words made him realize, even though he was a traveler, he had to fit into this late Han world. It's easier to live with the flow. Keeping up the pretense of being a traveler and thinking you're superior will only get you played. And for now, all he has to do is recognize who and what he is. The second son, Yuan Shi, although he had not accomplished much historically, was, after all, Yuan Shao's second son. Not something you can mess with in your current self. Second Duke Yuanxi secretly nodded when he saw Zhang Sui sitting on his right side below. Young is young, but still, it's a good idea to know the difference. Second Duke Yuanxi laughed. Commander Zhang, don't be so formal. We're not that far apart in age. And you're just about my third sister's age. I am sincere in my friendship. Zhang Sui smiled non-committally. Only then did second Duke Yuanxi continue. You come from the Wujijin family, and you're a master marker. You know a lot about the Wuji family, don't you? Zhang Sui honestly said. Yes, a lot. And I've come up with quite a few schemes, and because of that, the lady trusts me a little. Second Duke Yuanxi's eyes perked up and said, I've heard it before. The second miss of the Jin family is white and pretty, quite like Mrs. Jin. Zhang Sui. This kid, it looks like he really wants to hit the second Miss Jin Mi's idea as the third Miss Yuan Mi said, knowing full well that his old man Yuan Shao wanted to hit on the lady. It seems that fathers and sons also have wars when it comes to women. Tang Xuanzong Li Longji is like this. Today Yuan Shao and Yuan Shi did the same thing. Just, Zhang Sui secretly snorted. One is my woman. One is my future daughter-in-law. To death. He wouldn't push them into the fire pit. Zhang Sui pondered a little and, only then did he say to Yuan Shi, Second Duke, this Shin family's second young lady named Jinmi does look alright. Inheriting the lady's looks. Yuan Shi's eyes glowed a little. Zhang Sui continued. The ancestors of the Jin family were indeed generous as well. Yuan Shi nodded. Zhang Sui, however, sighed instead of continuing. Yuan Shi was busy saying, Why are you sighing? Zhang Sui looks like he wants to talk. Yuan Shi was a bit anxious and urged. Just say what you have to say. Why are you stammering with me? I came to you today for no other reason than to hear you divulge some information. If you don't say anything, it's somehow disrespectful to me as the second son. Zhang Sui nodded his head and said quietly, But, this second Mission family is a bottle, and particularly bad-tempered. She can't do anything, and spiteful. Earlier, Mr. Tian made the second son of the Jin family a ministerial general, training stragglers as soldiers. This second miss of the Jin family had to disguise herself as a man and join the stragglers and heckle them. To the likes of me, who know who she is. She's just cold, and later on she'll have me do this. Let me do that one later. And she said that if I dared to report what she had done to her ladyship, she knew that she could not drive me away. After all, Madam values me, but she pinches me. Zhang Sui rolled up his sleeves, lifted up the clothes on his waistband, and almost cried out, Twist hard and, it's all screwed up purple. Yuan Shi's face sank and he said with a bit of skepticism, the second miss of the Jin family is at least the daughter of the Jin family. How come there's no one to discipline? But I've heard that Mrs. Yen is a very capable woman. Even father praises her from time to time. She's a woman who can support the huge Jin family. How come she won't discipline the second miss of the Jin family? Zhang Sui looked around. Yuan Shi said suspiciously, There's no one else, so go ahead and say it. Zhang Sui whispered, Madam has been widowed for some years. All those years of being widowed, she was in her prime, and she must have had needs. Her ladyship has had her heart set on it for a long time. And, moreover, it's all been out a couple of times. With her heart and the Jin family to manage, how could she care about that? Yuan Shi grimaced. Lady Jin has a heart? How come there's no news coming out? Zhang Sui sighed and said, after all, Mrs. Jin is a woman and wants face. It's not going to be easy for her to manage the Jin family if this gets out. What do the others think of her? And her son and daughter seem to know it too, but not very fond of it, I guess, and that's why Miss Yan's second daughter is wantonly. She expects that Madame won't dare to be overly disciplined. Otherwise, she'd make a scene and the Jin family would be in chaos. Her ladyship is a person who focuses on the big picture. How could she make the Jin family's chickens come home to roost because of a man? Moreover, the second miss of the Jin family has a good-looking appearance, and there aren't any bad rumors going around. When she marries out, the Jin family will be quiet. She's also reached maturity and is ready to be married. As for which ingrate married a bottle like Miss Yan's second daughter, such an unruly and capricious woman, that's all out of the lady's concern. Think about it, for someone who can marry the second miss of the Jin family, how bad can his family background be? Zhang Sui shot a glance at second Duke Yuan Shi and laughed. Even if it's not the likes of second Duke, it's not too far off from the worldly family either. Don't the families of the world want to lose face? All married the second miss of the Jin family. Surely she's a proper wife. Who would want to publicize the scandal of a proper wife? A family scandal. It can only be eaten dumb. Maybe it's even thanks to the Jin family. At least, that's how it appears to show the pattern. Zhang Sui retracted his eyes from the second son, Yuan Shi. Sighing, he said, it's just that you, the second prince, came to ask me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to say these words. Anyways, I'm also from the Jin family. These words are degrading to the Jin family's reputation. If this causes second Miss Jin to be unable to marry a gentleman like you, second Duke, wouldn't that be a great sin on my part? That is, pity the future person who marries the second miss of the Jin family, which marries home and has only one look-alike, but it's upsetting the whole family. Perhaps, the head of this family will even take it out on the future man of Miss Yan's family, even disappointed in him to the core. The master of the house may not feel aggrieved for the man, but rather that a house that is not. How can I sweep the world? It's a sign of incompetence when you can't handle your own woman. After all, what big man has a messy backyard? Look at the first emperor. He doesn't even have a queen, and the harem doesn't dare to say anything. Look at Emperor Wu of my dynasty, who forced the empress to commit suicide, and no one dared to say anything. Zhang Sui said with a rather sympathetic look. Pity, this man. End of chapter. Second Duke Yuan Shi's face directly darkened. Previously, although I heard the third sister say this Shin family's second Miss Shin Mi's situation, but he didn't believe it. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. Moreover, it did not occur to me that Mrs. Yan's family had a heart, and it was all add up. Father will have to be informed so that he can die. Father still has his heart set on annexing the Jin family through Mrs. Shun. There you go. As expected, there are more or less lousy hookups in the big families. Only the Yuan family is better. But his own Yuan family has also seen the kind of scum like his uncle. This Shin family, it's really well hidden. Luckily, someone knows the Yen family. Otherwise, both my father and myself have eaten their words. If he marries the second Miss Jin, his family will be in a state of panic, cutting off the possibility of becoming a Seiho. Then he really would have to kill someone. As for my father, he paid a lot of money for a woman like Mrs. Yen, and he has a man outside. If my father doesn't know it yet, I guess I won't dare to read the history books of the future generations. Can't even begin to imagine what future generations will say about their fathers. Taking a deep breath, second Duke Yuan Shi stood up and said to Zhang Sui, Commander Zhang, you at least come from the Jin family. There are some things you can say and some things you can't. The situation of the Jin family, today out of your mouth and into my ears, will not reach the ears of a third person. Understand? Zhang Sui busily said. Thank you for the teachings of the second prince. Second Duke Yuan Shi left with a big stride, and when he reached the threshold, he stopped again. To Zhang Sui, he said, also, don't listen to rumors. I'm only asking you this today out of my father's regard for the great families of the world. No other ideas? Understand? Zhang Sui said. Understood. Understood. Only then did second Duke Yuan Shi leave with the guards at the door. Zhang Sui quickly followed, sending second Duke Yuan Shi off on his horse surrounded by his guards. Only until they disappeared from sight did Zhang Sui exhale. He had just returned to the lobby of the first house when he saw Kai Wenji come out. Kai Wenji looked a little odd and said, Second Miss Jin, is it really as spiteful and capricious as you say? Zhang Sui ordered the maid to cook while walking towards the inner room. Ah, yes, what is it? Do you think that I, as the Yen family's main record, would still intentionally speak ill of her? Kai Wenji followed Zhang Sui all the way to the courtyard of the third house before she smiled and trotted up to him. Blocking Zhang Sui's path, he raised an eyebrow and said, I don't even see you bad-mouthing people on weekdays. even the maids and male servants in the house. You are all pleasant. This is a way to denigrate a girl today. So the second miss of the Jin family, is she your old flame? Zhang Sui's heart thumped in his chest, and as he continued to enter the house, he busied himself with saying, "Don't talk nonsense. That's the second miss of the Jin family. How am I qualified for that?" Kai Wenji hugged his waistband from behind and laughed. "You're saying here that you're not qualified, and then that slander just now. Sure enough, second Miss Jin clan is not what you say she is. You don't want the Jin family's second miss to marry the second prince, do you?" Only then did Zhang Sui stop and turn around, coming face to face with Kai Wenji. Looking at Kai Wenji's curious face, Zhang Sui let out a laugh. Compared to before, when I saw her, she always had a cold face. Now she was obviously much more cheerful. That's fine. Historically, she has suffered all her life. Zhang Sui also wrapped his arms around Kai Wenji's waist and laughed. So smart. Worthy of being my favorite woman. Kai Wenji became more and more curious. Then what kind of person is the second miss of the Jin family, that she would even like an underling like you? Zhang Sui shook his head and said, "How can that be? She doesn't like me, and she's sick of me. Every time you see me, you're cold," and scolded me with the lady at every turn, calling me a denizen. Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui skeptically. "How do you know she scolded you?" Zhang Sui rightfully said, "Madam told me. How else would I know?" Kai Wenji stared at Zhang Sui with wide eyes and an incredulous expression. "Ma'am, Mrs. Yin told you this?" Zhang Sui said. "Ha, yes, what's the problem?" Kai Wenji bit her red lips before she said, "I heard that Mrs. Jin's family is also incredibly beautiful. Though you have children, you act like a two-bit girl, and you're undead. You wouldn't." Zhang Sui. Women. It's not good to be too smart. He had only said a few words himself, and Kai Wenji had actually guessed it. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head and kissed Kai Wenji as he picked her up and ran into the room. Kai Wenji was about to struggle up. Zhang Sui threw her under the covers and darted in, saying, "My heart's liver. Let's not talk about that today. I haven't seen you in 2 days, like 2 years. Kai Wenji laughed. "You coaxed me. You were still thinking about Mrs. Yen just now dash." Kai Wenji's laughter came to an abrupt end. In its place, there was a hiss of pain. Zhang Sui hurriedly lifted the covers. Looking at the stripped-down Kai Wenji frowned and Zhang Sui hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is this?" Kai Wenji's entire face looked like it was about to drip blood as she wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's neck, whispered something in an ear. Zhang Sui scratched his face in some embarrassment. While putting the quilt back over the two of them, Zhang Sui wrapped his arms around Kai Wenji and, with an apologetic face, he said, "Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. It's mostly because you're so good looking, I couldn't help it." Kai Wenji whispered. "Then you and Mrs. Yen." Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and honestly said, "There have been." Kai Wenji. "How do I compare to her?" Zhang Sui said. "It's all pretty good." Kai Wenji rolled over and turned her back to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui poked his head over and said with a nervous face, "Little heart?" But she saw Kai Wenji turn her head again and laugh. "Just kidding with you. I'm grateful that you don't think I'm a kleptomaniac, and that you're treating me like this, and how can you be angry about that? However, the second prince has just plotted against the second miss of the Jin family. It means that the second miss of the Jin family is about the same age as you. Don't you feel awkward being with Mrs. Yen's family and seeing the second Miss Yen's family?" Zhang Sui sighed in relief before he said, "It's not like I like her. So what's the point of twisting? My idea is that when I'm a little more official and able to help out the Jin family, then I'll just pick the lady up. We live together." Her ladyship's arrangement for the second Miss Jin family is to find her a son-in-law among the servants of the residence, so that the second Miss of the Jin family can stay at home and take charge of the Jin family. The second son of the Jin family is a man without much ability. He can't support the Jin family. Kai Wenji asked, "Find a flunky among the Jin family's subordinates?" Zhang Sui hummed. Kai Wenji said, "Is there anyone else among the Jin family's subordinates who is better than you?" Zhang Sui forehead. "Probably not. Anyway, I didn't find out. Maybe, it's me being a little conceited." In the eyes of her ladyship and the second Miss Yen, there may be. Only then did Kai Wenji climb up and lie on top of Zhang Sui. Using the tips of his fingers, he gently teased Zhang Sui's eyebrows and said, "If you don't want me one day, tell me. Don't purposely put on a face for me, and don't." Zhang Sui held Kai Wenji's small hand and softly said, "I told you, you're my woman. This is your home. I don't want to say too much. Just watch me do it." Kai Wenji hummed and pressed the side of her face against Zhang Sui's chest. End of chapter. For the next 20 days, Zhang Sui lived a surprisingly quiet life. In addition to drawing Lu a pair of sandals, a pair of long, small leather boots, outside of painting Kai Wenji's sailor suit, his entire focus was on training. The maid had bought him sheepskin and animal hair, and he had no time to deal with it. especially when it was the turn of night training. The extent was such that a bunch of cavalrymen were screaming for help. Zhang Sui was training his warhorse to mount and dismount at a gallop, and once he failed to grasp the reins firmly, plunged directly headfirst into the ground, came to a 90-degree bend, and almost died, scaring a group of people. Thankfully, Zhang Sui is young and fit, just twisted his neck. He was scared to death himself. Other than that, Zhang Sui hadn't made out with Kai Wenji for days. It's not that I don't want to, rather, it was the intense immediate training that wore his ass right out and made it bleed. Bloody hell! The blood on his ass hadn't dried yet. He bandaged it up and continued training the next day. It stained his pants directly red. He did call in sick once, and was outright denied by Yan Liang. Yan Liang told him that it wasn't enough. When he has worn less skin and calluses on his ass, this is the real cavalry. Zhang Sui also saw that quite a few other people were just like him, so he could only endure it. Every time Zhang Sui returned to his residence, Kai Wenji treated his wounds and cried. Zhang Sui still practiced extra for a while during this time, but the injury to his hip was so severe that the intensity of his extra practice was greatly diminished. As he had guessed before, the greater the intensity of the hike, the higher the rate of the triggered blasts the higher the magnitude of the storm. These days he adds basically 0.1 pounds of strength with extra practice. Zhang Sui simply let it go for a few days. After training that night, in the early morning, Zhang Sui limped towards the city. He's still bleeding from the wound on his ass. He's been afraid to ride since the training ended. You can only walk back every day. He would have liked to stay in the barracks, but with a bunch of big old men in the barracks, it's always weird to deal with wounds. He was still in the habit of letting Kai Wenji help him with his wounds. The bottom line is that barracks food is so much better than ordinary civilian food. Though, it still doesn't satisfy Zhang Sui's appetite. The barracks are still noisy. It's all hooves and horses all day long. It also stinks. It was hard to enter the city, but Zhang Sui saw a figure and winced in fear. He saw the second young lady, Jun Mi, wearing a veil, and was with Hong Yu. There was also a group of underlings from the Jin family store stationed at the entrance to the bazaar. What's second Miss doing here? Thinking of what he had said to third Miss Yuan Mi and second Duke Yuan Shi earlier, Zhang Sui gulped. I don't think they'll tell Miss Tu. Will they? If I tell Miss Tu? Zhang Sui gave a strong laugh. Are you kidding me? How could you possibly say that? If they knew that the second young lady was like that, they probably wouldn't even see her. His eyes fell on Hong Yu, and Zhang Sui licked the corners of his mouth, though he was reluctant to meet Miss Tu. But how could one not see Hong Yu when she was here? During this time, since he was unable to do those things with Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui chatted with her, talking about the Jin family, chatting about the lady in red jade as well. Kai Wenji is aware of Hong Yu. Now that Hong Yu is here, she has to be received into the residence. Of course, if Hong Yu didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. Zhang Sui limped over to him. The second young lady, Jun Mi, and Hong Yu were standing in front of the marketplace lamenting the grandeur of Yecheng. Even the fairgrounds are so much bigger than those in Wuji County. A figure was seen walking towards them. Hong Yu looked at Zhang Sui's miserable appearance and, her eyes reddened a bit, and she busily greeted them. You, why are you like this? Zhang Sui held Hong Yu's small hand and said, it's fine. Training. Hong Yu did not pull her small hand out of Zhang Sui's hands this time. Her eyes fell on Zhang Sui's ass. Blood had already stained Zhang Sui's pants. Hong Yu tears fell down at once. Choked. Even training practice like this? Afraid you weren't beaten? When second Miss Shinmi saw Zhang Sui in this state, she was also busy looking over. Seeing Zhang Sui's pants covered in blood, second Miss Shinmi knit her brows and, busy greeting a male subordinate to carry Zhang Sui on his back, Zhang Sui busily said, Second Miss, you are busy with your business. This injury is nothing. Second Miss Shinmi ignored him and told the others to continue to the marketplace. The male subordinate carried Zhang Sui to the Jin family store while she and Hong Yu went to the pharmacy and grabbed a few pairs of medicines. It had been a long time since Zhang Sui had returned to the Jin family store. Not that it's anything else. It's just because there's no one too familiar in the Jin family store. These people in the palm of the hand had gotten along, but there was a bit of an age difference. The owner is in his 40s. Seeing Zhang Sui in such a miserable state, the people from the Jin family store busily told him to get down in the previous room. It didn't take long for second Miss Shinmi and Hong Yu to rush back. Second Miss Shinmi told her maid to go and decoct the medicine and asked Hong Yu to go and help Zhang Sui with his wounds. After all, Hong Yu is a woman. Move gently. And it was also the woman that her own mother had promised to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was lying on the bed, looking at Hong Yu's red eyes as she came in, and laughed. What are you crying about? It's just worn skin. How can building a career be that simple? Red Jade walked over to him without saying a word. Zhang Sui reached out and grabbed her small hand and smiled. Sister, was it Madam who asked you to come over? Later, go back? Hongyu let him play with her little hand for a while before she sniffled and said, "I'll help you get your pants down, so don't be embarrassed." Zhang Sui let go of Hongyu's small hand and laughed. "What am I shy about? You are my woman. Sooner or later, my person is yours, and I'm afraid you'll look at it?" Hongyu slowly peeled off Zhang Sui's pants. Zhang Sui couldn't help but hiss. "The blood stuck to my pants and it hurt when I took them off." Zhang Sui felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Before crossing over, when I was a student, there was a dike outside the school where people rode horses. The kind that's so skinny it's just bones. $5 a round trip on the levy." He's envious but can't spare the money. Later on the mind was preoccupied with this. Unfortunately, there has been no opportunity. Now it's hard to get a chance to ride a horse, but it's tossed like this. If it were not for the fact that in these chaotic times, without some official position, one could not protect one's wife and children. He didn't even want to practice anymore. Practice a chicken. It feels like people are going to waste away. He'd grown up thinking that he'd suffered enough as a child growing up in the countryside. Feeling like you won't be able to throw yourself. Now I realize that the hardships of growing up in the countryside as a child were nothing. It's nothing compared to today. Hongyu heard Zhang Sui's hissing voice and winced in fear as she darted away. She didn't dare take it off. Flesh and blood. She felt like she was going to pass out if she took any more off. Zhang Sui is trying to be comforting, but feeling the fiery pain in his ass, he didn't bother going out again. A few moments passed before a figure was seen hurrying in. Surprisingly, it's Second Miss Shinmi. Zhang Sui struggles to get back to his feet. Second Miss Shinmi is an unmarried girl. It wouldn't be good for her reputation to see herself in this state. Before Zhang Sui could climb up, Second Miss Shinmi snapped. "Move again?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically and said, "A lone man and a woman. Second Miss, you can just replace it with a male servant." End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi greeted Zhang Sui's sardonic smile and closed the door, while coldly saying, "According to you, medical workers don't need to treat the sick to save people? How many medical workers stripped the hems of their patients and saved men and women alike? And I haven't seen any female patients dying." Zhang Sui laughed. "It's not the same, Second Miss. A healer is a healer." Zhang Sui's body shivered before he could finish his words, but it was Second Miss Shinmi who had slowly lifted his pants. Looking at the bloody mess underneath his pants, the various herbs mixed with the blood, Second Miss Shinmi secretly took a deep breath. Her fingers were shaking a little too. In all her life, she had never seen such a miserable scene. Zhang Sui's teeth were clenched in pain. Now he dreads 2 moments a day. One is to change the medicine. One is when you take a day off and then go to train for a mount. But thinking of Second Miss Shinmi staring at her ass behind her, Zhang Sui still forced out a smile and said, "Second Miss, after looking at my ass, don't tell anyone else in the future." Second Miss Shinmi's eyes were also a bit sour as she listened to Zhang Sui's words with a tremor in his voice. She didn't have the heart to accompany Zhang Sui to talk. Suppressing the shiver that ran through her insides, she carefully pushed aside the bloodied pants and the bond of the wound. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It took a while before she completely separated her pants from the wound. Looking at Zhang Sui unloading his strength and generally lying motionless on the bed, his whole body wet with sweat, Second Miss Shinmi wanted to curse twice. Eventually, she swallowed back, opening the door to her room. Second Miss Shinmi quickly stepped out and went to bring the herbs over. Hongyu cowered in the corner, wiping her tears over and over. Second Miss Shinmi was too lazy to comfort her. Help Zhang Sui put on the medicine and rewrap it with the sterilized cloth. It was only then that Second Miss Shinmi helped Zhang Sui cover up the quilt. Zhang Sui was just about to tilt his head up and give a thank you. Second Miss Shinmi snorted. "It seems that the injuries aren't very serious, and you still have the strength to move around." Zhang Sui. Second Miss Shinmi closed the door to her room before leaving. Red Jade had gone outside. Second Miss Shinmi knit her brows and said, "How can you take care of him like this? He's not even dead yet. It's just an injury. What if he," the second young lady, Junmi, was going to say, "if he had died in battle, bloody and, when the time comes, the wife will have to go over there to identify the body and carry it back. How dare you go?" But in the end, she didn't say it. That's an unlucky thing to say. She's afraid to say. She just rushed to the kitchen in silence, and instructed the maid to decoct the medicine, and only then stood alone in front of the store. Watching the crowds of people coming and going and fuming. This time, she came because her mother told her to rush over. Her mother told her to rush over and spend time with him. It should have been for himself and him to get their relationship sorted out before mentioning him joining the family. How can he mention joining the family when he looks like this? Thinking of him fighting like this, Second Miss Shinmi often sighed as well. "I blame myself for being a daughter. But if you were a man yourself, why would you need him to fight so hard? Ergo can't take charge of things. It's just up to you. This man, who looks like a denizen, is quite reliable when it counts. It's just not that simple to build a career." It's not even a war yet and he's hurt like this. This is a real war. Second Miss Jinmi's beautiful eyes were also brimming with tears. Or, the person is just plain gone. After sighing several times and suppressing the sadness within, Second Miss Jinmi then returned to the store. This time my mother let over to stay for a long time. In addition to fostering a relationship with him, it was also a test. Test your ability to run the Jin family's industry in Yecheng. One had to get one's spirits up. The second young lady, Junmi, stayed in Madam's room this time, having the shopkeeper bring over all the ledgers from the nearby stores. Second Miss Jinmi began to look at the ledgers. After watching for a while, she was still a bit uneasy and walked towards Zhang Sui's room. Looking at Hong Yu standing in the doorway, Second Miss Jinmi waved her hand and said, "The injuries have already been taken care of. You go and get busy too. I'll alert you to any changes he has here." Only then did Hong Yu redden her eyes, and reluctantly leave. Second Miss Jinmi watched as Hong Yu disappeared into the depths of the corridor before she pushed open the door to her room. However, he saw Zhang Sui lying on the bed and had fallen into a deep sleep. The second young lady, Junmi, stood by the bedside, overlooking his face and looking at his forehead's already dried hair pasted on his face. Second Miss Junmi was a little hesitant. Biting her red lip, she still reached out her fingers and gently pulled his hair up and skim over the rest of the hair. Looking at Zhang Sui's lack of reaction, Second Miss Jinmi squatted down and met him flush with 4 eyes. Fingers gently poking Zhang Sui's eyelashes and nose. Second Miss Jinmi secretly spat. So much for good looks. Eyes are eyes. The nose is the nose. It wasn't much more handsome. It's not even close to being a jade tree. Why does mother like him so much? Even let himself come all the way over here to make nice with him? And don't ask for your opinion. But then again, it's not about picking a man based on his appearance either. Men, in these chaotic times, are still mainly based on ability, body and character. At least, competence-wise, he's still a bit out there. Physically, it's so much better than the second brother. Character. Second Miss Jinmi pressed her fingertips against the end of Zhang Sui's nose, like a pig's nose. Snickering, he said, "Just a denizen." Seeing Zhang Sui scratching his face, Second Miss Jinmi panicked and moved her hand away, about to get up. But then he saw Zhang Sui move again. Second Miss Jinmi raised her palm and gritted her teeth as she was about to slap Zhang Sui's face. In the end, she still lowered her hand, and her slender fingers pinched Zhang Sui's cheeks. A small voice spat, "Denizen, it hurts." When he finished, he turned to leave, closing the door to his room softly behind him. Jade came over again. Second Miss Jinmi frowned. "Nothing to do?" Hong Yu lowered her head and said, for the time being, no." Second Miss Jinmi said, "Then go to my room and help look at the books. In the future, we're both going to be here for a long time." Hong Yu glanced at the door of Zhang Sui's room and let out a hum, before she followed Second Miss Jinmi inside. Second Miss Jinmi looked at the ledger for a while, when a knock sounded outside and said, "Second Miss, Kai is outside asking if the Lord's Mark has been here." Hong Yu raised her head to look at the door. Kai? She hadn't even heard of it. Second Miss Jinmi. "Which Kai?" The voice said, "The eldest daughter of the great scholar Kai Yong, married to the Wei family of Hadong. The Kai who grimaced her husband to death." Second Miss Jinmi signaled Hong Yu to continue looking at the ledger, and only then did she stand up and leave. "So it's this Kai. She's heard it before. Before that, the Dingta read my mother's fortune and predicted that my second brother would die early. When my mother invited Dr. Ho to see Dr. Ho talked about this woman. It's a poor woman. She remembered that he medical worker had said that this husband of hers, like her second brother, was suffering from physical deficiencies. It's just that the second brother was caught early enough to be saved, and the other side found out too late. Now the world blames her for the death of this husband of hers." End of chapter. Second Miss Jinmi exited the room with sympathy. "When I came to the door of the store, I saw a well-presented woman, dressed in a thick and the woman with the fur wrapped around her neck was looking inside with an anxious expression. It's none other than Kai Wenji. Before Zhang Sui left for training yesterday, he said he would be back today. She had decocted the medicine early in the morning, ready to treat Zhang Sui's wound when he returned. It was now late morning, but Zhang Sui had not yet returned. She didn't know where to find Zhang Sui either. However, she knew that Zhang Sui was someone from the Wuji Jin family. The first time they met, the two met at the Jin family store. "Had to come here to take my chances." Without waiting long, a young girl in a long dress and a veil was seen walking out. Kai Wenji busily stepped forward and gave a full salute. "Concubine Kai, this is a courtesy." The second young Miss, Junmi, also returned the salute and said, "Jinmi of the Wuji County Jin family, meet Mrs. Kai." Kai Wenji was a little surprised. "Jinmi, is this the second young lady of the Wuji Jin family?" Previously, Zhang Sui said, "It's a great look, beautiful as it is, and it feels like a good temper." Why did Zhang Sui say she was unruly and willful? Despite her suspicions, Kai Wenji didn't ask. Compared to that, she was more concerned about whether Zhang Sui was here. If it wasn't there, we could only ask the Jin family for help in finding it. For one thing, Jin's family knew Zhang Sui. Secondly, there are many members of the Jin family. Kai Wenji busily said, Miss Jin, is Zhang Sui here? Second Miss Jinmi nodded and said, he is here. I just got here this morning, and was taking a stroll through the fairgrounds. Just saw him limping from out of town. I've had a look at it and it's badly injured. So, I brought him here and had his wounds treated. Kai Wenji let out a huge sigh of relief when she heard the second youngest lady, Junmi, say this, saying thank you, Miss Jin, for making a move. Second Miss Junmi invited Kai Wenji to go in while saying, what is your relationship with him? Seems to care about him. The two of them walked towards Zhang Sui's room. Kai Wenji's face reddened, her red lips mumbled, and her voice was a little low like a gnat. I am fortunate to be in his favor. Second Miss Jinmi's heart missed a beat and her footsteps stopped. The pretty face under the veil went a little white. This denizen, it's only been a short time and he's hooked up with one. And, favors? Has he forgotten that he still has a Hanyu in Wuji County? No wonder my mother had made herself come all the way here. Dare I say that his mother had already seen through his denizen nature. Here, eat one. Raise another one there. Kai Wenji noticed the change in the second young Miss Jinmi's face and felt something odd in her heart. Why did she feel that this second young lady was interested in him? But he clearly said that this second young lady disliked him and loathed him. It was him and the missus who had an affair. Had he misunderstood something? Kai Wenji asked tentatively. Mrs. Jin? It was only then that second Miss Jinmi came back to her senses, stopped in her tracks, and said to Kai Wenji, Mrs. Kai. Kai Wenji stopped in her tracks and met the second youngest lady, Junmi, at eye level. Second Miss Jinmi said, that denizen. No, Master Zhang Ji, has just finished changing the medicine. Asleep. The wound is deep. It hurts. It's so hard to fall asleep. We'd better leave him alone. You go back and I'll tell him when he wakes up. Kai Wenji. She somewhat did not understand what second Miss Jinmi meant. People are already here. Moreover, all told her about her relationship with Zhang Sui. How could she have the nerve to just let herself go? But Kai Wenji is also thin-skinned. And after all, it was in someone else's house. And knowing that Zhang Sui already had help with his wounds, or the Yen family, although Kai Wenji had a little twinge in her heart, she still said, that's fine. Then I will trouble Miss Jin to help take care of it. I will definitely repay Miss Jin's favor some other time. After saying that, she gave a graceful bow towards the second young Miss Jinmi and turned back to leave again. The second young lady, Junmi, escorted Kai Wenji to the entrance of the store and watched as the other party disappeared into the distance. It was only then that he iced his face and walked straight into the depths of the store. The store's underlings were all silent, nor did I see her arguing with Mrs. Kai, even talking politely. Why is it so scary now? Second Miss Jinmi came straight to the door of Zhang Sui's room, just about to push the door in, and yet, he held back raw. After standing at the door for a while, second Miss Jinmi folded back into her room, looking at Hanyu who was helping with the account books by the case table. Second Miss Jinmi returned to her position and picked up the ledger to look through it while saying, Hanyu. Hanyu hummed and raised her head, looking towards the second young Miss Jinmi. Second Miss Jinmi said, just now that Mrs. Kai, do you know what relationship she has with that denizen? Hanyu shook her head. Second Miss Jinmi read the account book while saying, you are my personal maid. Grow up with me. Red Jade hummed. Second Miss Jinmi said, I've always treated you like a sister. Hanyu hummed and was moved. Second Miss, I know all about it. I've always treated the Yin family like family. Second Miss Jinmi sighed and put down her account book. To Hanyu, she said, mother betrothed you to that denizen. Hanyu blushed, lowered her head, and gave a hum. The second young lady, Junmi, said, although you are not yet married, you already have the name of husband and wife. What's that denizen doing? All over you. Hanyu buried her head into her chest, her voice as low as a gnat. No need. He can marry me. I'll be satisfied with that. Me, I'm just a maid. I don't know much, except that I can help with some of the work. He's a man and so talented. What he decides must be well thought out. No need to ask me. I couldn't have gotten an idea if I'd been asked. Second Miss Jinmi. Hanyu was a little flustered in her heart and continued to pretend to read the ledger. The second young Miss Jinmi only felt her heart flare up with anger. What's with this guy? I used to know that she was coy and easy to bully. But the question is, how can you still be like this when it comes to men? Second Miss Jinmi suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a good manner, Hanyu, that's not how it's said. There are some things that don't need to be asked. But when it comes to women, I think, you still have to ask questions. Hanyu looked blankly at second Miss Jinmi. She had known that second Miss Shinmi was going to find someone from the male subordinates of the mansion to join the family. Of all the male servants in the Jin family, the one she thinks is the best. It was also the only one who could match the second young miss. And naturally, it was only Zhang Sui. The second young miss was looking for Zhang Sui to join her family, and she was able to accept it. After all, it's second miss. There's no harm in being a concubine yourself. There was no argument about being a maid herself and having a lower status than the second young lady. Why? What does the second young lady mean that's so inscrutable? Let yourself be questioned? Asked what? Should we keep Zhang Sui from joining the family? That's not good either. The Jin family had raised her, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to say that she was her own mother's family. He himself was even blessed by the second young lady to be able to follow her. Now, why did you ask Zhang Sui if he wanted to join the family? Not to mention, Zhang Sui has joined the Jin family. It can also help the lady to support this stormy Jin family together. If the Jin family is good, everyone is good. Thinking of this, Hong Yu said with a serious face, there's no need for that. Second miss. I totally agree. What you guys decide, that's fine. I'm all for it. Second Miss Shinmi almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This Hong Yu. It's hopeless. That denizen slept with that Kai before you did. You're his first woman. Instead of making a scene, you say you totally agree? You really don't have any talent. End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi wanted to say something else, but when she met Hong Yu's innocent look, she swallowed her words back. This person, Hong Yu, she knew too well. It felt too silly to encourage her to go to Zhang Sui. Hong Yu had grown up with herself over the years, and just wasn't the type to come out of the woodwork. It seems that one still has to step in on one's own. Second Miss Shinmi looked through the account book with depression. She waited until noon for dinner before she stopped. Although the underlings in the store were fed twice a day. Second Miss Shinmi and Hong Yu, the shopkeeper still had 3 meals a day. Zhang Sui hasn't woken up yet. The second young Miss Shinmi finished her meal and had her maid prepare the meal and mention it to Zhang Sui's room, holding back the others. Second Miss Shinmi stood by Zhang Sui's couch. Zhang Sui sniffed his nose and woke up in a daze, subconsciously saying, Zhao Ji, what kind of food did you make today? It feels quite flavorful. TSK, that's a very affectionate name. Zhao Ji, is Zhao Ji a cousin of Mrs. Kai, truly worthy of being the daughter of a great scholar? Even a woman has a watchword. A yin and yang voice rang in his ears, but it was mixed with a chill. Zhang Sui, the sound. Second ladies. The image of second Miss Shinmi taking off her pants and treating her wounds earlier came to Zhang Sui's mind. Looking in the direction of the voice, he accompanied the smile and said, Second Miss, you, how are you? Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui expressionlessly and said, not good. I've traveled a long way, from Wuji County to here, and I'm not tired? You've never been in a carriage? That's if I'm not well. I might be sick by the time I get here. Zhang Sui, the thing is, I didn't ask you to come over either. I'd love to have the missus over. But those words obviously can't be said out loud. That feels a bit unconscionable to say. Anyway, just for the fact that she's an unmarried girl, taking off his pants to treat his wounds, or a lady of the house, this favor will have to be taken. Zhang Sui said, it is quite hard. I also have to trouble the second young lady to help me with my wounds. The second young miss is really a fairy descending to earth. Not only is she good looking, but she is also quite kind. A model for my generation. Second Miss Shinmi hummed, am I really that good? Zhang Sui nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and said, seriously, it's more real than a pearl. The second young lady is wonderful. Anyone who can marry the second young miss would be blessed in 8 lifetimes, and would have to burn incense and offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Thank the ancestors for their blessings from the fountain. The second young Miss Shinmi's heart was then much more comfortable. To think that my mother had sent herself to Yeching this time to deepen her feelings for this denizen. The second young Miss, Junmi, took the rice from the side, sat down next to Zhang Sui, picked up a spoon, dug a little bit of corn rice, and, passing it to Zhang Sui's mouth, he said, open your mouth. Zhang Sui looked at the spoonful of corn rice for a while, and then glanced at the second young Miss Shinmi. Why does it feel different? In the past, when he was in the Jin family in Wuji County, he had never enjoyed this treatment. Besides, she's the Miss Yen family. Zhang Sui was about to climb up and said, I'll just do it myself. Second Miss Shinmi said in a deep voice, open your mouth. Zhang Sui and second Miss Shinmi looked at each other. This chick, why does she feel so harsh all of a sudden? It feels a bit like a pre-crossover Kawasaki Tyrannosaurus Rex. Used to feel like quite a well-behaved person. It's just a bit colder in nature. What offended her and took it out on herself? If he knew about this, he'd have to give him a few kicks in the ass. Thinking that he was with his lady and had to be bullied by her, Zhang Sui secretly hissed, gotta stay away from her from now on. Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically while opening his mouth to swallow his rice. Laughing along, he said, I'm probably also blessed in my 8 lifetimes to be fed by the second young miss. I'm going to be moved to tears. Second Miss Shinmi continued to feed while raising an eyebrow. Oh, that Zhao Ji of yours. She doesn't even feed you? Zhang Sui. I didn't get to the point of feeding either. It's not like your old man's murderous intentions are written all over his face. I'd rather eat by myself. Zhang Sui dryly coughed a few times and said, No. Mainly, I think, I can eat by myself. Second Miss Shinmi said, So I'm being redundant? Zhang Sui hurriedly waved his hand and said with a righteous face, No, absolutely not. To be able to be fed by Second Miss, my ancestors' graves are smoking. Second Miss Shinmi snorted lightly and said, Then you're saying that I'm the one who treats you well? Or is that Ziohe of yours treating you well? Zhang Sui, is that even a comparison? Kaiwan Ji, that's my woman now. Someone I can warm the bed every day. You're my daughter. Yes, you'll be my daughter in the future. It's not like you can press under the covers. It's just that, naturally, these words can't be said. Zhang Sui laughed twice and said, Second Miss can tell jokes. Of course it's you. Second Miss. You're better than her everywhere. Second Miss. Second Miss Shinmi said. Where exactly? Zhang Sui scratched his face. That was a rowdy Neil. Zhang Sui sighed darkly. It's the first time I've realized that women are so difficult to deal with. I still like the time when I first met Miss Tu. A cool, uninviting look. The second young Miss, Junmi, sighed darkly as she looked at Zhang Sui's grasping appearance. Gotta. It's a waste of time to ask. Ask again and I guess he'll have to hurry. That Mrs. Kai of others. She slept with him. Men, indeed, with a bit of skill are like the cat with that foot, dabbling around. It's a fait accompli. Just castrating him down there won't help. He can't be allowed to get rid of Mrs. Kai. For one thing, he hadn't recruited him into the family himself, nor do they have the authority to do it for him. As he was now, he was no longer considered an underling of the Jin family. Secondly, that Mrs. Kai is also pitiful. As the daughter of a great scholar, she now has no family. It's also been labeled as a husband killer. If we really go, where can we go in this chaotic world? Along the way, there were corpses and dead bones everywhere. She was a woman of the world and so good-looking, it was impossible to imagine the encounters she would face. Let's just say that mothers know men. It was expected that he would attract bees and butterflies, so as soon as he was well enough from his own wind chill, he hurriedly let himself over. Zhang Sui secretly sighed in relief when he saw that the second young Miss Shinmi was concentrating on feeding and stopped talking. Second Miss Shinmi finished feeding and left without saying a word. Zhang Sui plopped down on the bed and looked at the back of second Miss's departure, secretly sighing. This future daughter of his own is so nice. The back is definitely something that makes you want to commit a crime when you look at it. It was just a pity that he already had a lady. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would have to try to ruffle feathers. After second Miss Shinmi left Zhang Sui's room, she did not immediately return to her room. Having someone call for Hongyu, the second young Miss Shinmi said to the shopkeeper, Prepare some valuable gifts. Go get Hongyu and that denizen up as well, and accompany me on a trip to the state pastor's residence. When you first come here, you have to pay a visit and say hello without being rude. End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi didn't have to wait long in front of the store before she saw Hongyu and Zhang Sui come out. Zhang Sui is limping. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui and said, I shouldn't have let you out in the first place, but I'm going to be here a long time from now. Heads up, heads down. Moreover, the state shepherd had dealings with our Jin family before. I always have to go to a meet. You're Ding Jianyang's disciple and a bit of an official dash. Zhang Sui busily said, I should. I'm fine, usually after I apply the medicine, and to walk around, too, and, to be honest, I'm actually much better injured than I was before. I have to go to training at night. Gently patting his butt, Zhang Sui laughed. I've got thick skin, it doesn't bother me. Hearing Zhang Sui say this, Hongyu hesitated, but still assisted Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui looked at Hongyu. Hongyu lowered her head and didn't say anything. The shopkeeper prepared the wagon, and the wagon was loaded with gifts. Second Miss Shinmi greeted Hongyu and Zhang Sui to follow. The second young lady, Junmi, made Zhang Sui lie down directly in the carriage wagon. She and Red Jade were sitting next to him. As the carriage slowly moved forward, the second young lady, Junmi, began to instruct Hongyu and Zhang Sui on things to pay attention to. It's all a matter of etiquette. Zhang Sui watched Hongyu obediently respond as his eyes fell on her ass, round and bulbous. Or maybe it was the fact that he had already rolled with Kaiwenji and he was feeling much thicker. Seeing that neither Hongyu nor second Miss Shinmi had any intention of turning back, Zhang Sui extended his hand and gently stroked the Red Jade's ass. Hongyu was listening to the second young Miss Shinmi's instructions, listening attentively. Feeling her ass being touched, her body suddenly tightened and her whole face instantly caught fire. though it had been known that the man was a denizen. But now, in the carriage wagon, with the second young lady, and he had the audacity to do such a thing with impunity. Hongyu wanted to grab Zhang Sui's hand and tell him not to move, but before she could exit, she saw second Miss Shinmi frowning and asking, "Why is your face so red?" Zhang Sui hastily retracted his hand. Hongyu sighed in relief, her voice stuttering a little. Maybe a little wind chill. It's the first time I've been on a carriage ride this long." Only then did second Miss Shinmi turn her head and glance at Zhang Sui. "It's all because of this denizen." Zhang Sui met the second young Miss Shinmi's cool gaze as she looked over, squeezing out a smile and saying, "Second young miss, you have orders?" Second Miss Shinmi was too lazy to bother with him and said to Hongyu, "It's also for you to work hard. When we get back, we'll rest for a few days to get better, and then we'll talk about what happens after that." Hongyu busily said, "It's fine. It's just a little wind chill. Second miss, I can do things." Just as the words left her mouth, she saw Zhang Sui's hand covering her ass again. Hongyu's pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Zhang Sui behind him, meeting Zhang Sui at eye level. Hongyu glared at Zhang Sui, signaling him to move his hand away. Only then did Zhang Sui reluctantly retract his hand. Second Miss Shinmi didn't notice Hongyu and Zhang Sui's dissimilarities this time. She just looked out the car window, her eyes showing tension. She thought of the fortune telling that Zhang Sui had given her earlier. Zhang Sui calculated that she had 2 husbands before and after her, and this first one is the second son of the Yuan family. And it didn't turn out well. She didn't want to make the same mistake. Naturally, she didn't want to marry the second son. But what if, in a million cases, what should we do then? You're not going? Not again. One has to deal with the state house if one is going to live here for a long time. Finally, the carriage arrived at the state pastor's residence. Second Miss Shinmi had the carriage wait outside the. She brought Zhang Sui and Hongyu forward, taking out of his sleeve a letter of obeisance that his mother had prepared as early as when he was in Wuji County. Second Miss Shinmi handed it to a guard and saluted. Trouble. The guards glanced at second Miss Shinmi, Hongyu and Zhang Sui. He doesn't know second Miss Shinmi, but he knew Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui has been here once before. As a guard, memorizing the faces of everyone who comes here is a must. Otherwise, if they accidentally offended someone, then none of them guards would be able to save their little lives. The second young miss, Junmi, also noticed the guard's glances towards Zhang Sui and felt a bit sad in her heart. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Now it's up to this denizen to act on his face. The guards went in quickly. It didn't take long before he trotted out and said, "The Lord is still inside, letting you in." Second Miss Shinmi thanked the guards and led Hongyu and Zhang Sui inside. At the door, there was already a maid waiting. As soon as the 3 arrived, the maid made a gesture of invitation. After guiding the 3 to the hall and taking their seats, the maid retreated. The 3 of them didn't have to wait long before they saw 2 figures walk out one after the other. Surprisingly, it was the second son Yuan Shi and the third young Miss Yuan Mi. As soon as second Duke Yuan Shi came out, he swept his gaze icily over second Miss Shinmi and left straight away. Only the third young Miss Yuan Mi smiled and said, "So it's the second girl of the Jin family. My name is Yuan Mi. It's father's third first daughter. Father has something going on inside and asked me to come and keep you company first. Please don't be offended by the second girl of the Jin family." Second Miss Shinmi was filled with suspicion. Who was this man just now? It was the first time she had seen it. Obviously there was no interaction, but why did it feel like the other party had a look of dislike for him? However, second Miss Shinmi didn't ask. This is obviously not the time to ask that in today's situation. Second Miss Shinmi busily said, "What is third Miss talking about? To be able to meet with third Miss, and a great honor for me." Third Miss Yuan Mi sized up second Miss Shinmi and secretly marveled. Though with the veil on, it was impossible to see her face clearly. However, it is also clear that the figure is superb. The skin is also fair and glowing. It's the big girl. Under the veil, the looks can never be bad. That rumor that the second girl of the Jin family is a beautiful woman is not false. Just, third Miss Yuan Mi looked towards Zhang Sui and smiled gratefully at him. If he hadn't reminded him, he, his father, and his second brother would have thought she was a brilliant lady of the house. At least, so far, she's been courteous and in and out. People who don't know her well can really be mesmerized by her. But who knows? Inside she is a not very capable bottle, but also savage capricious. A brother in his own family can't afford to have someone like that. As third Miss Yuan Mi sized up second Miss Shinmi, second Miss Shinmi's entire body was slightly confused. That man, just now, was full of dislike for himself. This third young lady, it felt like the gaze was a bit disgusting as well. What's going on here? The atmosphere in the hall was somber, and no one spoke. It was a long time before a tall figure was seen burrowing through the curtain on the left side of the hall. It was certainly Yuan Shao. Third Miss Yuan Mi busily got up and said, "Father, Second Miss Xinmi was also busy getting up. Yuan Shao signaled Zhang Sui to sit down and laughed. Second Miss Xin family, no need to be polite, please sit down. End of chapter. The second young Miss, Junmi, made a bow at Yuan Shao and gave a thank you. Yuan Shao's gaze, however, did not fall directly on the second young lady, Junmi. Instead, on Zhang Sui, who was standing by the side of the second young lady, he asked with concern, how have you been? I heard the training was hard. The vast majority of people have their asses ground up. Zhang Sui clasped his fists and said, General, this is all what we should do. Yuan Shao was satisfied with Zhang Sui's reply. Only then did he say to the second youngest Miss Xinmi, Buqing is from Yurjin family. Burqing is very promising. It's all because Yurjin family taught you well. Second Miss Xinmi said seriously, thank you General for cultivating me. Yuan Shao picked up the hot tea on the desk table and took a small mouthful of it before asking, how is your mother? It's really not easy for the large Jin family to be supported by a weak woman like your mother. Although he had already learned from his second son and third daughter that the lady had a sweetheart, but he was undeterred. How can you lose something you've been looking forward to for so long? Today he must ask the real situation from this Jin family's second girl. Second Miss Xinmi honestly said, thanks to General's blessing, everything is fine with my mother. Yuan Shao hesitated slightly, squeezed out a smile, and asked tentatively, I've heard rumors that, I don't know if it's true or not. Of course, I don't have any intention of getting involved with your Jin family. The Jin family, that's a family I've always respected. Your ancestor, Jin Han, that was an outstanding official of my Han court. It's a presence worthy of my respect. Now that your father has sadly passed away, if there is anything I can do to help, I want to do everything I can to help. The descendants of meritorious men are worthy of the protection of our future generations. Second Miss Xinmi was moved. I will express my gratitude on behalf of the Jin family for General's kindness. Future generations of my Jin family will remember the General's kindness. If the General has something to say, just ask. Only then did Yuan Shao whisper, from what I heard about your haul, it seems that you have a sweetheart? And there's skin in the game? Second Miss Xinmi was confused. When did your own mother have a sweetheart? And skin to skin? You don't even know it when you're following your mother around all day. How is it that the state shepherd in Yecheng knows instead? While being shocked, a sleeve was pulled down on one side. Second Miss Xinmi glanced over out of the corner of her eye. It's Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui gave her an imperceptible nod. Second Miss Xinmi, does this denizen seem to know what's going on? Let's start by nodding yes. Earlier, my mother had spoken of the state shepherd's letter to her, wanting to take her as a concubine and subsequently annex the Jin family. Mother doesn't want to be the concubine of the state minister. At this point, a yes is definitely better than a no. Second Miss Xinmi hummed. Yuan Shao's face was a bit ugly as he said, second girl of the Jin family, you haven't gotten married yet. How is it that your mother has a sweetheart and skin in the game? The second young lady, Junmi, returned, General, these things are, indeed, shady, but then again, my father died many years ago, and my mother has been struggling to support the Jin family all by herself. There's not much of a fangirl left in my mother today. How can you, as a child, bear to see her alone for the rest of her life? And, it's something that my second brother mentioned to us. My second brother also said that we, as children, can't stand by and watch our mothers go gray, because this is, after all, a family matter. We've kept it under wraps. I wonder where the general got that from. When Yuan Shao saw the second young lady Jinmi admit it, his heart felt like it had been stabbed with a knife. Pity, I heard that Mrs. Jin's looks are no worse than Lu's. The key thing was that Mrs. Jin was much more capable than Lu. She's a weak woman. Being able to support the entire Jin family was exactly what one needed. If you take her under your wing, then the Jin family will be your own. Although the Jin family was in decline, however, there were still many industries. She can also help run her own backyard. Years earlier, he had plotted this. It was just that the situation was unstable, and he was surrounded by enemies, Gong Sunzan, Ko Ji. There are also people like Zhang Yan from Montenegro, so he shelved it. I didn't realize that this shelving had put things on hold. However, Yuan Shao was still upset and asked, that sweetheart, who is it? The second young Miss Xinmi didn't know at all. Nature can't tell, definitely can't name it either. Second Miss Xinmi said, Mother actually approached several of our children to talk about it, but it was rejected by second brother. The second brother said that as long as the family mother did not delay the Jin family and was not known to outsiders, such things that none of us who are children ask questions. Of course, when mother wants to formally remarry, we'll send a generous dowry of thanks to my mother for all these years. Yuan Shao could only close his eyes when he saw that second Miss Xinmi was unwilling to speak. The wood has been turned. Moreover, Hebei has not yet stabilized. One can't make a big deal out of a woman who has been slept with by another man. It's not worth it. Yuan Shao sighed. He was no longer in the mood to talk to second Miss Xinmi. He was disappointed in the Wu Jijin family. Mrs. Yan's family is being slept with. This second girl of the Jin family. Another one who looks weak and civilized on the outside. Practically unruly and capricious women. Regardless of whether it was Mrs. Jin or this Shin family's second girl, neither of them were suitable for their Yuan family anymore. Just then, someone from outside hurried in. Surprisingly, it was the supervisor. Frustrated. Still outside. Frustration said, "Something big has happened. Lord Ming, the Son of Heaven has sent an edict from Chang'an." Yuan Shao saw the arrival of frustrated professor and was as if he had been pardoned. He happened to not want to talk to second Miss Xinmi anymore. Yuan Shao stood up and said to the second young lady, "Xinmi, second girl of the Jin family, I still have some business too, just don't keep you." Second Miss Xinmi busily got up and said, "General, I'm sorry to bother you." After saying that, he greeted Hong Yu and Zhang Sui and hurriedly left. The three of them went out of the state pastor's residence. The underlings had already unloaded the gifts from the carriage. The group got into the carriage. Second Miss Xinmi looked at the state pastor's residence through the car window and wondered, "It feels strange today." Looking toward Zhang Sui, second Miss Xinmi said, "Who was the man who first walked past us?" Zhang Sui laughed, "It's second Prince Yuan Shi." Second Miss Xinmi looked at Zhang Sui and smiled, narrowing her eyes. "So, mother has a sweetheart. And the fact that there was a skinship, did you spread the word?" Zhang Sui nodded his head busily. "It's just that, ma'am, this is true. She has more than just a sweetheart and skin in the game. That sweetheart, that's your dad to me." Second Miss Xinmi reached out and pinched Zhang Sui directly on his arm. Zhang Sui hissed, "Second Miss, what are you doing?" Second Miss Xinmi said with a sullen face, "So, what exactly did you do to second Duke and third Miss?" And I said why they looked at me with disgust. Zhang Sui asked rhetorically, "Then the second young miss wants to marry the second prince as in destiny?" Second Miss Xinmi rolled her eyes. End of chapter. Zhang Sui rode in the carriage and followed the second young Miss Xinmi and Hong Yu but did not return to the store. Zhang Sui guided the carriage to his mansion. This was the first time second Miss Xinmi and Hong Yu had come here. Standing at the entrance, looking up at the mansion, second Miss Xinmi and Hong Yu were both a little surprised. That's pretty generous. In a place like Yecheng, to be able to have a mansion of this grandeur, one must be either rich or noble. Zhang Sui looked at the shock on the faces of the second young Miss Xinmi and Hong Yu and guessed what they were thinking. Laughing, he said, "It's not just the rich and famous here." Pointing ahead, Zhang Sui said, "Ahead is the residence of Beiju Tianfeng." Greeting the second young Miss Xinmi, Hong Yu, and the subordinates of the Jin family who came together to enter the house, Zhang Sui said, "This is my mansion in Yecheng, and make yourselves at home, as if you were in your own home. We're all members of the Jin family, no need to be polite." The male servants and maids of the mansion heard the commotion and greeted them. Zhang Sui did not see Kai Wenji and curiously said, "Where is Zhaoji?" A maid said, "Madam is in the cutting room." Zhang Sui let out an oh so subtle sound. To the maids, she said, "You get second Miss and sister Hong Yu something to eat and drink." He also said to second Miss Xinmi and Hong Yu, "I'll go call Zhao Ji to come down," he said, limping away. Second Miss Xinmi secretly snorted, "Ma'am? So intimate." Second Miss Xinmi and Hong Yu strolled around the mansion. Zhang then rushed to the second floor cutting room of the second building. Sure enough, I saw Kai Wenji cutting down the fabric. It's a Cheongsam. During this time Zhang Sui was injured in training, and Kai Wenji was anxious. There was simply no mind to make clothes according to the drawings drawn by Zhang Sui. Took a walk to the Gen store today. Seeing that the Jin family's second young miss had come and was calm, her hanging heart gradually relaxed. Moreover, although Zhang Sui's injuries had been horrific, they were much better compared to before. Keep this up and the injury will gradually heal. These days, because of Zhang Sui's injury, the two of them didn't make out anymore. However, according to Zhang Sui's nature, once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely be unable to press on. When the time comes, wear the clothes he painted and feed his eyes. After all, he always said that those clothes of his were for flirting between couples. He was in the midst of making serious cuts when he saw Zhang Sui come in. Zhang Sui smiled and said, "My heart?" When Kai Wenji heard the voice, she raised her head and laughed. "Why are you back? Feeling good today?" Zhang Sui walked up to her and said, "You've been to the Jin family store today?" Kai Wenji hummed. "You haven't come back yet from the big morning. I'm afraid that something has happened to you. Just go to the Jin family store and ask. If it's not there, ask them to help find it. After all the Jin family stores know you, and there are so many of them." Zhang Sui looked at Kai Wenji somewhat nervously. Hong Yu came today after all. He was afraid that Kai Wenji would be a bit too much to take in. Zhang Sui said tentatively, "That one, Hong Yu, is also here." Kai Wenji said, Well, I know, Mrs. Jin didn't come, but the second miss of the Jin family came. I spoke to her today and felt like a pretty good person. I get the feeling that she's quite concerned about you, not like someone who hates you. Zhang Sui was relieved to see that Kai Wenji did not look angry. Said, second miss loves face in front of outsiders, and won't throw her face at anyone. However, in private, she doesn't have a good face for me. Kai Wenji looked odd. Just wanted to say something, but she saw Zhang Sui's gaze fall on the cut-down cheongsam in her hand and said, you haven't made clothes in a while. I thought you forgot. Kai Wenji snapped. You come back bruised and battered every day. I have to think of a way to catch medicine for you. How can I be in the mood to do that? Now, seeing as you're looking good, and your injuries are lighter than before, I'm kind of in the mood to do it. It's not like I'm worried about them bullying you when you're at the Jin family store. Zhang Sui lowered his head, resting his forehead against Kai Wenji's forehead, and whispered, I wanted a little. Kai Wenji stopped her hand movements and met Zhang Sui's eyes. In the next moment, she gently kissed Zhang Sui on the lips and smiled with a red face. Good boy, we're not in a hurry. Aren't you injured right now? Wait until you're healed. Zhang Sui gripped the cut fabric on the wooden board and swallowed. Then when the time comes, you wear this? We do. Kai Wenji bit her red lips and gouged out Zhang Sui with incomparable flavor. The man. Full of that stuff. And make yourself this kind of dress. Seeing Zhang Sui staring straight at her, Kai Wenji lowered her head and nodded. Zhang Sui saw that Kai Wenji agreed to all this, and was so excited that he held Kai Wenji's small hand and, putting it to her mouth and kissing it vigorously a few times, she then said, Second Miss and Hongyu are here. Let's go meet them. I want Hongyu to stay here. Kai Wenji put down her things and said, Hongyu was originally the wife first promised to you by Mrs. Jin. It's normal to live here. Do you want her in your room, or do you want to arrange another room? Zhang Sui raised his eyebrows and said, You're willing to accompany me with her? Kai Wenji shook her head at this. Although she accepted making out with Zhang Sui, but to put her with another woman, she couldn't accept it. Zhang Sui laughed. That's not it. Just let her live next door to me. You're still staying in my room. Kai Wenji hummed. The two are about to go downstairs. He saw that second Miss Shinmi and Hongyu were walking up under the leadership of a maid. Seeing Zhang Sui and Kai Wenji going down as well, the second youngest lady, Junmi, said, What is this for? Kai Wenji didn't think much of it and said, This is the tailoring room. I make clothes on weekdays. Second Miss Shinmi walked towards the wooden boards while saying, Mrs. Kai still understands this? Zhang Sui was just about to compliment Kai Wenji when he saw second Miss Shinmi pick up a few drawings. Zhang Sui's heart thumped. Oops, forgot to put it away. Kai Wenji watched as the second youngest lady, Junmi, picked up the drawings, and her face was a little unnatural. The drawings? They could be the kind of clothes that Zhang Sui drew for a woman to show her man in private. Second Miss Shinmi looked at the drawings. There are white shirts plus black wrap skirts plus long legs. There's the red cheongsam. There are aprons with nothing on them. There are sailor suits. There are maid costumes. There's even a bikini added behind Zhang Sui. Second Miss Shinmi looked towards Zhang Sui. Her pretty face under the veil swelled red, playing more and more. Used to just draw kind of pretty pictures. Now they all just draw clothes for women to wear. Looking at the various cuts of fabric on the board, there are even stacked white shirts plus black wrap skirts. The second young lady, Junmi, looked at Zhang Sui, who looked sardonic, and the lowered head that, chin down to her chest. Kai Wenji. Second Miss Shinmi opened her mouth. She finally understood why Zhang Sui would do that with this Mrs. Kai. It's indulgent. There is no lower limit to indulgence. A woman who indulges a man to such an extent, even to the point of, it simply spoils the man and makes him more reckless. But, as soon as the second young lady, Junmi, rolled up the drawings and tucked them into her sleeve under Kai Wenji's stunned gaze, looking coldly at Zhang Sui, he said, Denizen, you want to build a career and waste your mind on that all day? I'll take the drawings and not draw them again. End of chapter. Kai Wenji mumbled and was about to ask for the drawings back. How am I going to make clothes without this drawing? But before he could open his mouth, he was stopped by Zhang Sui. Pictures only, as many as it takes. He can draw. Zhang Sui greeted the second young Miss Shinmi and Hongyu down. Together with Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui introduced the layout of the mansion. It was only when they reached the third room that Zhang Sui pointed to his room and, smiling at Hongyu, she said, Sister Hongyu, I live here. You live next door to me. Hongyu stood behind the second young Miss Shinmi, glancing at Zhang Sui and then at the second young Miss Shinmi. Second Miss Shinmi said, I just arrived in Yecheng and still need Hongyu's help, so I'll let her stay at the store first. Red Jade hummed. Zhang Sui was a little disappointed. This is if Hongyu can move here now. He can't only find Kai Wenji to play every day, and also with Red Jade, but there's no rush on this. In any case, you have to wait until your ass is healed. A group of people strolled through the entire mansion, and a few maids made a table with a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, second Miss Shinmi made her way to the carriage and left with Hongyu. Zhang Sui and Kai Wenji escorted them to the door. Watching the carriage disappear from sight, Zhang Sui wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. To Kai Wenji, she said, "It always feels like this time when I see Second Miss again. Second Miss carries a stern aura all over her body. It's a bit scary, though she used to dislike me too." With a mouthful of denizens, it was just a wave of coolness. Now I feel like she's going to glare at me if I don't say the right thing. Kai Wenji surveyed Zhang Sui's demeanor for a while before saying, "You didn't do anything like that with Miss Tu, did you?" Zhang Sui said suspiciously. "That kind of thing? What is that kind of thing?" Kai Wenji shook her head and said, "It's fine." Zhang Sui originally wanted to follow Kai Wenji into the house and continue to ask for clarification, but looking at the sky about to get dark, Zhang Sui could only say, "I'm going to the barracks." With that, he limped towards the barracks outside the city. When I arrived, a bunch of people in the barracks were pouting. Campfires and torches were lit in the campgrounds at night. Reluctantly, the men mounted their warhorses and continued their training. In between breaks, there are words to learn. The next morning in the morning, after the training was completed, the men, one by one, got down from their warhorses, and, lying on the ground, the wailing varies. Yan Liang laughed and walked past the crowd, saying, "Petulant, you people are used to living the good life. It stands to reason that quite a few of you are natives of Jizhou, especially Bo Cheng. You're still a Yanmen, belonging to the province of Peking, and you have to deal with the Hu people all the time. Horseback riding is a must. Should have gotten used to the intensity long ago. Look at Captain Hands. Drawing strokes will help one individual into the tent." Hearing Yan Liang say that, he laughed. "It's not the same. Like Bo Cheng, he still reads and writes, and may not have put his mind to mounting a horse and killing the enemy." Yan Liang tries to help Zhang Sui up, but Zhang Sui waves his hands in the air and refuses. He's ready to go back. He was going to go back and get Kai Wenji to help with the wound. Just as Zhang Sui was limping and preparing to leave, Yan Liang said, "Don't complain either. Hurry up and train. It's possible. You guys could be a big shot." As he assisted the other man inside, Holding Recruit asked, "How so?" Yan Liang said, "Yesterday the Lord recruited several of us to go over. The Son of Heaven has sent an edict from Chang'an, wanting the Lord to lead an army to serve the king. The Son of Heaven is now in Chang'an, being held hostage in all directions by Li Ju, Wei Si, and other disorganized officials, and screaming for help. On the very day of the Third Dynasty, Li Ju even killed Fan Shou. The whole Chang'an city is in chaos now." The supervisor said, "This is the perfect opportunity for us to welcome the Son of Heaven to Yecheng. When the time comes, the Son of Heaven will be in Yecheng, and Yecheng will be the imperial capital. We are significant as the only cavalry under the Lord's banner. I'm going to have to go from a lieutenant general to a four-conquest general anyhow. I am one of the 4 great generals under the Lord's command." Looking toward Traction recruitment, Yan Liang laughed. "Traction commander, you're so capable of how to be a partial general." The crowd of cavalrymen, who had originally screamed in agony, rose to their feet and became excited. "What kind of official can I, a shiksa, be made by the Son of Heaven? I'm a centurion. Can I be a governor?" Yan Liang laughed and cursed. "Doing? A bunch of little brats who don't train properly. Why don't you still work hard? Once the Son of Heaven comes, you'll have many opportunities to build your careers. If you don't suffer now, what the hell does the chance of being crowned a marquis have to do with you when the time comes?" Zhang Sui sighed darkly as he listened to the longing voices of the crowd. "What are you thinking? This crowd? How could the Son of Heaven come to Yecheng? If Yuan Shao really wanted to make a move, he really had that chance. Then the historical Cao Cao doesn't have that chance. The problem is that the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, in fact, the bones are all the same. They all think about being the emperor every day. But Yuan Shu is not the only one who is dead in the grave. Yuan Shao is the same way. Historically, Yuan Shao had just taken Gong Sunzan. He then secretly arranged for a chief bookkeeper called Gung Bao to push Yuan Shao to become the emperor at the morning meeting. If not for the strong opposition from the civil and military officials, Yuan Shao would have become the second Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu at least had some courage to admit it. Yuan Shao saw the strong opposition of the civil and military officials and turned his hand to Gung Bao, a look of a great Han loyalist. For Yuan Shao, he didn't care what the Son of Heaven stood for. All he knows is that once the Son of Heaven comes to Yecheng, then he will no longer be the first person in Hebei. Everywhere you are subject to the constraints of the Son of Heaven. Moreover, the Son of Heaven, Lu Xie, was originally a man who loved to mess around and was not capable of much. He could more or less understand Yuan Shao's concern. It's just that some things aren't black and white. It's weighing the pros and cons. It is clear that the significance of the Son of Heaven is still present in this moment today. Let's not talk about other places, but Hadong County, where the current county magistrate, Wang Yi, is under the banner of a Han vassal, in cahoots with the Huns. Once the Son of Heaven arrives in Yecheng, Hadong can be taken in name only. Zhang Sui shook his head, just thinking to myself. Yan Liang, seeing that Zhang Sui, instead of reacting in any way, was about to leave, went after him and, curious, why aren't you happy? The others all looked over when they heard Yan Liang ask this. Zhang Sui pondered slightly for a moment before he said, I feel that it's better for everyone to train well and don't make unrealistic fantasies. Yan Liang said sharply, how is this called a fantasy? It's true that the Son of Heaven issued an imperial decree to dispatch the king. The Lord even let me go yesterday. Zhang Sui glanced at Yan Liang. This Yan Liang ability is there. Besides, he still enjoyed doing things with Yan Liang. Yan Liang is quite good at training soldiers and horses. The force is pretty strong too, but there seems to be little vision. The point is, he is also Yuan Shao's beloved. If you talk nonsense yourself, if Yuan Shao finds out, you won't be able to eat it. Zhang Sui laughed. I believe it. I just personally don't think it's going to be that easy. Yan Liang was going to say more. Zhang Sui said busily, I'll go back first. My wound hurts a little. I have to go back and get the women at home to help with the wound. Seeing this, Taizhua said to Yan Liang, let Buchun go back. We're all just a bunch of little soldiers and perception doesn't matter. Zhang Sui smiled gratefully at holding move. Yan Liang watched Zhang Sui limp away for a while before he spurred his horse back into the city of Yecheng as well. End of chapter. Zhang Sui came back from the barracks, and this time, he first went to the Jin family's store to take a look around. After all, second Miss Shinmi is here. As her future father, now that the lady is not here, she has to make good relations herself anyhow. Right now at this time, it should be considered second Miss Shinmi's most vulnerable time. After all, having traveled a long way from Wuji County to Yecheng, out of that original atmosphere, a little girl is bound to be uncertain and uneasy. Take more care of her yourself. How valuable is the friendship that comes from the snow. After taking down the second young Miss Shinmi, the rest of the Jin family basically didn't have to worry about it. When he arrived at the Jin family store, he found that the second young Miss Shinmi was busy. She was wearing a veil and having a nice chat with a rich lady. She gestured at the rich lady and said something. The rich lady also wore a veil and her earlobes were red. Zhang Sui was a bit confused as he looked at this scene of second Miss Shinmi. That's pretty adaptable. It feels like it's already swimming. Second Miss Shinmi also noticed Zhang Sui coming over and was a bit surprised. Looking at his appearance, he should have just rushed back from outside the city. I'm surprised he didn't go to his Zhaoji in the first place. Watching Zhang Sui limping, second Miss Shinmi signaled Hongyu, who was standing at the side, to go over and help him change the medicine. Before she continued chatting with the rich young lady, Hongyu greeted Zhang Sui as he followed himself out. The two walked forward and backward toward the hallway inside the store. Hongyu said, to your room? I'll help you change your medicine today. Second Miss has it all ready. Seeing that no one was looking around, Zhang Sui quickly stepped a little closer and, with his right hand on Hongyu's butt, he curtly said, Sister, let's go to your room. My room is so cold that it's uncomfortable to lie down. Hongyu panicked and peeled away Zhang Sui's hand, looking behind her nervously. This denizen, last night in the carriage, in front of the second young lady, he even touched his own ass. I don't know how he got so bold, and no shame. Seeing that no one was watching from the distance behind her, Hongyu blushed and spat. You're going to die, aren't you? There are people outside. Be seen later. Zhang Sui sighed and said, Sister, don't you like me anymore? Hongyu glanced at Zhang Sui, lowered her head, and muttered for a while. Zhang Sui touched his right hand again. Hongyu didn't peel away this time. The two of them came to the door of Hongyu's room. Hongyu hesitated, but still pushed open the door of her own room. Signal Zhang Sui to go inside. Zhang Sui walked in and plopped down on the bed, sniffing the quilt with his nose. Zhang Sui lamented, it's been a long time, didn't smell my sister's scent anymore. Hongyu walked over and sat on the edge of the bed and couch and, looking at the blood on his pants, he said, you can't stop talking when you're like this. Zhang Sui held Hongyu's small hand and smiled. Are you really not going to move in with me? Hongyu lowered her head and allowed Zhang Sui to hold her small hand and said, I want to go too. But the second young lady is new here. And there are many things she can't handle alone. I always have to help out. Madam and second Miss raised me. Whether I would have grown up alive without the lady and the second Miss is another story. Now that second Miss is in need of me, how can I abandon her? Wait, I'll try to offer to go to your place to Miss Tu when she's done here. Zhang Sui looked at Hongyu's face full of seriousness and felt quite comfortable in his heart. Not bad for a woman you've had your eye on. Quite grateful. Zhang Sui angrily nudged toward the door and said, Sister, close the door first. Hongyu said suspiciously. I have to go get medicine later and treat your wounds, Jiang Sui said. There's no rush on this one. You close it first. Without questioning it, Hong Yu walked over and closed the door behind her. Jiang Sui scrambles to his feet. Hong Yu turned around and saw Jiang Sui getting up, and snapped, "Get down. There are things you can say even when you're lying down." Jiang Sui took her small hand and pulled her into his arms, pressing her directly onto the bed. Hong Yu said sharply, "You have a wound on your butt." Jiang Sui reached into his clothes and laughed. "There's a wound on my ass. It doesn't hinder what I have on my hands." Hong Yu looked at Jiang Sui's smile and her breathing suddenly intensified. Seeing that Jiang Sui was about to kiss down, Hong Yu turned her head away and, pretending to be angry, he said, "You don't have a proper form all day long. You just know how to bully people." Jiang Sui softly said, "Beating is kissing, scolding is loving. I won't bully you. Do you want me to bully another woman into going?" Only then did Hong Yu turn her head, biting her lip and looking at Jiang Sui with a ghostly look in her eyes. In the next moment, she raised her head and took a bite on Jiang Sui's neck. Jiang Sui secretly hissed, "Women really are all dogs, moving and biting." Seeing that Hong Yu would not let go, Jiang Sui's hand slid down and peeled off Hong Yu's blasphemous pants. Hong Yu trembled. "Don't! The second young lady could come in at any moment." Only then did Jiang Sui kiss Hong Yu's red lips, looking at Hong Yu's eyes a bit mesmerized. Jiang Sui's heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. In the end, he forced himself to hold back. Let's not talk about a bruised ass. It's broad daylight, and it's still in the Jin family store now. In case second Miss Jinmi broke in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Sui took a heavy breath on Hong Yu's neck before he said in a trembling voice, "Hurry up and follow me. We're an old married couple. People make small breaks, and we keep separating." Hong Yu's pretty face was almost dripping blood. Looking at the man lying on her chest, Hong Yu whispered ahem and said, "I want to too." The sound of approaching footsteps sounded outside. Only then did Hong Yu scramble up and put her profane pants on. Hands quickly raked through the messy strands of hair a few times. Looking at Jiang Sui still lying on the bed, smiling at herself, Hong Yu glared at him with incomparable style, and gestured him to lie down. Jiang Sui smiled. It was worth the trip today. Lying obediently on the bed, Jiang Sui said, "If you don't dare, I'll go back and get it later." Hong Yu overlooked Jiang Sui's bloodied pants and took a deep breath, still suppressing her inner panic. Carefully separate the pants from the wound. She was actually scared to death. In all her life, she had never seen such a serious injury. But when I think of my own cowardice and timidity yesterday, and that I had to ask the second young lady to do it herself, she was unusually hard and self-conscious when she lay in bed at night. "I'm afraid to get my own man with an injury." "Then you'll need a woman other than second Miss to help you deal with it in the future? Wouldn't that push him further away from the original?" Some things, after all, you have to deal with yourself personally. It was hard to separate Jiang Sui's bloodied pants from the wound, and Hong Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fine beads of sweat were breaking out, especially on his nose. Jiang Sui looked at this scene of Hong Yu and blamed himself a little. "I'll go back and get it tomorrow." Hong Yu shook her head. "I can do it." Footsteps stopped at the door of the room. Second Miss Jinmi's voice sounded outside. "Can I come in?" Jiang Sui subconsciously tried to say that it wasn't very convenient, but when he thought of the fact that he was the one who helped him treat his wounds yesterday, Jiang Sui looked a bit awkward. Said, "Come in." When he grew up, no one had ever seen his ass before, except for Madame and Kai Wenji. This is good. Adding two more people, Hong Yu and the second young lady, Junmi. Hong Yu looked at him but no burden. After all, is his own woman, just not married. This second young lady, Junmi, always feels strange. End of chapter. Second Miss Junmi heard Jiang Sui's voice and pushed open the door to come in. Looking at Jiang Sui lying on his back on the carnelian bed and couch, with his pants removed a bit, revealing the wound. The second Miss Junmi looked at Hong Yu and said, "Go get the medicine." Hong Yu hummed, and somewhat sheepishly walked away quickly. Jiang Sui watched as Hong Yu disappeared into the doorway of the room before he tilted his head and, smiling at second Miss Junmi, she said, "Second Miss is really great. I came over today specifically to see if I could help in any way. After all, second Miss, you're out and about. A girl, it's inevitable that you're nervous." Only to realize that I still underestimated second Miss. Second Miss Junmi looked down at Jiang Sui with a cool face. This man, he's quite the underestimator. When I used to be at home and my mother was sick, I used to go and help deal with it myself. Still, it was rare for the man to consider himself at this time. It was not in vain that his mother saw him as her flunky. Just, make sure he understands what he can do. Otherwise, he still underestimates people. When we get married, he'll be on top of the world. What's the big deal? Second Miss Junmi said. What did you say? When I was 9 years old, my older brother died young. My father was sick, and my mother was bedridden. At that time, I was the one who conducted my father's funeral, though there is help from the family as well. Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi with some surprise. Officiating at your father's funeral at the age of 9? Looking at second Mrs. Cool Eyes, a trace of sympathy flooded Zhang Sui's heart. What can a 9-year-old girl understand under normal circumstances? I think when I was 9 years old, I was still on the embankment coming home from school with my classmates. Compare who pees farther. The year I graduated from college, my father died after a long illness, and my whole self was at a loss. If it weren't for the fact that my elder sister and her husband are in charge of the family, one might not even know what to do with all these fathers' funerals. The contrast is so much worse. Zhang Sui softly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The second young lady has been very capable. Even if it's me, I'm still willing to be defeated. The second young Miss, Jun Mi, heard Zhang Sui actually apologize solemnly, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. She hadn't expected the denizen to be so solemn and serious. After a while, second Miss Shinmi said, no need to apologize. You don't owe me anything. Just know that I'm not as soft as you think I am. Zhang Sui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, I have never felt that second Miss is soft and weak. I've always felt that the second young lady was a favorite of the heavens. Not only is she beautiful, but she's so smart and such an officer. It just didn't occur to me that I still underestimated second Miss. The second young Miss, Jun Mi, was complimented by Zhang Sui with some sweetness in her heart. This denizen, he's quite a flatterer. Suddenly thinking of something, second Miss Shinmi said, right, that cheongsam of yours. 2 rich ladies had their eyes on it today. It's all good except for the thighs that are too far apart there. I didn't think that you were still this talented in this area. The clothes with a few threads tied together in those paintings of Zhang Sui came to mind. Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face under the veil blushed a little and said, but there are also a few pieces that are too immodest to use at all. You will set your mind on the right path more often in the future. Don't think about that all day. Zhang Sui. So that's what second Miss and the rich lady were talking about just now? Second Miss Shinmi is quite business-minded. That, and Kai Wenji come to mind. Zhang Sui laughed. Good. Second Miss Shinmi hesitated slightly, then frowned and asked, I heard the tailor in the store say that you gave your mother one of these cheongsams before? Or is it red? Zhang Sui's heart thumped. Oops. I forgot to tell the shopkeeper and the tailors to keep their mouths shut. Madam has said. At the moment, he didn't want the second Duke and the second Miss and the others to know about himself and the lady. Think about it. You haven't even managed your own relationship with the second young lady yet. This instantly let her know that she was going to be her father, and there was no telling how she would mess it up. Zhang Sui hurriedly smiled and said, that is, it was too hasty that day. It happened to be the 3rd dynasty that day, and when your ladyship arrived, I was just then arriving at not even ready for a gift. Just random drawings to catch up on work. At that time, I wanted to please her ladyship. After all, Madam has come a long way. How can you say that without a present? Just didn't notice those places much. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui's stuttering and bloated face. There was some satisfaction in the heart, though the denizens are a bit more. However, for the sake of this marriage, he was really doing something to please his mother. Thinking of Grand Eunuch Yuan Tan's matchmaking letter, second Miss Shinmi suppressed her inner petulance and, remaining calm on the surface, he said, oh, that's no wonder. And what did mother say? Mother didn't blame you, did she? Seeing that the second young Miss Shinmi did not suspect anything, Zhang Sui let out a huge sigh of relief and was filled with complacency. How can it be weird? She even wore it that day. Only, sadly, I tore it up. Thinking of the cheongsam, Zhang Sui's heart was on fire. The lady wears a cheongsam. It's really something else. Just then, the second young Miss Shinmi's face looked a bit unnatural and said, the tailor made one today. Slightly altered. The thigh spread is not that big. Do you want to see how I'm dressed? Zhang Sui. What? Second Miss wants to wear a cheongsam for herself? Zhang Sui subconsciously nodded his head. Second Miss Shinmi said, that's fine. I'll bring it over later when you're done with the medicine. Zhang Sui looked at the second young Miss Shinmi's pretty face before returning to his senses. Just now, did you hallucinate? Second Miss really wants to wear a cheongsam for herself? Zhang Sui had already seen the lady wear it. Haven't seen Miss Tu wear it yet. Compared to Madam, the second young lady was not as voluptuous, but it's not as skinny as Kai Wenji. There's actually some meat on it. And, very tall and slim. Zhang Sui really wanted to see how well it was dressed. No, not just the cheongsam. Looking at the coolness of the second young Miss Shinmi's face, Zhang Sui's mind instantly conjured up countless images. Miss Tu wore a white shirt plus black wrap skirt and stood tall. Miss Tu was wearing an apron and cooking at the stove. The second young lady stood in the doorway in her maid's outfit. The more I think about it, the more my thoughts get out of control. Surprisingly, His mind drifted to Miss Tu in her bikini, lying on the bed. Zhang Sui hurriedly forced his thoughts back. Finished. Any more nonsense and something is definitely going to happen. Although the second young lady is pretty, but one can't think about it. The lady will get herself killed. He himself has a wife. Fortunately, at that moment, Han Yu also came over with medicine for injuries in a wooden basin. Zhang Sui didn't dare to look at second miss again. Looking at it again, I don't know what else I'll be thinking about, that's demoralizing. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked his head inside the bed. The second young miss, Jun Mi, saw Han Yu carrying the medicine to the side, and only then did she roll up her sleeves and take the medicine and clean Zhang Sui's wound. A while later, after handling it, second Miss Shinmi said to Han Yu, "Let him rest first." Han Yu hummed and left with her things. Second Miss Shinmi also exited the room and closed the door. Zhang Sui lay alone on the carnelian bed and let out a long breath. He was really a scumbag himself. I was unconditioned and poor before I crossed over, so I looked harmless. After crossing over and getting a little bit of conditioning, you're tripping over yourself. It was amazing that he had just fantasized about second miss scratching her head in front of him in various little movie outfits. What's going on? It's time to figure out how to quit coloring yourself. Second miss here is not to be messed with in any way. After a few moments, the door to the room pushed open and closed again. Zhang Sui turned his head in confusion, and saw that the second young miss was still wearing a long skirt outside. It looks no different than before. However, the next moment, in Zhang Sui's stunned gaze, she unzipped her long skirt. Zhang Sui's eyes contracted dramatically as his heart stopped beating. What is second miss doing? Is he going to force himself on you? Not so much. It shouldn't. Having shown a little bit of skill myself, though, but it's not as if a beauty like the second young lady is in such a monkey business. Just as Zhang Sui's eyes were dead set on the second young lady untying her long skirt, a sudden flash of purple appeared before his eyes. Under the long skirt was a purple cheongsam. The purple cheongsam clung to the second young lady's slender and slim body as if it were a perfect curve. Although second Miss Shinmi's breasts were not as high as those of Mrs. At the moment, however, it also looked exceptionally eye-catching under the tight-fitting cheongsam. The full and rounded ass was reflected in the elegant curves even under the fit of the purple cheongsam. The right side of the waist, from the knee forked, hidden calves white as jade. Zhang Sui's gaze rose from the feet of the second young lady all the way up to her neck. The purple color of the cheongsam and the long, white necks reflected each other, with a pretty face above the neck that has had its veil removed and is somewhat green and boyish. A faint blush filled the room. Zhang Sui subconsciously swallowed. It's truly the best thing on earth. Madame wore a red cheongsam like a ripe red apple. The second lady is wearing a purple cheongsam, like a flower that is about to bloom in the misty veil, and like the dewy hibiscus just rising from the sunrise. Both are mouth-watering. Compared to the lady, there was a perverted possessiveness that made you want to destroy it. The second young lady at this moment gives the impression that she wants to be carefully cared for in the palm of her hand. The feeling of being able to watch from afar. Looking at Zhang Sui looking at himself with a somewhat straightened gaze, the second young Miss Shinmi's somewhat whitened red lips edged. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. By herself, she was still able to charm this denizen, although he knew that Zhang Sui had been charmed to death. Second Miss Shinmi still knowingly asked, "How is it? Good looking?" Zhang Sui hurriedly nodded his head and said, good looking, like a hibiscus out of water, a lotus blooming in a lotus pond, noble and cool, to be worshipped." The second young Miss Shinmi was quite satisfied in her heart and pulled the cheongsam on her body and said, "You are quite capable. Usually I just know you're a denizen who draws women that way. I didn't realize that would design clothes. You'll have time to draw some more serious ones that you'll be able to wear outside. I'll have the tailor make them and sell them to the women and ladies of the great families." After saying that, under Zhang Sui's fond gaze, she put on the long skirt outside again and, wrapping a fur scarf around his neck, he said, "Then you rest. I'll get busy." Walking to the door of the room, he opened it and walked out, looking at Zhang Sui still looking at himself. The second young Miss Shinmi closed the door to her room, and only then did a smug smile appear on her face. "Can't you handle it? That Zhao Ji of yours is good. I'm not so bad." Zhang Sui watched the door to the room close until he came back to his senses inside. Mencius was right, you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. No wonder it is rumored that there are two Chao in the south and Jinmi in the north. Second Miss Shinmi can kill all women when she dresses up casually and puts on some matching clothes. Zhang Sui patted his head. "Don't think about that. If you think about it again, you'll be sorry, ma'am." Zhang Sui slept on his back in bed for most of the day until he was woken up by Hongya for lunch. This time second Miss Shinmi didn't come to feed. Zhang Sui finished eating by himself, and had wanted to talk to Hongyu for a while. Instead, they saw Hongyu and second Miss Shinmi looking at the ledger. Zhang Sui didn't dare to interrupt. Although men and women are important, but it also depends on the situation. Zhang Sui left a message for the shopkeeper to go back by himself and limped back to his place. Still on the far side of the gate, a male subordinate greeted him and said, "Family master, the don't come, been waiting for you for an hour." Zhang Sui's face suddenly changed. Tianfeng is here? His home is not far from his own. What was so urgent that he had to wait in his own house for an hour? Zhang Sui was a bit anxious. Then why didn't you send someone to inform me? The male subordinate said. Her ladyship wanted to send someone, but the buyer said no. Zhang Sui walked in full of suspicion. I only saw that in the hall of the first house. Tianfeng was sitting on his knees in front of the desk table, with his hands folded in his sleeves and a look of falling asleep. A maid stood in the doorway with an agitated look on her face. The maid was relieved when Zhang Sui arrived, and was busy reminding her in a low voice, "Bei Jiao, our master of the house has returned." Only then did Tianfeng open his eyes and watched Zhang Sui walk in. Zhang Sui hurriedly increased his speed and limped over the threshold, saying, "Farewell, Mr. Zhang. What brings you here?" Tianfeng smiled and said, "There is no harm in it, and it is not a matter of great urgency. That is, you have been here for a long time." He said, "I haven't come to see you either, and I thought of it today and came to visit." Zhang Sui asked the maid to change hot tea and pastries. Tianfeng sized up Zhang Sui's ass and said, "I heard that you guys have been training hard during this time." Zhang Sui snapped, "I should. The general has gone to so much trouble to organize this cavalry. We eat and drink and dress the best of soldiers. I'm sorry for the general if I don't work harder to make something happen." Tianfeng nodded with full intention and said, "It's good to have this idea. What's not to give when you build a career? Train more and suffer more in peacetime. And in wartime you'll have a better chance of surviving than anyone else. Since ancient times, those who have achieved great things have always starved their bodies and bones. Those who can't suffer, can't become great." Zhang Sui concurred. Bei Zhu's lesson is correct. Tianfeng added, "Did Lieutenant General Yan speak to you today about the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven?" Zhang Sui, "So that's what this is all about." Zhang Sui honestly said, "Yes, he said it this morning after night training." Tianfeng said, "I heard that you don't think the Lord will greet the Son of Heaven?" End of chapter. Zhang Sui secretly scared when he saw Tianfeng ask this. Seems like you can't talk nonsense. Well, that's news travels fast. If this is nonsense, it will probably reach Yuan Shao's ears and get him killed. No wonder the ancients used to say, silence is golden. However, now that Tianfeng has asked to the head, he himself has to say something. The only way to get care is to talk a good game. It's too difficult to stay out of the way when you're an official under someone else's hand. You have a bigger official position. Others may not dare to bully you. Your official position is too small. If you don't take a stand, others have ways to screw you. Zhang Sui more or less understood that in the dramas he watched before crossing over, there were often many characters on the wrong side of the fence, and then killed. I used to think they were too stupid. Why don't they just stay out of it? What they realize now is that they had no choice. And as a traveler, standing in line was not too complicated for Zhang Sui. Just aim for the rednecks of each period to stand in line, between now and before the Battle of Guandu. If there are no accidents and history follows its original trajectory, for the next almost 10 years, the faction of Tianfeng and Frustrated Professor are both the meat and potatoes of Yuan Shao's hand. This body of his is also a native of Yanmen County, in the state of Jiangsu, and he is standing with the Jizhou faction. Reasonable. Yuan Shao had two other factions under his hand, the Nanyang faction and the Yingchuan faction. These two factions, themselves, are not half-assed. Can't get a ride. People can't afford to look down on it either. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui said, "Yes, I do." Tianfeng asked, "Reason?" Zhang Sui organized his language in his mind before he said, 1. The Son of Heaven is too young, easily compelled, and General now needs to take down the entire Gongsunzan, take down Zhangyan, and take down the entire Hebei as soon as possible. Take Hebei as soon as possible in order to recuperate and then sweep the other regions. A general needs to be decisive. This time of year is best when no one interferes. But when the Son of Heaven arrives, the Son of Heaven is the greatest, and should he be compelled, shall the general resist? But if the general resists, he is resisting the order. No one else will care what his intentions are. Other people will only say that he is relying on his status as a son of the Yuan family of 4 generations and 3 dukes to act recklessly and to be the second Dongjua. Those ministers in the court, at least, are likely to do so. Tianfeng. Zhang Sui continued. 2. Nowadays, the general has taken most of the lands in Jizhou, Yuzhou and Qinzhou though, but rebellions continue everywhere. There are still tons of stragglers all around. The second miss of the Jin family just recently came over from Wuji County, and I heard her say, bodies and white bones everywhere on the road. It's fair to say that we are still in a food emergency at the moment. If the Son of Heaven arrives in Yecheng as soon as he does, the buildings that should be there must be there, right? We can't let the Son of Heaven live in the government office, can we? Even if the Son of Heaven can live, those concubines in the harem, where will they live? Also, once the Son of Heaven arrives, there's absolutely no way he'll be the only one. Those old ministers, they have to come, don't they? No lodging for them? And these people have poisonous mouths. They will hold the general down with all kinds of propriety. Tianfeng's brows furrowed high. Zhang Sui continued. Of course, there are advantages to inviting the Son of Heaven to Yecheng. Let's say that Wang Yi, the county governor of Hedong County, is colluding with the Huns. Aren't they under the banner of court loyalists? If the Son of Heaven arrives in Yecheng, then they will either carry the banner of rebellion or submit completely. They are under the banner of rebellion, so there is no need to be polite and destroy them openly and honestly. Hedong County is then completely in the general's hands, if they choose to submit. There are also many great families in Hedong County, and the grain can be collected partially. The Huns still have good warhorses, making it easy for us to form more cavalry. It's a process of weighing the pros and cons. I guessed with my personal thoughts, that the general might have weighed there will be no diligence to the king. Anyway, I personally don't like having a lot of people on my head. Zhang Sui's words are a lie. The so-called trade-offs are bogus. Yuan Shao and the Yuan Shao brothers are definitely crouching dragons and Phoenix brothers. They did not greet the Son of Heaven purely because they wanted to claim the throne. Both brothers are inexplicably obsessed with claiming the throne. Let's just say that the Ten Changsha rebellion. Zhang Sui read a lot of information before he crossed over. All suspected that the Yuan family had directed their own show. The purpose is to bring in Dong Zhuo, the disciple of, thoroughly purging all obstacles against the Yuan family's behind-the-scenes rise to power. It's just that they didn't count Dong Zhuo as a factor. After Dong Zhuo became powerful, his ambition exploded and he no longer cared about the Yuan family. That's what led to the situation being in such a mess. Zhang Sui said this and said no more. He's too young, and there is no power. Just point and click. Saying too much is apt to invite trouble. At this point in time, it makes sense to make small mistakes, instead of making people overly suspicious of even precautionary. The truth of the gun method of hitting the head of a bird is always in Zhang Sui's mind. Seeing that Zhang Sui didn't say anything else, Tianfeng raised his chin and said, "Continue." Zhang Sui feigned a surprised voice and said, that's all I know. Tianfeng. There was a little disappointment in his heart. However, he soon adjusted. It's a brat after all. It's remarkable to know so much. Much better than Yanliang and Wenshou. Those two manginas, they don't get it at all. Yesterday the Lord summoned them to discuss this, and the two mangaka were still all excited, thinking it was a great thing. Tianfeng stood up and said to Zhang Sui, "I'll go to the Lord later and ask you to attend the morning meeting tomorrow. You say what you just said to the Lord and the other ministers. Be nice. Do not dishonor your master's name. You have this vision, and with some more merit, you are able to have a good future. Maybe, it will be able to surpass people like Yan Liang and Wenshou. Although the Lord favors them, they are all martial artists." Zhang Sui hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for your advice." Zhang Sui is about to send Tianfeng away. Tianfeng waved his hand and said, "It's right in front of the house. Don't send it away. Rest well." Zhang Sui still escorted Tianfeng to the door. Tianfeng muttered something and didn't know what to say as he drifted away. Only then did Kai Wenji come out from inside and whispered, "Tang Biejiao, I can't believe I've come to ask you. A little metropolitan." Zhang Sui turned around and smiled at Kai Wenji. "Both the Bubu and the supervisor are very good people. Or maybe I'm from parallel states. The states of Nam and Jeju are contiguous. Everyone's kind of a family. Isn't it always like that in the courtroom? Ganging up, but anything that can help, that can be pulled together, will be pulled together somehow." Thinking of her father's tragic death, Kai Wenji sorrowfully said, "The courtroom strife is too thrilling." Zhang Sui pinched her pretty face and said, "Don't worry, I'll get a good grasp of the situation. I'll evacuate before anything happens. I still want to be in your ear every day, but I can't afford to die. Not to mention, even you." End of chapter. Kai Wenji let out a hung when she heard Zhang Sui say that. Zhang Sui pulled her into the house. Thinking of today's scene of second Miss Shinmi wearing a cheongsam, Zhang Sui licked the corners of his mouth, whispering, "My heart, have you made any clothes today?" Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui's almost green eyes with some amusement. Knew he was like that. This injury hasn't healed yet. Just think about that. Kai Wenji said, "Working on that maid's uniform. Be glad I have a good memory. Yesterday the second miss of the Jin family took away the drawings. I still remember those dress pictures you drew. Just that maid's uniform can be worn out. I want to make it first and see what it looks like, and if it looks good, have one of the maids wear it and go to the bazaar one day and attract the attention of those noble women or rich ladies." Zhang Sui hissed when he heard Kai Wenji say that. Not bad for a talented woman who has left her name in history. Brains are just great. This is the equivalent of modeling. It's definitely doable. Moreover, Zhang Sui was somewhat looking forward to Kai Wenji's appearance in her maid's uniform, thinking of the scene of Kai Wenji standing in front of him in a maid's uniform, obediently calling out master. The corners of Zhang Sui's mouth were grinning behind his ears. Dryly coughing a few times, Zhang Sui busily said, "Then you get busy. I look forward to the clothes you make." Kai Wenji glanced at Zhang Sui's ass. There was no blood. Apparently, having been to Yan's store and having the people there treat the wound, don't have to worry yourself. Kai Wenji then went to the cutting room and cut up the clothes. Zhang Sui then went to the woodshed. The scarecrow that I promised to make for third Miss Yuan Mi earlier is still not done yet. Good form today. Just do it slowly. Selecting a few dozen pieces of regular firewood from the woodshed, Zhang Sui took his dagger and started peeling them. Sharpen the sticks to the size of your heart. Zhang then used rope to tie up these sticks and make a model of a human being. He also asked the maid to bring over the various animal hairs that had been purchased earlier. It was only after this that Zhang Sui went to the tailoring room and took some cloth that, cut them down to fit the finished model, set them over it, and stuff various animal hairs into them to flesh out the whole figure. Then go over the top of the cloth with the sheepskin. The face is made of sheepskin, while Zhang Sui draws on it. Painting third Miss Yuan Mi's face hadn't particularly bothered before. I only remember that third Miss Yuan Mi was very good looking and stunning. That pretty face doesn't look like those so-called melon face or goose egg face in the latter days. Rather, it is the face of the nation. It has the beauty of the king of the daughters of the journey to the west. But specifically, I was afraid to look at it for too long at first, and I didn't draw it. It's been a busy time for training again. Surprisingly, I can't remember exactly what it looks like. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly. He remembered that before, third Miss Yuan Mi had said that he could go to her if he wanted to see it. It's not like he's there to beat her up. He's just making her a scarecrow. Oh no, now it should be called a sheepskin man. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui called his male subordinates to carry the sheepskin man and the sheepskin to the carriage outside. He himself plopped down in the wagon carriage and headed toward the state pastor's residence. Rushing to the entrance of the state shepherd's residence, Zhang Sui asked the guards at the entrance to notify the third young Miss Yuan Mi. It didn't take long for third Miss Yuan Mi to come out, still wearing the veil. Seeing Zhang Sui, third Miss Yuan Mi laughed. "What are you looking for me for today?" Zhang then asked his male subordinates to carry the sheepskin man off the wagon. Third Miss Yuan Mi surveys the sheepskin man. With a curious look on his face, he said, "How come this doesn't look like the scarecrow I took earlier?" Zhang Sui said, "This is my improved version. Scarecrows are too rough. However, I'm still missing the last step. That's what you look like, third Miss. It's been too long since I last saw you. I wouldn't dare look at it for too long." Zhang Sui coughed awkwardly a few times and said, "Third Miss should be able to understand." Third Miss Yuan Mi nodded and greeted Zhang Sui as she led the people inside. However, no underlings were let in. Two maids were called to follow them in, carrying the sheepskin man, but it was straight into the backyard. There, Lu was sitting on her knees in front of a desk in a cluster of fresh, and was painting carefully. It's herself. The stance is very similar, though, the face is anything but. Seeing third Miss bring Zhang Sui over, Lu smiled delicately and said, "Commander Zhang is here? My concubine was about to send someone to find you." Zhang Sui looked at Lu suspiciously. What does she want? Lu stood up and came to Zhang Sui. Only then did Zhang Sui notice, under her feet, she was actually wearing a pair of long, small leather boots. He drew it for Lu before. I didn't realize that someone would actually make it work. Lu smiled and lifted her foot in front of Zhang Sui and said, "This one, General likes it a lot, but that's not enough. I'm only 2 pairs. You draw me another 10 pairs that aren't the same. I'll have the cobbler do it." Zhang Sui let out a forehead. 10 pairs? Not bad for Lu. This would have been difficult for the average person, who made himself a traveler. Zhang Sui said, "That's fine." Lu sat down on the desk again and took off her long, small, leather boots on her left, revealing a small white foot. He said, "This is my foot. You draw shoes in the shape of my foot," he said, and handed a handkerchief to Zhang Sui. "The cobbler wants to make close-fitting shoes, and measure the size of your feet. You take this DD. Zhang Sui looked at Lu's feet with a slightly odd expression. "Dare I say it? You really think you're a cobbler?" Seeing that Zhang Sui did not take the handkerchief, Lu waved it in front of him and said, "You don't measure?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically and said, "Ma'am, I'm not a cobbler. I just design drawings. I don't know how to measure either. I'll draw the plans, and ma'am will just get a cobbler to make them to the size of her feet." Lu let out an oh-so-subtle cry. Zhang Sui's eyes skimmed over Lu's feet. However, the feet felt somewhat white and cute and small. Zhang Sui secretly lamented. No matter what the age, there are exquisite beauties, and it's still all natural, not like 2,000 years later. Looking at Lu's small feet, Zhang Sui sighed. No wonder he had a foot fetish. The history books say flying swallow on the palm, which refers to the likeness of Zhao Fian's body, the ability to dance in the palm of one's hand. This little foot of Lu's, there was an urge to take her feet in the palm of her hand and play with them. Of course, it's just impulsive. This Lu is Yuan Shao's favored woman. If you dare to hit her, you're afraid that a few heads won't be enough to chop off. And this woman is so mean. Or the presence of a scourge. Yuan Shao's 3 sons would die at the hands of Cao Cao, and this Lu could not be blamed. Zhang Sui retracted his eyes from Lu's small feet and looked at third Miss Yuanmi. Third Miss Yuanmi took off her veil and said, "This time take a good look." Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and said, "I can draw it?" Third Miss Yuanmi laughed. "As you wish," said, greeted a few maids carrying a desk and table, took pen, ink, paper and inkstone over. Zhang Sui sat down in front of the desk table, folded a branch, and began to draw carefully. Lu sat on her knees. Originally she was still painting herself. At this moment, looking at the sheepskin man on the side, and watching Zhang Sui draw a picture for third Miss Yuanmi. Instead, she stopped and watched the two in silence. End of chapter. Zhang Sui drew for a long time, and it was about to get dark before he drew the third young lady Yuanmi. Third Miss Yuanmi looked at the portrait and said with some delight, "As a martial artist, I didn't realize there was such a thing. I thought you had some craftsmanship when I was at Yan's store before. I didn't expect to realize today that I still underestimated you." Zhang Sui had been so numbed by compliments that he had been able to face it all with a straight face. He was a little emotional. What was thoughtless in the first place could have such an effect. When he first learned to sketch, he was purely envious of the art student at the back of the school, and wanted to rely on his craft. Will pick up a wife for free in the future. As a result, it didn't soak before crossing over. Got it now. He even thought before that if he really had some power and status in the future, he would no longer fight in the battlefield. It's good to make a little money by painting for people. He kind of got it. Regardless of the pomp and circumstance, those who are powerful are so rich, it's really not that complicated to make their money. The problem is to have a talent that they don't have at hand. Lu couldn't help but come over at this time. Her eyes fell on the portrait, and there was some amazement in her beautiful eyes. The portrait the man drew was more like himself than the one he drew. Looking toward Zhang Sui, Lu said, "One day when you have time, help me paint a full-body one?" Zhang Sui busily said, "Ma'am, it's fine," greeting Lu's slightly curled mouth, those somewhat beautiful eyes that were flowing. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head and looked away. Although, before crossing over, he had read a number of texts written by, it's all mentioned in there that there are women capable of winks, but this was the first time he had seen the word materialized in a woman. Lu's looks would have been delicate and comparable to Mrs. Now there is such a look. No wonder Yuan Shao was eaten to death by her. This is a woman one can't afford to think about. Not at all. It just so happened that it was getting late, so Zhang Sui busily said to third Miss Yuanmi, "Third Miss, I have to train for the night, so I'll head back. I'll continue with the follow-up on this sheepskin man when I have time." Third Miss Yuanmi smiled and waved her little hand. Go go go. Be as quick as you can." Saying that, he picked up the portrait and said to Lu with a smile. He also observed it carefully. "Even my eyebrows are shaped enough to draw. I feel like the mouth is the best place to draw." Lu watched Zhang Sui leave in a hurry and thought freely in her heart. It seems that the general likes this pair of feet of his best. He always likes to play with it when the two are together. Got time for him to draw his own feet? Zhang Sui left the state pastor's residence before he let out a huge sigh of relief. No wonder the old ancient favorites used beauty tricks. Before crossing over, he had always scoffed at this scheme. Always thought that if a woman was beautiful, she was just that, a red powdered skeleton. But today, when he met Lu's eyes that seemed to tease, Zhang Sui realized that the best women really tease a man, and it's almost hard for that man to resist. Be more careful in the future. Otherwise, it would be a laugh if you lost your life one day because of a woman. A traveler is played to death by a woman in ancient times. It's definitely a shame for the travelers to think about this ending. Zhang Sui came out of the state shepherd's mansion and went straight to the training ground outside the city. It's getting late. It's too late to eat. You can only get some food from the soldiers in the barracks to fill your stomach. Some training in the evening led to some more dead and alive. This time, however, Zhang Sui left early. Cavalry Commander Yan Liang had apparently received notice that Zhang Sui would be attending the morning meeting. Let Zhang Sui go back early to treat his injuries and change his clothes. Zhang Sui didn't go to the Jin family store this time, but returned to his mansion. Kai Wenji was sleeping soundly. Zhang Sui didn't dare to wake her up, simply removing the bloody pants and dotting the back of his ass with a soft strip of cloth. Zhang Sui changed into a clean robe. Getting changed, it's still light out. Zhang Sui flopped down on the bed and looked at Kai Wenji's pretty face as she slept peacefully. After placing a kiss on Kai Wenji's red lips, Zhang Sui's hand touched inside the quilt and gently kneaded on Kai Wenji's body, the soft touch between his fingers, and the warmth. Zhang Sui couldn't wait to turn into a hungry wolf at the moment and pounce directly on him. The lips moved from Kai Wenji's red lips to her collarbone. Kai Wenji opened her eyes in a daze, lifted the covers and, moving inward, he said, "You're back so early today, take a nap first." Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to remember that Zhang Sui had a wound on his butt. Getting up again, he said, "I'll change your medicine." Zhang Sui pressed her down on the bed and softly said, "No change for now. You continue to sleep and I'm going to the morning meeting." Only then did Kai Wenji lie back down on the bed, looking a bit in love. Only then did Zhang Sui pull the quilt up a bit to cover Kai Wenji's neck. It was only then that he left reluctantly. The two hadn't been that close in over 20 days due to training and an injury to his ass. Thinking of the various moves in those little movies, Zhang Sui licked the corners of his mouth. "I'm healed, so I'll be sure to test it out on Kai Wenji this time." When he thought of Kai Wenji, Zhang Sui thought of Mrs. The two had tried several positions before. Let's just say that young women really do have their wonders. As far as those poses are concerned, as he mentioned to Kai Wenji earlier, it was put off by Kai Wenji with a red face, which is like Mrs. Instead, when she mentioned it herself, she took it upon herself to welcome the. It was just a little stiff to move at first. Zhang Sui sighed as he rushed towards the government office. "I don't know when I'll get a chance to go to Wuji County either, or when Madam will be arriving." The second young Miss Shinmi rushed over, so it's unlikely that Madam will be able to rush over in a short time. All the way to the government office, the sky was already slightly light. The entrance to the government office was full of people. At a glance, Zhang Sui saw Tian Feng, the Buji, the supervisor frustrated, and Yan Liang, the Zhonglong general. However, Tian Feng, the Buwei driver, and frustrated professor, the supervisor, were surrounded by people and were talking about something. Zhang Sui can't be bothered to come over. Zhang Sui just stands there in one corner. However, he did not expect that Yan Liang, the center general, beckoned towards him. Zhang Sui hurried over. Yan Liang said to a big-bellied, burly man beside him, "Elder brother Wen," by way of introduction. "His name is Zhang Sui. The little metropolis under my banner. This time we're 3,000 horsemen, and it's just me and him coming." He also said to Zhang Sui, "Bo Qing, this is Wen Shou, also a Zhonglong general." Zhang Sui was busy saluting Wen Shou. Wen Shou gave him a polite nod, not overly enthusiastic. After that, Wen Shou was talking with Yan Liang on the sidelines. Zhang Sui stood to one side, sizing up Wen Shou. This Wen Shou looks shorter than Zhao Yun seems to be, but a big belly is hard to associate with a fierce general. Before he traveled, he saw countless fantasies of fierce generals that all are teenagers, long, muscular, bulging, little wolf dogs, white-faced and buxom. But only now did he realize that those who could afford to be generals were either big-bellied and either that or strong as an ox, like Zhao Yun. If a person unfamiliar with him stood in front of him, the robust body that gives a sense of intimidation. Zhang Sui thought of Cloud's great anger. Zhao Yun suddenly let out a furious cry. That gave the impression that it could really overwhelm a person instantly in terms of aura. It's quite possible to stab an enemy with a single shot while someone is confused. When he thought of Zhao Yun, Zhang Sui thought of Zhao Yu. Obviously brother and sister. How come there's such a big gap? Zhao Yun is strong as an ox and very tall. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, is petite and cute, and a very small one at that. Zhang Sui felt like he could twist her up with one hand. But Zhao Yu, however, has a good martial arts skill, just like Kai Wenji, who is obviously soft and weak, but is full of strange power. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. Zhang Sui swept his gaze over the military generals other than Yan Liang and Wen Shou, and a smile appeared on his face. Before, he had always found this body to be mediocre. But now, comparing to other military generals, he himself was properly considered a big handsome man. Just as Zhang Sui's gaze swept over the civil officials, a voice from the entrance of the government office said, "Open the morning meeting." At once, the crowd took the initiative to split into two columns and slowly went in towards the government office. End of chapter. Zhang Sui noticed the two columns. On the left, at the head of the group was the supervisor frustrated. Behind frustration was a middle-aged scribe with a serious face. After the middle-aged scribe, there was a man with a short stature and a somewhat lewd gaze. The man's eyes were darting around and his mouth kept saying something. Behind the man, only then was Tian Feng, the other driver. And on the right, at the head of the group was Wen Shou. Behind Wen Shou is Yan Liang. Behind Yan Liang is Zhang He. Behind Zhang He was a middle-aged man nearly 1 meter 9 in height, with a country face and a somewhat long beard. Behind the middle-aged man was a chubby hulk. The big man followed the crowd while gently slapping his right hand against his high belly. Zhang Sui memorized the appearance of the two columnists. There were nearly 500 of them. Zhang Sui secretly smacked his lips. Yuan Shao's class is really not normally strong. If he and Yuan Shu generally don't make a fool of themselves and play normally, it's really hard to imagine the end of the Eastern Han dynasty eventually leading to the Three Kingdoms. Historically, after Yuan Shao's death, his 3 sons and nephews, 4 of them, divided up Hebei. It's a fight to the death. In this way, Cao Cao unified Hebei for 7 or 8 years. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. That's life. This damn if he traveled into Yuan Shao. So thick class, do not die of laughter. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Zhang Sui is at the very end of the line on the right. The 2 columns of people entered the government office, and under the guidance of the government official, they made their way to the hall, split into right and left kneeling. Frustrated, clearly a civil official at the head, sat on his knees on the left side. Wen Chou led what were obviously military generals, all on the right. Only the middle passage is left. Each column to the hall is further divided into 5 columns. Zhang Sui sat on his knees at the very end of the 5th column on the right, hiding behind a tall man. Due to the injury on his buttocks, Zhang Sui didn't dare to kneel and sit directly on the support heel either. Instead, they tend to be in a kneeling position. Thus, a head taller than everyone else. He was able to take in the entire scene in the hall of the government office at a glance. Yuan Shao sat at the top of the center, at the beginning of the morning meeting, and a roll call. Beside Yuan Shao, a minor official took the roster and nodded over one by one. Supervisor frustrated professor? Frustrated then knelt down and straightened his body, saluting Yuan Shao, and don't have to talk back. No need to get up either. It was only after listening to the junior official's roll call that Zhang Sui memorized each and every one of these people. Behind frustrated was Sun Chen. Sun Chen, Sun Yu's 4th brother. History books record that it was one of Yuan Shao's schemers, and an able man. He lobbied Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, to surrender the position of Jizhou pastor to Yuan Shao, the head of the Yingchuan faction of Yuan Shao's 3 major factions. Behind Sun Chen, the man with a short stature and darting eyes, who looked a bit lewd. Surprisingly, it was Su Yu. Su Yu, the one who called Chao a concealer with a mouthful of words and then was stabbed to death by Su Chu. Zhang Sui also saw the likes of Qing Shui, Hua Tu, and Feng Ji. Zhang Sui sked. It's an unusually wonderful feeling. Yuan Shao's original team. He felt like he was playing a game, and a virtual reality one at that. This should be Yuan Shao's men at his peak. Just a handful of people like Koji are missing. After ordering the civil officials, it's time for the military generals. The man beside Zhang He, with a national face and a somewhat long beard. It was Gao Lan, one of the 4 court pillars of Hebei. Gao Duan did not appear in history after he defected to Cao Cao. Cao Cao has always been bragged by history books about how much he lifts up the virtuous and the capable. But in reality, all of Cao Cao's are exceptionally reverent of their clansmen. Foreign generals, who defected to the past, were basically suppressed. As strong as Zhang Liao, he basically never led an army alone. Zhang He also came into prominence only after many years of defection in the past. Gao Tan was even less absent. Zhang Xiu defected to the past and was finally forced to die by Cao Pai. Zhang Sui secretly grasped that if he were to lead Yuan Shao in the future, he would never be able to defect to Cao Cao's either. Cao Cao, for one, is a ruthless man, slaughtering cities as a matter of routine. Secondly, there is much suppression of foreign generals. Being from a peasant family himself, even under the banner of a disciple of Ding Yuan's disciples, he was probably not going to have a good ending, hinged on being used as cannon fodder. It was only after the roll call that Yuan Shao began his deliberations. The deliberations were many and varied. There were discussions about sending troops to continue the attack on Gongsun in Yuzhou. There was an expedition to the vicinity of Changshan for the final siege of Zhangyan and the others. There was also the Hanoi County that was again attacked by the Huns and burned and looted. And Zhu Ling, the general previously dispatched to aid Cao Cao in the siege of Shuzhou, now comes with a letter. He expressed his willingness to take his men and follow Cao Cao through the difficult times, fight Yanzhou together, and drive out Lubus. There was even a search for a candidate for the first wife for the eldest son, Yuan Tan, and the second son, Yuan Shi. Zhang Sui's heart was in his throat when the discussion came to the choice of the second son Yuan Shi's main wife. He really didn't want second Miss Xinmi to marry Yuan Shi. Historically, the end of the second young lady Xinmi was truly tragic. Zhang Sui hopes that the second young lady, Xunmi, will be able to break the curse of fate and take another path. Even if the path may not be a good one, it's better than history. According to the historical trajectory, second Miss Xinmi was not only poisoned to death by Cao Pai in the end, he died with his mouth stuffed with chaff and his hair covering his face. The reason why I did this is because Cao Pai heard someone say that this will allow the soul of the second young lady Xinmi to be suppressed after her death, and she will not be able to go back to life for eternity, and she will not be able to find him to settle the score. Fortunately, this time, the second son Yuan Shi's choice for his rightful wife. It really didn't take second Miss Shinmi into consideration. Considered were the young ladies of the other three worldly families. It was only after this that the matter of whether or not to send troops to work for the king was discussed. This matter, which was discussed yesterday, just did not come to fruition. This time, Bei Dao Tianfeng made Zhang Sui get up and answer. Zhang Sui repeated what he had said to Tianfeng yesterday. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Sui from afar and nodded rather admiringly. This Zhang Sui, so young, has quite a lot of ideas. The bottom line was that his ideas coincided with his own. He himself pressed on, not wanting to welcome the son of heaven to Yecheng. He himself is now in Hebei, where he gets the wind and the rain. What's the difference between the current state of affairs and the state of China? To welcome the son of heaven to Yecheng? Isn't that getting yourself a father? The problem is, it's okay if this son of heaven is clear about his position, but he had inquired clearly. This son of heaven, he doesn't have any knowledge of himself. Today, the son of heaven is a puppet, being called around. Even his harem was spoiled by Dong Zhuo, Li Ju, and Guosi. However, even so, the son of heaven still always had to put up an imperial front. Every time the insurgents had a clash, he had to come out and mediate. The key thing is that those courtiers around the son of heaven are also ambitious. General Dong Chang of the charioteer general, and Fu Wan of the state abbot, all of them are the kind of people who don't have much of a military presence, but are making waves in the name of the son of heaven's relatives. Bringing these messy people to Yecheng gives me a headache just thinking about it. End of chapter. At this morning meeting, Yuan Shao still hadn't decided whether he wanted to work for the king or not. The supervisor, frustrated professor, was a firm supporter of the diligence of the king and welcomed the son of heaven to Yecheng. Sun Chen and Su Yu, among others, were firmly opposed to the diligence of the king. Eventually the morning session ended hastily. The morning meeting ended and the crowd did not immediately disperse. The subordinates of the government office prepared breakfast for the people to finish eating. Zhang Sui finished his breakfast and was ready to go back. Seeing this, Tianfeng called out to him and said, "I'll give you a ride?" He had noticed early on that Zhang Sui had limped over when he arrived. Zhang Sui hurriedly thanked him and pointed to his buttocks. "I have an injury on my buttocks, so I'm walking over here." Tianfeng said, "Get on the carriage and lie down. I'll send you there." Seeing Tianfeng say that, Zhang Sui could only comply and go up. After all, it's not far from where Tianfeng lives. Tianfeng, as an elder, was also his superior. He took the initiative to invite himself, and by repeatedly excusing himself, he's not doing him any favors. This is not wise behavior. Tianfeng sat on his side, looking out through the car window. Looking at Zhang Sui lying on his back in the carriage, Tianfeng looked out the window while, on one side, he said, "Someone saw you go to the state pastor's residence yesterday?" Zhang Sui glanced at Tianfeng with some surprise. "You know all this?" "Sure enough, this Yecheng city seems to be calm and peaceful, but it is full of eyes everywhere." Zhang Sui honestly said, "It's to look for third miss. I made a sheepskin man out of a wooden frame, fabric, and sheepskin, about the size of a man, face painting figure drawing, other places to draw costume pictures. That way, it makes a dummy that looks almost like a real person." Tianfeng laughed. "You still have this craft?" Zhang Sui smiled sarcastically. "It's just for fun, to attract the attention of attractive women." Tianfeng said, "I saw you painting well before." Zhang Sui hummed. Tianfeng said, "Third Miss likes you a lot for these?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Generally, right? After all, women are mostly this virtuous." Tianfeng said, "You haven't taken a wife yet?" Zhang Sui looked at Tianfeng suspiciously. Tianfeng and Zhang Sui looked at each other in all directions before he said, "Did you see the scene at the government office today?" Zhang Sui. Tianfeng should be referring to today's morning meeting, when frustrated Zhu proposed the diligence of the king. Sun Chen, Su Yu, and others jumped out to oppose it, especially Guotu, Feng Ji and others. Some of the rhetoric makes no sense, but anyone with a bit of brains could see that they were deliberately targeting frustration. Zhang Sui nodded and said, "Nowadays, among the civil officials, they are roughly divided into three factions. Supervisors and alibis are from the same faction, sort of the Jizhou faction. Sun Chen, Guotu, and the others are from a faction that all came out of Yingchuan. Su Yu, Feng Ji, and others of a faction that came out of Nanyang. For the present, the supervisor and the buyer occupy higher official positions under the general, but Yingchuan and Nanyang have the largest numbers, and quite a few of them were among the first to follow the general, Feng Ji and Su Yu. For example, among them is Su Yu, who is also the general's childhood playmate. The general is now straying between three factions. Emotionally, he favors the Yingchuan and Nanyang factions, but nowadays the general has Hebei as his foundation. So the He chose to make the supervisors and Boihayu higher in rank so as to enlist the great families of Hebei. Tianfeng's eyes glowed slightly when he heard Zhang Sui say that. Yesterday, when Zhang Sui proposed not to attend to the king, he still thought that Zhang Sui was too young and could not see through it. This amount of legal eyes made him realize that he had underestimated this brat. He was more and more certain that this brat was a Ding Yuan disciple. General, it simply doesn't foster that kind of eye candy. Tianfeng laughed. That's very true. You may be young, but you have a good eye. The situation today, indeed, and, as Gongsun Zan loses step by step, this situation will intensify, and, it's starting to tilt, toward those in Yingchuan and Nanyang. The general is an emotional man, and, well, good planning and little judgment. Once Gongsun Zan is taken down, those of us who are natives of Hebei will gradually decline in his mind. He will have to use the power of Nanyang and Yingchuan when he goes south then. Zhang Sui nodded. Indeed, Yuan Shao, but whenever he wants to go south, then he must reuse the Nanyang faction and the Yingchuan faction. The base of the Nanyang faction is in Jingzhou. The Yingchuan faction's base is in the Central Plains, Jingzhou and the Central Plains, where there are many big families. Yuan Shao has to win over these big families to take it down. Then, it is necessary to center on the Nanyang and Yingchuan factions, thus giving more official positions and power. Tianfeng said, I was originally a bit overwhelmed. Just now, your words woke me up. Zhang Sui looked at Tianfeng suspiciously. What did you just say? What woke him up? Tianfeng touched Zhang Sui's head and said, you're a native of Parallel State, and you're also a native of our Hebei province. Your husband is Ding Jianyang, a famous vassal. As his disciple, you must also remake his glory. It has to be for my Hebei people, too. You said before that you like the second miss of the Jin family? All the more reason, then, for you to rise to prominence, build your career, and then marry the second young miss of the Jin family. Zhang Sui, I mistakenly thought before that you asked me what I liked in the Jin family about misses. However, Zhang Sui wasn't prepared to explain. If you talk about this with outsiders and it gets out, how will Madame face the Jin family? She's not ready right now. Zhang Sui asked. So, Tianfeng smiled and said, then do you know what kind of approach will allow you to rise to prominence more quickly? Zhang Sui said, build a career. Tianfeng shook his head and said, not really. Building a career is a result, not a method. To come into prominence faster, you have brains and force. That's basic. If you can climb into a relationship with the general again, you'll be flat on your feet. The third young miss has reached maturity, yet she has yet to marry. The general inquired of me earlier if any of the males were suitable, and the general had a headache. You are a disciple of Ding Jianyang, and as far as the general is concerned, the administration of Hebei, he's going to have to give the appearance that he's lifting up the good guys. You're a good example, and you've got the force and the brains. It just so happens that the third young lady has been good to you as well. You find a way to get the third lady. As the third first daughter of the general, third Mrs. status is also too much stronger than the fallen Jin family. If you're capable of getting the third young lady back, then you'll make that girl from the Jin family a little. She has nothing to say, so that you don't get to sit back and enjoy all of them. Besides, the third young lady's looks, not to say she's beautiful, as the general's first daughter, having inherited the general's bloodline, her beauty is definitely second to none as well. Bok Sung, one must learn to take shortcuts. Understand? End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at Tianfeng. His heart was quite strange. This Tianfeng, he even advised himself to please third Miss Yuan me and then marry her? Zhang Sui snapped. General, I'm afraid you might kill me? After all, even though he was under the banner of a Ding Yuan disciple, in reality, he was still from a peasant family. The Jin family may need to build themselves up and help support them, so they are putting their foot down. But what is the Yuan family? That's the top family of the fourth and third generations. Yuan Shao is even the premier great vassal. Tianfeng said in a bad mood. Would I harm you? Besides, who said the general would kill you? Among these daughters of the general, the third miss is the most favored. You get the third lady, and the two of you hold little hands, so that the third lady can't get enough of you. Not you. What else can the general do? Besides, don't I have me? In the next 2 days, I'll ask you to be a guest in my house and accept you as a disciple. Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui did not respond immediately, Tianfeng blew his beard and glared. What? I still can't teach you? Or do you want to defect to those in Nanyang or Yingchuan? Zhang Sui came back to his senses and smiled with him. What are you talking about? Those people in Nanyang and Yingchuan look down on me even more. It's not like I'm blind. Tianfeng nodded comfortably and said, it's good that you can understand things. There was a man, also from our Jizhou, who chose to go with the Nanyang group. He's not going to end well. Zhang Sui curiously said, who is it? Tianfeng looked out of the corner of his eye at Zhang Sui and said, Auditor, Zhang Sui. Just then, the coachman's voice rang out from outside and said, "Family master, we'll be passing the Yin family store soon." Tianfeng looked toward Zhang Sui and nudged his mouth. "Should we go in and take a look?" Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still shook his head. "Let's not go today. I haven't changed the wound on my ass today. The 2 times I'd been there before, it was the second young lady who helped change the medicine. It's really embarrassing for someone to be an unmarried girl." Only then did Tianfeng say to the horseman, "Keep going back." Only then did the carriage carry Zhang Sui and Tianfeng back to their residence. Zhang Sui returned to his residence and let Kai Wenji help treat his wounds. Kai Wenji helped him change his medicine while she curiously said, "Why did they let you attend the morning meeting today? Little capital. It doesn't seem to be enough, does it?" Zhang Sui laughed. "Why else? Someone needs to utilize me." Kai Wenji asked. "Who?" Zhang Sui said. "Don't drive and supervise those people. I was at the morning meeting today and saw them being tit for tat by both the Nanyang and Incheon groups. The number of local civil and high officials in Jizhou is small. Local military officials, in general, are not involved. They see that your man is young, or knows something. That's why I'm expected to join among the Jiju faction. In Hebei today, Yuan Shao is a dominant force. Once we take Hebei, we must go south. At that time, the status of these local civil officials in Jizhou will surely decline. Lay it out early now." Kai Wenji worried. "Those people in Nanyang and Incheon, if they knew that you chose the alibis and the supervisors and those people, they would be afraid to make a move against you." Zhang Sui laughed. "At least not at the moment. It will be years before Hebei is taken. The alibis, the overseers, and these people will still be able to protect me for the time being. In a few years, I'll see if I can find a place to take you guys to have children." Kai Wenji then hummed. After changing the medicine, Zhang Sui put his arms around Kai Wenji and lay down on the bed to sleep. Kai Wenji woke up only in the morning, originally not wanting to sleep. However, feeling the force of Zhang Sui's arm around her was quite a bit strong. She did not struggle. Shrinking into Zhang Sui's arms, Kai Wenji pressed her face against his chest, allowing his large hands to work on her chest, until Zhang Sui's movements stopped and he snored lightly. It was only then that Kai Wenji carefully got out of Zhang Sui's arms, tugged at her clothes, and rushed to the tailoring room to start cutting down her clothes. She also called the 5 maids of the house as well and taught them to cut and reduce their clothes. There are limits to what one person can do. There isn't that much for them to do at home. Might as well follow and make clothes. Zhang Sui slept until noon. It was only after lunch that Zhang Sui limped off to the state shepherd's residence to continue making sheepskin figures for the 3rd young lady. Following the portrait of the 3rd young lady drawn yesterday, he drew it on the sheepskin as well. It was only after this that Zhang Sui drew the clothes of the startled salamander on the sheepskin. 3rd Miss Yuan Mi and Lu stood by and watched. Yuan Shao is also here today. With his hands behind his back, Yuan Shao stood behind the sheepskin man in front of Zhang Sui. Expressionless, he watched Zhang Sui busily. Seeing that 3rd Miss Yuan Mi was leaning towards Zhang Sui, her head was about to lean over. Yuan Shao coughed dryly a few times and said, "Honey." 3rd Miss Yuan Mi hemmed and hawed, and only then did she move away from Zhang Sui. Finally, it was at dusk that Zhang Sui finished making the sheepskin man. 3rd Miss Yuan Mi was so excited that she hugged the sheepskin man and excitedly kissed him a few times. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Sui and was also a bit surprised. "You still have this little craft. Among us martial arts generals, I guess it's only the draw move that beats you by a mile. Holding moves are also fine-minded." 3rd Miss Yuan Mi was surprised. "Commander Zhang is so powerful?" Yuan Shao didn't have the heart to say. "I mean the comprehensive aspect." "Comprehensive aspects? Do you know? It's the civil and military together. In terms of martial arts only, Bozan's abilities are not yet known. There are many factors in martial arts, including commanding, practicing, fighting, and martial arts. Even though Bo Cheng is a disciple of Ding Jianyang, I won't show favoritism. In all these ways, he didn't show it." 3rd Miss Yuan Mi shot a glance at Zhang Sui and said, "But he's the youngest, right? It feels more handsome than the others, too." Zhang Sui. Yuan Shao snorted. "In terms of handsomeness, don't you consider your 2 older brothers and your younger brother?" 3rd Miss Yuan Mi hugged Yuan Shao's arm and shook it vigorously. "If you put it this way, father, you are the most handsome. If I were looking for a man, if I were to look like you, wouldn't that make it impossible to marry?" Yuan Shao said smugly. "That's true, but men aren't all about looks. It still depends on ability, depending on whether you like it or not." Of course. Zhang Sui saw Yuan Shao's father and daughter the smushy and said goodbye and left. 3rd Miss Yuan Mi said, "Then I'll send you." Yuan Shao was busy saying, "Honey, do you have nothing to do?" 3rd Miss Yuan Mi laughed as she followed Zhang Sui away. "There's no rush. We'll do it when we come back." Yuan Shao watched the 3rd young Miss Yuan Mi leave and furrowed his brows. Lu laughed. "Why, General, Are you still worried that this tutor is hitting on me? Yuan Shao sighed and said, those people under his hand have been making small moves lately. Yesterday they suddenly recommended this bozong to me. This bozong is the age of honey. Good looking, how shall I put it? Though not to the point of being very handsome, but, in a band of military generals. It's good again. Lu asked, is it frustrated Professor and the others? Or Sun Chen and the others? Yuan Shao held Lu's small hand to one side and sat down. Frustrating them. End of chapter. Lu heard Yuan Shao say this. A touch of viciousness appeared on her pretty face. General, you are their human lord. Since they're blatantly under your nose, kill a few of them, especially this frustrated professor in Tianfeng, pointing their fingers at you. General, kill and fear them. Yuan Shao cried and laughed. How can it be as simple as you say? There's still a huge swath of land north of this river that hasn't even been taken. If we make a move on these local people in Jizhou now, they're afraid they'll turn against us. Lu said with a thoughtful face. General can be really hard and laborious. Yuan Shao raised an eyebrow at Lu and said, do you think a human lord is so easy to be? I'm not doing this for you guys. When I'm king and conqueror, you'll be the king's consort, or even the queen. Lu smiled sweetly. General, you really have great aspirations. While Lu was praising Yuan Shao's eyebrows, Zhang Sui and the third young Miss Yuanmi also went out of the state pastor's residence. Third Miss Yuanmi saw Zhang Sui glancing at herself a few times from time to time and laughed. You can look if you want to. What's the point of sneaking around? Zhang Sui smiled awkwardly. He wasn't actually peeking. He was simply vain. Before this, he really hadn't thought about having anything to do with third Miss Yuanmi. Now that he's been told this by Tianfeng, I don't know why, he felt his mind getting a little out of control. Just now, when he was making the sheepskin man, the third young lady Yuanmi was near him. Smelling that scent from the third young miss, he was actually a little lost in thought. When third Miss Yuanmi saw Zhang Sui's appearance, she added, You don't think you've fallen in love with me, right? Zhang Sui. Subconsciously he was about to wave his hand in denial. There was even an urge to run away. I really didn't think that third miss would still be this bold. There was no little woman shyness at all. Meeting third Miss Yuanmi's gaze, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly and finally nodded. Not for anything else. Tianfeng's mission had to be done. Not to mention that third Miss Yuanmi's special status was indeed conducive to standing on one's own feet more quickly. Not to mention that third Miss Yuanmi was already beautiful. The Cathay Pacific kind of beautiful. It was because of Tianfeng's disciple status that he was somewhat eager to try. It's only the second year of Xingping, and there's still a long way to go before the Battle of Guandu. Tianfeng and Frustrated will still be read under Yuan Shao's banner for a long time. At this time, bearing the banner of Tianfeng's disciple could be far more useful than that of Ding Yuan's disciple. Ding Yuan, after all, didn't have much to do with Yuan Shao and was already dead. Tianfeng is a living man. Not to mention, the identity of Ding Yuan's disciple was false. If you become a Tianfeng disciple, it's a real status. Now that third Miss Yuanmi has taken the initiative to expose this, if she still denies it, this will not work well in the future. When third Miss Yuanmi saw that Zhang Sui actually admitted it, under the veil, her pretty face flushed red as she said, You wish, did you see that just now? Father is on guard against you. You've got a lot of nerve. Little capital. How dare you hit on me? Zhang Sui let out a forehead. Why does this third Miss Yuanmi's words feel a bit soft? It's not so much a rebuke as it is a pout? It can't be true, can it? This mission of Tianfeng, it's so simple? Zhang Sui's heart also thumped, before and after crossing over. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, Zhang Sui still didn't dare to be too reckless. Third Miss Yuanmi's identity was right there. The consequences of taking a chance are unimaginable. Zhang Sui took a deep breath before he gathered his courage and said tentatively, Third Miss, so what? Can I see your face again? You said it yourself before, when I wanted to see it. It can all be told to you. Third Miss Yuanmi gave a hum and greeted Zhang Sui to a short distance away, with her back to the guards at the entrance. That's when he took off his veil and bowed his head. Zhang Sui looked at the pretty face near him swollen red, even the neck and earlobes, and the heartbeat picked up a bit. One word came to his mind, grass. It's really pretty. Same with Madam, Miss Tu and Kaiwenji. And, each of the 4 women is unique in their good looks. This third young lady, Yuanmi, has a dignified prettiness about her. When you see this kind of pretty, you can understand what it means to be a lady of the house, dignified and virtuous. It's just that his literary skills are really lacking, and he can't even think of a stunning poem of praise. The words and phrases that praised the second young lady in Luo Shenfu popped into his head, and he felt that they were not apt. When third Miss Yuanmi saw Zhang Sui staring blankly, she raised her head and locked eyes with him, asked, Did you watch it? Zhang Sui returned to his senses and was busy nodding his head. Only then did third Miss Yuanmi put her veil back on and said, Then I'll go back. After saying that, not caring whether Zhang Sui answered or not, he left quickly while biting his lip end. There was a suppressed smile on his face. It was the first time in all her life that she had been shown such a generous display of affection by a man. All the other men, they're all twisted. Moreover, even his father said that among those military officials today, he was the only one who was handsome. Without going far, third Miss Yuanmi was busy stopping her footsteps again. No way. Your own identity is at stake. What if he doesn't dare to come to him in the future? Gotta give him a reason to come to himself anytime he gets a chance. Thinking of this, third Miss Yuanmi called out to Zhang Sui, who was ready to leave. Hey! Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuanmi suspiciously. Third Miss Yuanmi said, that, painting is quite good. Come over and paint me sometime. I want to draw 100 of them. All kinds, remember? After saying that, she lifted her skirt and trotted back to the state pastor's residence. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuanmi's back as she flew away and unconsciously laughed alone. I wonder if it counts as a little bit of a treat for myself as well. Come closer the next time we meet? Watching the sky darken, Zhang Sui went straight to the military camp outside the city. A night of training. This time, Zhang Sui was on duty to guard the military camp and did not go anywhere else. However, he was not idle. According to Tian Feng's previous statement, tomorrow, Tian Feng would accept him as a disciple at the mansion. Tian Feng wants to pull himself together. There are bound to be others who will accept disciples this time. One must give a distinctive gift of worship. Zhang Sui asked someone to help him go to the Jun family store and get the help of the second young lady, Jun Mi, and buy 2 sheets of zuobo paper. Tape it together with rice. After that, Zhang Sui took the zuobo paper and carefully drew a full-body portrait of Tian Feng. Tian Feng's position as a special driver is there, and there is no shortage of money. Tacky stuff as a worship gift will only be a disgrace. To give, naturally, something different, nowadays. In addition to painting, and mentioning a poem or two to show off, and nothing else. After finishing the painting, Zhang Suikai inscribed a sentence next to it, saying, Mr. Tian's peaches and plums are all over the world. One more branch is added to the hall. Only after writing this did Zhang Sui blow dry the ink and carefully roll it up. If all goes well tomorrow, then he himself would have an identity that he could really hold, a disciple of Biejie Tian Feng. End of chapter. After finishing his painting, Zhang Sui then took a nap. It's daytime. The cavalry was now basically resting after a night of training. He arranged for soldiers to patrol the area. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to approach. However, Zhang Sui didn't dare to sleep to death. Fear not. Fear not. In this era at the end of the Han Dynasty, all kinds of killers and spies are everywhere. Just the day before yesterday, he had heard that the supervisor Frustration had been assassinated in the street. The killer is hidden in the stragglers. The moment the supervisor Frustration's carriage stopped at the entrance to the marketplace, the assassins rushed out from the stragglers, trying to stab. It was just quickly restrained. It was only after severe torture that it was realized that the killer came from Yuan Shu. That's right, it's Yuan Shu, that dead bone in the mound. Yuan Shu. So far, the entire end of the Han Dynasty was actually divided into 3 camps, Yuan Shao's camp, Yuan Shu's camp, and Zhanshan's camp. Those who occupied the mountains were mainly found in places like Liangzhou, Yizhou and Jiazhou. Everywhere else, it was the territory of the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, or alliance territory. For example, Cao Cao of Yanzhou and Lu Biao of Jingzhou were allies of Yuan Shao. Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou and Tao Qin of Shuzhou, on the other hand, were allies of Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu sent someone to assassinate Frustration this time. It is estimated that he thought that the supervisor Frustrated Professor was too helpful to Yuan Shao in destroying Gongsun Zan, so he wanted to send an assassin to assassinate the supervisor Frustrated Professor, thus making Yuan Shao lose his help. It wouldn't have been so easy to take down Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou. In order to prevent assassins and spies from sneaking into the camp, Zhang Sui didn't even dare to go inside the tent, just directly at the entrance to the marquee, with hay on the ground, directly lying on it to sleep. That way, if anything happens, he can hear the commotion. And, since it was only just entering February, the weather in Yeqing was still very cold. Sleeping outside, the cold air cools you off from sleeping too much. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sui had a dream. In the dream, he returned to the company where he worked, and at the moment, was sitting with his co-workers at a hot pot restaurant waiting for the hot pot to be served. As he ate the crispy meat, while looking down, he swiped the short video on his cell phone. A carpenter restored the wooden oxen and horses video screen. Suddenly, his co-worker arched his shoulder, signaling him to look over toward the door. Zhang Sui looked up suspiciously. Just in front of the hot pot restaurant, a man in a white suit with long hair tied atop his head. The young woman wrapped in a silk scarf walked in. The young woman's face was icy cold. very much like a high-cool president in an urban novel. Zhang Sui froze. Surprisingly, I was at the same table in high school. The two haven't seen each other since their high school exams. The last time we saw each other was 3 days before the entrance exams and the last class at school. After dinner, he was cleaning up the papers on the table. The table saw him finish cleaning up and called him out. The two stood in front of the parapet of the balcony and the table asked him if he had any plans for a relationship. He rightfully said, "Wait until after college. When we'll look for a gentle and considerate one. Right now. Then, it's about trying to do well in college and trying to get a good job." And then the two just fell apart. After college, Zhang Sui often thought of this scene with the two of them. He was a little chagrined at his stupidity at the time, but it's been missed. Naturally, life is not a movie, but there is no reunion. But I didn't expect to actually meet. It's just that the two are so far apart today. The tablemates could still see the same eyebrows from high school, but the aura, it was completely different. Look more competent and successful in your career. By comparison, he was a jerk after he graduated. No house, no car, no salary, not even holding a girl's hand. A co-worker joked, "That's the regional director who transferred from the department next door. Still single, I hear. Graduated from Qingbei. High and dry." It's the GM who confessed to her and she didn't even say yes. The young woman came in with the others. Her gaze swept over the fondue restaurant. Zhang Sui hurriedly lowered his head and smiled sarcastically without responding. His heart was a little sad. "You're a regional director now. Even the GM confessed. It's really awesome. Which is like myself. What a piece of crap I'm mixed up in now." When his co-worker saw him looking down and continuing to look at his phone, he said suspiciously, "Beautiful women don't even look." Zhang Sui was unimpressed and said, "I don't like the high-flying model." The young woman seemed to have spotted Zhang Sui and approached him. Hearing Zhang Sui's words, his footsteps paused and he continued to walk over. The co-worker was a little excited. Coming through, I'll go. It can't be that you fell in love with this handsome guy at first sight and want to come over to ask for contact information." Zhang Sui tapped favorite on the video of the wooden oxen and horses he was watching and scratched to the next video screen. On the video screen, a long-legged beauty was dancing flirtatiously. Those big white legs, twisting and turning, looked like Zhang Sui's eyebrows were smiling. Seeing that his colleague kept patting his shoulder in excitement, Zhang Sui shook off his hand and, he said, "What are you so excited about? We're like this. Take a piss. It's a good match, you know?" The young woman turned around and left again when she heard Zhang Sui's words. Zhang Sui looked at the beautiful woman in the short video and slipped through again, sighing darkly. The next moment, Zhang Sui woke up. That ghostly sigh caused Zhang Sui to lose his concentration for a moment. It seems to have just issued itself. Getting up from the pile of hay on the ground, Zhang Sui scratched his face and sighed again. "It's the first time I've had a dream since crossing over, almost a year ago, and dreaming about high school classmates. What's even stranger is that it's still a dream about the last time the two saw each other. Inexplicably turned on God's view this time. Weird as hell. They say that when you dream of a deceased person you haven't seen for a long time, it's because the other person has forgotten about you." Zhang Sui yawned and stretched, stripping his shirt off and, "Pick up the horse lance and work it up in place. Then forget it. It was never meant to be a world. Now that you have traveled to the end of this Han dynasty, it is even more unlikely that you will go back. So what if you remember? Not to mention, he already has a favorite woman." Zhang Sui forcibly discarded the woman in his mind and swung his horse lance with his whole body. "The injury on my ass has indeed been getting better in the flesh for a while now." Swinging the horse lance now was bearable, though it still hurt a bit. The soldiers patrolling around the area cast their eyes over. Looking at Zhang Sui's naked upper body, the soldiers on patrol shrunk their necks. "This little metropole, I've heard for a long time that he has a perverted hobby of taking off his shirt. Now it seems to be true. It's so cold. All off." Zhang Sui ignored their strange sights. "After half an hour of extra practice, I gained 2 pounds of strength this time." Zhang Sui gave a ghostly cry of excitement and stuck his horse lance by the pile of firewood at the entrance of the handsome tent. "Stroll up around the perimeter and dry off your sweat." But the sound of horses' hooves was heard rapidly approaching. Zhang Sui suspiciously looked in the direction of the sound of hooves. It was several guards flanking 3rd Miss Yuan Mi. Zhang Sui busily greeted him. "I had just taken a few steps when I realized that I was still topless." Zhang Sui folded back to the entrance of the marquee and picked up his clothes from the ground and quickly put them on. 3rd Miss Yuan Mi steered her horse to a short distance away and handed her steed to the guard, carrying a wooden box up by himself. Watching Zhang Sui leave in quick steps, the corners of 3rd Miss Yuan Mi's mouth grinned slightly upwards under her veil. "This man, he can be built, quite meaty, and, on such a cold day, topless." 3rd Miss Yuan Mi asked as she trotted up. "Where are you going? Why are you running away when you see me? Didn't you just say yesterday that you liked me?" Zhang Sui limped back to the entrance of the marquee, and while putting on his clothes, while snapping back, he said, didn't say no. It's just, I'm naked here. You wait for me to get dressed. What are you doing running the barracks? Third Miss Yuanmi came to Zhang Sui's body and stopped him by holding his wrist. Zhang Sui lowered his head in puzzlement. There's something on me? Third Miss Yuanmi poked Zhang Sui's chest with her slender white fingers and said, I grew up so. This is the second time I've seen a man's chest. You're still hard. This meat. Not like me. Floppy. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked at Third Miss Yuanmi's slender white fingers poking her chest, and felt a little strange in his heart. This third young lady, her character is a bit different from all the other women, looks dignified and virtuous, but a bit big-headed, a big man himself. He stripped off his shirt, and she didn't hide, and poked his chest with her finger. Seeing that Third Miss Yuanmi's eyes were still staring at her chest and her earlobes were reddening, Zhang Sui gulped. There was something about that look that felt inexplicably cute. Zhang Sui measured it in his mind, this distance between the two, this angle. It seemed as if he could have kissed it himself just by looking down. It felt like, Third Miss should be fond of herself. If you keep kissing like this, you shouldn't have to be told off by her to Yuan Shao. Seeing that Third Miss Yuanmi was still poking, Zhang Sui gave a dry cough and was about to lower his head. I don't know if it was because he had already had relations with Madame and Kai Wenji, but at the moment, he found that the one's skin has become incredibly thick and bold. Third Miss Yuanmi was poking Zhang Sui's chest happily when she suddenly saw Zhang Sui lower his head and, with her lips leaning towards herself, Third Miss Yuanmi subconsciously took a few steps backward and placed the wooden box on the ground in a panic. As he opened it, he said, I heard you were on duty today, so I came over to check it out. You eat, I'll be back. I've got a few things going on. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhang Sui to agree and darted away. As she left, the third young lady stroked her small, burning face under the veil with her small, cold hand. She felt like her heart was going to beat out of her chest, knowing he likes her though. But she really hadn't thought that he was so bold as to try to kiss himself just now. Definitely, should be trying to kiss her. It was the first time in her entire life that she had ever been treated like that by a man. She felt a pang of joy in her heart. It was so refreshing to be liked by a man other than my father and brother and sister. It's just that it seems a little too fast. Third Miss Yuanmi walked a long way before sneaking a glance back at Zhang Sui. Seeing that Zhang Sui had already squatted on the ground and ate his meal without looking at himself, Third Miss Yuanmi skimmed her lips again. Himself, though he didn't let him kiss, but he doesn't even watch himself go? Dare I say that in his eyes, the food smells better than he does? Third Miss Yuanmi's little excitement that had just risen turned into a hint of loss. Go back and ask Lu for advice. This Lu, she actually hated in her heart. Although on the surface the two are close, she always felt that this Lu was very Thai. Looking at her father with that look, straight in her eyes, it also hooked his own father so much that his father's feelings for him faded. But now, she realized that Lu seemed quite capable. As Third Miss Yuanmi mounted her steed and left surrounded by her escorts, Zhang Sui, while eating his meal, while watching her leave, still a little too eager. The fire is not enough. I should have known I'd have this strange encounter when I traveled to the end of the Han Dynasty. He should have gotten some advice on how to fall in love before he crossed over. Brainstorming about the same table, Zhang Sui was inexplicably sad again in his heart. It seemed that she had taught him all the ways of courting women himself, especially the Liu Bei text she wrote. It's so damn pretty. That kind of nuance, that kind of subtle wording, is really something he can't even shoot for. It was just a pity that one did not get her inheritance. Having crossed over myself, I've written some Liu Bei texts, but that writing is not even close. Zhang Sui shook his head. It's all over. Even if she could travel back now, it would be impossible to seek her out for advice. Pity. Zhang Sui finished his meal and went back to sleep. Night training continues. Today is the last day of night training. Tomorrow is a day off and training is switched to daytime. The one in charge of sitting in the military camp was Suyu of the three major capitals. Zhang Sui finished his training and rushed back to his residence. Today is the day he worships Tianfeng, so he can't be too late. This was not just his own face, but also Tianfeng's face. Rushing to his lodgings, Zhang Sui did not dare to change the medicine, and with the help of Kai Wenji, after changing into a clean outfit, he went straight to Tianfeng's mansion with the painted portrait. Many people had already come to Tianfeng's mansion. In addition to the overseer, frustration, there was Zhang He. Seeing Zhang Sui hurrying in, Zhang He joked, Zhang Tuton, you pay your respects to the Beijia today, don't you have any gifts? Don't blame me for getting mad. Zhang Sui drew the portrait he had drawn yesterday from his sleeve. Tianfeng laughed. There's no hurry first, General and Lieutenant General Yan are coming too. Zhang Sui stepped aside obediently. Frustrated Professor and Tianfeng and Zhang He, on the other hand, continued to discuss the subject of what had just been said. They were all in favor of welcoming the son of heaven to Yecheng, with the object of holding him hostage to his vassals. The man they've arranged for has inquired. In fact, Sun Quan and Gui Tu of the Yingchuan faction were both in favor of holding the emperor hostage at first. Even, they spoke to Yuan Shao. However, since frustration and the others also strongly advised Yuan Shao to welcome the son of heaven, Sun Quan and Gui Tu again did the opposite, and at yesterday's morning meeting, together with the Nanyang faction, strongly supported Yuan Shao's refusal to welcome the son of heaven. Now frustration and Tianfeng and Zhang He were discussing what to advise, and it is only then that Yuan Shao will welcome the son of heaven to Yecheng. Zhang Sui stood on the sidelines without making a sound. Historically, Yuan Shao ultimately failed to welcome the son of heaven to Yecheng. Any more persuasion is useless. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the Center General Yan Liang and Yuan Shao arrived successively. In the presence of Yuan Shao, the supervisor's frustrated professor, Yan Liang, and Zhang He, Zhang Sui took out the portrait he drew for Tianfeng yesterday and formally worshipped Tianfeng. The group marveled. It's really the first time they've seen this way of painting. It's a little rough though. However, it does paint an 8% resemblance of Tianfeng. Tianfeng hosted a banquet at his residence. Yuan Shao ate for a while and then left with his men. Yan Liang and Zhang He were drunk. Zhang Sui was also a bit dizzy from drinking, and was carried back to his residence by several male subordinates of Tianfeng's family. By the time he woke up again, it was early the next morning. Woken up by Kai Wenji. The clothes on him had been changed. The wound on his ass was also changed. Living with Kai Wenji for so long, this is the first time Kai Wenji woke up so early, and dressed to the nines. While giving Zhang Sui a peck on the mouth, Kai Wenji laughed while saying, "I've already prepared a meal for you, so hurry up and eat, and go to the barracks afterward. I'm taking 4 maids to the fair, so I won't see you off today." Zhang Sui took Kai Wenji's small hand and said, "What are you going to buy at the bazaar?" Kai Wenji said, "That white shirt I told you about before. I added a pair of pants underneath, and then there were 2 maids' outfits, and an apron. Today, I'll have them dress and go stand in front of the fairgrounds. That way, someone will see it. If someone sees it, someone will come and ask questions. If it's a rich lady and young lady, I'd recommend a couple of other sets. Kai Wenji's pretty face slightly reddened as she said, "Just that kind of clothes. It would be best if we could make some money." Zhang Sui climbed up and licked his face and smiled. "I want to see it too." Kai Wenji softly said, "You're going to the military camp. Have you forgotten? When you come back, I'll wear it for you alone tonight, okay?" End of chapter. When Zhang Sui heard Kai Wenji say this, he could only let her go even though he was still upset. Gently pinching Kai Wenji's buttocks, Zhang Sui said, "All right then, I'll wait for you at night." Kai Wenji turned back as she left. She laughed out loud as she watched Zhang Sui keep staring at her. This man, so dominant in bed, on weekdays, but like a wailing child. Thinking of the first time I met him, over a month ago, Kai Wenji had the feeling of being a world away. She was a little thankful for her friend, Wu Ying. If she hadn't woken herself up, she would still have to put up a fight. Naturally, the bond with Zhang Sui would not be so deep. She'd heard about her the last few days when she'd gone to the fair. She is to marry Lu Mao, the youngest son of Lu Yan, the shepherd of Yizhou. However, before the people arrived, Lu Mao was surprisingly dead. I wonder if the world will blame Lu Mao's death on this friend of his. Kai Wenji was worried. However, there was nothing she could do about it. One can only pray for her luck. Kai Wenji left a maid at the mansion. Instead, she took 4 of her maids and rushed to the marketplace with each of them dressed in their well-made clothes. Zhang Sui got up, ate breakfast, and hurried to the barracks. Starting today, it's going to be daytime practice. When I arrived, surprisingly, training had not started. He was about to inquire the reason, when he saw Huang Han say to him, "The governor told you to arrive when? Hurry to the marshal's tent." Zhang Sui hurried to the marquee. Rushing to the marshal's tent, Yan Liang was gathering with the people of the, passing a document in his hand. Seeing Zhang Sui coming over, Yan Liang said, "Coming. Last night, the Lord summoned me urgently, regarding the matter of the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven. The Lord has decided that there should be no imperial edict for the time being." Zhang Sui nodded and said, "So, what does this have to do with our cavalry?" Yan Liang handed the paperwork to Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui took the paperwork. It's a letter asking for support. It was written by Sima Defense, the family head of the Sima family, the top family in Hanoi County. The letter expresses the fact that half a month ago the Huns again invaded Hanoi County. He even stumbled upon his wife and infant son and nearly murdered them. The middle part of the family's quest to protect them, and all 50 of them were killed in battle. It was only then that his wife and infant son were able to escort him back to the Sima family. Sima Defense requested Yuan Shao to send troops. Otherwise, he could only contact Wang Yi, the county governor of Hadong County, for support. Zhang Sui remembered that Sima Defense had asked Yuan Shao for help before. This is at least the second time. Zhang Sui had gotten word before that Hadong County was in cahoots with the Huns. The meaning of Sima's defense in his letter is clear. If Yuan Shao was unable to protect Hanoi County, then Hanoi County joined forces with Hadong County and the Huns. This is not good news for Yuan Shao, who wants to unify Hebei. Zhang Sui finished reading the letter and handed it back to Yan Liang. So, Governor, what can we do? This cavalry of ours, which has only been in training for a little over a month, is it going to be able to fight against the Huns? Yan Liang said, this naturally cannot be. The Lord gave orders yesterday for my brother, Wen Chou, to lead 10,000 foot soldiers to defend Hanoi County. First fend off any invasion the Huns may come. The infantry can't keep up with the Hun cavalry, but the defense is still possible. Our 3,000 horsemen follow. 1. To give peace of mind to the great families of Hanoi County. Secondly, we follow through with Huns on the ground in combat and then target our training. Do it as fast as you can to be able to get into the fight and hit the Huns hard, or even crush them. Zhang Sui. Yan Liang patted Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, I know you have a woman at home. Brat, the fire is burning, but building a career is what matters to a great man. As long as you have merit, women are at your disposal. Yan Liang looked again at the other grand and little metropolitans and said, these words of mine, and to you as well. The Lord's great effort to nurture us is not for us to enjoy coming. Be good this time, aiming to inflict heavy damage on the Huns, or even overthrow them, within half a year at the earliest, and within a year at the longest. Let them never dare to invade our land and harm our people again. Understand? The crowd chimed in. Understood, Yan Liang said. Then all go and get ready now. Have everyone get their belongings. Tomorrow morning at the hour of the day, the Lord will be here to count the troops. Also following us this time is the supervisor frustration. It is evident that the Lord is taking this battle seriously. Although our cavalry has only been created for a little over a month, we are all the best of the best. 3 war horses for each of you, and weapons in your hands. Those are treasures that other generals wouldn't even think of. If you disgrace me, don't blame me for getting you killed. Scatter. The crowd then dispersed. Zhang Sui and Draw Recruit returned to their own men and declared Yan Liang's order. After that, everyone started quickly organizing their belongings, especially war horses and weapons. This busyness lasted until midday. Zhang Sui accompanied the crowd to finish their meal and recognized 2 more characters at noon. Only after that did he ride Goku towards the city. This time away, it's going to be at least 6 months. Gotta say hello to the others. This first one to greet well is the second young lady Jinmi and Hongyu. Second Miss Shinmi rushed here. It should be Madame's arrangement. He asked himself to help take care of the second young Miss, Junmi, so that the Jin family could carry out their industry in Yecheng. Now that you're leaving yourself, how could you not have said something ahead of time and apologized? I rushed to the Jin family store, but I saw that the entire Jin family store was dead. The atmosphere was oppressive. Zhang Sui found the shopkeeper and asked, what is it? The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Sui and whispered with his ear, Mrs. Kai is your person now? Zhang Sui nodded. The shopkeeper sighed before continuing, Mrs. Kai brought 4 maids with her today, wearing a newly made garment. I went to stand at the market gate for so long that I attracted the third young lady who happened to be passing by. There are quite a few rich ladies who see the third Miss all interested in Mrs. Kai's clothes. All of them have also talked to Mrs. Kai and then followed her to your house. Took a lot of business from our store. When second Miss found out, she got angry and is now giving those tailors a lecture in the tailoring room. Those clothes of Mrs. Kai's, we also have them in our store, but we do it slowly. The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Sui with a somewhat complicated expression. He knew that those clothes of Mrs. Kai were definitely helped by the man in front of him. The man had gotten a set of them before, and they were very much to the liking of the third young lady. Zhang Sui smiled a little awkwardly when he heard the shopkeeper say that. This is really a case of the water has hit the Dragon King's temple, and the family members are fighting with each other. He had the urge to go back immediately. He had the feeling that he didn't quite dare to face second Miss Shinmi. But we're leaving tomorrow. Today is the day the Jin family store goes up in flames. He's got to meet Miss Tu's. Zhang rushes stiffly to the cutting room floor. Sure enough, the 6 tailors stood together, heads bowed. The second young lady, veiled and ironic, was, an icy voice mixed with anger said, the 6 of you, all of you are my Jin family's highly paid tailors, and you are no better than a couple of other maids? The same drawings, the Jin family, have raised you for food? I don't want to see you guys fall behind again. If you can't do it, talk to me. I can directly dismiss you on behalf of the Jin family. End of chapter. Zhang Sui stood aside and hissed darkly. He thought about when he was being trained before crossing over. Second Miss Shinmi has a bit of those leadership auras. Zhang Sui is about to retreat. Second Miss Shinmi, however, had already looked over and coldly said, "Where are you retreating to?" Zhang Sui laughed twice and pointed at a few tailors. "I'm afraid of disturbing you, so you guys go on and I'll wait outside." Only then did second Miss Shinmi look back at the 6 seamstresses again and said, "The clothes on the drawing board. Rush every set out to me, whether it's fit to wear or not, whether it's fit to sell or not. That's not for you to worry about. All you have to do is follow the assignment." Only after that did he turn to leave. Each of the 6 tailors wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. The second young lady is so full of energy that she's even more difficult to deal with than the lady. To be precise, it was actually better to face Mrs. Instead, Madame seldom lost her temper outside and was always smiling. However, now that Madame isn't here, the second young lady has the final say, and will have to act accordingly. Now that the world is in chaos and starvation is rampant outside of Yecheng, if they didn't do a good job and were really sacked by the Jin family store, the consequences would be unimaginable. The second young lady, Junmi, left the 6 tailors and found Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was at the counter, wanting to spit a few words with the shopkeeper. Previously, she only felt that the second young Miss Shinmi was cool, but she had not seen her lose her temper a few times. Now that second Miss Shinmi had come to Yecheng and broken away from the Wujijin family, she felt that her temper had become fierce. Before she could even open her mouth to say a few words, she saw the second young Miss Shinmi walking deeper into the store while saying, "Follow me." Zhang Sui hurriedly followed. Second Miss Shinmi led Zhang Sui straight to the room where affairs were handled. There, Hongyu was sitting on her knees in front of the case table handling the account book. Seeing second Miss Shinmi push the door in, Hongyu hurriedly lowered her head. The second young Miss, Junmi, gestured for Zhang Sui to find a spot to stand before she said, "You haven't been here for a few days. Something wrong today?" Zhang Sui saw that the second young Miss Shinmi's anger seemed to be suppressed, and he secretly sighed in relief. Said, "I'm going to leave Yecheng temporarily for a while tomorrow." Hongyu looked up. Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her brows and said, "The Jizhou government has a mission?" Zhang Sui hummed. Over in Hanoi County, for the past 2 years it has been subjected to invasions by the Huns in the vicinity of Hadong County. The great families of Hanoi County also suffered a crisis. Half a month ago, the wife of the head of the Sima family in Hanoi County went out on an errand with her young son, caught up by the Huns. All 50 of his men were killed in battle, and the head wife and youngest son of the family were nearly killed. The head of the Sima family was furious and wrote to Yuan Shao, if he doesn't send any more troops, he's decided to organize the big families of Hanoi County to defect to Hadong County. Yuan Shao now wants to take down Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou. Again, I want to take down the remaining Black Mountain army still near Changshan, and I don't want anything to happen to Hanoi County. He has decided, therefore, to transfer the generals there. I, as a cavalryman, shall go over, on the one hand, to pacify the great families of the Hanoi County, on the other. It's also a way to observe the Huns' fighting style and then target it so that the cavalry can be improved more quickly. Time is pressing. We have to leave tomorrow. Hongyu's eyes were a little red, but she didn't dare to speak. She just lowered her head and the right thumbnail clasps the left knuckle. The second young lady, Junmi, asked, "Does your family know about it at Zhao Ji's place?" Zhang Sui shook his head and said, "No, I came here first thing when I came back here." Second Miss Shinmi's pretty face under the veil looked much better, and after a long period of silence, only then did she say, "Then wait here, I have something for you to do." With that, he stood up and left. Zhang Sui watched the second young Miss Shinmi leave the room before he busied himself by walking towards Hongyu. Holding her hand, she said, "I'm going to be away for a while, so I won't be able to see you." Hongyu hummed and tears fell from her eyes. Zhang Sui squatted down his body and looked at Hongyu Pearly Rain, while wiping her tears with his hand, while saying, "What are you crying for? It's not like I'm going to die." Hongyu suddenly raised her hand and heavily slapped Zhang Sui's chest and, choking back a sob, "If you can't talk, don't talk." Zhang Sui held Hongyu's hand inside. He also liked the peace and prosperity. Every day just training and then flirting with a couple of women. But this is the end of the Han dynasty, a time of great turmoil. Where can we find such a beautiful thing? Taking Hongyu into his arms, Zhang Sui softly said, "I was wrong. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Even if I go somewhere else, I'll think of you every day. Sister, I'm not even in the same room with you yet. Where would I want something to happen?" Hongyu tilted her head up from Zhang Sui's arms and looked at him, somewhat speechless. "It's all I think about all day." In spite of this statement, the next moment, she braced her hands on the case table and, trembling, he brought his red lips over and took the initiative to place a kiss on Zhang Sui's lips, saying in a trembling voice, "Be sure to come back safely. When you come back, I'll apply to the second lady to let me stay at your place." Hongyu's pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood. "At that time, what did you want to do?" I promise you all that. Jung Sui looked at the pretty face in front of him, wrapped his arms around her face with force, and kissed her fiercely, kissed her lips out of shape. After being with Han Yu for so long, this was the first time she had taken the initiative. What sweet, messy words of love. At this moment, none are as pleasant to the ear as these words. This time, instead of squirming as usual, Han Yu greeted her warmly. The two of them kissed for a while before Han Yu was busy letting go and said, "Alright, second young miss is coming later." Jung Sui licked the corners of his mouth and said, "Just come, it's not like she doesn't know what kind of relationship we have." Han Yu looked down and pretended to look through the ledger. This denizen, who looked immodest as hell, didn't understand what second miss meant at this time, and didn't bother to remind him. Wait for second miss to clean him up herself in the future. Jung Sui still wanted to put his head over and kiss for a while longer, but then he saw footsteps ringing outside. Jung Sui hurriedly squared his shoulders. It didn't take long to see second Miss Shinmi holding several sets of clothes over and placing them on the case table. Zhang Sui. One set is a purple cheongsam, which the second Miss Shinmi had worn before. One set is a white shirt and black wrap skirt. One set is an apron. One is a maid's outfit. Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her brows and laid out the 4 sets of clothes, saying, "These 4 sets of clothes that, other than the purple cheongsam I know you like, the other 3, I really didn't get what looked good about them. I looked at your drawings and didn't get it. Just think you're shy about drawing, but I was in front of the fair today, seeing Mrs. Kai whispering a few words of even in the ears of the third young lady and the rich woman. They were red-faced and followed away. Second Miss Shinmi looked at Zhang Sui with a puzzled expression. What's the reason? That Mrs. Kai, what does it say? Zhang Sui looked at second Miss Shinmi with some consternation. Then when you took away the drawings before, what are you blushing about? End of chapter. Second Miss Shinmi's cool face flashed a flash of anger. Which have clothes just a few ropes, 2 pieces of cloth? Zhang Sui oohed and awed twice. So it is. I feel like a mess. 2 was bashful by the bikini picture. Zhang Sui wanted to laugh a little and said, "That's called a bikini, and it's actually worn outside." Second Miss Shinmi was obviously not convinced. Scarlet redness crawling on her snow-white neck. Spitting a mouthful, he said, "A denizen is a denizen. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? That kind of clothing, how can I wear it outside?" Zhang Sui scratched his face. It was the end of Han after all. Women aren't that open-minded these days. Zhang Sui could only argue. It is indeed outside. It's just that. That's what women wear for the men they like. Second Miss Shinmi sneered. Wouldn't it be better not to wear it? Zhang Sui let out a laugh and retorted. Second Miss obviously doesn't understand men. It's not the kind of nakedness that men like, it's the kind of covering up that, and yet a little bit of leakage. This is called a refusal. Being able to tickle a man's fancy a little bit. Second Miss Shinmi's eyes narrowed. Han Yu was busy coughing dryly. The man had gotten a little carried away. She felt, is it possible to talk to Second Miss about this kind of thing? Second Miss is a lady of the house, dignified and virtuous. How could she have heard such nasty things? It's not like you're just a maid. Only then did Zhang Sui stop, glanced at Han Yu, and let out a hefty laugh. Second Miss Shinmi pointed outside and said, "Go wait outside for a while." Zhang Sui walked towards the door in disbelief. Second Miss Shinmi closed the door to her room. Zhang Sui stood at the doorway, only to hear a voice from inside saying, "Second Miss, I can't wear this." The second young lady's voice rang out saying, "Where?" Han Yu's aggrieved voice rang out, This is too that little bit too much." The second young lady's voice rang out, "Mother has already betrothed you to him. You are his woman. What are you afraid of? Didn't you want to live with him before? What's wrong with you at this time?" As Zhang Sui listened to the conversation between the two, the corners of his mouth grinned slightly. "I'll go. Is this something you're going to wear for yourself? What's the big deal?" Second Miss Shinmi this body. The last time he wore that purple cheongsam, almost did not let him spray nose blood on the spot. I wonder what I'm going to wear this time. And red jade. Red jade has a pretty good body, too, especially very white. I wonder what she looks like in a purple cheongsam. It wasn't long before the door to the room was opened, revealing a crack inside, but it was Han Yu, red-faced and, waving at him, he said, "Come in." Only then did Zhang Sui hustle forward and squeeze through the doorway. It was only in the room that Miss Tu was wearing a white shirt on the top half of her body and a black wraparound skirt on the bottom half of her body. Bare 2 big slender white legs. Second Miss Jinmi's calves are also straight, like Kai Wenji's in general. They are straight as a straight line. However, she is a bit meatier than Kai Wenji. The wraparound skirt was obviously a little tight, all the way into the flesh of her thighs. Setting off second Miss Jinmi's already full thighs was especially fleshy. Zhang Sui only felt his heart beating like a numbness. Is this something you should see for yourself? Suddenly, he had a feeling that this crossing that, Or maybe it's a perk from God who took pity on him for being a single dog before he crossed over. Jiang Sui quite had an urge to pounce on and hug second Miss's long legs and caress them fiercely. The second young miss looked at Jiang Sui, looking at her with a somewhat straight line of sight, rather possessive. Second Miss Jinmi's heart was a little sweet and a little nervous. With Jiang Sui's appearance, she was really worried that this denizen had no scruples and would directly pounce on her. He's a big man. When the time comes and you can't push yourself, should you yell and scream, or just let him have his way? Second Miss Jinmi moved a step backward, and under the veil, her pretty face snapped. If you think any more nonsense, I'll gouge your eyes out. Jiang Sui came back to his senses and forcefully averted his eyes to look at Hongyu. Ruby is wearing an apron over the original dress. Jiang Sui let out a forehead. Hongyu is not wearing the right clothes. The second young Miss Shinmi looked at Jiang Sui's appearance and the corner of her mouth rose imperceptibly. Asked, this apron, what's wrong with it? Jiang Sui once again looked at the second young lady, Junmi. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the strangled thighs of the wraparound skirt, and he gulped before saying, too proper for this apron. Inside this apron, wearing nothing is the charm of its design. Second Miss Shinmi. Hongyu's entire face instantly climbed red. This man, he's hopeless. What sane woman would wear something like this with nothing underneath? It's all exposed. Jiang Sui knew what the two women were thinking when he looked at their looks that were so red that they were dripping blood. Laughing, she said, that's why Xiaohe spoke privately to the third miss, and those rich women, and then brought them to the house and, no, but if she could have said it, she must have said it on the spot. It was only then that second Miss Shinmi reacted, glaring fiercely at Jiang Sui. Second Miss Shinmi was busy waving her hand to signal him to go wait outside. Jiang then exited the room. The moment the door to the room closed, he couldn't help but take another look underneath Miss Tu's wraparound skirt. A pair of big meaty legs. Second Miss Shinmi is truly the best on earth. This pair of big meat legs, coupled with the wrap skirt, really have a kind of let people pomegranate skirt under the death. The impulse to be a ghost is also a good one. He didn't have to stand in the doorway for long before the door to the room opened a crack again and Hongyu greeted him as he entered. This time Hongyu was wearing that purple cheongsam. Hongyu's height was on the shorter side by a head compared to Madam Second Miss Shinmi and Kai Wenji. Plus her face was a little babyish. So this purple cheongsam on her, while stunning, but it is nowhere near as good as what Madam and Second Miss Shinmi wore before. As for the second young lady, Junmi, she was wearing a maid's outfit. Jiang Sui let out a forehead. Or maybe it's because people are beautiful. Second Miss Shinmi wearing this maid outfit was also somewhat unusually conspicuous. Especially that cool face. It feels like all it takes is one more look of disgust. It's definitely capable of making post-apocalyptic geeks so excited that they just pass out in a big way. Seeing that Jiang Sui's reaction was not as exaggerated as before, Second Miss Shinmi furrowed her eyebrows and, lowering his head, he surveyed it and said, so, this outfit isn't particularly good? Jiang Sui came back to his senses and busily waved his hand. Good. It's actually exceptionally good too. It's just that the dress was designed for a woman to wear, but it's for a man to look at. Second Miss is not a man, so she can't understand the beauty of it. Second Miss Shinmi was skeptical. Really? If it's really good, I'll have the tailor make a few more. Jiang Sui's eyes suddenly lit up and said, rather, there is still one thing missing. Second Miss Shinmi and Hongyu both looked towards Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui swallowed hard before he made a catspaw motion with his right hand and said, Second Miss, you do it after me. Meow? Second Miss Shinmi, what kind of action is this? Where's the attraction? What's this dunce going to do? Despite her skepticism, Second Miss Shinmi made a catspaw motion with her right hand. Meow, he said, like this? End of chapter. Jiang Sui watched as Second Miss Shinmi clenched her right hand into a catspaw and meowed, her entire body stunned. Second Miss Shinmi really had a stupid feeling with this kind of appearance. Obviously, they are usually cool looking, especially with the way she had just reprimanded a couple of tailors. It was scary as hell, but at the moment, it made you want to go up and touch her head. The second young Miss, Junmi, saw that Jiang Sui looked a bit baffled, and her heart was happy. This denizen likes himself like this? But then, there's nothing special about it. She didn't understand Jiang Sui's preference. How is it that there's always a feeling that you can't understand? Nevertheless, the second young lady, Junmi, stared at her right hand and, meow, with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Sui, it's not working. This kind of appearance of the second young Miss Shinmi made him feel a sense of whimsy. Jiang Sui hurriedly interrupted Second Miss Shinmi, who was about to continue. Second Miss, the outfit with the moves is what sells it. These clothes of mine are designed for women to please their men. When you sell clothes to those rich women or ladies, tell them these characteristics. You can start with no charge. Let them do as you do and see if they can please their own men. If it pleases those rich women and young ladies, they will surely come back and buy it again. Those rich women and young ladies, and they don't lack for money. It won't cut off hope for the future by coveting a piece of clothing. Only then did second Miss Shinmi react, sizing up Zhang Sui and secretly sighing in her heart. The denizens are a bit more horny though, but there's some real ability on all sides. That, he could understand. It's really quite appropriate to be your own husband, with him making the rounds outside and showing off his face, and himself at home holding down the Jin family. Husband and wife have joined forces. The Jin family will definitely rise again. The two of them will have a couple more kids later. He's so smart. He's not so bad himself. Growing up well on my own. The kid must be smart and good looking. Also, he can tell fortunes and can prevent accidents from happening to children. Thinking of the future prosperity of the Jin family under the management of the two children, second Miss Shinmi's heart was filled with yearning. Zhang Sui's eyes finally wandered between the second young lady, Junmi, and Han Yu. In the end, he was still reluctant to leave. Then, second Miss, sister, I'll be leaving. During this time, I was not in Yecheng. Second Miss Shinmi hesitated slightly and said, you go out first. Zhang Sui let out a before exiting the room. Second Miss Shinmi signaled Han Yu to close the door to the room before the two took off their clothes and changed into their original clothes. The second young Miss, Junmi, saw Han Yu change her clothes before she said, go and say a few words of farewell to him. This trip, I don't know when I'll be back. Han Yu gratefully bowed towards second Miss Shinmi before opening the door of her room and going out. Greeting Zhang Sui to a corner, he handed Zhang Sui a purse and said, this, I embroidered it. Here you go. Take care of yourself. When you get back. Zhang Sui took the purse, put it on the end of his nose and smelled it, and smiled. It has the scent of your sister's body. Han Yu looked at Zhang Sui with a lewd look as he sniffed the scent of the purse. There was some desire to dislike him, but in the end, she didn't give up. This time, it's going to be a long time apart again. How can you blame him again? Standing on her tiptoes, her pretty face crawling with scarlet, Han Yu gently dropped a kiss on the side of Zhang Sui's face. Said, take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you to come back. After saying that, he panicked and left. Zhang Sui touched the side of his face where he had been kissed and watched Han Yu wiggle her rounded ass as she left, busy chasing after them. Han Yu saw him catching up and stopped in her tracks suspiciously. Zhang Sui scratched her ass and laughed. Very moist. Han Yu bit her lip, her pretty face so red that it was dripping blood. This denizen. She thought of the earlier scene in the carriage with him, and the second young lady. He had the audacity to fondle his own ass behind Miss Tu's back. Han Yu plucked out Zhang Sui, just about to rant at him. However, he saw second Miss Shinmi standing not far away. Han Yu was busy darting away. Finished, though himself and him are Mrs. Explicit. However, it was still a bit embarrassing in front of the second young lady. Second Miss Shinmi watched this scene without making a sound. Zhang Sui also noticed the second young lady Shinmi looking on, smiled sarcastically and was about to leave with his head down. Second Miss Shinmi said in a bad mood, what's the hurry? Follow me. Only then did Zhang Sui follow second Miss Shinmi with a stiff upper lip. Second Miss Shinmi led Zhang Sui all the way to her own room, signaling Zhang Sui to wait at the door. Second Miss Shinmi fished out a dagger from her room and, taking it out, he handed it to Zhang Sui and said, this is made from the 1,000 refined steel that my father bought with a lot of money during his lifetime. Originally, my father said that this world is chaotic and told me to bring it with me for defense. Now, for the time being, I'll lend it to you. Zhang Sui. Thousands of steel builds? In this era at the end of the Han Dynasty, although the 1,000 refined steel was available, the production was extremely low, worthy of being the Jin family, even if it had fallen. Its energy was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. Zhang Sui took the dagger and slowly unsheathed it. A cold, chilling light burst out the moment it was sheathed, giving people a feeling of numbness in their scalps. It feels like it could cut off a person's bones. Zhang Sui exclaimed, good dagger. Under the veil of the second young lady Jinmi, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly and said, what my father sent me, can it be bad? Zhang Sui returned the dagger to its sheath and handed it back. It's too valuable for me to borrow. In case I lose it, I can't afford to pay for it with my life. On second Miss Shinmi's cool face, her beautiful eyes flashed a touch of grimness and said, really lost it. I have my own way. What I give away, I don't take back. If you don't want it, throw it away. Zhang Sui. After a little contemplation, Zhang Sui still took the dagger and was somewhat moved in his heart. Second Miss. Thanks. No matter what happens to me in the future, I am a member of the Jin family. Zhang Sui secretly added, good daughter this cute. Must help the Jin family in the future. Can't do as much as Dorgan though. However, the children of the Jin family will certainly not be subjected to bullying. Second Miss Shinmi lowered her head and pondered for a while before she said, it's getting late. You go back to rest early too. I won't keep you today. When you get back, I have something to tell you. Zhang Sui let out a laugh and said curiously, tell me now? I don't know when I'll be back yet. Second Miss Shinmi waved her small hand and said, wait until you return. Zhang Sui said, second miss. You can say it now. The second young lady, Junmi, stared wide-eyed, and under her veil, her pretty face was quite angry and helpless as she said, are you leaving or not? How can we talk about this kind of thing now? I wasn't even prepared for that. Zhang Sui saw that the second young lady, Junmi, seemed a bit angry, which made him towards the outside of the Jin family's store. He left. As second Miss Junmi looked at Zhang Sui's departing back, a flash of worry also flashed across her beautiful eyes. But if the Jin family isn't in decline and there's a man who can support it, it's not like he's going to have to go on this conquest. The world is a difficult place now, with wars everywhere and countless deaths and injuries, but wherever possible, she didn't want him to go out and risk his life. But now the Jin family is in this situation. If he does not go out, the Jin family will only become more and more extinct, especially in this chaotic world. Family plus military power is the most secure backing. Now that the Jin family is in decline, it is too dangerous to have only the heritage of the family but no military power. Although the second brother served as the Chuliang order, he was too weak. Second Miss Shinmi sighed lightly. If only I were a man myself. End of chapter. Zhang Sui left the Jin family store and galloped his horse to the state pastor's residence again. The original task that Tian Feng had set for himself could not be completed for the time being. This trip will cut off contact with third Miss Yuanmi. At least say hello. The guards went inside to announce it. Not long after, he saw third Miss Yuanmi humming a little song as she walked out. Seeing Zhang Sui waiting with his warhorse, third Miss Yuanmi hemmed and hawed. You're going to paint me today? Zhang Sui scratched his face and said, no, I was bidding farewell to third Miss. Third Miss Yuanmi looked at Zhang Sui doubtfully. Farewell? Where are you going? Zhang Sui said, orders have come from above, and I'll be rushing to Hanoi County with the cavalry tomorrow. Prepare to fight the Huns. This trip will be as short as 6 months and as long as a year. I thought I wouldn't see you for so long, so I came to say goodbye to third Miss. Third Miss Yuanmi was a little disappointed. Going away for so long? Then one won't be able to see him for a long time. However, she couldn't say anything. As Yuan Chao's first daughter, she knew exactly what was going on in the world today. A man, especially a small capitalist who can't stay cooped up in Yecheng. Moreover, the cavalry was still father's highest priority. This time to form the cavalry, father spent a huge amount of financial and material resources. Zhang Sui looked at third Miss Yuanmi's meaty look of disappointment and was somewhat helpless. After all, he still spoke. Third Miss, may I see your face under the veil again? Third Miss Yuanmi immediately perked up. What others ask, she may not grant. That's the first man who's admitted to liking him. And, still, the most handsome man she'd ever seen besides her father and a few of her brothers. Third Miss took off her veil and said to Zhang Sui, you look good then. Zhang Sui took a deep breath as he looked at the pretty face of the third young Miss Yuanmi, who was in a state of peace. So damn happy. In other words, before crossing over, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that he would have the chance to see a pretty face of this caliber. Before the crossing, any slightly decent-looking beauty is a goddess sought after by countless men, alike himself, not to mention watching it from such a close distance. It's all a bit of a self-inflicted form of shame. Today, however, it is close at hand. Thinking of what Tian Feng had said before, Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, but still asked, third Miss, can I have an outrageous request? Third Miss Yuanmi blinked her eyes and said, tell me. Zhang Sui gave a frown and said, can I touch your face for a bit? A hint of scarlet climbed on third Miss Yuanmi's snow-white neck. It's really excessive, but it's also bold enough. He really wasn't afraid of his father until, well, he got him killed. Father had gotten defensive about him before, but isn't that his character? Also, he's leaving. It's just, it feels a little awkward. Though he liked himself and he had a pretty good feeling about him too, but something like touching your face always feels a bit excessive. But after muttering in her heart for a while, third Miss Yuanmi still closed her eyes and said, just for a moment. Move fast. No one can see it anyway. Let him touch it and it won't kill him. Zhang Sui watched as third Miss Yuanmi brought her pretty face over, her long eyelashes fluttering ceaselessly. The next moment, he brought his lips over and kissed her on the eyelids. Third Miss Yuanmi opened her eyes. She looked at Zhang Sui with some dismay, looking at the face that was so close to her eyes. He dared to kiss himself. Zhang Sui kissed the third young Miss Yuanmi's eyelids before leading the warhorse away and waving his hand. Third Miss Yuanmi bit her red lips, her earlobes gradually turning red. The man, seeing Zhang Sui drifting away. Third Miss Yuan Mizui just reached out and touched the place where her eyelids had been kissed and mumbled, men are really strange. What's wrong with kissing where? The eyes? Granted, A strange emotion rose in her heart. This Zhang Sui really gives off a different vibe, bold and passionate. Or maybe it would be nice to find a husband like that? Anyway, he likes himself too. He's quite fond of him himself. It's a pleasure to see him. This feeling, I don't know where it came from. Zhang Sui bid farewell to third Miss Yuan Mi before returning to his mansion. Tell Kai Wenji about the expedition tomorrow. Kai Wenji is teaching her maid to cut down her clothes in the cutting room. This morning at the marketplace, she met third Miss Yuan Mi. Third Miss Yuan Mi loved these maid clothes. After that, she met other rich women and ladies. She brought the women back and gave them a description of the clothes in the picture. These clothes, Zhang Sui had explained to her in detail before. A little bashful though. Still, she wrote it all down. These rich women and young ladies, who were obviously interested in these clothes as well, both got her to customize a few sets to try on, so she commanded 5 maids to rush the making of these clothes. However, he did not expect to hear the news that Zhang Sui was going to go on an expedition. Kai Wenji had some panic in her heart, but looking at Zhang Sui, she didn't know what to say. As Kai Yan's eldest daughter, she knew early on that men couldn't stay at home. As a woman, it's impossible to stop. All she could do was nod and tell him to be safe. Kai Wenji made a few dishes with her own hands and accompanied Zhang Sui to drink a little bit of wine. In the evening, Kai Wenji helped Zhang Sui treat the wound on his ass and change the medicine. The two were wide-eyed and didn't know what to do. Zhang Sui usually looked at Kai Wenji and thought about it. At the moment, it was surprisingly calm. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhang Sui just carried his lance, stripped off his shirt, and practiced more outside. Kai Wenji stood at the door of the room, watching Zhang Sui add practice without saying a word. It wasn't until Zhang Sui had finished his extra practice, dried his sweat, wiped his body, and came in wearing his thin clothes that Kai Wenji looked at Zhang Sui before hesitating for a moment. In Zhang Sui's dismayed gaze, Kai Wenji gently hugged his waistband from behind and, pressing his chest tightly against Zhang Sui's back, he softly said, "It's been a long time since we've made out. You've gone on a journey this time, and there's no telling how long you'll be back. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to me? Let's have one tonight. I miss you a little." Zhang Sui listened to Kai Wenji's calm and enthusiastic voice, and originally had some inexplicable sadness in his heart. At the moment, however, it felt like the blood was boiling. Turning around, he and Kai Wenji were forehead to forehead, looking at Kai Wenji with her eyes closed and her long eyelashes fluttering constantly. As his red lips kept welcoming towards him, Zhang Sui wrapped his left arm around Kai Wenji's waistline, and his lips warmly greeted him. Zhang Sui felt like his heart was going to jump out of his throat. After stripping Kai Wenji clean in 3 tries, Zhang Sui placed her on the table. Press up hard. Kai Wenji was lying on the desk table, quietly and deftly looking at Zhang Sui. It was as if he wanted to trace the entire Zhang Sui with his sight and engrave it in his memory. It wasn't until Zhang Sui carried her under the blanket that she wrapped her arms around Zhang Sui's neck and, catting her head into Zhang Sui's tight grip, she exhaled. "You have to remember that there are people waiting for you at home, waiting for you to come." Zhang Sui looked down at the beauty in his arms and let out a heavy before lying down on top of her and holding her. The two of them didn't move a muscle. End of chapter. Zhang Sui woke up early the next morning before dawn. Kai Wenji hasn't slept all night. The two tossed and turned 3 times last night. This was the first time Kai Wenji had taken such initiative in all the time the two had been together. Zhang Sui felt like his waistband was going to be clipped by Kai Wenji, though it had been known for some time that she looked thin and soft. However, Zhang Sui still underestimated her force. Her 2 thighs made Zhang Sui feel like he was caught in a vice. When the two of them made out last night, a scene lingered in Zhang Sui's mind. It was a short video he'd seen before he crossed over. A Czech woman, challenging the Guinness World Record with thighs. With both thighs, she popped a dozen large watermelons a minute. At that time, Zhang Sui was astonished. "I didn't think that I would be able to experience this kind of horrible and strange power myself today." It was a good thing that although Kai Wenji's thighs were strangely strong, the endurance was not long. After one fight, she had no strength left and lay like a puddle. So much so that the latter time, she was at Zhang Sui's mercy. At this moment, Zhang Sui had gotten dressed, and she was still lying motionless on the bed, just quietly looking at Zhang Sui. She felt sore and weak all over. Zhang Sui got dressed and put on his armor, dropped a kiss on her red lips, pinched her nose and, softly, "Wait for your man to come back." Kai Wenji reached out and hooked her limp hand around Zhang Sui's neck, pressing her face against Zhang Sui's neck. She turned it a few times before saying in a hoarse voice, "Husband, you must come back well." Listening to Kai Wenji's hoarse voice, Zhang Sui was a little embarrassed. For the 3rd time last night, it was a little overplayed. It was mainly because Kai Wenji had aroused him the first 2 times he was passionate and aroused his desire, but she couldn't bear it the 3rd time herself. Zhang Sui let out a and only then did he peel off her jade arm and put it under the comforter, then cover it with a quilt. signaled Kai Wen-ji to close her eyes and go back to sleep. Seeing Kai Wen-ji obediently close her eyes, Zhang Sui then reluctantly walked out of the room, closed the door to the room. The cold, chilly wind outside made him shiver. Zhang Sui sighed. Tenderloin is so nice. This would have been worth it in his life if he had been able to do this before he crossed over. But the thing is, it's the end of Han. It's where power and status make everything possible, including women. If one does not go out to conquer, but stays at home, then one is likely still the same nearly starving drifter who just crossed over. Whether it's Madam, second Miss Shin Mi, third Miss Yuan Mi, Hong Yu, or Kai Wen-ji, they are built on their power and status. Without that, they will eventually drift away. That's the reality. Picking himself up, Zhang Sui stopped looking at the mansion, ordering 5 maids and 10 male subordinates to guard the house. Zhang Sui spurred his horse to Tianfeng's residence. Wait at the door for a while. Going away for a long time on this expedition. Tianfeng won't follow. He himself worshipped Tianfeng again. Say goodbye to him anyhow. Only by maintaining a good relationship will Tianfeng help take care of the family and the Jin family store. Tianfeng is now strong and is liked by Yuan Shao. Now he has room to help take care of that too. Tianfeng instructed Zhang Sui to build up his career and not let him and Yuan Shao down. This time was also an opportunity for him to fight to brush his favor in front of third Miss Yuan Mi. As for the family's Kai Wen-ji and the Yin family's second young lady, Tianfeng knew that let him go without fear that no one will bully them. Only after that did Zhang Sui bid farewell to Tianfeng and steered his horse straight to the military camp. Rushing to the military camp, the entire barracks were also up and arrayed below the pointing platform. Dawn identity, countless footsteps sounded. Instead, it was Wen Shou who led 10,000 infantrymen, coming from another military camp. 13,000 troops, waiting at the point of view. It was only when the east showed the white of the fish's belly that a luxurious carriage arrived surrounded by a crowd of people. It was clearly the supervisors, frustrated professor and Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao stood on the general's platform and first had the supervisor, frustrated professor, follow the roster and, quickly, he counted down the list of generals and soldiers for this expedition to make sure that no one was missing. Afterward, Yuan Shao gave a passionate speech. The content is simple. It's all about mobilization. Mobilizing people to put their lives on the line to train, to fight, to build a career, to come back and get married and have children. Blessed future generations. It was only when the sun rose high in the sky that the army, with frustration as its leader, officially set off. Hanoi County had a total of 16 counties, with its seat in Huai County, Wyoming County, which is also where Hanoi is ruled. The Sima family, the top family in Hanoi County, is in one county. This time, the army did not head to Huai County or Wen County, but went straight to Wild King County under the rule of Hanoi County. Wild King County, a county adjacent to Hadong County. It was also a county that suffered perennial invasions by the Huns. The Huns have been burning and looting here for the past few years. What was once a county of over 20,000 people is now almost completely deserted. The people of Wild King County have been dying and fleeing for the past few years because of natural and man-made disasters. When the army arrived here, they didn't meet a single person along the way. Instead, we see various skeletons from time to time. A vast expanse of desert in all directions. Can't see a bit of green. Some wild dogs followed far behind the army but did not dare to come forward. This time 13,000 troops. Wen Chao's 10,000 infantrymen, sitting directly on the town of Wild King County, taking over the city's defense. The construction of fortifications was quickly begun. The 3,000 cavalry under Yan Liang's command set up camp in the east of the city of Wild King County. In contrast to the bustle of Yecheng, with its traffic, there are no people in Nuowan County, and a vast expanse of wilderness, obviously better for training. It was on the 10th day of the army's training that the first group of people came from Wild King County. Early in the morning of this day, Yan Liang summoned all the great and small capitals, and, going out of the camp, rushed 3 miles outside the city and wait. After waiting for less than half an hour, they saw a caravan slowly coming from the east. It's like a giant dragon, and it's endless. Yan Liang led the large and small capitals to meet them. It's a big family in Hanoi County. They organized a caravan headed by the Sima family and sent nearly 50,000 ducats of grain, various horse forage, etc., and even some weapons. Holding stroke directed the caravan into the camp. Yan Liang, on the other hand, led the others in approaching the people of these worldly families. The leader of these great families was Sima Defense, the family head of the Sima family. Sima Defense introduced Yan Liang and the others to the heads of the various worldly families and clans. Only then did he pull Yan Liang aside and say, "General Yan, can I request something?" Yan Liang smiled. "If Lord Sima has something to say, just say it." Sima Defense hurriedly greeted a 13 or 14-year-old behind him and came forward. Holding his head down, he bowed toward Yan Liang and said, "This is my family's second oldest, Sima Yi, with the watchword Zhengda. This kid doesn't learn. He fights with people every day. 5 days ago, this child offended Zhou Shang, a powerful man in Chaogui County. This man has raised many disciples, all of whom are killers." Then Zhou Shang put down harsh words. "Within 10 days, the head of the canine son will be taken." End of chapter. When Yan Liang heard Sima Defense say this, he laughed. "Ooh, quite crazy. Daring to say this to the Sima family head? Master Sima, you're still afraid of a local magnate?" Sima Defense said somewhat helplessly. "If it's a hard fight, our Sima family is naturally not afraid, but it's easy to hide from open fire, but it's hard to defend against hidden arrows. Besides, I can't just hunker down with all my family, out of the house, in the middle of a crowd. They could strike at any time. It's too stifling to live like this." Yan Liang nodded and said, "That's true." After a slight hesitation, Yan Liang said, "In this case, let Lord Sima stay with us for a few days and I'll write a letter to that Chao Sang to persuade and reconcile you. Is it bad to make peace? Besides, our enemies today are all Huns. Don't start infighting." Sima Yi looked up and said, "This is good. I'll follow you guys in practice. My force is strong and I'm very strong, and there aren't many people my age who can match me. I've always wanted to build a career and kill on the battlefield, and my father has never allowed it. Today, I will show father that I am capable of becoming a great general-level existence." Sima Defense kicks him in the ass, sending him tumbling to the ground. This second son, not only causing trouble everywhere, but also dare to be so arrogant in front of others. Yan Liang, the best of the best in people's elite, all cavalry, scared of a kid like you? Yan Liang let out a laugh and turned behind him. "Buoqing, come on, this kid from the Sima family. Let's put you guys to practice first." Zhang Sui was originally standing with the other capitals and was chatting with the heads of the various worldly families, but he didn't think that Yan Liang had asked himself to go over and take Sima Yi. Zhang Sui, wearing his armor, walked up to Sima Yi and looked down on Sima Yi, who had risen from the ground. Sima Yi looked Zhang Sui up and down and said, "What is your name? You look about my age. Not much stronger. What kind of officer?" Zhang Sui looked down on Sima Yi, who was a head shorter than himself. "Is this the historical Tsukuho? The source of the Five Hu rebellion is located there." Zhang Sui had a moment of dislike, but it didn't happen after all. Moreover, now that Sima Defense is still in front, he and Yuan Shao have a great relationship. Just put up with it too. Zhang Sui faintly said. Zhang Sui, a native of Yanmen County, his cousin's name is Buoqing, and he's about 3 years older than you, currently holds the position of junior metropolitan. Sima Yi drew the sword at his waist and leapt to his feet. "Let's try it. Let's see if you're good enough to be the little commander." Sima Defense scolded. "Zhengda, don't be rude." Zhang Sui looked at Sima Yi playfully. This Sima Yi, when he was young, was quite a tiger, not at all the go when he was old. His go seems to have started when he was forcibly conscripted by Cao Cao. "When I was young, I was a hotshot too." Thinking of all the sins his offspring had committed, Zhang Sui looked at Yan Liang and said, "Do, being underestimated like this, you have to show the little guy, otherwise, he really thinks we cavalry are all soft." Yan Liang and Sima Defense glanced at each other. Sima Defense was a bit embarrassed. The canine son does have some bravery. Yan Liang sneered in his head. It's no wonder that they were given such a hunting order by the people's magnates. "My cavalry is no match for you. A country brave. So much for being a father. It's no wonder being a son is so difficult. These local magnates, the great families, each one of them is wildly out of control. This is the Lord going against Gongsunzan. But if you really bring out your strength against Gongsunzan to deal with your various families, what are you guys so proud of?" Seeing Sima Defense say this, Yan Liang suppressed the unpleasantness in his heart and clasped his hands to his chest. And, to Zhang Sui, he said, "Since the Sima family had praised Lord Sima in this way, I think he must have some skills. Buoqing, then you and Mr. Sima will spar, point by point." The others looked over when they heard Yan Liang say that. Sima Yi looked at Zhang Sui and asked, "Sword competition or bare hands?" Zhang Sui said, "You pick one." Sima Yi loosened his fists and feet and said, "Bare hands then? Swordsmanship is my strong suit. It's not a good idea to win. By the way, who is your master?" Zhang Sui stood still and watched Sima Yi circling around him. "I have 2 masters. None of them teach martial arts, though," Sima Yi said. "My master is called Wang Yu, the former Huban Zhonglong general of the Imperial Palace." Zhang Sui nodded. The history books don't say who Sima Yi's master was. However, it does say that Sima Yi is good at martial arts. As for Wang Yu, he had heard of him, some wild history of the sword saint that the status is comparable to that of Tong Yuan in the wild history. It's no wonder Sima Yi is so rampant. Zhang Sui asked. Do you want me to take off my armor and fight you? Sima Yi grinned and said, as you wish. Armor or no armor, it doesn't matter much. With armor, you have thicker defenses, but you move slower. A true master is adapted to fight on all occasions and doesn't pick his enemies. After all, when it comes to a real life and death struggle, how can you expect someone to put aside their advantages and fight on the same level as you? Zhang Sui nodded and said, alright, I'll listen to you. After Sima Yi finished speaking, he suddenly circled around behind Zhang Sui and slammed his fist into the back of his neck. The crowd hissed. This second son of the Sima family is indeed brave enough. In the crowd, a figure with a dark face and some extraordinarily large eyes, the deadpan stared at Sima Yi and Zhang Sui. Seeing Sima Yi attacking Zhang Sui so swiftly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although brother Zhangda is young, he is highly skilled in martial arts and is a wizard in practicing martial arts according to Mr. Wang Yu. Someone his age and wearing heavy armor and trying to outsmart him? There was also some pride on Sima Defense's face. He had 8 sons, proudest of this sub. Young, exceptionally intelligent, capable of writing and fighting. Even Hu Zhao, a famous scholar who lived in Hanoi County, said that this time the son was a wizard seen in 500 years. To be oblivious to him. A flash of viciousness flashed across Sima Yi's face as well. The district's small capital is nothing more than that. Just as his fist was about to smash on the back of Zhang Sui's neck, Zhang Sui suddenly reached out and gripped his wrist and a backhanded arm smashed to the side of Sima's head. From the time of the crossing, a total of more than 250 days, he didn't spar except for those days when he had a serious hip injury. Gain 0.1 pounds per day with extra practice. Later in the day, as the hike gets more intense, the chances of triggering a blast get better and better each day. The range is getting higher. Today, his one-arm strength has increased from 150 pounds to 250 pounds. Though this pound is a Han Dynasty pound, only half of what it was before the crossing, 125 pounds, but this one is a one-armed force. He remembered, and seemed to have read before crossing over, that the one-arm Olympic record was 82 kilograms, that's 164 pounds. It's a little worse though. However, today this power is definitely enough for the average person. Before that, he was just about as good as Zhang He at the Yeching barracks when he threw punches at him. You should know that Zhang He is one of the 4 court pillars of Hebei. A great general. End of chapter. Moreover, Zhang Sui could even pick up Madame and Kai Wenji doing it with one hand before and still last that long. Now wearing his armor, Zhang Sui was also confident enough not to scare Sima Yi. Sure enough, Sima Yi's head was swept by Zhang Sui's arm and bent directly on the ground in a 90-degree bend. It hit the ground hard. The crowd was instantly dead silent. Sima Defense's eyes contracted dramatically, and his breath caught a little. The figure's little mouth opened wide with an expression of inability to be confident. What's going on? Yan Liang watched the scene with a big smile on his bearded face. This is Bok Sung, someone who can throw punches against Zhang He. Who is Zhang He? Sima Yi was on the ground, his eyes black for a while, not reacting. Sima Defense watched Sima Yi struggle to get up from the ground, shaking his head, and he was busy rushing forward and said, Zhangda, my son, are you alright? The figure also rushed out from the crowd, saying eagerly, Brother Zhangda. Sima Yi came back to his senses, pushing the rushing Sima Defense and figure away. Sima Yi looked towards Zhang Sui, his eyes bloodshot. It was the first time in all his life that he had been hit so hard by someone of a similar age. With a hiss, Sima Yi once again lunged towards Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui watched Sima Yi come up and turn around. Sima Yi rushes to Zhang Sui's front and drills through his crotch. A thudding leg kick lands towards Zhang Sui's jaw. Although Zhang Sui's head had turned to look behind him, his right hand grabbed toward the bottom of the one grabbed Sima Yi's ankle that was mentioned near his chin and flung it straight out. Sima Yi was thrown straight out a furlong away and landed on the ground. There was a dull thumping sound. The crowd gulped one by one. Is this a tear fight? After being thrown to the ground, Sima Yi rolled around a few times before getting up. Standing in the distance, his teeth chattered as he looked toward Zhang Sui standing in the distance. For the first time in his life, he had been suppressed by someone in terms of force without the ability to fight back. But how could he be willing to do that? His master was Wang Yu, a former imperial master. With such a defeat today, how can he face going back to see his master? As soon as he rushed to his father's Sima Defense, Sima Yi drew Sima Defense's sword and a direct jab was made towards Zhang Sui. Sima Defense came back to his senses and exclaimed, Zhangda, do not hurt. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Sui also met him and his left arm clamped down on the stabbing saber with one hand. Although the saber was sharp, it was completely unable to break through the defense of the armor. In the moment of grasping with his left arm to make the sword that Sima Yi stabbed at him, the 5 fingers of Zhang Sui's right hand suddenly grabbed Sima Yi's face and pressed down directly. A scream, the long sword in Sima Yi's hand came off. His face was pressed down by Zhang Sui and slammed right into the ground. Sima Defense screamed, and was busy flying up and, rather hysterically, he said, "Zhang Da, my son." The figure did not come over this time. It was frozen in place, its eyes glaring dead at Zhang Sui. This man, how can he be so horrible? Brother Zhang Da, such a brave man, was beaten helplessly in front of him. It feels like the sky is falling. All along, Brother Zhang Da was his heaven and his earth. Yan Liang watched as Sima Yi was face-planted on the ground by Zhang Sui, half unable to get up. Glaring viciously at him, he said, "Bo Qing, overdo it. I told you to point it out. How could you beat Mr. Sima like this? Still not apologizing?" When he finished, he was busy making eyes. Zhang Sui understood and clasped his fists at Sima Defense. "I'm sorry, Sima Family Master. I'm just a martial artist with little ability to control the force. I'll be careful next time." Sima Defense glanced at Zhang Sui and gulped, and then he looked at his son, Sima Yi, who was beside him. Seeing Sima Yi raise his head tremblingly, his face covered in blood, Sima Defense's teeth gritted. His own son this time, he was so precious that he didn't even bother to hit him on weekdays. Now, it was being injured like this. If this was anyone else, he would have found someone to get him killed. But this is the cavalry of the state pastor, the elite of the elite. Although he hated it with a passion, he could only endure it for the time being. Blame yourself for being reckless just now. I didn't realize that these cavalrymen were really so terrifying. While gently wiping the blood from Sima Yi's face with his hand, Sima Defense said in a trembling voice while saying, "Zhang Da, are you alright?" Sima Yi looked a little dazed. Glancing around, he then looked at his father, Sima Defense, beside him, then looked at Zhang Sui. Meeting Zhang Sui's downcast eyes, Sima Yi's heart felt like it had been stirred with a knife. "I apologize to the master myself. Always thought that he was a genius once in 500 years, the best of his age. I realize today that I'm no better than that." Sima Yi squeezed out an ugly smile at Sima Defense and said, I am fine, father." Sima Defense said with concern, "Are you really alright?" Sima Yi hooned. Only then did Yan Liang step forward and said to Sima Defense, "Don't worry, Sima Family Master. Just now it was just a sparring match. Normally, Bo Qing wouldn't dare to treat Lord Sima like that." Sima Family Master, wait a moment. I'll go write you a letter of persuasion and peace, and you bring it to Zhou Shang. Sima Defense nodded his thanks. Supporting Sima Yi, Sima Defense then asked, "I wonder who Zhang Dutong's teacher is, daring to hurt my favorite son so much today in front of me." Sima Defense, "I will take revenge sooner or later." Everyone else looked over. This Zhang Dutong is more or less reckless. This Sima family is not an ordinary family. It is the top family in Hanoi County. In front of people, Sima Defense to seriously hurt people's favorite son. This is to dig a hole for themselves to bury. Zhang Sui honestly said, "My two gentlemen. One is Duke Ding, the former assassin of the state of Bingzhou. One is the present-day Don Tiangong, heads of various lineages." Sima Defense felt like eating. A disciple of Ding Yuan and Tian Feng? Surprisingly, they are their disciples. Ding Yuan is the former assassin of the state of Bingzhou. He, and not to mention, after all, has been killed for years. However, Tian Feng is one of the most favored strategists under the hand of Yuan Shao, the governor of the state. Although his own Sima family is the top of Hanoi County, however, comparing to Yuan Shao, it is still too much worse. Yuan Shao favored Tian Feng, that naturally did not dare to touch its mold. Sima Defense let out a dark sigh. It was carelessness after all. Sima Defense forced out a smile and said, "So it's Tian Biejia's senior disciple. No wonder he's so brave." Looking at Sima Yi again, he snapped, "Zhang Da, I told you to abstain from arrogance and impatience on weekdays." Look, the figure also returned to his senses and curiously surveyed Zhang Sui. Tian Feng's disciple? It said that Biejiao Tian Feng is arrogant as hell. Even the state pastor often eats him behind closed doors. The man in front of him would be his senior apprentice. End of chapter. Sima Yi's eyes looking at Zhang Sui were also filled with shock. Father had even thought of letting him worship Tian Feng as his teacher in the first place. The exact moment would have been 4 years ago. At that time, Tian Feng was still under the name of Han Fu, the former pastor of Jizhou, and he was very talented. However, because of his rigid nature, he was not utilized. Father went to invite him, but he refused. I didn't expect that after 4 years, this Tian Feng actually collected disciples, and it was the person in front of me. With Tian Feng's sagacity, that is to say, the man in front of him, who was about 3 years older than himself. Not only did he suppress himself in terms of force, but in terms of literature, he wouldn't be too far behind him. How can that be? He definitely didn't believe it. Zhang Sui saw that Sima Yi just looked at himself deadpan and didn't come up again, so he didn't bother with him. How many days is this kid going to be on his own? Hopefully he'll be honest. Otherwise, one would have to clean him up a bit. The crowd surrounded Zhang Sui when they heard him say that he was Tian Feng's senior disciple. Ask Zhang Sui about Tian Feng. Zhang Sui replied one by one. Sima Defense helped Sima Yi wipe away the blood while whispering, Zhengda my son, eaten your lesson? There are people beyond the sky. In Hanoi County, you have good potential, but there are many capable people in this Han for miles and miles. Stop being so proud and arrogant. The figure with a dark face also walked over, looking somewhat complicated. Brother Zhengda, it's time to tighten up a bit. Just now, he definitely stayed his hand. Sima Yi lowered his head and did not make another sound. The group waited for a long time before they saw Yan Liang come over with a bamboo slip, handing it to Sima Defense. He said, Lord Sima, this, you send to Zhou Sheng of Chaobi County. If he'll listen, then it's all over. Sometime, I'll go buy you two a drink and shake hands later. If he doesn't listen. Yan Liang pointed to the barracks behind himself and said, at a time like this when a foreign enemy is at hand, if he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll let him learn the power of my cavalry. Sima Defense received the bamboo slip and thanked him in a hurry. He also said to Sima Yi, Zhengda, then you will follow General Yan during this period of time, and don't make any trouble. Listen well, the dark figure busily said, Uncle, I'm here too. I take care of brother Zhengda. Sima Yi glanced at the dark figure, which then attached his ear to Yan Liang and, a few low, curt chuckles. Yan Liang glanced at the dark figure and nodded with a smile. Sima Defense and the heads of the other great families watched as Holding Recruit commanded the caravan to send all the grain and grass into the barracks before leaving. Yan Liang and the others then watched them leave, until Sima Defense and the others had completely disappeared from sight. It was only then that Yan Liang beckoned towards Sima Yi and the dark figure. The two men walked over quickly. Yan Liang put his arm around Zhang Sui's shoulder and said, Bo Qing, these two, put them with you for now. You know, not us cavalry, just let them live. You'll act as protection. The rest, too, don't care. Zhang Sui's eyes swept over Sima Yi and the dark figure. Looking at the petite body of the dark figure, Zhang Sui looked odd. He instantly thought of second Miss Xinmi, when Tian Feng appointed his second son, Jin Yan, to be the general of the ministry. The lady is worried that the second son, Jin Yan, does not have the ability to lead the displaced people, so she lets the second young lady, Jun Mi, disguise herself and assist the second son with herself. Second Miss Xinmi often dresses like this. Previously, he had thought that it was just the second young Miss Xinmi who was naughty. It now seems that women at the end of the Han dynasty were actually far less restrained than later generations mistakenly believed. It's still pretty bold. As for the identity of this dark figure, Zhang Sui about guessed it. It should be Sima Yi's fiancé, who is also from an official family, called Zhang Chunhua. It's just that the name is nowhere near as loud as the Sima family. History records that the two were married at an early age. Moreover, Zhang Chunhua is very scheming. The tactics are also extremely ruthless. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. Throughout history, countless examples have proved that a man's ability to succeed in the woman standing behind him is especially important. Although he hated Sima Yi, however, it must be said that Zhang Chunhua is also a strong woman. Zhang Sui nodded at Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua before he turned around and left. Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua were busy following. For the next half a month, Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua followed Zhang Sui, watching him train with the cavalry and read and write together. Although they had long thought that Zhang Sui would be able to become Tian Feng's senior disciple, it's certainly not bad on the literary front. However, they did not expect Zhang Sui to be so shameless. Zhang Sui would go so far as to write Liu Bei when in front of everyone at the end of a day's training. And countless people come to hear it every time. Even the governor Yan Liang and the three major commanders were not absent every day. The meticulousness of that Liu Bei one was an eye-opener for both Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua. They've never seen it so detailed. It's also extremely fast. In less than half an hour, he had easily written more than 1,000 words. And, instead of writing with a quill, he folded a strip of paper at random, dipped it in some ink, and, just right, the rest of the barracks followed Zhang Sui's lead in writing with branches, and it was really fast. What made Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua even more flabbergasted was that Zhang Sui wrote the main character of Liu Bei's text. Rare. There are snakes that turn into people. There are so-called zombies. There are foxes that transform into people. As for the heroes in it, the names are all the generals around them. The hero is whoever gives him the money capital. He writes every day without repetition. I don't know what's going on in his head either. The whole barracks, there's a lot of people who owe him money. What made Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua blush even more? Zhang Sui also gave pictures to Yan Liang in drawing recruitment, and extremely realistic. Sima Yi always thought he was a genius. Watching Zhang Sui's maneuver, Sima Yi felt tons of blows for the first time. Although Zhang Sui was a bit nasty, but the talent really isn't his for the taking. It's the one that doesn't repeat itself. One Liu Bei article a day, more money and a picture. That beat him to death and he couldn't do it. At dusk that day, Zhang Sui wrote a 500-word essay with pictures for Huang Han as well. But with Huang Han as the hero, patrolling at night, passing by graves, stories of haunting with female ghosts. Looking at Huang Han, surrounded by the crowd, he said, "Good brother." Huang Han was so excited that he flew back to the tent. And Sima Yi looked at Zhang Chunhua. Zhang Chunhua's earlobes were also reddened under his dark little face. She heard the stories too. Zhang Sui wrote while the bystanders read. The final draft of the story, however, was sold to Huang Han for a high price. At first, she was a little shy. After hearing it more, she simply listened to it together in a big way. At the moment, looking at Sima Yi staring at himself, Zhang Chunhua looked a bit unnatural and said, "Brother Zhang Da, why are you looking at me like this?" Sima Yi said, "Go rest first, I have something to do, don't follow me today." End of chapter. Zhang Chunhua looked at Sima Yi in this state, biting her lips, and fire erupted from his eyes and said, "Brother Zhang Da, you don't want to go and do that thing with capital Zhang, do you?" Sima Yi reddened his neck and said with wide eyes, "Nonsense, am I that kind of person? I'm the one who reads holy books. Besides, the barracks are boring. I'm just having fun." Zhang Chunhua narrowed his eyes. Sima Yi, on the other hand, left at a quick pace. Zhang Chunhua was about to follow when Sima Yi stopped and gave him a vicious glare. Zhang Chunhua watched Sima Yi leave and spat. "Who are you trying to coax out of a man's little heart? You think I didn't see it? You look at the paintings that Zhang Dutong draws for people, and the corners of his mouth look like he's about to burst into tears." Sure enough, men have been that way since the beginning of time. Zhang Chunhua left depressed. Sima Yi saw that Zhang Chunhua didn't follow him. Then he continued to leave. Find Zhang Sui. Zhang Sui was brushing the hair of the three warhorses. Wu Kong, Beiji and Sha Monk. Holding Stroke was standing next to him, talking to him, holding the trick. "Then it's a deal. Tomorrow, I'll be the hero. Write one with the descending nymphs, and a picture to go with it. 2 pictures, a set of separate fairies, a pair of me and a fairy. For the money, feel free. What's our relationship? What else could I owe you? Remember that first. I'll give it to you right away when we get back to Yecheng." Zhang Sui brushed the warhorse's fur while smiling. "Good." When the two saw Sima Yi come over, the face of the hold move was a little unnatural, and they were busy leaving quickly. Zhang Sui looked at Sima Yi and said, "What does Mr. Sima want to see me about?" Sima Yi came to Zhang Sui's side and stroked Goku's mane while saying, "Bro, can I ask you to do something?" Zhang Sui was taken aback by Sima Yi's address. Rub. It was the first time he had ever been addressed as brother. Zhang Sui busily said, "I wouldn't dare to do that. You have something to say." Sima Yi smiled sarcastically. "That's what I call talented elders. It's affectionate address. It's just a term of endearment." Zhang Sui gave a dry cough and said, "You say something." Sima Yi said, "Brother, does Tian Bijia know that you often write this?" Zhang Sui rolled his eyes and said, "How is that possible? Lord Tian is a reader of holy books. How could he write such a nasty thing? Besides, a man of Tian Gong's stature doesn't need this. He's surrounded by beautiful women. Where does real beauty smell as good as fantasizing about this stuff? I don't usually write about this stuff either. Don't look at me writing this. I'm doing the general a favor. How boring is the barracks? Can't see a woman all year round. People have needs. You don't want to find a way to let them vent. They can't hold it in. They're prone to screw up. The barracks are near the city, and the generals can still go to the brothels to let off steam. But now in the middle of nowhere, without a brothel, it's easy to get into trouble. Once you come across a woman on the prowl, can you imagine? It's all good intentions on my part." Sima Yi nodded rather approvingly. "Brother, you're quite thoughtful. Every time the city is broken, there are always soldiers raping women, repeatedly. If, with this stratagem of yours, the soldiers get ventilated on weekdays, and when the city is broken up, with another strict ban, there's a real possibility that this sort of thing could be eliminated." After a pause, Sima Yi added, "But what do you think? You have one of these essays a day, and it's over 1,000 words in half an hour, without repetition." Zhang Sui looked at Sima Yi and wanted to laugh a little. "What do you think?" "Think? It's all plots from Liu Bei's text and various mini-movies that I read before crossing over. Wouldn't I tell you that I had over 200 of these little movies before I crossed over? This Liu Bei text, which used to be more than 2 any kind, modern antiquity. If it weren't for the environment, the modern ones move over and blow you away even more. Although this is true, Zhang Sui certainly can't say so. One can only lie without blushing and say, "How do you think?" That's the way to think. Every day when I see anything, I fantasize that it's a woman, and then fantasize about something happening with it. It's for brain exercise. You mustn't think of such things as dirty tricks. You have to think of it as exercising your abilities. Exercise the active brain. What do you think is the biggest difference between a commander and a soldier? Sima Yi blurted out. Saw a lot. Zhang Sui shook his head and said, no, it's the ability to learn by example. A soldier sees a thing, just a thing. The commander saw one thing and was able to associate it with several things, even dozens of things. For example, fighting a war. Soldiers see the fight. It's all about killing and cruelty. The commander-in-chief has seen that there is more to fighting a war than just the killing and cruelty in the eyes. And whether there have been similar battlefields before. What is the difference between these two battlefields? What a difference in outcome after the war is over. Sima Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. So true, Zhang Sui continued. And this ability is trained. Don't stop your brain. And I wrote the Liu Bei text to exercise that. Keep writing. Keep your brain active all the time. My brain just won't stop. Sima Yi's face was filled with admiration. Brother, I always thought you were just a nasty person before. But now it seems that I understand why Tian Biejie accepted you as a disciple and didn't agree to accept me. Brother, why don't you take me as your disciple? I'll listen to you properly from now on. Zhang Sui's movement of brushing the hair of the warhorse stopped, and his heart was happy. When you look at it this way, Sima Yi, when he was young, was quite cute. Rub, how nice it would be to be this cute all the time. Historically, Sima Yi can be annoying as hell. Thinking of the 8 Kings Rebellion and the 5 Hu Rebellion that his descendants had caused, Zhang Sui was a bit enraged. But anger is anger. It's nowhere near that time. Thinking of what the historical Sima Yi family did, Zhang Sui then continued brushing his hair while, a dark thought, killing him? That's definitely out of the question. As the son of a top family in Hanoi, let alone killing him, if anything happens to him, the consequences are unthinkable. Not something you can afford to do on your own. Yuan Shao would not let himself go in order to unify Hebei. Perhaps, circumstances can change people? Now while he's still young and okay to fool around and subliminally change him? Moreover, the Sima family is the top family in Hanoi County. Sima Yi's father, Sima Defense, was even a mentor to Cao Cao. In the future, no matter how Hebei will change, the Sima family will not see too much change. It seemed nice to have such a backer. After all, one cannot remain an official under someone else's hand, especially knowing full well where the historical Yuan Shao ended up. Thinking of this, Zhang Sui said, disciple is even better. I'll take you as my brother. You're pretty talented, too. Do well and develop as I say, and there will be a future. Sima Yi looked pleased. Didn't think it was possible to be a brother to him. Sima Yi busily grabbed the horse brush from Zhang Sui and brushed the warhorse's hair. Okay, brother. I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhang Sui said. I'm afraid your father won't agree. Sima Yi laughed. My father favors me the most. He won't stop me from doing anything. And, brother, you're so talented. My father needs to know that you're willing to teach me. Happy to be here. End of chapter. Zhang Sui looked skeptically at Sima Yi and said, really? Sima Yi laughed. Brother, I've never been a liar. Zhang Sui snorted darkly. You Sima Yi, if you don't lie, then there's no one under the sky who doesn't lie. Historically, you have lied. Not too much. When Xiao Chao first recruited you, you pretended to be hemiplegic. He and Xiao Shuang made the oath of Luoshui, but ended up raising 3 of his clans with his own hands. Despite saying that, Zhang Sui still laughed and said, alright then, I'll trust you. Sima Yi licked his face and smiled. Brother, then can you teach me to write one today? Zhang Sui's eyes rolled back and he pointed at the sand monk that Sima Yi was brushing against. Laughing, he said, then take the warhorse you're brushing as a remembrance, and you fantasize about it being able to turn into a beautiful woman. Sima Yi stopped the brush in his hand and looked suspiciously at the warhorse in front of him for a moment, and shook his head. Seeing this, Zhang Sui organized his language and said, the story is set in our 2nd year of Xingping. On a certain day, you Sima Yi are brushing my big brother's horsehair. You're unusually gentle when you brush a warhorse. You just think of it as a beloved treasure, pampered like a woman. The warhorse has a spirit and you haven't noticed. After brushing the warhorses, you fed them some more concentrate and then went to bed. What you don't know is that at night, when all is quiet, and everyone goes to bed, there are only soldiers patrolling around. You were sleeping too. The warhorse you brushed is shrouded in golden light at night. After the golden light, it transformed into a young girl who was completely naked. She followed your scent to your barracks and got under your covers. Sima Yi's eyes went wide. It's a snap. This brother of his own is really something. The brain is also a little too powerful. Listening to Zhang Sui, The woman in the guise of a warhorse burrowed under the covers, and the two cuddled together. Sima Yi looked at the warhorse in front of him, and surprisingly felt that the warhorse actually had more of a woman's shyness. Compared to his own fiancée, this warhorse was all the more tender, until Zhang Sui had spoken so eloquently that, when he finished, his mouth had dried up. Sima Yi is still a bit unrecovered. It was a feeling that was inexplicably very intimate, very strange, and very immersive. It felt as if this warhorse would actually turn into a beautiful woman and burrow into his barracks at night. Zhang Sui saw Sima Yi staring blankly, lost in thought as he looked at his warhorse, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, since the beginning of time, men have been fantasizing, and still love fantasies related to women. At this point, up and down the line, men have been like-minded buddies for 5,000 years. Zhang Sui snatched the brush from Sima Yi's hand, and while continuing to brush the warhorse's hair, while saying to Sima Yi, "Go back and ponder what you just said. Why is it that I open my mouth and you are attracted? Why can't you say it? That's your lack of exercise. There are no nasty things in this thing, only nasty people. How you are yourself is how you see other people as you see them in your mind's eye." Sima Yi came back to his senses and realized, "Brother, you really have a point. I've been taught. I'm going to go write down what I just did right now and learn from you later, brother." Zhang Sui laughed out loud as he watched Sima Yi leave at a fast pace, snubbed and crippled, feeling so bad about myself. Looking at the warhorse beside him, Zhang Sui seemed to see Madame Kai Wenji and Hongyu. It would be nice if they changed. Sima Yi returned to his tent. Although he lived with Zhang Sui and the others, however, he does have a desk in bamboo slips. It was all prepared for him by Yan Liang. After all, he was the second son of the Sima family, and in this barracks, the people aren't really here to train, they're just here to avoid trouble. Sima Yi wrote it up while recalling in his mind what Zhang Sui had just said. However, soon he was stuck. He had forgotten many of the details that Zhang Sui had said. Zhang Chunhua was originally hanging out. He saw him return to the tent before following him in. Looking at Sima Yi putting up his pen and staring blankly at the bamboo slips, Zhang Chunhua curiously said, "Brother Zhang Da, what are you writing?" Sima Yi looked at Zhang Chunhua and said, "Just now, I recognized Zhang Dutong as my brother." Zhang Chunhua's beautiful eyes glowed slightly as she said, "What did he say?" Sima Yi said, "He promised, and with a warhorse, too." Casually, "I was given a story about a warhorse who turned into a beautiful woman and tangled with me, all without a pause. I just thought it was easy. But now I realize that I can't be as fluent as he was, even if I recall." Zhang Chunhua squatted beside him and tilted her head. "He's really something. You say, how did he get so good?" Sima Yi put down his pen and sighed. "You should learn more from him in the future." Zhang Chunhua's earlobes climbed red and said, "Brother Zhang Da, can I learn from him too?" Zhang Chunhua looked at Sima Yi somewhat cautiously, just in case he thinks he has a dirty mind. What she didn't expect was that Sima Yi nodded and said, "Naturally. He just said he wrote it to exercise his brain. Look at the object, not just as an object, but see what it connects out. Writing this thing, it's not nasty in itself, and the reason it's considered nasty, it's because we're nasty ourselves, so we take it as if it were ourselves. It's not nasty as long as you study hard and don't think of it as nasty." Zhang Chunhua was busy nodding his head. With that, she stood up and clapped her little hands together. "Then, Brother Zhang Da, you go on and I'll ask him." It was as if Sima Yi remembered something, and only then did he continue to put pen to paper. After Zhang Sui finished brushing the warhorses and feeding them with concentrates, he saw Zhang Chunhua walking over. Standing in front of Zhang Sui, Zhang Chunhua turned red and said, I want to learn from you." Zhang Sui looked at Zhang Chunhua blankly. This little girl who had painted her face dark said, "Learn what?" Zhang Chunhua mumbled for a while. "Though Brother Zhang Da said just now that you can't look at things as things, and don't treat them as nasty. It wouldn't be nasty." Still, she pulled her face down a bit, seeing Zhang Chunhua's desire to speak. Zhang Sui did not urge him and continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. After a while, just as Zhang Sui was about to finish feeding the seaman, he heard Zhang Chunhua lower his head and, with a slight tremor in his voice, he said, It's about learning the things you write. Why are you able to write it off the top of your head?" Zhang Sui's movement of holding the concentrate in his hand and feeding it to the warhorse paused, and he let out a forehead. "What does this Zhang Chunhua want? It's amazing that you would want to learn this stuff." Zhang Sui thought of the time when his female classmate wrote 10 Liu Bei essays for him, and his face burned a little. At the time, he was stupid and dead himself. After feeding the seaman, Zhang Sui left while saying, "Don't even think about it. I don't teach women." Zhang Chunhua was originally a bit embarrassed. Seeing Zhang Sui say this, he was anxious and followed him, saying, "Why? You all teach brother Zhang Da. There's no such thing as teaching. Or do you look down on me? Think I'm a woman and incapable? Zhang Sui waved his hand and said, don't say that again. Not teaching means not teaching. End of chapter. Zhang Chunhua was very upset. This Zhang Dutong, he can teach brother Zhang De, but not himself. In the following days, she followed Zhang Sui from time to time. Zhang Sui was a bit out of temper by her following him. It was a little too much to bear when the Sima family arrived. Zhou Sheng of Chaoga County got the letter written by Yan Liang and finally put down his hatred for the time being. Yan Liang, he knew, was one of Yuan Shao's two most trusted war generals. Now, Yan Liang was again leading the cavalry right in Nuoan County, and could arrive at Chaoga County at any time, although he is a powerful man in Kaogi County. However, at this distance, he really didn't dare to collide with Yan Liang's cavalry. If he angered Yan Liang, when the other side's cavalry killed him, his family would have to suffer. The man sent by Sima Defense told Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua to leave after him. Sima Yi left with an air of fondness. Zhang Chunhua, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Sui with a grimace on her face. Zhang Sui watched as the two men followed the Sima family away, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If he doesn't go, he'll go crazy. To beat him to death, there was no way he would teach Zhang Chunhua to write Liu Bei 1. Ignoring Sima Yi is even better. Ignoring Zhang Chunhua, that is a woman, and I don't know how to end it in the future. On the 11th day after Sima Yi and Zhang Chunhua left, the cavalry training ended. The Huns are at it again. The battle report from the scouts ahead. The Huns have sent nearly 10,000 cavalry this time, killing towards this side. Apparently, the Huns don't excel in intelligence. Neither knew that cavalry had been placed in Wild King County. Prepare to meet the Huns. The purpose of this encounter with the Huns, however, was not to kill off the Huns. Rather, he wanted to give Yan Liang, the cavalry, as a spectator, so that the cavalry could quickly familiarize themselves with the Huns' fighting style. Although various books have been written about Huns in combat before, but books are books. After all, what's better than seeing it with your own eyes? Yan Liang, with the 3 major and 6 minor commanders, galloped away and rushed to the west of the city of Wild King County, joined Wen Chou in the middle of his army. Zhang Sui followed Yan Liang and the others to sit at the rear of the army. Wen Chou led an army of 3,000 troops less than 3 miles toward the front. Then he encountered the advance guard of the Hun cavalry. The Huns obviously did not expect to encounter infantry in this invasion of Hanoi County either. Also, the numbers are small. 3,000 generals only. They could have 10,000 cavalry on this visit. Killing these 3,000 infantrymen would enable them to capture a large number of weapons. You even get some armor. These were desperately needed by the Huns. This group of Huns was originally recruited by Great General He Jin to kill the 10 constant ministers. Because of the haste, not much rations were brought. The Huns are not well fed either. Who knows? When they came to the neighborhood of Hadong County, they had not yet reached Chang'an. It was discovered that the Great General He Jin had been killed. The entire court was in chaos, officially entering the era of the War of the Vassals. They could neither reach Chang'an nor retreat back. Their way back was blocked by the lords. They could only collude with Wang Yi, the governor of Hadong County, because Hadong County was completely incapable of providing sufficient provisions. This group of Huns then continued to raid the nearby Hanoi County, taking women, goods, and people as slaves from Hanoi County, even killing government generals and seizing weapons and battle supplies. Now that these 3,000 are in sight, they are the meat and potatoes of their eyes. In their opinion, these 3,000 people must be the ministries organized by the great families of Hanoi County. It's just a total delivery of combat supplies. The advance guard had directly surrounded the army, and had sent an urgent appeal for help to the rear army. Prepare to surround this large army, take it down completely, and then continue to invade Hanoi County and loot the supplies. Wen Chou immediately ordered the 3,000 infantry to stop and surrounded the outermost perimeter with 30 chariots. The chariots are all pushed back. Behind the chariots, there were shield walls. Behind the shield wall were all long-handled weapons. The Hun advance guard kept attacking around the 3,000 strong army. However, they couldn't break through the defense at all, until the following 7,000 cavalry came to the rescue. 10,000 cavalrymen sent out constant jabs around the 3,000 strong army. Wen Chou led his army in a deadly defense. Yan Liang signaled the 3 major capitals and 6 minor capitals to keep in mind the fighting style of the Hun cavalry. The siege lasted nearly half an hour. The 3,000 infantrymen were a bit overwhelmed and began to suffer a large number of casualties. In the rear, in the direction of Wild King County town, more than 5,000 Baoan infantry soldiers killed out. It was a step that the Hun cavalry had obviously not anticipated. There were more than 8,000 archers and infantry in this front and back. and there was no telling how many enemies were still in the city. Continuing the siege may result in significant losses. The Hun cavalry were quite reluctant and had to withdraw. Wild King County's bow and infantry reinforcements pursued them, but the speed was far too great to keep up with the Hun cavalry. It didn't take long for the 10,000 Hun cavalry to quickly leave under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zheng Sui followed Yan Liang and the others back to the military camp. Supervisor Frustration also came this time. Everyone gathered around the Supervisor Frustration, and together they studied the Hun cavalry fighting style, as well as the evacuation. After that, the 3,000 cavalrymen conducted a month-long intensive training program against these Huns. A month later, the Huns were clearly not happy and came back to attack again. Frustration and Wenshou still met the attack as they did last time. The Huns had to retreat again. A month and a half later, the Huns attacked again. This time there are not only 10,000 cavalry, but also 10,000 infantry from Hedong County. There are also various siege implements. Obviously, Wang Yi, the county governor of Hedong County, also made a move. However, with the aid of the high and thickly defended walls of Wild King County, the 10,000 infantry of Hedong County and the 10,000 cavalry of the Huns did not take any advantage. The army attacked the city for nearly an hour, but did not shake the walls of Wild King County. In the end, the 10,000 infantrymen and 10,000 cavalrymen of Hedong County left behind hundreds of corpses. I can only leave unhappy. The 12th day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Hingping, Zheng Sui was in the middle of training after the cavalry. A secret report came from the direction of Hedong County. The Son of Heaven fled all the way to Hongnong Harbor with the support of countless ministers. Li Ju and Guisi led their troops on a wild chase. According to the report of the informants, with the good offices of General Dong Chang, the Son of Heaven was going to cross the river north from Hongnong Harbor and take refuge in Hedong County for a while. Supervisor Frustration made the first decision, and all the leading troops rushed to a high ground by the river in Wild King County. Yan Liang rushed to his destination, with 3 major and 6 minor commanders. Supervisors Frustration and Wenshou and a dozen others had already arrived. From afar, one could see that there were countless small boats converging in the direction of Hongnong Harbor. Frustrated, he pointed in the direction of Hongnong Harbor and said in a deep voice, "Generals, you were called here today for no other reason. It is for you to witness the fall of dynasties. This court, it is beyond saving. If we want to live in peace and prosperity, we can only flock under the Lord's banner." The generals were silent. Little by little, time passed, until dusk. In the distance, across the river, at the harbor of Hongnong, thousands of small boats were densely clustered. There was an emergency dispatch from a great family near Hongnong. There was also an emergency rush from Hedong County across the river. Frustrated, he looked across the harbor of Hongnong, and at this time, surprisingly, no one had yet crossed the boat. Sighing, he said, "If we are to escape to Hedong County, then as soon as the ships arrive, we must transport people across the river." But they are gathering all the boats together and waiting to cross the river together. Once Li Ju and Guisi arrive, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Son of Heaven is incompetent, surrounded by civil servants and military generals, and all of them are pedantic. Frustrated, he blanched a little and said, "What is there to look forward to in such a court?" End of chapter. Zheng Sui heard Frustration say this, said, "It should be that the Son of Heaven and the civil and military ministers are still holding on to a trace of unrealistic residual thoughts. They thought that Li Ju and Guisi would not immediately come after them, or any powerful and loyal official who can appear in time to stop Li Ju and Guisi. Therefore, they are waiting. I don't know that when it's time to stop, it's time to stop." Frustrated, he looked to Zheng Sui and nodded. He thought so too. This time it didn't take long to wait, and in the extreme distance, as they watched, the dense silhouettes converged towards Hongnong Harbor. As they got closer, the crowd could see to the slow rush of the Son of Heaven's waffle. Stop at the harbor. A figure in a basilisk robe and a crown stood in the harbor. They looked around the room with a fond look. The figure seemed to be still on its knees. The others followed and knelt. The cries began to ring out. The cries even reached Frustration and Zheng Sui. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and said, "At this time of the day, what's the point of still crying like a little woman there? To go immediately. If you're not leaving, get your defenses in order. These stupid people." There was a vibrating sound coming from the ground. Zheng Sui followed the source of the vibration. Only countless black dots were seen emerging from the extreme distance, in the direction of Goban Harbor across from Hongnong Harbor. But it is the infantry of Hedong County, and tons of Hun cavalry. The figure of Hongnong Harbor, still not moving, all seems to be fixed in general, until, in their wake, countless clouds of dust came covering the sky. The crowd that was originally standing still at the Hongnong Harbor saw movement almost in an instant. The figure in the basilisk robes and crown, supported by several figures, rose to his feet and, slowly, he got into the boat and paddled toward the opposite side. As soon as this small boat was gone, countless figures behind it swarmed and rushed towards the thousands of small boats on the shore. Those who boarded the boat first rowed desperately towards the opposite side. The people behind them surged denser and denser toward the harbor shore. Thousands of small boats, with few people boarding them at first, were already partially gone. More and more people were boarding in the back. There are clearly not enough boats. The boat began to row no more. The people who boarded the boat wanted to hurry up and row the boat away, but they can't row. The people in the back screamed and tried to climb aboard. The ships in the entire port of Hongnong looked as if they were bound. Behind Hongnong harbor, the dust that covered the sky transformed into countless hordes that killed the crowd. The entire Hongnong harbor was filled with screams and cries. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were splattered everywhere. Countless concubines and civil and military officials jumped into the river and tried to climb onto the boats. The crowd on the boats watched the enemy kill from the rear, and there was a steady stream of people raising their weapons and, toward the figures picking their way through the ships. Men, women, children, concubines, or officials, all were slashed indiscriminately. The crying intensified instantly. A vivid human figure was transformed into a corpse. Before the enemy arrived, people were already dying horribly under the butcher's knives of their own people. Frustrated, and the others looked at this tragic scene and turned their heads in impatience. Rather, they had been in the battlefield for a long time and were accustomed to seeing life and death. But such a one-sided massacre, or death at the hands of one of our own, it still makes them unable to see straight. Corpses littered the river at Hongnong harbor. The river was dyed blood red, reflecting a demonic glow in the setting sun's afterglow. The boat then headed slowly towards Pope's Board harbor on the other side of the river. Suddenly, Wen Shou pointed across the river and said, "There, isn't that the queen?" The crowd heard Wen Chao's voice and were busy looking in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, they saw dozens of gorgeously dressed women tripping down into the water. At the head of the group was a young girl of 13 or 14 years old, luxuriously dressed. On her head, she is wearing a crown. Supervisor Frustration said in a hoarse voice, "Although I haven't seen it, either, the dress that it should be." Wen Shou blushed a bit and swallowed. "Should we go to the rescue?" Frustrated, he glanced at Wen Shou and said, "If you rush over from this position, everyone will be dead." The queen and dozens of women waded through the water while crying nonstop. Behind them, the enemy army had already killed. Several women were caught. Some of them had their clothes ripped off on the spot and were held down in the water, struggling incessantly. Thankfully, a boat slid quickly past on the opposite side. They pulled a woman in front of them up and shoved her into the boat. Frustrated, he said with relief, "Look at that dress. It's a nobleman." Draw beckoned. "Hu Benwai." The crowd looked uplifted. The queen tries to climb aboard the ship. However, the enemy was already approaching. The Huban guards drew their swords and slashed down towards the several women who were still trying to pickpocket the ship. Several women had their fingers chopped off and sank screaming into the river. The empress had originally grasped the boat with both hands and struggled to climb up. In the next moment, one of the Huban guards directly kicked her down into the water. A few Huban guards panicked and rowed their boats towards the opposite shore. The enemy had pursued to the ships, watching the queen fall into the water, while the boat rowed toward the opposite side, and the water flooded up to her jaws. Only then did the enemy withdraw back. Seeing this, Frustration panicked. "Hurry down and see if you can save it." Only then did the crowd gallop off the heights and toward the riverbank. Frustrated, he peered into the distance at the tragic situation and fell into tears. What is the need to save the dynasty from such a situation? Zhang Sui and the others rushed to the river bank while running wildly down the river. They also dared not go near the upstream port of Poipan. Even with today's chaos, bodies kept floating down from the upper stream. A group of men jumped into the river and kept rummaging through the bodies. Zhang Sui rummaged through a dozen corpses. He turned up the bodies of several young girls. Each one was dressed in fancy clothes and had a childish, delicate look. But, at the moment, there was no anger in any of them. Their bodies were never intact. Someone lost half their head. Someone with 10 broken fingers. Zhang Sui secretly sighed. This is the Eastern Han dynasty in chaos. Miserable. The group searched for a long time before they heard someone hiss, "The Empress is here! The Empress is here! It's Chancellor Suyu!" The crowd heard the shouts and fought to swim back to shore. It was already dark. Staying in the water any longer, there was no telling what dangers he might encounter. The crowd made their way back to the shore. Frustrated also steered his horse over at this time. It's a good thing the moon is still somewhat bright. The Empress was lying on the bank, being pressed out of the water in her abdomen by the whole trick. Others stared blankly at the river. The river was full of bodies in the moonlight. The river was red with blood. It was a while before the Empress coughed violently and woke up from her stupor. Looking around, the queen shivered. She quickly came back to her senses and bawled her eyes out. Instead, Drawbait stood up and stepped back. A group of people stood around the Empress and fell silent as they watched her cry her heart out. End of chapter. The Queen didn't stop crying for a long time. The group was a little confused. Women can really cry. How can I go back if I can't stop crying? Frustrated, he gathered the crowd together and whispered. In today's situation, either that or send the Empress to the Hadong County seat. Either bring it back to Yecheng. What do you think? The crowd was a little snappy, drawing strokes. After all, she is the Empress. If not with the Son of Heaven, then with whom? Although the court has fallen so far nowadays, we still have to abide by our duties as courtiers. The crowd nodded. Zheng Sui looked at how the crowd was taking things so for granted and was quite a bit offended. That's ancient. What an honorable woman. All bound to a man. Frustrated to see Zheng Sui's displeased expression, he asked, what does Zheng Tutong think? The crowd looked at Zheng Sui. Zheng Sui didn't bother to beat around the bush and said, just now, I did see the Empress kicked into the water by the Huban guards. The faces of all the people were a bit ugly. Zheng Sui said, before the Empress, the woman who looked like a nobleman was picked up by the Huban guards and put on the ship. Noble and Empress, which one is of honorable status? Under normal circumstances, to say, but the behavior of the Huban is contrary. Explain what? It means that the ministers around the Son of Heaven nowadays are on the side of the nobles, and the Queen, dispensable. What's the difference between sending the Queen there now and pushing her into the fire? I know you all aren't that obsessed with women. All believe that women are nothing more than dependents of power. But, after all, that is the Queen, isn't it? Frustrated, he frowned and said, then what does Commander Zhang think should be done with the Empress? Zhang Sui said, the treatment is simple. Now that chaos reigns, the identity and status of the Empress is far less important than it was in the heyday. Under the pomp and circumstance, just what the Huban did just now is enough to execute his 9 clans. If the Empress is not so important, then why must she be returned to the Son of Heaven? Get her own opinion first. If she chooses to return to the Son of Heaven, we, as vassals, cannot be forced to. Just send someone to deliver it. Hadong County Governor Wang Yi and the Huns, even if they are enemies of us again. At this time, and not so much as to execute the man who sent her back. If she chooses to stay, we'll send her back to Yecheng. In that case, the general will still have a good reputation. After all, we're the ones who saved the Queen. We can also make a big deal out of it. The Empress represents some of the royal power, at least on the surface. But again, the Empress is far from qualified to decide on royal power in these troubled times. The general also need not worry about the Empress attracting some unnecessary trouble from her power. It's nothing more than an extra mansion and then sending some underlings to protect the Empress for a lifetime of honor and wealth. The crowd was silent again. It took a while for Frustration to come back to his senses and walk towards the still sobbing Queen. When the Empress saw Frustration come over, the crying then slowly stopped, hands clasped on her knees. The Empress looked at Frustration with trembling eyes against 2 crying red eyes. Now what do you want us to do? We can send someone to transport you to the Hadong County seat now. The Son of Heaven has crossed the river and should be stopping there. Or, we could send you to Yecheng, where our Jizhou rule is located. Yuan Shao, the pastor of Jizhou, is here. The Empress lowered her head and buried her face inside her knees for a while, and muffled, can I go to Yecheng? Frustration and the crowd looked at each other. I didn't expect the choice to be Yecheng. Frustrated, he pondered slightly for a moment, before saying, then, please also ask the Empress to come with us. It's a wild place, not safe at night, and the Huns may be out. Looking at the crowd again, he said, who will take off their clothes and change them for the Queen? The crowd looked at me. I see you. Zheng Sui was somewhat speechless. At this point in time, what are these people still concerned about? It was July, but it was night, after all, and the Queen's clothes had been soaked through long ago. Zheng Sui quickly took off his own top and was naked. Yan Liang and Wen Shou looked at each other and both nodded. This little metropole is, as usual, delightful. There is no twisting and turning at this time. Frustrated, he handed the Queen her clothes. Only then did the Empress take the clothes and walk a little farther away. Trembling, Grand Metropolitan Suyu lamented, even a hallowed Empress can end up in such a state. It's not as good as my family's concubine. Son of Heaven, this is a complete lack of regard for the Empress. Frustrated, he lamented, in a time of chaos, the Son of Heaven is unable to save himself, so how would he care about the Empress? Think of the beginning, when Emperor Gaozu of my dynasty rose up, his father, Lu Taigong, was captured by the king of Chu and had to be cooked, and Emperor Gaozu wanted another piece of meat to eat. After that, Empress Lu was even thrown into a cage for several years, and Emperor Gaozu still talked to Meiji. The group was silent again. Zheng Sui also secretly sighed. although he himself is a Han Chinese and possesses an extraordinary affection for the Han dynasty. However, he was somewhat uncomfortable with all the Han emperors, except Liu Xiao. The vast majority of these Han emperors inherited Liu Bang's general cold-bloodedness, especially toward their wives. It's like Liu Bang abandoning Liu Qian, emperor, when Liu Hong poisoned his wife. Liu Che, Emperor Wu, forced his wife to hang herself. Now the son of heaven, Liu Xia, doesn't care about the empress. Even Liu Bei, the Zhaolai emperor, who was popularized by later generations, left his wife and fled several times. Frustrated, he said, "Well, don't dwell on it either. That's what we do as courtiers. The affairs of the heavenly family are not enough." At this time, Empress Fushou had also changed her top. The group of people then flocked to the queen back to the Wild King County town. Frustrated, the crowd was about to leave after arranging a place for the queen to stay. Frustrated, he looked at the crowd and said, "Leave one person outside to watch in case something untoward happens to the empress. So much has happened today, and in case she can't think straight and dies here, all of us can't eat our way out of this. At least, until we get her to Yecheng, we'll be on guard." Yan Liang said. Then, "Supervisor, you send someone. We'll go back first. We have training early tomorrow morning." When Shou was busy saying, "Commander Zhang stays," Zhang Sui pointed down at himself suspiciously and said, "What am I staying for?" Yan Liang and Zhuozhuo were also a bit baffled. Although everyone was under Frustration's command, Zhang Sui was a cavalryman and Wen Shou was an infantry commander. When Clown pulled a scroll out of his sleeve and shook it in front of the crowd, Yan Liang's face suddenly changed, and he was busy about to seize it, but Wen Shou dodged it. This was something he had bought from Zhang Sui earlier for a heavy price. It's the kind of thing Zhang Sui writes about, with a fox demon with him as the hero. The picture, which is paired with a scene of him making out with a fox demon. Originally, he was the one who showed off to Wen Shou, "Look at this. This master is screwing with the fox demon." But I didn't think that Wen Shou would take it out now. The crowd looked at the picture of Yan Liang, naked, holding a naked woman underneath him. The other side still had the look of a fluffy tail, and both looked a little odd. Rao frustrated. His old face was also a little red. Frustrated, he coughed dryly a few times and said to Wen Shou, "General 1, it's too much. What are you taking this out for?" Yan Liang looked at Zhang Sui somewhat sheepishly. Wen Shou looked at Zhang Sui with a smile and said, "This commander, he knows women very well. It's still graphic. The way he writes his words, the way that woman is so delicate and charming. He definitely reads women. We're all a bunch of big old men. How do we know anything about women? Now that the empress is in this state, I think it's the best arrangement to have Tutor Zhang watch over her. What do you all think?" End of chapter. The crowd nodded in agreement when they heard Wen Shou say this. Seeing that everyone had decided this, frustrated Professor smiled and looked at Zhang Sui. "Commander Zhang, then you'll be in trouble for a while. The matter of sending the empress back to Yecheng is in your hands. You're out with the company today. Tomorrow, select some men from the cavalry to send back. It's the queen. You know." Zhang Sui scratched his face and glanced at Yan Liang beside him. Yan Liang's old face reddened, and he snapped as he retreated behind the drawstrokes. Zhang Sui said, "All right then, get me some clothes to wear." Frustration sends clothes. It was only when Yan Liang and the others said goodbye, Zhang Sui put on his clothes and watched the crowd leave. Only then did he come alone to the doorway of Empress Fushou's house, drew his dagger, and wiped it gently on his sleeve. His ears, on the other hand, stood high. As soon as he heard movement coming from the room, he rushed in. This guarding the queen thing is not easy to do, in case she seeks death. Even if she didn't have any status now, she wouldn't be able to eat herself. At the very least, you have to take a malfeasance charge. However, among these generals today, he is considered the lowest in rank. If he doesn't take responsibility for any problems, who will? After wiping the dagger for a while, Zhang Sui didn't hear any movement in the room and was a bit panicked. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Sui still whispered toward the inside. "Empress?" There was no response from the room. Zhang Sui was a bit flustered, so he busily stood up, moved to the door of the room, and called out again in a low voice, "Empress?" Only then did the empress's voice, somewhat hoarse from crying, come from the room, saying, "Don't be afraid, General, I didn't kill myself. I'm still alive." Zhang Sui's old face flushed red, being poked and prodded a little. Zhang Sui gave a sarcastic laugh and said, Then you continue to rest, Empress." Thinking about the way she cried her heart out today, Zhang Sui couldn't help but still comforted twice and said, "In this world, in fact, apart from the four things of birth, old age, sickness, and death, all other things are not a matter. Birth, old age, sickness and death, we can't decide. It's something the body can actually feel. The rest, whether it be affection, conjugal love, or even betrayal, is all vanity." None of this is a thing when you don't care anymore. There was no response from the room. Seeing this, Zhang Sui stopped trying to persuade him, but continued to sit in the doorway, holding his sword in both hands, and gesticulating back and forth. After a while, only then did a voice from the room say, "General is the one who just gave me clothes to wear?" Zhang Sui said, "That's all I should do." The Empress said, "General, are you indifferent even to the betrayal of affection?" Zhang Sui said, "Kindred spirits, it's really just like that. You really don't care anymore, and that's not a thing. Man croaks and begins as a man, eventually buried in the ground, and alone. Kinship, in fact, only accompanies a person on a small part of the road of life. Not to mention, some intimacy isn't even companionship." The Empress was silent again, and it was another long time before she said, "Before I followed His Majesty to Hongnong Harbor, I used to write letters to my father." Zhang Sui was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect the Queen of the Hall to be able to talk to herself, but when I think of the history books, this Empress seems to be called Fushou, and she seems to have been lonely all her life. It was also a miserable death. It's normal to want someone to talk to." Zhang Sui hummed. The Empress said, "I told my father that the Son of Heaven has no intention of treating me, and that the journey has been a bumpy one. I've been bullied by my subjects, and the Son of Heaven has never been half as comforting. Before, when I escaped from Chang'an, General Dong Cheng of the Chevalier's cavalry even killed my personal courtesan and seized my silks, killed my brother and kicked me in the stomach. I tried to seek justice from the Son of Heaven, who never saw me. I wrote to the deacon's father to ask him to take me away, but father said that I am now the woman of the Son of Heaven, and that even if the Son of Heaven kills me, I deserve to die even if he kills me in front of him, and he won't make a move to kill me for it. He said that I was born a man of the Son of Heaven and died a ghost of the Son of Heaven, and that I no longer had anything to do with the Fu family." Zhang Sui looked down at the sword in his hand and sighed. The Empress continued, "This time, Checheng General Dong Cheng sent the Huban guards to rescue noble Lady Dong from the ship. The Queen's voice trembled as she said this. When Zhang Sui heard this, his heart was also heavy. If he and Madame Kai Wenji, Hong Yu and the others encountered these close calls, he would rather die himself than leave them to escape alone. He will definitely not be like the Son of Heaven. Lu Xia. Thinking of the countless people in later generations praising Lu Xia in various ways, Zhang Sui shook his head. He really couldn't praise Lu Xia. However, he also understands that there is no comparison. Himself and these ancients were brought up differently. Zhang Sui said in a hoarse voice, "Empress, as a subject, there are some things, or I shouldn't say more, but I thought that even in this chaotic world, the only one who can help himself is himself. It's not just men who should hear this, but women too." Empress Lu of Emperor Gaozu, though criticized by posterity, has always thought that it's pretty good that she's doing this, just because the history books are written by men, by the sons of men of honor. That's why Louis is so disliked. Don't put your hope in a so-called father, a kindred spirit, a husband, or anyone else. Today is not actually a lesson. A queen is a queen, after all, and utilizing the status of it may not be possible to be one man under another in this chaotic world, but it's still more than enough to protect yourself. Women, they're not all soft. I know someone, her name is Shang. She is the helmsman of the Jin family in Wuji County. Her husband died young, though she was a tender woman, yet she dragged her family. One woman supported a large family. No one helped her. It's all up to her alone. You're a queen, Empress, and the mistress of a small family can do what surely you can do the same, Empress. Zhang Sui didn't say anything further. His mind drifted to the lady's smiling face. It had been a long time since he had seen Mrs. He kinda missed it. The queen hummed. It was a while before the door to the room opened. The queen stepped out of it. Zhang Sui hurriedly got up and saluted the Empress, saying, "Empress." The Empress said to Zhang Sui, "General, raise your head." Zhang Sui raised his head and met the Empress in 4 eyes. The Empress sized up Zhang Sui and praised. "General looks young. How old is he?" Zhang Sui said, 17. The queen said, "About my age." Zhang Sui didn't know how to reply and could only say, "Aha." Only then did the Empress say, "General, come in with me. I have something to ask for your help." With that, he turned and entered the house. Zhang Sui looked around. There's no one around. Only the far doorway was guarded by 2 soldiers. This is Wild King County. The entire population within the city of Wild King County had fled because of the repeated invasions by the Huns. Nowadays, only Wen Chao's infantry is stationed within this county city. Not even a maid. Zhang Sui hesitated slightly, and in this situation, he wasn't worried about other people talking nonsense. Zhang Sui walked in. End of chapter. Zhang Sui walked into the house. He saw the queen come up quickly and close the door of the room behind her. Zhang Sui's mind tightened. Is there something extremely confidential? He couldn't think of anything extremely confidential about the Empress these days. Zhang Sui looked at the Empress suspiciously. In the next moment, she saw the Empress suddenly open her hands and wrap them around Zhang Sui's waistband. Zhang Sui's heart jumped and he was busy trying to break the Empress's hand. The Empress pressed her face against Zhang Sui's chest and said in a trembling voice, "I have been in the harem since I was 9 years old, become the woman of the Son of Heaven. But the Son of Heaven has never looked me in the eye, nor was it I who was to be the original queen, but someone else. But the Empress who was to be installed was taken by force by Li Ju and Guisi. On that day, I saw her pressed to the desk by Li Ju, crying her heart out and begging for help from His Majesty. His Majesty, however, is cowering in his room, afraid to come out." Zhang Sui. The Empress shuddered. "When all the screaming stops, I'll go in with my personal palace maid to check out the Empress is disheveled and lying on the case table, covered in blood, until she cut open her own abdomen with a dagger. His Majesty never came to see her." Feeling the Empress' body shaking like a sieve, Zhang Sui's movement to break her fingers stopped. The Queen continued in a shaky voice, "And he is not a man. Really, he doesn't have any semblance of mercy for his women. Today, he is a clown under the control of Chaiching General Dongchang. Just a clown. But, I just thought about it, and I have to go back." Zhang Sui was a bit stunned as he looked at the Empress who was hugging her waistband. "It's amazing that she's going back to the Son of Heaven." The Empress hugged some of Zhang Sui's waistband tightly, her pretty face buried in Zhang Sui's chest. Tears dampened the clothes on Zhang Sui's chest and said, "You were right just now. No one is worth relying on, including affection, including that father of mine. I want revenge. I want revenge. Whether it's the Son of Heaven, or that father of mine, or the Chevalier General Dongchang. I want them all dead. I'm going back, only to return to that clown of a Tennessee, that weakling. It's only when I'm a queen that I can be of some use." Zhang Sui. Only then did the Empress raise her head, her tear-filled eyes all scarlet and, Caracal laughed. "You're right. In this world, nothing is a thing except birth, old age, sickness and death. General, you are young and insightful. There's no one there tonight, so you'll indulge with me. I don't want to repress it anymore. I want to be a normal woman. After dawn, you're you and I'm me." Zhang Sui looked down at the Empress' scarlet eyes and somewhat grim expression, and his heart thumped. It feels like the Queen is crazy. Zhang Sui swallowed his saliva and busied himself. "Empress, this is a matter of life and death. Please let go of the Empress." The Queen smiled sardonically. "It's just you and me here. I'm holding you now. As soon as I yell it out at the top of my lungs, what do you think the people out there are going to think? So, Supervisor Frustration, do you think he'll kill you? Or me?" Zhang Sui. The Empress trembled and reached out her hand, cupped Zhang Sui's face, stood on tiptoe and, breathing a little sharply, he said, "The general has been in the barracks for a long time, unable to see a woman that. Don't you really want to taste a woman? I have scrupulously abided by female virtue all these years, and I have never been intimate with any man. But today, the Son of Heaven still abandons me. I don't want to put up with it anymore. I'm going to be myself. I'm going to get them all dead. Not one of them." Saying that, the Empress kissed hard on Zhang Sui's lips. Zhang Sui was caught off guard by the Empress' initiative, feeling one of her small hands reach into her shirt, tugging and pulling. Zhang Sui felt his blood boiling a bit throughout his body as well. The next moment, when the Queen's little hand touched some forbidden place, Zhang Sui's whole body shuddered. As soon as he picked up the Empress with one arm, Zhang Sui quickly retired her clothes, pressed her close to his body. Been in the barracks too long, or maybe it's experiencing the flavor of Madame Kai Wenji, and some of the food. Now that he hadn't touched a woman in so long, the sudden restlessness made it a little difficult for him to control himself. The Empress was held tightly by Zhang Sui and her body stiffened. Wrapping her arms around Zhang Sui's neck, the Empress buried her head in the nape of Zhang Sui's neck, trembling and catered to it hard. A wild storm. The two went from the doorway to the bed and couch. The two didn't stop until dawn. Before dawn, the Empress was lying on Zhang Sui's chest, looking at Zhang Sui's hand still moving unctuously on his abdomen. The Empress ruffled her sweat-dampened hair and said in a voice as low as a gnat, "My name is Fusho. Remember that. In the future, if I die, for the sake of this day, find a way to collect my bones. Dig a small mound and bury it. Let not my bones be exposed to the wilderness, gnawed on by wild dogs and hawked by maggots. I'm a little afraid of that." Only then did Zhang Sui's movement stop and he said, "You really want to go to the Son of Heaven?" Instead of answering, Fusho slowly climbed to his feet and peeled Zhang Sui's hand away. Just as she got to the bottom of the bed, she frowned, but still stubbornly got up and slowly put on her clothes. Turning his back to Zhang Sui, he said, "Thank you, General, for your enlightenment. The General is young but open-minded. In one's life, Indeed, the only physical pain that is actually felt is birth, old age, sickness and death. The rest, if you don't care, is not a thing. Picking up a torn piece of cloth from the floor, Vushu walked to the door and, wiping the blood off the ground, he then said to Zhang Sui, who was still lying on the bed, "General, you should go out. It's getting late. The overseer will inevitably arrange for me to be sent away later. You stayed too long to say no. After all, you are the minister and I am the queen." Zhang Sui got out of bed, looking at Fu Shou's pretty face without a single expression. Zhang Sui's heart was indescribably strange. This woman, just now, that passionate. But I didn't expect to change my face all of a sudden, and it felt like I had just been dreaming. That's pretty much pulling off the ruthlessness. Only, this time it was a woman, not himself. Zhang Sui quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Fu Shou closed the door to his room. Looking at the closed door of the room, Fu Shou then leaned against it and slowly sat down. Her body shook like a sieve. There is no turning back from the bow. The madness that had just occurred had doomed himself to no longer be the coy Fu Shou of old. The cold words of his father's reply to his letter came to mind. Surfacing himself, he climbed onto the boat in terror and was kicked off the boat by the Huban guards. Floated the woman who was to have been made queen, in rags, with blood dripping from beneath her. The scene of a man with a dagger in his hand cutting open his abdomen and constantly wailing, but still unable to wait for the Son of Heaven to come. Blood crept into Fu Shou's tear-filled eyes. All must die. This group of people, they all have to die. End of chapter.